Reincarnated in Raccoon City, I have a system that assists me in adapting and evolving. The world was in ruins, and each time I adapted, my strength increased. One time, I was hanging out in my college dorm room. It was a quiet afternoon. Just me and one of my roommates were there. The other two guys had gone out with their girlfriends. My roommate was on his bed, playing with his phone, and I was sitting at my desk, messing around on the computer. Suddenly, he asked me this weird question, "Hey Luo Guang, if you had to pick a place to go, Raccoon City, Reach, or Silent Hill, which one would you choose?" I thought about it for a second and said, "Raccoon City, I guess. It seems safer." "Yeah," he said. But his voice was different, all scratchy and weird. I looked up from my phone. What I saw made my stomach drop. His skin was peeling off, and there were these gross worms crawling in the black, bloody mess. And he had this creepy smile on his face that just made me shiver. Ah! I woke up in a cold sweat, sitting straight up in bed. It was just a bad dream. I graduated years ago, I mumbled to myself. Why do I still have these nightmares? I shook my head, trying to clear it. I was about to lie back down when I noticed something strange. I looked at the green blanket in my hands. This wasn't my blanket. And I wasn't wearing my pajamas, but this black tank top I'd never seen before. I looked around the room. It wasn't my bedroom. My calico cat wasn't curled up beside me like usual. This was a room I didn't recognize at all. It was really plain, just a bed, a desk, and a closet. Nothing else. I was still half asleep and totally confused. Was I still dreaming? Then, I heard a voice in my head. It was a calm voice, like a robot, and it said, "Protection system loading." Before I could even think about what that meant, a sharp pain exploded in my head. I fell back onto the bed, clutching my head and yelling. I curled up on my side, eyes squeezed shut. Loading progress, 23.96%, the voice said. Monitoring complete. Adapter fitness level, 120%. Conditions met. Continuing loading. My head was pounding, but I could still hear the voice clearly. The pain just got worse and worse, and I lost track of time. System loaded. Welcome, adapter. I don't know how long it lasted, but finally, the pain stopped. My body's protection thing had kicked in, and I guess I'd passed out. I was drenched in sweat. The head pain was gone, just like that. And even though I should have been exhausted, I felt strangely okay. But my stomach was growling. What is this system? I asked, even though I had a pretty good idea. The protection system, or adaptive evolution protection system, is a program that helps adapters like you change and grow. It needs you to think and to have energy, so it's important to keep your brain healthy and eat well, the voice explained. So, it's like a cheat code, I thought to myself. The system answered, even though I hadn't said it out loud. This system isn't a cheat. It's designed to help you evolve and to control your body better. Based on what you know, it's more like a helper for your brain, the voice said. I realized I could just think my questions, and the system would hear me. So, I got out of bed and started looking around the room. At the same time, I asked the system, what do you mean by helper? It didn't sound like the kind of thing that would just give me superpowers. It sounded more like something that would help me use what I already had. I needed to understand how it worked so I could make a plan. Here's what I do, the system said. 1. I keep track of your physical abilities and skills. 2. I help you control your body, making you more precise and strong, and using less energy. 3. I help you remember things and learn new stuff. 4. I can guess what might happen and help you choose the best way to change. There are other things I can do, but you'll have to meet certain conditions first. What are my body stats? I thought. The system instantly showed me the information, adapter number, 00001S name, Luo Guang adaptability level, S age, 25 years old gender, male. I skipped past the basic stuff and focused on the important parts, strength, 7, average guy is 5. This includes how strong you can grip, how fast you can move, and how much power you have in your arms and legs. Flexibility, 7, average guy is 5. This includes how fast and flexible you are, how quickly you react, and how high you can jump. Endurance, 8, average guy is 5. This includes how well your lungs work, how long your muscles can last, and how strong your heart is. Intelligence, 6, average guy is 5. This includes how fast you think, how smart you are, how well you understand emotions, how good your memory is, and how creative you are. Willpower, 10, average guy is 5, special ability, none. The standard value is 5, but I am above the standard. Luo Guang looked at his good value and was quite proud of it. It was worth it to keep self-discipline for so long. The limit of human body is 12. It is easy to exceed the standard value, but it is difficult to break the limit. Adapters still need to work hard. Just when Luo Guang was a little complacent, the system poured a bucket of cold water. Luo Guang paused slightly when he heard the system's words while rummaging through the drawer. After curling his lips, he continued to rummage. He did not have the idea of convincing the mechanical system, so he asked, "What do you mean by adaptability?" Adaptability refers to the degree of adaptation to this system. At the same time, the higher the adaptability, the more evolutionary paths can be chosen, and the more likely it is to surpass the human limit and complete human evolution. The system responded quickly. Human evolution? Luo Guang was puzzled. How could he represent the evolution of all mankind? The successful evolution of an individual means that mankind has the possibility of evolution. It is difficult to go from 0 to 1, but it is very simple to go from 1 to 2. The system made a slight analogy, just like the development of various human technologies. Are there other adapters? Because the information that emerged contained number information, plus what the system just mentioned, Luo Guang asked with some concern. It is different for one person to have a system and for a group of people to have a system. Scarcity makes things valuable. If many people have the system, I have to think carefully about how to ensure my advantage. This system is the first to be adaptively installed. According to monitoring, no other adapters have been found within the range. At the same time, the system has entered stealth mode immediately after installation and startup based on the personality of the adapter, and is scanned to ensure that there are no startup reactions from other adapters. Although the system's words sound good, it is unclear whether there will be new adapters in the future, and the system's words sound like it has been secretly observing me for a long time. Keep scanning at intervals. Luo Guang could only keep the system alert. Luo Guang chatted with the system and confirmed the system's capabilities, and finally completed the search of the entire room. Fortunately, the room was not large, a single-story apartment with one living room, one bedroom, one kitchen and one bathroom, and very few furniture and personal items. Luo Guang did not spend much time to complete the search. Luo Guang bit off a corner of the chocolate board and searched for the items he found on the dining table. Suddenly, he saw a work permit with a well-known biological company. Luo Guang, who was chewing the bitter chocolate, could not help but stop and fell silent. Umbrella Company, Madfac. After a short silence, there were several consecutive swear words. The notorious company logo of a certain game was very conspicuously printed in the upper right corner of the work permit, and the employee's identity information was also printed. The name was the same as Luo Guang's, and the department he belonged to was the Raccoon City branch of the Intelligence Department of Umbrella Company, but there was no photo posted on it, which seemed more suitable for Luo Guang to fish in troubled waters. In addition, there was only a long string of employee numbers. Luo Guang, who likes to read novels to regulate his body and mind after fitness, naturally understands at this moment that he has encountered a time travel, and it is very likely that he has replaced an employee of Umbrella with the same name and surname, and is naturally on the opposite side of the protagonists of Resident Evil. But Luo Guang has no good way for the time being except to curse, and can only do things step by step. Although he has a system, it seems that this system is much weaker than other systems with causality, but whether it can succeed in the end depends on himself who has the system. In addition to the work permit, Luo Guang also saw a machine of unknown purpose, but Luo Guang did not know how to use it. He put on headphones and no sound came out of it. Because it was heavy, Luo Guang did not move the machine to the dining table. There are also weapons for self-defense. Luo Guang found a Beretta M9 pistol and a telescopic dagger in the drawer under the table where the machine of unknown purpose was placed. The pistol in Luo Guang's hand has a matte finish and a silencer installed. It is 217 mm long, weighs 0.96 kg when empty, has an initial velocity of 333.7 meters per second, and an effective range of 50 m. Although Luo Guang still likes to watch various military videos, he only watches them briefly. Most of the specific information about this pistol is told to Luo Guang by the system. According to the system description, a large part of the huge amount of data during the installation process is various information knowledge in this world. To some extent, this system can be regarded as Luo Guang's personal database. In addition, Luo Guang also found 3 matching 15-round magazines and a box of 40 parabellum pistol bullets. Due to his living environment, Luo Guang did not have the knowledge to use firearms. Now that he has the conditions, Luo Guang put aside his research on other things and immediately let the system teach him how to use them on the spot. After eating something, it is just right to do some light exercise to help digestion, Luo Guang thought. The isosceles triangle shooting method, in simple terms, is to face the target with your body, spread your feet slightly wider than shoulder width, bend your knees to form an elastic support, and bring your toes inwards. Keep your chest and shoulders down to lower your body's center of gravity. Extend your arms naturally, hold the gun with your right hand, and hold the trigger guard with your left hand facing inwards. Or hold the bottom of the handle with your palm facing up, and keep the gun horizontal. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Although this shooting method allows the designer to maintain shooting stability, it lacks flexibility. However, for Luo Guang, who does not have much muscle memory, this shooting method is the most suitable. Therefore, after Luo Guang asked the system if there was any related shooting method, the system immediately selected this shooting method suitable for novices. Luo Guang practiced a few times with the gun, and asked the system to help correct his posture. After spending more than 20 minutes, he finally got the system's approval. In case of emergencies, at least he can maintain a relatively standard posture to shoot. Looking at the umbrella company's special electronic bracelet on his hand, the time was close to 7:30. At this time, Luo Guang remembered that although he knew that he had traveled to a world where the outbreak of the biochemical crisis was as common as eating, he still had no idea where he was now. Thinking of this, Luo Guang turned his eyes to a notebook on the table. He flipped it open and felt a cold sweat on his forehead. A name familiar to anyone who knows anything about the Resident Evil game series, Jill Valentine, came into view. Luo Guang, who was a little unwilling to give up, flipped through the notebook again. The content inside can basically be regarded as Jill Valentine's life diary. What he did at every time was recorded clearly, even some phone conversations with others were recorded. This room is the room of the person who monitors Jill Valentine, and from some information in the log, Luo Guang already knows that his location is probably the city that will be razed to the ground sooner or later, Raccoon City. The terrain around Raccoon City is complex, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and only one side has a passage leading to the outside world, but for Luo Guang, escaping from the range of the nuclear strike is the top priority. Thinking of this, Luo Guang did not plan to stay in this room any longer, and immediately began to pack up the things he found. He tore off the umbrella logo on the black backpack with Velcro and threw it aside. Luo Guang kept putting bottles of water into the backpack. After hesitating for a while, he stuffed the notebook he had not finished reading into it. As for the pistol and the loaded magazine, Luo Guang inserted them into the inside of a coat. This coat was placed beside the bed. After special modification, it looks like an ordinary black jacket on the outside, without any decorations, giving people a cool feeling. But on the inside of the clothes are slots for pistols and pistol magazines, and of course there is an inner pocket for other things. In addition to the pistol, Luo Guang also found a retractable dagger that was also matte finished. This dagger was not big, so Luo Guang stuffed it directly into his trouser pocket instead of the inner pocket of his black jacket, so that he could take it out and use it at any time. After packing up, Luo Guang once again confirmed that the equipment on his body would not affect his actions. When he was about to push the door and leave the room, a sound that resounded throughout the apartment was heard, and the entire apartment building shook as if it was about to collapse. Then a strange roar sounded, and a wall in the room was punched through by a giant human, but Luo Guang did not react at the first time, but half opened his mouth and watched the giant fist that pierced the wall retract with a confused look on his face. It's a mass-produced tyrant of the T-virus, codenamed Nemesis, and is probably on a mission to track and destroy. The system's calm voice sounded in Luo Guang's mind, and it also brought Luo Guang back to his senses. He didn't know where the system's data came from, but Luo Guang didn't have the time or mood to ask this question at this time. Luo Guang said that he didn't have any idea of being a hero to help, and at this time he only thought about how to stay away from the biological weapon called Nemesis. I'm not the protagonist, I only have a small pistol and a small dagger in my hand, but I can't beat the tyrant-type biological weapon, and I don't want to be punched in the head by the tyrant. Thinking so in his heart, Luo Guang pulled the pistol out from the inside of his black jacket while moving away from the direction of the continuous rough sound, opened the safety and pressed the hammer like in the movie. After making the pistol ready to shoot, Luo Guang then hid most of his body behind the sofa, half-crouched with both hands holding the gun and aiming at the wall in front of him. Luo Guang, who had just arrived, had no idea of escaping, because he was not familiar with the roads in this city and did not know where to escape, so now he was more thinking about how to avoid the hatred of the goddess of vengeance. If the information of the system was correct, he was not the target of the goddess of vengeance, and the identity of the owner of this room was an employee of Umbrella Corporation, which made Luo Guang have the plan of waiting and waiting for the situation to change. Frightened, Luo Guang tightly grasped the pistol. The excitement of getting the system at the beginning could not cover up the uncontrollable fear in Luo Guang's heart at this moment. Indeed, because of the developed film and television before crossing, he had a strong adaptability to situations such as zombies, but whether the specific situation was the same as what he saw in the film and television, Luo Guang was not clear at this moment. The sound of fighting from the next room was like a war drum, and every beat was stimulating Luo Guang's heart. After all, he was just a civilian. Although he did not know why he crossed here, it was clear that this world was not so friendly and harmonious. And now he did not have much combat power. Even if he used a gun, he was not as good as those civilians born in the Beacon country where guns and bullets were free. At this time, Luo Guang was thinking wildly, but the fear miraculously began to fade away. But this did not change the fact that Luo Guang was still a lamb to be slaughtered. He could only wait for the mercy of the butcher next door to be able to raise his hand and let him go. When he traveled to this world, did he replace the Luo Guang who belonged to the intelligence department of Umbrella Corporation? Luo Guang was not sure. His appearance and body shape were the same as his impression. In addition, he did not obtain the memory of that Luo Guang and did not trust the IQ of biological weapons, so Luo Guang had long given up the idea of contacting the Umbrella personnel who were observing and collecting the battle data of the tyrant. Perhaps he was thinking about what would happen next. Although the next door was still very intense, Luo Guang was surprised to find that he was not as nervous and afraid as he was at the beginning, but was thinking calmly. Does that thing have any weaknesses? The object of Luo Guang's inquiry was naturally the system in his mind. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. With the current weapons of the adapter, this system does not recommend that the adapter and the tyrant clash. The system seemed to think that Luo Guang was going to cause trouble, so it told Luo Guang not to commit suicide. Understood. Luo Guang naturally did not bother to explain. It was better to be direct when talking to a rigid computer, so Luo Guang directly stated that he would not do anything stupid. The system continued to explain how to deal with it. The main function of the tyrant codenamed the Goddess of Vengeance is to track and destroy. Unless the adapter blocks its way, it will not be actively pursued by it. It means that if you stay hidden and avoid this tyrant, you can avoid being threatened by this thing. Luo Guang converted the system's words into words that he could understand. Although it seemed that the two chatted in his mind for several minutes, in fact, only 1 minute had passed. The battle in the next room became more and more intense. In addition to the noise made by the tyrant's random smashing, Luo Guang seemed to hear the roar of a woman. Although he had never met the woman next door and did not know her name, Luo Guang's answer was obvious from the people he was monitoring here and the fact that he was being hunted by the tyrant. The person living next door was most likely Jill Valentine, one of the protagonists of Resident Evil 3. If this was really the world under the worldview of Resident Evil, the other party would definitely be able to survive. Luo Guang thought, I don't know where this confidence in strangers came from. Perhaps this was just Luo Guang trying to suppress the guilt he felt for not saving someone. The sound of the tyrant and Jill fighting continued, and with a loud bang, the sound of the two fighting gradually faded away. After a long time, after confirming that there was no sound of fighting, Luo Guang slowly opened the door of his apartment, took a look at the situation outside the door, and immediately covered his mouth and nose with one hand and squatted down. At this time, what Luo Guang saw was a mess after the battle, and Luo Guang's first reaction was that the sound insulation and heat insulation of the room where he woke up was so good that he almost didn't know he was roasted. A fire had started outside the door at some point, crackling and burning, as if reminding Luo Guang that time was running out. Due to the tyrant's attack, the door of the next room had been broken into pieces, and holes had been smashed into the wall, causing Luo Guang to wonder if the tyrant would bring down the entire building if he continued to attack. Fortunately, the fire was not too big, so Luo Guang was not trapped by the fire. Luo Guang quickly jumped over the hole in the floor that he didn't know how to make. After slightly looking up to confirm, he quickly moved towards the emergency passage of the apartment according to the safety passage sign on the wall that was about to fall. Since waking up, he has never exercised like this. At this time, Luo Guang realized how powerful the system's auxiliary body movement was. The length of the footsteps, the strength of the bounce, the coordination of the body movements, etc., the whole action was smooth, making him like a parkour athlete, and these parkour movements were like eating. Luo Guang could move as he pleased. On the way to the emergency passage, Luo Guang, who was covering his mouth, glanced at the fire cabinet on the side and stopped. Luo Guang's goal was naturally not to put out the fire with the equipment inside. Luo Guang picked up the fire extinguisher on the side and smashed the rusty lock on it, and then picked up the fire axe that everyone loved inside. Luo Guang glanced at the rust on the axe, held the axe handle close to the axe with his right hand, adjusted his body's center of gravity, and continued to run to the emergency passage. The road was smooth, and no zombies were encountered. I wonder if the other people in the apartment had already escaped. The road was not blocked by the fire or collapsed concrete blocks. Luo Guang followed the fire ladder and came to the back street of the apartment. Without the thick smoke, Luo Guang took a deep breath of fresh air mixed with a little garbage smell, pulled out the fire axe inserted on the left side of the backpack, and looked around. A reedy little mouse was frightened by Luo Guang, who fell from the sky. It ran to a large garbage bin in panic and stood up. Looking at Luo Guang, it waved its little claws arrogantly, threatening Luo Guang not to get close to it. The reedied mouse still maintained its timid characteristics, so its intimidation was naturally ignored by Luo Guang, and the little mouse immediately ran away. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Luo Guang listened to the sounds in the building. There were still some sounds of fighting and destruction in the apartment building, which further verified what Luo Guang had thought before, that the room where he woke up was too soundproof. The sounds of shouting for help, the sound of burning flames, the sound of car alarms, etc. mixed together, hovering over the huge raccoon city, adding a little musical color to this hell. Taking advantage of the temporary safety in the alley, Luo Guang began to think about the next step. What he needed now were weapons, a map of Raccoon City and some supplies. Luo Guang judged his current primary purpose based on all the items he had now. In the face of such a disaster, most people would choose to escape from dangerous places. Naturally, at this time, the road was either full of cars or blocked due to traffic accidents. But no matter which situation, for Luo Guang, the only way to escape Raccoon City for the time being was the following options. The first is to walk to the outskirts of the city and then leave the impact range of the nuclear explosion by car, or even other means of transportation such as motorcycles or bicycles. The second is to leave through the underground railway of Raccoon City, or through the underground transportation system of Umbrella Corporation. Luo Guang thought of the Umbrella ID card he was carrying. He didn't know if he could use this ID card to escape using Umbrella's underground transportation system. This was Luo Guang's third option. Although Luo Guang only had a general understanding of the plot of the Resident Evil game and didn't remember many details, he still remembered that Umbrella had been on the decline since the Raccoon City incident. Within a few years, the huge Umbrella was broken up and eaten up by other capitals. In addition, Luo Guang had no loyalty to Umbrella, so he had already planned to abandon or simply use this identity. Getting rid of the identity constraints of Umbrella was also a relatively important thing in Luo Guang's view. Don't be bitten to death by zombies or shot to death by Umbrella's enemies. In addition, he himself was a relatively easygoing person. It would be great to be a cute little civilian and not participate in those damn struggles. Luo Guang was thinking about this in his heart, and suddenly heard a very destructive sound approaching at a very fast speed. With a bang, a pretty figure in a blue tube top rushed out of the back door of the apartment next to him. Before Luo Guang could see who it was, there was another bang. The back door of the apartment collapsed suddenly, and a cloud of dust and sparks passed by. The figure waved to sweep away the dust, coughed a few times, and was about to get up. When he turned around, he saw Luo Guang with a surprised face. At this time, Luo Guang roared in his heart, "I don't want to be associated with the protagonist group, a group of unlucky stars." But in fact, Luo Guang still did a good job on the surface. He changed the fire axe in his right hand to his left hand. Luo Guang extended his right hand to help the other person sitting on the ground stand up in a friendly manner. With a happy expression of seeing a survivor, he said happily, "Hello, my name is Luo Guang. It's great. I finally saw a living person in such a day." Looking at the other party's escape posture and the sound of smashing and smashing that followed, the pretty beauty in front of him was most likely Jill Valentine, who was monitored by the original Luo Guang. "I'm Jill Valentine, you can just call me Jill." As expected by Luo Guang, the name came out of the other party's mouth. Without waiting for Luo Guang to answer, Jill continued, "It's not safe here now, let's leave here quickly." "Is that the thing that was chasing you just now?" Luo Guang looked a little timid and said, "I heard a loud fighting sound, and then you ran out of the door as if you were running away from something." This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Gil, who originally wanted to ask Luo Guang why he knew he was being chased by the tyrant, heard what Luo Guang said later and realized how loud the fight between the tyrant and him was. "That's Umbrella's biochemical weapon tyrant. It's a long story to tell you the specific situation. Let's get out of here first. Although the goddess of revenge is now crushed under the rubble, Jill doesn't believe that this can kill the tyrant. He was crushed to death by the weapon, so Luo Guang was urged to leave this place of right and wrong first. Okay, I'm going to find some weapons and food supplies. Do you know where these things can be found nearby? Luo Guang pretended to be embarrassed and scratched his head and said, I just came to Raccoon City not long ago, and it turned out. Encountered such a thing, he had just traveled to this Raccoon City more than an hour ago. Naturally, he was not lying, and it could also explain why he didn't know the way. When Gil heard Luo Guang's words, he lowered his head and saw that the holster on his leg was also empty. There was not even a weapon in his body. He nodded and recognized Luo Guang's current goal in his heart. It is true that I need to find some weapons now so that I will not be helpless when encountering a tyrant again. At this time, Gil thought of the call he had received from his SARS teammates, and said to Luo Guang, follow me, I know a place. After saying that, Jill turned and left. Luo Guang nodded with an obedient look on his face and glanced at the rubble pile at the door. There is no movement for the time being, which gives me a little peace of mind. Don't wake up so quickly. At least wait until Jill takes me to get supplies and equipment. Luo Guang thought so, and quickly took the fire axe and followed Gil Valentine, who was looking back to confirm whether Luo Guang was following. Following Gil, who was familiar with the terrain and routes, Luo Guang finally ran out of the complicated alley. There is already a hellish scene outside the alley. Groups of zombies are wandering in this living hell, chasing the taste of food, and then swarming up to devour them all. Just as Luo Guang thought, Jill has rich experience in dealing with zombies. In just a few seconds, Jill discovered that he could sneak past and just need to quietly deal with a few zombies blocking his way. So without disturbing the other zombies, Gil borrowed Luo Guang's telescopic dagger and led Luo Guang to follow the path formed in his mind and eliminate the zombies blocking the road one by one. When Gil asked Luo Guang to borrow a weapon at first, he actually wanted to borrow Luo Guang's fire axe. But Luo Guang didn't know if it was because of any stereotypes about the Resident Evil game series. When Jill asked him to borrow a weapon, his first reaction was to give Jill his telescopic dagger and said, "This is more suitable." Gil took the telescopic dagger and popped out the dagger blade. After confirming that it was not a toy for a gangster, he nodded to Luo Guang and said, "Indeed, this weapon is more suitable for our current situation." Luo Guang's original intention was that this weapon was suitable for Jill, but Jill obviously misunderstood Luo Guang's original intention. Gil was referring to the fact that the zombies did not notice the two of them, so a dagger that was labor-saving, fast to attack, and could be used for stabbing was indeed better than a fire axe that could only be used for chopping. Looking at Luo Guang's face, he looked like he was experiencing a biohazard for the first time. Jill couldn't help but remember that he looked like this when he first encountered a biochemical incident. However, Luo Guang did a good job in controlling the details, and he was able to survive until now. The vast majority of people do not rely on luck alone. After a second thought, Gil began to teach Luo Guang some knowledge on how to deal with zombies, and said, "Luo Guang, follow me later, watch your steps, stay quiet, and see how I deal with these zombies." Luo Guang nodded in response and thought, does Jill mean to prepare for on-site teaching? Luo Guang was also very interested in this. After all, he only had a theoretical basis before. Compared with Gil, who had fought with real swords and guns and biological and chemical weapons, he was just talking on paper now. For example, everyone knows that the heads of these zombies are their weak points. However, in fact, the head of a recently mutated zombie, as the hardest part of the human body, also provides a lot of protection for the zombie's brain. After being infected by the T-virus, the skull will only become harder. Not to mention that there are cases where pistol bullets get stuck in the skull, and blindly stabbing with a knife will only miss the opportunity to destroy the zombies. Therefore, Luo Guang also put aside other thoughts and followed Jill to study seriously, such as how to avoid wandering zombies, how to kill zombies with one blow, etc. These all inspired Luo Guang. After passing through 2 streets and an alley safely, Luo Guang and Gil came to a small alley. After observing the wall, they said to Luo Guang, "This is the STARS safe house." After saying that, Jill pulled out a brick from the outer wall, took out the key from inside, and opened a door in the alley. "Jill." As soon as Gil and Luo Guang entered the door, they heard a man's voice. Luo Guang closed the door gently and looked back into the room. A man wearing a yellow warning uniform was sitting on the sofa, with several pistols on the table in front of him. Luo Guang was keenly aware that the gun in the opponent's hand was pointed at Luo Guang vaguely, while Luo Guang showed a look of ignorance and calmly shrank behind Jill. "This is Brad Vickers." After Jill finished speaking, he introduced Luo Guang to Brad and said, "This is Luo Guang. Jill." The man named Brad spoke again, but this time there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, and he looked at Luo Guang with suspicion in his eyes. "Hello, Vickers." Luo Guang took the initiative to greet Brad. Brad didn't respond and turned around to continue playing with the firearms on the table. Sorry, Brad has encountered a lot of things recently, so he is a little suspicious. Like me, he is also from SARS. Jill saw that the two of them seemed to be having trouble getting along, so he quickly came out to smooth things over. Her own identity was mentioned before entering the alley. After all, the place where Jill brought Luo Guan was a safe house belonging to SARS. Of course, she had to tell Luo Guan her identity as SARS first. Former STARS. Brad corrected with a somewhat annoyed tone, but the annoyance in his tone seemed to be directed at someone who was not present. Although there is still an SARS office in the police station, after the mansion incident, the entire SARS team has gone their separate ways. In addition, the members of SARS did not listen to the instructions and were still investigating the umbrella company, which led to the direct cancellation of the staff by the police chief. Gil shrugged and said, "Now is not the time for small talk. Are the weapons mentioned before ready?" This SARS safe house was prepared under the leadership of Brad after the mansion incident. In Raccoon City, which is ruled by Umbrella Corporation, it has taken Brad more than a month to build such a safe house. In order to avoid alerting the Umbrella Company, Brad could only carefully avoid people who were monitoring him when purchasing weapons. Therefore, the weapons in this safe house were basically small personal weapons, mainly pistols and melee weapons. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. No other types of firearms other than pistols were found in Luo Guang's site. Brad raised his chin and pointed to the other side of the safe house. Jill looked in the direction where Brad's chin was pointing. A small and exquisite G19 pistol, a G18 pistol and several loaded magazines were placed on a wooden table next to a dark green gun cabinet. "Thank you." Jill thanked casually and walked over. The weapons on the table were all prepared by Jill after she told Brad to prepare them. Therefore, without thinking about it, Jill directly tied a tactical belt around her waist. Then she inserted the weapons and ammunition on the table into the belt one by one, and finally put the G19 pistol. It was inserted into the holster on the thigh. "Luo, thank you for the knife." Jill handed Luo Guang back the telescopic dagger that Luo Guang lent her to use to open a path. "You're welcome, Gil, I've learned a lot from following you." Luo Guang quickly waved his hand and replied. Jill understood that Luo Guang was referring to the technique of killing zombies, and couldn't help but sigh at Luo Guang's talent in learning. Gil used his peripheral vision to check the situation of Luo Guang, who was following him several times. It could be seen that although his movements were still a bit immature, in his opinion, he had barely passed the level of covert action. In order to avoid being scolded by Brad, who suspected him, Luo Guang followed Jill to the table. After hearing what Gil said, Luo Guang leaned the fire axe aside, took the telescopic dagger with both hands, and put it back in his trouser pocket. He then heard Gil say, "There are many guns here, you can also choose one. Do you have any experience with guns?" Luo Guang didn't tell Jill that he still had a gun hidden on his body. He shook his head and said, "I don't know much about guns." "Jill, time is running out." Brad quickly reminded when he saw that Jill and Luo Guang were about to chat. With that said, Brad walked directly between the two of them and said, "As long as the gun can be fired." As he spoke, Brad looked at Luo Guang up and down, and then focused on the shape of Luo Guang's hands. Without seeing the calluses, he turned around and took out a G17 pistol and several matching magazines from the gun stand. Standing on the table in front of Luo Guang, he said, "You can just use this one. It is easy to maintain, has good quality, and has few malfunctions. It has 17 rounds in a magazine, which meets the needs. Can it compress bullets? I probably know how to do it, but I haven't actually practiced it." It seems that Brad is the kind of person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, Luo Guang thought, and in order to match the character, he quickly said that he had never suppressed a bullet. "Well." Brad sighed and took out a few boxes of 9mm bullets from under the gun stand. While pressing the bullets, he began to teach Luo Guang how to use the G17 pistol. Gil on the side glanced at Brad, smiled, opened another cabinet under the gun stand, took a short knife out of it after looking at it for a few times. "I don't know where Brad got it. There is no relevant brand logo on the short knife, so the system cannot determine what brand of weapon it is based on the database, and naturally cannot provide relevant weapon parameters." Jill did not ask Brad to prepare knives for herself. These knives were placed here by Brad as a backup just in case, so they were not placed on the table in front of Jill. Jill is relatively bad at close combat, so she doesn't have any special preferences. However, after going through the journey just now, Jill decided to bring a knife for close combat. It can't deal with the tyrant-type biochemical weapons and bullies. A little zombie is pretty good. Jill, who was ready to go, was about to ask Brad some questions. Boom! 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 A rhythmic and oppressive sound appeared in the direction of the door where Luo Guang and his 2 men came in. Luo Guang's first reaction was that the goddess of revenge was chasing after them. Luo Guang couldn't care about that much at this time. He used both hands to directly pick up the loaded G17 pistol and a box of 9mm bullets on the table in front of him. Then he swiped away from the direction of the door he came in and asked quickly, "Which is the back door?" In addition to the blue rusty iron door that came in, there are 2 doors in the house, one red and one black. Neither door has a slogan on it. Luo Guang doesn't want to choose the wrong door and waste important time and then open it and find out it's the bathroom. Black door. Brad also heard the voice outside the door, and naturally understood the identity of the uninvited guest outside the door. He had been chased by the nemesis before. After successfully getting rid of the enemy, he immediately found a way to contact Jill to gather at the safe house and escape from Raccoon City. Regarding Luo Guang's behavior, Brad quickly reacted and shouted to Jill and Luo Guang. Brad, who once left Jill and others behind because of fear of zombies and fled in a helicopter, had some determination in his eyes. "I succeeded once, and I can do it this time too." Brad cheered for himself in his heart. Even with the addition of Jill, Brad didn't think he could defeat the Furies with just the weapons he had here. Although she thought that Nemesis would lose her sensitivity just because she was tall, Brad initially thought about escaping to avoid being pursued by Nemesis, but failed. No matter how he escaped, the goddess of revenge would always find him. At that time, Brad himself had not been able to recover his lost physical strength. In the end, Brad burst out with great will to survive and dealt with Nemesis. Finally, he successfully caused Nemesis to suspend her activities by detonating the explosives found left by the police. At this time, there was still a little explosive left, and they just lacked some more powerful weapons, so Brad took the remaining explosive to the safe house. Therefore, Brad was not innocently thinking of sacrificing himself to delay the enemy at this time. As for Luo Guang, who was not the target of the goddess of revenge, he would naturally choose to run away when encountering such an insurmountable biological weapon. Therefore, Brad didn't care about Luo Guang's escape. This is human nature. This is Brad's understanding of why Luo Guang reacted so quickly. Because Luo Guang was brought by Gil, it is very likely that Luo Guang had met a tyrant, which would explain why Luo Guang, a civilian, had such a big reaction after hearing the footsteps. When Jill saw that Brad, who had left everyone behind during the mansion incident and ran away, immediately wanted to cover herself and Luo Guang as they left, her red lips slightly opened, but in the end she didn't say anything. Time was running out, and with a twist of his head, Gil was about to leave the safe house with Luo Guang. After hearing Brad's words, Luo Guang immediately ran towards the black door. With a push of his left hand, he climbed over the sofa, flew across the smooth table, rolled around on the ground to relieve his pressure, and soon arrived in front of the black door. In order to prevent someone from killing someone by opening the door, Luo Guang directly opened the door with force, took aim with his gun, and then poked his head out to quickly check whether there were any zombies ambushing him. Safe. After Luo Guang confirmed it was safe, he immediately turned back to confirm the situation. Brad roared to attract the attention of the goddess of revenge, and then he raised his guns without hesitation and kept pulling the triggers. Since the mission target was anxious to die, the goddess of revenge would not let go of the SCRS member in front of her. She protected her head and eyes with her left hand, and with her right shoulder facing the direction of Brad, who was not escaping, she rushed towards him. Luo Guang did not stay long. After confirming that the goddess of revenge did not target him and Gil, he hurriedly waved Gil to leave. However, within a few steps of leaving the safe house, Jill said to Luo Guang, "This tyrant's target is probably me. It will become more dangerous for you to follow me." What Jill originally wanted to ask Brad was about the tyrant-type biochemical weapon that was chasing her. Maybe it was just a woman's intuition, but Jill felt that when the tyrant crashed into the safe house, his eyes were instantly on her. Most zombies move slowly, and as long as they avoid the close attack, it is nothing compared to the threat of the tyrant tracking behind them. Jill thought to herself, and only after careful consideration did she take the initiative to propose separate actions. Luo Guang pretended not to understand what the tyrant meant, but time was tight, so he could only simply advise, "Tyrant? But no matter what, if we act together, there will always be support. Jill made up her mind, shook her head, and spoke clearly in a few words. She told Luo Guang his guess and told Luo Guang to go to the police station for help before running towards the safe house without looking back. Luo Guang's hand that wasn't holding the gun stretched out in the direction where Jill left. Wait, before he finished speaking, a roar came from behind. Luo Guang didn't pause for a moment. When he heard a sound from behind him, he drew his knife and pressed it, popping out the sharp dagger. He turned around and looked at the zombie walking slowly in front of him with his body weighing less than a pound. Perhaps he was a little annoyed by Jill's behavior of returning to die. Luo Guang moved his wrist and quickly took a few steps in the direction of the zombie. He got close to the zombie and dodged sideways to avoid the expected attack. In front of the eyes of the charging zombie was a telescopic dagger that had been waiting for him. Insert, with a twist of the wrist. Then the right hand holding the gun gently pushed the zombie aside with the muzzle of the gun, and pulled out the telescopic dagger. The zombie collapsed and fell behind Luo Guang, who was walking out of the alley. Finally, I don't have to pretend anymore. Looking at another zombie staggering towards Luo Guang put down his disguise, but he was thinking about something else. Although the system didn't speak, Luo Guang vaguely felt that the system was exercising its right to remain silent, rather than not responding to his words. The sound of fighting began to faintly come from the alley behind him, pulling Luo Guang's thoughts back to more urgent things. Facing the zombie in front of him, Luo Guang simply kicked the zombie's knee, then went around behind the zombie and put the knife into it from the position of the ear. As long as you learn the skills, it will become very simple to deal with these zombies that have no intelligence and can't run much. I'm getting more and more skilled. Thinking this, Luo Guang quickly left the alley, then hid behind a broken-down car and looked forward. According to Luo Guang's original plan, after replenishing food and water and possible weapons and ammunition, he would hurry to escape from Raccoon City, which was about to be razed to the ground. Firearms are used to deal with biological and chemical weapons, and food and water are prepared for escaping from Raccoon City. Raccoon City, originally just a small border town, was selected by Umbrella Corporation for a huge investment in modernization because it was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and only one side led to the outside world. Raccoon City has become an industrial city with a permanent population of over 100,000. In order to ensure the secrecy of biological and chemical virus experiments, Raccoon City is far away from other cities. If there is no food and water, Luo Guang cannot guarantee that he can support himself to walk to other human settlements. It would be too uncomfortable if he was not bitten to death by zombies but starved to death or died of thirst. Luo Guang is making the worst plan. Escaping from Raccoon City is just a small goal for Luo Guang now. There was food and water in the SRS safe house built by Brad, but because the goddess of vengeance came too quickly, and the shelf of food and water was in the opposite direction of the black escape door, but closer to another red door, Luo Guang had no time to get the food and water and hurriedly fled the safe house. When Jill decided to separate from him, Luo Guang was not going to persuade Jill. Luo Guang knew the danger of the goddess of vengeance, and few people around the protagonist were still alive. It was just that with Jill's help, Luo Guang obtained a lot of weapons and supplies. Out of gratitude, Luo Guang just wanted to remind Jill to leave Raccoon City as soon as possible. But the other party hurried to the safe house after speaking, and it seemed that he should go back to help Brad. In the context of the biochemical crisis, Luo Guang naturally would not do the kind of behavior of shouting, so naturally he could not say it, but Luo Guang no longer felt that he owed the other party a favor. Now, his original plan was half completed, and the remaining food and water were missing. Luo Guang thought so, and suddenly he remembered that he was still missing an important item for leaving Raccoon City: a map. Because Luo Guang did not inherit the memory of the Umbrella employee who was also called Luo Guang when he came to this world, Luo Guang had no idea about the terrain and buildings of Raccoon City. Because he did not inherit the memory, even when he met Jill, Luo Guang could not help but be grateful for the 9 years of compulsory education he had received, which allowed him to communicate with the other party in English. Back to the plan, in order to find supplies and leave Raccoon City, Luo Guang added a new priority goal to his plan, which was to find a map of Raccoon City. Unlike the world where Luo Guang originally lived, where everyone had a mobile phone and could open the navigation anytime and anywhere, Luo Guang in this era could only find a paper version of the map. Of course, there are some electronic map devices, but obviously those things have not been popularized in this era. Maybe there may be some in Umbrella, but Luo Guang at this time did not know where to find Umbrella's facilities. Therefore, considering that local people basically do not have local city maps, Luo Guang set his sights on public facilities or administrative facilities, which may have tourist maps of Raccoon City. As a second choice, Luo Guang can also go to the subway station to see if he can determine the direction and location based on the route map in the subway station. At this time, Luo Guang had no map, so he could only find his destination based on the road signs on the side of the road. After leaving the alley, Luo Guang had only one road sign in his sight, and the information written on it, RPD Youth Activity Center, was exactly what Luo Guang needed. Judging from the size of the road sign, there should be a place name, but it has been covered by black and red liquid. RPD is the abbreviation of the Raccoon Police Department. The RPD Youth Activity Center should be a public facility similar to the Children's Palace, so there might be some supplies there, Luo Guang thought so, but at this time, under the road sign, the road to the RPD Youth Activity Center was blocked by dozens of zombies. If he used a pistol, Luo Guang was still confident that he could handle it, but now Luo Guang was a little nostalgic for the fire axe that he dropped. That thing could split a person's head in one go. As long as he controlled the distance and split the Onetamini situation into multiple webtoon situations, it would be good to use the fire axe to deal with this situation. After all, the attack distance was much farther than the telescopic dagger in his hand, which was more conducive to Luo Guang pulling the zombies and defeating them one by one. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Fortunately, when Luo Guang came to this Raccoon City, it was already September 28th. After the blasting operation under the command of the deputy director on September 24th, a large number of zombies attracted by the sound were concentrated and eliminated, which made the streets of Raccoon City not so crowded now. Otherwise, Luo Guang would definitely not have the idea of fighting the zombies who were good at human wave tactics. According to the road sign, turn right at the intersection in front of you and enter Huajia. The RPD Youth Activity Center should be nearby, so if you want to get to the RPD Youth Activity Center as soon as possible, you have to fight these zombies first. But if Luo Guang chooses to fight with dozens of zombies in front of him, it will take a lot of time, and it is hard to say what will happen during this period. In addition, Jill's fight in the alley is still going on. Luo Guang thinks he must get away from here as soon as possible to avoid being involved. Luo Guang looked around and found that there was an alley on the other side of the road, which led to the direction roughly consistent with the direction of the RPD Youth Activity Center. Soon, Luo Guang made a decision in his mind and took action immediately. He crossed the road in a few steps and flashed into the alley. The fire did not spread in the alley. Garbage was everywhere, but there was no buzzing of flies. Compared with the mixed sounds on the street, the alley was very quiet, just like the Raccoon City before the biochemical crisis broke out, quiet and full of crime. Luo Guang held the telescopic dagger in his left hand at a right angle in front of his body, and held the G17 pistol with only one magazine in his right hand on his left wrist. At the SARS safe house, Luo Guang only had time to pick up the loaded G17 pistol and a box of 9mm bullets. The box was full and Luo Guang had stuffed it into his backpack. The G17 pistol Brad chose was indeed suitable for Luo Guang's Asian hand shape. Without adjusting the grip of the gun, Luo Guang's palm could fit the grip of the gun very well. However, the barrel of this G17 pistol was short, which made Luo Guang worry that it was not powerful enough to penetrate the zombies whose skulls had not yet softened. There were still streetlights in the alley, emitting a faint light, but it finally allowed Luo Guang to see things clearly. The system also mentioned at the right time that it had a way to improve Luo Guang's photosensitivity, allowing him to see clearly like a cat in darker places, but Luo Guang was worried that the explosion or other reasons would cause the sudden strong light to hurt his eyes, so he temporarily refused the system's help. Walking lightly, sticking to the wall on the left, after passing a large trash can on the right, Luo Guang suddenly turned right and aimed his pistol at the side of the large trash can. This was Luo Guang's blind spot. In addition, Luo Guang also noticed the black and red traces of blood flowing on the ground, so he was prepared. What Luo Guang saw was a half-dead body. The badge with the 3 words RPD on the arm of his clothes was very conspicuous. It was a policeman from the Raccoon City Police Department. Luo Guang frowned, both for the pity of the police's experience and for his inability to determine what biological and chemical weapons caused such damage. Only half of the body was left in front of him, as if it had been torn apart by a huge force, but Luo Guang did not see any traces around, no claw marks, no marks of beating, etc. Luo Guang exhaled a foul breath. In the absence of gloves and poles, for hygiene reasons, Luo Guang still did not consider touching the body to see if there were any weapons or bullets. The body had no weapons in its hands, and the police belt flew away. It was just that the death of the body made Luo Guang feel uneasy. The unknown was the most terrifying. Luo Guang was about to leave this place of trouble, and suddenly something flashed in his peripheral vision. Being alert to the sudden mutation of the body, Luo Guang just moved a little closer. It was a key, lying quietly next to the body. Without thinking too much, or some kind of instinct to pick up the props when seeing them, Luo Guang quickly reached out to pick up the key, and then quickly pulled away from the body. The body did not suddenly jump up, which made Luo Guang feel relieved. After reflecting on his careless behavior just now, Luo Guang looked at the key in his hand. There was no sign or car logo on it. Luo Guang didn't know what the key was for, but after all, he got it from the police, and the RPD Youth Activity Center he was going to was also connected to the police, so Luo Guang decided to take the key with him. After calming down, Luo Guang walked a few steps forward and came to its shaped intersection. According to the location of the RPD Youth Activity Center, Luo Guang had to turn left. He dodged and looked at the alleys on both sides. There were zombies guarding the road, but the number was much less than on the road. In the case of facing the enemy on one side, Luo Guang could still solve the enemy by pulling, but because there were enemies on both sides, Luo Guang had to keep an eye on the zombies wandering aimlessly in the alleys on the other side. After checking the items on his body again, Luo Guang switched the weapons in his left and right hands. He held the telescopic dagger in his right hand and moved his wrist. When the zombie in the left alley closest to him turned his back to Luo Guang rushed out. There were a lot of debris on the ground, such as discarded paper, so instead of keeping an eye on the situation under his feet and walking behind the zombies, Luo Guang chose to sprint more directly. When the nearest zombie heard the footsteps and turned his head, a telescopic dagger was accurately inserted into the zombie's eye socket. As before, he turned the dagger to ensure that the zombie's brain was destroyed before pulling it out. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Without stopping, while the first zombie was still falling, Luo Guang had already chosen the next target. He kicked the zombie on the left to the zombie behind him, and then the reaction force leaned back to avoid the zombie rushing from the right. At the same time, the retracted foot attacked again, crossing the attack path of the zombie on the right, and tripped the zombie on the right to the ground. After stepping hard on the spine of the zombie on the right, Luo Guang took a few steps forward, stepped on the zombie that was still struggling to get up, and used his right hand twice to kill the two zombies. Luo Guang thought about it, turned around and finished off the zombie whose spine was broken by Luo Guang, while observing the zombies in the alley on the other side with his peripheral vision. Perhaps because the alley was narrow and the tall walls on both sides allowed the sound to spread farther, the zombies in the alley on the other side noticed the situation on Luo Guang's side and were walking towards Luo Guang with staggering steps. After confirming that the zombies on the other side would not pose a threat to him, Luo Guang was about to walk out of the alley along the road. Adapter, the destination is on the right. Ha! Luo Guang walked to its shaped intersection again, went straight and turned right, and suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind, saying something similar to the navigation voice, and was slightly stunned. With the system's reminder, Luo Guang saw a signpost for the RPD Youth Activity Center on the wall of the alley where he turned right. This sign appeared in Luo Guang's peripheral vision, but Luo Guang did not notice it. Instead, the careful system noticed the sign and knew that Luo Guang was planning to leave the alley, so it reminded him. Thank you. As a polite, civilized, and new-style person, Luo Guang thanked the system and turned right into the alley on the other side. This alley is much wider than the previous one, and there is no debris on both sides, so it can accommodate a car. To Luo Guang's surprise, unlike his impression that the Children's Palace is always on the side of the road, the RPD Youth Activity Center is actually surrounded by other buildings. Unlike the other weak street lights in the alley, there are two bright wall lamps at the entrance of the RPD Youth Activity Center, which made Luo Guang notice the building at once. Looking at the sign above the closed door that read RPD Youth Activity Center, Luo Guang nodded silently. We have arrived. Luo Guang did not rush in, but observed the surroundings to get more information. There was no blood or corpses on the roads or walls around, and no shells were scattered on the ground. It seemed that there had been no fighting at the door. Luo Guang inferred that after the disaster, no one came here to avoid zombies, or to be conservative, this place had not been attacked by zombies. However, this was only the situation outside. It was possible that the RPD Youth Activity Center was already a purgatory, so Luo Guang did not let down his guard easily, but tried to push the door open more carefully. As expected, it could not be pushed open, and the door was tightened. At this time, Luo Guang thought of the key he had picked up before. With the mood of trying it out, Luo Guang changed the weapons in his left and right hands again. He held the telescopic dagger with his middle finger, ring finger, and little finger of his left hand, and inserted the key with his index finger and thumb into the keyhole of the door. The size fits, but Luo Guang did not turn the key immediately. He put his right hand holding the gun close to his waist, slightly away from the door, turned right about 30 degrees and aimed the muzzle of the pistol at the gap that was about to open. This action was not taught by the system, but Luo Guang learned it from watching movies and TV series. After watching the movie, Luo Guang also checked the authenticity and practicality of this action. Putting the pistol back close to the waist is to prevent the extended pistol from being taken away by others. In close range, the pistol close to the waist can also remain stable and give close enemies enough blows. Because the pistol is close to the waist, Luo Guang's action is not to prevent zombies, but humans, so there is no need to aim at the head. After getting ready, Luo Guang slowly turned the key. With a click, the lock of the door was opened by Luo Guang. Before pushing the door open, Luo Guang listened to the sound first, and after confirming that there were no other sounds behind the door and around, he gently pushed open the door of the RPD Youth Activity Center. The building was still quiet, with only the creaking sound of the door being pushed. Luo Guang did not rush in, but aimed his gun along the view revealed by the door. There might be people, but no zombies, Luo Guang judged in his heart based on what he saw. The house was brightly lit, so someone must have come to open it. That person might still be hiding in the building. The reason why the lights were not turned off was that humans needed more light than zombies, which meant that the lights were only for zombies. Otherwise, if a dark place suddenly became bright, it would distract people instantly and they would not be able to respond to the attack immediately. At the same time, Luo Guang looked all the way and found that there were no signs of fighting, just like outside. For the time being, it can be confirmed that this place has not been attacked by zombies. The hall is basically safe. Luo Guang did not relax his vigilance, and quickly slipped in, turned his body 180 degrees, and aimed his gun behind the door. Safe. After Luo Guang confirmed that it was safe, he took out the key to the door and slipped into the building. Because he had developed a good habit, Luo Guang habitually locked the door. Luo Guang came to the front desk of the RPD Youth Activity Center. When he scanned the front desk to see if there were any maps or other useful materials, he suddenly heard a sound like glass breaking. Luo Guang immediately became alert. Although the world is not the end of the world and human morality has not collapsed, people are also good and bad. Who in Raccoon City at this time says that zombies must be more terrible than humans? Don't forget that this biochemical crisis is a man-made disaster. Luo Guang, who has been influenced by major games, movies, and novels, naturally has a deep understanding of the true teachings. At this moment, he is not excited about meeting possible survivors. Speaking of which, it is better to meet the protagonists. At least most of them are great and glorious characters. Luo Guang thought to himself, pointing his gun in the direction of the sound, listening to the movement vigilantly. The hall was quiet again. Luo Guang kept his composure and did not easily think that it was a mouse hitting the glass and falling to the ground to make a sound. To be honest, unless the mouse was panicking, Luo Guang had never seen many times that mice knock things down since he was a child. At this moment, this situation is too coincidental, so Luo Guang will not let down his guard. The other party made a noise and lost the initiative, but Luo Guang was not familiar with this place, so he chose a corner position, hid behind the pillar, and showed half of his body to aim at the passage in the direction of the sound. Perhaps because he was exposed and fell into silence, which made him feel uneasy, the other party was the first to lose his temper. Not long after, Luo Guang heard the sound of the door opening, and then a sound rang out. "Frank?" The voice was a bit far away, and Luo Guang could not hear it clearly. He didn't know whether it was a man or a woman, and could only barely hear that it was a person's name. Frank? Luo Guang thought of the half-corpse. The corpse held the key here. It was indeed very likely that he knew the people here, and then he needed to leave temporarily to find support or for other things, and finally lost his life. After thinking about it, the other party did not seem to have any malicious intentions. Instead, he was in a passive defensive state, so Luo Guang aimed at the passage where the sound came from and walked slowly. "Anyone here?" Luo Guang didn't want to be shot dead by others as a zombie, so he replied. The other party did not respond immediately, but instead closed the door as his first reaction. "Who is it?" The voice was even less clear through the door. Fortunately, Luo Guang had already walked into the passage and did not miss the sound. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Survivor. Luo Guang felt that no identity was more suitable than this word at this time. The other party's situation should be the same as his own. Luo Guang's words will make the other party feel that Luo Guang is in the same position as himself, which can better shorten the distance between the two parties. Why do you have the key to this place? The other party was still asking, maybe because they were in the house and worried that Luo Guang couldn't hear clearly, so the other party turned up the volume a little more. It's just that the sound insulation in the room is pretty good. As for the sounds Luo Guang heard outside the room, they were still relatively quiet and he needed to listen carefully. Unknowingly, Luo Guang had touched the door outside the room where the other party was hiding. The other party spoke again and Luo Guang immediately found the room. There was a police officer who was injured and died. In order to make the other party think that Luo Guang was not approaching, Luo Guang spoke in a slightly lower voice. Before Luo Guang finished speaking, the other party opened the door. As soon as he came out, he bumped into Luo Guang, who was waiting at the door. Luo Guang had quick eyes and quick hands, and as if by coincidence, he hit the opponent's right wrist with his hand, knocking the pistol off the opponent's hand and falling to the ground. Luo Guang did not bend down to pick up the opponent's pistol and point it at the opponent. Instead, he stood and pointed his own pistol at the opponent intentionally or unintentionally. He probably hit his head. The other person covered his head with one hand and supported the ground with the other. He looked up at Luo Guang with a nervous look on his face. He caught sight of the pistol pointed at him. He was about to raise his pistol when he realized that he was holding it in his hand. Already empty. Do you know the policeman who died? Luo Guang saw the other person looking at him with nervousness and fear. He knew that the other person was frightened by him, but Luo Guang did not threaten him. The two sides were not considered enemies at this time, so Luo Guang first mentioned what the other party cared about and asked. When the other party heard Luo Guang's question, a trace of anxiety and sadness flashed across his nervous face, and he replied, "He is my brother. Please forgive me, and please understand my caution." Luo Guang put away his weapon. Since the other party did not seem malicious or threatening, Luo Guang picked up the other party's pistol, but did not reach out to pull the other party up. The other party looked at his pistol and was about to say something when Luo Guang said first, "Your gun belongs to your brother, right?" After Luo Guang picked up the gun, he took a closer look. The model was similar to his own gun. The information given by the system was Beretta 92FS, which is an improved version of the M92F pistol in Luo Guang's hand. The other party's gun was engraved with the initials FK. Considering the relationship between the other party and the police, he guessed that it was a weapon given to her by her brother for self-defense. Although it may be fake, Luo Guang thought that if the other party's first sound was frank, Luo Guang did not speak at that time, so there was no point in the other parties acting for the zombies. On the contrary, it would attract the zombies and expose them at the same time. Own position. Coupled with the fact that the other party rushed out unprepared after hearing that the police officer was injured, Luo Guang's suspicion was dispelled. "Yes." The other party replied cautiously. Luo Guang, who looked at the other party, thought for a moment, turned off the safety, and handed the gun to the other party. Perhaps because of the shock of losing a loved one, the other person's face was still filled with sadness. He was even more cautious when he took the gun handed over by Luo Guang, and then held the gun in his arms. If this is a performance, he is also a ruthless person who can win awards. Luo Guang thought in his heart. He did not remove the gun in his hand, but said this, "My name is Luo Guang. I am here to find someone. Raccoon City maps and other supplies. My name is Lin." After the other party said her name, she hugged the pistol her brother gave her tightly, and then asked, "Did my brother say anything at the end? How was he injured?" "I don't know how he was injured." Luo Guang seemed to be recalling the situation at that time. He paused, but in the end he thought it was better not to tell her about her brother's death and continued. He finally turned the key tremblingly. "Just tell me about the youth center and leave." "Really?" Lin was not asking rhetorically, nor was she questioning Luo Guang's statement. She just couldn't help but recall her brother, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. "Are you the only one here?" Luo Guang frowned. If the girl in front of him couldn't cheer up, she would be fatal in this hell. "Yes, my brother took me here not long after those monsters appeared in large numbers, and then he went out to look for rescue." The other party didn't finish his words and was a little choked with sobs. "Is there a map of Raccoon City here?" Luo Guang did not comfort him immediately. The other party nodded and told Luo Guang where the map was. Looking at the girl who was still sobbing, Luo Guang sighed and encouraged, "Your brother left to protect you. You should live well, so that you don't live up to your brother." Luo Guang did not turn his back to Lin, but looked at her and walked backwards. The map was in the drawer at the front desk. This reminded Lin that when her brother went to search for rescue, he looked at him with reluctance, worried about her, and finally left slowly. Lin knew in her heart that Luo Guang was not her brother, but she still moved her feet unconsciously, and couldn't help shouting the words that her brother didn't shout when he left, "Don't leave me." Luo Guang stopped when he heard the other party's words, nodded and motioned for the other party to follow. The two walked back to the front desk side by side. Before Luo Guang could say anything, he opened a drawer on the right side of the front desk and took out the map. The map was still new. Under the light, Luo Guang found the way out in no time. Lin saw where Luo Guang's finger was and asked, "Luo, are you looking for a way to leave Raccoon City?" "Yes." Luo Guang did not deny this. It would be better if the other party had the same idea as him, which meant that both parties had common interests. It was not as credible as common interests for two strangers to talk about love at first sight. The highways and ordinary intercity roads were either blocked by cars or blocked by regulations. My brother originally planned to take me out of Raccoon City and then come back here for support. Lin did not finish her words, but Luo Guang knew that she meant that the two of them had to return to Raccoon City to hide and seek support because of this. Noticing a word in Lin's words, Luo Guang asked, "Control? Is it the military?" Lin wiped her tears and said, "It should be the National Guard. They received military orders to control the scale of the disaster and wait for the arrival of the regular army. Because they didn't know how those monsters appeared, the National Guard didn't dare to let us leave, but let us return home temporarily and wait for the situation to calm down." Later, because the city council had no news after his speech, my brother thought about whether he could leave through the police. Then can only take the railway or the air route. Luo Guang directly abandoned the plan of taking the 11th route and riding a two-wheeled vehicle, and said in a low voice. Although Luo Guang didn't know the plot of the biochemical crisis by heart, he always had some impression that the main group basically left by these two methods. Didn't a middle-parted man and a female college student drive into Raccoon City? Some people may say so, but that was the way into the city. The two took advantage of the gap between the military blockade to enter the city. Luo Guang and his companions needed to leave Raccoon City. If they found a car to go in the opposite direction, they might not even be able to leave the city. Luo Guang did not want to gamble whether he could find a usable car after reaching the outskirts of Raccoon City. The subway has a route that goes directly outside. Lin said on the side. Yes, but the subway train on that route is a death train. Luo Guang thought so in his heart, but it was difficult to say it directly. However, he understood that the reason why the subway train was destroyed was because it carried Jill, who was being tracked by the goddess of vengeance. What if Jill did not get on the train in the end? Luo Guang suddenly wanted to try to see how big a storm this little butterfly could stir up in this Raccoon City. Let's give it a try. With some calculations in mind, Luo Guang whispered to himself. Luo, what did you just say? Lin saw Luo Guang's mouth move, but she didn't understand what Luo Guang said. Nothing. Luo Guang's words to himself just now were spoken in Chinese, and this time he spoke back to English. Then let's go to the subway station to have a look. Luo Guang's finger moved on the map and suddenly stopped at a place, Raccoon City Central Subway Station. This subway station is the closest to us, let's try our luck there. Lin nodded and didn't object. Luo Guang glanced at Lin, who was here obediently following his brother's advice, and now wanted to leave. From Lin's perspective, it was not because she had no feelings for her brother, and her previous tears were not fake. Her brother had passed away, and if she hid here, she would not be rescued anyway. Lin had heard the announcement of the city council, but she would not believe a word of that announcement. And the city council did not issue any more announcements afterwards, which made Lin believe that the Raccoon City government was unable to solve this disaster, so she could only save herself. Lin didn't disobey her brother, but this time, it was Lin who walked in front and survived with her brother. Luo Guang watched Lin hug the pistol her brother left her with a little force, and suddenly thought of something. Luo Guang then asked, "Can you use a gun?" "My brother taught me, I can use it, but my accuracy is not very good." Lin made it clear that you can't count on her to shoot. Unless it's an emergency, it's better not to use a gun. Those zombies have good hearing. Their combat effectiveness is not strong individually, but it's not easy to deal with them in large numbers. Luo Guang told Lin some of his own experience. Although Lin couldn't compare with Jill in terms of strength or combat skills, as long as the method was appropriate, simple unknown combat was still easy to learn. Having said that, Luo Guang didn't expect the other party to provide much combat effectiveness. It would be good if he could provide some other help without dragging his feet. After all, Technical talents will always have a place to use their skills. Okay. Lin nodded obediently and asked, "Are we ready to go? Luo, do you want to take a break first? I think it's safe here for the time being. Are there any supplies? Weapons, food, water, etc." Luo Guang remembered his original plan. This time, there was no goddess of vengeance to disrupt the situation, and Luo Guang obtained supplies very smoothly. Under the leadership of Lin, he smashed a vending machine that was out of power and harvested a table of food and drinking water. There was no room for more, so Luo Guang chose to eat 60% full with Lin first to digest some of the food that could not be taken away, and then selectively put the food and drinking water on the table into their respective backpacks and shoulder bags. Lin's shoulder bag was sky blue. Luo Guang originally advised Lin to change to a backpack with a larger capacity that would not swing around if she had the chance in the future. But after hearing Lin say that this backpack was a birthday gift from her brother, Luo Guang fell silent and stopped persuading her. He just asked Lin to adjust the tightness of the shoulder strap of the shoulder bag to at least ensure that it would not affect her escape and not sway left and right when she ran. Although I have come to this dangerous place, I still can't be as cold and ruthless as the people in the end times. Looking at Lin, who was adjusting the shoulder strap of the shoulder bag in front of him, Luo Guang thought so. It has not been long since Luo Guang came to this world, and he still has the Sanhao style of the peacetime era, so he did not have the idea of abandoning the other party. However, since they met, he has maintained a certain degree of caution and vigilance. After all, I just said that her brother gave me the key. So it seems that it was not her brother who asked me to take care of her? I was just making up a lie. Luo Guang, who was in a dilemma, looked at Lin, who was adjusting the tightness of the shoulder strap, and found an excuse for his behavior. It is easy to feel sleepy after eating, and it is not suitable for exercise. After resting for a while, the two began to act. Leaving the RPD Youth Activity Center, the two walked side by side. Luo Guang did not choose to walk in front to protect Lin, but kept a short distance from Lin, showing a mutual cover, and also to take the other's actions into consideration. Neither of them had received professional training, so the movements and formations did not look professional, but this was the best solution the system gave Luo Guang. Whether it was to rescue the other party or abandon the other party, the system made an analysis plan for Luo Guang. In fact, the system judged that Lin was a burden who had no combat power and could not keep up with Luo Guang's pace. When Luo Guang was resting, it suggested that Luo Guang act alone, which was better than teaming up with a burden. When Luo Guang rejected the system, he said, because the other party has a brother who is a policeman, he has been trained in normal times and is not as weak as he looks. The system can only quantify the ability of Luo Guang as the host, but it can only see and judge other people through Luo Guang's eyes, so it can only confirm a rough range. During the meal, Luo Guang brought up the Chinese dinner table culture and talked to Lin about many things, including the influence of her brother on her. Therefore, in addition to daily exercise, Lin is also studying medicine and has certain medical knowledge. It is true that being bitten by a zombie will cause mutation, which makes the existing medical knowledge a bit useless when facing zombies. But Luo Guang obviously thought of more. There are car accident sites and explosion sites everywhere in Raccoon City. It can be said that the environment has become bad. It is possible to be accidentally scratched by exposed sharp objects while walking. The trust between people has not been completely destroyed, but there are still people who want to make trouble, and there is also the possibility of knife and gun and bullet injuries. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Having a quasi-doctor can make people feel more at ease. Luo Guang persuaded. Lin was talking most of the time during the meal, and Luo Guang was also happy to be a good listener, which could avoid leaking his own information while obtaining the other party's information. Finally, after Luo Guang rejected the system's suggestion to use Lin as a shield, the system had no choice but to make plans based on Luo Guang's decision. Back to Luo Guang and the other person. At this time, the two had left the alley and came to the street, hiding on both sides of the same scrapped car. Just like what Luo Guang saw before, it was still the same purgatory-like scene on Earth. Luo Guang adapted to it quickly, and even did not feel disgusted at all, which made Luo Guang wonder if he was a cold-blooded animal. Luo Guang didn't know that this was actually all due to the system adjustment, but the system didn't tell Luo Guang about this, and it didn't always turn on this ability, so Luo Guang didn't find anything strange. Luo Guang, who didn't know this, took a look at Lin's situation. Lin frowned and covered her mouth and nose with one hand, seeming to be a little nauseous, but in the end she didn't have any intense reaction. After more than 10 seconds, although Lin still looked uncomfortable, she finally adjusted herself and stopped covering her mouth and nose with her hands. Such performance made Luo Guang change his opinion of this girl who always looked like she was about to cry. Lin saw Luo Guang looking at her, shook her head, and made a gesture she had just learned: forward. Forward, stop, retreat. These were the gestures that Luo Guang had to learn temporarily, and Lin had been exposed to them before because of her brother, so she learned them quickly. However, Luo Guang took into account the situation of the two, so he only chose these three simple and useful gestures. Luo Guang nodded and checked the situation behind and on both sides again. There were no zombies on the left and right sides, but there were zombies in the back, and there were quite a few of them, but they were blocked by three vehicles that collided and caught fire. I don't know if there was still some instinct. The zombies on the other side were slightly away from the flames. Luo Guang turned his sight to the front again. At this time, a group of zombies were sitting together in the middle of the main road in front of them, eating, pulling, tearing, and fighting with their hands. There were passages on both sides that could be passed, but they were relatively narrow. Isn't this the standard forced split action? Luo Guang saw at a glance that if this situation was in the game, it would be the kind of environment that would cause trouble. It is also feasible for the two to walk on one side at the same time, but Luo Guang was worried that if there were zombies ambushing in front to attack, it would be difficult to avoid it with someone behind him. In addition, Luo Guang had always wanted to avoid showing his back to Lin, whom he had just met. As for letting Lin walk in front, Luo Guang couldn't do it. The relationship between the two was not that of a superior and subordinate relationship, so Luo Guang couldn't force Lin to walk in front to open the way. Let's go around separately. Lin squatted carefully and walked to Luo Guang's side, whispering, "This flag." Luo Guang was a little speechless for a while, and couldn't help thinking that the people he saw along the way were like NPCs, and they would not do anything that was not dangerous, just like Jill went back to PK with the goddess of vengeance, which was a little difficult for Luo Guang, who had seen many horror movies, to understand. However, Lin's suggestion was not bad for Luo Guang. Anyway, his initial supply plan had been completed, and it would not be so embarrassing for the other party to speak up. Thinking so in his heart, Luo Guang's face was hesitant. His face was tangled for a while, and finally nodded and said, "Be careful." After that, the two did not communicate more and started to act. Luo Guang's side was very smooth, and the accident was naturally on Lin's side. Just as Lin was carefully avoiding the scattered car parts on the ground, a zombie hiding under the car suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin's feet that were about to land. Because Lin was paying attention to the situation on the ground, she reacted quickly. She kicked her back foot and stepped forward a short distance, successfully avoiding the grab. However, after landing, because of the excessive force, Lin's body swayed, and her palm slapped on the car door. I don't know if it was because the car was thin, but the sound was unexpectedly loud. As if time had stopped, Luo Guang and Lin stopped moving. The zombies who were eating and drinking were interrupted. They received the signal for a meal, swayed and stood up, instinctively followed the direction of the sound, and looked in the direction of Lin with their white eyes. Seeing that the zombies were attracted by Lin, Luo Guang did not speak, but observed the other party's reaction. Lin saw many zombies looking at her, and her heart tightened and she was stunned. "Damn it!" Luo Guang cursed in a low voice. "Run, gather at the subway station." After Luo Guang shouted at Lin, he was considered to have done his best and ran away. After Luo Guang's loud roar, Lin finally woke up from her fear. Looking at the zombies that were attracted by Luo Guang's roar, she realized that she had implicated Luo Guang. Because the road conditions were bad, Luo Guang focused all his attention on his feet and did not look back to confirm the situation. However, he vaguely heard Lin's response, probably because the other party was no longer standing still and started to run for his life. As long as they were not surrounded, most types of zombies were relatively easy to deal with. Lin was in a position where there was a car blocking the zombies eating in the middle of the road, so Lin had a good chance of escaping successfully. Luo Guang did not get too entangled with the zombies. He kicked the zombies blocking the road to the side. Without giving them any extra sight, Luo Guang bent down to avoid the zombies' waving hands and passed the zombies. The alley on the right. The system that recorded the map of Raccoon City through Luo Guang's eyes navigated for Luo Guang. Luo Guang did not slow down. He turned right, avoided the attack from the front, and ran into an alley. Maybe it was because the main road was more lively. Luo Guang found that there were always very few zombies in the alley. Without encountering many obstacles, after climbing over a wall, Luo Guang completely got rid of the zombies chasing him. If it was the traffic era before the time travel, this part of mine would have been included in a parkour collection and gained a lot of fans. Seeing that he had gotten rid of the enemy and there were no zombies ambushing him after he climbed over the wall, Luo Guang relaxed his tense nerves a little and his mind wandered off. Just when Luo Guang wanted to take a break while he was temporarily safe, a huge sound suddenly sounded, and Luo Guang vaguely heard a familiar shouting and cursing. Luo Guang took the G17 pistol and carefully left the alley where he was. As soon as he got out of the alley, he saw a pretty lady in a blue tube top rolling on the ground with a gray face. Luo? After rolling a few times and coughing a few times, Jill, who was about to get up, saw Luo Guang and was a little surprised. When Luo Guang was about to reply, he was interrupted by a roar without giving face. This time Luo Guang heard the meaning of the roar very clearly. STARS. SARS. Just as Luo Guang expected, the target of the tyrant named Goddess of Vengeance is the members of the SARS team who participated in the mansion incident. And because most of the SARS members who survived the mansion incident have left Raccoon City, the first to bear the brunt are naturally Jill and Brad, who have stayed in Raccoon City to secretly investigate Umbrella Corporation after the mansion incident. In addition to killing people to silence them, the members of the SARS team who once defeated the mansion tyrant are the best test subjects for the Goddess of Vengeance developed by the European branch. This is an opportunity for the researchers of the European branch of Umbrella Corporation to prove that they are more powerful and reliable than William Birkin and Albert Weskier of the American Arkley Research Institute. Perhaps because Jill called Luo Guang, the Goddess of Vengeance directly identified Luo Guang as Jill's teammate, so her eyes flashed and included Luo Guang in the attack. The Goddess of Vengeance stretched out her left hand, which had turned into a cluster of tentacles, and the tentacles shot at Luo Guang and Jill like spears. Fuck! Luo Guang, who had originally planned to pretend to be scared and run to the side to watch the show and did not want to take action to avoid being attacked, cursed. While Luo Guang's cry of fuck was still echoing in the air, Luo Guang had already rolled over and avoided the Goddess of Vengeance's quick attack. Then Luo Guang, who was about to squat and counterattack, leaned to his side involuntarily and fell to the ground, barely avoiding the sweep of the Goddess of Vengeance's tentacles that had just stabbed out. Thank you. Luo Guang knew that it was the system that helped him, causing his body to suddenly lose balance, so that he was lucky to avoid this attack. Although Jill was knocked away by the Goddess of Vengeance's attack and rolled several times, he seemed to be still alive and well to fight back, but Luo Guang did not want to try how strong the Goddess of Vengeance's attack was. The Goddess of Vengeance wanted to deal with the seemingly weaker Luo Guang first, and bring the situation back to a unknown with Jill. Because the tentacles swept towards Luo Guang, Jill found the opportunity to counterattack after dodging the attack. He fired several shots in a row and shot the bullets at the ugly face of the Goddess of Vengeance. Because the Goddess of Vengeance looked at Luo Guang, Jill's bullets did not hit the relatively soft eyes of the Goddess of Vengeance, so Jill's counterattack only struck the head of the Goddess of Vengeance, making a clanging sound. However, Jill's attack still successfully attracted the attention of the Goddess of Vengeance. After all, in the eyes of the Goddess of Vengeance, Jill's danger level is much higher than Luo Guang. When the Goddess of Vengeance was attracted by Jill's attack, Luo Guang immediately climbed up from the ground to avoid being passive. Because the Goddess of Vengeance attacked Luo Guang naturally didn't care about other things, or how to explain to the people of Umbrella later, and also shot the other party with his small pistol. As long as he was included in the hunting list, Luo Guang had to endure the pursuit of the Goddess of Vengeance. It seems that the Goddess of Vengeance is only hunting down the two people from SARS. That's because the people from SARS are the main targets of the Goddess of Vengeance, and those secondary targets that block the way, such as Luo Guang, have long been crushed by the Goddess of Vengeance. Although Luo Guang is nominally an intelligence officer of Umbrella Corporation, Luo Guang knows that those damn European branch researchers will not do anything after learning about such a situation, but will mock Luo Guang for being involved in it and will not hide from their own masterpiece. Indeed, if Luo Guang hides in the alley, the Goddess of Vengeance will not include Luo Guang in the hunting target, but that alley is a dead end, and there are already many zombies gathered on the other side of the wall, so Luo Guang must walk out of the alley to stay active, instead of falling into a passive state and praying that the battle between Jill and the Avengers will not affect him. Let's talk about the battle. Because Luo Guang was not used to using guns, and he had fired only a few times since he traveled through time, his shooting skills were very poor compared to Jill or ordinary policemen. At a distance of less than 20 meters, Luo Guang's 4 shots still missed the target, and the other 3 shots hit the bulletproof restraints on the body of the Goddess of Vengeance, tickling her. Luo Guang was actually aiming at the head of the Goddess of Vengeance. The Goddess of Vengeance had a good brain, and instantly analyzed the more threatening party from Jill and Luo Guang's respective shots, and retracted the tentacles and shot again, but this time the target was all on Jill. The goddess of vengeance lowered Luo Guang's threat to the lowest level. Jill dodged to the side, but because there were more tentacles this time than before, the G18 pistol in her hand was hit, and then the goddess of vengeance hit it hard, smashing it to pieces. Jill didn't have time to let her miss the sacrificed pistol. A shotgun was pulled out from behind, and a word of madfac was sprayed out with the sound of the shotgun. Bang! Click! Bang! Jill's target was not the main body of the goddess of vengeance, but 2 shots at the cluster of tentacles that stretched and gathered. Unlike the goddess of vengeance's hard head and bulletproof straitjacket, the tentacles were very soft and bulletproof to ensure their elasticity, so Jill broke nearly 1/3 of the tentacles in 2 shots, forcing the goddess of vengeance to quickly retract the tentacles. On the other side, Luo Guang asked the system to find the opponent's weaknesses while moving to the side, and Jill and the goddess of vengeance formed a pincer attack. Although the small pistol in Luo Guang's hand can only cause some damage to the enemy's head, as long as the opponent pays attention to protecting the weak point of the head, it can always play a certain containment role. It's just that there is no way to break the situation now. Although Luo Guang had been actively looking for a way to break the situation, he felt very puzzled at this time. He did not want to get involved in the story of the protagonist Tuan and others. As a result, he met Jill when he left the apartment. They were separated, but now Luo Guang bumped into the scene of the goddess of revenge and was about to be killed by this monster. Of course, giving me a rocket launcher with unlimited bullets is another matter. Luo Guang's thoughts triggered the system's reply, and the system replied, "This system does not support the redemption function." Luo Guang didn't reply, and fired 2 more shots in a ventive manner. This time, because the enemy focused all their attention on Jill, Luo Guang, who had already gotten up, could take a good posture to shoot. With his previous shooting experience, Luo Guang also had a new understanding of the recoil of the weapon in his hand. He relaxed his tense hands a little and no longer thought about using brute force to block the recoil. Thanks to Brad, the G17 pistol suited him better than Luo Guang thought. After Luo Guang adjusted it, both shots hit the head of the goddess of revenge who was slowly approaching Jill. With a duong sound, one of the bullets ricocheted, but the other bullet was lucky enough to be slightly embedded in it, which just interrupted the enemy's attack on Gil again, allowing Gil to find an opportunity to interrupt several of the enemy's tentacles. Just when Luo Guang and Jill were still cautiously entangled with the goddess of revenge, looking for an opportunity to escape, zombies began to appear around them. Luo Guang noticed this situation, but he had no good solution. Instead, the goddess of revenge took the lead in making a change. She retracted all the remaining tentacles and twisted them into a giant fist. She took a step back with her hind legs and squatted in a half-squat position. Take a starting position. Jill naturally saw the opponent's attack intentions and methods, and ran directly to the abandoned car aside. There was another oppressive roar. The goddess of vengeance protected her head with her right hand, raised her left fist high and rushed towards Jill. With a wave of her left fist, she swept an old Ford in front of her to the left. Gil, who was hiding behind another car, naturally saw this situation, but Gil also noticed that the Fury only observed his position before sprinting, and the right hand that had been protecting his head since then also blocked his sight. Seeing that the opponent did not remove his right arm to check his position again, Gil ran to the left and successfully avoided the opponent's heavy punch. Although they avoided the attack, the distance between the two people had shortened to 5 meters, and the surrounding zombies were gradually surrounding them. The situation took a turn for the worse. The goddess of revenge who was strolling in the courtyard ran away, which made it even more difficult for the two of them to escape. There were also zombies approaching behind Luo Guang. In order to avoid being surrounded, Luo Guang had no choice but to clean up the zombies behind him first, instead of helping Jill distract the goddess of revenge. However, although neither Gil nor Luo Guang had a way to break the situation, the person who broke the situation appeared. A rocket trailed smoke towards the nemesis. The nemesis, who was focusing on Jill, did not react and hit the rocket directly. Then she was caught in the explosion of the rocket. The nemesis was enveloped in flames. Still standing tall, it let out a terrifying roar. Luo Guang and Gil both noticed this situation and looked in the direction of the rocket. The person holding the rocket launcher was a man wearing military uniforms. He was wearing a tactical vest full of magazines, body armor, pants, knee pads, and combat boots. He was also carrying the latest M4A1 carbine behind his back. Seeing that the goddess of revenge was still standing, the man in military uniform did not hesitate and fired another rocket directly at the goddess of revenge. This time, the goddess of revenge finally stopped standing and knelt on the ground. There was no sound, only the sound of crackling and burning. UBCS Luo Guang noticed the abbreviations on the armband of the other party. The Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service is Umbrella Corporation's private army and one of the victims of the Raccoon City biochemical weapons testing site. Luo Guang still has some impression of this army. One of the protagonists is from this army. Are you okay? The man immediately dropped the 4-pack rocket launcher, ran to Jill, and helped Jill up, who was squatting behind the car in a protective posture to prevent the impact of the explosion. As is the nature of a man, Luo Guang had no idea what the other party was doing. He just shouted a little anxiously, "The monster is not dead yet, keep firing." While shouting, Luo Guang walked around the goddess of revenge and met up with Jill. "That thing has no ammunition." The man looked at Luo Guang, replied helplessly, and then asked, "The monster is still alive? That guy wasn't even blown to pieces. How could he die so easily?" Luo Guang seemed to be deducing, and said, "The most common zombies have to be killed by killing them, let alone this monster. Indeed, that monster has rough skin and thick flesh." Based on his previous dealings with the goddess of vengeance, Jill couldn't help but agree with Luo Guang's statement. "Then you can only use this thing." The other party turned his head and gestured to the firearm he was carrying behind him, and said, "It's not powerful enough. If I don't crush this guy to dust, I'm still worried that he will be resurrected." Luo Guang shook his head, and his words were a little sure that the tyrant was not dead, which made Jill doubt Luo Guang's identity. Jill had encountered a similar terrifying monster in the mansion, the tyrant, so he knew about the bullet resistance of the similar goddess of vengeance, and understood that ordinary guns had limited damage to it. As Luo Guang said before, the goddess of vengeance was not blown apart, so with the tenacious vitality of the tyrant, the goddess of vengeance might be able to recover. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. However, if Luo Guang was a civilian, how could he be so afraid of the goddess of vengeance or know something about it? Once Jill doubted, his mind began to quickly recall the situation of their encounter. Luo Guang did not reveal his profession, but except that Luo Guang did not say much about himself, there seemed to be nothing strange about him, and he did not look like a member of Umbrella at all. "There's no time to reload your guns now, run away." Luo Guang looked at the still motionless goddess of vengeance and the zombies rushing around, and quickly added, "The zombies are coming." Luo Guang's words woke the man and Jill up from their dreams. Regardless of whether Luo Guang's words were correct or not, the first priority at this time was to leave here. Luo Guang naturally wanted to take advantage of the goddess of vengeance to kill her in one go while she was silent, but unfortunately the current conditions did not allow it. Without high-powered weapons, it would take a long time to kill the goddess of vengeance with just a few guns. The continuous appearance of zombies around also made Luo Guang worried that the goddess of vengeance would suddenly move, and the three of them would be unable to escape. Although Jill had some doubts about Luo Guang, judging from his performance during this period, the other party had no ill will towards him, and he was not like someone from Umbrella. After excluding the possibility of a lackey of Umbrella who was familiar with biological and chemical weapons, could it be a third party that he didn't know about? Hearing Luo Guang urging the two of them to leave quickly, Jill, who was thinking, did not object and nodded in agreement with Luo Guang's words. The man saw Jill and Luo Guang, and Jill, who was beautiful, agreed with Luo Guang's suggestion. He smiled at Jill frivolously and said, "Okay, follow me. Our troops have set up a small evacuation point at the subway station on Central Street. It's not far from here. Let's go there." Luo Guang also planned to go to the subway station to see what was going on. He nodded and followed the man. Jill also followed and walked at the end of the team. Because when the man turned around, Jill saw the name UBCS on the epaulet of the army on the man's right arm. Jill had found this name when he was investigating Umbrella Corporation. This is the abbreviation of the name of one of Umbrella Corporation's private armies. The man was a bit familiar, and he couldn't stop talking when he took Luo Guang and Jill to the Central Avenue subway station. The man called himself Carlos Oliveira, and he was indeed a soldier of the Umbrella Biohazard Emergency Response Team, responsible for heavy firepower support and rear alert in the team. Carlos had just joined the team not long ago, and was still a new recruit in UBCS, but Carlos himself had also experienced war. Not long after joining UBCS, he faced such a big scene in his first battle, which made him complain to Jill and Luo Guang a few words, but Carlos was still optimistic and showed off to Luo Guang how many civilians he had helped and saved. When Jill knew that Carlos was a private army of Umbrella, it could be said that instinctively, he instantly felt distrustful of Carlos, even though Carlos had just saved himself and Luo Guang. After taking another look at the unknown Luo Guang, who seemed to have no reaction to Carlos' identity. Jill finally put his suspicions in his heart, but he had more considerations before taking action. After all, Weskier, who betrayed back then, was a member of Umbrella Corporation. Google search for TWK, and Carlos felt a little bored when he saw that Jill and Luo Guang were not interested in his boasting, but considering the terrifying monsters they had encountered before, Carlos couldn't complain and started talking about things related to survival. Our team has set up a temporary shelter at the subway station, and is organizing the survivors to leave the subway station, but the current situation is a bit difficult. Carlos knew that neither of them was interested in talking, so he didn't keep them in suspense and continued. The subway at the subway station has lost power. Although there is an emergency power supply inside, the subway car is not working after the power outage in the main control room. According to the report of the reconnaissance team, it seems that there is a problem at the substation. I was assigned the task of contacting rescue, and I encountered you two being attacked by the monster. Carlos briefly explained his situation and added, "Since I met you two, I will take you back to a safe place." Carlos didn't seem to know Jill. He was indeed a UBCS recruit. He thought Luo Guang and the others were civilians and happened to encounter the monster he saw for the first time. After all, the purpose of our UBCS is to solve this terrible crisis. No matter what, I am proud of my behavior in this disaster. Carlos knew nothing about the affairs of Umbrella Corporation, so he was still very proud of his job. At least he did save civilians who were fleeing. However, this seemed to provoke Jill's nerves. When Jill heard Carlos say that his team was protecting civilians, he couldn't help but frown. When he heard Carlos talk about the purpose of the establishment of UBCS and his pride, he finally couldn't help it. He lowered his voice and said angrily, like a volcano about to erupt, Carlos, do you know how this disaster happened?" Seeing this, Luo Guang interrupted Jill in a slightly higher voice. Luo Guang didn't want the two to go their separate ways because of a quarrel. He wanted to follow Carlos directly to the Central Avenue subway station, but he didn't want to reduce Jill's favorability towards him. Jill was a person who would stick up for his friends. In this Raccoon City, as a teammate, he was more trustworthy than most people. Although Jill didn't say it, Carlos could still see the anger and suspicion on Jill's face. He looked at the angry Jill with a puzzled look. When he was about to say something, he was caught off guard by Luo Guang's question. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "We don't know either. The order we received was to go to Raccoon City to rescue the survivors and eliminate the terrible monsters as much as possible. Our troops even cooperated with RPD and the military to conduct several annihilation battles, but the effect was not very good. We couldn't stop the zombies from going south into the city center." Carlos wanted to tell Jill loudly that in those battles, many members of UBCS also sacrificed a lot. No matter what their purpose was in joining UBCS, they died to save Raccoon City. And Jill was also saved by UBCS himself. But in the end, Carlos' throat moved, but he still didn't say it. Although Carlos didn't say it, Jill saw from Carlos's expression when he turned his head that he was angry at Jill for insulting himself and his teammates. This should be the expression I had when I contradicted the director after the mansion incident. Jill was interrupted by Luo Guang and heard Carlos's uninformed remarks. Finally, she took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that surged up, but she still said with a thorny tone, "I don't mean to insult you and those teammates who died, but these are biochemical monsters created by Umbrella." "What?" Angry Carlos was shocked by Jill's words, and then said in disbelief, "Miss, you can't talk nonsense. Do you have any evidence?" After Jill said this, Carlos could understand why Jill felt angry and suspicious after knowing that she was UBCS, even though he had just saved her. Jill was speechless for a moment. She was secretly collecting evidence of Umbrella's crimes, but the evidence she collected had been burned in the apartment, and Jill didn't think that Carlos, as a new recruit, knew the information about the mansion incident. Carlos saw Jill's expression and knew that the other party had no evidence, but the other party's expression didn't look fake, so Carlos still said considerately, "It seems that Jill and our company have a lot of conflicts, but without evidence, it is hard to convince people that this Umbrella company will destroy the Raccoon City that it invested in and built." This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Alas, Jill also understood that the other party was giving him a way out, but thinking of Brad's sacrifice, Jill couldn't swallow this breath in his heart. In addition, for Carlos, who was dedicated to saving the survivors, Jill couldn't bear to watch him being used by Umbrella without knowing anything. Things have happened. Whether it was done by Umbrella or not, our current goal is the same. Seeing that the anger of the two had subsided, Luo Guang came out to make peace. That's right. Carlos was a little grateful to Luo Guang for coming out to smooth things over. He immediately agreed with Luo Guang's words after hearing what he said, and then said to Jill with a serious face, "Jill, what kind of team is our UBCS? Just confirm it with your own eyes. And I will also confirm what you said about our company with my own eyes. In order to survive in this hell, let's put aside this argument for the time being." Okay. Jill was helpless, but she also agreed with Luo Guang and the others and nodded. The place where Luo Guang and Jill met was actually very close to the Central Street subway station. While talking, under the leadership of Carlos, the three came to the entrance of the Central Street subway station, and under the cover of Luo Guang and Jill, they opened the iron gate. Carlos entered first, and then used his arms to lift the iron gate to let Luo Guang and Jill come in quickly. Luo Guang didn't say that ladies were given priority. After all, the iron gate was big enough for two people to enter at the same time. After Luo Guang and Jill went in, one on the left and the other on the right, Carlos quickly closed the iron gate, listened to the noise outside, and after confirming that it was safe, he led Luo Guang and Jill to the subway train where his captain was. When going down the stairs, Carlos turned back and told Jill, "Don't tell my boss about what happened before, he has a bad temper." Jill didn't reply, but nodded silently. "Captain Victor, I'm back with two survivors I met on the road. Regarding the mission of contacting rescue, I found a good radio for contact, but it can't be used without power supply, so we still have to solve the problem at the substation." Carlos was the first to speak after entering, and also to introduce the name of his captain. There was only one person sitting on the subway chair in the entire carriage, and he should be the captain mentioned by Carlos. Captain Victor looked quite old, with pale hair and wrinkles on his face, but Luo Guang could still see the powerful muscles hidden under the military uniform. When Luo Guang and others entered, Captain Victor seemed to have just changed the dressing on his wound, and there was a pile of bloody bandages beside him. Captain Victor was holding his right abdomen, which should be the place where he was injured, but he didn't know what caused it. However, Captain Victor ignored Carlos' words, but said to Jill, "Oh? Isn't this Jill Valentine, a former elite member of SCRS who was trained by the Delta Special Forces?" Carlos also remembered the name of SCRS, but after all, he came to Raccoon City on a mission not long after joining UBCS, so he didn't know some important information. "New soldier, you don't think you brought back a weakling, do you?" Without waiting for Jill to respond, the captain looked at Carlos again and said, "This person is not an ordinary survivor, but a survivor of the mansion incident." Carlos didn't know much about the mansion incident, and asked curiously, "But weren't all the people involved in that incident wiped out?" Carlos then remembered why he had an impression of the name Asaris, but this was a makeup lesson that Carlos spent an hour on before going on a mission, and the relevant information he read was not confidential core information. Thinking that what he just said was too rude to the survivors, Carlos was about to explain to Jill, but Captain Victor deliberately said, "The initial investigation report said that no survivors were found, but later we found that there were still survivors, and the investigator submitted a new one again." "Carlos, you haven't finished reading the report on the mansion incident." "Yes, because there is not enough time." Although Carlos has joined UBCS for a short time, Captain Victor still has a grasp on Carlos, knowing that with Carlos's personality, he will only take a quick look at the information before leaving. Captain Victor was a captain after all, and he knew some details and the true situation of the mansion incident better than Carlos, but he had no obligation to explain it to Carlos. He looked at the watch on the inside of his left wrist and said, "We don't have time to waste. Since the plan to request rescue from the headquarters has failed, most of the team members are already MIA. Then we will evacuate Raccoon City through the subway as planned." "Got it. Has the brother who restored the power come back?" The teammate responsible for restoring the power set out much earlier than Carlos, but now Carlos is back, and the teammate who restored the power has not come back yet, and the power has not been restored. So it was a bit difficult for Carlos to say, but for Michael Victor, who had rich military experience, he was used to it. With a firm face, Victor did not show sadness, but his voice was much lower, and he said, "Their mission is likely to fail. Let Jill Valentine take care of the matter over there." "What?" Carlos was puzzled, but soon his face showed surprise. The captain actually pushed this task to a civilian. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Jill immediately understood what the troubled Captain Victor was talking about, but Jill did not hesitate at all. After just a glance at the civilians walking in the next car, he agreed, "Okay, how to do it specifically?" "Captain, I don't agree. How can we let civilians do such a dangerous job?" Although Jill expressed his agreement, Carlos did not agree. "Carlos, she is from an elite team and a survivor of the mansion incident. She has much more experience than you in how to survive in the current Raccoon City. When Victor saw Jill, he thought of letting Jill complete the task of restoring electricity. The reason why he mentioned Jill's deeds when they met was to let Carlos, the silly boy, understand that Jill is not a vase. The invisible man Luo Guang, who was listening to the conversation of the three people, heard Victor's straightforward request and Jill agreed to the other party's task without thinking, and couldn't help but feel a little strange. It's really a dare to say and a dare to take. Victor continued to explain, and our UBCS personnel are seriously insufficient. There are still civilians here who need our protection. We must use any useful combat power. Carlos, now is not the time to pay attention to these things. As a member of SARS, it is also my duty to protect civilians, Jill said very seriously. Although she was unhappy that the UBCS people pushed the matter to her, Jill saw that there were other civilians on the train. For these people, Jill also had to take this task and complete it. Seeing Jill's persistence, and his captain's recognition of Jill's ability, Carlos finally said, "Be careful, and take this." Carlos took out a walkie-talkie from behind, adjusted the channel, handed it to Jill, and said, "Go to the substation first to get the power supply, then go to the subway office to set up the route. If there is anything, contact through this. And the exit is at exit B of the subway station." Okay. Jill remembered Carlos' words, took the walkie-talkie, clipped it on the belt around his waist, nodded, and left the train without looking back. Seeing Jill go away, Captain Victor breathed a sigh of relief and said to Luo Guang, who was quietly listening to the conversation, "Luo, I didn't expect you to stay here." Luo Guang was a little surprised to be called out by Captain Victor, but he still maintained the expression on his face and did not show any flaws. "But do you and Luo Guang from Umbrella Company have the same appearance or are they very similar?" Luo Guang thought about it and didn't know whether this situation was good or bad. Damn temporary assignment. Luo Guang didn't know what kind of person Luo Guang from Umbrella Company was, nor did he know how Captain Victor and that person met, or what their relationship was. Because Luo Guang did not inherit the memory of Luo Guang, an Umbrella intelligence agent, Luo Guang did not want to talk too much with the other party, and his words were relatively concise, fearing that the secret would be exposed accidentally and cause suspicion. It seems that intelligence agents are not easy to do as a temporary mission. Captain Victor smiled, but Luo Guang couldn't tell what the smile meant. Luo Guang shrugged and said helplessly, "It's the company's rules." "Yes, it's the company's rules." Captain Victor agreed. Carlos looked around at his captain and Luo Guang with shock on his face. He thought he had saved two ordinary civilians, but it turned out that one was an elite member of SARS and the other was an intelligence agent of Umbrella Company. It turns out that Luo Guang is an employee of Umbrella Company, so he interrupted Jill's groundless accusations against the company. Recalling Luo Guang's previous words to smooth things over, Carlos thought to himself, "But how did these two people get together?" Carlos was a little confused, but he quickly thought of the reason. Gil's attitude towards Luo Guang was not the same as towards himself at Umbrella Company. Considering Luo Guang's identity as an intelligence agent, it was probably Luo Guang who deliberately concealed his identity. Victor's teammates didn't care that Luo Guang didn't want to reveal too much. Intelligence agents are like that, talk less and listen more. As a former soldier and now a mercenary, Captain Victor now only cares about whether he can complete the tasks assigned to him by his superiors. "How did you get hurt?" While Jill and Victor were talking, Luo Guang was observing each other and found that Captain Victor's left hand had been covering his right waist and abdomen, and asked tentatively. It was scraped by debris from the explosion. After hearing Luo Guang's question, Carlos looked at Luo Guang's movements a little nervously, but Victor answered calmly. It seemed that Victor was not surprised that Luo Guang would ask this question. Luo Guang thought so, and sketched the image of Luo Guang of Umbrella Company in his mind. He was taciturn, put his own interests first, and had difficulty trusting others. Luo Guang stared into Victor's eyes, looked at each other, and then nodded. "What's the situation now?" "I need guns and ammunition." Although Luo Guang has an employee card, there is no information such as military rank on it, so Luo Guang doesn't know who is higher in rank between him and Victor, so it is useless. The form of the order, judging from what Captain Victor said to Luo Guang at the beginning, does not seem to be a superior-subordinate relationship. Carlos could answer this question, pointed to the empty arms box at the other end of the workshop, and said, "There is no extra ammunition here. We encountered a lot of things along the way. The ammunition was either lost or used up. To be honest, we really need to evacuate as soon as possible." "Really?" Luo Guang sighed, and Luo Guang no longer struggled with what he didn't have.
Just as he was about to say something, someone opened the door again and came in.
A man with a hooked nose, wearing the same uniform and armband of UBCS as Carlos and Victor, walked in. Eyes as sharp as vultures scanned the car. When he saw Luo Guang, he snorted and said contemptuously, "You haven't escaped yet.
Aren't you the one who wanted to run away quickly?"
The other party's tone was a bit contemptuous, so Luo Guang's reply was also stinging. When Luo Guang saw the man in front of him for the first time, an alarm sounded in his heart. Either it was because of his heart, or it was just Luo Guang's prejudice that he was a selfish and dangerous person with a villain look on his face. But no matter what, Luo Guang decided to stay away from this guy, and he had to be careful of this guy stabbing him in the back. Of course, if possible, Luo Guang wanted to stab this guy in the waist and solve the hidden dangers in advance. The other party still had that stinking look on his face, and he felt like he was rejecting others. Based on Luo Guang's observation, his answer probably matched the other party's impression of Luo Guang.
"Genevieve, how is the situation outside?"
Victor was not interested in the relationship between the two and asked about the hook-nosed man Nikolai Genevaev.
"It's still the same thing. The rescue signal can't be sent out, and all the administrative departments of Raccoon City are paralyzed. Nikolai Genevieve's mission is to conduct reconnaissance. Of course, in fact, Nikolai Genevieve has other tasks. His real job is as a supervisor for Umbrella Corporation."
UBCS dispatched a total of 4 platoons to Raccoon City to perform rescue and cleanup missions, namely Alpha, Beta, Gamma and Delta teams. Among them, Michael Victor is the captain of the Delta team, and Nikolai Genevieve is the captain of the Beta team. Nikolai Genevaev was following the Delta team at this time, and all his Beta team teammates were sent to the hands of BOW, that is, biological and chemical weapons, and lost their lives, and Nikolai Genevaev. The purpose of husbands doing this is to complete the task assigned to him by Umbrella Company to collect combat data on biological and chemical weapons. At this moment, following behind the Delta team is also based on the same reason. Using the Delta team as a test subject for biological and chemical weapons is also to monitor the team as an eye of Umbrella to prevent it from doing things that are not in the interests of Umbrella. Although Michael Victor was employed by Umbrella as a member of UBCS, he did not join voluntarily, but was forced by the situation. After retiring from the regular army, Captain Victor became the leader of an underground guerrilla organization and participated in a series of terrorist actions to fight for independence for the local people. He also used his unparalleled leadership ability to carry out several successful operations, including the attack on the ambassador's residence. However, when he tried to lead a group of refugees across the border, Michael Victor was surrounded by government forces. For the safety of the refugees, he and his comrades immediately surrendered. However, in the International Tribunal, he was sentenced to death for terrorist attacks and will be executed the next day. However, a few hours later, Umbrella's security experts made a deal with him. The content of the deal was that he would join UBCS in exchange for the safety of his subordinates. With the shadow of death approaching, Michael Victor naturally gave his life to Umbrella without hesitation, and as one of the terms of the contract, his wife and subordinates were immediately acquitted. Umbrella rescued Michael Victor's wife and subordinates not out of mercy, but for the sake of profit. According to the investigator's assessment report, Umbrella believed that Michael Victor's military ability was worth doing so, and his wife and subordinates were the bargaining chips, or hostages, that Umbrella used to manipulate Michael Victor to complete various difficult and unknown tasks for itself. On the other hand, Nikolai Genevieve did these things not because he was so loyal to Umbrella, but after becoming an observer, he could obtain more sufficient intelligence than other team members when performing these biochemical tasks related to Umbrella. In addition to ensuring the priority of escape, he also received nearly 10 times more rewards than others after the mission. For Umbrella, compared with Mikhail Victor, who was forced to join, Nikolai Genevieve, who had no conscience, was cruel and ruthless and loved money, was more suitable to be a monitor of Umbrella, or to put it bluntly, a lackey of Umbrella. Then we can only see how far that SARS can go. Captain Victor whispered after hearing Nikolai's words. Captain Victor is not the kind of person who puts his hopes on others, but there are only a few UBCS teammates who have been following him. At this time, the only people he can use are Carlos, a new recruit, Nikolai, who cannot be trusted, and Tyrell, who is capable but has a mission. Raccoon City is not an ordinary battlefield where humans fight each other and become political victims. More enemies are various biochemical monsters caused by biochemical leaks. In this regard, Jill's experience is not worse than his own. In addition, her original job is to protect the safety of a place. This makes Captain Victor feel at ease to hand over this important task to Jill.
SARS Nikolai heard Victor whisper. Jill Valentine. Jill will always come back to this subway train after completing the mission. Sooner or later, the two will meet, so Captain Victor has no intention of hiding it. Oh? Nikolai seemed to have thought of something interesting, with his mouth corners raised. Without waiting for Victor, who was treating his injuries, to agree, he directly proposed that he could still contact the outside world in a place, and left without looking back. The two were nominally of the same level, so Captain Victor's eagle-like eyes just stared at Nikolai's departure. And said nothing. The carriage fell into silence. Luo Guang was taking advantage of the time to stop and rest, and immediately devoted himself to learning the knowledge carried by the system. While browsing the information displayed in his mind by the system, he was still thinking about something. If I remember correctly, if Jill was there, this escape train would be destroyed by the goddess of vengeance who caught up. So, if Jill didn't get on this train, there would be a high probability that nothing would happen here, and he could quickly leave Raccoon City. This is a good thing no matter how you think about it. As for Jill, Luo Guang is not worried that this strong woman will not survive. Thinking of this, and preparing for this, Luo Guang took out the notebook that recorded some of Jill's surveillance information and studied it after confirming that everyone around him was his own people of Umbrella. Jill has been secretly investigating the research and development of biological viruses and biological weapons by Umbrella, hoping to report to the government after obtaining evidence and rely on national power to defeat the behemoth Umbrella. The reason for the investigation is that Jill is a survivor of the mansion incident. It can be said that there is a great hatred between Jill and Umbrella. Personally, most of Jill's SARS teammates were killed by biological weapons. Publicly, S.T.A.R.'s duty is to protect citizens, and Umbrella is destroying the people living here. Rumor has it that the establishment of SARS and the subsequent mansion investigation was to make SARS a combat target of various biological and chemical weapons in order to collect data for improvement. Looking at the contents of the notebook, Jill did not investigate much information, and did not find any tangible evidence to prove Umbrella's criminal behavior. Therefore, Umbrella's Luo Guang only had the task of surveillance but not silence. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. But the more he watched, the more Luo Guang felt that Luo Guang of Umbrella Company was a pervert. As the surveillance time became longer and longer, the things recorded by Luo Guang became more and more detailed. Even when Jill was taking a shower, the toilet time is recorded one by one through various means. As Jill's investigation of Umbrella Corporation stalled, the notebook's records became more like the diary of a stalker who changed his mind. Frowning, Luo Guang closed the notebook to avoid contaminating his eyes again. Find a fire to burn it later, Luo Guang thought. Now that he was carrying this notebook, Luo Guang felt inexplicably ashamed. Looking at Carlos' side, Carlos had just played with a piece of equipment next to Victor and didn't pay attention to it. Captain Victor didn't look towards Luo Guang either, but lowered his head and pondered something. Neither of them looked towards Luo Guang, so Luo Guang breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps noticing Luo Guang's gaze, Captain Victor raised his head and looked back at Luo Guang. Luo, after thinking about it, I still can't place my hopes only on a former SARS person. Raccoon City is too dangerous for this to be safe. For Raccoon City, it was Jill who was too dangerous. Luo Guang thought that Jill seemed to have the title of Queen of Arms, while Claire's title seemed to come from Walking Arsenal. But Luo Guang understood what Victor wanted to say. It seemed that the old man in front of him wanted to find Jill. If Gil is still alive, then the two of them should work together. If Gil is not found or only his body is found, then the task of restoring the subway power will naturally fall on Luo Guang. I understand. Needless to say, if Luo Guang didn't know about the bombing of Raccoon City, then Luo Guang would naturally reply to him. Although Luo Guang could also raise objections and let Carlos do this, now that Carlos knows his identity, with his character, if Carlos finds Gil, he will most likely tell Gil about Luo Guang's identity. So Luo Guang takes the initiative and seizes the opportunity to find Jill to gain favor. As for how to gain favor, as long as the two of them can complete the mission together, they can naturally gain the favor of their comrades in life and death. But at this time, Luo Guang forgot that Carlos didn't need to find Jill at all, he just needed to tell him through the walkie-talkie. Seeing Luo Guang's immediate agreement, Captain Victor showed a rare smile, took out the walkie-talkie from his waist, adjusted the channel and threw it to Luo Guang. Luo Guang held it in one hand and was about to try to contact Jill when he was stopped by Carlos with suspicious eyes and said, "The signal cannot be transmitted in the subway station, and I don't know if Jill needs to keep quiet." Okay. Luo Guang didn't try again and took a short rest. Since time was tight, he got up and left the carriage.
As if something suddenly occurred to him, he turned back and said seriously to the two of them, "The target of the goddess of revenge is Asaris. For your sake, and for the sake of those civilians, it's better not to let Jill take a ride. Also, be careful with Nikolai, he is a monitor assigned to UBCS by Umbrella." After speaking, Luo Guang left the car without looking back, without waiting for Carlos to speak. There was a reason why Luo Guang chose to tell the two people about the Nemesis's goal and Nikolai's true position. Both of them are UBCS affiliated with Umbrella Corporation, and they happen to be in the same position as Luo Guang, the intelligence agent. Judging from Delta Team Captain Victor's attitude towards Luo Guang, there is still a certain foundation of trust between the two. Only in this way can Luo Guang's information be trusted. On the contrary, if Luo Guang tells this information to Jill, Jill will immediately question Luo Guang's identity and refuse to believe Luo Guang's information. Luo Guang is not hostile to Jill, but the relationship between the two is not such that Luo Guang has to work hard to convince Jill. There is no way Luo Guang and Jill, who have traveled here, are naturally in a hostile position. Even if Luo Guang does not conceal his identity from the beginning, Jill will believe that an Umbrella Company intelligence officer suddenly has a conscience and tells him such important information. You must know that only those who can know this information are at a certain level of Umbrella Company and have access to it. Going back to the insurance mission that Luo Guang took on, is the image of Luo Guang, the intelligence agent of Umbrella Company, the kind of person who can be both literary and military? Why would you let yourself do such a dangerous thing? Although Luo Guang seemed to Carlos and the others to accept the task calmly, in fact Luo Guang was not as strong and calm as he imagined. Nearly 4 hours have passed since time travel, and the excitement brought about by obtaining the system has long since disappeared, leaving only confusion about the future. After leaving the subway train, at the subway ticket window, Luo Guang stuffed 9mm bullets into the matching magazine of the G17 pistol while thinking. The system is not powerful, but it does play a huge role for Luo Guang in Raccoon City. At least now Luo Guang can deal with ordinary zombies with ease. But in the previous battle with the Goddess of Revenge, if the system had not briefly controlled the body to avoid the tentacle sweep, he would have been seriously injured, and then the treatment failed, and he died safely. Even if the system is added, the chance of winning against biochemical weapons such as the Tyrant type is still too low. If this world is indeed a world with the background of the Resident Evil game, and taking the biohazard in Raccoon City as an opportunity, biochemical terror incidents around the world will become very frequent, and it will be impossible if we do not have enough strength to protect ourselves. Luo Guang thought in his mind, and the system naturally read Luo Guang's thoughts. As an adapter, the system could change Luo Guang's mood by adjusting Luo Guang's hormone secretion, but the system did not do so. As long as Luo Guang is still within the scope of human abilities, without the help of heavy weapons, it is indeed difficult for Luo Guang to defeat biochemical weapons such as Tyrant, which are immune to the damage of most light weapons. At this stage, the system has no good solution for this. After all, it only plays a supporting role. Whether it can successfully evolve in the end depends on its own adapter, Luo Guang. Luo Guang did not feel depressed for a long time. After crushing the bullets and putting the remaining loose bullets back into his backpack, Luo Guang cheered up, held the gun in his hand, and left the Central Street subway station along the route that Jill had left. There were not too many obstacles that were difficult to deal with along the way. With the help of the system, Luo Guang walked towards the substation without getting lost. On the way, he followed the place where the zombies that Jill had killed and followed the path that Jill had walked before. After Jill got the dagger, she tended to use melee weapons to deal with these ordinary zombies. Luo Guang thought as he looked at the wounds on the heads of the dead zombies on the ground. Because Jill mostly used close combat methods to deal with enemies, no other zombies gathered following the sound of gunfire, so Luo Guang's journey was very smooth. Kendo Gun Store. Luo Guang looked up at the name of the store in front of him. The name Kendo is taken from the surname of the owner of the gun shop, Robert Kendo. When the biohazard broke out in Raccoon City, Robert Kendo distributed the weapons in his gun shop to the surrounding neighbors. In the first wave, saved many people during the outbreak. So the door of the gun store was open at this time, but from the outside, it didn't look like it had been smashed or bought for $0. It looks like all the good stuff inside has been taken away. Luo Guang thought so, but now a section of the street collapsed as if there was a gas explosion. There were many zombies on the opposite side and in the pit. It seemed that Jill did not go that way. Indeed, Luo Guang was also worried about being attacked on the way up and down. Since there was a shop next door with an unlocked door, and according to the shop habits of most lighthouse countries, there would usually be a back door or a passage for purchasing goods, so he might as well go in and try his luck.
Luo Guang thought so and did the same.
There was no one in the gun shop, but there were some noises from behind an iron door. Luo Guang still remembered Kendo and his daughter clearly, so he naturally did not disturb them. Since the store was still there, Luo Guang didn't move lightly and coughed to let him know that someone was coming. Luo Guang could hear the sound of someone moving inside the iron gate, but it was obvious that the people inside the iron gate had no intention of opening the door, and were instead guarding the people outside. There seemed to be a small number of antidotes in the hospital, but Luo Guang did not tell Ken Duo about this. First, the two of them did not have such a relationship, and second, Ken Duo fell into paranoia because his wife left and his daughter was infected.
Whether Duo will listen to the words of the stranger Luo Guang is also unknown.
In his daughter's last days, Kendo had already planned his own ending, and would not pursue the illusory hope with his daughter who was about to mutate into a zombie. Kendo would be angry with him if he didn't find the antidote, so he should not bother him. The gun shop was naturally emptied. Luo Guang took a glance and didn't see any useful items, so he quickly passed through the back door of Kendo's gun shop and continued to walk towards the substation.
Bang, bang.
After leaving Kendo's gun shop and bypassing the broken road along the alley, Luo Guang continued to move towards the substation and soon arrived at a community-like place. Not long after, Luo Guang vaguely heard two consecutive gunshots, similar to the gunshots of his G17 pistol, probably the same model as his own.
Is it Jill? Luo Guang guessed.
Luo Guang immediately ran in the direction of the sound, and saw Jill being slowly surrounded by several zombie dogs near a community basketball court. The whole body was rotten, even the yellow-white leg bones were exposed, several tentacle-like things broke out of the flesh, waving aimlessly, and the white eyes looked accurately at Jill's position. Like a pack of hounds, the zombie dogs did not rush up rashly and become the dead souls under Jill's gun, but began to disperse and prepare to besiege Jill. Jill also knew the zombie dogs' thoughts at this time, but did not act rashly. The zombie dogs concentrated together to chase Jill, which was not conducive to Jill's defeat one by one, and it was easier to expose her weaknesses to the zombie dogs.
Jill did not move.
His left hand drew the short knife from his waist. He also saw the figure of Luo Guang holding a gun in his hand and nodded gently to Luo Guang. Just as the zombie dogs were about to complete the encirclement and prepare to launch an attack, two more shots were fired. It was Luo Guang who was ready to shoot with a G17, and the target of the shooting was the zombie dogs on both sides of Jill. There were also zombie dogs between Jill and Luo Guang, but Luo Guang didn't have much confidence in his marksmanship, so he set his sights on the zombie dogs on both sides of Jill. Jill reacted faster than other zombie dogs. The flash of fire from Luo Guang's first shot was like a signal light for running. Jill's body moved and rushed towards Luo Guang. Compared with Luo Guang, Jill was quite confident in his marksmanship. In addition, the zombie dogs were shorter in height. Jill's muzzle was slightly downward. Facing the zombie dogs blocking between Luo Guang and himself, he could basically say that he fired at the zombie dogs' heads, so naturally he didn't shoot off target.
Jill didn't slow down.
In Luo Guang's opinion, Jill shot the zombie dogs while breaking through to his side, which was very handsome.
The zombie dog didn't react either. How could he, a hunter, suddenly become the opponent's prey?
Naturally, he had no ability to fight back. With a wail, Jill jumped over before he fell down and joined Luo Guang. Taking advantage of the sneak attack, he killed one and injured another zombie dog. Afterwards, Luo Guang did not continue to shoot, but waited for Jill to join him. In a flash, Jill and Luo Guang joined together, and the other zombie dogs also reacted and launched a surprise attack, following Jill closely.
Nice. Luo Guang praised Jill.
Thanks. After joining together, Jill replied, gave up the ray, stood beside Luo Guang, raised his gun and shot. Luo Guang immediately shot and followed up when Jill gave way, aiming at the zombie dogs charging hidden in the narrow passage between the abandoned vehicles. These enemies had no space to hide, and Luo Guang, who was ready, would naturally not miss this opportunity, and killed a zombie dog in 2 or 3 shots. When the zombie dog in front fell, it tripped the one behind it that couldn't dodge in time. However, because the head of the zombie dog was erratic after it tripped, Luo Guang didn't target the tripped zombie dog, but aimed at the zombie dog that jumped up to avoid the car accident in front and shot 3 times. After the zombie dog jumped in the air, the trajectory of its head was much easier to predict, but Luo Guang's hit rate on moving targets was not high for the time being, so Luo Guang chose to shoot 3 times in a row and successfully killed the jumping zombie dog. The two of them unexpectedly had a tacit understanding and did not communicate in words. When Jill saw Luo Guang aiming at the zombie dog between the vehicles in the middle, he set his own target on the zombie dogs running and jumping on the roofs of each car. When the zombie dog jumped in the air, it was Jill's time to shoot. In order to be able to accurately eliminate the enemy, the two shot a little too much, but the two zombie dogs on the left and the one on the right still broke through, leaving less than 5 meters away from Luo Guang and the others. Jill, who was on Luo Guang's left, fired 3 more bullets, but this could only stop one zombie dog from rushing over. The other one was already drooling and greedily rushing towards Jill. At the critical moment, Jill bent down, threw away the G19 pistol in his right hand, and thrust his left hand holding the dagger upwards, stabbing the zombie dog's neck. Then he pushed his hands to the left and back along with the force of the zombie dog's rush, throwing the zombie dog away. Bang! Just as the zombie dog was about to get up, with a bang, Jill held the G19 pistol that had been thrown aside with both hands tightly, and fired the last bullet in the chamber. It hit the zombie dog's eyebrow. Jill turned around and observed the situation on Luo Guang's side. Although there was only one zombie dog on the right, considering that the zombie dog was moving at high speed, Luo Guang did not choose to save bullets. When the zombie dog jumped up, he pulled the trigger quickly and continuously, pouring bullets from the pistol on the zombie dog in midair. A bullet hit the joint of the zombie dog's left front leg, causing the zombie dog to stagger when it landed, and rolled off the roof of the car and landed in front of Luo Guang. The zombie dog was about to stand up, and was also hit in the head by Luo Guang's last bullet, and died. After a few seconds of silence, Luo Guang relaxed his tense body after confirming that there was no movement of other zombie dogs. After exhaling lightly, Luo Guang turned his head and said to Jill, who was about to ask a question, "It's not safe here, let's leave here first." Although the battle did not last long, Luo Guang and the others fired here after all, so Luo Guang was worried that the gunshots would attract zombies and some biological weapons that were several times more terrifying than zombies. Jill understood what Luo Guang meant and nodded. Then he changed the magazine of his weapon and walked towards the zombie dog, preparing to retrieve the short knife stuck in the zombie dog's neck. Seeing this, Luo Guang did not leave the transfer place immediately. Looking around, maybe because this is the zombie dog's territory, Luo Guang did not see any zombies for the time being, so he took out the bulk bullets and loaded the only magazine of his G17 pistol. Along the way, about 2 magazines of bullets were fired, and the box of 9mm bullets he got from the SARS safe house was almost gone. 5, 6, 7, are there 7 bullets left? Luo Guang casually threw away the 9mm bullet box that had no bullets. "Come with me, I know a shortcut." Jill was much more familiar with the terrain of Raccoon City than Luo Guang, and quickly loaded the bullets and turned to Luo Guang and said, "I'm done here too." Luo Guang inserted the magazine, loaded the gun, and turned his eyes away from the G17 pistol. He turned his head and just said to Jill, "A zombie dog suddenly jumped out from the pile of cars on the right, aiming directly at Luo Guang." The system had already reacted, but the body's movements were still a beat slower. The gun was in his right hand. When he pointed it at the zombie dog, Luo Guang could clearly see the ferocious face of the zombie dog and smell the sewer-like stench. With a thud, the zombie dog directly knocked Luo Guang's right hand away and got rid of Luo Guang's G17 pistol. Shoo! Luo Guang's face showed displeasure. His right hand met the force of the zombie dog's impact. He swung his right hand and smashed the zombie dog to the side. Luo Guang was about to raise his gun to shoot. Jill, who had reacted a long time ago but did not shoot rashly because the zombie dog was very close to Luo Guang, immediately shot and solved the zombie dog. Seeing this, Luo Guang exhaled and looked at his right arm. 3 bloody wounds were faintly visible in the clothes that were also torn into 3 pieces. The wound was not small, but because the battle just now made Luo Guang's adrenaline surge, he did not feel any pain, only a little numbness in the wound on his right arm. Jill also saw the condition of Luo Guang's right arm, and her heart tightened. Google search TWKN. Jill knew about the virus infection, so when she saw Luo Guang scratched by the zombie dog, she couldn't think of what to say for a while. The zombie dog that attacked Luo Guang without martial ethics was the zombie dog that Luo Guang attacked successfully when the zombie dogs surrounded Jill. After the zombie dog was injured, no one knew where it was hiding. Because the battle situation was urgent, Luo Guang focused on the zombie dogs rushing towards himself and Jill and did not notice that one was missing. The system did not know why it did not remind Luo Guang that there was still a missing zombie dog after the short battle. When being attacked, Luo Guang swung his right hand and hit the zombie dog, preventing it from biting him. However, in the brief moment when the zombie dog was smashed open, the zombie dog's claws left 3 scars on Luo Guang's right arm. "Jill, it seems that I can't accompany you to the substation." The silence did not last too long.
Luo Guang sighed and took the lead in breaking the silence.
Seeing that Jill seemed to be about to say something, Luo Guang interrupted him, as if he knew that he had little time left, and said, "Time is running out.
Find a way to leave Raccoon City quickly. Those civilians need you to complete the task before they can survive."
Luo, Jill didn't say anything in the end, as if he also understood that Luo Guang knew about the zombie infection.
Indeed. How could someone who can survive in Raccoon City not know the consequences of being bitten?
Maybe the zombie dog's claws don't have the fluids with the virus, so Luo Guang can escape, but this is just useless comfort now. Jill has seen many people who were infected after being scratched by zombies, including her former SARS teammates. At this moment, the infected people don't need comfort. Looking at the injured and infected Luo Guang, and hearing Luo Guang's advice to leave quickly, Jill moved her lips and held the weapon in her hand tightly, but in the end she still couldn't tell some things.
In fact, not long after Luo Guang left, Carlos tried to contact Jill by finding a place with no one but a signal by urinating.
Jill just had a conversation with Robert Kendo, whom she knew, and was about to continue to the substation, so she just received Carlos's contact. Carlos contacted Jill just to tell Jill that Luo Guang was actually an intelligence agent of Umbrella Company, and also told Jill that the target of the Goddess of Vengeance was Jill, so that Jill would be vigilant. As for Nikolai's matter, Carlos thought it was an internal problem of Umbrella Company, so he didn't tell Jill. If Carlos had not immediately left under the pretext of going to the bathroom, but had talked to his captain first, he might have known that the Umbrella Company's monitors were not just monitoring UBCS people.
For Captain Victor, the fact that Nikolai was an Umbrella Company's monitor was more noteworthy.
When Jill heard that Luo Guang was an Umbrella Company's intelligence agent, she found it hard to accept for a while. After receiving the information from Carlos, Jill turned off the intercom, without saying whether she believed it or not, but stopped at the Kendo gun store, recalling the various situations after meeting Luo Guang. She was once full of passion, but after experiencing the betrayal of life and death in the mansion incident, she was no longer the person who rushed all the way for justice without thinking. The intelligence agent, the two met in the back street of his apartment. Luo Guang reacted faster and louder to the footsteps of the Goddess of Vengeance than himself and Brad, and was very calm when he met the Goddess of Vengeance for the second time. A little bit of doubt had been buried in his heart, but he had been driven by danger all the time, so he had no time to think deeply about the problem. Now that Carlos said this, Jill connected all the previous doubts and believed that Luo Guang was an intelligence agent of Umbrella Corporation. But Jill changed her mind and thought that if Luo Guang had lent him the fire axe when he first took Luo Guang to the SARS safe house, then Luo Guang, who was walking behind him, could take out the telescopic dagger and stab him at any time. When he was about to go back to fight the Goddess of Vengeance with Brad, Luo Guang also dissuaded him from going to die. For Umbrella Corporation, this kind of data on the battle between the elite of SCARS and biological weapons is not the most favored intelligence. The Goddess of Vengeance also took the lead in attacking Luo Guang, who had not attacked before, in the battle. Even before Carlos came, Luo Guang tried his best to distract the attraction of the Goddess of Vengeance for him, so that he could harvest the tentacles of the Goddess of Vengeance. UBCS did protect civilians, and I almost had a quarrel with Carlos because of my anger towards Umbrella without knowing the situation. It was Luo Guang who smoothed things over. At that time, I expressed intense emotions towards Umbrella, but Luo Guang did not react. And the situation just now where I was surrounded by zombie dogs and almost died was also because of Luo Guang's appearance. Although Luo Guang did not deliberately try to improve his favorability, his behavior did make Jill feel a little favorable towards him. This is why Jill did not immediately believe Carlos' words after knowing his identity, and cooperated with Luo Guang to solve the zombie dog. Sighing, Jill's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Luo Guang did not reveal his identity as an Umbrella Company at the last moment, but Jill did not pierce the paper in the end. Looking at Luo Guang's urgent eyes, he nodded, and left the substation without looking back. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Finally left. Luo Guang watched Jill leave, and zombies began to appear around him. Gritting his teeth, Luo Guang looked around. With the help of the system, he maintained a high level of adrenaline and ran into an apartment building without delay. His body began to heat up, making Luo Guang feel uncomfortable. He found a room without a locked door. After using his last energy to check the safety and lock the door, Luo Guang's body softened and he fell directly on a red sofa. The host is infected with the T-virus. Please find a safe place immediately. The emotionless voice of the system kept repeating in his mind, and finally stopped after Luo Guang fainted on the sofa.
It is detected that it is in a safe environment.
The number of T-viruses entering the body is within a controllable range.
The T-virus analysis work can be started. Database matching.
Fitness checking. The system allocated all its energy to the analysis work and no longer controlled the hormones in Luo Guang's body.
As the adrenaline returned to a normal level, Luo Guang felt a sudden tearing pain in his right arm and couldn't help but groan.
The same type of virus was found in the database, and the match degree is predicted to be 89.44%.
It is speculated that it is suitable for evolution. The T-virus analysis is complete. The recommended controllable evolution direction is rapid self-healing and breaking through the ability limit.
Please choose whether to start evolution.
The adapter is currently unable to make a choice.
According to Article 13 of the adapter system, the adapter is judged to be in an emergency state.
This system prioritizes and conservatively chooses limited evolution to ensure the survival of the adapter. The T-virus is being adjusted and reconstructed, and the adapter's body is adjusted synchronously. Reconstruction is completed. Adjustment is completed. Evolution, start.
Congratulations to the adapter for completing the evolution. The body is so hot that Luo Guan, who was confused, felt as if his body was burning and uncomfortable all over. He suddenly woke up from a nightmare of being burned by fire.
Luo Guang sat up and panted.
Although his head was still a little confused, the first thing Luo Guang did after getting up was to scan the surroundings to ensure safety. Although the impression was not deep, it looked similar to before the coma. The door lock was still pressed, and there was no disturbing sound outside the house.
Congratulations to the adapter for its successful evolution.
Seeing that Luo Guang could almost think normally, the system congratulated Luo Guang again.
Evolution?
Luo Guan was very confused. Although he had heard the system's alarm before he fell into a coma, which made Luo Guang guess that the system could solve the virus infection, he never expected that the system would mention evolution first. Knowing that Luo Guan was very confused, the system immediately explained, in the virus infected by the adapter, a large number of traces of artificial editing were found.
It is inferred that the evolution in this environment is mainly based on biological transformation. In addition, the adapter does not have virus antibodies.
In order to prevent the virus from mutating and damaging the adapter's body, this system has independently decided to adjust the adapter according to relevant regulations.
Now the virus has been successfully integrated.
Luo Guang has also read the adapter regulations. The main content of Article 13 is under what circumstances the system can independently choose whether to evolve and the direction of evolution.
Luo Guang's life is threatened.
This is one of the situations where the system can independently choose to evolve. After the system finished speaking, it presented Luo Guang's current data in front of Luo Guang. Adapter number 00001 S name, Luo Guang adaptability level S, strength 12, 10, flexibility 10, 10, endurance 15, 15, intelligence 8, 8, willpower 10. Luo Guang found that his personal attributes had increased a lot, and his strength and endurance attributes reached and exceeded the human limit mentioned by the system respectively.
Intelligence has increased but willpower has not? Luo Guang asked with some curiosity. In Luo Guang's opinion, intelligence should be determined by nature.
Because the brain's ability has become stronger, some combat knowledge has been added to it through the compilation of viruses, and adapters can master new combat skills relatively quickly. The system explained a few times to let Luo Guang understand what the system meant. That is, the system used the T-virus as a carrier to engrave some knowledge in Luo Guang's mind. After the system mentioned this, Luo Guang realized that there was a lot more knowledge in his mind. There was no specific learning process, but he felt that his body was already proficiently controlled, and it was just a matter of how Luo Guang himself could use it proficiently. It feels like after learning to swim and ride a bicycle, even if you don't use these skills for a long time, you will not forget them, and you will be able to become proficient again quickly once you get the hang of it. Willpower is an attribute that is purely influenced by acquired factors.
The system recommends that adapters should pay attention to the training of willpower.
After the system explained another issue, it continued to explain what Luo Guang had not paid attention to. Because of the T-virus there is strong plasticity, so the adaptive level of the adapter changes. After the system said this, Luo Guang discovered that the adaptability level had changed from STOS. This means that the adaptability level of the adapter may be improved. The system explained directly without being too pretentious. It seemed to be a good thing, so Luo Guang didn't worry about it anymore. While chatting with the system, he got up and walked to the shower room. There was no hot water, and the icy cold water washed over Luo Guang's body. Luo Guang looked up and down and touched the biceps on his hand. He felt that the muscles were more obvious. He punched the void and felt much stronger before.
Can I blow the little zombie's head off with one punch now? Luo Guang thought to himself.
He had clearly reached the limit of human beings, but his physical strength had not changed much. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content.
Not yet. Although your strength, the adapter, has reached human limits, the adapter's body has not yet fully adapted to the power of mutation. The system replied. Oh, does that mean the only values in the attribute brackets that I can use now?
Luo Guang turned around to check his ability attributes and suddenly realized. Yes, this system protects adapters and prepares an adaptation process for adapters.
This adaptation process is not long.
According to the system's estimates, it will only take 3 to 4 hours in this environment.
Okay. Luo Guang didn't let the system cancel the process.
He was just joking when he asked if he could blow the zombie's head off with one punch. Luo Guang touched his right arm, and the scars on his arm disappeared. If the system hadn't prompted him to evolve a quick cure that required energy to be activated, Luo Guang might have thought that he was not injured.
Everything before was the nightmare of falling on the sofa.
But thinking that this quick cure would consume a lot of energy, Luo Guang felt a little hungry. Through the makeup mirror in the bathroom, Luo Guang's overall appearance has not changed much. At least Luo Guang does not notice that he has grown taller, and his hair is still there. He is not bald like other biochemical weapons such as Tyrant, and there is nothing extra on his body. Perhaps there was something missing, which made Luo Guang sigh in relief. Fortunately, he had chosen to maintain the human form during evolution in the system settings. After all, we have to live in human society. If we become less individual due to fusion and the virus, we will be in big trouble. As for possible virus monitors in the future, the system stated that the virus in Luo Guang's body was different from the previous one and could avoid virus monitoring. After Luo Guang cleaned the black stains on his body, he dried the water on his body and put on the equipment again. The only difference was that the G17 pistol that was not full of bullets was included as a spare gun by Luo Guang.
The main weapon became the first gun obtained by Luo Guang after time travel, Beretta's M92F pistol. After finishing dressing up, Luo Guang munched on the ready-to-eat food and looked at the time on his watch. It was already around 3 a.m. on September 29th, and there were probably 2 or less days left before the destruction of Raccoon City. We don't have much time, and we don't know what's going on at the subway station.
Luo Guang did not take it for granted that Jill would succeed just because the world was similar to the game. In addition, when he returned to the subway station and bumped into Jill, Luo Guang felt awkward and could not think of an explanation for a while. So Luo Guang had no idea of going back to the subway station to check the situation. I told Carlos the information about the Furies tracking Gil, and I don't know if Carlos told Gil. If the other party told Gil, Gil would probably choose to find another way out instead of walking with the civilians. Luo Guang opened another can of tomato soup and started eating it. Then the remaining methods of escape are a helicopter from an unknown party and the underground train at Umbrella's Secret Research Institute.
Or can I take Umbrella's line and leave in Umbrella's helicopter?
While Luo Guang was thinking, he opened another can of sardines. Looking at the sardine with a wide eye and taking a big bite, Luo Guang made a decision in his mind and went to the police station to try his luck. There should be information about the official evacuation point there. Looking at the pile of empty jars of ready-to-eat food on the table, Luo Guang felt a steady stream of power emerging from his body.
Finally, he couldn't control it and burped.
Luo Guang relaxed his stomach and thought, he seems to have eaten most of the family's food reserves, and he has no money. He is eating a king's meal. Although he had taken a small step in evolution, Luo Guang did not feel any special changes in himself, except that he ate much more. The reason why Luo Guang ate most of the food in the room soon after waking up was because although Luo Guang didn't have weak hands and legs after waking up, he still felt very hungry. Because after traveling to Raccoon City, although he ate some food at the RPD Youth Activity Center, they were mostly snacks such as potato chips, so Luo Guang thought it was just a normal hunger after waking up from sleep. But just as Luo Guang was thinking this, the system sounded an alarm asking Luo Guang to quickly replenish energy, otherwise the system would fall into sleep mode, reminding Luo Guang not to forget to ensure nutrition and energy replenishment. Only then did Luo Guang suddenly realize that the system had said before that adequate nutrition should be ensured. Luo Guang did not dare to put the system to sleep at this moment. Although other similar systems would not be able to detect his existence after the system was put to sleep, his own system would also be unable to detect possible adapters around him. At this time, Luo Guang's strength had increased a lot. If he hadn't been in the process of adapting, Luo Guang might have lost control of his strength when filling the glass with water, and had to perform a show of holding a broken glass with his bare hands. Luo Guang, who had eaten, drank, and rested enough, opened the map, confirmed the route of action, made preparations, and left the room. The Raccoon City Police Station is not far from the substation that Jill is going to, but the Raccoon City Police Station is located in the opposite direction of the substation on the same street, so Luo Guang returned to the place where he encountered zombie dogs before, and easily solved a few gnawing dogs. Zombies from zombie dogs. Seeing that there are no changes except for a few more zombies, it means that Jill has not returned from completing the mission. Luo Guang didn't stop there, but after confirming that Jill had not come back, he continued to the Raccoon City Police Station. There was less than 5 minutes difference between the front and back legs. Gil returned to a place and fell into deep thought as he looked at the ordinary zombies that were killed by one blow and Luo Guang who was no longer here. The situation outside the main entrance of the Raccoon City Police Station was unexpectedly calm, but Luo Guang couldn't help but cheer up when he saw the door of the Raccoon City Police Station. The Raccoon City Police Department is an important plot point in the Resident Evil series. Luo Guang did not break in rashly, but hid behind an ambulance that hit a lamppost and observed the situation. The door to the Raccoon City Police Department is still intact, closed but not locked. There were many zombies lying scattered outside the door, but no corpses appeared inside the door. Hasn't the Raccoon City Police Department fallen yet? Luo Guang was very confused. If I remember correctly, all the police officers and special police officers have been sacrificed at this time. At most, there is only one seriously injured Officer Marvin left in the Raccoon City Police Department. In fact, Luo Guang misremembered the time when Officer Marvin was injured. Regardless of the old or new version of Resident Evil 2, Marvin was not injured at this time. After confirming that it was safe, Luo Guang carefully touched the door of the police station while paying attention to the corpses under his feet that might be pretending to be dead. There was a soft clang, and the door was locked as expected. Luo Guang did not choose to look for a needle in a haystack to find the key. He looked at the stone pillars on both sides of the door and the height of the door. In addition to the iron fence, part of the outer wall of the Raccoon City Police Station is made of stone walls. Therefore, Luo Guang used the rough surface of the stone wall to climb onto the stone wall and climbed over the outer wall of the Raccoon City Police Station. Under Luo Guang's precise control, he landed silently. Although Luo Guang had noticed that there were no other people or zombies in the open space between the main building of the police station and the gate before he came in, he still carefully drew his gun and observed after landing. No zombies or living people were found. Luo Guang, who breathed a sigh of relief but remained cautious, came to the main door of the main building of the Raccoon City Police Station, pushed hard, but failed to open it, and twisted the door handle again, but also failed to turn the handle. "What a good habit," Luo Guang said with a wry smile. Just when Luo Guang turned around and left, preparing to find another way to enter the Raccoon City Police Station, Luo Guang heard footsteps coming from behind the door, and soon the sound of the lock opening was heard. "Quickly turn around and take aim. The person who can open the door is most likely a living person, but no one knows who this living person is." Luo Guang remained on guard. "Hey, I'm alive." On the shoulder that was exposed first, Luo Guang saw the epaulet with the abbreviation RPD of the Raccoon City Police Department on his arm. Seeing the other party raise his hands, exposing his entire body to Luo Guang's eyes, Luo Guang lowered his index finger from the trigger and slowly lowered the raised pistol. "How great!" Luo Guang, a traditional Chinese, said happily when he saw that the policeman felt an inexplicable sense of security. "I'm sorry, you're late. The last rescue vehicle has already left." The person who opened the door to Luo Guang was a black policeman. He seemed to think that Luo Guang came here because he heard that he could evacuate here. "Ah, when is the next one?" Luo Guang asked with a disappointed look, thinking that the other party was still in the Raccoon City Police Department, so there would probably be another one. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. When the other party heard Luo Guang's words, his expression became gloomy, and then he cheered up and said, "Come in first, it's not safe outside, and it will also attract those monsters." Since the other party said so, Luo Guang walked into the main building of the Raccoon City Police Department and came to the office hall of the Raccoon City Police Department. The black police officer who opened the door for Luo Guang confirmed that it was safe outside the door before changing the door and locking it.
Luo Guang observed the service hall.
It seemed that there were no civilians inside the door, just as the black policeman said.
That was the last rescue vehicle, but we are now thinking of other ways to leave, the black policeman said to Luo Guang after locking the door.
The black policeman walked in front of Luo Guang and pointed to a few dark green military boxes that looked similar to the UBCS military boxes that Luo Guang saw on the subway train.
The two policemen were checking their equipment. When they saw Luo Guang coming in, they didn't say anything.
They were probably in no mood to express their opinions or appease the civilians. They are going to the archives to find a way to leave the police station. This was formerly a museum. It seems that there are still mechanisms that existed before the renovation, and the exit is far from the city center, so we can leave the city center relatively safely. After the black policeman finished speaking, he added, "By the way, I'm Marvin Branna, the thinner one over there is Elliot Edwards and the other one is David Zero.
I'm Luo Guang."
After Luo Guang answered, he greeted the two people next to the military alley. Although the two were in a heavy mood, they still pulled the corners of their mouths and smiled at Luo Guang. Seeing the black police officer, Luo Guang was also wondering if this person was Officer Marvin. Looking at Officer Marvin in front of him who was unharmed, Luo Guang thought that he had come too early, or was it because this was really just a world similar to the Resident Evil series? After the two sides greeted each other, Marvin continued, "Elliot and the others are responsible for finding a way out so that we can go to other evacuation points, and I am now trying to see if I can contact our police station or the military rescue helicopter evacuation rescue vehicle. There is no next flight, but the antenna on the roof seems to be damaged and cannot be contacted for the time being. Fortunately, Luo, you came in from the main door. It would be troublesome to come in from the other two doors.
The east and west sides of the police station are full of zombies." Zombies? There are zombies in the Raccoon City Police Department?
When Luo Guang was outside the door, he thought that the Raccoon City Police Department had not fallen.
Marvin smiled bitterly and said, "In fact, except for this place, the entire Raccoon City Police Department has fallen.
If it weren't for the fire door blocking it, this place would not be able to be defended."
Luo Guang then suggested, "Is that so? By the way, Officer Marvin, is there any problem with the antenna on the roof? Do you need my help?" Marvin was a little surprised that Luo Guang wanted to assist him so actively. After all, based on Officer Marvin's experience in the past few days, it was good enough for most civilians to remain calm and not cause trouble for themselves. "I don't know yet.
I have to guide them through surveillance here, and I also have to control the lifting and lowering of the fire door, or open the door for the survivors who come here. I can only wait for them to go to the rooftop to confirm the situation before going to the archive room." After Marvin said this, Luo Guang realized that he didn't make much sound, but the other party still knew his arrival and opened the door for him. Although cameras were not popular in 1998, some places were still full of surveillance.
"It seems that I have to be more cautious," Luo Guang reflected. "I don't know about the problem of the broken antenna. I can only confirm the situation after I go there."
The general maintenance tools are also ready. Marvin turned his head and pointed to the toolbox next to Officer David, and then said to Luo Guang, "It is our responsibility to protect the citizens.
You shouldn't take risks. Officer Marvin."
Officer David on the side interrupted, "We are in an emergency and urgently need any manpower and strength." As David said, "Marvin, we need help, we need to work together to survive."
Elliot and Marvin have a good relationship, so he didn't add a honorific after Marvin's name.
Officer Marvin fell silent, and finally said slowly, "Then I'll go. Luo, you are responsible for watching the surveillance here and opening and closing the door for us."
"No, Officer Marvin."
Luo Guang refused. "There will be zombies on the way to the rooftop, and those zombies will be civilians who come to the police station for help, and they will be your former comrades.
Are you sure you can shoot without hesitation?"
Luo Guang's words exploded in Marvin's mind like thunder, which made Marvin hesitate for a while. After seeing that Marvin did not answer immediately, Luo Guang said, "Officer Marvin, you are a good policeman, but now it seems that I am more suitable for this task than you. And I am not familiar with operating surveillance and opening and closing fire doors. If I open the door too late, you who are locked outside will have to fight the zombies.
So Officer Marvin, it is the best choice for you to stay here."
Officer Marvin is a relatively unfortunate character in the Resident Evil series, so Luo Guang still remembers a lot about Officer Marvin. At the end of the game, Officer Marvin hesitated to shoot, and was eventually bitten by his colleague who turned into a zombie, mutating into a zombie.
Luo Guang didn't know if his words could inspire Marvin and let him survive. In addition to wanting to see if he could influence Marvin's fate, Luo Guang also wanted to take advantage of the fact that he had evolved a lot and his strength was still in the process of adapting to train himself so that he could adapt to the changed body as soon as possible. Some people may think this is too risky, but Luo Guang has already confirmed with the system that he is now immune to most virus infections in Raccoon City. Coupled with the ability to heal quickly, Luo Guang has the ability to train himself. Idea. In terms of the speculative model constructed by the system, such training is more conducive to Luo Guang's improvement, thereby increasing Luo Guang's success rate in surviving the Raccoon City incident. Therefore, the system did not persuade Luo Guang not to take risks. Okay. Officer Marvin finally agreed with Luo Guang. Time was running out, so Officer Marvin pulled Luo Guang to a monitor, manipulated it a few times, retrieved the map of the Raccoon City Police Department, and said, "Look first. This is the map of the Raccoon City Police Department. You need to go to the east side of the office building first, go to the press conference room, and then past the toilet and you will see the stairs." Officer Marvin pointed it out to Luo Guang and said, "When you get to the second floor, you need to go around the corridor of the art room and go to the far right. This is the door to the rooftop on the second floor." Seeing that Luo Guang had no doubts, Marvin continued to explain, "When you get to the rooftop, you can see the antenna console on the wall to check the status of the antenna. The console is placed in a box. As long as there is no serious problem with the antenna, ordinary wiring problems are relatively easy to solve." Luo Guang repeated the route. "I understand, press conference room, toilet, second floor, around the art room, rooftop." "That's right." Marvin took a walkie-talkie from the reception desk, adjusted it and handed it to Luo Guang, saying, "The channel has been adjusted. Because zombies are very sensitive to sound, so neither I nor they will contact you proactively, do you understand?" Received. Although Marvin said so, Luo Guang, after taking the walkie-talkie, studied the buttons for a while, then put the walkie-talkie into silent mode and turned off the power of the walkie-talkie. Officer Mawen watched Luo Guang operate and gained some confidence that the cautious Luo Guang could complete the task. There are still some ammunition supplies left over there, so take them. Also, the switch on the east side seems to have tripped, so there are no lights in some places, so you need to bring a flashlight. Just tell me when you're ready and I'll open the door for them first." After seeing Luo Guang put the walkie-talkie on his waist, Marvin suggested that Luo Guang prepare ammunition. While Luo Guang was listening to Officer Marvin's explanation, Elliot and David were already ready to go, so Officer Marvin went to open the fire door on the west side for them first. Seeing this, Luo Guang walked to the military boxes alone to see what good things there were. It was a happy time to resupply equipment. After Officer Marvin said this, Luo Guang remembered that he still lacked a lighting tool in his survival kit. After scanning the office hall, Luo Guang caught his eye at a black flashlight placed next to the reception desk. It was a bit different from the household flashlights Luo Guang had seen. There were protruding serrations on the edge of the lampshade at the front of the flashlight, and there was also a blunt cone at the tail. The model number of this flashlight system was not found in the database. It was probably a specially customized flashlight for the Raccoon City Police Department. After getting it in his hand, he waved it a few more times and tried turning the light on and off. After confirming that there was no problem and the waving feeling was good, Luo Guang accepted it with a smile. Marvin's eyes twitched at the side. The flashlight in Luo Guang's hand was customized by Marvin, who spent a lot of money. It is sturdy and durable, waterproof and anti-fall, and has functions such as self-defense and window breaking. It is also equipped with a flashing function for human use. Unexpectedly, Luo Guang did not pick up the flashlight placed on the bench next to the armament box, but directly aimed at the flashlight he placed on the reception desk next to him. It's just that he just asked Luo Guang to find a lighting tool, and he couldn't use it for the time being. Luo Guang seemed to like it very much, so although Marvin felt a little painful, he still didn't say anything. Playing with the flashlight in his hand, Luo Guang happened to be scanning before and saw a police belt on the back of the chair next to the military box. Good thing, this belt comes with a holster for the Beretta M92FS pistol, the standard weapon of the Raccoon City Police Department, which is just right for Luo Guang to put his Beretta M92F pistol. However, this holster is semi-closed. If Luo Guang just to put your own in, you need to remove the silencer first. In addition, there are several slots for magazines on the police belt, which Luo Guang naturally accepted without hesitation. There was a sense of pleasure in upgrading equipment for $0. Luo Guang found a suitable magazine for his pistol in a few clicks. Fill the magazine with bullets and use a telescopic dagger to cut a piece under the holster so that you can put the Beretta M92F pistol in without removing the silencer. Luo Guang finished firing his main weapon and inserted the magazine and flashlight into his police belt one by one. 1, 2, 6, 6 magazines.
Luo Guang was in a good mood as he counted the full magazines on his belt. As for the holster and magazine position on the inside of the black jacket, Luo Guang placed a loaded G17 pistol. Luo Guang could not find the Glock Universal magazine for the G17 pistol, so he had to do the next best thing and also filled the full magazine of the M9 pistol. After that, I will see if I can switch to an M9 model pistol and no longer use the G17 pistol.
Luo Guang thought happily and began to count the magazine slots on the inside of the black jacket.
7, 8, 9, a total of 9 spare magazines. I am really rich.
Luo Guang felt happy for the first time after traveling to this world.
After sorting out his belongings one last time, Luo Guang asked Officer Marvin to prepare to open the fire door. Pay attention to safety, and if you encounter a situation that you can't handle, just retreat. Officer Marvin controlled the computer. Worried Luo Guang said, the fire door will only open about 1/3, and there will be a sound when opening and closing the door. Be careful to hide behind the door.
Of zombies. Marvin continued to make an agreement with Luo Guang about the call code for the walkie-talkie.
Understood. Marvin was a little wordy, but Luo Guang didn't hate being cared about. The fire door opened slowly, and Luo Guang was already waiting by the door to prevent zombies from crawling in. The fire door rolled and made a clicking sound.
As Officer Marvin said before, the sound of the fire door rolling was a little loud.
There was a space underneath for one person to crawl through, but no zombies crawled out from below. Luo Guang was also prepared, squatting and bending sideways, turning on the flashlight and looking inside. The environment was a bit harsh, and Luo Guang saw a lot of corpses at a glance. They were people who didn't have time to escape when the east side building was captured by zombies.
Fortunately, Luo Guang didn't find any zombies standing behind the door.
Seeing that the fire door had been raised to a certain level, Luo Guang turned sideways and entered the East District building.
When Officer Marvin saw Luo Guang entering, he stopped the rising firewall.
Luo Guang felt that the fire door behind him only stopped for a moment, and then began to slowly descend. The hallway lights were off just as Officer Marvin said, and only a few emergency escape lights gave off a faint glow. Luo Guang did not take action immediately, but took advantage of the gradually decreasing light in the office hall to slowly adapt to the dark environment. Most of these corpses have turned into zombies. Luo Guang observed carefully and found that most of the corpses had been shot multiple times, and the only exception was that there was a dark bullet hole in the head. Luo Guang could imagine what tragic things had happened here, but he didn't feel much sad about it. After confirming that these zombies were dead, Luo Guang slowly walked forward. The flashlight was pinned to Luo Guang's waist and stuck in a groove, so that the light of the flashlight could always shine forward. However, if the flashlight is attached to the waist, the light can only change direction as the body rotates, which is inconvenient. It is more convenient to hold it by hand when encountering certain corners. But the advantage of this is that Luo Guang can retract the dagger in one hand and move forward with the pistol in the other. To deal with ordinary zombies, a knife can be used. The reason why Luo Guang still insisted on holding a pistol in his hand was that he was worried about zombie dogs or other agile biochemical weapons such as lickers. If he encountered a licker, the other party would not give Luo Guang time to draw his gun. As for using a pistol to clear the way directly, Luo Guang had also thought about it, but this is not a game. Even if there is a silencer, once the gunshot in this room is heard, it is equivalent to notifying the entire floor and the zombies outside that it is time to eat. This is why Luo Guang has only used bullets on the tyrant nemesis and zombie dogs so far. Therefore, Luo Guang finally chose such a compromise method. However, if the power here can be restored, Luo Guang thought of restoring the power, but Officer Marvin knew that there was no electricity here, but did not let him repair it. It is likely that it is not on the way, or it is not a situation that non-professionals can handle. After walking a few steps forward, he was about to turn left. Luo Guang held the gun and looked at the wall on the right carefully and turned left. The bright light of the flashlight instantly illuminated the entire corridor, and in the light, a bloody mouth appeared and rushed over. Although he was mentally prepared, Luo Guang was still a little startled, and his first reaction was to pull the trigger of the weapon in his hand. Bang! This was the signal for the canteen to start eating, and it hit the face of the zombie who was anxious to eat. Fuck! Luo Guang burst out with a curse word. Since the dinner bell had already rung, Luo Guang naturally no longer cared about whether it would attract more zombies. He took back the blade of the telescopic dagger with his left hand and let it fall freely to the ground. He changed from holding the gun with one hand to holding it with two hands, opened his legs slightly above his shoulders, and formed a stable triangle structure with his hands and body. With the help of the flashlight on his waist, he began to shoot one by one. Because the power of the pistol bullet was slightly insufficient, in order to ensure the kill, Luo Guang chose to shoot 2 times in a row. Bang bang. Bang bang. Just after Luo Guang fired 2 two-shot bursts, the zombie that scared Luo Guang before straightening up again, stretched out his hands, and rushed towards Luo Guang. Luo Guang's first shot hit the zombie in the head, but for some reason it did not penetrate the zombie's skull. Bang. The zombie did not fall down after being shot, so Luo Guang naturally would not miss it. Because the distance was very close, Luo Guang directly sent a 9mm bullet into the zombie's head from the eye socket. Maybe Luo Guang's strength has increased a lot after evolution, and the recoil of the M9 pistol has little effect on Luo Guang. Now Luo Guang is very stable when shooting, and he uses 2-shot bursts instead of emptying the magazine, so his hit rate is very high. The power of the internal surveillance of the Raccoon City Police Department is not separate, so although many places in the east and west areas have lost power, Officer Marvin can still check the situation of Luo Guang and Elliot through the surveillance. Because Luo Guang was just a civilian, Officer Mawen paid the most attention to Luo Guang. He happened to see Luo Guang holding a pistol and harvesting slow-moving zombies one by one. In addition to his shooting skills, what surprised Marvin the most was Luo Guang's psychological quality when facing so many zombies. When watching through the surveillance before, many zombies were sitting against the wall, lying down and pretending to be dead, which made Marvin misjudge the number of zombies in the corridor of the East District, and was also the reason why Marvin agreed to let Luo Guang go to the East District building. But with Luo Guang's gunshot, the zombies that were originally still or relatively still began to move, and Marvin was shocked to realize the large number of zombies. The reason why the East and West districts fell was partly because the civilians who participated in the defense were confused as the zombies got closer and closer. After the hit rate dropped, they naturally could not stop the zombies from breaking through the defense line. However, he and other civilians who were defending at the main entrance did not lose their composure. Although they encountered dangerous moments at one time, they were all safe and defended. After all, Luo Guang had received zombie movie training, so he didn't have much fear in the face of these zombies. Of course, another important reason was that Luo Guang had a large number of bullets, which gave Luo Guang, who had a gun and bullets in his hand, a psychological advantage in the face of slow zombies. Although Luo Guang missed the bullet because of the occasional shaking of the zombies, after Luo Guang used up 3 magazines, the zombies within 5 meters of him in the corridor were basically dealt with. After replacing the 4th magazine, Luo Guang gave up holding the gun with both hands. At this time, the zombies were already a certain distance away from Luo Guang. Therefore, Luo Guang picked up the telescopic dagger, ejected it, retracted it, ejected it again, retracted it, shook it in his ear to confirm that the telescopic dagger was not damaged, and ejected the dagger again. After missing the fire axe that he had never used since he got it, Luo Guang walked leisurely towards the remaining zombies. Because the fire door had been closed before, and Luo Guang did not ask for help from the surveillance, objectively speaking, Luo Guang was in a situation where he could not retreat. Since Luo Guang had already fired the first shot, he naturally did not skimp on bullets and quickly fired to kill the zombies that were closer to him. However, because the power of the 9mm pistol bullet was slightly insufficient, he used a lot more bullets than Luo Guang expected. At this time, Luo Guang held the retractable dagger again in his hand to save bullets. The map of the Raccoon City Police Department that he had seen before appeared in his mind, and Luo Guang had a plan in mind. The corridor was much emptied, which gave Luo Guang space to pull and enough time for him to recycle the empty magazines for later use after replenishing bullets. Luo Guang walked towards the zombies, which made Ma Wen, who was watching the surveillance, sweat for Luo Guang. Why did this man look so reckless? Ma Wen felt that he was deceived by Luo Guang's appearance. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. From the perspective and experience of Officer Ma Wen, fighting zombies in close combat is like dancing on the edge of a knife. Even a small wound may turn a person into a zombie monster. However, for Luo Guang, this is not a problem. According to the system, as long as a large amount of uncontrollable T-virus does not enter the body at one time, it will be fine. It is basically the amount of a direct injection. The zombie with a crooked neck, wearing a black vest and long jeans is Luo Guang's first target. Compared with other zombies, this zombie is closer and is the most suitable target. However, Luo Guang did not kill the zombie with one knife. He moved to the right to avoid the zombie's attack and grabbed the belt of the zombie's jeans from behind. He used his thumb to hold the retractable dagger tightly, and the remaining 4 fingers pulled the belt, stood firmly, exerted force on his waist, and threw the zombie to the zombie on the other side. The zombies that were hit were knocked to the ground, their feet were unstable, and they naturally fell to the ground in a mess. Luo Guang followed closely, and the zombies that fell to the ground lost their explosiveness and could only lie on the ground and dance. The right hand holding the gun knocked the zombie's hand to the side, and the left hand quickly attacked with a knife. The zombies on the left who were not knocked down took this opportunity to stretch their hands and attack Luo Guang. Luo Guang went forward and stepped on the neck of a zombie that fell to the ground. Facing the attacking zombies, Luo Guang still took 3 steps, 1 to dodge, 2 to control, and 3 to stab. Avoid the attack, control the zombies so that they can't fight back, and then stab the zombies in the vital parts. Luo Guang, who caused a double kill, did not continue to move forward, but kicked the zombies who were struggling to get up and pressed them back, finishing them off one by one.
Officer Marvin didn't know how to describe his feelings at this time.
From the initial worry, to the surprise of Luo Guang's shooting skills, to the fear of Luo Guang getting hurt in a rash close-up battle, to the current shock, Marvin, who always thought that zombies were difficult to deal with, was hit hard. Especially Luo Guang's way of dealing with zombies in close combat, if everyone in the police station learned it. Marvin thought of the scene of fighting zombies before, and then looked back at Luo Guang's performance. He felt that the two were in different worlds. Luo Guang knew that Officer Marvin was watching the surveillance, but Luo Guang didn't care that Officer Marvin saw him so skillfully deal with zombies. After all, Luo Guang still had a teacher named Jill of SARS. If the police could have communicated with the survivors of the SARS mansion incident, perhaps more people could have survived this biochemical crisis. Luo Guang looked at the other zombies approaching him expressionlessly, thinking about whether to kill all the zombies here. However, after Luo Guang looked at the blood-stained retractable dagger, he gave up his idea. According to the situation before the zombies mutated, the zombies walked fast and slow, and Luo Guang could quickly find a passage. However, Luo Guang did not choose to pass through it, but opened the office door with doors and windows on the east side of the office. After dodging the attack of the first zombie that jumped out, Luo Guang pushed it from behind, causing it to fall forward to the ground. When the second zombie jumped out, he again moved sideways to avoid it, and kicked the second zombie to the side of the first zombie. After the first zombie that had already fallen down tripped the second zombie, Luo Guang did not attack the 2 zombies, but walked directly into the east office where there were no zombies blocking the way and closed the door. That's right, in addition to going along the corridor to the staircase, the east office has doors on both sides, so Luo Guang can go through directly without having to fight with many zombies in the corridor.
This is Luo Guang's plan after he recalled the map of the Raccoon City Police Department. The East Office is one of the 2 major police offices of the Raccoon City Police Department. It covers a large area. The public office area is in the middle of the office, slightly to the left. There is also a partition in the right corner, which is an independent office. Before the fall of the East District, this place happened to become a temporary civilian shelter. The police settled many survivors who came here, but most of them were women and children who had no combat power. Most of the men were involved in the battle and patrol of the East Gate. Although it is called a temporary shelter, in fact, there is no tent in the East Office. It is only used to temporarily accommodate civilians. Several sleeping bags, iron lunchboxes, water bottles, milk bottles, etc. placed directly on the ground all indicate that someone sat on the spot and spent a difficult time. Luo Guang did not see banners welcoming newcomers, so this should not be the office where Li Sangguan with a middle-parted hair is going to take office, so there is no decryption welcome activity. Speaking of which, the plots of Resident Evil 3 and Resident Evil 2 seem to be just one after the other, with a difference of about 1 day. I won't meet Li Sangguan and others in this Raccoon City Police Department. Luo Guang still has some impressions of these 2 games. He doesn't remember the specific time and what happened, but he still remembers the place where most of the things happen clearly. Thinking about some things before the time travel, Luo Guang didn't care that the system knew about this. Luo Guang vaguely felt that the system probably knew that there were some things in Luo Guang's mind that didn't conform to the current era. And the system itself probably didn't belong to this era. Then the second brother, let alone the eldest brother, let's keep each other warm. Since Luo Guang came here, he didn't choose to leave immediately, but searched this office to get some information at most. This place is very similar to the world of Resident Evil, but Luo Guang felt that everything here did not develop completely according to the plot in the game. Therefore, Luo Guang only used his memory of the game as a reference. Fortunately, at present, the overall layout of Raccoon City is basically the same as in the game.
Because the East District was captured by zombies, most of the civilians fled, so there were not many zombies in the East office. After Luo Guang dealt with 2 more zombies hiding in the office and lazy, he reached out to the 2 zombies lying on the ground for the first time and successfully found 2 full magazines and 2 police certificates. One of the standard guns of the police officers of the Raccoon City Police Department is the Beretta M92FS pistol, and the 2 magazines Luo Guang found are just right. The guns on the 2 zombies fell to the ground and were soaked in blood. Luo Guang had no cleaning tools and he also had guns to use, so he didn't pick up these guns. Although the Beretta M92FS pistol is an improved version of Luo Guang's Beretta M92F pistol, it is mainly to improve the shortcomings of the Beretta M92F, so the magazines are still universal. Luo Guang felt quite happy to get 2 full magazines. No wonder Li Sanguan was so keen on looting. It felt really good. However, the ammunition is still not durable. Luo Guang only fought a skirmish, and he basically lost nearly half of his ammunition. This is the case when Luo Guang knew the zombies' weaknesses. It is conceivable how much ammunition the Raccoon City Police Department needed to block the zombie army. The Raccoon City Police Department originally had sufficient bullets, but a large amount of ammunition and heavy weapons were secretly moved away by the police chief before the outbreak of the biochemical crisis. In this situation, coupled with the large number of zombies, it is no wonder that the Raccoon City Police finally chose to use a huge amount of explosives to stop the zombie army heading south. However, after that blocking battle, the Raccoon City Police could no longer organize any actions. Including the dedicated deputy director, the Raccoon City Police and Special Police were basically left there. The left door of the East District office, which is the door Luo Guang entered, heard the sound of zombies pulling the door when Luo Guang touched the corpse. The noise was not intense, and it seemed that the zombies should not be able to break in for a while. Marvin saw Luo Guang, who had avoided the remaining zombies, enter the East District office, and felt a little relieved. Luo Guang did not seem to intend to fight to the end. Although Officer Marvin was surprised by Luo Guang's fighting ability, he was counting in his mind. Luo Guang had used up nearly half of his bullets, and the remaining zombies were more than Luo Guang had killed. Most of the police and SWAT officers in Raccoon City lost their fighting ability and died because they ran out of bullets. As for close combat, most police and SWAT officers would lose this idea after seeing those hideous zombies who were not afraid of bullets and were like evil ghosts resurrected from hell. After all, the weapons such as anti-explosion sticks in their hands could not deal with these zombies at all. In 1998, for most people in Raccoon City and the world, these zombies were still incomprehensible and terrifying, but for Luo Guang, who had traveled through time and space and was influenced by various movies and TV shows, he was not afraid of ordinary zombies, who still could not run away, so when facing zombies, Luo Guang naturally had an advantage over SWAT officers and other people with professional skills. So if someone said that Luo Guang used a knife to kill all the zombies, Officer Marvin would definitely think that the person who said this was crazy. When Marvin saw several magazines on the bodies of Luo Guang's colleagues who died in the East District office, he thought that Luo Guang was probably looking for weapons and supplies and would not leave for the time being. Since Luo Guang was temporarily safe, Marvin focused his attention on Elliot and the other man. Elliot and the two had already fought their way through the zombies and reached the archives room. After locking the door, they rummaged through the information, so the two of them were safe for the time being. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There were no problems on either side, so Marvin picked up the walkie-talkie nearby. Although Marvin cannot contact distance support due to antenna problems, Marvin can still contact the rescue team that may still exist in the center of Raccoon City, or has informed the surviving civilians that the office hall of the police station is still safe for the time being. If there is no better choice, come here or something. Let us draw our attention back to Luo Guang. Luo Guang briefly searched the public office area and found no more useful weapons and ammunition. Judging from the sign on the desk, the police in the office here seem to be mainly responsible for relatively safe civil disputes. In fact, what Luo Guang was looking for was not only weapons and ammunition, but more importantly, officially announced information about evacuation points. The fall of Raccoon City and its final ending make it easy to feel like the Lighthouse Nation is incompetent. However, in fact, the Lighthouse Nation knew what happened in Raccoon City as early as the first outbreak and arranged for the army to block the ground access to Raccoon City. It is not that civilians are not given a way to survive. In the early days of the first outbreak of the biological crisis in Raccoon City, the military began to organize evacuation points in various places in Raccoon City. For example, the Raccoon City Zoo was one of the large evacuation points. Because the general in charge of the blockade could not bear the massacre of civilians by zombies, he privately joined forces with nearly 3,000 people from the National Guard, RPD, and UBCS to launch a war of annihilation against the zombies, wiping out the nearest zombies. Therefore, Luo Guang and the protagonist group will see much fewer zombies. After searching for a while, but with no results, Luo Guang set his sights on the independent office. Police officers with offices generally had higher positions, and he might find useful information in it. The door was naturally locked. Anyway, there had been a big fuss before, so there was no need to keep quiet.
Luo Guang kicked open the door of the independent office with his last kick.
There are no zombies inside. Luo Guang saw no zombies inside, only a corpse sitting on the office sofa. The corpse lying on the sofa had a necklace with a cross wrapped around his right wrist, and under his right hand there was a 6-inch python revolver lying quietly on the floor, flashing fiercely under the light of the flashlight. Light! Seeing this situation, Luo Guang already knew what the person in front of him was going through.
After checking the silver python revolver, there was not a single round in it.
Looking at the dark hole at the temple of the corpse, Luo Guang sighed, looked around, found and pulled down the flag with the RPD logo on the wall, covered the man's body, and covered the bullet hole in his head. Looking away, Luo Guang focused on the map of Raccoon City on the wall inside, facing the entrance of the independent office. It was scrawled with all sorts of information.
Judging from the map, there are many shelters set up by the Raccoon City government. Shelters have been set up near the city hall and police station as well as the umbrella headquarters to take in survivors. The National Guard and the Army also set up shelters further away from the city center such as Campanile Park Plaza, Raccoon City University, and the Raccoon City Zoo. In the above shelters, Raccoon City University, Bell Tower Park and Raccoon City Zoo later became evacuation points. The military was responsible for rescuing as many survivors as possible through helicopters and land transportation, and after evacuating Raccoon City, they had to deal with these survivors or screen to ensure that none of these survivors are infected. The police set up a special evacuation point at the Raccoon City Police Department and transported survivors to the above 3 military evacuation points through SWAT vehicles and helicopters. Thanks to Umbrella's sponsorship, the Raccoon City Police Department is well funded and equipped with helicopters.
Therefore, the police department can also use helicopters to evacuate survivors directly from the police station and out of Raccoon City. However, the transport capacity is not as high as that of the military. In addition, helicopters have a limited range and need to travel far away to replenish fuel. Therefore, in order to save as many people as possible, these helicopters usually only send survivors to military evacuation points. At this stage, the Raccoon City Police Department uses the convenience of helicopters to search for radio signals to rescue trapped civilians who are unable to reach various evacuation points. Therefore, Officer Marvin needs to repair the antenna and contact those police helicopters to issue new orders. Order. But as of the death of the policeman in the office, most of the shelters above had been destroyed or cancelled, and had been marked with a big cross.
The evacuation point at Raccoon City University is still there?
Now that they have all been marked, Luo Guang will naturally no longer pay attention to those shelters that have been cancelled or fallen.
In addition to Raccoon City University, the shelters in Raccoon City Police Department and Raccoon City Zoo have not been crossed out.
However, Luo Guang does not know when the police officer committed suicide, so the above information is very important to Luo Guang. It's just for reference. The way out now is to take the subway without Jill and then transfer to the train to the outside world, or directly escape from Raccoon City by taking the police helicopter that Marvin contacted.
By the way, shoot them in the head is written in large letters in the blank space on the map.
After confirming that there was no other information on the Raccoon City map, Luo Guang prepared to leave the East Office. Because Luo Guang fired in the left corridor of the East Office, most of the zombies were attracted to that side by the gunshot, so it would be much safer for Luo Guang to leave from the right door of the East Office. Although Luo Guang judged that the right door was safe because other zombies were attracted, Luo Guang still did not relax his vigilance. After all, he didn't know if there would be deaf zombies who didn't hear the sound, just like the zombies who were lazy in the East Office before. Obviously, the fight outside was in full swing, and there were 2 zombies inside yelling at the door for dinner, but 2 zombies fell to the ground and slept. It was also because Luo Guang was cautious that he saw that there were no signs of damage on the heads of these 2 lazy zombies, so he didn't fall into the evil plan of these 2 zombies, and let these 2 lazy guys have their heads bloomed on the corners of the table and the corners of the wall respectively. After confirming that there were no zombies blocking the door through the window on the right office door, Luo Guang slowly turned the door handle and gently pushed the door open. Luo Guang carefully confirmed that everything was safe. He was suddenly frightened and his hands were shaking, so he fired a shot, which caused a hornet's nest and consumed a lot of bullets. To be honest, this mistake was a bit big, but there was an unexpected gain at this time. There were no active zombies in the corridor here. Luo Guang only needed to be careful of the zombies pretending to be dead and he could easily reach the stairs to the second floor. After closing the door of the East District office, Luo Guang was about to leave when he saw a small room opposite the door. Looking at the door plate above the door, it was the guard room of the Raccoon City Police Department. Luo Guang checked the time on his watch. It had been less than 15 minutes since he left the office hall, so there was still plenty of time. The door was not locked, so Luo Guang pushed the door and walked in. The guard room is relatively small compared to the East District office. There is a weapon rack, a long table and a chair inside. The guns on the weapon rack are empty, and there is no bullet left for Luo Guang. Although there are no weapons and ammunition, Luo Guang found a waist bag accessory with the RPD logo on the bottom of the box. It can be clipped on the police belt, but it is empty inside, which makes Luo Guang sigh at the stinginess of the police station. Luo Guang finally put some loose 9mm bullets in it, so that he doesn't have to move the backpack in front of him and take out the bullets from it to load the magazine every time. In the future, if there is a shotgun, Luo Guang can also put some various bullets for the shotgun in it, so that he doesn't have to put the bullets in his trouser pockets. After sorting out the backpack and waist bag, Luo Guang found a rectangular riot shield. The shield is transparent and printed with the words RPD. In the dark environment, if it hadn't reflected the light of Luo Guang's flashlight, Luo Guang would have almost ignored it. However, this riot shield was not suitable for Luo Guang to use. Zombies have almost endless physical strength. Just blindly defending will only tire yourself to death. This riot shield is designed to protect the user's whole body, so it is very large, which will only be a burden for Luo Guang who pursues flexibility. This kind of shield is only suitable for a large number of people to use in a team with multiple shields. If it is a small round shield that can be tied to the forearm, Luo Guang may consider taking it. Putting the riot shield down gently, Luo Guang quickly looked through the documents on the table again. There was nothing useful. They were all some registration forms and other documents, and no one left any information. After all, it's not a game. There are not so many prompt files or worldview files. Luo Guang thought to himself, and he didn't feel sorry. Speaking of which, is there still a reporter who knows a lot of things in the detention room of the Raccoon City Police Department? Luo Guang suddenly thought of a person like this in the game of Resident Evil. Although he had a lot of information, he was eventually killed by an angry tyrant because of the Riddler. Just kidding, this reporter was purposefully silenced by Umbrella Corporation, but the death of this person was too dramatic because not much ink was spent on it. Luo Guang adjusted his mood and smiled to himself, then left the guard room. When he passed by the bathroom, he killed a zombie who took off his pants to go to the bathroom. Luo Guang also went to the bathroom, and then he came to the second floor of the East District of the police station safely. The rooms on the second floor of the East District include the sheriff's office, the director's private collection room, the waiting room and the art room, and then there is a large rooftop for helicopter landing. This must have been deliberately arranged by the sheriff, who is indeed a greedy person. When he was a child playing games, Luo Guang hated the chief of the Raccoon City Police Department. Judging from the layout of the rooms on the second floor of the East District, this is simply the sheriff's collection library, and there is not much space for police work, which really fits the greedy image of the chief. The waiting room was probably used by the director's guests to line up to meet the director. There shouldn't be anything useful, so Luo Guang didn't go to see it. The private collection room had to be entered from the director's office, and Luo Guang didn't think there would be anything he needed in the art room. After all, he didn't plan to decrypt the Raccoon City Police Department and find a secret passage to escape from downtown Raccoon City. Therefore, the only place Luo Guang planned to visit was the director's office. Then, Officer Marvin looked at Luo Guang on the display screen with a confused look on his face and kicked open the police chief's office. There was no surveillance in the director's office and the private collection room. Officer Marvin didn't know if there were zombies inside, so it was naturally difficult to contact Luo Guang on the intercom to ask him the purpose of doing so. He could only wait until Luo Guang returned safely before asking. Marvin didn't like the police chief Brian Irons, so he didn't want to arrest Luo Guang for destroying public property. He was just curious about why Luo Guang did this. Luo Guang had confirmed that there were no zombies in the corridor on the second floor, so he chose to kick the door directly. To deal with evil people, thunderous means should be used.
If it was not inappropriate, Luo Guang would have wanted to shout RPD. Open the door.
As the chief of the police station, the electricity here is also independently supplied, and it is not connected to the power supply system of the East District, so the lights are still on inside, but there are naturally no surveillance cameras inside.
Entering the chief's office with a gun, Luo Guang was disappointed. The chief was not in the office.
There was a gap opened by a mechanism on the wall behind the chief's desk. Luo Guang was not in a hurry to search the chief's office. After confirming that there was no one hiding behind the large desk, he first went into the gap with a gun to find out. After turning 2 corners, you have to pass through an open-air corridor, and there is an elevator running at the far end. Looking at the prompts on the elevator, it should be running downwards. The passage and elevator hidden behind the office, you don't need to think about it to know that this is the secret escape passage of the chief of the police station. Luo Guang had not been through the gap for long, and the elevator was still going down. You have to know that Luo Guang was only on the 2nd floor, so it is very likely that the director was frightened by the noise of Luo Guang violently removing the door and fled in a hurry.
Luo Guang thought, watching the elevator stop working, and then there was no movement. Luo Guang did not leave immediately.
He waited for a while and confirmed that the director did not return to attack him. Then he returned to the director's office and started searching.
This chapter is not over yet.
Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. There are many animal specimens in the director's office, with handwritten specimen information on them, including deer, wolves, relatively small squirrels, dogs, etc. Luo Guang saw that the hunting time and production time of the specimen animals were also marked on them.
Are these specimens made by the director himself after hunting? Luo Guang thought, I was careless.
It seems that I have to be careful. The other party is not a soft persimmon.
He is a hunter.
So the other party did not run away before, but lured me. The director did not ambush in the office, probably because the only place to hide in this place is behind the desk.
Luo Guang kicked the door so blatantly that he might know that the director himself was in the office.
In this way, the director's ambush would lose its suddenness and unknownness. If the other party pursues him relentlessly, then the elevator with nowhere to escape is the best ambush location. Although Luo Guang was a little disappointed that he failed to kill the chief with 1 shot, he still got a good thing unexpectedly. Perhaps it was because the chief was confident that no one would dare to break into his office and confident in his own prestige. Luo Guang found an open letter on the chief's solid wooden desk, which clearly recorded the fact that the police chief accepted bribes, and also directly stated that the chief took money to cover up the incident in the mansion and disbanded his CRS.
The letter was signed by W.B., probably William Bacon, the chief researcher of the Raccoon City Research Institute of Umbrella Corporation.
William Bacon is also a relatively important character in the Resident Evil series, so Luo Guang knew who it was referring to as soon as he saw the English abbreviation WB, not to mention that the letter also mentioned many things such as asking Brian Irons to find someone to protect himself from the attack of Umbrella Corporation. At this glance, Luo Guang found the paper version of the email that William Birkin sent to the police chief Brian Irons. These documents were stuffed in an envelope and placed on the table. Luo Guang also learned the name of the chief, Brian Irons, from the information inside. From the conversation between William Birkin and Brian Irons, it can be learned that William has been using his own small treasury to bribe the chief to let Brian Irons help him cover up the truth announced by the survivors of the mansion incident, and also asked Brian Irons to send mercenaries to stop the people at the Umbrella headquarters from snatching the God virus that William loves and is proud of. But it is obvious that there is no close cooperation between them, but just a simple exchange of interests. For Chief Brian Irons, only interests and his own hobbies are the most important. Facing the Umbrella Company with more capital and his own handle, Brian Irons will naturally not choose to fight with eggs. Covering up the mansion incident was also in the interests of Umbrella, but he would not choose to help William Birkin recruit mercenaries to protect him against Umbrella. That's why William Birkin sent a paper version of the emails they exchanged to threaten Police Chief Brian Irons. Although this is just one-sided words from WB, it is enough to shut up Officer Marvin. In addition, the performance of the police chief in this Raccoon City incident should also make Officer Marvin forgive himself for kicking the door. Luo Guang knew who this WB was, but there was no evidence to prove that this WB was William Birkin. But now Luo Guang was unable to forge a letter, so he could still use it to convince Officer Marvin.
Thinking so, Luo Guang searched the drawers and other places again, but no other useful documents were found.
Oh, there was also a notebook on a low table where Brian Irons recorded the hunting of animal specimens. However, the contents inside seemed wrong to Luo Guang. There was something about cutting open the stomach and taking out the large intestine to feel the life of the Siberian tiger. There was also a page about a 22-year-old pig being made into a specimen and being fragrant and soft. It felt as perverted as the tracking diary in Luo Guang's hand. Luo Guang still remembered a foreign story. A rich hunter bought an island and raised various beasts on it. He hunted for fun on the island again and again. Until one day, ordinary beasts could no longer satisfy him who pursued excitement. In the end, he chose to hunt a new beast caught on the island: humans. This Brian Irons wouldn't want to be a human specimen in the end. Luo Guang set his sights on the door of the director's office that he had violently kicked open. Luo Guang had pushed a cabinet over there to block the door. Humans could easily flip over it, and it also had a certain barrier against zombies. For the time being, Luo Guang didn't hear any other movement except himself, so he turned around and continued searching. On the map that Marvin had, Luo Guang saw a collection room next to the director's office. It was said that many exhibits were kept there after the museum was renovated. Although such a room with a large number of valuable items had been reported, it was clear that the police chief Brian Irons would not allow surveillance to be installed there. The name on the map is Collection Room, but Marvin directly said that it was a private collection room. As for this private, it naturally refers to the police chief Brian Irons. Luo Guang didn't have any artistic cells, and naturally didn't want to save some precious orphan books. He just wanted to see what good things were in it if the chief knew that he had entered his private collection room. If he had a different dimensional pocket, Luo Guang imagined the angry look of the police chief Brian Irons, and smiled wickedly. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Pushing open another door in the chief's office, a big tiger came to the front. Wow, is this the Siberian tiger that the chief said? Luo Guang looked at the specimen in front of him, which was like a tiger coming out of the mountain, and thought, unexpectedly handsome. It seems that the police chief still has artistic cells. It would be great if he became the director of the Raccoon City Tourism Bureau, and he wouldn't have to be a troublemaker. After walking around a corner, the door of the private collection room was directly open to let Luo Guang do what he wanted. Although Luo Guang looked rude, he still walked in with caution. After entering, there was a large cabinet with various porcelain plates and pottery jars neatly arranged inside, with various patterns painted on them. But Luo Guang didn't understand and was not interested, so he just glanced at it hastily. On the left side of the door, Luo Guang noticed that this collection room actually had a single room separated by an iron fence, which contained an old desk, a clothes hanger, several oil paintings hanging on the wall, a lit table lamp, an old-fashioned telephone, etc. Because it was separated by an iron fence, Luo Guang could clearly see what was inside. The only thing worth noting was that there was a key card and a card holder with a lanyard, which was hung on the clothes hanger by someone, not far from the iron fence. Luo Guang checked the door on the iron fence, which seemed to need an electronic lock switch, but the light on the switch did not light up. So Luo Guang decided to explore the private collection room again to see what else was there. At the corner, Brian Irons put his specimen again, a huge brown bear, standing on the tilted stone floor, majestic without anger. The types and styles of artworks on the cabinets further inside the private collection room are much richer than those outside, including other Egyptian-style human heads, wooden sail models, etc. Luo Guang walked to the innermost workbench, where there was an owl specimen standing on a tree stump, which was particularly conspicuous. And next to the owl specimen, there was a relief that attracted Luo Guang's attention. In front of the relief, there was a peach heart with a hollow circle in the center. For some reason, there were 4 keys of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds in the Raccoon City Police Department, so Luo Guang also paid attention to related items when searching all the way here. Although he might not use them, he had to use them just in case. Luo Guang picked up the relief, turned it over, and saw a heart key embedded in it. In a few seconds, Luo Guang took out the heart key and put it in his waist bag. Having gained something, Luo Guang looked around to see if there was a longer stick, preferably with a hook, so that Luo Guang could hook the key card hanging on the hanger behind the iron fence without opening the door. Finally, he found a gentleman's stick from the 18th and successfully hooked the key card over. Garage key card. Luo Guang did not plan to drive away from Raccoon City, so Luo Guang just looked at the key card from front to back and put it in his waist bag. After confirming that nothing was left out, Luo Guang left the director's office and continued his task of repairing the antenna. After searching for noteworthy places on the second floor of the east area, Luo Guang followed the corridor and arrived at the rooftop safely. When Luo Guang wasn't paying attention, it started to drizzle. Opening the door from the corridor to the rooftop, Luo Guang narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned the rooftop. The rooftop is not small, there is a big circle with a big H inside, a helicopter landing pad, and a grid net around the edge. On the other side, if you look up along the wall, you can find an antenna, which looks quite contemporary to Luo Guang. Luo Guang's black jacket had no hood, so he could only walk under the antenna in the drizzle. He found a big box, opened the box and looked inside. There was a red light on, which meant that there was electricity in the box.
Is the relay function broken without a box?
Luo Guang didn't know much about electricians, so for the sake of safety, he took out the walkie-talkie, turned on the power switch of the walkie-talkie, and then pressed the talk button twice, with an interval of about 1 second in between. Salad, drip, salad, drip.
Without keeping Luo Guang waiting, the same two gentle sounds of salad came from Luo Guang's walkie-talkie. This is Luo Guang, over.
This is Marvin, get it, over. After going through a set of procedures, Luo Guang began to tell Ma Wen about the situation on the rooftop.
Yes, there is a red light.
Luo Guang held down the talk button while speaking, and released the talk button to receive the signal from Marvin on the same channel.
There is also a box inside.
You can open the plastic lock directly with your hands.
Check there first.
Marvin could see Luo Guang on the surveillance screen, but the resolution of the monitor was a bit mosaic, so Marvin could only use the computer to pull out a simple maintenance manual while watching and giving instructions. When Luo Guang said that the light in the box was on, Marvin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This meant that the damage was still within the acceptable range.
If not a single light in the box was on, then repairs could basically be abandoned. It's open.
Luo Guang saw that the lock was indeed made of plastic, and then he opened the box inside.
Luo Guang was stunned for a moment when he saw the situation inside. It's the fuse again, right? It must be the fault of that bastard director, right? Luo Guang's anger towards the director continued to deepen.
It is true that Luo Guang has no evidence to prove that it was indeed the director who did it, but except for the evil director, who else would do such an immoral thing? Or just smash it directly, or just take away a fuse on purpose?
Luo Guang raised the walkie-talkie and said, Marvin, there is a fuse missing. That's too bad.
Where can I find a suitable fuse at this time? Marvin had just finished congratulating himself when Luo Guang's next message brought him back to the human world. If the fuse is broken, it is normal, but if the fuse is missing, then it is most likely due to man-made damage. Like Luo Guang, Marvin's first target of suspicion was the police chief who often disappeared when crises broke out. It was convenient for the chief who was on the second floor of the East District with Tiantai to commit crimes. As for the motive, Marvin himself had no idea.
Clear. Isn't there a power outage in the East District? Hearing Marvin's silence, Luo Guang thought Marvin was frustrated because it was difficult to find the fuse.
So Luo Guang quickly thought of demolishing the east wall to repair the west wall, and asked, is the main electric gate over there a similar structure?
Let me check, wait a moment.
Marvin put aside his doubts without evidence. After hearing Luo Guang's question, he immediately controlled the computer to search for information related to the investigation. Without letting Luo Guang wait for a long time, Marvin quickly said, although the East District the structure of the gate box is different, but the specifications of the fuse are the same.
If the ones there are available, you can use them.
Marvin called up the surveillance, paused, and said, the switch box is surrounded by a bunch of zombies.
It's in the corridor after you enter the East District, opposite the left door of the East District office, next to the vending machine.
Luo Guang was stunned for a moment when he heard Marvin's words. Unknowingly, he had dug such a hole for himself.
Oh, it's not a big problem. Luo Guang quickly thought of a way, and he didn't want to fight zombies again.
Although there were still a lot of bullets on Marvin's side, they were not enough to clean up all the zombies.
He didn't know what would happen next.
Can they still pick up bullets everywhere in Raccoon City like they did when we split up, Jill and the others, so it's better to save some money during the safe period. Moreover, the windows on the first floor have been broken, and except for the main entrance, the doors on the east and west sides have collapsed, making it impossible to prevent zombies from entering the police station. The shooting was an accident or a mistake, so Luo Guang didn't want to fire anymore to attract more zombies into the police station. You won't, Ma Wen hesitated, seeming to remember the previous battle between Luo Guang and zombies, and seriously suspected that Luo Guang was overly fond of violence.
No, Luo Guang didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
What kind of image does he have in Marvin's eyes now?
Luo Guang explained, I plan to attract these zombies into the office in the East District. Ma Wen was familiar with the terrain of the East District.
Luo Guang just said this briefly.
Marwan knew what Luo Guang meant and couldn't help but say something beautiful. Luo Guang used movable objects such as chairs or filing cabinets in the East District office to form a dragon gate array in the office. He then opened the door on the left to attract zombies inside, then jumped directly from the desk to the other side, and then from the right side of the office door left, run all the way back down the corridor to the door on the left and close it from the outside. Although Marvin thought the plan was good, there were still a few things that needed to be confirmed. After operating the computer for a few more times, Marvin said to Luo Guang on the intercom, "Because of the gunshots, some zombies broke in from the broken window, but they squeezed to the other end of the corridor. In addition, after you left the first floor, the zombies could no longer smell the smell and gradually dispersed. When the time comes, you will walk to the left of the corridor after attracting the zombies. At the junction, you must pay attention to the situation on both sides. You may have to fight with the zombies before closing the door." Having seen how Luo Guang fought the zombies, Marvin was not worried that Luo Guang could not deal with these ordinary zombies. Even if there were many zombies, as long as there was a retreat for Luo Guang to pull the zombies, they could always be dealt with. So Marvin did not say anything more about paying attention to safety. "Well, so the zombies are still concentrated in the left area of the East District for the time being?" Luo Guang asked, thinking. "What if we make a sound in the corridor to attract the zombies, let them follow the corridor to the right side of the East District, and enter from the right door of the East District office? No, after I get the fuse, I have to go to the second floor from the stairs on the right side of the East District, so I still have to face the zombies." Luo Guang has not thought of a better way for the time being. It depends on the situation at that time and his ability to adapt to changes. On the other side, Marvin also replied, "Yes, 1, 2, 3. Judging from the number in the surveillance, there should be double-digit zombies in the corridor on the left side of the East District office, about 10 zombies, and there are also many at the other end of the corridor, but they are just wandering around and not moving towards the left door of the East office." Marvin tried his best to describe the situation in the corridor in his own words. The width of the corridor is not particularly wide, and a dozen zombies have made the corridor very crowded, but a few seduces can always solve the problem. If the plan can be completed safely, Luo Guang does not mind using this slow stupid method. It's just a matter of walking. The situation in Raccoon City changes rapidly, and the plan can't keep up with the changes. Luo Guang didn't bother anymore and turned to leave the rooftop. After a safe journey, Luo Guang returned to the East District office and said that he would set up a dragon gate formation, which actually meant using furniture such as chairs and filing cabinets to block some passages in the office. Luo Guang did not deliberately lower his voice, allowing the zombies to gradually gather back to the left side of the East District office. "Have the zombies gathered?" Luo Guang asked on the intercom. Luo Guang heard the increasingly dense knocking sounds and the knocking sounds on the office glass windows, and knew that the zombies had surrounded him as he expected. "Gathered, but the right side is still safe, and we can start planning." Marwan paid attention to the situation in the corridors of the East District and reported to Luo Guang in time. "Received, I will turn off the intercom next," Luo Guang said, and without waiting for the other party to respond, he turned off the power of the intercom and clipped it back to his belt. After taking a few deep breaths and moving his hands and feet, Luo Guang began to act. Opening the left office door of the East office with one hand, Luo Guang did not hesitate and stepped back directly. The zombies, who were originally crowded together, pushed and rushed in directly. Luo Guang avoided the door panel that was knocked open, and the classic zombie attack that followed. For Luo Guang now, this kind of ordinary zombie is already child's play, as long as he is not surrounded by a large number of ordinary zombies. Luo Guang's plan is also worried about this, so Luo Guang still mustered up 100% of his energy and dared not relax at all. Smelling and seeing Luo Guang's fresh food again, the zombies couldn't help but be overjoyed and began to squeeze into the East District office. Half of the plan went smoothly. The only problem was that in addition to the zombies piled at the door, the zombies at the office window were still stupidly slapping the glass window. Luo Guang could barely see the dancing figures outside the window through the blinds under the illumination of the flashlight, but he just didn't move his feet, too lazy to death. Never mind. Luo Guang saw that there were no zombies coming in at the door, and the zombies that came in were blocked or tripped by various tables, chairs, and filing cabinets and then trampled, so he didn't care about the stupid zombies outside the door slapping the window. Luo Guang immediately left the office door on the right and ran along the corridor to the other side of the East office. In order to prevent corner kills, Luo Guang always stayed away from the left corner and took a big turn. After turning 2 corners, Luo Guang came to the corridor behind the left door of the East office.
Because the zombies were slapping the glass windows, Luo Guang kept hearing the sound of slapping, 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 which just covered up the sound of Luo Guang's footsteps. When Luo Guang had already arrived at the zombies were still obsessed with slapping the windows, which gave Luo Guang a chance. He used the retractable dagger that he had already used very skillfully to make a hole in the heads of these lazy zombies. Even if there were zombies that did not cooperate on the way, Luo Guang could make the uncooperative zombies obey. Finally, with the sound of Luo Guang closing the door, the plan was completed.
It feels like there is no difficulty in dealing with these ordinary zombies. Luo Guang thought to himself.
Luo Guang, who had just evolved, was still a little nervous about ordinary zombies, but after the battle in the East District building, Luo Guang suspected that as long as he could hold on physically, he would be able to fight even if he was surrounded. Because the ability of the adapters now crushes ordinary zombies. The system said, originally, the combat power of these ordinary zombies is not as good as that of an ordinary adult human, but ordinary zombies are not afraid of pain and have no fear, so they can psychologically overwhelm people who see zombies for the first time. Indeed, after the system said this, Luo Guang figured out the key. Perhaps when the first Resident Evil game was released, everyone was afraid of the zombies in it, especially the famous scene of looking back and smiling, but as humans came into contact with zombie movies and zombie games, they became less afraid of zombies, which made people say that all fears came from insufficient firepower. And this was the key to Luo Guang's survival in the early days, allowing Luo Guang to quickly adapt to this world. No wonder ordinary zombies in subsequent games and movies are getting stronger and stronger. Luo Guang smiled bitterly and pulled out all the fuses in the switch box on the first floor. He would try them one by one later to see if they could be used. All the way back to the rooftop was also smooth. Under Ma Wen's explanation, Luo Guang tried the second fuse and pulled down the switch, and then successfully turned the red light green.
The green light is on, is it okay?
Luo Guang asked Ma Wen about the situation. We can receive more and farther radio waves. Ma Wen tried to contact the communication station in the distance, and after confirming that there was no problem, he replied, very good, I can come back.
Received.
After Luo Guang answered, he put the unused fuse directly into the antenna box on the rooftop, then closed the box and prepared to return to the service hall. After the conversation, Ma Wen put down the intercom, and he saw movement in the surveillance outside the door. Marvin seemed to have encountered something urgent and was not at the control computer for the time being, so he asked Luo Guang to wait for a while, and he immediately went back to open the door.
What's going on outside?
In less than a minute, Luo Guang returned to the office hall and asked after seeing Marvin's wet police uniform.
Nothing, just saying goodbye to an old friend. Marvin shook his head and didn't know what to say.
Okay, how's the situation with Police Elliot? Luo Guang changed the subject when he saw that Marvin didn't want to talk and was in a low mood.
It's not optimistic.
They searched a lot of documents, but still couldn't find any architectural design drawings.
There are still no clues for the time being.
Although Marvin said so, because Luo Guang had repaired the antenna, as long as he could contact the helicopter to evacuate, it would no longer be that important whether Elliot and the two could find the secret passage from the Raccoon City Police Department out of the city center.
Then let them withdraw first? Luo Guang asked.
No, let's wait until we contact the rescue helicopter.
Officer Marvin shook his head.
To be on the safe side, Officer Ma Wen decided to leave together, and Luo Guang could also take this opportunity to take a rest.
Hey, Marvin, this is for you. Luo Guang nodded and handed the two blood-stained police ID cards to Marvin.
When Luo Guang picked up the two police ID cards, his back was facing the surveillance camera in the East District office, so Marvin didn't know that Luo Guang took these police ID cards from those two people.
Officer Marvin looked at what Luo Guang handed him and was stunned for a moment, tears gradually filling his eyes. Are they all in peace?
Marvin saw Luo Guang solving the two mutated zombies on the monitor, but he wanted to hear Luo Guang answer him in person.
Yes. Luo Guang nodded and said, I'm going to sort out the equipment first. I've used a lot of bullets.
Luo Guang said, got up and walked towards the arms box, leaving the space for Officer Marvin.
There aren't many bullets. Luo Guang looked at the few bullets in the arms box.
There were probably 2 more boxes of 9mm pistol bullets, half a box of .45 pistol bullets and a box of 12G shotgun shells. At this time, Luo Guang had a total of 10 9mm magazines with a capacity of 15 rounds on his body, 6 on his belt, 3 on the inside of his black jacket, and 1 in the pistol, all of which matched the Beretta M92F pistol. Luo Guang's G17 still only has a magazine with a capacity of 17 rounds. Luo Guang has already filled up the bullets, and he has not used it in the previous operation to the rooftop. While checking the contents of the backpack, Luo Guang realized that he had forgotten to show Officer Marvin the letters from the police chief. Marvin was caught off guard by the police ID that Luo Guang took out, and for a moment he forgot about Luo Guang kicking the director's door. But it doesn't matter whether we take it out now or not. No matter what kind of person Police Chief Brian Irons is, he will not have much impact on the current situation, Luo Guang thought to himself. Let's ask Officer Marvin later where he can find weapons with higher damage. Otherwise, a small pistol is fine for dealing with ordinary zombies. Not to mention Tyrant, dealing with fast ones like lickers is troublesome. After Luo Guang finished counting the equipment, he thought in his mind. Lo! Marvin was strong and had already recovered while Luo Guang was sorting out his equipment. He just saw Luo Guang who was sorting things out carefully, so he didn't bother him. When Luo Guang heard Marvin calling him, he turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Marvin's voice made Luo Guang feel that the matter was serious. After Luo Guang put the Beretta M92F pistol back into the gun bag on his belt, he walked to Marvin and looked at the monitor. "Just take what you want, you are a licker." Although the resolution of the monitor was not high, Luo Guang could tell at a glance that the flesh-colored monsters crawling on all fours were lickers, known as newcomer killers. The location of these lickers happened to be the door of the archives room. The corridor in front. The shotgun was not found, but the licker showed up first. Luo Guang's expression became solemn, which caught Marvin's attention. This was not the expression of someone he had just met. "Luo, have you seen this kind of monster?" Marvin asked. "Well, I've encountered them before, and I was lucky enough to kill one." Luo Guang pointed to the pistol at his waist and said, "It's hard to deal with any of them, and there are a lot of them here." After speaking, Luo Guang pointed to the monitor again. Luo Guang deliberately told Marvin some of the licker's habits and weaknesses, so he deliberately said that he had dealt with one. "How did you do it?" Marvin asked quickly. Although Elliot and David were temporarily safe, they would not be able to be trapped there, so Luo Guang's answer would be about how to save Elliot. Tay and David. Yes, the area where the lickers under surveillance are located is exactly the West End area where Elliot and the two are located. Elliot and David were searching for information in the archives. The intercom was not turned on, and there was no way to detect that there was an unmanageable crisis outside. No, with Luo Guang's marksmanship, it is indeed possible to deal with this kind of monster. Marvin didn't wait for Luo Guang's answer, he asked himself, and said angrily, "You have obviously successfully led them out of the police station before, why did you run away again?" "Back. Officer Marvin, calm down first. Police Elliot and the two are in a safe place now." Luo Guang first calmed the nervous Marvin. Marvin was originally a calm person, but he just recalled the pain of his colleague's sacrifice, and now he had to face the lickers who had caused huge casualties to the police and the police station, which made Marvin lose his composure for a while. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Luo, you don't know that it is because of this kind of monster that the defense line in the West District was breached, and it only took a moment from the appearance of these monsters to the breach of the defense line. Marvin was responsible for the defense line in the direction of the main gate, so he had never faced these monsters hidden, but those who survived the defense line in the West District were terrified of the lickers. I also saw how these monsters tore through our defenses when I reviewed the surveillance. Marvin seemed to be recalling the situation in the previous surveillance. In less than 3 seconds, under the barrage of crazy shooting by police officers Kellen and Rueshua, a very long tentacle, or tongue, shot out from the mouth of the licker, and then both of them were. This is why the researchers of Umbrella are called lickers. When facing enemies with long-range weapons, lickers rarely use the long claws on their limbs to attack, but directly use their tongues that can quickly retract and pierce to attack. So Luo, how did you kill this monster at that time? Marvin set his hopeful eyes on Luo Guang. Luo Guang thought for a while as if recalling a memory, and then organized his words and said, "These monsters have no vision, but their hearing has become very developed. The problem is that because of their developed hearing, they will choose a quiet place as their nest. So the best way to deal with them is either to use stun grenades or to keep quiet and kill them with one shot. After all, the heads of these monsters are exposed. Without the protection of the skull, if you have better shooting skills, you can still kill them quickly." After listening to Luo Guang's words, Marvin understood that he had already used the sound to lead all the monsters away, so why did they suddenly return to the quiet police station? These monsters hunt according to the sound, so they also like a quiet environment to wait for prey to go to the net. As Marvin thought about this, two salad sounds came from the intercom.
Marvin pressed the send button twice and looked at the monitor. It was Elliot who was about to contact him, and David on the side was waving his hands in front of the monitor. "This is Marvin, over." Marvin said first. "Marvin, the zombies suddenly stopped knocking on the door. What happened?"
Elliot's answer made Marvin stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Elliot to be so cautious.
He thought Elliot was going to withdraw after the search and asked Marvin to check the surveillance to confirm that the corridor outside was safe. "Elliot, there is a situation. But you should calm down and listen. It's that long-tongued monster that is back."
Because the conversation was conducted through the intercom, Luo Guang could only see the reactions of Elliot and David on the monitor screen. Policeman Elliot was relatively calm when he heard what Officer Marvin said, but Policeman David jumped up excitedly, snatched the intercom, and said, "Damn it, weren't they led away by you, Marvin?" Marvin repeated Luo Guang's words and said, "You are safe for the time being, just don't make a big noise like you did just now." Marvin suppressed the excited policeman David with just one sentence. Elliot scolded David in a low voice, took back the intercom, and said, "Since these lickers like quiet, if we use the radio to make this place noisy, will these monsters leave?" Marvin looked at Luo Guang, who shook his head and said, "Those monsters will break those speakers as soon as possible. Any sound will cause the monsters to attack, and if the west area becomes noisy, another wave of zombies will pour in." Marvin nodded and agreed with Luo Guang's statement. After telling Elliot what Luo Guang said, he pressed the send button and continued, "Elliot, you and David stay in the archives room first, and we will find a way to rescue you."
"Got it."
Elliot didn't think of any other good way, so he replied directly and put away the intercom so that David, who looked nervous, wouldn't snatch it away.
Alas, one wave has not settled before another wave rises. This is probably what Marvin meant.
In fact, we can look at the problem from another angle. After Luo Guang's intelligence improved, he felt that he had really become a lot smarter.
What? Luo Guang just said that Elliot's method didn't work, and he thought of another method in the blink of an eye?
Elliot's plan just changed the target to ordinary zombies. Luo Guang explained, "Throw some things that can make sounds into the zombies blocking the door.
Then let those long-tongued ghosts solve the zombies?"
Officer Marvin immediately grasped the purpose of Luo Guang's plan.
Luo Guang nodded and said, "This is the first step.
I just watched the surveillance footage, and there is a radio speaker here on the upper right of the West District building." Marvin has completely followed Luo Guang's thinking, and continued, saying, "First solve the zombies blocking Elliot and his team, and then lead those monsters away, and Elliot and his team will take the opportunity to escape."
"That's right, but let's tell Elliot and his team the plan first, and see if they have any additions, right? 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang." Luo Guang didn't think his temporary plan was perfect, so he planned to brainstorm.
Marvin did it, but Elliot needed to discuss with David first to try to improve the plan. While Elliot and David were discussing, Marvin asked Luo Guang a question he had wanted to ask for a long time.
"Luo, I'm not doubting you, I just want to know why you know so much about that monster."
"And you are too calm when facing zombies. Even those of us who have been fighting zombies for many days cannot deal with them completely calmly." Marvin considered his words, but seemed to speak bluntly without much euphemism.
"A former Umbrella researcher named Suzuki Yoko told me."
Luo Guang pretended to think for a while before continuing, "I saved her life, and she told some things about Umbrella."
"Told me."
"Marvin, the monster you called the tongue ghost seems to be called the licker by researchers within Umbrella Company."
In fact, Suzuki Yoko is not the kind of person who tells others a lot of information about Umbrella Company in order to repay a favor.
She even pretends to have amnesia in order to hide her identity, which is not a good thing.
"What, that woman with black hair and eyes like you, Luo Guang, is a researcher at Umbrella?"
Marvin didn't care whether he was called licker or long-tongued. Instead, he was more interested in the person named Yoko. Marvin himself had an impression of this man named Yoko, but this man had already left in the rescue vehicle with RPD police officer Kevin Lyman. It is true that she has black hair and black eyes.
She is of Japanese descent. "Luo Guang, Marvin, take a look at these letters." After all, Luo Guang was lying, so Luo Guang didn't want Marvin to ask further about Yoko, so he changed the topic. Although the transformation was a bit abrupt, Luo Guang believed that the thing in his hand could definitely divert Marvin's attention. What Luo Guang wanted to show Marvin was the letter Luo Guang found in the director's office. Marvin took the paper handed to him by Luo Guang in confusion. After reading just a few lines, Marvin showed a shocked expression. "I originally thought it was just the incompetent director's bureaucracy, but I didn't expect that he actually let us sacrifice in vain for his own selfish desires."
Marvin said through gritted teeth, the paper in his hand almost torn.
Who is this WB? Marvin looked at the signature on the letter. I don't know.
Luo Guang had no evidence and said in an uncertain tone, but Yoko mentioned that the name of the director of Umbrella's research institute in Raccoon City seems to be William Birkin, which is consistent with this abbreviation.
Get on.
Although it was possible that they had the same name, after reading the content of the letter and what WB asked director Brian Irons to do, Marvin believed that Luo Guang's speculation was probably the correct answer.
Damn Umbrella! Marvin whispered.
After causing a wave of hatred for Umbrella Company, Luo Guang struck while the iron was hot and concluded, so it's because of Yoko that I learned about zombies and other liquors. As for why you are not afraid, when Marvin you knew that these monsters were man-made, and the person who caused the destruction of Raccoon City was also a researcher of Umbrella Corporation, did you feel afraid? In fact, Luo Guang's words were full of loopholes, but Luo Guang asked Marvin to focus on Umbrella Company, thereby selectively ignoring the problems in Luo Guang's words. Yes, these zombies are not from hell, but were created by some crazy scientists. When you think about it, you are no longer afraid.
Marvin agreed with Luo Guang's statement.
Although he was angry with Umbrella Company at this time, Marvin understood that just because he was not afraid, it did not mean that he could avenge Umbrella Company for his brothers who had sacrificed their lives. In the end, Marvin could only sigh. Just as he was about to turn the topic back to rescuing Elliot and the two, a voice came from the intercom.
Marvin, our plan is basically fine, but who should complete the task of installing speakers on zombies?
Elliot asked a sharp question. It is not difficult to hang an alarm clock or other things that can make sounds on zombies, after all, zombies move slowly, but this task is different after adding a limiting condition that there are lickers.
Me.
Marvin held the walkie-talkie in his hand, pressed the start button, and answered immediately without hesitation. Marvin's answer was exactly what Elliot expected. After a short period of organizing his words, Elliot pressed the start button and said, I think Luo can do it.
What? Elliot? Are you crazy? You are a policeman.
Officer Marvin heard that Elliot wanted Luo Guang to complete the task that should be done by the police who protect civilians.
It was really unbelievable.
Marvin, listen to my explanation. Elliot knew what kind of person Marvin was, a model policeman, and this was the highest praise for Marvin. But Elliot had a reason to push the task to Luo Guang even though he knew Marvin would object. Speak. Marvin was still angry, and he pressed the start button very hard. And Luo Guang was still listening, without interrupting.
He was not his subordinate, so should I go just because you said so? As for trying to blackmail me morally, that's a waste of time.
Luo Guang thought to himself, so he was not in a hurry, and did not interrupt, just listening to the conversation between Marvin and Elliot.
Luo Guang completed the task of repairing the rooftop by himself, right?
When Marvin repeated Luo Guang's words about the liquor, Elliot guessed that Luo Guang had completed the task, or returned to the office hall unscathed. After all, he and Marvin had been together most of the time after the outbreak of the biochemical crisis in Raccoon City. It was impossible for Marvin to suddenly know more information than himself. There was only one possibility, that this information was told to Marvin by someone else, Luo Guang. Yes, he is better than me and you, but this is not a reason to push the danger to a civilian. Marvin understood what Elliot meant by this and replied unhappily. Before agreeing to let Luo Guang go to repair the antenna, Marvin could convince himself that those slow-moving zombies basically could not catch up with a living person. If Luo Guang encountered danger, as long as he raised the fire door in time, it would not be difficult for Luo Guang to escape. Therefore, when Luo Guang was on the mission, Marvin focused all his attention on Luo Guang, just to be able to withdraw Luo Guang from the East District in time.
And one thing is that Luo Guang took the initiative to propose and agree to do the task of repairing the antenna.
He was not arranged by Marvin and others, nor was it that someone said something nonsense about the greater the power, the greater the responsibility and pushed everything to a civilian. And now, in addition to the slow zombies, there are also long-tongued ghosts with extremely fast speed and long-range attack methods, which are the liquors in Luo Guang's mouth. Elliot also knew that this would not convince Marvin, so he continued to explain, Luo Guang's strong fighting ability is only one of the reasons. I propose to let Luo do this task because Luo is the only one here who has experience in killing that kind of monster. In addition, the person who controls the radio must be as familiar as possible. If there is a slight delay, the sound of the radio cannot cover the sound of our escape. So if I suggest this, the success rate of the task and the survival rate of everyone will be the highest, and the possibility that the four of us can survive together in the end is also the greatest.
Finally, in the current disaster in Raccoon City, no one can stay out of it. In order to survive, everyone must contribute. There are some things that Elliot did not say. Elliot has seen civilians who fled in the mission of blocking zombies, and directly locked Elliot and his friends outside the door. In the end, Elliot's friends were surrounded by zombies, and Elliot successfully broke through. So Elliot is not targeting Luo Guang. No matter which civilian is responsible for controlling the fire door, Elliot is not at ease. If a zombie breaks into the service hall, will that civilian still stick to his post? Elliot was skeptical. Seeing Elliot's attitude, Marvin hesitated for a while before replying, "Elliot, this matter should not be decided by us. Let me ask Luo Guang's opinion first." After turning off the intercom, Marvin felt tired and turned to look at Luo Guang, who was leaning on the chair and looking up at the sky. It's hard to see through. This is what Marvin thinks of Luo Guang now. Although they are so young, after the two of them started arguing, Luo Guang, as the person being talked to, was very calm. He was not angry at Elliot's attempt to morally blackmail him, and just pretended to be indifferent. No, this matter is indeed none of Luo Guang's business. It was not Luo Guang himself who was blocked from leaving by the liquor and trapped in the archives room. Besides, Luo Guang had no obligation to save people, and repairing the antenna alone was a favor to himself who was originally going to go, and it was beneficial to others. If he finally contacted the distant rescue and everyone was rescued, everyone would have to accept this favor. As for the survival rate, it has nothing to do with Luo Guang. Marvin feels that Luo Guang has the highest success rate in surviving this disaster, whether there are policemen like him or not. No one can stay out of it. In order to survive, everyone has to contribute. Elliot actually said this to Luo Guang, who was next to Marvin. Perhaps it was because Luo Guang was enthusiastic about taking on the task of repairing the antenna before, and was enthusiastic about giving advice just now, that Elliot misunderstood Luo Guang. Marvin didn't mean that Luo Guang was not kind, but Marvin vaguely felt that Luo Guang helped him and others with the task of repairing the antenna out of his own interests and other reasons. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. On the other side, Luo Guang leaned on the back of his chair and looked up at the sky. It was not that he was just hanging up because it had nothing to do with him. Because Luo Guang often worked hard before traveling through time, he took the action of looking up at the sky to prevent cervical spondylosis. Over time, Luo Guang became accustomed to thinking about something while doing this action. At this time, Luo Guang was actually thinking about the rescue plan, but the purpose was not to save Elliot and David from the archives. Do you want to wait until you become stronger to challenge the liquor, or do you want to test the quality of the liquor now? Yes, to Luo Guang, it really doesn't matter whether he saves Elliot and David or not. The two of them have no friendship with Luo Guang, they are just acquaintances. Wait a moment. Luo Guang suddenly thought of something and asked Marvin, "Officer Marvin, how did you lure those monsters away before?" What? Marvin didn't expect Luo Guang to suddenly ask him this question, and was stunned. Wouldn't it be better to just lure these difficult liquors away? Moreover, the sound outside can also attract the zombies blocking the door, so that Elliot and the others can come back wherever they go. In this way, Marvin, you or I, there's no need to take risks. As Luo Guang said this, perhaps because of his posture, Luo Guang suddenly figured out something. He has indeed become stronger, but the reason why humans can stand at the top of the food chain is that in addition to physical fitness, brains are also very important. Now there is no reason or necessity for him to use force to fight against the liquors. His system is not one with tasks. Even if he solves these liquors, the system will not reward him with anything. Luo Guang thought this, and the system replied that it was indeed the case. Luo Guang, whose physical fitness has become much stronger due to evolution, seems to have fallen into a strange circle like many ordinary people, that is, he has become inflated. Whenever I encounter a problem or encounter an enemy, I want to be tough, as if this can make me appear stronger, but this is wrong. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. I can guarantee that I will succeed every time without fail. Capsized in the gutter? Cannot. Luo Guang suddenly fell into thinking, and Marvin on the other side also reacted after hearing Luo Guang's words. Yes. Marvin raised his eyebrows. Marwan was also trapped in Luo Guang's plan before, and he didn't jump out for a while, thinking that he and Luo Guang had unknowingly complicated things. Marvin, how did you attract those monsters before? Luo Guang asked again. This machine can control all police electronic equipment in Raccoon City. Of course, they are all electronic equipment such as radio speakers and public cameras.
Marvin pointed to the computer in front of him and said, "This is also the latest computer and customized system developed this year. As long as the radio wave is emitted here and the adapted instrument on the other side is not powered off, it can be controlled remotely. I used this before to make the police car acting as a roadblock at the west gate sound its siren, and then attract the monsters there. After being attracted by the siren of the police car, they were attracted by something unknown and ran away before the siren stopped." They didn't attack the police car? Shimon's police car was used as a roadblock, but he didn't expect it to play an unexpected role at this time. However, Luo Guang was more curious that Marvin did not mention the lickers attacking the police car.
"Hey, it seems not.
I turned off the police siren myself." When Luo Guang asked, Marvin also felt strange. When the lickers attacked the defense line on the west side of the police station, whether they were humans or zombies, they would attack indiscriminately as long as they made a slightly louder sound.
Is it because the sound is too high frequency and sharp? After all, those monsters have such good hearing. Luo Guang put forward a hypothesis. It's possible. These monsters seem to be mutated from humans.
It is indeed possible that they can't stand the harsh sounds like humans, so they just leave the area. Marvin agreed with Luo Guang's words and held the without stopping. He controlled the computer to check the situation of the police car at the west gate, and said, "There is another police car in the west gate with the lights still on and the power still available." I confirmed that it is the police car numbered C13.
"That's good, let's just leave it like this. Let's split the plan into plans A and B. First try to play harsh sounds in the west district.
If that doesn't work, use other sounds to lure away the lickers and zombies."
Marvin, I have a question. Is there a corresponding sound source in the computer?
Luo Guang suddenly thought that he needed a high frequency and harsh sound source.
"No, but we can try another method."
Officer Marvin said, "If you put the open microphone close to the playing speaker, it will make a very harsh howling."
"Oh, you can try this."
Luo Guang also had such an experience when he was a child. When he put the microphone on the speaker next to the TV and tried to record his favorite song, a huge howling sound suddenly came out, and he was scolded by his parents. Then, according to this idea, if you are lucky, not only can you drive away the lickers, but you may also be able to attract the zombies directly. Well, if that doesn't work, use the police car on the west side to sound the siren as I did before to attract the monsters away.
By the way, can you help them when the time comes?
Just as a safety measure, cover them at the door connecting the reception room to the west corridor.
Marvin pulled up the map of the police station and pointed it to Luo Guang.
Okay, just tell them not to shoot randomly when they run to the reception room. Luo Guang was more worried that Elliot and David would accidentally injure friendly forces by shooting randomly, especially David. Luo Guang saw that he was dodging in the surveillance and looked like a timid person. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The two of them had almost finished discussing, so Marvin asked Luo Guang to get ready and said, "Then Luo Guang, get ready, I'll tell them the plan." Without further ado, Marvin picked up the intercom and started to contact Elliot and David, telling Elliot and David the new plan.
Policeman David felt that it was not good.
Although the sound would attract zombies outside the door, there would always be deaf zombies, which would be too risky for him.
Elliot had other ideas. Did Luo Guang see through my idea?
Not only did he get himself out of this matter, but he also threw the danger back to me and David. But in this case, why didn't Luo Guang propose this simple plan at the beginning, but instead proposed a complex plan that would put himself or Marvin at risk? Luo Guang's operation made Elliot and Marvin feel that Luo Guang, a young man, was a little hard to see through and difficult to understand some of Luo Guang's behaviors. Back to this matter, without morally blackmailing Luo Guang, Elliot did not feel regretful, but was relieved.
Luo Guang was a civilian after all, and he could not force him. This was contrary to his original intention of becoming a policeman.
Speaking of which, this purgatory seemed to have made him change a little invisibly, becoming selfish and not like a policeman. Thinking about what he had done along the way, in this relatively safe environment, Elliot lowered his head and had a rare time to think. Thinking back to the friend who sacrificed himself and never complained in the end, Elliot regained his responsibility as a policeman, raised his head, and said with a firm expression, "Then let's do it this way, according to the plan of you and Luo Guang, Marvin."
Elliot!
David on the side was dissatisfied with Elliot making a decision for him. Someone had dealt with all the zombies outside the door. This was the safest way for both him and Elliot.
Why did Elliot suddenly change his mind and bring the risk back to himself? Elliot glared at David, as if he had just seen through David. Why didn't he know that David was so timid before?
If the person in charge of monitoring was this guy. With David as a comparison, Elliot really understood that civilians and policemen are all human beings. I shouldn't worry about Luo Guang escaping just because he is a civilian. I think David is a suitable partner because he is a policeman. Seeing David like this, Elliot felt that if something happened later, David would definitely abandon him and run away. David shrank back after being glared at by Elliot, mumbling under his breath, but he dared not object.
Notify us when you are ready, Marvin. Elliot dealt with David and told Marvin. Understood. Marvin and Elliot were also old colleagues.
They had patrolled together as partners before, and they also had a tacit understanding.
They nodded and began to plan the final inspection. The plan is about to start. The West District will be noisy later. You should be mentally prepared. Marvin, as the commander-in-chief, began to command everyone to implement the plan. Received.
Elliot and David leaned on the walls on both sides of the door.
The two MP5s hanging on their chests had been unsafe and could be activated at any time.
They covered their ears with their hands, waiting for the opportunity, and this opportunity was when the broadcast stopped.
Luo Guang had already prepared.
Before the plan officially started, Luo Guang entered the west fire door.
Behind the door was a reception room.
Go straight along the corridor through the reception room and turn right. The first door on the right was the archive room. Elliot and David had cleaned the reception room when they set out for the archive room, so Luo Guang didn't need to clean it in advance. In addition, there was a door in the reception room to separate the West District, so Marvin was more confident to open one-third of the fire door. At the same time, in order to prevent cross-frequency, the channel received by Luo Guang's intercom is different from that in Elliot's hand, so Marvin placed two intercoms in front of him, one on the left and one on the right, corresponding to the intercom channels of Luo Guang and Elliot. Seeing that Luo Guang was also at the door of the reception room, Marvin said to both sides, "The plan begins." Luo Guang heard Marvin's words coming from the intercom on his waist, moved his fingers holding the gun, and waited for the opportunity to act. Because the purpose of this action was to cover Elliot and David back to the office hall, Luo Guang did not take out the telescopic dagger, but held the gun with both hands, which was also convenient for covering his ears later. The howling sound suddenly came out from the radio speakers in the West District, instantly disturbing the originally quiet air in the West District. Although they were mentally prepared, Elliot and David were still shocked by the sudden howling sound and were covering their ears hard. Luo Guang was far away, separated by a door, and with the help of the system, he could barely accept the noise. The system originally did not have this function, but with the help of the T-virus modified by the system can slightly change some structures in Luo Guang's body and restore them to their original state at any time. Marvin put the microphone next to the speaker and stared at the screen. The sound insulation between the various areas in the upper and lower floors was done well, and the howling sound was not real in the office lobby where Marvin was. It worked. Marvin looked at it without hesitation. The lickers in the corridor in front of Elliot's door immediately ran out of the police station through the window as if they were scared. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. Finally, he got back a city from these fierce lickers. The zombies who were dazed at the door of the archives were also attracted by the sound, and they didn't think it was noisy. Most of them walked towards the radio speakers. The situation of the plan was very good, and Marvin immediately used the intercom to inform Elliot and David to start the action. Marvin called several times in a row, and Elliot heard the call, or saw the light on the intercom when receiving the signal. Elliot hadn't expected that listening to the howling sound would be so uncomfortable. He felt like he was about to lose his balance. He took out the intercom and shouted to Marvin, "Marvin, turn off that damn sound. It makes it difficult for us to move." Marvin heard what Elliot said, but he didn't turn off the music immediately. Instead, he was checking the situation of those long-tongued ghosts, or lickers. "Marvin!" Elliot's shout came again. "Got it." Marvin took the microphone and turned it on, and the howling sound stopped instantly. Although Elliot still felt a little dazed and couldn't walk steadily, he still shook his head and tried his best to concentrate and started to act. Opening the door, Elliot and David each took one side and aimed their guns. In addition to the Beretta M9FS pistol, the standard pistol of the Raccoon City Police, they also each brought a classic weapon MP5, which was also the source of their confidence in deciding to go to the archives to find escape information. After the howling stopped, Luo Guang opened the door leading to the West District from the reception room after Marvin reminded him that it was safe outside the door. He only showed a little bit of his body, raised his gun with both hands, and aimed at the corridor. The power supply of the reception room was not connected to the power supply system of the West District, but was the same power supply system as the service hall, so there was still electricity in the reception room at this time, and the light shone from the door, illuminating the life path of Elliot and David. Not long after, Luo Guang saw the figures of Elliot and David. However, Elliot and David, who wanted to leave the West District as soon as possible, did not pay attention to a location. There was only a straight corridor between Elliot and Luo Guang, but there was a fork road a few meters before reaching the reception room, just to the left of Elliot and David. Just as Luo Guang encountered in the East Office before, these ordinary zombies are not all sensitive to sound. Perhaps the virus that controls the corpses is different in its choice. Some ordinary zombies like to take the initiative to attack and hunt humans by sound. There are also zombies that will wait for people to bite their legs when they are not paying attention, and zombies that seem to be playing dead, etc. The computer monitor on Marvin's side is not big, and at most 4 places can be viewed on the same screen, namely the outside of the West District building, the corridor outside the archives room, the corridor that Elliot and the others must pass through to the reception room, and the last one is the surveillance of the reception room. Luo Guang is now standing at the door of the reception room, so naturally he can't observe the situation there. Under many coincidences, that corridor has become a blind spot for everyone. Just as Elliot and the two passed the corner, a zombie lying on the ground in the corridor reached out and grabbed Elliot's feet. Elliot, who was still running forward, accidentally fell down. On the ground. The zombie's head was still hidden in the blind corridor, and Luo Guang's perspective was unable to deal with the zombie immediately. Luo Guang saw that David, who was one position behind Elliot, did not stop moving his feet after seeing Elliot fall. He turned his head and glanced at the corridor on the left. His face changed drastically, he shouted, and then a long line the thing shot out from the blind corridor and grazed the back of David's head. David didn't care whether the back of his head was still there. He rushed into the reception room with a few big steps, and ran to the office hall without stopping. Luo Guang, who originally planned to shoot the long bar, saw David rushing toward him faster. In order to avoid accidental injury, he only retracted his body behind the wall before David rushed in. When David came in and Luo Guang reached out with his gun again, the long strip had already been retracted. There are lickers. Luo Guang ignored the danger and immediately reminded Elliot. After Luo Guang said this, Luo Guang heard the crawling sound of some kind of creature coming from the blind corridor, seeming to confirm the location where Luo Guang had just spoken. Made. Luo Guang cursed in his heart. The head of the zombie that grabbed Elliot had not yet popped out. Luo Guang walked out of the reception room, walked along the left wall, raised his gun with both hands, and kept moving forward while aiming at the blind corridor. Not to mention that the MP5 in Elliot's hand had been thrown far away, Luo Guang's words liquor made Elliot dare not make any move. Fortunately, the body lying underneath him didn't make too much noise when he fell. The only sound was covered by David's scream, but David actually ran away like that. Glancing towards his legs, he saw that there was a zombie with half of it under his feet, which was being pulled closer to him with one hand. Marvin also found that something was wrong, but it was too late to switch the surveillance camera at this time. Because of the presence of the liquor, Marvin did not dare to use the walkie-talkie to tell Luo Guang and others about the situation. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Luo Guang immediately left his original position and rushed towards the MP5 on the ground. But in less than a second, a skinless licker with sharp claws on its limbs, an exposed brain, and a salivary mouth jumped out of the blind corridor and clung directly to the vertical wall like a spider. Luo Guang's tongue shot out from the spot where Luo Guang had just fired, directly punching a hole in the wall next to the door of the reception room. The MP5 itself has little recoil, and in the hands of Luo Guang, who has become stronger, it is like a docile kitten without any temper. This allowed Luo Guang to accurately pour bullets directly on the licker's head. After being hit hard on the head, the licker fell off the wall and rolled around, but it also missed the other bullets fired by Luo Guang, who was holding the trigger. Crack! Luo Guang only fired about 10 rounds, and his standard 30-round magazine was empty. Licker's body twisted a few times, turned over, and slapped Elliot's side with a claw. Just as he was about to launch an attack on the place where Luo Guang shot with the MP5, there were another 15 consecutive shots. Luo Guang directly emptied the magazine of the Beretta M92F pistol in his hand, and the licker in front of him finally stopped moving and collapsed on the ground. Luo Guang did not retreat to the reception room in a hurry. While changing bullets, Luo Guang walked slowly to the corner and glanced at the blind corridor. There were zombies slowly coming to eat. Let's go. After confirming that there was only one licker left behind, Luo Guang said to Elliot and raised his gun to cover Elliot's getting up.
Elliot kicked away the zombie that was grabbing his feet and stood up. Although the MP5 that he and Luo Guang dropped twice was out of bullets, Elliot still picked up the special gun and whispered when passing by Luo Guang, "Thank you, and I'm sorry." Luo Guang just nodded without looking away, stepped back, and returned to the reception room with Elliot before returning to the office hall to join Marvin. Because Luo Guang walked last, Elliot returned to the office hall first. Because Luo Guang was responsible for covering in rear guard, when Luo Guang returned to the office hall, he saw Elliot clenching his fist and about to punch David on the fat face. Marvin rushed over from the side. After stopping Elliot, he didn't even have time to close the fire door on the west side. "Calm down, Elliot." Marvin saw clearly from the surveillance camera, so he didn't ask Elliot what he wanted to do. "Marvin, you also saw what this guy just did, this damn coward." Elliot returned to the office hall and became angry when he saw David. He had saved David several times, and even gave him the last full MP5 magazine to save his life. But when he was in crisis just now, David actually escaped without firing a shot. If it weren't for the corpse on the ground and David's scream, he would have become the ghost under the licker's tongue. Fortunately, Luo Guang had mentioned the habits of these lickers before, and even shouted to remind himself of the danger, attracting the attention of the lickers crawling over to him. The more Elliot thought this way, the more dissatisfied he became with David, and even thinking about some of the previous things made Elliot even more angry. "That's enough." Marvin held Elliot's hand and stood in front of David. "Marvin, you saw what he did on the surveillance camera." Elliot was very angry that David had left him and walked away, repeating what Marvin said to him. Marvin also knew that David's escape would make Elliot angry, but this was the time when they needed to work together, and Marvin could only play the role of a mediator to prevent the conflict between the two from deepening. "Elliot, although David's behavior was not right, David's scream objectively saved you." Marvin saw that the first target of the licker was the screaming David, which saved the fallen Elliot from the first attack of the licker. "Humph, that's also a matter of early death and late death." Elliot said angrily, "If it wasn't what you said, then I wouldn't use my fists." Elliot and Marvin argued fiercely, but David still looked frightened and kept silent. David didn't say anything that it was Elliot who didn't pay attention to the fall, which led to a series of things that happened later. Such words would only provoke conflicts, so Marvin just needed to focus on calming Elliot down. "Yes, but now is not the time for us to quarrel. You can say whatever you want after we get out. Now calm down. I have something to tell you." Marvin did not deny Elliot's words blindly, but gave him a way out. Elliot was indeed furious, but after being blocked by Marvin a few times, Elliot also cooled down his heated mind a little. Unable to vent to David, Elliot could only sulk and asked Marvin unhappily, "What's the matter?" Marvin did not answer immediately, but pulled Elliot aside, leaned close to Elliot's ear, and whispered, "Brad passed away." "What?" Elliot paused and didn't react for a while. "When?" "He said before that he was going to leave Raccoon City, but he didn't make it in time?" Elliot's eyes widened. He suddenly heard a familiar name and the news of the other party's death. Elliot was a little unbelievable. Elliot and Brad were good friends, but later Brad Vickers joined the SARS team through selection, so the two had less contact during work hours. Although the two had less contact during normal times, they still had private contact. Elliot and Brad would occasionally go for a drink and complain about their own troubles. Later, because of the mansion incident, the SARS team was excluded by the police chief Brian Irons. In order to avoid suspicion, most people in the police station did not communicate with the survivors of the SARS team. Despite this, Elliot still maintained private contact with Brad and provided Brad with a lot of support, such as some information within the police station. Although Elliot was still skeptical about what Brad said about the undead and didn't believe that such a thing would happen, when the biohazard in Raccoon City broke out, Elliot realized how much help Brad's story, which he had listened to as a novel, had given him. "Just one thing," Brad said, "those undead need to be hit on the head. Only when they are hit hard on the head, they will not stand up again." This sentence allowed Elliot to survive the initial outbreak and save David, who was cornered by the zombies. So instead of venting his anger on David, Elliot felt that Brad's matter was more important. "I don't know Brad's specific situation. When I saw him again, he had become a zombie," Marvin whispered. In fact, in the few minutes when Luo Guang finished repairing the antenna and went back to find Marvin, Marvin also encountered something unexpected. The surveillance camera at the main entrance of the service hall captured a figure in a yellow warning suit, with blood on his body, and he looked unstable, staggering towards the main entrance.
Although he didn't know how the other party bypassed the outer wall, since he could bypass the outer wall, he was probably still alive. Thinking of this, Marvin unlocked the main door of the service hall and walked out. As soon as he went out, Marvin saw the man's face clearly. It was his former colleague, Brad Vickers, a former SARS member. Brad's face was blue, his eyes were dull, and he didn't have any emotional reaction when he saw Marvin. Marvin had seen such a situation before, frowned, and decisively took out the gun and pointed it at Brad. Just like what Luo Guang said not long after they met, when facing his former colleagues and friends, can Marvin shoot without hesitation? Marvin was also thinking about this question when he was alone, constantly building up his mentality. I am not a coward. Brad, who was a few steps away from Marvin, said something intermittently. Marvin only heard the last few words clearly. Brad! You still, could it be that Brad was still conscious, Marvin thought to himself, and asked in shock. But before Marvin finished speaking, Brad responded to Marvin's voice and stretched out his hands to Marvin. Pa! Marvin heard the sound of something falling to the ground, and even heard Brad's roar. Bang! A gunshot, a wisp of green smoke slowly rose from the muzzle of the silver-white python revolver in Marvin's hand, like Brad's soul, going to heaven. Just as Marvin pulled Elliot away from David and told Elliot about Brad. On the other side, David, who was still frightened by seeing the liquor and was almost punched in the face by Elliot, was looking at the person who was whispering in the distance with a nervous face. Luo Guang noticed David still shaking hands and the MP5 he put aside. Luo Guang walked towards David without lowering his voice. David was like a frightened bird, and any sudden abnormal movement might scare him. David heard Luo Guang's footsteps and looked up at Luo Guang who was walking over. He didn't see any anger in Luo Guang's eyes. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry, but Luo Guang was angry not because David didn't save Elliot, but because David blocked Luo Guang's rays when he was escaping, and forced Luo Guang back to the reception room, and failed to help Elliot in the first time. It's human nature to be afraid of death. After Luo Guang woke up from the expansion of evolution and became stronger, he was actually afraid of death, and there was no thought of confronting the liquor. What Luo Guang couldn't tolerate was being dragged down. Although Lin was also objectively dragged down by the zombies, lickers, Lin did one thing right at that time, that is, she didn't scream to attract more zombies or attract biological weapons that are much more powerful than zombies. Moreover, the relationship between Luo Guang and Lin was just a chance encounter, while Elliot and David had been together since the outbreak of the Raccoon City Resident Evil. Before the outbreak, the two were colleagues or even friends. It is human nature to make mistakes, but what Luo Guang values is how one handles mistakes. If Lin were to become a police officer, she would definitely be more competent than David in front of him. Different from the system that evaluates whether others are a liability based on physical fitness, Luo Guang pays more attention to what kind of person the other person is. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. This is what Luo Guang learned in the place called the workplace before he time traveled. In addition to acting, there is another important skill: reading people. What's the matter? David asked in a trembling tone. Seeing Luo Guang standing in front of him, looking at him without saying a word, David felt nervous. The way Luo Guang looked at him made David feel like he was being targeted by a hunter. Luo Guang bent down and approached David's face and said emotionlessly, "Nothing." While David was focusing on his handsome face, Luo Guang took away the MP5 with full magazine next to David. Wait, when Luo Guang was far away from David, David realized that his MP5 had been in Luo Guang's hands. Under the guidance of the system, Luo Guang, who was quickly familiarizing himself with the MP5's reloading method, changing shooting modes and other operations, unloaded the MP5's magazine. After confirming that the magazine was full, he heard David's voice. Turned his head and asked, "What's the problem? You don't need it anyway." Perhaps Luo Guang was too determined to win the new weapon at this time, and David was in a nervous state of shock. David finally replied obediently, "No, please. Thank you." After Luo Guang said that, he inserted the magazine back into the MP5 and walked towards Marvin, asking Marvin not to chat for so long and to continue contacting the rescue. Marvin. Luo Guang vaguely heard a familiar name as he walked over. "What are you talking about, Brad?" Because there were many foreign people with the same name, Luo Guang was not sure if they were talking about Brad from SARS. Brad Vickers is a member of SARS, Marvin explained. "Oh, it's Brad from SARS, what's wrong with him?" Luo Guang said, taking out the G17 pistol from the inside of his black jacket, waving it and putting it back, and said, "He gave this gun to him, where's mine?" "Luo, do you know Brad Vickers?"
Marvin asked a little strangely.
It would be normal if Luo knew other police officers responsible for daily patrols, but SARS members do not show up often, and Luo Guang also said that his G17 pistol was given by Brad. It is not common for him to give guns to others.
The most common occurrence is when parents give guns to their adult children.
Obviously, Luo and Brad don't look like they are related by blood. Then Luo Guang told Marvin and Elliot how he met Jill, followed Jill to the safe house built by Brad, and then separated from Brad.
I see. Marvin nodded.
Luo Guang actually knew the two people from SARS. So a lot of information about zombies or other monsters must have been told to Luo Guang by Brad and the others.
Luo, you said that in order to protect you, Brad faced a terrifying monster that was immune to small-caliber weapons alone?
Elliot felt a little bit when he heard that Brad actually let Luo Guang and Jill escape first. Strangely, Luo Guang asked after he finished speaking.
Yes. Luo Guang's tone was very sure.
But based on my understanding of Brad, he is not that kind of heroic person. After all, Luo Guang had just saved himself, so Elliot raised his suspicions tactfully. Although Brad went on a mission from the Arkley Mountains and successfully brought Jill and other survivors back, there were rumors that Brad abandoned his teammates and returned to Raccoon City at the beginning, and the two were drinking together later. At that time, Brad also mentioned this matter. It's human nature to be afraid of death. Luo Guang understood what Elliot meant, and also glanced at David, who was sneaking over. His voice was a little louder and he said, but that was a thing in the past. Speaking of which, when they reunited with Jill, they didn't have much time to chat.
I didn't ask Jill about Brad. I didn't expect to hear news from Brad again.
The other person had passed away.
Luo Guang seemed to be reminiscing, actually thinking, and said after a while,
Jill later ran back and faced the monster with Brad, but when I saw Jill again, Brad was no longer there.
After asking, they seemed to be dispersed by the monster.
With Jill's testimony and the fact that Luo Guang was Elliot's savior and helped Marvin solve the antenna problem, Luo Guang's words still have enough weight and trust in the hearts of the two.
Brad has really become brave. Elliot recalled Brad's expression and actions after he decided to investigate Umbrella.
Elliot really felt that something had changed in Brad. I just didn't expect Brad to become so much.
In this case. Luo, when you came back from the West District, didn't you ask me what happened outside?
Marvin continued without waiting for Luo Guang to reply. I met Brad. At that time, Marvin, you said goodbye. As soon as Marvin said this, Luo Guang understood. Marvin talked a little bit about Brad and said in a deep voice, so now I plan to bury Brad. I also know that it is not appropriate to do this now, and Brad has been fired long ago, but I think he should be buried like the other police officers we buried. In the early stage of the outbreak, the bodies of many police officers who died were brought back and buried on the spot. Later, as the danger became greater, this practice was no longer practiced. It was just that Brad was lying under the eaves at the main entrance, and the situation was relatively safe, so Marvin had such an idea. I agree with Marvin's decision.
Elliot interrupted.
Before, Marvin pulled Elliot aside. In addition to easing Elliot's anger, he also intended to ask Elliot for his opinion on this matter. As for David, Marvin saw what David did on the surveillance camera, and it was impossible for him not to be angry, and he also had to calm down. Well, then hurry up and work. Let David do the digging work, which is also a punishment for his performance just now.
Luo Guang said this because he intended to take this opportunity to ease the relationship between David and the others.
Luo Guang did this not for David, but it was more reliable than just relying on words to make Elliot and Marvin no longer angry with David. Elliot and Marvin looked at each other, nodded, and then agreed to Luo Guang's suggestion. David, come with us. Marvin's position in the Raccoon City Police Department was slightly higher than Elliot and David, so it was best to let Marvin give orders. David saw that Elliot had calmed down and was not going to punch him, so he replied with a received and followed Elliot and Marvin out of the main door. Luo Guang walked at the end, first confirming that the door would not lock itself after closing, and then found some heavy objects to prop up the door. After finishing, he followed Marvin and the others. Elliot and Marvin were responsible for carrying Brad's body on one side each and walking towards the lawn, while David went to the place where the mowers put their things and got a shovel, and then went to Marvin's place.
They dug at the designated location without any complaints on the way.
Because David knew that it was basically an impossible task for him to escape Raccoon City safely by himself, he tried his best to please the angry Elliot and his boss Marvin. Luo Guang, who was walking behind, found a small brown notebook on the ground. It was still raining and the floor was gray and black, so Marvin and others didn't notice it. Luo Guang picked it up and saw that the small notebook was Brad's notebook.
After just a simple glance, Luo Guang immediately took the notebook back to the eaves and put the small notebook back into his waterproof backpack. Luo.
Marvin put Brad aside and covered Brad with his favorite yellow warning uniform.
What's wrong? Luo Guang walked over.
Although we don't believe in religion, we still plan to hold a ceremony for Brad.
Those of us who know Brad should say some eulogies to Brad. Elliot said. Well. Luo Guang did not go back to the eaves.
He stood in the drizzle, watching David digging with a shovel while surrounded by 3 people and a corpse. After the funeral for Brad Vickers, everyone returned to the service hall, and everyone looked worried, except Luo Guang. Marvin went back to call for help, and Elliot nodded after asking about the MP5 in Luo Guang's hand, and went to rest.
David was still thinking about what happened at the funeral. Although David was also a policeman, he was actually a clerk in the office, responsible for handling alarm calls and paperwork on a daily basis. To be honest, it was normal for David to behave like that, and Elliot understood this, but now it was no longer the early stage of the biochemical crisis, and David still hadn't changed at all, so David's escape became the fuse of Elliot's outbreak. In the eulogy at the funeral just now, Marvin delivered a eulogy in the name of the police representative, praising Brad's hard work in the police station. As Brad's friend, Elliot delivered a eulogy in the name of relatives and friends, recounting the good memories of the past and expressing his nostalgia for Brad. Luo Guang delivered the eulogy in the name of having seen Brad for the last time as a human being. Brad Vickers, I'm not familiar with him, but just yesterday, when Jill and I were chased by an extremely powerful monster, it was Brad Vickers who stood up and blocked us. Some people say that Brad Vickers is a coward, a person who would abandon his comrades and run away when in danger, but for me, the last impression Brad Vickers left on me must be brave, a hero who was willing to sacrifice himself for others. After Luo Guang finished his eulogy, he played the role of a priest again. According to what the system told him, he continued, dust to dust, earth to earth, may your body be undisturbed in the mortal world and be forever at peace, and may your soul rest in heaven, amen. After Luo Guang said amen, although Marvin and the other 2 were not religious, they still said in unison at this moment, amen. In addition to digging the pit at the beginning, David, who had been watching the funeral, was still thinking about the man named Brad Vickers. He had heard of this name before. Recalling what Luo Guang said, this person had done things like abandoning his teammates, but now he has become a hero who sacrificed for others in Luo Guang's eyes. Do I want to be such a person? Can I be such a person? Can I be brave, even a little bit?
David sat on a chair, bent over, holding his head and thinking quietly. On the other side, the person who is now responsible for trying to contact the rescue is Elliot, and Marvin is resting according to Elliot's request. There is no food and drinking water reserve in the police station, but fortunately there are 2 vending machines in the reception room, one selling drinks and one selling snacks and cup noodles, and there is also a water dispenser at the front desk of the service hall that can automatically heat up. In addition, Luo Guang distributed some canned food to everyone, so that everyone can eat hot cup noodles to replenish enough energy and nutrition. After a while, when Luo Guang closed his eyes to rest, Marvin, who was sitting in front of the radio again to take over Elliot's class, finally contacted the police station's number 76 rescue helicopter. Because most of Raccoon City had been occupied by zombies, the number 76 rescue helicopter had to go to a distant brother unit to refuel. It took a lot of time to go back and forth. When it was about an hour away from Raccoon City, Marvin contacted. Got it. We will set off to the rooftop after waiting for your notification at the police station. Got it. Over. Marvin finished talking to the driver of the number 76 rescue helicopter, put down the intercom, and said to everyone, the rescue helicopter will arrive in an hour. Great, we can finally escape from this city. This was said by David, and he was also testing everyone to see if they were still angry. Elliot replied to David and said, yes, it's not easy. Marvin also felt happy. He was under too much pressure along the way. Now that he contacted the rescue helicopter, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was another period of waiting time to rest, but Luo Guang had rested enough. While listening to the system lecture, he was rechecking his weapons and equipment. An MP5 submachine gun with only 1 magazine, a Beretta M92F pistol with 10 magazines, a G17 pistol with only 1 magazine, and a telescopic dagger, these are all the weapons Luo Guang has. The above weapons are all full magazines, 30 plus 150 plus 17, a total of 1 bullet. Luo Guang still feels a little heavy when he carries them, but it is nothing for Luo Guang, whose strength and endurance have soared. About half an hour later, Elliot, who was checking the surrounding situation through the surveillance, shouted, "Someone is coming."
Eh? The door is not locked?
Luo Guang and others were about to surround them when they heard Elliot say something in shock.
Sorry, it was probably Brad who opened the door. I forgot to check it later. Marvin knew that Luo Guang climbed over the wall to enter the police station.
At first, he thought Brad also climbed over the wall, but when he saw the situation in front of him, Marvin thought for a while and realized that he was probably wrong. Brad must have forced himself to come to the police station, but he mutated not long after he came in. Luo Guan was about to return from the East District at that time, and then Elliot and the other man came to rescue him. After a series of events, Marvin forgot to keep an eye on the door to check the situation.
It's fine. Judging from his clothes, he's probably a commoner.
Elliot judged, and after Marvin took a look, he went to the main entrance of the business hall with Luo Guang, who was walking towards the door. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading.
RPD Marvin took the lead and told the person behind the door his identity before opening the door.
Phew, great. Following the voice came a handsome young man, wearing jeans and a black leather jacket, holding a VP-70 medal, which is one of the basic configurations of the RPD police. It is generally equipped for patrol policemen and can be switched to a 3-round burst. Let RPD patrol policemen be able to fight against gangsters using submachine guns in some daily emergencies.
Leon?
Marvin was a little surprised after seeing the photo of the boy in front of him. I originally thought that this newcomer failed to take office on time due to some things and just avoided the disaster in Raccoon City. Why did he suddenly appear in front of me now? Leon heard Marvin's question and saw the police uniform on Marvin. After being stunned for a moment, he said, "Yes, newcomer Leon S. Kennedy, report in now." Marvin waved his hand and told Leon not to mess with the red tape now, and said directly, "You came just in time, we are ready to evacuate."
"Okay, sir. What happened here in Raccoon City?" At this time, Leon was still a rookie policeman with no experience in biohazard incidents.
"You may have seen them when you came here.
It's useless to hit them on the body.
Only by blowing their heads with a gun can they stop their activities.
We temporarily call these monsters zombies."
Marvin briefly talked about the situation in Raccoon City at this time. As for whether Umbrella Company was the mastermind of this biological crisis, Marvin had no conclusive evidence, so he did not say it. It means that the zombies you mentioned suddenly appeared here in Raccoon City, and ordinary people are likely to turn into the same zombies after being bitten.
And the actions of the police and the army failed to stop the zombies, so has Raccoon City basically fallen?
Leon summarized the situation in his own words and said with a wry smile, "So, am I facing unemployment on my first day of taking office?" Unfortunately, that is indeed the case. Although Leon reported late, at least Leon, you escaped the large-scale chaos in the early stages of the outbreak.
Marvin comforted.
In this world, Marvin was not successfully bitten by Brad, who turned into a zombie, and Elliot was not surrounded and killed by zombies while searching for information about escaping from the police station. David, who had most likely been hiding in Raccoon City after being separated from Elliot, did not accidentally fire a bullet at the helicopter pilot on the rooftop because he was afraid of zombies when the rescue helicopter arrived. Because he was injured by the claws of the zombie dog, Luo Guang originally planned to change the butterfly wings of the subway train group to flap at Marvin and others. The method was not forceful, but let nature take its course. Luo Guang did this to make sure that this world, which was so similar to the Resident Evil game, was not controlled by some higher dimensional beings, forcing the world to develop like a game. Whether it is the original version or the remake, Marvin is an important character for Leon. He is the person who taught Leon not to hesitate against zombies, especially those who become zombies from people he knows. On the other side, Luo Guang himself took David's MP5 to prevent the rescue helicopter pilot from being accidentally hit and causing the helicopter to crash on the rooftop. It was definitely not Luo Guang who was greedy for submachine guns. If the helicopter had not crashed, then there was a possibility that the rescue helicopter could successfully rescue people from Raccoon City. That's why Luo Guangxi calmly rested at the Raccoon City police station and waited for support, so there was no need to escape with the protagonist group. As for whether the protagonist aura of the protagonist group exists, Luo Guang feels that judging from the fact that Gil has been chased by the Furies many times and he just happened to catch up when he was surrounded by zombie dogs, the protagonist aura still exists, and it can defeat his teammates. While Luo Guang was thinking about these things, Marvin led Leon to introduce Luo Guang and others. These two are police officers Elliot and David, and this is a civilian named Luo Guang.
Marvin introduced them one by one. Hello. Leon was still a little green.
Luo Guang feels that Leon is quite cute now, and he never expected that Leon would become such a cold male god in the future.
Hello. Luo Guang and others also said hello.
Leon, originally your first mission should be to solve the puzzle we left for you, but now that place has been occupied, there is no need to go there. Marvin and others prepared an inauguration ceremony for Leon, but unfortunately it was not possible.
If it is not used, Raccoon City will become such a ghost. Thank you. By the way, I would like to ask, have you ever seen a girl named Claire?
Leon used himself as a reference, compared Claire's height and described her appearance, and then said, she came to Raccoon City. Looking for my lost brother, Chris Redfield of the Raccoon City Police Department is Saris.
Chris's sister? Marvin knew Chris and said in surprise, Chris is no longer in Raccoon City. He left Raccoon City a week ago, but I don't know where he went specifically. After saying that, Marvin looked at Elliot and David, both of whom shook their heads and said that they had not seen Claire and did not know where Chris went.
Really?
Leon lowered his head and asked, when will the helicopter arrive?
We agreed to meet at the Raccoon City Police Department, and then we can leave this damn place together.
It will be there soon. Luo Guang looked at the time on the electronic watch.
If nothing unexpected happens, there will be about 15 minutes before the rescue helicopter arrives. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading.
So, I will go out to find her, can I ask the helicopter to wait? Leon was a little anxious when he heard Luo Guang's words. The helicopter is too loud. Elliot didn't say it clearly. David also had the same idea and nodded. Lion also knew that his request was unreasonable, so he did not insist and asked, will the helicopter come back?
Yes. Marvin said, without thinking, just paused for a moment and said, then I will stay and wait for the next trip.
I can't let Lion stay here alone. Elliot, you will be responsible for taking David and Luo Guang out of Raccoon City. Marvin. Elliot objected, can't we just leave a message here to Claire?
Anyway, the helicopter can come again and there is no need to stay here and wait.
To put it bluntly, what if the other party never shows up? Lion naturally understood Marvin's good intentions, and also understood that Elliot was worried about Marvin, because the people here didn't have to take such risks.
Lion himself was embarrassed to let Marvin accompany him to be willful, so he said, it's okay, Officer Marvin. Lion and Elliot both persuaded him not to stay. David followed Elliot's meaning, and Luo Guang watched the surveillance screen on the side, indicating that he would not participate in the discussion.
Alas.
After thinking for a while, Marvin agreed not to stay here, but Marvin decided to help Leon as much as possible, so he took Leon to change into a set of RPD police uniforms.
Lion's police uniform is different from others.
He wears the RPD Select Police Force uniform that RPD temporarily established to fill the vacancy caused by the dissolution of SARS. Therefore, compared with the ordinary police uniforms of others, there is also a bulletproof vest on the outside of the clothes. This is a detachable lightweight bulletproof vest that can effectively prevent 9mm bullets, and there are more tactical pendant interfaces on the clothes. Marvin and others did not wear this set of clothes. Because Marvin and Elliot were not used to wearing it, and although the bulletproof vest could block bites, it would hinder their movements, and although David wanted to wear it, it was not suitable, and he felt uncomfortable wearing it.
So this set of equipment was finally cheap for Leon. In addition to taking Leon to change into a more suitable set of clothes, Marvin also taught Leon the experience he had accumulated in the past few days of survival.
The remaining time passed quickly. Marvin had just taught Leon how to operate the surveillance and fire doors when the helicopter saw the Raccoon City Police Department and was about to land slowly. Elliot and David had already gone to the rooftop to prepare, while Luo Guang was responsible for urging Marvin to leave. After receiving Elliot's intercom message that Luo Guang could go up, Luo Guang stepped forward to remind Marvin, the helicopter is coming.
Okay.
Leon, one last word, don't hesitate when facing those monsters.
Marvin said, stuffed his knife and 2 intercoms to Leon, and ran to the rooftop before Luo Guang without looking back. Leon, these 2 things are for you.
Luo Guang gave Leon the red heart key and Brad's notebook he picked up on the ground, and said, be careful of the police chief, bye. After Luo Guang finished speaking, he didn't wait for Leon to reply, and without looking back, he passed through the half-open fire door with a weapon in hand, caught up with Marvin, and reached the rooftop.
Did you talk to Leon?
Marvin saw that Luo Guang behind him did not catch up immediately, and asked after he came to the relatively safe place on the 2nd floor of the East District. Tell him to be careful of the director, and give him the heart key and Brad's notebook by the way.
Luo Guang did not hide it. Oh, you found the old key. Marvin knew about the heart key.
However, the new keys equipped by the police are not in the shape of hearts, just like the keys that Elliot and others used to open the door of the archives room are also ordinary keys.
But what about Brad's notebook?
The two had already come to the rooftop and vaguely heard the sound of a helicopter. I picked it up on the ground in front of the service hall. I originally planned to give it to Jill when I saw her, but some of the content in it was related to the secret passage of the police station that Marvin and you have been looking for, so I gave it to Leon.
Luo Guang explained.
Originally, Luo Guang planned to use the notebook to resolve the embarrassment when he met Jill again. At that time, plus the fact that he rescued Jill from the zombie dog, the two things added up. Luo Guang could strike while the iron is hot to clear himself and Jill. However, he was leaving and had no time to improve Leon's favor, so after thinking for a while, Luo Guang could only help Leon in this way. It was always good to build a good relationship with the protagonist group, but Luo Guang would not consider working together for a long time. Because it was dark and rainy, Luo Guang turned on the flashlight and waved it to guide the rescue helicopter, while the other three were on guard around. The sound came with the strong wind, and Luo Guang ran to one side. Although his clothes were wet by the accumulated water blown by the wind, Luo Guang did not care and smiled as he watched the blue and white police helicopter land. As soon as the number 76 rescue helicopter landed, Luo Guang saw the helicopter pilot inside waving his hands back and forth, asking Luo Guang and others to get on the helicopter quickly. Luo Guang and others did not hesitate and boarded the helicopter on both sides. Luo Guang took a seat by the side, fastened his seatbelt, and then looked around the inside of the helicopter. Not counting the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat, there were 5 seats in the back. Of course, this did not mean that it could only carry 5 people at most. After the pilot saw that everyone had boarded the helicopter and fastened their seatbelts, he said take off. As soon as he finished speaking, the rescue helicopter slowly pulled up. The helicopter's propellers and engines made a loud noise, so Luo Guang and others who didn't have headphones and microphones had to shout loudly. When the pilot saw Marvin pointing at his mouth and ears, he understood and handed the co-pilot's headphones to Marvin, and pointed to the top of Luo Guang and others' seats. Luo Guang looked up and saw a rolled-up hanging headphone, so he took it down and put it on himself.
Rick, are we leaving Raccoon City directly? Where is the destination?
Marvin asked. His ears were much quieter after putting on the headphones.
Yes, the military has the latest instructions. We will land directly at the location designated by the military.
After that, the military will be responsible for accepting the survivors and conducting infectious disease inspections.
The military knew what Umbrella was secretly researching in the Raccoon City Research Institute.
In order to keep it secret, the virus inspection was called infectious disease inspection.
Wait a minute.
Rick, the helicopter pilot, seemed to have discovered something and operated the rescue helicopter console.
Received, several people, the location is, we will arrive in a few minutes.
Soon, Rick switched the conversation channel to the internal channel and said to Marvin, Marvin, we received a rescue signal from St. Michael's Bell Tower Square.
There is only one person. This helicopter can still accommodate us. Let's go there. Received. Luo Guang and Marvin and others had no objection. But Luo Guang always felt inexplicably uneasy. This kind of unexpected plot always felt that it was not a good thing. The helicopter was very fast, and soon Luo Guang saw the situation in St. Michael's Bell Tower Square. What is that thing? Rick asked in surprise.
Luo Guang squinted his eyes and looked at the bell tower, only to see a huge monster standing on the bell tower. No way, Luo Guang knew what it was at a glance, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be that the plot still developed like the game? Jill still got on the train, then Captain Victor blew himself up, the goddess of vengeance was severely damaged, and finally mutated from the second form to the third form?
Hey, let's not go over there. Rick asked Marvin for his opinion. No, this monster doesn't look like it can fly.
Let's fly closer and see where the person who was asking for help is. Marvin, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, said, see if we can just drop the rope to save the person.
There is only one person, so we don't need to land. If we can't, we won't force you to save the person, Rick. Got it, hold on tight. Hearing Marvin's words, Rick nodded in agreement.
Rick himself has flown many times in Raccoon City, so he is confident in his helicopter driving skills.
Holding the joystick, he said, let's go over and take a circle. If the situation is not right, run immediately.
David, who was originally planning to express his opinion, put his hand back from the button on the headset after hearing Rick's words. Elliot, like Luo Guang, was sitting at the side. After hearing Marvin's decision, he held the MP5 in his hand, ready to shoot and cover the person who was asking for help.
Because of his evolution, Luo Guang's vision can see a little farther than others. As the helicopter approached, Luo Guang immediately saw the person who sent out the distress signal in the square, Jill Valentine. However, at this time, Jill only saw the helicopter that Luo Guang was riding, and did not notice that the huge monster on the bell tower behind him was staring at him. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading.
I really can't avoid it. Luo Guang thought to himself, and was 100% sure that the monster was the goddess of vengeance. Be careful. Thinking so, Luo Guang saw the goddess of vengeance suddenly pull something from the bell tower and hold it in her two giant hands. Without pausing, she immediately threw the object in her hand to the helicopter and quickly reminded Rick.
What? Rick was startled by Luo Guang's sudden reminder.
As a helicopter pilot, he also saw something flying towards him quickly with his sharp eyes. He quickly pulled the control stick to the left, and the rescue helicopter immediately turned to the left.
However, it was too late.
The flying debris did not hit the cab, but directly hit the high-speed rotating main propeller.
Damn! Luo Guang grabbed the railing on the side.
Hold it firmly! Rick shouted, trying to control the helicopter to maintain balance in order to make a successful forced landing. After a while of dizziness, Luo Guang only heard a loud noise, and a huge impact hit Luo Guang, and then Luo Guang fainted.
Adapter wake-up system alarm rang. Ahem!
Luo Guang woke up after not knowing how long he had been unconscious. He was the first to wake up. A steel pipe passed through the cab diagonally, pierced the driver's seat, and stopped in front of Luo Guang. There was still blood on it, dripping slowly.
How long has it been?
How is your health? Luo Guang unbuckled his seatbelt, climbed out of the helicopter, and asked the system.
It will take a few minutes.
There is only impact damage, no fractures or concussions, etc., and you will recover soon.
The system also told Luo Guang the situation simply and quickly.
After unbuckled his seatbelt, Luo Guang fell to the ground and climbed out of the helicopter directly. After taking a breath, Luo Guang looked around and confirmed the situation. Rick managed to stabilize the helicopter at the last moment and landed on its belly, but during the rotation, it directly hit a truck loaded with various decoration materials, and a solid steel pipe happened to penetrate the glass, giving Rick a chill. After taking a few breaths, Luo Guang stood up with his hands, and took a few deep breaths, and then he felt his head clear.
The first thing Luo Guang did was to check the condition of the helicopter.
Although he said it as if he was a professional, in fact, he just checked whether there was any oil leakage or fire. After confirming it once, there was no oil leakage or fire, which was a blessing in disguise. Luo Guang hurried to check on Marvin and others and pulled them out. Marvin, Elliot and David were all unconscious, with scratches on their bodies, and perhaps some fractures, but Luo Guang did not have any professional knowledge. Although the system had it, it did not recommend Luo Guang to treat them, but asked Luo Guang to move the three to a safe place. Luo Guang did as he was told, following the system's instructions to minimize the secondary damage to the three people during the transportation. After a lot of twists and turns, the three people were finally moved to a room on the first floor by Luo Guang. He picked up some food and thought about what to do next. He was already on the target list of the goddess of vengeance, and he almost died just now. No matter what, Luo Guang could no longer let the goddess of vengeance go. Taking advantage of Jill, who has strong combat power, cooperating with Jill to solve the goddess of vengeance may be the right solution, and this time he must find a way to finish her off.
You can use fire attack,
the system suggested to Luo Guang.
Luo Guang nodded.
When he was looking for food just now, he saw a few bottles of vodka, which could be used to give the goddess of vengeance a hurrah. After eating and drinking, Luo Guang's injuries were healed with the ability to heal quickly, so he left a note for Marvin and others, then took the lighter and the vodka drink he had prepared, as well as his own weapons, and left the room. The destination was exactly where the goddess of vengeance and Jill were still in the St. Michael's Bell Tower. Luo Guang was only a few steps away from the clock tower square. When Luo Guang arrived at the large square in front of the St. Michael clock tower, the goddess of vengeance, who had driven away the disruptive helicopter, was constantly chasing Jill. If the goddess of vengeance before was still a person, the goddess of vengeance at this time had become a monster without any human characteristics. Even the self-controlled head was broken into a huge digestive organ, covered with jagged teeth, and the back was covered with foul-smelling blisters, which constantly secreted highly corrosive toxins, and broke from time to time, spraying venom all around. The legs degenerated to the point of disappearing, but the arms became huge, with sharp claws stretched out. If the above are mainly close-range attacks, then the huge bone tentacles protruding from the chest of the Goddess of Vengeance are its main means of long-range attacks, and are also the culprit that makes Jill hide from place to place at this time.
Jill was still dealing with the Goddess of Vengeance on the other side of the square. Luo Guang did not immediately join the battlefield.
He first put the vodka drink next to the door, and then searched for weapons dropped by the evacuated army.
This is one of the evacuation points set up by the National Guard and the Lighthouse Army. The wealthy army would not move everything away during the evacuation.
Time was tight, so Luo Guang could only conduct a quick and focused search, with the main targets being military boxes, military trucks and other places where weapons might appear. Finally, as expected, Luo Guang found an MA-41 assault rifle, for matching magazines and a pile of 5.56mm bullets in a military box. In addition, Luo Guang did not find any heavy firepower weapons such as rocket launchers and grenade launchers. On the other side, Jill was still using the vehicles, tents, and supply boxes left by the military to deal with the Goddess of Vengeance who had mutated into a large monster. The Goddess of Vengeance became stronger in the third form, but her intelligence dropped sharply, making her lose her flexibility and only chasing Jill. The Goddess of Vengeance controlled the bone tentacles to sweep forward and swept all the boxes in front of her. Jill dodged in a hurry and successfully avoided the flying box, but accidentally tripped over the wires on the ground. She stumbled and finally failed to keep her balance and fell to the ground. Jill had been hiding here and there and was holding back his anger. He turned around on the ground, sat on the ground, took out the grenade launcher on his back, and fired a flame bomb, hitting the big mouth of the Goddess of Vengeance. Roar! The Goddess of Vengeance roared loudly, and the action of rushing forward stopped because of the severe pain. Unlike the first and second forms, which still maintained human forms, the third form of the Goddess of Vengeance had recovered the pain at this time. Jill took the opportunity to stand up, but the Goddess of Vengeance stabilized first, and a bone tentacle was ready to give Jill a chill. The continuous sound came from one side, directly hitting the left meat of the bone tentacle, making the Goddess of Vengeance instantly enter a defensive posture, waving her huge flesh arm to block the bullets fired by Luo Guang. After firing 30 rounds, Luo Guang threw the MP5 in his hand aside. Without a spare magazine, Luo Guang had no reason to continue carrying the MP5 in this battle. He took the MA-41 on his back and continued to shoot until Jill got up from the ground and moved away from the Goddess of Vengeance.
Luo Guang stopped shooting. Luo!
Jill was very surprised by the sudden appearance of Luo Guang.
Deal with the enemy first.
Luo Guang replied to Jill, and his hands did not stop. He replaced the MA-41 with a full magazine, and put the half-full magazine in the pocket of his jacket, and pulled up half of the chain.
Okay.
Jill also knew the importance of the matter, and replied, took out a new flame bomb from the ammunition belt hanging diagonally on his chest, stuffed it into the grenade launcher, and took advantage of the Goddess of Vengeance to focus on Luo Guang. Another roar, but because of the venom constantly secreted on the back of this monster, Jill's incendiary bomb could only burn on the Goddess of Vengeance for a short time, and could not cause more effective damage. Luo Guang noticed this situation and dodged the attack of the bone tentacles while shouting, first use high explosive bombs to consume the opponent's energy and clean the blisters on its back.
Now its back is too wet. Got it.
Jill switched the type of grenade while continuing to distance herself from the Goddess of Vengeance. Because of Jill's 2 incendiary bombs, the Goddess of Vengeance was extremely angry, and her target at this time was always on Jill.
The weapon in Luo Guang's hand can only be used to attract the opponent's attention.
It is a fantasy to rely on the MA-14 in his hand to solve the Goddess of Vengeance, unless he has enough ammunition to consume all the energy of the Goddess of Vengeance and make it unable to regenerate. But no matter what, the power of the assault rifle bullet is not just a tickle, and it also harassed the Goddess of Vengeance. Therefore, in addition to covering Jill, Luo Guang also had to find a weapon that could win with one shot. Maybe it was because Jill and Luo Guang had been playing with her, but the body of the Goddess of Vengeance suddenly twitched and changed a little. A long tube stretched out from her bloody mouth, and after a while of expansion and contraction, a mouthful of yellow-green pus sprayed towards Jill. If the attack of the bone tentacles is a point in a line, then this mouthful of pus is a surface. Facing this attack, Jill did not even look back to confirm the intention of the Goddess of Vengeance, but suddenly accelerated and dodged behind a military truck. The pus of the Goddess of Vengeance hit the military truck, and the truck instantly made a squeak and a puff of white smoke. Looking at the rapidly melting plastic and iron, Jill knew that this stuff could not be touched at all. After dodging the attack, Jill immediately counterattacked, leaning out from the back of the car to the right, aiming at the goddess of vengeance and firing another grenade, this time a high-explosive bomb, which directly blew up the blisters on the back of the goddess of vengeance, leaving a ground full of venom.
Jill was still the main output force, while Luo Guang was responsible for covering.
However, what Luo Guang was holding at this time was not a 9mm pistol, but a 5.56mm assault rifle, which had much stronger penetration, and could give the goddess of vengeance some unforgettable pain. Therefore, Luo Guang's cover this time was much more effective than the initial time, so that the goddess of vengeance's confident attack was frequently interrupted by Luo Guang. Because the goddess of vengeance changed from the second form to the third era because she had received a heavy blow, this change was not entirely benign. Compared with the initial goddess of vengeance, the current third form can be said to be a fool, with only the instinct of hunting left, and the mission given to the goddess of vengeance by Umbrella Corporation to destroy Asteris. Therefore, the goddess of vengeance did not list the relatively weak Luo Guang as a priority target at this time, and still pursued Jill wholeheartedly. It was still the same as before, lacking a decisive means to break the deadlock. Otherwise, Luo Guang could only pray that Jill and his bullets could consume the energy of the goddess of vengeance so that she could not regenerate and then defeat the opponent. Jill led the goddess of vengeance around for half a circle, and the goddess of vengeance swept away the things in front of her again. That's it. Luo Guang, who had been paying attention to the situation on Jill's side and was ready to interrupt some dangerous attacks of the goddess of vengeance at any time, saw an opportunity to break the situation. A tent was swept down first, and then the goddess of vengeance's powerful bone tentacles directly lifted up a car hidden behind the tent, rolled a few times, and the roof of the car faced the square and entered Luo Guang's sight. Luo Guang looked closely and found that the overturned car was a Hummer, and there was a heavy machine gun on the top of the middle of the Hummer. This Hummer belongs to the National Guard, and the heavy machine gun on it is not a new weapon, but a relatively old M22 heavy machine gun. Jill, drag it! Luo Guang shouted, and then bypassed the goddess of vengeance from behind, jumped to avoid the smelly corrosive venom on the ground, and ran towards the Hummer. After looking at the car, Luo Guang thought for a moment and directly grabbed the bumper of the front of the Hummer and pulled it to the side of the bottom of the car. The adaptation period of the sudden increase in strength has passed for a long time. Luo Guang gradually exerted his strength and soon put the Hummer flat on the ground. Luo Guang climbed up and checked the condition of the M22 heavy machine gun on it. Fortunately, it was not damaged in the previous reversal of the Hummer. At this time, the ammunition box on the heavy machine gun was full of bullets, and each 12.7mm bullet was ready to fire, waiting for Luo Guang, the commander, to give them the order to attack. The goddess of vengeance had not chased far, and exposed her back directly to Luo Guang. Luo Guang pulled the bolt, and after a click, he shouted, "Machine gun!" Jill understood and turned left to avoid Luo Guang's rays. Jill no longer overlapped with the goddess of vengeance. Luo Guang held the handle behind the butt of the gun with both hands and pressed the trigger. Bang 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 bang, ha 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 ha. Accompanied by the roar of the heavy machine gun, there was also Luo Guang's wild laughter. Sweeping away the previous depression of being powerless against the goddess of vengeance, Luo Guang now had only one word in his heart: cool. In addition, Luo Guang's physical fitness allowed Luo Guang to perfectly control this weapon, which made Luo Guang feel that it was a kind of enjoyment when using this weapon. On the other side, Jill looked at the crazy Luo Guang with disgust, but did not miss the opportunity to add insult to injury. The goddess of vengeance, who was beaten to a pulp by Luo Guang, was once again baptized by Jill's grenade, and one high-explosive shell after another was fired at the goddess of vengeance. Jill, who began to pant at this time, finally took this opportunity to stop and rest for a while. The average firing rate of the M22 heavy machine gun can be as high as 500 rounds per minute, so Luo Guang did not enjoy it for long, and had to stop shooting helplessly. The red barrel was emitting white smoke under the rain, as if complaining about Luo Guang's brutality. The goddess of vengeance had softened into a pile of flesh under this storm of bullets and Jill's grenade, but Luo Guang was not at ease and asked Jill to help him get the vodka drink that he had put before. Jill glared at Luo Guang when he heard Luo Guang's order, as if he had a lot to say to Luo Guang. But in the end he obeyed Luo Guang and brought the vodka drink according to the location Luo Guang pointed. "How many incendiary bombs are there?" Luo Guang asked as he took the incendiary bottle that Jill handed over. "There are still 2 rounds, and the one in the grenade launcher is a high-explosive bomb." Jill raised the grenade launcher in his hand, shook it, and asked, "Is she not dead yet?" "She is dead on the surface, but I don't know what's going on inside." When Luo Guang used the heavy machine gun just now, he deliberately placed the crosshairs at the height of the goddess of vengeance's big mouth and chest, but Luo Guang was still worried that the goddess of vengeance was not dead.
Then, I'll go first?
Jill pulled the high-explosive bomb out of the grenade launcher, put the high-explosive bomb in, and then stuffed another incendiary bomb in.
No hurry.
Luo Guang pressed down the grenade launcher that Jill had raised, then raised the MA-41 assault rifle in his hand, and poured all the remaining bullets in the magazine and the bullets in the first half-used magazine on the goddess of vengeance. As expected, the goddess of vengeance still reacted and wanted to hurt people, but in the end she could only collapse on the ground powerlessly, with her flesh heaving up and down. Then Luo Guang lit the cloth strip on the mouth of the vodka bottle and threw it directly on the goddess of vengeance. Without reservation, Luo Guang threw all the incendiary bottles out, allowing the goddess of vengeance to fully experience the hospitality of the Great Bear Country. In order to add fuel to the fire, Jill also fired an incendiary bomb. This time Luo Guang did not stop it, and the goddess of vengeance really caught fire.
Why don't I shoot the last one too?
Jill looked at Luo Guang's profile and asked.
Yeah.
Luo Guang nodded in agreement, and did not turn his head to look at Jill. He did not feel it when they first met, but now standing next to Jill, looking at the burning goddess of vengeance, Luo Guang reacted and felt embarrassed and a little shy. With a pop, Jill fired the last incendiary bomb, and the goddess of vengeance did not move, silently glowing and radiating heat. After stuffing the last grenade into the grenade launcher, Jill put the grenade launcher behind him, turned around and looked at Luo Guang without saying a word.
Ahem.
Luo Guang naturally felt Jill's gaze, and Jill meant to let Luo Guang give him an explanation.
Go ahead.
Jill saw Luo Guang turn around and look at him, and urged.
Let's leave here first. Luo Guang laughed. It's too dangerous here. You're changing the subject again.
Jill pouted, but still followed Luo Guang away from the burning body of the goddess of vengeance.
I'm an intelligence agent of Umbrella.
Luo Guang hesitated for a long time, and finally chose to tell the truth.
I know.
Jill was a little surprised when he heard Luo Guang directly admit that he was an intelligence agent of Umbrella.
He had been hiding it before. Did he change his nature? So I got the T-virus vaccine.
There was blood with T-virus on the claws of those zombie dogs, but the T-virus content was not much, so I was able to survive. Luo Guang first explained why he survived after being injured by the claws of zombie dogs.
Jill nodded to show that he understood, and then immediately asked, do you know the formula of the vaccine? If Luo Guang knew the formula of the T-virus vaccine, it would save many people. So compared to asking Luo Guang why he pretended to be dead and deliberately got rid of his purpose of acting alone, Jill was more concerned about the vaccine, and Jill also guessed that the vaccine Luo Guang took was not 100% immune. Luo Guang shook his head. I'm not a researcher, how could I know, but I know someone who knows.
Who?
Jill asked hurriedly. It's a senior researcher at the Raccoon City Research Institute of Umbrella Corporation.
The specific situation is unknown, but the other party seems to be waiting for rescue at Raccoon City University.
Luo Guang said this and could only pray that the story of the outbreak of the biochemical crisis is still happening in Raccoon City.
Oh?
Is there such a thing?
Just as Jill was about to ask for specific information, a voice that did not belong to Jill and Luo Guang sounded from behind. Jill and Luo Guang were about to turn around and raise their guns when they heard the other party appear behind them. Relax, don't move, put down your gun. Luo Guang was pointed at the back, but he did it directly. He didn't want to bet on who the other party was aiming at, so he put the MA-41 assault rifle and the Beretta M92F pistol on his waist on the ground. Jill was stunned when he saw Luo Guang giving up resistance so directly. But thinking that he was facing the enemy at this time, if he and Luo Guang attacked together, it would be a bet on who the other party was aiming at. At this time, Jill and Luo Guang thought of the same thing, but since Luo Guang chose to give up, Jill naturally couldn't go to gamble.
Let's talk about it like this. Although he couldn't see it, Luo Guang felt the other party's contemptuous smile. Luo, in this case, you can always tell me what your temporary mission is, right?
The other party's question made Luo Guang guess who the person behind him was. Collect the combat data of the goddess of vengeance.
Luo Guang began to make up a story. Well, who are you working for?
I don't know. I received a task notice when I was preparing to evacuate. There was no signature at the end.
It only said that I would contact me again after I completed the task.
Luo Guang naturally didn't say the specific name, but said, the source of the task signal is not in Raccoon City, and there is no other information. After listening to Luo Guang's words, the other party fell into silence, and Jill on the side did not speak. After observing Luo Guang's expression with his peripheral vision, he decided to wait for the opportunity.
After a while, Luo Guang heard the person behind him ask, "In this case, why did you kill Nemesis?"
Nemesis refers to the goddess of tyrant vengeance.
Because it also included me in the list.
Luo Guang's tone was very angry, but from Jill's peripheral vision, there was no trace of anger on Luo Guang's face.
Just like you, want to make a lot of money, but also want to enjoy it with life. I can work for Umbrella, but I don't want to die, Nikolai Genevieve.
Luo Guang confirmed that the person behind him was Nikolai Genevieve based on the sound pattern matched by the system.
Humph. Nikolai seemed not surprised that Luo Guang recognized him, but he also felt unhappy, and said, "Yes, it's me." "Then what about the vaccine? How did you know? Do you know how valuable the T-virus vaccine is?"
For Umbrella, one hand is the virus, the other hand is the vaccine, and they make money on both sides.
Luo Guang also snorted, without moving his head,
and confirmed the situation with his eyes, saying, "Umbrella will not let go of this kind of money-making business."
"It seems that Nikolai, your intelligence network is still a little lacking. It's okay, anyway, I know it, and you won't enjoy it with life," Nikolai said. "Really? Are you going to kill the hen that lays golden eggs so easily?" Luo Guang's tone was not panic at all.
As if he was tired of standing, he moved his body left and right, testing Nikolai's bottom line.
Nikolai heard Luo Guang's words, but did not shoot when Luo Guang moved his body left and right.
As Luo Guang shook his body, the black jacket fluttered a little, and Jill saw the G17 pistol inside the jacket from the corner of his eye. Looking up, he saw Luo Guang blinking his eyes. Jill understood what Luo Guang meant, so he decided to wait for the signal of Luo Guang's action.
"Oh? Then what do you want, the golden hen? What can you give me?" Nikolai sneered, "Or do you, the hen, not recognize the current situation?"
"Stay alive, I will give you my intelligence network list, which contains not only the people of Umbrella Company, but also the handles of people at a higher level."
Luo Guang threw out his bait. Nikolai did not answer immediately after hearing Luo Guang's words, as if he was enjoying Luo Guang's anxiety.
After seeing Luo Guang move unnaturally, Nikolai said slowly, "Oh, this is a good suggestion, but I have been looking at two people, and now my hands are a little tired. Please pick up the gun on the ground and send this heroic SARS member Gil Valentine away. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content."
"Okay." Without any hesitation, Luo Guang bent down to pick up the gun.
When he bent down, Luo Guang tilted his head slightly. As expected, Nikolai was aiming at himself who was picking up the gun. Gil moved, but was warned by Nikolai, who made Gil scold Luo Guang and Nikolai angrily.
"Miss, if you want to blame, just blame Luo Guang.
A second ago, he was a comrade who faced the goddess of revenge with you, and now he abandons you for profit. Oh, by the way, Gil, you have always been just a pawn of Umbrella from the beginning to the end, ha ha ha." Nikolai saw the very cunning expression on Luo Guang's face and the slight joy of being able to live.
Luo Guang helped Jill escape from danger many times, which made Nikolai doubt Luo Guang's position.
Although Luo Guang's temporary mission was not stated as to who issued it to him, Nikolai already had a guess in his mind that it was probably the Chicago branch of Umbrella Corporation.
Nikolai himself was secretly hired by the European branch of Umbrella to collect data on Nemesis.
As a competitor of the European branch, the Chicago branch would naturally send people to collect data on Nemesis.
To be honest, Luo Guang is not a combatant and is good at hiding. It should be an accident that he was targeted by the goddess of revenge.
After all, based on my understanding of Luo Guang and the only few times of cooperation, the other party is not a fool who would provoke the goddess of revenge on his own. Nikolai didn't believe that Luo Guang didn't know who was the person who issued the mission to him, but he still didn't tell him even though his life was in danger, which proved that Luo Guang was indeed loyal to Umbrella Company. Of course, Luo Guang later asked killing Gil was also a test for Luo Guang. It was just the way Luo Guang was so impatient that made Nikolai laugh in his heart. As for what Luo Guang said about the vaccine, Nikolai himself actually knew that a senior Umbrella researcher who mastered the manufacturing method of the virus vaccine had defected, and he had no clues to find this person's exact location.
In this comparison, Luo Guang's intelligence network is indeed powerful.
If he can obtain his information, he may have the opportunity to collect money in the future, but Luo Guang probably won't see that day at that time.
When Nikolai was thinking about how to deal with Luo Guang after getting Luo Guang's intelligence network,
Luo Guang's acting skills exploded. He smiled slyly and said, "Goodbye, Jill." As soon as Luo Guang finished speaking and the trigger was about to be pulled, Jill received Luo Guang's blink signal and suddenly moved, knocking Luo Guang down. Nikolai had already predicted that Gil would not give up and die. He was happily watching Luo Guang and Gil fighting on the ground, but the weapon in his hand was still on guard. Just as Nikolai thought, Luo Guang, as an intelligence agent, was not suitable for fighting. No matter whether Luo Guang was so careless and did not immediately distance himself after bending to take the gun, and instead took a step closer to Jill, or whether he is now being suppressed by Jill.
All kinds of heavy punches made Nikolai more confident that he would control Luo Guang's life in the future.
At the same time, Nikolai felt happy with his sense of control over the current situation. Luo Guang was unsteady, and the Beretta M92F pistol in his hand was knocked down by Gil.
That's almost it,
Nikolai thought to himself, when he was about to shoot Gil to save Luo Guang.
Faster than Nikolai's gun, Gil used the cover of Luo Guang's movements to take out the G17 pistol from the inside of Luo Guang's black jacket.
With his many years of experience, he did not raise the gun at 3 points in one line, and held the pistol close to his belly, shooting directly at Nikolai's position. As a selfish person, Nikolai naturally wore a body armor, but every bullet hit Nikolai's body like a heavy punch. Bang! Nikolai endured the severe pain and fired back, but the shot without much aim could only be traced, and the bullet flew past Jill's head. During the fight with Gil, Luo Guang moved his position, and his left hand happened to catch the G19 pistol that Gil threw on the ground. While Gil was beating Nikolai hard, he changed his hand to the right and pointed it at Luo Guang. Nikolai on the right took aim and shot, and the target was Nikolai's crotch, which was not protected by a body armor. Even if Nikolai didn't die, he would still be in pain and go into shock. When Nikolai kept trying to aim at Jill, a heartbreaking pain suddenly came from his crotch with the sound of a gunshot. The indescribable pain made Nikolai fall straight back. But Luo Guang had no intention of letting the opponent go, and hit Nikolai's thigh with a few more rounds, aiming to hit the femoral artery and cause him to bleed heavily. Luo Guang and Gil's counterattack happened too suddenly.
In an instant, the positions of Nikolai, Luo Guang and Gil were reversed.
Jill, please let me go. At this time, Luo Guang was lying on the ground, and Jill was sitting on Luo Guang's waist. Gil did not get up, but pointed at Luo Guang's chest with the G17 pistol that had no bullets and was idle. His other hand pulled Luo Guang's clothes, and his handsome face approached Luo Guang's eyes.
Your expression just now really deserves a beating.
After Gil said that, he pushed Luo Guang hard, stood up with the help, and picked up the shotgun on the ground.
Luo Guang smiled helplessly, stood up from the ground, and said, "You can't deceive Nikolai otherwise, and is this why you punched me in the face just now?" Bang, click, bang, click.
What did you say?
Gil turned his head and asked Luo Guang. Gil picked up the shotgun and hit Nikolai twice on the head, who was lying on the ground.
It seemed that Gil really hated Nikolai.
It's nothing. Luo Guang looked at Nikolai's face and couldn't see it anymore, and gave up decisively.
Luo Guang packed up the weapons he had thrown away, then helped Jill pick up her grenade gun, walked to Jill, and handed the grenade gun to Jill.
I took a look at Nikolai's gun. It was an SP 1998 pistol.
It was still in the experimental stage and had not been put on the market.
It was probably specially prepared for him by Umbrella Company.
It was also a weapon that used 9mm bullets, so Luo Guang chose the weapon he was used to. He just took the magazine and found a safe place to withdraw the bullets.
Gil watched Luo Guang touch the equipment and asked, "What are your plans next?"
I escaped by helicopter with 3 police officers.
The helicopter was destroyed by Nemesis. All 3 of them were injured and were temporarily placed in a room.
I'll see if I can find a car to take them to Raccoon City University to try their luck.
There is a medical school there and it's close to Raccoon City.
The Edge is also one of the military evacuation points.
Luo Guang replied without hesitation.
So, it was my rescue signal that got you involved, Jill said with a wry smile. Luo Guang, who was rummaging through Nikolai's body to see if there was any intelligence information, easily took the grenade from Nikolai's body, but was snatched away by Jill the next second.
"You owe me," Jill said.
Okay. Luo Guang felt that he had the greatest credit for killing Nikolai this time, but Luo Guang was not stupid enough to refute Jill and continued searching.
It didn't take much time.
Luo Guang and Jill finished searching and cleaning up in a few minutes.
Luo Guang didn't want the MP5 he borrowed from David.
He found some 5.56mm bullets in the MA-41's military box, so Luo Guang filled up his 5.56mm magazine. After Luo Guang and Jill found some gasoline to burn Nikolai's body to ensure that it would not be resurrected, Jill followed Luo Guang back to the room where Marvin and others were.
Dawn, dawn, dawn.
Luo Guang knocked on the door to sign, and soon Marvin opened the door, covering his right chest.
"Are you awake?" Luo Guang asked politely. After all, if Marvin hadn't woken up, he wouldn't have seen his note and understood the code for knocking on the door. Gil, who followed Luo Guang in, said in surprise, "Marvin? Jill? You're still alive." Although there was pain everywhere in his body, Marvin felt happy when he saw that Jill was still alive, and ignored Luo Guang for a while. To be honest, Marvin felt guilty towards Jill and other STRS survivors. He and countless people in Raccoon City were deceived by Umbrella's propaganda campaign, and no one believed the truth announced by SARS after they returned from the mansion incident. As a result, after the biohazard broke out, the police and others suffered heavy losses without the guidance and help of SARS members who had experience in biohazards. Seeing that Marvin ignored him, Luo Guang went into the living room to check on the other two people. Both Elliot and David were seen waking up, but both were in bad condition. Elliot's left arm was broken, and David's head seemed to be injured, with a rag tied around it. However, the injured areas of both men were tied with simple splints, probably made from items that Marvin found in the room. "It seems that the situation is not good," Luo Guang said. "Yes." Elliot smiled bitterly, but being able to walk and run is considered a blessing among misfortunes, compared to Rick. When Elliot woke up, Rick and Luo Guang were nowhere to be seen, but Luo Guang left a message on the note, so he naturally understood what happened to the helicopter pilot Rick. Not long after, Marvin and Jill also walked into the living room, and the five of them gathered together for a meeting to discuss the next plan. Luo Guang took this opportunity to tell Marvin and others about his identity as an intelligence agent for Umbrella Company, in order to pave the way for the next events. The three of them, Marvin and Marvin, were very surprised, but after thinking about the help Luo Guang gave them and others at the Raccoon City Police Department and the guarantee given by Jill to Luo Guang, the three of them did not have any hostility towards Luo Guang. It's already close to 9 p.m. on the 29th. After Luo Guang asked everyone to digest his identity information, he told Marvin and others the plan he had told Jill before. "Is the Raccoon City University evacuation point still there?" Elliot asked. "I don't know about this, but from where we are, we only need to walk along Raccoon Street to reach Raccoon City University, and then walk all the way to the city road leaving Raccoon City," Luo Guang explained. "Is the vaccine thing true?" Marvin asked this question. "According to the information I received, there is also a doctor named Nathaniel Budd at the nearby Raccoon City General Hospital who is also developing a vaccine, and has successfully developed a vaccine. There is also a researcher named Greg Muller hiding at Raccoon City University, who is studying another new vaccine, and it seems that there is only one step left," Luo Guang introduced, "but these are all outdated information. The reason why I chose to go to Raccoon City University is that even if I can't find anyone, I can still escape from Raccoon City along the road." In addition, the people from UBCS also went to Raccoon City General Hospital to rescue people. Luo Guang did not say that Raccoon City would be razed to the ground, because even if Luo Guang had the identity of an Umbrella Company intelligence officer, at this moment no one would believe that the Lighthouse government would drop a nuclear bomb on its own land. UBCS? Carlos? When I left the subway station, Carlos didn't seem to get on the train, but set off for a secret mission. Jill interrupted. According to Jill, it seems that Jill did not get on the train, and it is unknown whether the train escaped successfully and avoided being destroyed by the goddess of vengeance, so Luo Guang did not plan to change his plan to go to the Central Street subway station where there might be the next subway train. "Probably, I only know that UBCS has this mission, but I don't know who will execute it, and I don't know what the purpose is." Luo Guang never speaks in a complete way, and replied. "It's a pity that my walkie-talkie was lost somewhere before, otherwise I could try to contact Carlos." Jill shook her head and said regretfully, "The walkie-talkie in my bag is still there. Captain Victor gave it to me." Luo Guang took out the walkie-talkie that he had never used once and handed it to Jill. "For you. But I think since it is a secret mission, Carlos probably won't tell you the details." "Thank you." Jill saw that Luo Guang still had a walkie-talkie on his waist, and he didn't pretend to be hypocritical. He took the walkie-talkie. If he couldn't contact Carlos, he could still use it to contact Luo Guang, Marvin and others. Everyone unified the walkie-talkie channel again. Marvin thought Luo Guang's plan was okay, and he didn't have any special ideas. He looked at Elliot and David again. Elliot and David saw Marvin looking at them, and they shook their heads to indicate that they had no other suggestions. "Then let's take a break for half an hour, and extend it to an hour depending on the situation." Marvin suggested that everyone take a break while it's safe now. Everyone has encountered a lot of things, and it's the right way to take a break while they can. "Okay."
Everyone had no objection and found a place to rest. Elliot and David sat in the living room to rest, while Marvin got up and went into the kitchen to search for food. Unlike Luo Guang, who didn't pay for meals, Marvin still left some cash in the kitchen.
Luo Guang was pulled into the bedroom by Jill.
Don't get me wrong, Jill just found a separate room at random, as long as it wasn't a toilet.
Luo, I have something to tell you, Jill said as she pulled Luo Guang. I have something to say too,
Luo Guang said, but Luo Guang didn't need to avoid Marvin and others to say what he wanted to say.
Then you go first,
Jill said as she sat in a dressing chair.
Brad is gone.
Marvin and I buried him at the police station.
Luo Guang went straight to the point and told Jill about Brad's ending.
Really, Jill didn't expect that what Luo Guang was going to say was Brad's death.
After a short pause, he said, "Well, condolences." Luo Guang could only say this.
The atmosphere at this time was not suitable for Luo Guang to say too many comforting words, and Jill didn't need others' polite comfort.
Ha! Jill exhaled, cheered up, and said, "Luo, listen to me."
Originally, Jill planned to talk about things simply, but because of Brad's matter, Jill planned to start from the time when she and Luo Guang separated in the SARS safe house.
Luo Guang was a qualified listener. He just sat by the bed and listened quietly to Jill's story.
The first time they separated, Jill went to help Brad fight the goddess of vengeance as Luo Guang expected, and then fought from the safe house to the street outside, and the two fled to a parking lot together. Then Brad bravely drove his car into the goddess of vengeance, temporarily stopping her against the wall, and the two chose to flee separately. After pushing the car away, the goddess of vengeance chose to chase Jill, and then Jill met Luo Guang again.
After the second separation, Jill continued to perform the task of restoring electricity.
After experiencing a life-and-death situation, he finally restored the electricity and adjusted the automatic driving system in the subway office. Then I started to go back to the subway station, and saw a person looking for a door to enter at the entrance of the Central Street subway station. Jill glanced at Luo Guang, who was listening to the story, and said, "That person knows you."
Luo Guang tilted his head, thought quickly, and said, "Lin?" Luo Guang didn't know many people after crossing over, and he quickly screened them out.
It was just that Luo Guang was worried that the person was Luo Guang's acquaintance from Umbrella Company, so he didn't say it very confirmed.
"Yes, I didn't expect that you would even deceive college students."
Jill took advantage of the time when Captain Victor was waiting for Carlos to come back to chat with Lin about a lot of things. After a little inquiry, he knew that the person Lin said to meet at the Central Street subway station was Luo Guang. No way, she just lost her brother, so she subconsciously wanted to find a replacement.
Luo Guang smiled bitterly and replied.
Luo Guang felt like he was being restrained by Jiershin, and he didn't know how many times he had smiled bitterly.
"I don't think so."
Jill crossed her legs and said with a smile, "I told her that you were infected by the zombie virus and are probably gone. Anyway, I didn't know you had the vaccine at that time, so I'm not lying."
"Lin has already left by train. If she has a chance to see you again, you can explain yourself." Gil didn't tell Luo Guang about Lin crying when she heard the news.
Okay. Luo Guang was helpless, these were all the sins he had committed before. It just proves the saying, if you tell a lie, you have to use countless lies to cover it up.
"Luo, I have something to ask you. Please answer me seriously."
Gil put his legs down and said seriously.
"What's the matter?"
Upon seeing this, Luo Guang stopped his playful attitude and looked directly into Jill's eyes.
"What is your real purpose of going to Raccoon City University?"
Gil's words made it difficult for Luo Guang to answer.
Gil observed Luo Guang's expression and continued, "You said that Raccoon City University is a military evacuation point, right?"
At the same time, the defected Umbrella researcher is also at that university.
"If that is the case, then the Umbrella researcher is the best choice. Isn't it possible that he would take the vaccine to the military and leave Raccoon City directly?"
In this way, either the military has evacuated from Raccoon City University and the researchers are still there, or the vaccine is fake and the researchers are not there but the military is. Jill gradually analyzed the loopholes in Luo Guang's words.
"Gil, aren't you afraid that there is no evacuation point at Raccoon City University?" Luo Guang delayed for a moment while confirming Jill's logic chain. "If it's not true, Marvin will definitely bring it up.
The Raccoon City Police Department and the military have cooperated in assisting civilians in evacuating."
Gil explained, "So, what's your answer?" Gil asked without giving Luo Guang time to think. Jill, what do you think the situation is? Answer me." Gil was a little impatient.
Although Gil didn't think Luo Guan was a bad person, there was a mystery about Luo Guan, which made Gil feel bad, so he took this time to ask. Okay. Seeing that Gil was so determined, Luo Guang didn't intend to be the Riddler. After organizing the order of things, he looked into Gil's eyes and said seriously, Raccoon City University is really an evacuation point for the military.
But it has probably been withdrawn. It's very likely?
Why did you judge it? Gil pointed to the center of the problem.
The military also sent people to seize the G virus developed by Umbrella.
Luo Guang simply said, and asked Gil not to think about telling these things.
Gil nodded and agreed to Luo Guang.
His goal was only Umbrella Company. He did not want or have the ability to participate in official matters.
Gil was clear about this.
William Birkin contacted the military and asked them to send someone to pick him up. However, the military was late and USS, the Umbrella Rapid Response Force, took the lead and accidentally shot and killed Dr. William. Afterwards, Dr. William injected the G virus into his own body, and the T virus, which he was about to hand over to the military along with the G virus, was accidentally leaked, eventually leading to the biochemical crisis in Raccoon City. Luo Guang briefly talked about the big plot in the Resident Evil game and said, the military didn't know about this, but it still sent special forces there. And the progress is not good, and the whole army may be annihilated.
I see. Gil did not bother to debate whether Luo Guang's explanation of the biochemical crisis in Raccoon City was true or false, and asked, then shouldn't the military keep an evacuation point for Raccoon City University far away from the city center?
Luo Guang followed Gil's words and said, because the military has to make the final bad plan and clean up all traces, umbrellas, the militaries, and biohazards.
When Gil heard Luo Guang's words, his eyes widened and he said in disbelief, you mean Raccoon City might be razed to the ground? The location of Raccoon City is too remote, and the ground troops blocking Raccoon City have also withdrawn. Luo Guang sighed and hinted.
Gil couldn't sit still anymore and stood up, putting his hands on Luo Guang's shoulders. You mean, it's very possible, but I'm sure I can still escape from Raccoon City now. Luo Guang interrupted Jill and continued, anyway, you must leave Raccoon City on September 30th, Jill. The time for the nuclear bomb launch was actually 7 a.m. on October 1st, but Luo Guang moved the time earlier when he told Jill, in order to let Jill leave as soon as possible. September 30th, although he didn't know why Luo Guang proposed such a time limit, Gilmer read it and remembered it in his heart.
This is the purpose of my actions, just to survive. If it weren't for Jill's rescue signal, Marvin and I would have left Raccoon City long ago and would have had a cup of hot cocoa by now.
Luo Guang counterattacked slightly. I thought that the goddess of revenge had been killed by me with explosives. Jill was speechless for a moment, and finally explained. It is true that if he did not call for rescue, the helicopter that Luo Guang and others were riding would not be destroyed by the Nemesis. In the end, he involved Luo Guang and others in danger. From a certain perspective, the helicopter pilot who had never met him before he was the one indirectly killed. Because Carlos told Jill that the targets of the Nemesis were Brad and himself from SARS who were still in Raccoon City, so Jill did not board the subway train with other civilians to escape from Raccoon City. Before the train left, the injured Captain Victor gave a bundle of remote-controlled explosives to Jill. Not long after the train left, Jill encountered the Goddess of Revenge who was chasing him, and successfully used the explosive to paralyze the Goddess of Revenge.
Because of Luo Guang's influence, Gil shot several more shots into the head of the Nemesis.
After confirming that the Nemesis was hit in the vital part and unresponsive, he went to the evacuation point in the Bell Tower Square. I just didn't expect that the Goddess of Vengeance would recover so quickly after I just contacted the rescue, and even turned into that terrifying monster and chased after her. Anyway, it was a matter of course to find the professor, and Raccoon City is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, so the helicopter rescues that still exist will basically pass through that area. Luo Guang looked at Gil who was bending over and pressing his hands on his shoulders, and continued, no matter what happens, we can find a car and escape from Raccoon City through the city road. Raccoon City University is located right near the transportation exit that connects Raccoon City to the outside world.
Really, just by the way?
Jill kept her posture and asked. Yes, after all, the information I got is outdated, but no matter what, the vaccine cannot fall into the hands of Umbrella, otherwise the biochemical crisis will never end.
Luo Guang would always say this when he spoke. He looked directly at Jill. Regardless of whether there is a vaccine or not, biohazards in this world will probably become normal.
Luo Guang said that, but he was thinking in his heart. Seeing Luo Guang's evasive eyes, Gil looked down, coughed, turned around, sat next to Luo Guang, leaned back, and lay on the bed.
I understand. I also want to believe you, but what about the vaccine you mentioned about Raccoon City General Hospital?
Although it is outdated, it has to be guarded against, right?
Gil thought that Luo Guang had said that there were 2 researchers in his intelligence. After studying the 2 vaccines, I still didn't want to work for Umbrella anymore.
I couldn't help scratching my head, thinking that there were so many traitors in Umbrella.
Gil thought so and glanced at Luo Guang's back. I'm only one person. Luo Guang shrugged, and lay down on the bed.
He turned to Jill and said, escape is the first priority, and if 2 parties obtain the vaccine, Umbrella cannot have a monopoly, and if the government can master this technology, I think most people will choose the government over buying Umbrella's vaccine.
No, Gil rejected Luo Guang's statement.
After all, Luo Guang is not a pure lighthouse person, so he cannot understand the corruption of the lighthouse government like Jill does. Therefore, Jill feels that this is not safe. She understands the government of the lighthouse country, so in Jill's opinion, it is best to prevent Umbrella from getting a single vaccine and directly defeat Umbrella, the leader in biochemical weapons research.
It's the right way.
Jill, you don't want to go to the general hospital. Seeing Jill's firm rejection, Luo Guang immediately guessed Jill's plan.
Yes, Luo Guang, you are responsible for taking Marvin and the others to Raccoon City University. Gil didn't hide anything. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened his eyes, looked directly at Luo Guang and said, I'll leave it to you over there. I'll take care of it at the hospital. Luo Guang knew that he couldn't persuade Jill.
Jill himself was also an independent and strong person, and he would do what he decided to do unswervingly.
Was it because Luo Guang of Umbrella Company was conquered by Jill's unyielding personality charm when he was monitoring her?
Luo Guang suddenly thought of such a question.
Luo Guang did not persuade Gil.
Instead, he supported Gil when he expressed his intention to do this, and suggested, Carlos can be fought for.
Carlos?
Gil asked strangely when he suddenly heard the name of Carlos, whom he had only met a few times, from Luo Guang's mouth.
He is a new recruit who has just joined UBCS.
Although he is proud of U.B.C.'s mission of saving civilians, he does not have much loyalty to U.B.C.S.
No, to Umbrella Corporation. Luo Guang kept recalling and said, although he is a mercenary of Umbrella Company, he himself has no control over Umbrella Company. He just uses his skills to make money as a mercenary, so he can give it a try.
This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content.
But what to fight for? Jill is not good at this kind of talking.
Although Carlos is frivolous, he is quite passionate and has a sense of justice. As long as he looks for vaccines, he will always find the ugliness of Umbrella.
If he doesn't find the information, Luo Guang opened his backpack and handed a notebook to Jill. It's not Luo Guang's tracking diary, but Nikolai's data record. Did you find this notebook on that bastard?
Gil didn't realize that Luo Guang had found this notebook from Nikolai.
He glanced at the name on the cover of the notebook and asked.
Luo Guang nodded, which again aroused Jill's dissatisfaction.
Gil snatched the notebook from Luo Guang's hand and said angrily, You hid it from me again.
When I found the notebook, you had just snatched my grenade and were playing with it happily before hanging it on your waist. Luo Guang shouted that he was wronged and pointed out what Jill was doing when he found the notebook.
No matter.
Gil directly stated that he did not accept the rebuttal. He swung his legs, used his waist to sit up, and opened Nikolai's notebook.
What's inside is the battle information of Tyrant T-103, and the opponent is Team B of UBCS? Gil asked curiously. Luo Guang only glanced at the contents inside.
After hearing Gil's question, Luo Guang also sat up, leaned over, and looked at the contents inside the notebook. After taking a look, he distanced himself a little from Gil before replying, I just read the content on the first page. Gil, what you are looking at now is probably the battle data between the mass-produced Tyrant and the UBCS team.
This can let Carlos know that Umbrella Company is just treating them as mercenaries.
Just use him as cannon fodder, and you can tell Carlos about Nikolai's bad deeds. Luo Guang didn't expect that after so many things, Gil still followed the route of the game. Although there was a huge difference in the process, Gil finally went to Raccoon City General Hospital, but in this world, he was not carried in by Carlos. Without Nikolai, the villain who was always causing trouble behind the scenes, it would probably be much easier for Gil to clear the level, Luo Guang thought as he looked at Gil. It looks like what you said, Luo Guang, except that those difficult tyrants have been mass-produced. The monster that he had difficulty dealing with before was actually mass-produced. Gil frowned and felt that the situation was not optimistic. This made Gil feel that the ugliness of Umbrella Company must be made public.
It's just that Gil hasn't thought of a way yet.
He doesn't have the right to publicize it, so it's useless to publish this information directly. Jill was not good at this, so she closed her notebook, made a sound, closed her eyes and lay down on the bed again, feeling awkward and irritated.
Jill, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Luo Guang told Jill this famous saying.
When Gil heard Luo Guang's words, he was stunned. He remembered how he had escaped the pursuit of the goddess of revenge time and time again. He couldn't help but nodded, expressing that he had a deep understanding of this. Luo Guang also lay next to Jill, closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and continued, "One more thing, if you really can't find rescue, try to contact your former SARS teammate Barry Burton."
Barry Burton? Didn't he leave Raccoon City and go to Canada to settle his wife and children?
Jill was shocked by Luo Guang's news after news. When facing Nikolai before, Jill thought that the intelligence network Luo Guang mentioned was to deceive Nikolai. At this time, Jill couldn't help but believe that some of what Luo Guang said at that time might be true. "He is a familiar teammate of yours. If Barry knew that you were in Raccoon City and that there was a biological crisis in Raccoon City, he will definitely come and rescue me," Jill continued, adding in her heart, "and rescue Brad." "That's right, so take the time to rest.
It will be very hard next time."
Luo Guang paused for a moment to let Jill digest the information before he said. However, Jill did not respond to Luo Guang's words. Luo Guang turned around and saw that this strong woman fell asleep at some point. Seeing that Jill's frown had relaxed, Luo Guang stretched out his hand and gently helped her straighten the hair in front of her eyes.
"I didn't expect, Marvin, that you have such a skill."
Luo Guang walked out of the bedroom, leaving a quiet space for Jill, and said while eating the food cooked by Marvin.
"I can also make curry." Marvin was a little embarrassed.
Not long after Jill fell asleep, Luo Guang got up and covered Jill with a quilt, then walked out of the room, sat on a chair in the living room, and ate the food prepared by Marvin.
"How are you feeling?" Luo Guang asked Elliot and David.
"I'm okay, but Elliot's hands can't work." David directly told him and Elliot's situation.
"Well, that's good. Where is Marvin?"
"I saw that you seem to have chest pain before."
Luo Guang turned to care about Marvin. "It looks like everything is fine.
It doesn't hurt if you press it lightly. It's just a little bruised."
Marvin rolled a circle in the curry pasta in front of him with his fork.
After answering Luo Guang's words, he put the pasta into his mouth.
"Medium, chew slowly." "That's good." Luo Guang nodded and took a bite of curry beef. "Did Jill say anything to you?" Not only Marvin was curious, but others also looked at Luo Guang.
As for the misunderstanding of what secret Luo Guang and Jill were doing in the bedroom, Marvin and others could hear the motives.
Jill plans to go to Raccoon City General Hospital to get another vaccine or formula.
Luo Guang did not hide it. Anyway, Marvin and others would know it when they set off. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content.
She's alone? Marvin did not think it was a good choice for Jill to go alone. Some people from UBCS are also aiming for this goal, and they can cooperate. Luo Guang explained. UBCS, isn't that the Umbrella Corporation's army?
Marvin knew about the UBCS and had worked with them before, so he had a good impression of them. However, after learning about the darkness of the Umbrella Corporation from Luo Guang, Marvin no longer trusted the Umbrella Corporation and its UBCS, and then continued, "Luo, aren't you going with Jill? I have to take you to Raccoon City University." Luo Guang directly stated the reason why he didn't go with Jill. "I am the only one of the three of you who still maintains 100% combat effectiveness.
I'm not seriously injured."
Marvin retorted, "We are still police officers, how can we let you, a civilian, protect us?
But you are still injured. If there are no bruises, it's okay, but I'm afraid you are injured internally."
Luo Guang was worried about this, and spoke louder, "This little impact may cost you your life, Marvin, and Jill is now a civilian, but she still wants to do what she thinks is right without hesitation." Luo Guang felt a little irritated for some reason. He wanted to escape from Raccoon City as soon as possible, but there was a voice in his heart saying that he wanted to go to Raccoon City General Hospital with Jill. Taking a deep breath, Luo Guang calmed down a little and said, "I believe in Jill's ability. There are also people who can be won over in UBCS, and I have told Jill about our respective intelligence." After hearing what Luo Guang said, Marvin thought of Luo Guang's identity as an intelligence officer of Umbrella Corporation, and thought that there were also people arranged by Luo Guang in UBCS, so he nodded.
"My injury is not serious. I just need to be careful." David spoke just when Luo Guang and Marvin fell silent. Luo Guang glanced at David and said nothing.
David saw distrust in Luo Guang's eyes, but he also knew that what he did before was indeed hard to trust.
But perhaps influenced by Brad's deeds, David also wanted to change his cowardice and become an upright policeman who was brave enough to take responsibility. Alas, I am worried that you will encounter biological weapons such as Tyrant. Luo Guang thought that although he did not have weapons to destroy Tyrant, he could still pull it away.
At least he could get away after luring Tyrant, but it was hard to say about Marvin and others. David, it's rare for you to have the courage to face fear, but I am not trying to discourage you. It's okay to face ordinary zombies, but if it is a monster like Liquor or even more powerful, it is useless to only look at personal bravery. In order not to discourage David's enthusiasm, Luo Guang made it clear that he did not believe in David's fighting ability. David also knew his own limitations. He looked at his belly that he had developed from sitting in the office for many years and could only nod his head to agree with Luo Guang's words. However, he was still happy to hear that the other party was not worried about him running away again.
Damn it!
Elliot, who was injured, could only eat a mouthful of rice fiercely to vent his depression.
Everyone, I have an idea.
Luo Guang finished his meal, put down the spoon, and suddenly said to Ma Wan and the other two without warning. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed, and Jill slowly woke up.
Since the mansion incident, Jill has had problems with her mental state.
She suffers from insomnia and often dreams that she returns to the mansion and experiences the hellish journey again. Although he didn't sleep for a long time this time, in Jill's opinion, it was a rare deep sleep. Jill slowly sat up and glanced at the sheets that had fallen off her body. She had just woken up and couldn't remember when she fell asleep. Moreover, her posture had also turned 90 degrees. She still wore her socks but took off her shoes. Now, everyone is lying comfortably on the bed. Combing her slightly messy hair with her hands, Jill thought about what happened before she fell asleep. This was not the time to be drowsy. When Gil thought this, his whole body shook, and he finally woke up a lot. He jumped out of the bed, put on his shoes, picked up the Nikolai notebook on the bedside table, and walked out of the bedroom. At this time, Marvin and the other two were still in the living room.
Marvin, how long have I been sleeping? Jill saw Marvin wiping the gun with a rag.
For a moment, Jill overlapped Brad's figure and Marvin's, paused for a moment, and then looked at him.
Marvin asked.
There's no rush, there's still time, you should eat something first. After saying that, Marvin put down the rag, put the pistol back into the holster on his waist, got up and walked to the kitchen to get the food in the insulated lunchbox.
Come out and put it on the dining table.
Jill also thought that she hadn't slept for long. When she saw Marvin going to the kitchen to bring him food, he took advantage of this time to go to the bathroom and wash his face.
After eating a few more mouthfuls of food, Jill finally returned.
Overwhelmed, he looked around. Marvin sat back on the sofa and was helping Elliot and the two to check their weapons, while David was reinforcing Elliot's splint and tying a triangle with a bandage, so that Elliot could put his hands across his chest and fix it to form a triangular bandage.
Effect.
The TV in the living room was turned on, and there was some noise coming from it. There was no picture, only sound. It seemed like something was being broadcast, but it was not clear.
Where's Luo Guang?
Only then did Gil realize that he hadn't seen anyone when he went to the bathroom just now. It had been so long, Luo Guang hadn't appeared yet, and his backpack, assault rifle and other items were not there either.
Only then did he realize. Luo, he's leaving for Raccoon City General Hospital.
Marvin explained according to Luo Guang's words, the General Hospital is behind the Bell Tower Square, so when we were resting, Luo Guang said that Gil, you haven't woken up yet and he wasn't tired, so he went for a run first.
Wait, are you letting Luo Guang go there alone?
Gil asked. Oh. Marvin said under Luo Guang's advance guidance, we are all wounded.
How could Luo Guang let us follow?
I'm afraid he would have knocked us unconscious the moment we followed him forcibly.
Then you can wake me up.
Gil just retorted forcefully.
Jill, how long have you been without a break?
Marvin put the pot on Luo Guang's head and continued, it was Luo Guang who asked us not to wake you up, Jill. He also said that if you wake up, he will still if he didn't come, there's no need to wait for him. When he came back from doing things and saw that we weren't there, he naturally went to Raccoon City University to look for us. So after Gil, you finish eating, we'll set off to Raccoon City University together. Seeing that Gil didn't feel at ease, Marvin took out the walkie-talkie and said, you also know Luo Guang's strength, and he will contact us if he encounters any difficulties. Gil knew that these were words Marvin or Luo Guang used to comfort him. In Gil's impression of Luo Guang, it was still difficult to associate him with being powerful. Just like when he first met Luo Guang, he was at the forefront to protect him.
With Luo Guang.
But in the end, Jill didn't say anything, just pursed her lips and held the cutlery in her hand tightly.
On the other side, Luo Guang arrived at Raccoon City General Hospital 20 minutes ago. The time at this time was 10:14 p.m. on September 29. Why? Luo Guang was vigilant about his surroundings and looked at the corpses on the ground.
He didn't see the 5.66mm bullet casing for the M4A1 in the hands of UBCS Carlos.
It was basically certain that no one from UBCS had come here yet.
At this moment, the system, which rarely spoke, asked Luo Guang why, and naturally it was referring to why Luo Guang wanted to go alone to a dangerous place where he was not safe. According to the system's calculations, the possibility and risk of going to Raccoon City University for rescue is much lower than going to Raccoon City General Hospital. After all, the hospital normally takes in a large number of people who are infected with the T-virus but have not fully mutated.
This is different from Luo Guang's previous rules of conduct were very different. I don't know. Anyway, it's nearby. I can catch up with them by going to the hospital and then to Raccoon City University.
Although their legs are not injured, they are still dragging a few wounded people, and I think I still need some time to master my own fighting skills.
Can't I practice with other people? The system asked strangely.
Okay, but I don't want to expose too much of my body's capabilities. Luo Guang said that he was being cautious and said, if I perform too well, it will arouse others' suspicion, especially Umbrella. I'm afraid you're not coveting my body and copying it to become a tyrant. Luo Guang was curious as to why his system suddenly cared about this issue, and in order to regain the initiative in the conversation, he asked, speaking of which, your system, which is usually taciturn, actually asked why. In order to better assist the adapter, this system has a learning function. By understanding the adapter's personality, the system can also make choices suitable for the adapter. The system was not affected by Luo Guang's teasing, and explains seriously with a cold tone as always. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. In this case, can you evolve, system? Luo Guang was curious that the system had the ability to learn, so it should also be able to become stronger. No, but this system can release more abilities through upgrades. The higher the intelligence of the adapter, the more sealed functions the system can unpack. The system added, the intelligence here can be improved through the evolution of the adapter. Luo Guang understood that the current system was like running on an old machine, and it could not release all the performance, otherwise his old machine would crash. Luo Guang was not lonely while chatting with the system, and soon confirmed that Carlos of UBCS or people from other organizations had not come. At this time, the door of the hospital was open, and the glass on the door was splashed with blood. Walking into the Raccoon City General Hospital, there is a spacious lobby. The entire lobby is 3 stories high and has a lot of large glass on the wall. The lights are still on inside, so Luo Guang doesn't need to turn on the flashlight. At a glance, there are corpses everywhere, and many zombies are either eating or taking a walk. Oh, there may be some lying down and lazy, and Luo Guang didn't use his gun and his telescopic dagger to deal with the zombies in front of him this time. There are so many that it is difficult to sneak past. On the way to the hospital, Luo Guang picked up a steel water pipe, the kind of hollow water pipe with a thicker wall. I don't know who got it from where and why it was thrown on the side of the road. Luo Guang moved his wrist and swept the zombies who found Luo Guang and started shouting for dinner. This time, Luo Guang's attack was not on the zombies' heads, but on their necks. Because Luo Guang's goal this time was not to kill the zombies, and secondly, it was for the sake of the water pipes in his hands. Hitting the relatively soft neck can make the water pipes in his hands last longer. Treat a patient with cervical spondylosis with 1 stick. 2 zombies on the right quickly approached Luo Guang, but one of them was tripped by a corpse on the ground after just a few steps. Luo Guang moved forward, avoiding the attack of the remaining zombie on the right, and let him kiss the zombie that attacked from the left at the same time. Luo Guang walked forward and kicked out, directly kicking the zombie in front of him away, knocking down several zombies behind him. Then he turned right, and the right hand holding the water pipe followed the centrifugal force to hit the cervical vertebra of the zombie on the right that collided with him behind him, and the cervical vertebra broke with a sound. Just turn many to 1 into unknown battles. This is the fighting skill when facing multiple people that Luo Guang learned from the knowledge stored in the system, and it is also the question that Luo Guang has to think about when facing a large number of zombies at this time. When Luo Guang woke up, he knew the combat knowledge compiled into the T-virus, but not its meaning. When he was in the police station, he knew both the form and the meaning. Now Luo Guang has no form and no intention. He has integrated all the knowledge together and formed an instinct for Luo Guang. Without posture and routine, but more refined and efficient, Luo Guang gradually abandoned the irritability in his mind during the battle, and was shaken about the initial goal of escaping Raccoon City. He was only thinking about the battle, and the system did not interrupt Luo Guang's state at this time, and was doing its best to assist Luo Guang in controlling every step of his body. Bang! Luo Guang's last blow directly smashed the skull of the only zombie still standing in the lobby of Raccoon City General Hospital. The battle is over. Luo Guang sweated a lot, but his breathing was still very stable, and he was not panting. This was the endurance blessed by the efficient utilization of energy by the T-virus. Throwing away the basically scrapped water pipe in his hand, Luo Guang came to the front desk of the lobby and flipped through the medical guide of this hospital, looking for the location of Dr. Nathaniel Bader's office. As a result, this doctor did not accept patients, and Luo Guang did not find it. Moreover, it only had the floors of various consultation rooms, and did not specify the name of the doctor. He took an unopened mask from the front desk and put it on, and then Luo Guang continued to walk into the hospital. He looked at the time, it was 10:21 p.m., and his battle in the lobby did not take long. Luo Guang fought a hearty battle, and he felt happy, and the irritability caused by the previous rest was swept away. The water pipe has completed its historical mission, so Luo Guang, as usual, held a retractable dagger in his left hand and a Beretta M92F pistol in his right hand to prepare to go deep into the hospital. Walking through the room of the temporary ward, Luo Guang pushed open another door and entered all the way to the reception desk. After simply dealing with 5 zombies with a retractable dagger, Luo Guang came to the door connecting the reception desk to the atrium. Since there was glass on the door that allowed Luo Guang to check the situation outside, Luo Guang was not polite and hid by the door and looked outside through the glass. For the sake of lighting, the walls around the atrium of Raccoon City General Hospital were mainly made of glass, allowing Luo Guang to quickly observe the situation in the corridor surrounding the atrium. It seemed that someone had set up defense measures in the corridor here to resist zombies, but the zombies broke through the glass of the atrium and found another way to break through the defense line. Luo Guang could just follow the passage where the zombies broke through, but the zombies along the way made Luo Guang cautious. There were bullet shells on the ground. They were not the 5.56mm rifle bullets that UBCS usually used, but 9mm bullets. The number and density of bullets dropped on the ground also ruled out the possibility that the gun was fired by a pistol, which means that the people who killed the zombies in the atrium at least used 9mm submachine guns. Luo Guang thought about it and included these unknown people in the ranks of enemies. Bullets appeared in the atrium, but not in the reception and lobby. It is unknown how the other party got to the atrium directly, but it is certain that someone has been here, or they are still in the hospital. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. However, all these show that the people who used these weapons were not the survivors who broke through when the large-scale mutation broke out in the hospital. Secondly, most of the zombies in the atrium were not shot a few times, but there were many bullet holes on the wall and shit-green liquid that Luo Guang had never seen before. Luo Guang did not go over, but probably thought it was some kind of biological weapon blood. Luo Guang temporarily inferred that the person who used the gun had good marksmanship, but he was still a little bit inferior to the monster with green blood. He didn't know whether the monster avoided it or the 9mm bullet was not powerful enough to leave a corpse of the monster. After analyzing the scene, Luo Guang thought that he had to be careful. Judging from the traces at the scene, neither the person who fired the gun nor the monster dodging the bullet was a soft persimmon, especially the enemy with a gun. Luo Guang didn't want to try whether he could be a bullet, or he might die if he tried. However, the opponent's bullet also allowed Luo Guang to find clues to the hiding place of Dr. Nathaniel Bader. Although Luo Guang didn't know who these enemies were, Luo Guang's intuition told him that these people who came from nowhere had the same goal as himself, so as long as he followed the traces of the enemy's battle, he would most likely find Dr. Bader, or just find the vaccine. The gunfight was a battle that Luo Guang had never experienced, and the opponent was obviously not a mob. How could he play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses to solve the enemy? Luo Guang thought for a while, clipped his Umbrella Intelligence Officer ID card conspicuously on his chest, put away his pistol and telescopic dagger, took the MA-41 assault rifle with only one full magazine on his back, and then continued to follow the clues of the bullet. Soon, Luo Guang came to the corridor on the right side of the atrium. There was a door in front of him with a sign on the door saying laboratory. Just as Luo Guang was about to move forward, an unnatural black cone suddenly appeared from behind the glass of the laboratory door and pointed at Luo Guang. A word of danger appeared in his mind. Luo Guang rushed to the left, directly smashed the glass of the atrium, and left the opponent's line of sight. Almost at the same time when Luo Guang moved, the sound of a gun with a silencer was heard. It seems that my plan to fish in troubled waters has failed. Luo Guang thought, but it was not surprising. With the opponent's military quality, there were people guarding the door to the atrium, and he could not launch a sneak attack at all. Luo Guang took off the certificate that was dangling in front of his chest, stuffed it into his trouser pocket, and took a blackened, oval, round pebble from the cobblestone on the ground. He held the gun with both hands, and he only had one 5.56mm magazine of bullets, so Luo Guang did not fight back immediately. Instead, he hid his steps, climbed over the glass window on the glass wall from the other side, and directly approached the door where the enemy was hiding behind.
During this period of time, the enemy did not attack Luo Guang.
Because Luo Guang didn't know the material of the wall, and he estimated that the enemy would not be stupid enough to use the door as a cover, so he didn't shoot through the wall. Luo Guang took out the pebbles in the bag, held the assault rifle's grip with his right hand, and clamped the assault rifle to his waist with his right arm to stabilize it. After listening carefully, some inappropriate sounds suddenly came from behind the door, as if they were sawing iron. At this time, Luo Guang was in the opponent's blind spot, but the enemy knew that Luo Guang had hidden in the atrium, so they would pay special attention to their right side, and Luo Guang happened to be on the left side of the door. When he was in the corridor, Luo Guang observed that the door led to a place called a laboratory, which was probably the laboratory of Dr. Nathaniel Bader. Because the glass of the door was set in the upper part, Luo Guang squatted down. When he was about to execute his fake grenade plan, the door quietly opened, and Luo Guang saw the scene from the image reflected by the glass in the atrium. Luo Guang took advantage of the moment when the other party showed a crack and threw the black pebble in. It landed on the ground with a thud. Before the people guarding the door could react, Luo Guang exposed the barrel of his gun and shot at the gap. He killed the enemy with 3 shots and kicked the door open. At this time, Luo Guang did not rush in because he did not know the number of enemies and the enemy he shot might not be really dead. So Luo Guang dragged the body of the killed person out from behind the door and shot him again. A gas mask with red lenses, a black body, and an M5P submachine gun.
It must be someone from the USS. Luo Guang thought. Umbrella Security Service. Because the image of Death Hank in the game was impressive, Luo Guang felt that the enemy was the USS instead of other organizations. The enemy did not fight back. When Luo Guang pulled the enemy's body out, the enemy fired dozens of shots at the door, but did not achieve anything. Luo Guang replenished a wave of weapons and equipment from the USS who was killed by him. He put the assault rifle with only one unfilled magazine back on his waist, and picked up the M5P submachine gun in one hand, preparing for the next plan. The enemy occupied the advantageous terrain inside the door, so there was no rash attack. In addition, other passages had not been cleared, so the enemy had no plan to go around. They just stayed here, waiting for the chainsaw to saw open the door where Dr. Nathaniel Bader was, and then killed him in to complete the mission. As long as the mission was completed, the people of the USS felt that they had plenty of ways to deal with the enemies outside the door. Under normal circumstances, Luo Guang should adopt the tactical policy of not moving if the enemy does not move. But listening to the movement inside, the enemy's goal was obviously to solve the threat of Umbrella Company, Dr. Nathaniel Bader. USS was also a loyal person to Umbrella Company. Therefore, compared with eliminating Luo Guang, who was from an unknown force, the people inside must think that solving Dr. Nathaniel Bader was more important, so they would hold their ground, and this would give Luo Guang time to prepare. Without heavy firepower, attacking a house has always been a difficult problem for combat troops. However, Luo Guang obtained a lot of building attack artifacts from the killed USS, including grenades, stun grenades, and smoke bombs. The outline of a plan emerged in his mind. Squeak. Luo Guang pushed the door to the laboratory open by pressing the wall. It was just a little noise, and a volley of bullets came. There was only the sound of a weapon, but Luo Guang didn't think there was only one person inside. Luo Guang threw a pebble directly in, and the other party didn't fall into the trap. Luo Guang didn't hear any sound inside. Maybe he fooled the enemy once when he threw the pebble in the first time, so that the enemy was prepared when he encountered it the second time. There was still no movement after another time. The third time, Luo Guang still threw a pebble, but in addition, there was a grenade, a stun grenade, and a smoke bomb. As soon as the 3 projectiles flew in, Luo Guang heard a different movement inside.
With a whoosh, the laboratory was quickly enveloped by white smoke, but there was no explosion, no loud noise or flash.
The enemy immediately realized that they had fallen into a trap.
Although the white smoke had blocked the view of the door, the USS people still fired at the door. This time, Luo Guang heard the sound of 2 guns and roughly guessed the location of the gunfire. When the gunfire stopped, Luo Guang threw the remaining grenade and a stun grenade to the direction of the sound of the gun through simple geometry. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. This is just one of Luo Guang's preparations, and the real killer is Luo Guang himself. At this time, Luo Guang had already put down the M5P submachine gun and MA-41 assault rifle, as well as the black backpack he had been carrying for a long time. The smoke had not yet dissipated. With 2 loud noises, Luo Guang, wearing a black jacket, holding only a telescopic dagger and a Beretta M92F pistol, quietly entered the laboratory door. Even if a silencer is installed, if there is no special bullet, the sound of the pistol firing will not be small. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 USS people were groaning on the ground, allowing Luo Guang to find the target at once, 1 shot in the chest and 1 shot in the head at close range. There was no ventilation in the room, and the smoke had not yet dispersed. Suddenly, Luo Guang heard a sound of steel breaking, followed by the sound of the door being knocked open. Luo Guang followed the sound and walked out of the smoke, just in time to see a USS standing shakily, holding an M5P submachine gun in his hand, pointing it at a certain place in the office. Da-day-day-day. Bang bang. The other party only fired 4 shots before being shot by Luo Guang. Da-did-dee. Although the other party fell forward, the submachine gun in his hand was still spurting out flames. In order to prevent being hit by stray bullets, Luo Guang retreated to the laboratory reception desk where the white smoke had not yet dispersed. When he heard the sound of the bullets running out, Luo Guang leaned forward to observe the situation and fired a few more shots at the USS who had already fallen to the ground. Luo Guang walked in and saw Dr. Bud, who had been blocked by the enemy before and was shot in the arm. Dr. Bud's appearance did not seem to be serious. Dr. Bader endured the severe pain and pretended to be calm while looking at Luo Guang, but his tone betrayed him. Who are you? Well, the most important thing now is your gunshot wound. Luo Guang did not answer directly, but pointed to the wound on the other party's arm and said, hurry up and deal with it.
Hearing Luo Guang's words, the other party smiled and pulled an ugly smile.
Although Luo Guang did not tell him his name and which faction he belonged to directly, Luo Guang's answer meant that he was not someone who wanted to kill him. The wound was indeed not serious, but it could be fatal if left alone. Seeing that Luo Guang had no intention of helping, Dr. Bader looked for something to heal himself. There are still seriously injured people outside who are not dead.
I will go and deal with them.
After Luo Guang finished speaking, he left the space to Dr. Bader, which also made him feel at ease. Luo Guang first went to the laboratory reception, where Luo Guang threw the smoke bomb, and shot the 2 USS men a few more times, then packed up the good stuff on them, and finally returned to the place where the backpack was placed. After quickly packing up, Luo Guang, carrying an MA-41 assault rifle and holding an M5P submachine gun, returned to the laboratory where Dr. Bud was. Dr. Bud was not good at treating gunshot wounds.
Although he worked at the Raccoon City General Hospital, he was not responsible for many medical tasks. He was more of a use of the hospital's advantages to complete some experimental tasks given by Umbrella.
But it was also because of this that a large number of human experiments were conducted on countless patients infected with the T-virus, which led to the rapid birth of the vaccine. But after the birth of this vaccine, the people who needed medical assistance were basically gone.
There is no condition to take out the bullet, so this is the only way for now.
Bud only stopped the bleeding on his arm, which made Luo Guang, an outsider, speechless for a while, and seriously suspected that this person did not graduate from medical school. There is no time to rest.
If you can leave, take your things with you.
Although there are still about 24 hours to October 1st, Luo Guang does not want to make the time so tight. Seeing the mushroom cloud is not good for the eyes.
Wait, at least you have to tell me which side you are on. Dr. Bud did not move.
The side that hates Umbrella. Your vaccine is useful for civilians.
Anyway, as long as you can take the vaccine out, it's fine. As long as you don't hand it over to Umbrella, it's up to you. Luo Guang said so.
Humph, playing tricks. Bud heard Luo Guang's words and began to pack up. Dr. Bud did not choose to follow Luo Guang to escape from Raccoon City because of Luo Guang's words, but Dr. Bud heard 2 points from Luo Guang's words.
The first point is that Luo Guang is a force that is hostile or incompatible with Umbrella. He even killed Umbrella's hound, The second point is that Luo Guang may be the agent from some big shots that he begged for. Even if he is not, he is a person with an official background. Bud went to a room inside. Luo Guang took a look at the moment the door opened. It should be a room like a cold storage room. Here you go. Dr. Bud came back a few minutes later and handed a lavender tube to Luo Guang, saying, "It can be stored for 12 hours at room temperature. After that, the cure rate will decrease by 7.63% every hour. It will completely lose its effectiveness after 20 hours. Luo Guang took the vaccine, took a look at it, and stuffed it into the safety layer in his backpack. This special backpack produced by Umbrella has a hidden layer, wrapped with various materials, and has functions such as waterproof, fireproof and collision-proof. However, if you hit that place hard, you can still break the protection there, but that is already the most suitable place for Luo Guang to put the vaccine." Luo Guang looked at Dr. Bud, who was carrying a crossbody bag and a box on his left and right. "Let's go." Luo Guang led the way, and suddenly thought of something, and asked Dr. Bud, "Can you use a gun?" This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. No, anyway, I will follow you, you will protect me, right? Dr. Bud may be worried about accidental discharge, so he shook his head and said no. "Until we leave Raccoon City." Luo Guang shrugged and said, "Don't dawdle, leave quickly, it's not safe here." Luo Guang still remembered the green-blooded monster that the USS did not kill. As Luo Guang was saying this, he suddenly heard a noise outside. He pulled Dr. Bader away from the door to the laboratory reception desk and whispered, "Hide behind the desk over there." Dr. Bader didn't know what was going on, but when he saw Luo Guang urging him to leave quickly and asking him to hide, he immediately realized that someone else had come, and he didn't know whether the person was an enemy or a friend. Just in case, Luo Guang aimed his MA-41 assault rifle at the door. Not long after, someone pushed the door open. First the barrel of the gun was exposed, and when he confirmed that the front was safe and was about to turn to the left, his eyes saw the muzzle aimed at him one step ahead. "Carlos?" Luo Guang was a little surprised. Normally, Carlos would have received the mission early in the morning, so why did he take so long to get here? "Ha!" Carlos heard the other party calling his name, and instantly suppressed the idea of fighting with the other party. This gas mask is exactly the same as the person who fell outside, but the upper and lower body clothing is different from the people outside. Instead, it is the same as. "Ah! You are Luo Guang." Carlos was more surprised than Luo Guang. "Hush, keep your voice down," Luo Guang reminded. Although Luo Guang did not aim his gun at Carlos again, Carlos saw that Luo Guang did not put down his gun, so he said, "My mission is to recover Dr. Nathaniel Bader and his vaccine." "Luo, have you seen Dr. Bader?" In Carlos' eyes, Luo Guang was still an intelligence agent of Umbrella Company. Naturally, he thought that Luo Guang had seen Dr. Bader's appearance, so he did not ask Luo Guang if he knew him. "Doctor, you can come out. He is a new recruit of UBCS." Luo Guang said to Dr. Bader, who was hiding in the office. "Isn't he from Umbrella Company? Is he safe?" Dr. Bader recalled the incident when USS shot him before, and his tone was suspicious. "Doctor, he was before, but you gave him a good lesson, and he is not anymore." Luo Guang laughed. "You found a doctor? And what about class? Dr. Bud is giving me a class?" Carlos was confused and didn't understand what Luo Guang, an intelligence agent of Umbrella, was doing. Dr. Bud didn't understand what Luo Guang said either, and asked, "Class? Just tell Carlos about the good things that Umbrella has done in Raccoon City." Luo Guang said, "To make a long story short, we are in a hurry." Then Luo Guang said to Carlos, "Carlos, listen carefully to what Dr. Bud says later. I hope you can choose the right path." "What do you mean?" Carlos looked puzzled, pointed his gun downward, and scratched his head with one hand. "In other words, the source of this disaster that affected the entire city was actually a chemical leak in the Virus Research Institute set up by Umbrella here?" Although Dr. Bader said a lot of professional terms that Carlos didn't understand at all, Carlos finally caught a few key words and summarized the matter. At the same time, he also understood why UBCS arranged for himself and Tyran to be in UBCS. The two came to see Dr. Bader. "Wait a minute, who is the person outside that Luo Guang you killed?" Carlos asked. "USS, Umbrella's bloodhounds, their goal is to kill Dr. Bard." Luo Guang knew that Carlos had just joined UBCS not long ago and probably didn't know anything about USS, but time was limited, so he continued, "Let's go, you are responsible for protecting Dr. Bud, and I will open the way." U.S. Umbrella Company's hound? Since USS was arranged to kill Dr. Bard, Why should UBCS be arranged to find Dr. Bard?
Our UBCS is nothing in the eyes of Umbrella Company, Carlos. Now he just wanted to understand the truth of what happened in Raccoon City, so he didn't move.
Carlos believed 70% to 80% of what Dr. Bader said.
Thinking of his teammates who sacrificed their lives and how proud he was of saving civilians, he muttered to himself in a deep voice. Nathaniel Bard, a researcher at Umbrella Corporation, and Luo Guang, an intelligence agent for Umbrella Corporation, both said that what happened in Raccoon City was caused by Umbrella Corporation. What reason did they have to feel that these two people were lying to themselves? A new recruit who had just joined UBCS, Luo Guang, heard Carlos talking to himself and said bluntly, UBCS is Umbrella's cannon fodder, and USS is just a high-level cannon fodder.
Are you trying to comfort me?
Carlos laughed angrily when he heard Luo Guang's words.
He patted his cheek twice and said, let's go.
Luo Guang nodded and discussed some things in advance with Carlos and Dr. Bader on the way, especially about the zombies in the lobby of Raccoon City General Hospital who were not dead yet, and asked them to be careful not to give their flesh to the zombies.
In the mouth. Carlos heard the gunfire just before entering the hospital.
He came in anxiously to find Dr. Bader, and did not notice that the zombies lying left and right on the floor of the hospital lobby were still alive.
Why not get rid of them all?
Dr. Bader asked curiously, perhaps because he had gone through too many things and no longer had the arrogance he had when he was a researcher at Umbrella Company in the first place.
He cautiously followed Carlos. If you use a gun, it will be too loud. If you use a knife, my knife is not suitable.
Luo Guang shook his shoulders and pulled the backpack straps on his shoulders to get used to the weight of the things on his body. By the way, there seems to be a very fast virus-infected creature in this hospital.
It may be a biochemical weapon researched by Umbrella.
Luo Guang said about the green blood he had seen before.
Do you know what it looks like?
Dr. Bard has the right to say in this regard.
Although Bard himself is a virologist, he will also be exposed to biochemical weapons made by viruses. He said, but in my impression, there seems to be no what kind of biochemical weapon has green blood?
That's not clear.
I just took a look from a distance. Maybe it's not blood?
Luo Guang thought for a while and said, but no matter what, that thing must be very agile. The elite soldiers of the USS didn't even shoot it down with their guns.
That monster. If you are agile, you are probably a licker or a hunter?
Dr. Bard speculated. However, lickers are very sensitive to sounds.
If it is a licker, you just fought with the USS.
The sound has already attracted them. On the other hand, hunters, whether they are alpha or beta type, have certain intelligence. Instead, they may choose to set up an ambush on the road you must pass after the battle. In addition, Luo Guang, you said that there were body fluids such as blood stains left at the scene. It was probably a hunter-type biochemical weapon with relatively strong defense and vitality. In order to study the impact of viruses on fertility, Dr. Bader read a lot of information on biological and chemical weapons, so he understood that predators are basically made by using fertilized eggs of reptiles infused with human genes. They have weapons much faster than humans.
Speed.
Bud told Luo Guang and Carlos some of the things he knew, and finally said regretfully, it's a pity that my computer here cannot connect to external monitoring for safety reasons, and cannot confirm the situation in other areas of the hospital. Otherwise, we can know what monsters they are. Dr. Bader originally planned to allow his computer to view surveillance cameras outside the laboratory, but after hearing the computer staff mention that the surveillance camera connections were in opposite directions, others could also connect to Dr. Bader's computer through the surveillance camera line. Afterwards, Dr. Bard immediately rejected the suggestion of connecting an external surveillance camera, because as a researcher, Bard did not want other mediocre people to steal his experimental data and results.
However, in fact, it was Umbrella's professional computer personnel who were dissatisfied with Bud's arrogance but couldn't say it directly, so they used this method.
By reducing the workload, they would naturally be able to stay away from the demanding person earlier, and also Dr. Bader, a layman who doesn't know how to pretend to understand anymore. Besides, what the computer guy said could happen, so I didn't break the rules. If Dr. Bard also had this arrogant attitude towards Luo Guang might have to teach Dr. Bard what it means to be a scholar meeting a soldier, and he would have no words to say.
Can you tell me about the hunter?
Although Luo Guang was in a hurry, he would not ignore the hidden threat. Well, after all, Bard was not a researcher who led biological weapons, but this was related to his life and death, so he racked his brains to recall what he remembered. These are the combination of reptile fertilized eggs and human genes, and then cultivated by injecting T-virus. Bard didn't know if he remembered it wrong, so he just said it briefly, and then told Luo Guang and Carlos the part he remembered clearly. It can be confirmed that these monsters are humanoid creatures that walk on 2 feet, have claws, have a certain IQ, can sneak attack and act in a team, and are very fast. They are also considered to be a class with development value in the evaluation of Umbrella's biological weapons. How is the bullet resistance? Where is the weakness? Luo Guang's focus was on how to deal with it. Luo Guang was not interested in how the hunter was produced. It's not bullet resistant, and its weaknesses are no different from those of ordinary creatures, but it's not easy to kill with a pistol alone. The head is also a weakness that can kill with one shot, but the skull is harder than those zombies that are the failed derivatives of the T-virus, but you should be able to deal with it smoothly with your assault rifles. As Bard spoke, he slowly remembered more information. In other words, just prevent them from getting close, so be careful of their ambushes and the like. Carlos concluded based on what Dr. Bard said. Yeah. Luo Guang nodded in agreement with Carlos's statement, but with Luo Guang's current flexibility and speed, he couldn't gain the upper hand against those monsters, so Luo Guang had to find a way to eliminate the enemy's speed advantage. The three talked about some other things, and finally decided to let Luo Guang go first. Carlos was responsible for protecting Dr. Bard and walking at the end, and also had the task of covering Luo Guang's left and right sides, and Bard was not idle either, and was assigned a task by Luo Guang, which was to stare at everyone's heads. After preparations were completed, everyone started to set off, first returning from Dr. Bard's laboratory to the laboratory reception hall. Luo Guang took a look and confirmed that the bodies in the house had not been moved. There was no sign of the other door leading to an unknown place being opened. Naturally, there was no sign of zombies, and he felt a little relieved. Because Dr. Bud said that it was difficult to deal with these hunters with pistol bullets, Luo Guang was holding the MA-41 assault rifle with 2 full magazines. Carlos distributed the loose bullets in his backpack to Luo Guang. As they were about to enter the corridor of the atrium, Luo Guang whispered to several people, "Pay attention later. Carlos, take Dr. Bud and walk close to the wall. This glass wall can't play a blocking role. I think those hunters may choose the atrium as an ambush point." Luo Guang thought of the glass that he had easily broken. He didn't know whether the glass of this hospital was designed in this way or was made of inferior goods by someone for kickbacks. He was not hurt at all and didn't feel any resistance before it was broken. After Luo Guang's power surged, he didn't have a clear understanding of his own power, so for Luo Guang now, many things are refreshing Luo Guang's original common sense. Carlos and the other two did not answer, but responded to Luo Guang's words with actions, moving forward along the concrete wall. After walking through the first corridor and just about to turn the corner, Luo Guang and the other two heard the sound of continuous glass breaking. Something broke through the glass and jumped down from the second floor. It's a type hunter. Bud saw at a glance what the monsters that jumped down were. The head and back of the upper body were covered with red pustules, the overall epidermis was dark green and yellow-white, and it had huge and sharp claws. Bud's words seemed to be the horn of the battle, but Luo Guang and Carlos didn't care what jumped down, and spoke with guns first. The 2 assault rifles roared, Carlos directly pressed and started to shoot, while Luo Guang continued to fire 3 times in a row in a rhythmic manner to avoid reloading at the same time as Carlos. Reloading. As expected, Carlos quickly ran out of bullets, while Luo Guang still had 3 3-shot bursts left. Carlos used a double-stack magazine, so he changed the bullets in about 2 seconds. A type hunter broke through the 2 people's firepower network, broke through the glass of the atrium, and rushed straight to Luo Guang, who had run out of bullets and misfired. Luo Guang bent down to avoid the type hunter's claws sweeping towards his neck, and directly threw the assault rifle behind him. He clenched his right fist and hit the type hunter's protruding head with a rising dragon. Luo Guang's attack was full of power, and he directly taught the type hunter to be a dog, beating the opponent to howl and send a concussion package. Carlos, reload. Luo Guang kicked the type hunter in front of him again and kicked it away, letting Carlos fill in for him. Taking advantage of the type hunter that was knocked down by his punch and kick to become his shield, Luo Guang immediately changed the bullets for his MA-41 assault rifle. The reason why Carlos held down the trigger for the first wave of shooting was not because he lacked experience, but because the opponent launched a surprise attack, so Carlos wanted to suppress the opponent's sneak attack with a wave of firepower. Luo Guang cooperated well with himself, using accurate 3-shot bursts to kill the enemy suppressed by Carlos. Unfortunately, the 2 assault rifles only had 60 bullets in total, which gave the subsequent type hunters an opportunity to attack. And Bud, after reminding Carlos and Luo Guang, shrank into the corner, holding the box in his hand tightly. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Dr. Bud did not want to abandon others and run away, but the two guns in front and behind were firing, and Bud did not want to try whether Luo Guang would stop firing in time and let him go when he walked in front of Luo Guang. After changing the bullets, Luo Guang shot 3 times at the head of the type hunter that he had knocked down with his punches and kicks, and directly made 3 holes. Luo Guang could force all 3 bullets into the same hole. After all, the recoil of the MA-41 assault rifle would not have any effect on Luo Guang in the first few rounds, but the damage caused by doing so would be low. Only 5? Carlos still had half of the bullets in his assault rifle, and there was only 1 double-row magazine, so Carlos took advantage of the moment when all the enemies fell to change to a full magazine. The type hunter is mass-produced, and the number is in the double digits. Dr. Bud confirmed the model of the monster in the hospital, that is, the hunter, so he could provide more information, and said with a very fortunate tone, "Fortunately, it is a mass-produced type, otherwise it would not be so easy to be knocked down." Bud saw Luo Guang and Carlos looking at him puzzled, and explained, "Although the type is an improvement of the type is smaller than the type, and the defense and strength of the skin on the body are both smaller. The focus is on agility and burst, and the intelligence is also higher. But it is also afraid of bullets." Luo Guang only used a few rounds in the magazine at this time, so he did not change the magazine, and also added a bullet to each of the other 4 heads. "Let's leave quickly." Carlos thought there might be other type hunters in the hospital, so he urged. "Yes, let's leave quickly." Dr. Bud didn't think that the goddess of luck would always favor him. If the hunter who attacked Luo Guang at that time had set his target on him from the beginning, he would definitely not be able to avoid that claw attack and his head would fall to the ground directly. Bud recalled what happened to Luo Guang beside him. He really didn't expect that Luo Guang, who was not as strong as Carlos, would knock the type hunter to the ground with a heavy punch. Judging from the reaction of the type hunter after being hit, it was most likely a moderate or even severe concussion. Looking at Luo Guang in fear, Bud waited for Luo Guang's order. "Well, stay alert," Luo Guang said and continued to head to the reception desk of Raccoon City General Hospital. After passing through the door, the reception desk looked no different from before he came. After saying "Remember to close the door when you leave," he continued to walk to the lobby. Arriving at the lobby, because Luo Guang had said before that the zombies in the lobby were not dead, Carlos first set his sights on the zombies that fell to the ground when he returned to the lobby this time. As expected, the bodies of the zombies did not move, leaving only a mouth opening and closing to eat air. From the perspective of Carlos and Bud, the mouths of the heads on the ground opening and closing were really weird, which made Carlos and Bud shudder, and couldn't help wondering if Luo Guang had a problem with his mental state. However, he had a safe journey when passing those zombies. At Bud's suggestion, the 3 of them went to the temporary ward inside the front desk of the lobby to get some medical supplies just in case, and then left the Raccoon City General Hospital. Under the leadership of Luo Guang, they went to the restroom where Marvin and others had stayed before. Jill and the others were gone. Luo Guang confirmed the situation in the house and saw the note left by Marvin that he and others had set off to Raccoon City University. Luo Guang went to the kitchen to get some canned food and water for Carlos and Bud recharges his energy. They were full of food and drink, but the 3 of them did not hit the road immediately. Although Luo Guang wanted to catch up with Jill quickly, haste makes waste. At this time, Bud ran to the master room to find a suitable pair of pants, while Luo Guang and Carlos were counting weapons and ammunition in the living room for the future. Prepare for the journey. After Bud found and changed into a pair of green sweatpants suitable for running, the 3 began their journey to Raccoon City University. Walking on the spacious Raccoon Street, although there are still zombies, there are fewer than Luo Guang imagined. It may be that most people left the main city road to find other ways to escape after seeing that the main avenue to escape from Raccoon City was impassable. Bar. Luo. Carlos looked at Luo Guang, who looked a little happy in front, and shouted, "What's going on?" Luo Guang was leading Carlos and Dr. Bader forward. From the back, he looked very happy. When he heard Carlos calling him, he turned around and asked, "Tyrell, my teammate who was on the mission to capture Bard is here to contact me." Carlos pointed to the flashing walkie-talkie on his chest, not shying away from the fact that Bard beside him was pricking up his ears to listen to him. "Oh, tell him about the situation and see what he chooses. If he is not a fellow traveler, don't tell him our current destination." Luo Guang kicked away the zombie blocking the road, and then kicked the zombie that hit the car door. Killed with a fire axe. Luo Guang got this fire axe from the chest of a zombie on the road. I don't know who was so weird that he cut the axe into the chest of the zombie and ran away without pulling it out.
The stock of bullets was running low.
The fire axe at this time was just suitable for clearing roads, and this was the weapon Luo Guang cherished. Because of this, Luo Guang felt that he was rarely happy.
Copy that.
After Carlos finished speaking, Dr. Bader said, "Doctor, be careful around you."
Bud understood that this was the same as talking on the phone while driving.
Conversing on a walkie-talkie would inevitably lead to distraction, so he temporarily alerted himself to the situation. Luo Guang didn't go further, and just started to deal with the zombies attracted by the sound one by one.
Okay. After Bud replied, Carlos began to use the walkie-talkie to communicate with Tyrell. "This is Carlos." Carlos said. "Carlos, this is Tyrell, how's the situation?"
A steady male voice came from the intercom. Although the voice was not loud, Luo Guang in front could still hear a general idea. "I found Dr. Samuel Bader, and the vaccine is also there."
Carlos replied, pressing the talk button on the intercom on his chest. "Copy that, where are you?" "I'm coming to find you," Tyrell asked.
Carlos hesitated a little and did not reply immediately.
He looked at Luo Guang and asked, "Luo, what should I say?"
When Luo Guang heard Carlos' words, he didn't look back. He used his axe to kill the zombies blocking the way, and reminded, "USS, cannon fodder."
"Oh, I understand." Carlos nodded, he just couldn't think of what to say for a moment.
Carlos was a good man, but not a rigid one. He organized his words, pressed the speak button and said, "Tyrell, Dr. Bard and I were attacked by the USS."
"What? USS?" Tyrell asked in surprise. Tyrell is a veteran of UBCS, so he naturally knows about the existence of USS, the Umbrella Rapid Reaction Force.
"Yes, their mission seems to be to kill Dr. Bard. I was harmed by the fish pond, and they knew that I was UBCS." Carlos glanced at the injury on Dr. Bard's arm, which was the most serious injury.
"Good evidence," said. "What? This is Tyrell's second what?"
Then, Carlos told Tyrell what he knew. "Tyrell, this is how the current disaster in Raccoon City happened, and Dr. Bader wanted to find the military with the vaccine to stop this crisis, and Umbrella doesn't seem to think so."
"Carlos, is what you said true?" Tyrell is a person who is good at hacking technology.
Naturally, he also knows the darkness of Umbrella Company through some means, but in the face of such a disaster that affects hundreds of thousands of people, Tyrell still couldn't believe the disaster for a while.
"It's true." Carlos didn't hesitate at all.
If those zombies were monsters that mutated humans for some reason, then the clothes on the giant monsters he had seen and what he saw in the hospital were just as Dr. Bard said.
The lizard-like skin on the beta-type hunter with reptilian ancestry made Carlos believe that there were human factors behind it.
"I really didn't expect that Umbrella would be so crazy that she would even do such a thing." Tyrell also saw a lot of things along the way, but for Tyrell, these are all. It's not something that concerns me, so I didn't delve into it further. But as a UBCS, like Carlos, I received the secret mission to capture Dr. Bard, and USS was actually sent by USS to kill people.
This is a contradictory mission. Could it be that UBCS is also the target of USCS to be silenced? So Tyrell, what are you going to do?
"I plan to take Dr. Bard and evacuate directly to find the authorities." Carlos told Tyrell his thoughts, implying that he no longer wanted to listen to Umbrella's command.
"Hey, Carlos, you're looking down on me."
Carlos never told Tyrell where he was, and Tyrell naturally understood what Carlos meant. He was older than Carlos and experienced veteran.
Tyrell laughed and scolded, "Bastard Carlos, do you think I am the kind of person who will do whatever it takes for money? Although I joined UBCS for money, it was because I couldn't find a job after retiring.
I will still divide the difference between right and wrong.
You have to clarify the seriousness."
"And you also said that the USS wants to destroy evidence and kill people to silence them."
"We who are also members of Umbrella have been attacked.
Now we know the truth about the crisis in Raccoon City, so I will too."
"I can only walk with you one way to the end." Tyrell has his own considerations.
The most important point is that if Umbrella Company really causes the Raccoon City incident, no matter how the Raccoon City incident ends, Umbrella Company will definitely be besieged by official organizations.
That's why Umbrella Company is eager to destroy the corpses and eliminate traces, but the officials will definitely have the same idea about Umbrella Company.
Yes,
Tyrell didn't think officials were unaware of what Umbrella was doing.
Carlos heard Tyrell's words and was about to ask Bader and Luo Guang for their opinions when he heard Luo Guang say, "It sounds trustworthy." Carlos naturally understood that the trust in Luo Guang's words did not mean trust that could live and die together. He turned his attention to Bud, and Bud replied, "You can believe it." The three of them reached an agreement, and Carlos told Tyrell about their destination, Raccoon City University, and that he was on Raccoon Street.
Copy that, I'm on Warren Street now. Have you passed the junction of Warren Street and Raccoon Street? Tyrell asked.
Passed. Carlos also paid attention to the road he walked along the way, and remembered that he had seen a sign heading to Warren Street. Okay, you continue along the road, and I'll find you, over. After Tyrell finished speaking, he turned off the walkie-talkie, remained silent, and hurried on.
After Carlos and Tyrell finished chatting, Luo Guang told them to continue on their way.
Luo Guang and the others walked for a while, and suddenly Luo Guang stopped and raised his palm with his fingers together to tell the two people behind him to stop. Bud and Carlos were originally a little distance away from Luo Guang. When they saw Luo Guang asking them to stop, they quickly lowered their bodies and slowly gathered towards Luo Guang.
There are some new monsters ahead. Look at the roof of the car. Luo Guang pointed to Bud and asked, "What is that?" "Those are not made by the company."
From the appearance, they appear to be an insect called an earwig, which is often called a scissor bug. When Bud was researching biological weapons, he was once invited to participate in the discussion of T-virus biological and chemical weapons cultures. Choice, so it can be determined that the creature Luo Guang pointed to was not a biochemical weapon manufactured by Umbrella. In Umbrella's view, biochemical weapons created using single animal or plant genes have natural flaws in their intelligence, so whether they use fertilized eggs from reptiles or amphibians, Umbrella researchers will definitely integrate them into humans' genes, so the vast majority of Umbrella biochemical weapons will maintain some characteristics of humans. This is one of the ways to distinguish whether biochemical weapons are artificially produced. But the earwig in front of me is not like that. It basically remains the same. The biggest difference is that its size has increased to more than 1 meter long. These earwigs have a hard carapace, a flat back and abdomen, a long and narrow body, and a pincer-like tail at the end. The tail of the monster in front of him was raised, and it was holding a tail several times larger than its head in an arrogant manner. It seemed to be the weapon of these monsters infected with the T-virus, Luo Guang judged.
"What should we do? Go around?"
Carlos asked, and Bud naturally agreed with Carlos's opinion of going around. "No, it just so happens that you guys are waiting here for Tyrell to catch up, and I'll go kill them." If Bud was not here, Luo Guang might have agreed with Carlos's suggestion and said, "Bud is too weak to let these earwigs here."
Okay, thank you,"
Bud said in a dumbfounded voice. This was the first time that he, a virology expert, had been called weak. This was a sign of being despised. In the past, Bud would have had a fight with Luo Guang.
Battle on. If Luo Guang knew what Bard was thinking, he would definitely let Bard know about the 18th generation of his ancestors.
Luo Guang held the axe in both hands, bent down, and used the abandoned cars on the road as cover to touch the earwigs.
Suddenly, something happened.
Several huge spiders that didn't know where they came from suddenly jumped out and rushed towards the earwigs. When Luo Guang encountered this situation, he immediately stopped and planned to be a wise fisherman. Carlos was still vigilant, but Bud was watching the battle between spiders and earwigs, both infected by the T-virus, with excitement.
Perhaps Umbrella's direction is wrong. These insect-like creatures, insects infected by the T-virus, have no other mutations besides becoming gigantic.
They seem to be more adaptable to the T-virus. Although they are not very intelligent, they are cheap cannon fodder. As long as we can figure out how to issue simple combat instructions to these infected organisms, both the cost and speed of mass production will have advantages over other biochemical weapons that incorporate genes. Dr. Bud, who was suffering from occupational disease, suddenly felt a chill and turned his head to look in the direction of the chill. He saw Luo Guang looking at him expressionlessly. This made Dr. Bud retract his excited and fanatical gaze.
Now is not the time to think about these things. Well, not now, Bud thought so.
The giant earwigs gathered in a circle and fought desperately, while the giant spiders surrounded the giant earwigs and looked for an opening. When the two sides were confronting each other, Carlos whispered to Luo Guang, "While they are gathered together, give them a pineapple?" Luo Guang looked at Carlos, and was still thinking about giving him a pineapple, when he saw the fragmentation grenade in Carlos's hand. This grenade was searched from the USS, and Luo Guang didn't have much space to put it, so most of the throwing objects were placed on Carlos. After Carlos joined the UBCS, he was also responsible for rear alert and fire support, so he was also good at grenades. He said, "I can make this fragmentation grenade explode above their heads at the right time, giving them a headshot."
"Show me how to do it." Luo Guang's eyes lit up, watching Carlos's operation, ready to learn.
The explosion time of the captured USS Grenade is 5 seconds, which is the explosion time of this type of grenade that Luo Guang had confirmed with the system before. The grenade that Luo Guang actually used to deal with the USS in the hospital also exploded at the same time. These grenades did not seem to be tampered with by the USS, so Luo Guang was relieved to let Carlos try it. Hearing this, Carlos nodded, pulled out the safety pin, held it in his hand and waited for about half a second, then threw it at a 70-degree angle towards the sky, in the direction of the earwig and spider monster. It took exactly 3 seconds to cross the abandoned car and reach the top of the monsters. As the final countdown ended, the grenade exploded, carrying fragments that directly covered the infected earwigs and infected spiders in the confrontation. The infected earwigs had hard shells, but this obviously did not save the lives of these earwigs. After a burst of explosions, Luo Guang immediately went forward with a fire axe and chopped off the earwigs and spiders that were still breathing, ending their short lives. After walking a little further, Luo Guang and his companions did not encounter any particularly troublesome T-virus-infected creatures along the way. Tyrell also caught up with Luo Guang and his companions along the way, following the corpses of zombies and various T-virus-infected creatures. At this time, Luo Guang and his companions were 1/5 of the way to Raccoon City University, and Tyrell's shouts came from behind. "Carlos!" Tyrell caught up. When he saw Carringer and the others from a distance, Tyrell used the intercom to communicate with Carlos in advance. Carlos received Tyrell's call, looked back, and stopped Luo Guang who was leading the way. He took Dr. Bud and waited for Tyrell to catch up. "Is this Dr. Bud? Who is this?" Dr. Bud was wearing a white coat, so Tyrell, who had reunited with the three of them, could tell who Dr. Bud was at a glance. As for Dr. Bud's green sweatpants, Tyrell thought they were Dr. Bud's favorite, so he asked Carlos about Luo Guang's identity. "Former Umbrella intelligence officer," Luo Guang said, which surprised both Bud and Tyrell. "Yes, his position is higher than ours." Carlos endorsed Luo Guang. Luo Guang's intelligence was told to Carlos by Captain Victor. When Jill restored the power and adjusted the line and returned to the Central Street subway station, he told Captain Victor and Carlos about Luo Guang's sacrifice. However, when the subway train was about to depart, Captain Victor secretly told Carlos something about Luo Guang, and predicted in advance that Luo Guang might have a vaccine, so there was no possibility of death. This is also why Carlos did not ask why Luo Guang was still alive. "What?" Tyrell was still acceptable, but Dr. Bud shouted in shock. "Keep your voice down." Carlos pulled Dr. Bud and asked him to keep his voice down so as not to attract zombies or other creatures infected with the T-virus. Along the way, Dr. Bud thought that Luo Guang was an official agent sent to save him, but at this time he suddenly heard that Luo Guang was also an intelligence agent of Umbrella Company, and he couldn't help but be shocked. "What are you making a fuss about? Believe in your judgment." Luo Guang continued to fool Dr. Bud. After hearing Luo Guang, Dr. Bud thought for a while, and nodded to Luo Guang with a look of sudden enlightenment, indicating that he understood that Luo Guang was undercover in Umbrella Company. Carlos glanced at Luo Guang, probably thinking that Luo Guang had his own ideas, so he didn't say anything. Only Tyrell, the newcomer, looked at the few people with a strange face, not knowing what they were saying in code, and his head was full of question marks. The four of them didn't talk much, and they set off again after assigning the responsibilities of the team again. The journey was not long, and the four of them soon approached Raccoon City University. Luo Guang, who was walking in the front, was the first to hear the sound of fighting coming from Raccoon City University. "Carlos, Tyrell, stay alert and protect Bard. I'll go ahead and see what happened." Luo Guang, as the person with the highest position in name, gave orders to the two UBCS. After Dr. Bard's whispered lectures along the way, Tyrell also deeply understood the darkness of Umbrella Corporation and the possibility that Umbrella Corporation would fall, so Tyrell immediately expressed his willingness to abandon the dark and join the light and help Dr. Bard escape from Raccoon City. It was just that Tyrell had silently given the four of them a not-so-bright teen name in his heart, the traitor for. Luo Guang took the lead and ran into Raccoon City University. The corridors and classrooms were stained with blood everywhere. No survivors were found, only a few soulless zombies wandering around here. After passing through a building and walking a few hundred meters inside, they came to an open field at the back door of Raccoon City University, where the gunshots were heard. Luo Guang took a look. Jill, Marvin, and two men whom Luo Guang did not know were besieging a biological weapon that looked almost the same as the tyrant. Not far away, a woman in reception clothes was treating David, who was sitting on the ground, while Elliot, who was already injured, was holding a pistol in one hand to protect David, who was receiving treatment, and did not join the battle. Elliot, who was on guard, had already seen Luo Guang when he appeared, and his face showed joy, but he did not shout Luo Guang's name, fearing that he would attract the attention of the monster. Carlos, Tyrell, take Bud, and go straight through the building.
Gather in the direction of the gunshots. There is a big job to do. Be prepared for battle.
Luo Guang gave the order directly to Carlos and the others, and emphasized that Dr. Bud should also be brought here. Bringing Dr. Bud here is not for Bud to rush up and fight the tyrant, but for unified protection. Luo Guang has seen many stories of putting someone in a safe place, but when they go back after the job, they find that either the person is gone or has run away. At this time, Jill and others are surrounding a tyrant. The main force is naturally Jill, and there is a man wearing an RPD bulletproof vest, holding an MP5 submachine gun. Marvin is also holding an MP5 submachine gun for cover at this time, and the MP5 in Marvin's hand is probably the one Elliot has. There is also a man in a suit and leather shoes, who looks very gentle, but his position is extremely wretched.
He shoots and runs away.
Although the weapon in his hand has the appearance of a gun, it does not shoot gunpowder bullets, but a small bottle of potion. Compared with the goddess of vengeance that Luo Guang had seen before, the unknown tyrant was a little smaller in size and black all over. There was no sign of decay on the surface of the skin, but there was a red lump of flesh on the right chest that was constantly beating.
It was not wearing the 3-proof restrained clothing that Umbrella provided as standard to mass-produce tyrants.
Its hands had turned into 2 huge alienated claws, which were also the main means of attack for the tyrant in front of him. Although the 3 surrounded the tyrant, they actually kept a long distance. In addition to preventing accidental bullet injuries, another reason was that the tyrant in front of them was much faster than the goddess of vengeance they had met before. If it were not for the huge size, the bright red flesh and the white alienated giant claws, the tyrant's running appearance would be like a sprinter who won the gold medal in the Olympics. Jill rolled over and avoided the tyrant's double claw attack. She fired a shotgun at the tyrant's exposed right armpit, and then ran away without greed. Then the man wearing the RPD bulletproof vest shot a gun to protect the tyrant away from Jill, and the target of the shooting was the exposed red flesh. However, the tyrant did not chase Jill after missing the shot, but immediately protected his exposed weakness with his left hand, making the attack of the man wearing the RPD bulletproof vest in vain.
The tyrant in front of him didn't have the explosion-proof, fireproof and bulletproof black tech coat that the goddess of vengeance wore.
Any bullet would cause blood to splatter. However, the weapons used by the attackers were either 9mm bullets or number 12 shotgun shells that were very useful for humans but only tickled the tyrant. On the contrary, the medicine bottle shot by the man in a suit contained corrosive liquid that could penetrate the protection of the tyrant's arm and directly damage the exposed red flesh. The overall situation was very similar to that of Luo Guang every time he encountered the goddess of vengeance before. The situation was stable, but there was no way to break the situation.
None of the weapons in his hands could effectively harm the tyrant.
If the heavy machine gun had not run out of bullets and there was no spare ammunition box, Luo Guang would have to dismantle the heavy machine gun and carry it on his way back to the temporary safe house from the Raccoon City General Hospital. After confirming the battle situation, Luo Guang was also ready to join the battle. Holding the fire axe high, Luo Guang naturally leaned back, stepped forward with his right foot, and formed a forward force with his body. At the same time, Luo Guang exerted force from his feet to his waist and then to his arms, and threw the blood-stained fire axe directly at the tyrant. A red light flashed quickly, and the axe directly chopped into the tyrant's left hand joint that protected the weak point, and the entrance was nearly half.
Luo Guang?
Jill took advantage of the cover and ran away. He and Marvin looked in the direction where the fire axe flew, and saw Luo Guang who was unhooking the assault rifle from his back.
What the hell?
Luo Guang fired 3 shots directly, one of which accurately hit the protruding red flesh on the chest of the tyrant in front of him. That was the place where the tyrant used his left hand to protect. One of the bullets passed through the gap of the giant claws and hit the red flesh.
Death tyrant.
Marvin used up all the bullets in the MP5 and ran away before answering Luo Guang's words.
It turned out to be the tyrant.
Luo Guang suddenly realized it. However, since Marvin also knew the name of the tyrant, it was very likely that Marvin and others had seen the self-proclaimed genius researcher Greg and learned about this from him. Carlos, let Tyrell protect Bud and come to me for support. In the square near the back door of Raccoon City University, your mission has changed to find the researcher Greg hiding here. After Luo Guang finished the task, he explained to Carlos in detail, I have a tyrant-type biological weapon similar to the goddess of vengeance. There is information that this is developed by researcher Greg.
Catch him and ask him to stop the tyrant. If the other party does not obey, you can do it yourself. I will enter the battle. Over.
Wait, Carlos still had doubts, but he did not say it in the end. He cursed in a low voice, and then turned to Tyrell and Bud and told them about the tasks assigned by Luo Guang and his own plans. Tyrell had only heard of the name of the tyrant, but had never faced it. Carlos had faced the goddess of vengeance directly, so he naturally understood that the tyrant was a monster. When Bard heard that he was going to the place where the tyrant was fighting, he shook his head wildly and waved his hand to say that he didn't want to go there. Among the three people, Tyrell and Carlos would definitely not listen to Bard, but if Bard didn't cooperate, it would be useless to force him to go there, which would only make Bard panic and flee because of a little movement. Older than Carlos, and also a veteran of UBCS, thought for a while and said, from Luo's tone, it seems that we don't have to rush to help immediately.
Oh, I understand. Carlos understood it immediately. The first half of Tyrell's words was not important, and the immediately in the second half was the key. After all, the two were not in the same system as Luo Guang, but just a temporary team. At this time, Luo Guang was not there, so the two naturally had their own opinions and ideas. They took Dr. Bud and chose to return to Umbrella Company to report now, but they didn't have such an idea for the time being. Carlos and his friend talked to Dr. Bud for a few words, and Dr. Bud agreed to go with Carlos and his friend to find the researcher named Greg. With 2 bodyguards, he could discuss virology with the researcher who was also studying vaccines. Bud felt that this was much better than going to a place where the tyrant existed. If Luo Guang knew the three people's plan, he might just wish them a good time at Raccoon City University Institute. However, Luo Guang had just finished explaining the tasks to Carlos and his friends, and was about to join the battle when he heard a clanging sound. The fire axe fell to the ground, and the death tyrant suddenly jumped up, and the place where he landed was exactly where Luo Guang was. Be careful, Jill warned. When Luo Guang was explaining the task, his eyes did not leave the death tyrant. Just when the death tyrant jumped towards him, Luo Guang had already reacted and ran towards the pillar of the Raccoon City University building. Although the death tyrant has a very strong jumping ability, the strength of the death tyrant's legs cannot completely offset the reaction force at the moment of landing, so Luo Guang can avoid the next attack of the death tyrant as long as he runs out of the range of the claws. Perhaps it was Luo Guang's fire axe that made the death tyrant feel that Luo Guang did not respect him. After a jump attack failed to hit Luo Guang, he ran towards Luo Guang hiding behind the pillar. Luo Guang did not indulge him. Just when the death tyrant was swinging his arms and sprinting like a runner, Luo Guang fired with the MA-41 in his hand, and the accurate continuous shots hit the opponent's unguarded red meatball. The death tyrant, who had been beaten by 9mm bullets and 12G shotguns before, underestimated the penetration of 5.56mm bullets. The bullets of 5.56mm bullets passed through the red flesh exposed by the death tyrant, but were blocked by the rock-hard muscles on his back when they were about to pass through his back, and finally the 5 bullets began to turn and move in his red flesh. The damage caused by these 5 bullets was higher than Luo Guang had imagined. After the sprinting death tyrant roared, the sprinting action was interrupted. Luo Guang wanted to fire another round, but the paused death tyrant immediately used his self-healed left hand to block his weakness. He couldn't block all the weaknesses, but Luo Guang didn't want to waste bullets. After all, his marksmanship was not very good, so he could only rely on his strong strength to stabilize the gun for fixed-point shooting. It was okay to shoot fixed targets or targets with huge weaknesses like the death tyrant, but if he shot a moving target, Luo Guang felt that he might not be as good as Marvin. However, facing the death tyrant this time, Luo Guang felt that he had a chance to defeat him. Although Luo Guang's MA-41 assault rifle had few bullets left, he was still carrying an M5P submachine gun seized from the USS, and there were a lot of magazines and bullets. As long as Luo Guang shot all these bullets into the death tyrant's weak points, he could still cause enough damage to the death tyrant by using the bullet's cavity effect, thereby consuming the energy used by the death tyrant to heal itself. The cavity effect simply means that when the bullet penetrates the human body, the projectile becomes unstable due to a sudden change in the moving medium, causing the bullet to continue to move in the flesh, resulting in more serious damage than it appears on the surface. So the bullets in Luo Guang's backpack are his confidence in facing the death tyrant at this time. If 1 pound of bullets is not enough, he can get another pound. Luo Guang focused on avoiding the death tyrant's attacks, and at the same time led the death tyrant back to the open ground again to avoid affecting David and others who were being treated. Luo Guang did not believe that the death tyrant's energy was really unlimited. Now Luo Guang's strategy for dealing with the death tyrant is you are powerful, so it's meaningless if you can't hit me. Even if I can't hit you, I can still wear you down.
After Luo Guang joined the battlefield, he immediately replaced the already panting Marvin, and he was the main attacker like Jill and the man wearing the RPD bulletproof vest.
My name is Kevin Lehman, an RPD policeman.
The man wearing the RPD bulletproof vest found an opportunity to introduce himself.
As for Luo Guang's name, Marvin called Luo Guang's name, so Kevin knew it. I am George Hamilton.
The man in a suit also took this opportunity to report his name, and then said, I don't have any medicine bottles, I will give them to you later.
George Hamilton is the chief surgeon of Raccoon City General Hospital, and he also has a doctorate in virology.
It's just that Luo Guang is not familiar with the Resident Evil Outbreak series, so he didn't react to the name George Hamilton for a while.
George Hamilton did not just sit around after his withdrawal. As a virology expert, he was thinking about how to win. While Luo Guang and his men were dealing with the death tyrant, Carlos and Tyrell were taking Dr. Bud to play an exciting Research Institute adventure. First, they accidentally entered a wasp nest, and just after killing one, they were immediately chased by more than a dozen giant wasps.
Carlos and Tyrell took Dr. Bud, and they did not dare to confront them hidden.
They covered Dr. Bud while running away, but in the end, they accidentally ran into the underground Research Institute of Raccoon City University, and then experienced giant sharks infected with the T-virus, giant moths and other monsters infected with the T-virus. In order to protect Dr. Bud, Carlos and the others also suffered a lot, which made Tyrell doubt whether his previous choice was correct. He should take Dr. Bud directly to Luo Guang. Although he did not have to face the tyrant-type biological weapons that Dr. Bud was afraid of, Carlos felt that these mutant monsters in front of him were also difficult to deal with. These infected monsters could also be eliminated by bullets, but these monsters were very agile, and he had to protect Dr. Bud, which made him feel mentally tired. Moreover, since the day before yesterday, Carlos and Tyrell basically have not received any ammunition supplies, and the assault rifle ammunition, which was not abundant to begin with, has gradually run out. Carlos's assault rifle still has 2 magazines of bullets, while Tyrell's assault rifle only has 1.5 magazines that Carlos gave him for emergency use. Now Tyrell can only move forward with a pistol.
Of course, Carlos and the others did not gain nothing. They searched for a large number of research documents in the institute, and behind each experimental data were bloody lives.
Damn, this researcher named Greg actually did so many bad things. Carlos could not understand professional things, but he could also see how inhumane the experimental process was. He was so angry that he punched the black screen of the computer next to him.
Bud, are you also? Although Tyrell did not think he was a good person, when he saw Greg's experimental report, Tyrell felt like an angel at this time.
No, I can't do such a thing.
Dr. Bud shouted in injustice. Although he developed the T-virus vaccine based on a large number of human experiments, those who were experimented on by him were already infected with the T-virus. To be honest, without the vaccine, those infected with the T-virus were basically sentenced to death, so Bud did not feel guilty or other uneasy emotions. It seems that the man named Greg did not have a change of heart, but just wanted to join a more powerful force and complete his own research under his own leadership.
Carlos said angrily, should we save such a person and leave Raccoon City?
At this time, Carlos and the other 2 were in a laboratory, and the creatures infected with the T-virus in the room had naturally been cleaned up, so the 3 people who were temporarily safe would chat here.
Then can't we fail to save him? As for the vaccine, Dr. Bud is here anyway, we just need to protect Bud. Tyrell thought of a countermeasure instantly. Failure?
Tyrell, what do you mean? Carlos instantly understood what Tyrell meant, but he was not sure whether Tyrell really thought so.
Tyrell didn't say anything.
He nodded and focused his attention on Bud.
Carlos followed and looked at Bud. What are you looking at me for? He did it. Bud's scalp was numb when he was looked at by the 2.
He quickly said that he and Greg Mueller were not the same kind of people. He said, I am a researcher, but I am a person first, and he is a madman who calls himself a genius.
Greg Mueller's research report was full of narcissism.
He thought that Umbrella only valued William Birkin's G-virus research, so he had the idea of betraying Umbrella and looking for his own mentor to continue his genius research.
In that case, why don't we change the plan?
Carlos said, it is still the first priority to ensure our safety and escape from this ghost place, but we can also do a few things along the way. The first is to collect information, formulas, ingredients, etc. about the vaccine developed by Greg. Although this guy is a madman, the data and other information he has studied are still useful.
It should also promote the development of vaccines, right?
After Carlos finished speaking, he looked at Bud.
Bud nodded and replied, I read a few pages. It is indeed useful for developing vaccines, especially for studying the activity of the T-virus, so leave this to me. However, we will focus on collecting information for the time being. Pay attention to documents with words such as vaccines and lists, and analyze them after escaping Raccoon City. Carlos and Tyrell nodded. The second task will be handed over to Tyrell. Do you have any ideas? Carlos was referring to the failed task of rescuing Greg. Tyrell understood what Carlos meant, so he did not confirm Carlos's decision. Instead, he asked, what about Luo Guang? Should we tell him directly or keep it a secret? I don't think he will care too much. Besides, if we don't tell him, who would know that we killed Greg? It was not Carlos, but Bud who raised his hand and said. Tyrell did not refute immediately, but asked Carlos, you have more contact with Luo Guang, what do you think? Carlos tilted his head, thought for a while, and then said, I don't know. When he and Jill first quarreled, it was Luo Guang who smoothed things over between them, but at that time he didn't think Luo Guang did this because he was from UBCS. This could be said to be Luo Guang's disguise. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. But later, Luo Guang accepted Captain Victor's insurance mission. This move to ensure the smooth operation of the subway and rescue civilians made Carlos think that although Luo Guang was an intelligence agent for Umbrella, he was not absolutely loyal to Umbrella. From the company, or in other words, Luo Guang still has a righteous side. Carlos continued to think, and neither Tyrell nor Bard interrupted Carlos. Afterwards, Gil came back from completing the mission, but Luo Guang did not come back. Gil said that he was surrounded by zombie dogs, and at this time Luo Guang appeared. In order to save himself, he was scratched by the zombie dogs and infected with the virus. In the end, the two separated. At this time, Carlos was surprised by Luo Guang's behavior of saving Jill, and also expressed respect for Luo Guang, a hero who saved the beauty. However, thinking of Luo Guang's identity as an intelligence agent of Umbrella Company, Carlos was not sure about Luo Guang. Position. Later, he saw Luo Guang in Raccoon City General Hospital. Although he was shocked, he could accept it after Luo Guang explained that he had been vaccinated. Carlos recalled what happened after he met Luo Guang again at Raccoon City General Hospital. The main point was to let Dr. Bader give him a lecture. It seemed that it was Luo Guang's initiative to let Dr. Bader do what Umbrella did in Raccoon City. Tell yourself the bad things. Although there are still things he doesn't understand, such as does Luo Guang know what kind of bastard researcher Greg Muller is? However, Carlos could confirm one thing and said, but one thing can be confirmed. Luo Guang also hated the bad things done by Umbrella Company. It was Luo Guang who took the initiative to ask Dr. Bader to tell me that Umbrella Company was in Raccoon City. Things I've done. Indeed, and I just showed a little desire to study the impact of the T-virus on a single insect species, and Luo Guang glared at me with a cold look. Bud said to himself that Luo Guang would not mind researcher Greg. The reason for the death of such a person is stated. Luo Guang's cold eyes were actually Bard's misunderstanding. Luo Guang was still in a fighting state at that time, so his eyes were cold and murderous. The reason why he turned back to look at Bard was because Bard's gaze was too fanatical. That's why Luo Guang's attention was caught, and he turned back to confirm the situation. In that case, I'm relieved. Tyrell breathed a sigh of relief and said jokingly, Dr. Bard, are you done with your rest? We have to hurry up, otherwise Luo Guang will have to give me a break because I didn't go to support him. Axe. Shortly after Carlos and the other three set out again, the situation on Luo Guang's side finally turned for the better. Not long after Gil and Kevin, who were exhausted, withdrew from the battlefield one after another, the Death Tyrant, like an invincible Xiaoqiang, suddenly lost power and fell back with a roar. What's going on? Kevin did not approach rashly, but asked Jill, who had experience in dealing with tyrants. It's not likely that he was killed. It's most likely that the self-healing wound consumed too much energy, and it fell into dormancy for a while, just like human shock. Jill replied, causing George, who was about to step forward to study the Death Tyrant, to stop. Just as George was about to say something, he heard 3 gunshots, which startled George. It was Luo Guang who fired 3 more 9mm bullets at the Death Tyrant's head. After Luo Guang fired 3 shots and saw that the Death Tyrant had no reaction, he said, Gil is probably right, but it's only temporary. Who knows about this monster? Why did he suddenly come back to life? In that case, I won't be polite. George breathed a sigh of relief and popped out a syringe-shaped object from his pocket. He walked towards the Death Tyrant, found a place without hard skin protection and inserted the syringe. What is he doing?
Luo Guang asked when he saw that Jill and others did not stop George's behavior.
After we arrived at Raccoon City University, we didn't find an evacuation team.
Judging from the announcements left behind, the military has cancelled the evacuation point here. Marvin came to Luo Guang and explained to Luo Guang what happened when Luo Guang was away.
What happened? Then we searched around Raccoon City University for a few times but couldn't find anyone.
Finally, Greg Muller himself appeared in front of us, and then he wanted to play a game with us.
Game? Luo Guang suddenly thought of someone who also likes to play games, pointed to the tyrant lying on the ground, and said, "Death Tyrant?"
Yes, this Death Tyrant was developed by Greg himself. Marvin continued, and Greg appeared in front of us just to ask us to fight the Death Tyrant, a hidden battle.
Then you agreed? Luo Guang asked strangely, "Isn't this necessary?"
3 things are needed to make the virus vaccine that was developed. The first material is V poison, and the second material is something called base sample, and we have obtained both of these materials.
George said while drawing blood, "This formula is written on a document left by a virology researcher named Peter that we found."
When George mentioned the name Peter, his tone was a little heavy. Seeing that George didn't say what the third material was, and seeing what George was doing, Luo Guang pointed at George and guessed, "The third material is this guy's blood?" To be precise, it is a special T-virus blood sample that still contains the original RNA fragment of the T-virus on the Death Tyrant. After George sucked the blood of the Death Tyrant with a syringe, he immediately moved away from the Death Tyrant who was lying there, and said to Luo Guang, "The T-virus on most of the infected creatures in Raccoon City has undergone huge mutations, so only the one on the Death Tyrant can be used. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading." Who is Peter?
Luo Guang didn't have much impression of this name.
Peter Jenkins used to be my colleague who studied viruses with me, but later we parted ways because of different ideas. George hoped that more people would know how great Peter Jenkins had done, so he said, it was him who developed a special medicine for treating T-virus in a very short time, the sunlight vaccine.
Not that crazy Greg Muller.
It seems that the situation is a bit different from Luo Guang's memory. Someone at Raccoon City University did develop a vaccine, but it was not the researcher named Greg, but Peter Jenkins.
Okay.
Luo Guang thought it was normal that he remembered it wrong, so he didn't doubt anything. He nodded and asked, "So Greg also has the formula of the sunlight vaccine, and knows that you need the T-virus carried by this guy, so he came to you?"
That's right.
He knows about the sunlight vaccine, and he shamelessly said that Peter stole his data. George was angry. As George said, Greg Muller is a lunatic who claims to be a genius. He doesn't care about vaccines at all. To him, the Death Tyrant, which is praised as a work of art, is more important. Kevin, who had rested for a while, also came over and took over the conversation. With a disdainful look on his face, he looked down on Greg who was not here and said, he was hiding well, and he came out to see us just to show off his ability and introduce us to the work of art he personally prepared, the Death Tyrant. Is that so? Luo Guang suddenly thought of the task he gave to Carlos, and quickly took out the walkie-talkie to contact Carlos who was carrying out the task of finding Greg's researcher. Just as he was about to press the talk button on the intercom, Carlos called first. "Hey, Luo Guang, something terrible has happened. Researcher Greg is dead." Carlos sounded anxious.
"Luo Guang, Greg is dead."
An unexpected message came from the intercom.
Oh, he's dead. How did he die?"
Apart from the initial shock, Luo Guang's tone seemed very calm, which made Carlos feel that Luo Guang was gestating a storm.
Luo, you don't sound too disappointed?
He is a researcher of the T-virus vaccine. Carlos paused for a moment before replying to Luo Guang.
"I'm sorry, Carlos, I made a mistake."
The person who developed the T-virus vaccine was not Greg Muller, but a virology expert named Peter Jenkins. Luo Guang did not hide it, and directly asked Carlos, admitting that he had mistaken the person who researched the vaccine. He continued, "And we have found the T-virus vaccine formula studied by Dr. Peter ourselves. This is like this, it's really great." Carlos' tone was a little unnatural, as if he was relieved. Luo Guang naturally heard it, but Luo Guang didn't intend to ask further questions. The battle was over, and before Tyrell brought Dr. Bard to join them, Luo Guang thought that something might have happened. It's just that Luo Guang is not the leader of the two, nor does he belong to UBCS, so Luo Guang, who just takes advantage of his high position, cannot deal with them, and there is no need. "Carlos, are Bud and Tyrell with you, right?" Luo Guang continued without waiting for Carlos to answer. "Then I will go with others to a place where vaccines can be synthesized."
"I haven't been there specifically." I'll tell you the approximate location, so come and join us. Wait a minute.
Carlos replied hurriedly, one more thing.
There may be people from the USS inside Raccoon City University.
It was the USS who killed researcher Greg.
You should also pay attention to your safety. Copy that.
After Luo Guang replied, he told others about USS and Greg.
Well, is Greg dead?
George's reaction was duller than Luo Guang expected, and the others seemed more or less indifferent.
In other words, if everyone didn't spit on the death of the hated researcher Greg, that would be regarded as good quality. USS?
Kevin, Marvin, Arndt and David were more interested in the person who killed researcher Greg. Marvin, Elliot and David were quite happy to see Luo Guang rejoining them without incident, but after the battle, Jill looked like I was unhappy. Luo Guang explained, and then briefly talked about the things and people he met after separation from Marvin and others.
Are those two people from UBCS trustworthy?
Kevin, like Jill before him, did not trust UBCS or the people at UBCS or Umbrella.
Luo, he is also from Umbrella Company. Gil joined the conversation. Yes, Umbrella is full of traitors.
Luo Guang didn't mind if Jill tried to tear him down, it was better than punching him directly.
Is this something to be proud of? Kevin smiled and complained when he saw Luo Guang's proud look.
For Kevin, who once wanted to join SARS, Jill's words about SARS still have a certain weight. Although Jill said unhappily that Luo Guang was from Umbrella, Kevin still keenly noticed that I don't have any dislike for Luo Guang, so my attitude towards Luo Guang is pretty good.
Police David's bleeding injury has been treated. Let's get vaccinated quickly.
Cindy Lennox, a barmaid who helped David treat the wound, said anxiously. When Elliot heard what Cindy said, he took the initiative to help David up with Marvin.
What's David's injury?
Luo Guang asked as he followed the others to the vaccine synthesis room. David was already treating the wound when Luo Guang arrived.
Luo Guang did not check David's wound because he wanted to join the battle.
According to the intelligence, there were T-virus infected creatures and people from the USS at this time, so Luo Guang didn't know that Y was way injured.
Police David was injured to protect me.
Cindy explained with a sad look on her face. At that time, the tyrant of death suddenly rushed out. It was David who pushed me away and took a paw for me.
After 3 days of separation, Luo Guang looked at David with admiration.
He didn't expect David to change so quickly.
Hey!
Although David was in a bad mental state and seemed to have a fever, he still felt very happy when he heard Cindy talk about his heroic deeds. He smiled shyly and experienced the experience of being a policeman for the first time.
Meaning?
No wonder Luo Guang felt that Elliot and Marvin's attitudes towards David had changed.
So David is infected by the T-virus.
Luo Guang didn't pull out his gun nervously and stage a scene like taking precautions to kill the infected person in advance.
Yes.
Elliot replied, and then quickly said, but we now have enough materials to synthesize the vaccine, so don't worry.
Now that I have the vaccine, I can just give it to David.
Luo Guang took out the vaccine that Dr. Bader gave him, handed it to Cindy, and asked Cindy to vaccinate David.
Oh. Cindy was stunned for a few seconds when Luo Guang took out the vaccine without hesitation.
Then she took the vaccine from Luo Guang's hand and asked Marvin and Elliot to put David back against the wall first.
Sit back and study how to use this vaccine. Is this vaccine developed by Umbrella?
George thought this was a benefit provided by Umbrella to Luo Guang, a staff member. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Yes or no, this was researched by Nathaniel Bard, who works at Raccoon City General Hospital.
Luo Guang said. Is it him?
George said in surprise, I also work at Raccoon City General Hospital. Although I also specialize in virology, I am the chief surgeon. Although George had some suspicions when Luo Guang mentioned the name Bard, in George's perception, Nathaniel Bard was not the kind of person who would develop a vaccine and give it to others.
Oh, you can chat later. Luo Guang looked like he was watching a good show. I will.
George really wanted to talk to Dr. Bud about viruses and vaccines, and Dr. Peter, whom both parties knew. The vaccine Bud gave Luo Guang was put in a syringe, so Cindy immediately figured out how to use it. While Luo Guang and George were chatting, Cindy had already injected David with the vaccine. Because David was infected not long ago, David's fever quickly began to subside after the injection. Although his body was still weak, his condition did improve. Seeing this, everyone started their journey to the vaccine synthesis room again. Jill and Luo Guang walked in the front, while Kevin and Marvin also walked behind. Because Elliot's hand was also injured, David, whose leg was injured, was now being supported by Alan and George. It just so happened that George also wanted to see up close how effective the vaccine developed by Bud was. Cindy followed the injured David, always ready to switch hands with Elliot to help David. Sorry. Gil still looked like he didn't want to talk to Luo Guang, so he had to start from Luo Guang's side. No, you have no reason to be sorry. Gil looked ahead and said calmly, on the contrary, it was my fault. If I hadn't slept to death, you wouldn't have gone to the hospital alone. Although Gil's tone was calm, Luo Guang still heard that Gil added an accent to the word privately. After Gil asked other people about it, he learned that Luo Guang had entered the bedroom to look for him again before leaving, but he was obviously still asleep at that time. Moreover, it was rare for him to sleep so deeply that he didn't even notice that Luo Guang straightened his body, took off his shoes and covered himself with the quilt. Thinking of exposing her unprotected sleeping face to Luo Guang, Jill couldn't help but feel a little shy. The reason why I said I'm sorry is not because of this. Luo Guang directly opened up a new track and said, I mean that I gave you so many suggestions and made you ready, but in the end, I took away what you had to do. Luo Guang did not repeat the explanation he gave to Marvin to Jill. And Luo Guang saw some signs of the frost on Jill's face thawing, and continued to add fuel to the fire, saying, anyway, I didn't tell you right away, and I acted alone without telling you, which made you worry. Gil didn't expect Luo Guang to say that. He skipped the probing and pulling process and directly saw through the point where he was really angry. In the end, Jill could only turn her head to the side, curled her lips, and said, who's worried about you? Don't be too arrogant. Soon, Gil turned back and looked at Luo Guang, with a trace of tenderness flashing in his eyes, and whispered, but, it's good that you know. Luo Guang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the ice and snow melting on Jill's face. The reason why Luo Guang chose this time to talk to Jill was because Luo Guang felt that in this situation where he needed to be alert to his surroundings, Jill could remain calm and rational enough. Finally, after Luo Guang seriously expressed his deep introspection and said that he would not hide it from Jill next time, Jill finally had a smile on his face. Not long after, under the leadership of Jill, Luo Guang and others arrived at a laboratory on the third floor of Raccoon City University. That's the synthesis machine for making vaccines. Gil pointed out the location of the vaccine synthesis machine to Luo Guang and said, then let's start George's professional performance, right? Luo Guang nodded and said to George behind him, that's right, let the professionals come. George said. After he and Elliot put the injured David in place, he said to Cindy, Cindy, bring the materials and come here to help. Because Cindy never had to participate in the battle, the raw materials for the vaccine that Jill and others had obtained were given to Cindy for safekeeping. Speaking of which, Cindy's clothes don't seem to be medical related. Does she also know how to do medicine? After Luo Guang reported his location to Carlos through the walkie-talkie, he looked at George curiously and asked Cindy to help, and then thought of Cindy before. He asked about helping David take care of his wounds. Cindy is working part-time to make money and is preparing to apply for medical college. In order to distract David, Cindy talked to David about many things while treating David. So David knew Cindy's goal and told him Luo Guang. Oh, so George and Cindy met because of their medical studies. Luo Guang noticed that the tone of George and Cindy's conversation was calmer and gentler than when chatting with other people. That's not true. George often goes to the bar where Cindy works to drink. It just so happens that Cindy wants to learn about medical knowledge and other things, and he becomes familiar with it after going back and forth. David told Luo Guang the information he knew without hesitation. Luo Guang nodded, then asked Jill and others, is there any communication equipment here, or something that can be used to alert helicopters in the air? Marvin shook his head and said, neither Kevin nor I have seen it. Kevin nodded and agreed with Marvin, there is a laboratory in the sewer of this university, but the instruments in it are incomprehensible to us. In the end, we just got the pee sample from the laboratory and left. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Where's Jill? From what Marvin and Kevin said, they probably acted separately from Jill and others. There is a radio room that I have contacted, but no one has heard it yet. Gil was exploring the university alone, and soon found a radio station. Although the signal was not far away, as mentioned before, this Raccoon City University is located on the main road exiting Raccoon City. As long as a rescue helicopter passes by, it is very likely to be contacted. How about we go to the road to check the situation and find a car to leave? Marvin suggested. Well, let's go take a look when the vaccine is ready. Aren't also echoed. If there is a helicopter passing by in the sky, in addition to broadcasting, we can also use grenades, flash bombs, smoke bombs and other items to create noise. Carlos has not joined us yet.
There are many of them. Luo Guang prepared a message for everyone. Plan B.
After everyone chatted for a while, Carlos took Tyrell and Bud to the vaccine synthesis room, and people from both sides finally gathered together. Luo Guang is still the lubricant between UBCS and others, and the others headed by a CRS Gil. When the two parties met, Luo Guang first introduced, these two are Carlos and Tyrell from UBCS. Although they are mercenaries of Umbrella Company, they were also unaware of this disaster and were captured by UBCS. La Company arranged tasks such as rescuing civilians and cleaning up zombies, but unfortunately, after completing the tasks, they all ended up being abandoned and cannon fodder by Umbrella Company. And this Bud is the same as Dr. Peter who developed the vaccine. Wait a minute, Luo, why do you call Peter doctor, but you don't add a prefix to my name? I've also developed a vaccine. Dr. Bud protested. We are familiar with each other, and Dr. Peter has sacrificed his life. When you die, I will definitely give you the title of doctor. Luo Guang said while observing the reactions of the people around him. There was no reaction on everyone's faces. Carlos and others had a special antipathy. Don't interrupt me, this Bard has also developed a vaccine, and has successfully mass-produced a lot of it. The vaccine that saved David before was given to me by this Dr. Bard. Luo Guang mentioned Bard's vaccine. After saving David, Luo Guang added the prefix doctor to Bud's name. Luo Guang concluded, these three people couldn't stand the evil deeds of Umbrella Company, so they all turned to the dark side. Luo, you seem to be an intelligence agent for Umbrella Company. Kevin touched the beard on his chin and confirmed. Yes, the four of us are the infamous Betrayer Squad. Luo Guang's words were full of flaws, but most people were stunned when they heard Luo Guang claiming to be notorious. Only Tyrell burst into laughter and suddenly laughed. The traitor team coincided with the traitor quartet he had thought of before, which made him laugh. Oh. Luo, please be more serious. Gil held his forehead and shook his head, suddenly feeling that cracks were beginning to appear in Luo Guang's original image in his heart. Jill, I am sacrificing myself for the sake of team harmony. Luo Guang put away his smile and suddenly became serious, saying, everyone knows more or less what Umbrella did in Raccoon City. I also understand that some people find it difficult to accept UBCS or people like me who are labeled as Umbrella. Luo Guang said this and glanced at Kevin, who was careless. That's right. Kevin noticed Luo Guang's gaze and admitted generously. That's why I say this, to break everyone's stereotype. Not all people in Umbrella are bad people, just like there are scum like Police Chief Brian Irons in the Raccoon City Police Department. Luo Guang seemed to be explaining to everyone, but in fact Luo Guang said this while looking at Jill, in order to restore his image in Jill's mind. Bite. Just when Jill was about to say something, a tone suddenly sounded in the room. The daylight vaccine is ready. George, who was looking at the vaccine synthesizer intently, looked at the prompt that the synthesis was successful, took out the container storing the daylight vaccine, looked at the white-lit liquid in the container, and announced. Daylight vaccine, the name fits perfectly with the milky white liquid in the test tube in front of me. The milky white vaccine emits a faint white light, just like a ray of light appearing in this dark hell, able to illuminate the hope of those living people who are about to turn into corpses due to infection. It would be great if the previous owner of Kendo Gun Store had such a bottle of vaccine. Gil looked at the vaccine and thought of his old friend, Boss Kendo, who customized the standard pistols for SARS and others. Okay, now we face a terrifying monster like the Death Tyrant again, and we have a killer weapon that can kill it with one hit. Luo Guang said without reaching out to ask for the vaccine. Except for the monster that William Birkin became after being injected with the G-virus. Luo Guang added in his mind. After Luo Guang learned that his system could use the T-virus to evolve, he once asked the system if he wanted to take this opportunity to try to use the G-virus to strengthen himself. The system did not understand the G-virus that Luo Guang mentioned, but after learning about the various forms of the G-virus that Luo Guang took after injecting William Birkin, and the need to find his own blood relatives for reproduction, the system gave the G-virus an unavailable evaluation. Later, the system also warned Luo Guang that it was best to stay away from the G-virus. The system's explanation was that Luo Guang's current physical data and the combat effectiveness of the T-virus in his body were simply unable to control the uncontrollable mutation of the G-virus. Luo Guang only asked briefly, but this was the first time the system had given him such a serious warning, so Luo Guang still followed the system's advice. This was one of the reasons why Luo Guang followed Marvin and others out of the police station. Ha! Deal with that tyrant of death? George was distracted by Luo Guang's words, but this did not prevent George from opening up new ideas and falling into deep thought.
When Kevin heard George's words, his first reaction was to ask, "The death tyrant is not dead? Wasn't he knocked down by us? Luo Guang, you still shot?"
Probably, maybe not dead yet. Luo Guang is not sure whether the tyrants in this world will follow the law of conservation of energy, and Luo Guang now feels that unless he crushes the tyrants to ashes, he cannot be sure that those monsters are 100% dead. Thinking of this, Luo Guang gave an example and said, "Anyway, the nemesis that Jill and I met before was also a tyrant-type biochemical weapon. It was knocked down by 2 rockets from Carlos.
I was also knocked down."
He replenished his gun, but soon he came to cause trouble again.
"Yes.
I feel like if I don't crush those tyrant-type monsters to ashes, I always feel like they will get up and catch up at any time." Luo Guang said this, and Jill also recalled the terrifying and oppressive goddess of vengeance. Obviously, he usually doesn't move very fast, but he can always suddenly come to the place next to him and chase him.
"Then we will give the death tyrant another shot later?"
Kevin saw that George had extracted 3 doses of sunlight vaccine from the vaccine synthesizer. He thought it should be on the safe side, so he said, "Dr. Bud also has vaccines, so count them. There should be a lot of remaining vaccines that have just been synthesized, so I think it's cost-effective to split one out to eliminate hidden dangers."
"But that's just a theory." Luo Guang didn't want to mislead others, so he added.
At this time, George and Bud also joined the discussion.
"Actually, the trump card Luo Guang just mentioned is indeed theoretically valid."
After hearing Luo Guang and others talking about their professional fields, Dr. Bader joined in with excitement and said, "But it depends on the vaccine.
Type of action.
My vaccine takes a certain amount of time to take effect and restore infected people to health. It is a relatively stable type, and I have not conducted experiments on biological and chemical weapons."
Bud is right.
Judging from the sunlight vaccine I researched on Peter, it should directly target the T-virus in the organism, and it is a relatively fierce direct killing method. George had worked with Peter before, so the two had exchanges on their respective understandings of virology.
When it came to viruses, they naturally talked about eliminating them.
For the same unknown virus, Peter's idea is to sterilize it efficiently and eliminate the virus before it does more damage to the body, even if it causes some damage to the body. On the contrary, George prefers to allow the body to produce antigens and antibodies on its own while suppressing the reproduction of viruses, and finally eliminate the invading viruses through the immune system or naturally eliminate the inactivated viruses from the body through the excretion system. In the end, the two of them parted ways due to disagreements over their ideas, but both felt that the other was a respectable opponent, which is why Dr. Peter left a message for his rival George on the message wall at the extraction point in the underground parking lot of the Raccoon City Police Department.
Vaccine information.
Judging from George's understanding of Peter and the research information he found on the daylight vaccine, it is indeed very likely that the daylight vaccine developed by Dr. Peter uses the powerful elimination of the T-virus as the main way to fight infection. From this point of view, the daylight vaccine is not only the nemesis of the death tyrant studied by Greg Mueller, but can also be used to deal with other biochemical weapons developed based on the T-virus.
George briefly explained the principle of the sunlight vaccine. The sunlight vaccine can destroy the T-virus in those monsters, which is equivalent to disintegrating the monster's life from the root.
It just means pulling the firewood out of the cauldron, Luo Guang thought.
That's right.
Bard crossed his hands on his chest and agreed, those biochemical weapons, or the various monsters you have seen, are so huge that under normal circumstances, the heart and other internal organs cannot grow normally. The body size provides energy or oxygen, and the existence of the T-virus makes this possible, so if these monsters do not have the T-virus to strengthen their internal organs, etc., basically these mutant T-virus infected organisms or artificially manufactured biochemical weapons will start from the inside.
Collapse and eventually lose your life.
This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content.
What you said is too complicated, and we don't quite understand it.
Kevin scratched his head, but as long as he was sure of the most important point, he asked, "Anyway, Luo Guang is talking about dealing with the death tyrant or other T-viral monsters are possible, right?"
That's all we need to know now. Marvin, Elliot and David were confused and nodded quickly. It's feasible.
Seeing that no one was very interested, Bud and George could only suppress their teacher spirit and concluded.
Moreover, it is more interesting to discuss it with professionals than to explain it to others who do not understand viruses.
The two virology experts looked at each other, their eyes seemed to be filled with researchers' enthusiasm, and they ignored the others. They asked Luo Guang and others to tell them after discussing the next plan, and then the two sat aside.
Discussed quietly but enthusiastically. Then what should we do now? Should we go to the broadcast room to see if we can contact rescue?
Marvin is very experienced in contacting rescue. Seeing that the discussion about vaccines has been finished, he looked at Luo Guang, who was sitting with Jill, asked. Marvin is also one of the people that Kevin respects, so when Kevin saw that Marvin seemed to trust Luo Guang, he let go of his wariness towards Luo Guang and looked at Luo Guang, wanting to hear Luo Guang's kudos to you.
Wait a minute, let me confirm something first.
Luo Guang was just a social beast before time travel. He was only a novice when it came to arranging troops or commanding battles. The reason why he commanded Carlos before was because Luo Guang had some knowledge about games. Intelligence information, so Luo Guang just made a simple deployment based on this and some information on the scene. This is why when facing the goddess of vengeance, Luo Guang basically acted with Jill in mind instead of taking the initiative to direct the battle. The system has sufficient theoretical knowledge and computing power, but it can basically only rely on Luo Guang to collect intelligence. At the same time, the system does not understand people's hearts and cannot predict the reaction of task executors in various situations, so Luo Guang does not letting the system make suggestions only allows the system to prepare a backup plan on its own basis to prevent certain things in this world from being different from the contents of the Resident Evil game, which would lead to major changes in Luo Guang's own plan. In fact, the fate of each survivor now is very different from the game plot. Luo Guang took a look at the people in the vaccine synthesis room. Most of them were the results of the flapping wings of his own butterfly. Carlos. Luo Guang focused on Carlos and asked, "You said before that someone from the USS killed researcher Greg Mueller, right?" Although Luo Guang only confirmed once as a routine, it seemed to Carlos that he had other intentions. After all, Carlos himself, Tyrell, and Bart originally planned to let researcher Greg die. At this time, Luo Guang suddenly confirmed to himself whether it was the USS that was responsible. Could it be that he was hinting that he and the three of them were also suspected? Yes. Tyrell was older after all, so he answered Luo Guang's question for Carlos, while also thinking about Carlos in his heart. Luo Guang directly put Carlos as the first person to inquire, probably because Carlos had an easier breakthrough than him. With Tyrell thinking this way, he had completely put aside his contempt for the young Luo Guang. However, this was indeed not done by the three Tyrells. Carlos just felt guilty because he had also thought about killing Greg. Tyrell continued, "There is a research institute hidden underground in this university. We are not familiar with the road. When we were chased by the giant wasp, we accidentally walked in and got lost inside, so we did not come to support you. Deal with the tyrant of death." Tyrell first explained why he did not bring Bard to join Luo Guang to deal with the death tyrant, and then explained to Luo Guang the location of the entrance to the Underground Research Institute, showing that he was not afraid of Luo Guang going to personally confirm whether he was lying. "Look." Luo Guang nodded and wrote down the important information about the entrance location of the Underground Research Institute, which might be used in the future. Seeing how calm Tyrell was, Carlos also calmed down. He continued what Tyrell said and said, "Yes, we were the one who accidentally ran into the Research Institute when we were chased by the giant hornet. Encountered big sharks and all kinds of monsters, and then we found traces of Greg while looking for a way out. Yes, maybe it was because of the UBCS armbands Carlos and I were wearing. The other person ran away as soon as he saw us. Of course, we immediately ran after Greg, and then followed him and ran out of the Underground Research Institute. We were in a meeting. He caught up with the other party in a room or a multipurpose hall," Tyrell recalled. "It was in that room that the USS man hid in the ventilation duct above and shot him at the vent. Hit Greg's heavenly spirit cap. Is there only one person who carried out the assassination? And he happened to be hiding above that room?" Luo Guang asked, thinking. "Yes, and the other party did not attack us. They ran away after killing us with one blow," Tyrell said. As for Luo Guang's second question, Carlos answered, "That room seems to be an office and laboratory of researcher Greg. Dr. Bud said there are many research reports on the T-virus in it. Forget it, as long as you are fine, but the other party USS did not attack you. In this case, the other party may not want to cause trouble and leave after completing the mission, unless." Luo Guang did not care about Greg's death. He was more concerned about whether the USS was still in Raccoon City University. "You mean Dr. Bud?" Carlos thought of the body of the USS in Raccoon City General Hospital. Luo Guang nodded and said, "Based on the current time, Umbrella must know that the USS in Raccoon City General Hospital was annihilated and the mission failed. Is it because there was no report, so it is considered a mission failure?" Jill, who was listening carefully, interrupted. Yes, although the USS is hiding in the vents and has limited vision, it is possible that the USS still saw Bud. Luo Guang did not think that he was the chosen one and was used to making the worst plan. Jill's expression was a little solemn. Bud, who could develop vaccines, needed to be alive. After all, the vaccine in Bud's hand could be mass-produced, which was more practical than the sunlight vaccine. Although Luo Guang said that Bud's vaccine was not 100% effective, mass production was more important than quality now, whether for the people who were still alive in Raccoon City or when they encountered a biochemical crisis again in the future. Jill had a hunch that in the future, such biochemical crises would become more and more frequent worldwide. Since this is the case, it will be troublesome. Luo Guang said, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, but we can only respond to changes with the same approach. The primary goal is to leave Raccoon City. Luo Guang thought quickly and confirmed that the only available people were himself, Jill, Marvin, Kevin, Carlos and Tyrell. What needs to be done is to try to contact for rescue in the broadcasting room, and to protect Bud and George, especially Bud. If there is still a need, it is to prepare to attract the passing rescue troops or rescue helicopters, but if there is a radio station available, this is not necessary for the time being. Kevin and I will go to the broadcasting room and use the radio to contact for support. I am familiar with this. Marvin took the initiative to say when he saw Luo Guang thinking. I will come with you. Tyrell took the initiative to introduce himself, saying, I am also familiar with electronic communication equipment such as radio, and it is too dangerous for only 2 people. Kevin, who had the MP5 submachine gun on his shoulder, stood up after hearing Marvin's words. After hearing Tyrell's words, he glanced at Tyrell and took the MP5 submachine gun in his hand. Tyrell also responded with bright white teeth, patted the M4A1 assault rifle in his hand, and smiled. Luo Guang saw all this. Although Luo Guang acted as a clown to introduce the 2 people from UBCS to everyone, this could only ease the tension between the people, but could not make the people on both sides trust each other. If Tyrell had not lost his way at that time, and had fought against the Death Tyrant with everyone, perhaps there would be more trust between the 2 sides. In Tyrell's view, only Carlos, who was also from UBCS, could be trusted. Although Luo Guang was an intelligence officer of Umbrella and was normally the most loyal, in Tyrell's view, Luo Guang was the least loyal person to Umbrella among the 4 traitors. So Tyrell volunteered to prevent Marvin and others from abandoning him, and the reason why Carlos was not called was to protect Bud, prevent him from being abandoned, and act as a hostage. Kevin also saw a little bit, so he didn't say anything, and tacitly agreed to Tyrell to go to the broadcasting room together. The old man Marvin also saw it, but he didn't say anything either, as long as the 2 didn't hold each other back. So after Marvin confirmed the location of the broadcasting room with Jill, he called the 2 of them and went to the broadcasting room together. Luo, what are your plans for the future? Jill asked. Perhaps because he was safe for the time being and there was no goddess of vengeance chasing him, as long as he could contact the rescue, he and others would be safe, so Jill asked Luo Guang about his future plans. I don't know. Luo Guang shook his head, thinking that Jill was not allowed to say this, and replied. After being asked by Jill, Luo Guang began to think about the future. Finally, he remembered that he only had an umbrella company certificate. Apart from that, he had no money and no other certificates to prove his identity. Speaking of which, after escaping from Raccoon City, he would most likely be caught by the military that surrounded Raccoon City, right? He didn't know if he could make a living as a tainted witness. Luo Guang could actually bet that Umbrella didn't know about his betrayal, so that Luo Guang could still be a traitor at Umbrella and work to make money. By the way, being an undercover agent at Umbrella could also expose him to more types of viruses, which would also be beneficial to his evolution. After the system reminded him, Luo Guang remembered that he still had the choice of deliberately running to dangerous places to make himself evolve continuously. Luo Guang scratched the back of his head. He still had a lot of choices, so he didn't think about what to do after escaping Raccoon City. He asked Jill, what about you, Jill? Continue to fight against biochemicals? Yeah. Jill was very determined about this and said, but as for how to do it specifically, I plan to go to Europe to discuss with Chris. But the first task is to defeat the scourge of Umbrella Corporation. Luo Guang and the other person discussed the future in a low voice, while others were chatting in 2s and 3s. Bud and George were still discussing the feasibility of a preventive vaccine for the T-virus, and Cindy was listening and nodding from time to time. David and Elliot, both injured, sat together to rest. Elliot patted David on the shoulder, as if praising David, and David also showed a shy smile on his face. As a result, Carlos found that he was the only one alone. For Carlos, who was more lively and frivolous, this atmosphere was a bit difficult to accept. After looking around, Carlos only knew Jill and Luo Guang, so he took the initiative to walk over and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Things about the future." Although he was a little unhappy about being interrupted, Luo Guang still replied, "After all, I feel that I can almost escape from this raccoon city." "Oh? Speaking of which, after experiencing all these expensive things, I plan to find a way to return to South America." Seeing Luo Guang pick up his words, Carlos breathed a sigh of relief, sat aside, and talked about his thoughts. "Originally, I was trying to escape, and finally had to join UBCS, but the water is even more turbid, and now I am dirty." "Ha, I told you not to do research before looking for a job." Luo Guang teased Carlos and said, "But I think it was Umbrella Company that found you. With your status, it is most suitable to join UBCS as cannon fodder." "What did Carlos do before?" Jill asked curiously. Luo Guang, although Carlos didn't think what he did before was shameful, it wasn't a glorious thing, so he didn't want others to know. "It's all in the past, don't be curious." Luo Guang naturally wouldn't say it. "Look, Carlos doesn't want people to know." Jill looked at Carlos, snorted, and said to Luo Guang, "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me." Seeing Jill like this, Luo Guang just felt interesting. He felt that Jill was more feminine now than when he first met Jill. The occasional smile on her heroic face made her even cuter. Seeing Jill so cute, Luo Guang unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. Carlos on the side looked at Luo Guang, then at Jill, and seemed to finally understand why Luo Guang betrayed Umbrella. At the same time, he felt a pain in his heart, and suddenly felt that he seemed to have suffered some kind of sweet critical damage, and didn't want to talk for a while. Jill and the other two fell into silence strangely for a while. Fortunately, they contacted again soon, which resolved Carlos' embarrassment. Swish. "This is Marvin, please reply, over." The voice came from Luo Guang's intercom. Marvin's voice sounded in the room, attracting everyone's attention to Luo Guang, or more precisely, to the intercom in Luo Guang's hand. "This is Luo Guang, received, please report the situation, over." Luo Guang replied. "We have contacted the rescue helicopter, but it can only carry 9 people at most. Let's clean up the zombies in the square in front of Raccoon City University, which is the place where Raccoon City University was evacuated before, and wait for rescue." Marvin paused and finished the story in one breath. 9 people? Luo Guang said, "Then let's go to the square in front of Raccoon City University to gather first." Received. Marvin said, put down the intercom, and said to Kevin and Tyrell who were glaring at each other behind him, "You all heard it, let's gather first. Luo Guang has injured people, and the zombies at the evacuation point should be dealt with by us first." Everyone on Luo Guang's side heard the conversation between Marvin and Luo Guang, picked up their things and prepared to set off. George had been to Raccoon City University before to give a professional speech, so he was the most familiar with the road among the crowd, so Luo Guang asked George to show him the way. Because they had to take care of David who had a calf injury, the group did not move very fast. Luo Guang and Jill walked in front as before, and Elliot and other wounded people walked with George and Cindy. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. At this time, Cindy was holding a gun, while George and Elliot were supporting David forward. Carlos was naturally still responsible for the rear guard, but originally in the beta team of UBCS, Carlos was responsible for rear guard and fire support, so he could be said to be very good at this rear guard job. Because David had a leg injury, Luo Guang and others on the 3rd floor were much later than Marvin and others in the broadcasting room on the 3rd floor. It took nearly 7 minutes to arrive at the square in front of Raccoon City University. Here we are, the zombies have been cleared. Tyrell used a pistol to deal with the last zombie, and heard the footsteps, turned back and said to Luo Guang and others, "Very good, can the rescue helicopter only save 9 people?" Luo Guang confirmed. The helicopter should be able to fit a few more people in, right? At this time, the survivors at Raccoon City University are Luo Guang, Jill, Carlos, Tyrell, Bud, Marvin, Elliot, David, Kevin, George and Cindy, a total of 11 people, which means that no matter what, there are people who have to wait for the next trip. I have already asked. Marvin also has the same idea as Luo Guang. It would be best if everyone can be taken away together, so he had already asked. Looking at Marvin's expression, it seems that it won't work, Luo Guang thought. This 9-person helicopter is already overloaded. Excluding the driver's seat, even the co-pilot is counted. Except for the 5 seats in the back, everyone else basically has to squeeze in the middle and be careful not to fall off the helicopter. As Luo Guang expected, Marvin smiled bitterly. Carlos looked at Tyrell. Tyrell keenly noticed Carlos's gaze and nodded, indicating that Marvin's words were true. George and Cindy, the civilians, Bud, the vaccine researcher, Elliot and David, the injured, are there any problems with them boarding the plane first? Luo Guang first confirmed the positions of the civilians and the injured. No, Jill answered immediately. Jill thought Luo Guang's arrangement was very reasonable. No, Marvin thought the same way, and Kevin, who was also a member of RPD, said in unison that there was no problem. After all, the mission of RPD was to protect civilians. No, Carlos thought about it and felt that there was no problem. Although he was a former UBCS, Carlos still wanted to complete the mission of protecting civilians, so he also said that he had no objection. Me neither. Others who were not in the first round had no objection, so Tyrell could only follow the crowd and answer that he had no objection. The 2 UBCS who stayed, the 2 RPD and Jill all said that there was no problem, which made Luo Guang slightly relieved. When Luo Guang heard that only 9 people could sit, he actually had an idea in his mind. So after confirming that everyone else's suggestions on giving priority to civilians and the wounded were all right, Luo Guang did not speak out his own ideas directly, but planned to ask for someone's opinion. Luo Guang said to Jill, "Jill, I have an idea. Go ahead." This time, Luo Guang told his plan directly, and specifically to himself, which gave Jill a certain hunch. Let Marvin, Kevin, Carlos and Tyrell get on the helicopter and evacuate first. Luo Guang said directly, and this statement also shut up Tyrell, who was ready to fight for a place on the helicopter for himself. Others were also stunned, and whether they were familiar with Luo Guang or not, they looked surprised. The civilian faction, the wounded faction, and Bud, as the beneficiary of the first round, did not speak at this time. This was not ungratefulness, but as vested interests, they could easily make people feel hypocritical when they said anything. "Shall I stay with you?" Jill was a little surprised that Luo Guang, who had always been aiming to escape from Raccoon City, actually gave the opportunity to evacuate to others first. "Wait, Luo Guang, I'll stay, you and Jill." Marvin paused. He didn't have the right to make decisions for Kevin or others. At the same time, Marvin somewhat understood why Luo Guang made such an allocation. There were 2 people from UBCS and 2 people from RPD, and Luo Guang and Jill could be temporarily regarded as people on one side. Although Luo Guang had previously smoothed the relationship between UBCS and RPD, no matter what, both sides would definitely not leave one person alone, so 2 of the remaining 4 positions were locked. With Marvin's many years of experience as a policeman, Carlos, one of the 2 UBCS, looked okay, but Tyrell would definitely strive for the opportunity to get on the helicopter in the first batch, that is, the people from UBCS would definitely not want to stay. If not, Marvin was worried that the other party would choose to use force to speak. This left 2 positions, but normally, ladies were given priority. Jill took 1 position, and the remaining ones were Luo Guang, Marvin and Kevin. Kevin and the people from Umbrella don't get along, so in order to prevent the danger that may occur while waiting for the next helicopter, he should wait with Luo Guang, and Jill and Kevin can also hold down the 2 people from UBCS on the helicopter. This is the normal way of thinking, but Luo Guang let the civilians, the wounded, and Bud, an important person, go first, but didn't let Jill, a woman, go first. Why? This is the point that Marvin couldn't figure out. Luo, unlike Marvin, Jill's first thought was the words of apology that Luo Guang had said to him. Thinking of this, Jill said with a firm look in his eyes, "Then Luo Guang and I will stay." Seeing that Luo Guang and Jill chose to stay and wait for the next trip, Tyrell couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of his little thoughts. After thinking about it, he handed the M4A1 assault rifle in his hand to Jill and said, "I probably won't use it later. You stay here and need it more than I do." "Yes." Seeing this, Carlos also took the initiative to unload the magazines and bullets needed for the M4A1 assault rifle and handed them to Jill. Then Carlos took out all the grenades and other throwing objects he had thrown before and gave them to Luo Guang and Jill respectively. "Jill, this is for you." George also handed his long-range injection gun to Jill, and said, "The previous sunlight vaccine was made in 3 copies, one of which I have put in here, just shoot it directly." George was worried that the death tyrant was just dormant as Luo Guang said, so he prepared a killer for the 2 of them, and added, "It is not the previous medicine bottle, but the syringe." At the same time, the shooting distance of this weapon is only about 5 meters, and one thing is very important, that is, it must be shot at the soft part of the enemy, otherwise if the needle can't penetrate the epidermis, the sunlight vaccine inside cannot be injected into it.
Jill nodded, indicating that he understood what George meant and would pay attention to this.
As for the use of this long-range syringe, it is similar to a pistol, so George did not explain the use. Just as everyone began to say goodbye to Luo Guang and Jill one by one, and handed the weapons and equipment that were no longer used to Luo Guang and Jill, the helicopter was visibly approaching, and with a loud noise, it soon landed on the open ground in the center of the square. George and others began to board the helicopter. "Goodbye, although you don't call me doctor very often, I will remember that you saved me." The person who said this was Nathaniel Budd.
"I don't know if we will see each other again in the future.
Do your best to develop the vaccine.
It's worth saving your life."
Luo Guang nodded, patted Bud on the shoulder, and said, "Goodbye, Dr. Bud." Bud nodded sullenly, took a small box of vaccines and a large bag of research materials, and boarded the rescue helicopter after Cindy.
"Thank you, Luo Guang."
The next people who said goodbye to Luo Guang were Elliot and David, who had already said goodbye to Jill.
"Well, you're welcome. What are your plans in the future? Will you still be a policeman?" Luo Guang asked with a smile.
"Of course I will continue to be a policeman."
Elliot punched Luo Guang in the chest with his uninjured hand and said with a smile, "Thank you, Luo Guang, I will continue to be a policeman."
After David finished speaking, he also said goodbye to Luo Guang, and then he and Elliot supported each other and boarded the rescue helicopter. Kevin and Tyrell simply said goodbye to Luo Guang and the other two without saying much, and quickly boarded the rescue helicopter. "Luo Guang, Jill, thank you for telling me all kinds of things about Umbrella, which made me see the truth.
We will meet again if we are lucky." Carlos followed Tyrell and boarded the helicopter.
"Luo Guang, please take care of Jill."
Marvin was the last one to walk.
"Yes." Luo Guang nodded and agreed to Marvin, while Jill looked very strong, wondering why Marvin didn't let him take care of Luo Guang.
"Thank you."
Marvin still had 1,000 words in his heart, and wanted to tell Luo Guang and Jill, but in the end, these thousands of words were gathered into a simple thank you, and then Marvin boarded the rescue helicopter with a worried look on his face. They should be able to leave Raccoon City safely. Luo Guang said with emotion as he looked at the rescue helicopter that was moving away from sight.
"What do you mean by that? Are you worried that the helicopter will crash as soon as I board it?"
Gil felt that there was something in Luo Guang's words.
"Of course not.
Jill, you didn't board the helicopter we contacted at the police station, but it crashed in the end." Luo Guang made a joke, but he was restrained and did not mention the sacrifice of the helicopter pilot. At this time, only Jill was by his side, and Luo Guang felt more comfortable. "You guy." Gil gave Luo Guang a small punch on the chest. Gil pressed his fist in front of Luo Guang's heart, feeling Luo Guang's heartbeat, and the two sides fell into a brief silence.
Luo Guang couldn't understand what Jill meant for a while, but finally it was Jill who broke the calm and asked, "Do you think we can really escape Raccoon City?"
"Ha?
Just wait until the next rescue helicopter comes."
Luo Guang wondered why Jill was suddenly worried about this issue. There was a hint of sadness in Jill's eyes, and she said slowly, "I don't know, maybe it was the trauma caused to me when I was in the mansion before.
I always feel that many things will not go as I want. Like me calling your rescue helicopter. It was the same in the foreign hotel before. No matter how I tried to escape from the foreign hotel as early as possible, I was still trapped there. It was as if fate was holding me by the throat and forcing me to face it. It wasn't until I solved the crisis that happened there that fate dropped its hold on my throat and let me leave." Gil said, took a small step forward and put his head on Luo Guang's chest. "It feels like a lot of pressure." Luo Guang can also understand Jill's thoughts.
Just like himself before time travel, he was forced to go to work by reality, oppressed by debt, and could only accept the same every day. Gil replied softly, with his head lowered so that Luo Guang could not see Gil's current expression. "But, Gil, don't regret it." Luo Guang could only rely on his understanding of Gil during this period of time to comfort Gil. As for Jill in the Resident Evil games, she basically maintains the image of a battlefield Valkyrie, and it is basically difficult to see Jill showing her weak side.
Yes, because it is the right thing.
Jill did not easily say that she was doing something just, as if the word justice was a heavy burden for Jill now. "Well, I won't advise you to let go of this heavy burden." Luo Guang raised his hand and put it on Jill's head, but he was polite and didn't touch it.
"But it's okay to relax occasionally, and it's okay to find someone to talk to."
Luo Guang said seriously, "I can do these with you, so there is no need to push yourself so hard." Jill didn't answer. The two of them maintained such a posture, as if the flow of time had stopped. Not sure how much time had passed, Gil took a deep breath, exhaled it slowly, raised his head and left Luo Guang's chest. Jill's eyes were a little red, but Luo Guang didn't point it out because Luo Guang knew that when the time came, the strong Jill was back. Next, we have to, in order to change his mood, Gil was about to discuss the next plan with Luo Guang when a loud noise suddenly came. Boom! The wall of the main building of Raccoon City University was broken by a huge force, revealing a huge hole. Luo Guang and Gil's eyes changed, and they immediately entered a fighting stance. Looking towards the place where the sound came from, Luo Guang and Gil both showed angry looks after being disturbed. Compared with the previous Death Tyrant, his body is much larger, and his muscles are becoming more and more swollen, and the lines outlined by the muscles are full of the beauty of power. The one who broke through the wall was the Death Tyrant who had been defeated before. Luo Guang and Gil had the same judgment. But there are still many differences between the appearance of the Death God in front of me and the previous Death Tyrant. First of all, the originally huge right arm disappeared, as if a limb amputation surgery had been performed, but the opposite left arm has become even bigger. The claws became longer and larger, and turned white all over, like bone claws. What worried Luo Guang and Gil the most was that the Death Tyrant's originally black skin had many yellow spots on it, and there were 2 pairs of membrane wings behind him. It seems that close combat is still the main focus, but the yellow spots and the membrane wings on the back seem to have absorbed the T-virus-infected wasps in Raccoon City University. Luo Guang thought of the giant wasps mentioned by Carlos and analyzed them. So it may be able to fly, and it is very likely that the wasp sting is hidden. Gil knew some of the characteristics of the wasp, and immediately thought that the Death Tyrant might also acquire these abilities. The Death Tyrant did not give Luo Guang and the 2 more time to analyze and discuss countermeasures, and his eyes were fixed on Jill. That was the last order given to the Death Tyrant by researcher Greg Muller before his death to fight Jill and others. Performing his mission faithfully, the Death Tyrant placed his first target on Jill. Unexpectedly, the Death Tyrant was still charging halfway, and a burst of white smoke spread out quickly on the way the Death Tyrant was charging. That was Luo Guang's meeting gift to the Death Tyrant, in order to confirm whether the Death Tyrant had the ability to fly. The Death Tyrant did not stop sprinting, but after rushing out of the smoke, he crashed into another white smoke. Those were the smoke bombs that Luo Guang and Jill had thrown at their original positions. After throwing the smoke bombs, Luo Guang and Jill immediately separated and ran out of the smoke range, one on the left and one on the right. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Neither Luo Guang nor Jill fired rashly to avoid hitting the friendly forces on the opposite side through the smoke. The Death Tyrant crashed into the smoke again, but this time the Death Tyrant did not continue to rush out of the smoke, because the position where the Death Tyrant stopped was exactly where Luo Guang and Jill were before. The Death Tyrant still had a certain degree of intelligence. In its logic, Luo Guang and Jill were hiding in the smoke and preparing to ambush itself, so after he stopped, he immediately used his only left claw to sweep 360 degrees, intending to force Luo Guang and Jill who were hiding in the smoke away, and also to disperse the smoke. But the Death Tyrant's attack could only return in vain. The smoke formed by the 2 smoke bombs was more than the Death Tyrant imagined, and soon the empty area in the middle was covered again by the smoke bombs that were still spraying smoke. The Death Tyrant found the smoke bomb on the ground, crushed it with 1 foot, roared, and fluttered its 2 pairs of membrane wings wildly, blowing the smoke. It squatted down and jumped into the sky. The Death Tyrant rushed out of the smoke range and was about to search for the location of Jill and Luo Guang, which attracted the first round of shooting from Luo Guang and Jill. Luo Guang and Jill's target was not the body of the Death Tyrant, but the 2 pairs of membrane wings that kept flapping behind the Death Tyrant, so the weapons in their hands at this time were MP5 submachine guns that could fire in full automatic mode and had a lot of ammunition. Both submachine guns were in full automatic mode, and they fired wildly under the control of Luo Guang and Jill, instantly turning the 2 pairs of membrane wings behind the Death Tyrant into sieves. The Death Tyrant did not stay in the air for too long, and went straight up and down, and fell to the ground again, but as soon as his feet landed, the Death Tyrant immediately jumped out again facing Jill's direction. But the action pattern of the Death Tyrant had been figured out by Jill. After the Death Tyrant jumped for the first time, Jill immediately threw a smoke bomb under his feet, so the Death Tyrant jumped for the second time and jumped into a new smoke group again. But this time, the Death Tyrant trapped in the smoke had not had time to jump out of the smoke, and was shot with 30 rounds of 9mm bullets after Jill changed the magazine. Luo Guang listened to the sound and quickly confirmed that Jill was not in front of him. He also shot a full round of magazines at the opposite place. Luo Guang and Jill had plenty of 9mm bullets, and the magazines of pistols and submachine guns were also sufficient, so Luo Guang and Jill would waste so much to shoot at the Death Tyrant in the smoke. The Death Tyrant in the smoke had no sense of defense, so although his body was hidden in the smoke, he was still hit by Jill and Luo Guang shooting at the weak points that were still exposed.
Lead to the main building.
Jill shouted, and immediately left his original position and ran towards the main building of Raccoon City University. Death Tyrant roared, protected his weak spot with his hands, and jumped in the direction where Jill shouted.
In midair, Death Tyrant saw Jill running towards the main building of Raccoon City University. Not long after, another human also joined his target Jill.
As soon as he landed at the place where Jill shouted, Death Tyrant jumped again without stopping and jumped towards the main building of Raccoon City University. At this time, the muscle group of Death Tyrant was strengthened again, and it could slightly resist the reaction force when landing, which allowed Death Tyrant to make fast continuous jumps.
Jill discovered this problem, so she asked Luo Guang to lead Death Tyrant into the main building of Raccoon City University, just to seal Death Tyrant's jumping ability.
Death Tyrant jumping in the air saw Jill and the others running into the main building, and just as he landed in front of the main door of the main building, two round black objects at his feet suddenly exploded, covering Death Tyrant. This is the speed and time of the Tyrant's jump forward calculated by the system for Luo Guang. Luo Guang also predicted that the next move of the Death Tyrant would be to jump over and chase Jill and himself. Therefore, according to the information provided by the system and the accurate countdown, he held the grenade in both hands and threw it at the expected landing point of the Death Tyrant before entering the main building. If the Death Tyrant had emotions, then he would probably feel aggrieved at this moment. But it is obvious that the Death Tyrant has no emotions. After being hit by a burst of fragmentation grenades, the Death Tyrant did not stop and directly broke through the door of the main building of Raccoon City University. He scanned his eyes and looked for the traces of Jill and Luo Guang. Click, click. Two sounds sounded from the side and rear of the Death Tyrant, attracting the attention of the Death Tyrant, and he looked in the direction of the sound.
Bang! Bang!
Two loud noises accompanied by two huge flashes directly shone into the retina and eardrum of the Death Tyrant, causing the Death Tyrant to lose his vision and hearing for a while. The T-Virus was frantically repairing the damaged vision and hearing of the Death Tyrant, allowing the Death Tyrant to recover quickly, but this short period of time was enough for Luo Guang and Jill to hit the Death Tyrant's weak spot with another round of bullets. The Death Tyrant was restarted by sacrificing his right hand, and then he absorbed those infected wasps and officially came back to life. At this time, the continuous heavy blows forced the Death Tyrant to roar, protect his weak spot, squat down, and wait for the wound to recover, which is commonly known as the stiff state. Seeing this, Luo Guang quickly threw the MP5 submachine gun in his hand behind him with the gun belt, pulled another gun belt, and took the MA-41 assault rifle behind him. Although the left claw of the Death Tyrant became even bigger after resurrection, the weakness on the right chest did not shrink much. Half-crouching Luo Guang raised his gun and aimed, and the 3 points were in a straight line, and the crosshairs were set on the weakness of the Death Tyrant. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Bang bang bang. This time Luo Guang used all his strength and used his own strength advantage to forcibly offset the recoil of his MA-41 assault rifle, allowing the 5.56mm bullet to accurately hit the gap in the giant claw of the Death Tyrant. On the other side, Jill was not idle either. While Luo Guang was outputting, he retreated to the depths of the main building and shouted, "I'm here."
Jill meant to tell Luo Guang to join him and cover each other. Got it. Luo Guang fired a magazine and immediately evacuated. After getting away from the Death Tyrant, he approached Jill and soon followed Jill into the corridor on the left. The Death Tyrant seemed to understand that his defensive posture was a living target for the enemy. After trying hard to recover his vision and hearing, he immediately stood up and looked at the location where Luo Guang made the running sound. Seeing Luo Guang enter the corridor on the left, the Death Tyrant roared and continued to chase him relentlessly. "Luo, are you ready to use the sunlight vaccine?"
Jill was waiting in front of the corridor. When she saw Luo Guang walk into the corridor, she threw another smoke bomb behind Luo Guang and asked at the same time. This was the last smoke bomb on Jill. No, this Death Tyrant doesn't have much energy left to heal himself. Luo Guang shook his head and said, "Keep it just in case. Who knows if there will be any other terrifying T-Virus monsters besides this Death Tyrant." The two of them didn't stop and hid in a classroom. At this time, the Death Tyrant roared and rushed out of the thick fog, but found that Luo Guang and Jill were not in the corridor, and there was no sound of running. The Death Tyrant slowed down and was a little overwhelmed for a while. The Death Tyrant is a high-performance combat tyrant, but in terms of chasing the enemy, it is not as good as the equally excellent Goddess of Revenge. The reason why the Death Tyrant could find Jill at the main gate of Raccoon City University before was because the rescue helicopter made a loud noise there, and at this time, Luo Guang and Jill could not locate it unless they made some movement. Luo Guang and Jill hid in a classroom and waited quietly. Although the Death Tyrant seemed to have been played by Luo Guang and Jill, in terms of the enhanced mobility, especially the running speed, Luo Guang and Jill could not match the Death Tyrant, so Luo Guang and Jill gave up the bullfighting style of surrounding the Death Tyrant before. With a loud bang, the Death Tyrant smashed through a wall of a classroom in the corridor. After the Death Tyrant regained his sight, he scanned the room and did not see Jill and the others, so he left the classroom and prepared to go to another room. This was the best way that the Death Tyrant could think of. Just as the Death Tyrant turned back to the corridor, Luo Guang and Jill saw the opportunity and prepared a big gift package of grenades and flash bombs for the Death Tyrant. But the Death Tyrant was not a fool, and naturally understood that what Luo Guang and Jill threw over was probably the things that would explode, flash and make loud noises before. The way the Death Tyrant dealt with it was also very simple. Regardless of those things, he rushed straight to the position where Jill and Luo Guang were, and at the same time he could escape the range of those thrown objects. But Luo Guang had thought of this long ago. With the help of the system, Luo Guang controlled the time very accurately. As soon as the Death Tyrant took the starting position, the thrown objects that flew in front of him exploded before they landed. First, the flash stun grenade deprived the Death Tyrant of his vision and hearing again, and then the fragmentation grenade caused full damage to the Death Tyrant who could not take a defensive posture. This time, the Death Tyrant used hard support and did not fall into a stiff state. In addition, in order to avoid the loud noise of the flash stun grenade, Luo Guang and Jill did not leave the classroom immediately. But after the second loud noise, the fragmentation grenade exploded. Luo Guang and Jill immediately prepared to continue to retreat to the back door of Raccoon City University, and continued to consume the energy of the Death Tyrant along the way. Although the Death Tyrant was holding on and walked towards Luo Guang and Jill with firm steps, it was obvious that Luo Guang and Jill had discovered one thing. The wound on the Death Tyrant caused by the fragmentation grenade had not healed. Luo Guang and Jill took turns to cover and gradually retreated. Relying on the terrain of the main building, they fought a guerrilla war with the Death Tyrant. Finally, Luo Guang and Jill came to the square in front of the back door of Raccoon City University, where they fought the Death Tyrant for the first time. At this time, Luo Guang still had 2 grenades, no stun grenades, but a smoke bomb, several 9mm bullets, but only 1 magazine of 5.56mm bullets. Jill still had 3 grenades, a stun grenade, and a smoke bomb that Luo Guang gave to Jill. He also had several 9mm bullets, and 1 more magazine of 5.56mm bullets than Luo Guang. In addition, Jill had a shotgun with 8 bullets and a grenade launcher with only 1 high-explosive bullet. As for the Death Tyrant, it seemed that he was at the end of his rope. He had many wounds on his body, and red and black blood was constantly flowing out. He no longer had the strength to sprint. Only Greg Mueller's final instructions drove the Death Tyrant forward to perform the final mission. After being led into the main building of Raccoon City University by Luo Guang and Jill, the Death Tyrant was stuck by the terrain. The wall could not stop the brutal power of the Death Tyrant, but it could effectively block the speed of the Death Tyrant's sprint and the vision of searching for the enemy. At this time, the Death Tyrant finally left the main building of Raccoon City University, which almost made him fail, but he could no longer hold on and fell down in the square. Before Luo Guang used the M5P submachine gun to test whether the Death Tyrant was pretending to be dead, the Death Tyrant's body suddenly twitched and twisted. What's going on? Jill was surprised. It feels like, maybe, the T-virus in the body can't be suppressed. Luo Guang doubted. Speak human language. Jill said angrily. At this time, Luo Guang actually had the mind to dawdle. This is not Luo Guang's fault. As the saying goes, mutation is 3 points weaker. Most of the T-virus mutations actually bring more unfavorable mutations, so Luo Guang is not as nervous as Jill. It's the T-virus in the Death Tyrant that senses that the host is going to die, so in order to survive, it proliferates and mutates on its own. Just as Luo Guang finished speaking, the Death Tyrant's body began to change. First, the muscles of the hands and feet began to shrink continuously, turning into a state of skin and bones, and then the 2 pairs of membrane wings on the back of the Death Tyrant fell off, and the latissimus dorsi began to bulge and swell. Luo Guang and Jill naturally would not watch the Death Tyrant in front of them mutate. The 2 of them picked up their submachine guns and started shooting at the bulging flesh behind the Death Tyrant. The irregular disgusting flesh was beaten by Luo Guang and Jill, but the Death Tyrant's eyes turned white without a trace of agility, and his slightly open mouth did not roar again.
This was the final counterattack of the T-virus in the Death Tyrant.
Luo Guang changed a new magazine and was about to ask the Death Tyrant to eat another fragmentation grenade when the huge meatball suddenly exploded from the mutation of the Death Tyrant. A thin blood mist briefly enveloped a humanoid figure in the center of the meatball. But this did not affect Luo Guang's actions. He directly threw a fragmentation grenade after pinching it for 2 seconds and called Jill to keep some distance. With a bang, the fragmentation grenade exploded in the air, and the small steel balls inside directly enveloped the Death Tyrant underground, and also blew away the blood mist. After the blood mist dissipated, Luo Guang and Jill finally saw what was inside. It was a few sizes smaller than the previous Death Tyrant and looked like a human, but it only had 2 hands, 2 legs and a head like a human. The so-called head was just an irregular tumor without facial features, and each hand was a wriggling tentacle, and the legs and feet full of pustules were still connected to the original body of the Death Tyrant. After the fragmentation grenade exploded, Luo Guang and Jill did not act rashly for the time being, and observed the actions of the new form of the Death Tyrant. Just as Luo Guang was observing the situation, the newly grown tentacles of the Death Tyrant suddenly swung towards Luo Guang and the others. With a whoosh, Luo Guang vaguely heard the sound of the air being broken. Luo Guang reacted quickly and directly threw Jill, who was standing beside him, to the ground. Then he used one hand to push the ground hard and stood up.
At the same time, Luo Guang's bullets naturally fought back.
As if to replenish energy, the new form of the Death Tyrant evolved a long-range attack, which was similar to the tentacle attack of the Goddess of Vengeance. Jill, who had been fighting for days, did not react at the first time, but fortunately Luo Guang threw her down. Taking advantage of Luo Guang's counterattack, Jill immediately stood up and fired, making up for the firepower gap when Luo Guang was changing bullets. In pursuit of energy replenishment, the T-virus in the Death Tyrant's body strengthened its attack ability, but completely gave up its defense. At this time, the Death Tyrant's whole body became its weakness. The bullets that were faster and more damaging than the tentacles were directly sent into the Death Tyrant's new body. The Death Tyrant waved its tentacles randomly, as if trying to block the bullets, but it was in vain. Luo Guang only remembered that after he changed the magazine 3 times, the Death Tyrant who intended to counterattack finally stopped moving. However, just when Luo Guang and Jill were about to relax and return to the broadcasting room to contact the rescue helicopter at any time, a huge thing suddenly rushed out of the water in the Marbo River next to Raccoon City University and landed directly in the square in front of the back door of Raccoon City University. This monster is about 2 stories tall, with a huge eye on the piece of flesh in front of it. Its skin is mainly dark green, its body is covered in lumps, and countless tentacles appear from behind. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. 2 of the tentacles rushed directly towards the body of the Death Tyrant, wrapped around it, and dragged it back to the huge monster. Then the monster squirmed forward and slowly pressed its body against the Death Tyrant's body.
Go up and directly swallow the Tyrant of Death into the body. Upon seeing this, Luo Guang said directly to Jill, retreat directly to the main building of the university. It seems that this monster doesn't move very fast. I hope the opponent is too big and weak. Luo Guang could only think so and ran into the main building of Raccoon City University. Gil ran in after Luo Guang and shouted, "What the hell is that?" "I don't know, maybe aquatic animals mutated after being infected with the T-virus?" Luo Guang didn't know what it was. The 2 stood at the back door of the main building of Raccoon City University, observing the monster that suddenly appeared. Considering the current situation in Raccoon City, there is a high probability that it is also a monster infected with the T-virus. What should we do? Gil glanced at the sunlight vaccine hanging on his waist and said, "It's time to use the trump card." Yeah. Luo Guang nodded and agreed with Gil. He had not asked Gil to kill the Death Tyrant with the sunlight vaccine just as a precaution, and he did the right thing.
The monster suddenly let out a huge roar, which sounded like a human roar. Under the gaze of Luo Guang and Gil, the front ends of the tentacles of the monster that had absorbed the body of the Death Tyrant began to turn white and became sharper and sharper, just like the previous giant claws of the Death Tyrant.
This is using the claws of the Tyrant of Death for his own use. Luo Guang saw the change in the other party.
But at this time, Luo Guang didn't have any good ideas. The mutation had already begun and it couldn't be stopped with bullets.
Moreover, the opponent was huge and seemed to be full of energy.
Luo Guang was worried that the opponent would mutate into a hard shell not long after he fired. So since the daylight vaccine was to be used on this monster, Luo Guang and Gil had no intention of shooting while the other party was evolving.
The opponent doesn't seem to be moving very fast, but those tentacles look very troublesome. Luo Guang took advantage of this time to discuss countermeasures with Jill. Jill took advantage of this time to rest. The consecutive days of fighting had exhausted her physically and mentally. If Luo Guang hadn't thrown herself down just now, she would have been knocked away or even cut in half by the Tyrant of Death. Well, there are too many tentacles. If all these tentacles are used to attack, it will be difficult for us to hide. Gil agreed with Luo Guang's statement and added, the problem is where is the weakness of this monster? Those knots look like they are all inside. It's a liquid, so the sun vaccine shouldn't have any effect if injected into it. How about the eyes? I don't know, but that big eyeball is definitely our first choice for a breakthrough, Luo Guang said. So we still have to fight a tough battle. Gil had gotten used to it and checked the number of ammunition in the magazine of the weapon in his hand. Well, anyway, let's rely on the main building of Raccoon City University to fight, Luo Guang suggested. Neither Luo Guang nor Gil ran away, because the monster seemed to know Gil and Luo Guang. When the body mutated, its big eyes were still staring at the two of them, as if there was a blood feud. Gil didn't want the rescue helicopter to be shot down again, and Luo Guang had the same idea. The two of them had to fight this monster. It didn't take long, but Luo Guang and Jill had just decided on the course of action, and the monster over there had finished evolving. Before Luo Guang could shoot, the middle part of the monster suddenly split to the left and right like petals, and a halfling emerged from the monster. Luo Guang. SARS there was obviously only one mouth, but two sounds came out of the monster's mouth at the same time. They mixed together and sounded very weird. With this roar, the monster struck preemptively, and the tentacles behind it rushed towards Luo Guang and Gil. Naturally, Luo Guang and the others would not choose to be tough and hid behind the wall. The whitethorn tentacles thrust out all kinds of thrusts and hit the wall, leaving traces all over the wall. And what's different from before is that these whitethorn tentacles have not been retracted. Some of the tentacles are still attacking Luo Guang and Gil's bunkers. The tentacles on the other side play a role in assisting movement, using the white spikes on the tentacles. Insert it into various places, and then the tentacles shrink and pull the monster forward. Gil has heard the monster's phrase STRS many times. The monster's cry reminded Gil again of the time when he was chased by the goddess of revenge. But Luo Guang is by my side as before. Gil glanced at Luo Guang who was avoiding the attack on the other wall. Luo Guang noticed Gil's gaze and pointed to the inside of the main building of Raccoon City University. After receiving Luo Guang's signal and nodding, Jill and Luo Guang left the wall where they were hiding and continued running towards the interior of the main building. Have you seen the half-human one? Luo Guang asked while pointing to the stairs to the second floor. I see, the protection is in the monster's body, and it is most likely the monster's core. Jill naturally understood what Luo Guang meant by the half-human in the monster's body, and said, but we only have one sunlight vaccine, and the monster will definitely hide its weaknesses when we fight back. This monster should be part of the goddess of vengeance, right? Luo Guang heard the monster's cry. It should be, but it also called your name, Luo Guang. Jill wondered if there were any enemies of Luo Guang in the current goddess of vengeance? That voice might be Nikolai's. According to the results of the system's analysis of the sound pattern, 36.96% of it matched the voice of Nikolai that Luo Guang had heard before. And in Luo Guang's impression, for most of the time in Raccoon City, he was a good image who was willing to help others, and basically only Nikolai was the enemy who was beaten by Luo Guang. It's really annoying. Jill felt that this kind of persistent monster was very annoying. But this time we have a weapon that can really kill the goddess of vengeance. Luo Guang said, I have a plan, Jill. Although it has the assistance of the whitethorn tentacles, the movement speed of the new goddess of vengeance is still surprisingly slow. Luo Guang and Jill came to the window on the third floor, opened the window, set up the assault rifle in their hands, and directly poured out all the remaining 5.56mm bullets of the assault rifle. Looking down from a high position, Luo Guang and Jill's bullets all hit the half-human body of the goddess of vengeance, which was still 5 or 6 meters away from the main building of Raccoon City University. Facing the fierce attack of two assault rifles, the goddess of vengeance was directly scared. Not only did she retract the half-human body into her body, but she also moved back all the tentacles that were still madly attacking the wall on the first floor. Luo Guang and Jill's assault rifle bullets were running out. Before the half-human body of the goddess of vengeance, fusion, retracted, Luo Guang and Jill's assault rifles had already misfired. Because the assault rifles were running out of bullets, Luo Guang and Jill had already untied their gun belts when they were setting up their guns.
As soon as the bullets ran out, Luo Guang threw away the MA-41 assault rifle that had played a lot of roles, and took out the fragmentation grenade. Jill on the other side threw away the assault rifle given by Tyrell, took out the MP5 submachine gun and continued to suppress, not aiming to penetrate the fat on the body of the goddess of vengeance and cause damage to the half-human body inside, but to shoot off the tentacles dancing in the air. With a bang, the fragmentation grenade exploded directly on the goddess of vengeance, and the steel balls in the grenade directly baptized the upper flesh of the goddess of vengeance. The goddess of vengeance was not the type who would just take a beating without fighting back. Some of the shorter tentacles covered her own tumorous lumps one by one to defend against attacks, and the other longer tentacles launched a counterattack against the positions attacked by Luo Guang and Jill. With two clangs, the glass of the window that Luo Guang and Jill had opened and moved aside was shattered by the goddess of vengeance. The broken glass flew everywhere. Jill squatted down and hid behind the wall with her hands covering her eyes to protect herself. But after Luo Guang confirmed with his eyes that the enemy's attack would not hit him, he chose to stand still, picked up his M5P submachine gun and fired a burst of shots, directly smashing and interrupting all the tentacles that were hitting him. Luo Guang. I don't know where the goddess of vengeance looked at her head. Being attacked so blatantly by Luo Guang, the part of Nikolai in the goddess of vengeance couldn't stand the suffocation. Suddenly, the part representing Nikolai, the half-human body, came out of the goddess of vengeance and roared at Luo Guang's position. If it was still Nikolai in his lifetime, he would definitely not do such an incompetent and furious stupid thing, but unfortunately, the part of Nikolai in the goddess of vengeance was just a residue at this time, and did not inherit Nikolai's intelligence and insidiousness. Jill. Plan B. Luo Guang gave Jill a signal directly. Go to hell, monster. Jill stood up with a grenade launcher in his hand, aimed, cursed, and pulled the trigger of the grenade launcher. The last high-explosive bomb was fired, and the face of the half-human body with a bit of Nikolai was directly blurred. The high-explosive bomb seemed to make the goddess of vengeance extremely painful. The instinct of survival made the goddess of vengeance regain control again and retract the half-human body. But Luo Guang would not give the other party a chance. Because the main body is still the goddess of vengeance, the main target is likely to be Jill. This is the task engraved in the body of the goddess of vengeance by Umbrella. So when Luo Guang went up to the third floor, he took the remote injection gun with the sunlight vaccine from Jill's hand, and planned to take advantage of the flaw of the goddess of vengeance to sneak attack from the other side to inject the sunlight vaccine into the body of the goddess of vengeance. This is Plan A. If the goddess of vengeance sets her target on Luo Guang, Jill's last high-explosive bomb is the best weapon to attract the hatred of the goddess of vengeance, and it can also be used with the remaining fragmentation grenades to break the top defense of the goddess of vengeance. When the goddess of vengeance was exposed by Jill's high-explosive bomb attack, it was also the time for Luo Guang to take action. This was Plan B. And now, it was the right time, because Luo Guang was attacking from a high position, so the long-range syringe could shoot a little further. Pulling the trigger, the sunlight vaccine and the long-range syringe was shot out and flew towards the roaring half-human body of the goddess of vengeance. Is this dead? Gil asked with lingering fear as he looked at the goddess of revenge who had turned into a puddle of ooze. Gil, who had been fighting all the way and lacked rest, slid down the wall and sat on the ground after Luo Guang nodded and said that the goddess of revenge should be dead. If we don't die, we have no choice but to run away. At least the nemesis in this form doesn't move very fast. We can just use the main building of Raccoon City University to escape from its attack range. Luo Guang smiled bitterly, his eyes not leaving the puddle of nemesis, thinking that it was great that the simple plan he had set before did not encounter any unexpected problems. Sure enough, brains are very important, but it is a pity that nemesis is gone. What time is it now? Gil suddenly thought of something, stood up on the ground, and asked Luo Guang. At this time, the sky in Raccoon City was still very gloomy. Luo Guang looked at his electronic watch and said, 10:34 a.m. on September 30th. Oops. Jill suddenly shouted and said, in the temporary house in Bell Tower Square, Luo Guang, you ran to the hospital to find Marvin at that time, and we all listened to the TV broadcast in the house, and the content inside was the military you mentioned before will take action and burn Raccoon City to the ground. This is not much different from the information I received before. Luo Guang nodded, saying that he had also told Jill about this, and hinted that it was very likely to happen to Jill. Luo Guang thought that Jill was so nervous because he had advanced the time when it might happen. Is that why Jill was so nervous? Luo Guang glanced at Jill with some confusion. The military will disinfect Raccoon City at 7 o'clock in the morning on October 1st, which is later than the time Luo Guang said.
Gil told Luo Guang about the TV broadcast. Isn't that great? There are nearly 20 hours left.
The rescue helicopter will be here to rescue us. The time announced on TV was the same as the setting of the Resident Evil game, so Luo Guang was not surprised and tilted his head. I don't understand what Jill means. But the broadcast mentioned that all rescue workers and others in Raccoon City must evacuate before 11 a.m. on September 30th, and they are not allowed to enter Raccoon City after that. Jill didn't have a watch, and it was still dark, so Jill kept not much sense of the passage of time. Then let's go to the broadcast room to call for support now. Luo Guang didn't ask Jill why he didn't tell Jill such important information earlier. Solving the problem was the key, so he called Jill and rushed to the broadcast room to make contact. Gil followed behind, and Luo Guang comforted him. No matter what, it will still be a long time before the military disinfection. If we can contact the enthusiastic rescue helicopter pilot, we can leave as soon as possible. What if? Jill still looked worried.
And we can also try to contact someone. Luo Guang thought of whose helicopter Jill escaped from Raccoon City in the game.
Who? As I mentioned before, your SARS teammate Barry Burton. Luo Guang said, but my intelligence network only mentioned that Barry is now alone in Canada and seems to be preparing something. Among them, Barry, it seems that he rented a helicopter about a week ago. After he learns about your situation, Jill, he will probably come to Raccoon City to rescue you. The two quickly arrived on the third floor, switching places, and Jill led the way to the broadcast room.
The first is to find rescuers who are willing to take us out of Raccoon City.
Although the military prohibits rescue, this unreasonable rule may be protested. The second is to see if your teammate Barry Burton has come to Raccoon City. The third thing is what I said before, find a car and drive away, but I don't know how to lock the car and turn on the electricity to start the car. Luo Guang also said these words to himself. As long as he lists possible escape methods and has things to think about, he will not be so anxious that it affects his judgment. After Luo Guang gave Gil a summary, Gil thought about Luo Guang's analysis, and then his mentality calmed down. Starting with Luo Guang's summary, he began to think about escape. Jill noticed that Luo Guang said that he didn't know how to unlock a car and start a car, so he said, I learned how to unlock a car and start a car when I was in the State Army. I also learned the skills as a Special Forces force. Although I have always learned there is no chance of using it, but it shouldn't be a big problem. If we leave Raccoon City, how far or how long will it take to get away from the explosion? Luo Guang and Jill came to the broadcast room and took out the Raccoon City map from their backpacks. To be honest, Luo Guang had no idea how big Raccoon City was, so he could only ask for help from Jill. Because Raccoon City is surrounded by mountains on three sides, the impact of the explosion should not be as great as expected. Gil stood next to Luo Guang, looked at the tourist map of Raccoon City in Luo Guang's hand, pointed to a road next to Raccoon City University, and continued, you can leave Raccoon City by walking straight on this road. The military should, it's just a blockade on the road and railway. I think the distance is about 30 or 40 kilometers. This distance is not bad, so we can probably just find a bicycle and ride out directly. Then we don't have to try our luck to find a rescue helicopter. Luo Guang suddenly thought that after experiencing so many things, he would feel hungry at most. My physical strength is still so abundant, and both the system and the virus have contributed a lot to my transformation.
If you want to ride a bicycle, I won't do it. Gil ruthlessly rejected Luo Guang's invitation for a bicycle trip. You can also drive. Luo Guang said.
I feel that all the cars that can escape have probably escaped, and the rest are probably scrapped cars or cars that were blocked. Gil is quite aware of his luck in the situation. Otherwise, I would have asked to find a car and drive away. Luo Guang naturally knew about these situations. After all, Luo Guang gave up the idea of driving out of Raccoon City not long after traveling. At this time, he suddenly mentioned this plan just to add another option, so he put this option first.
3. In that case, let's eliminate them one by one in the order of 1, 2, and 3.
Just take this time, Jill, take a rest.
If we are really so unlucky, maybe we really need to go on a bicycle trip.
Big deal, you sit behind me and I'll take you. After Luo Guang finished speaking, he put away the map. Well, in this case, we should set aside at least about 6 hours, so that we won't be too tired. Jill made suggestions for the bicycle trip. Okay, it's settled. Luo Guang said this, thinking that if he really couldn't get in touch, there would be an escape route through Umbrella's underground laboratory train. If Leon and others followed the game plot, the time to escape must be at least after the early morning of October 1st, so that he and Jill can still catch the last underground train in time. Thinking that Marvin would not deliberately change the channel of the call after contacting the rescue helicopter, Jill turned on the radio and immediately started to contact the rescue helicopter.
This is Raccoon City University, and there are 2 civilians here, asking for rescue, over.
There was no response. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Jill pressed the speak button again and said, "There are 2 civilians here waiting for rescue. If you hear me, please reply, over."
Still no response.
Jill refused to give up and was about to speak again when a young male voice came over the radio. "This is the A-28 rescue helicopter pilot." When Luo Guang and Gil heard the words of the rescue helicopter pilot, they couldn't help but smile with joy. However, the next words of the rescue helicopter pilot made Luo Guang and Gil's moods fall to the bottom. "People from Raccoon City University, I'm sorry, our helicopter can no longer take off." The pilot of the A-28 rescue helicopter was the helicopter pilot who picked up Marvin and others before. He regretted, "The flight just now was the last one. When I landed, I received a notice from the military that all rescue helicopters, no matter which side they belong to, are not allowed to leave the rescue isolation area after 11 o'clock this morning. Otherwise, the military has the right to shoot down without warning." Over. Gil glanced at the wall clock in the broadcast room and said anxiously, "It's not yet 11 o'clock, so we should still be able to take off, and the military's disinfection time should be tomorrow, which is enough for you to save 2 more people."
"Sorry, it's not that I don't want to come and rescue you too, it's just that this is a mandatory requirement of the military. Is there really no way to be accommodating? It's still a long time before Raccoon City is disinfected. Why did the rescue operations stop so quickly?" Over. There was no immediate answer from the other side. After a while, a male voice that was different from the previous driver's voice said, "I'm sorry, this is a rule. Please understand, over." If you were to find an owner for this voice, it would be someone who was rigid in doing things, Luo Guang thought. Luo Guang also has anger, but Luo Guang knows that anger alone cannot solve the problem, just like some of the customers he met before traveling through time. But the rules are dead. Jill roared angrily, "You can save 2 more lives, are you going to die without saving them?" Jill was so angry that she even missed the word over to indicate that she had finished speaking. "I'm sorry, Raccoon City is no man's land now. I suggest you make other plans as soon as possible and find other ways to escape. And what we can do is not just shoot you to death after you escape Raccoon City. Communication ends, over." The other party unilaterally stated that it would end the communication, which was a hint that it would no longer respond, and Luo Guang and Jill fell into silence. A few seconds later, Jill's tone was a little low, and she asked, "Is Raccoon City already a no man's land?" "The first option is eliminated, and then the second option, how do we call Barry?" Gil didn't believe that the helicopter pilot who apologized to him didn't tell the military that there were still survivors at Raccoon City University, but the military concluded that Raccoon City was no man's land. Is there any higher-level force involved? But there is no point in discussing the conspiracy behind it at this time. Gil is waiting for Luo Guang's suggestions or ideas. Gil, try using your previous STRS communication channel or something like that? Luo Guang didn't remember how Gil and Barry contacted each other for lessons in the game, and the current plot is also very different from the game. "Yes, you can give this a try." After saying that, Jill adjusted the channel to the dedicated channel of SCRS Alpha Team and started calling for support. "This is Jill Valentine, please answer, over." In order to confirm as quickly as possible whether anyone was on the channel, Jill didn't say too much and could save some energy. There was no reply, but Gil was not discouraged and continued to call again. More patient than before, Jill kept calling out, not knowing whether it was because of her trust in Luo Guang's intelligence or her trust in Barry Burton, her SCRS teammate. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. In the middle of the journey, Luo Guang gave Jill the water in his backpack and took over Jill's position, also learning to call out, but there was no response. Finally, Jill sighed, and when she was about to tell Luo Guang that the second option could also be ruled out, a rustling sound of electricity suddenly sounded. Luo Guang and Jill's bodies shook, and they looked at the rustling radio station in surprise. Luo Guang stood up and looked at the flashing signal light of the radio station, while Jill picked up the walkie-talkie, ready to respond to the other party at any time. "Sha sha, is it? Sha sha." The words from the radio station were intermittent, and it was impossible to understand what the other party meant. But as soon as the sound of electricity stopped, Jill immediately called out once, and stated her identity as before. "Sha sha. Jill, you are, over." The voice was clearer than before, and Luo Guang could clearly hear the other party mention Jill's name.
This is Jill Valentine, please reply if you receive it, over.
Jill continued to answer.
A few minutes later, after Jill called for the third time, the other party responded again. Received, Jill.
This is Barry Burton, where are you?
Over. The other party's voice sounded very happy. A familiar voice of Jill came from the radio station, and Jill, who was in a low mood, finally relaxed his brows.
I am at Raccoon City University, gathering at the square at the main entrance of the main building of Raccoon City University, over.
Jill immediately told the other party the information Barry needed. Received, I am crossing the Arkley Mountains and will be there soon. Barry said that he was on his way and continued, it will take about 5 minutes, please ensure a safe landing, over.
Okay, thank you, over.
Jill was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and thanked Barry.
You're welcome, my comrade.
Barry replied to Jill with a smile, the communication is over, see you later, over.
See you later, over.
Jill put down the walkie-talkie connected to the radio station, and said happily to Luo Guang who was watching him and smiling, finally, I can leave this hell.
Well, that's great. Luo Guang was also very happy.
After going around in circles, he thought he would also be treated as a protagonist and would not be able to escape from Raccoon City until the last moment. Unexpectedly, he could successfully contact Barry.
This time, there should be no more accidents. 5 minutes later.
Jill and Luo Guang successfully boarded the helicopter rented by Barry.
Where are we going? The military has blocked the road out of Raccoon City.
Because the military announced in advance that Raccoon City was an uninhabited area, Jill did not believe the military at this time and asked. To Canada, my helicopter has the right of way, and it has also been equipped with a fuel tank, which is enough for us to go to Margaret Town in Canada.
Barry did not rush to ask Luo Guang's identity, and planned to escape from Raccoon City first. Well, let's do as you planned. Jill relaxed at this time and just wanted to have a good rest.
Luo Guang fastened his seatbelt, put his backpack in front of him, and unzipped it. Barry drove the helicopter and began to move north. Luo Guang saw a sea of fire below and threw the diary that was called surveillance but was actually peeping down.
What is that? Jill watched Luo Guang throw the thing down. My past.
Luo Guang looked at the notebook that fell into the sea of fire, and then looked at Jill. Holding Jill's hand tightly, Luo Guang said, I now hold the future with you.
I'm back. Jill pushed the door open and said to Luo Guang and Barry who were watching TV.
Oh. Barry and Luo Guang were still looking at the TV and responded to Jill slightly.
What are you watching? You are so fascinated. After putting down the ingredients in her hand, Jill walked to the two curiously and looked at the TV.
Luo Guang and Barry were naturally not so fascinated by watching some paid channels, their faces were flushed.
The matter in Raccoon City was covered up.
Barry pointed to the TV screen and briefly summarized the news report. A fire broke out in the Arkley Mountains. In order to protect the safety of the people, the area is temporarily closed until the wildfire is extinguished. After Luo Guang and Jill took the civilian helicopter driven by Barry to escape from Raccoon City, Barry directly took Luo Guang and Jill to a border town in Maple Leaf Country. After Barry settled his wife and daughter, he did not always accompany his precious family. Instead, he secretly began to take active actions and prepared a number of safe houses through his connections in Maple Leaf Country. At this time, Luo Guang and Jill were in a place called Margaret Town, where one of the items Barry had prepared was located. Because of the defense agreement between Maple Leaf Country and Lighthouse Country, the border between the two countries was basically open, and the two sides were very convenient to travel between them.
This also provided convenience for Barry to take Luo Guang and Jill to escape from Raccoon City and head north to this town. After taking off the military uniform, the weather turned cooler.
Jill was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with light black jeans. At Luo Guang's recommendation, she also wore a pair of tight sports pants under the jeans, and a black jacket of a similar style to Luo Guang's on the upper body. Back to the conversation, Jill didn't find it strange after hearing the conversation between Luo Guang and Barry. It was more strange that the news about Raccoon City was only reported now, so he asked, no mention of Raccoon City? Yes, the city government was brave and fearless and organized the evacuation of residents. Luo Guang said, the report only mentioned it briefly, and the picture at that time was that the brave firefighters were trying to put out the wildfire.
The same propaganda method as always.
Barry took a sip of beer and laughed, but it's enough to deal with most people. If you are not the person involved, how can you think about it and care about whether the media report is true or false?
Jill still remembered the propaganda slander that SARS had suffered, and shook his head.
Yes, so they don't know that Umbrella has opened Pandora's box in Raccoon City, and the biochemical crisis will gradually become the mainstream threat of this world.
Luo Guang drank a sip of hot water and said, "Have you bought the steak? Then I'll go prepare dinner." "Well, it's already in the refrigerator."
Jill went to the kitchen and put the bought ingredients in the refrigerator before entering the living room.
Okay.
Luo Guang got up and started to prepare dinner, which was also considered as rent for living in Barry's house.
Luo Guang went to make dinner, and Jill took over Luo Guang's position.
After drinking a sip of hot water to warm up, he watched the news on TV.
"How did you rest?"
Barry opened a bottle of beer for Jill and handed it to Jill. It has been 7 days since Luo Guang and Jill escaped from the hell of Raccoon City to this quiet town. Jill took the beer, took a sip, and after a sigh, he said, "I feel that I have rested enough, and it's time to go out."
"That's good. Jill is planning to go to Europe, right?"
Barry followed Jill's words and asked Jill about her plan.
"Yes, Chris is in Europe.
I plan to meet up with Chris first to discuss the next plan."
Jill nodded.
This was planned before she fled Raccoon City.
"Chris contacted me before.
I will give you Chris's contact information in Europe later." Barry continued to tell Jill the information he got from Chris. Chris seems to be planning to establish a semi-military organization dedicated to dealing with biochemical crises, but because there is no backing, it will be difficult to intervene in biochemical incidents if it starts from a civilian organization.
A new STARS. Jill thought of the disbanded STARS team. It hasn't been named yet. You can talk to Chris when the time comes. Barry himself couldn't think of any good name.
When he named his daughter, he was despised by his wife for a while, so he didn't plan to participate in the naming.
Okay, as for North America, I'll leave it to you.
Barry stayed in Maple Leaf Country for the time being, so Jill said so.
After finishing the business, Barry continued to ask some gossip. "If you go to Europe, will Luo go with you?" "No, he plans to return to Umbrella Corporation."
Jill shook his head. Although Jill did not directly say that Luo Guan was going to be an undercover agent, Barry also understood Jill's meaning and said with a smile, "Are you willing to separate?"
"There is nothing to be reluctant about."
Jill drank a sip of cold beer, then shook his head and said, "Those of us who survived Raccoon City have things to accomplish."
"Really?"
"I don't think Luo Guang is a person with a strong sense of justice, unlike you, Jill."
This has nothing to do with Luo Guang's background as an intelligence agent of Umbrella Corporation.
Barry noticed it from other places, such as his views on some things.
"I know."
Jill understood what Barry meant, but still said, "Luo Guang has his own moral bottom line and code of conduct."
"I know this, but he still has a conscience."
"I know, Jill, that you value Luo Guang very much, and I'm not saying that Luo Guang is a bad person." Looking at Luo Guang, who was busy in the kitchen, Barry whispered, "But I saw Luo Guang and a stranger yesterday."
Conversation.
This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading.
"Not from a small town?"
There was a shocked look on Jill's face, but her reply was still lowered.
"No, I feel like it might be someone from Umbrella Company."
Barry shook his head and said, "The other party was very sneaky. By the time I asked the town's police chief to help investigate, that person had already left the town. The sheriff's information was only given to Barry this afternoon, so Barry didn't rush to tell Jill yesterday in case there was a misunderstanding." Barry asked further, "You basically stay together at night,
Didn't he say anything?"
Well, Jill recalled what happened yesterday.
Luo Guang spent the whole day yesterday asking Jill for advice on fighting skills.
Because they were tired, the two fell asleep quickly at night. As for Luo Guang's chat with the mysterious stranger, it probably happened when Luo Guang went out to buy ingredients. There was a dish that Luo Guang said he wanted to eat yesterday. Because Luo Guang didn't know how to pronounce the ingredients in English, and neither Jill nor Barry knew it, it was the first time Luo Guang offered to buy the ingredients himself. Gil discovered this, but he didn't believe that Luo Guang would deliberately hide it from him. Thinking of this, Gil wanted to ask Luo Guang directly. Seeing this, Barry pushed Jill back to the sofa and said, "Don't be too anxious, this is just my one-sided statement," and I saw that Luo Guang's expression seemed to be very complicated after chatting with the other party. When he found that I was nearby, he didn't panic about the stranger, and he didn't seem afraid of me asking about that person's identity. Barry didn't want Jill to hurt the rare relationship between the two because of her impulsiveness.
"I understand."
Gil took another sip of beer, calmed his mind, and asked, "Then did you ask Luo Guang about that person?" "No, I believe the results of my investigation even more." Barry and Jill clinked the beer bottles, took a sip of beer, and then said, "Going back to what I said at the beginning, Luo Guang is not as righteous as you, Jill. I feel like he has his own plans, but he may not be able to get to the end with you. At this time, Barry seemed to treat Jill as his own daughter, so he was worried that Jill would suffer an emotional disadvantage.
I understand. I will have a good talk with Luo Guang tonight. Gil looked unhappy, frowning, as if he was thinking about what to say to Luo Guang. What are you talking about?
Luo Guang was wiping his hands with a towel, walked behind Barry and asked.
It's nothing. I've almost had enough rest after talking about the things to come. Barry turned around and said to Luo Guang. Really?
Luo Guang looked at Jill's face, pointed at him, and asked, What's wrong with Jill?
She seems to be in a bad mood. That one is coming. Gil made an excuse casually. Drink more hot water.
Luo Guang didn't know how to answer this, so he changed the subject. The steak and tomato meat sauce pasta is ready.
Eat first, Jill. Barry advised. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Luo Guang was lying on the bed.
Since yesterday, he had not slept like he did when he first arrived in the town except for certain times. The stranger must have been seen by Barry. He recalled that the two of them were whispering while he was cooking, and then Jill's expression changed. Luo Guang also had some guesses in his mind, but Luo Guang didn't know how to tell Jill for a while, especially after Jill saw the news that the Lighthouse Country covered up the Raccoon City incident. It was even harder to speak.
Thinking about how to tell Jill, Luo Guang's door was opened.
Luo Guang turned his head and saw Jill walking in not long after taking a shower. The crystal-clear water droplets slid across Jill's slender and rosy neck, followed the attractive collarbone, and entered the ravine.
Luo Guang, I have something to ask you. Gil thought for a long time and decided to ask Luo Guang directly. Is it about that stranger? Luo Guang said, I just want to talk to you about it.
The moment he saw Jill, Luo Guang made a decision about something he had been struggling with for a long time.
Say it. Gil didn't know if Luo Guang said this because he knew the matter was exposed.
He habitually got into Luo Guang's bed, leaned against the back of the bed, and waited for Luo Guang's next words. That person may be someone sent by the top of the Lighthouse Country. Luo Guang said, he asked me to be an undercover agent. Luo Guang finished what Jill wanted to know most in just a few words. The identity of the mysterious man was a bit unexpected to Jill. Jill had thought a lot before and thought that the mysterious man should be a talent from Umbrella Company.
The one sent by the Lighthouse Country, isn't it Umbrella? Gil thought about which federal agency the person sent would be.
Luo Guang looked at Gil, who was thinking, and said, he wants me to work undercover at Umbrella Company to work for his organization. As for which organization, he didn't say, but he hinted that they know our whereabouts very well.
This is not much different from your original plan. Why didn't you discuss it with me immediately?
The balance in Jill's heart began to tilt towards Luo Guang, wondering if Luo Guang had any difficulties. He knows that the people who escaped from Raccoon City include me, you, Jill, and Uncle Barry, who flew a helicopter to Raccoon City without following the formal procedures. Luo Guang continued, with the safety of you two as our priority, conditions, I serve them, and I warn you not to expose the truth about Raccoon City, especially to the hostile countries of the Lighthouse Country. For the sake of sealing it, and disinfecting Raccoon City, I understand why you think it was sent by the top of the Lighthouse Country.
Gil also understood why Luo Guang didn't tell him immediately.
This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading.
None of the organizations that participated in the Raccoon City incident are easy to mess with.
You know that I will choose to resist this unfairness, especially since you know that the Raccoon City incident is likely to be covered up.
Even if you try to persuade me, it will only arouse my anger. Resistance. Gil understood Luo Guang's thinking. One more thing is worse than one less thing.
The three of them simply couldn't resist that powerful force, and what the other party wanted Luo Guang to do coincided with what Luo Guang was planning to do, so Luo Guang didn't say anything. This is understandable, but if it was Luo Guang who met him at the beginning, he would definitely have used words to hide these things until the end, as long as Luo Guang thought it was right.
At this time, Gil finally confirmed that Luo Guang did not confess because the matter was exposed, and couldn't help laughing. But it doesn't seem to be a bad thing, right?
Jill also retracted her whole body into the bed.
What the other party asked to do is the same as what you want to do, Luo Guang. Although it threatens you, in the end, it's not a big problem, right?
There was still something strange in Jill's mind.
I'm worried about you. Luo Guang excluded Barry and said, now what they ask for is still the same as what I planned, but what happens later? What if he threatens me with your life to do something unscrupulous? What's going on? Luo Guang breathed out and said, this is what I'm struggling with.
I didn't tell you about this before because I didn't think of a way to get the best of both worlds.
If I told you, it would only make you live in fear.
On the contrary, I won't say that as long as I complete their mission and I'm still valuable, you won't be threatened by them.
Gil turned over and leaned on Luo Guang's shoulder, holding Luo Guang's hand and clasping their fingers tightly.
The faint fragrance of Jill provoked Luo Guang's olfactory nerves, causing Luo Guang's body to react slightly.
But I would rather know the truth. Gil did not blame Luo Guang for concealing it.
Feeling Luo Guang's body temperature, Gil said, no matter what happens, we can face it together.
Isn't the same with the entangled goddess of revenge? It's down to the cooperation between us. I know.
Luo Guang turned around, hugged Jill, lowered his head slightly, looked at the blush on Jill's face and her small lips like delicious cherries, and kissed her gently. Luo Guang stopped after a brief taste and soon separated, but Gil immediately took the initiative to hug Luo Guang tightly and kissed him. Chapter 40 Going to Chicago. It seems that the two have made it clear, and the result is not bad. After putting on his clothes, Barry took a look at the family photo he kept close to him, and consciously walked out of the safe house to kill time in the bar he was familiar with.
The next morning, the former office worker Luo Guan woke up on time at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Jill was still asleep at this time, breathing slowly and steadily.
This sleeping face is really never boring. Luo Guang looked at Jill's relaxed face.
It was just plain, but her skin looked very delicate, as if it would be wet with a light touch. Her cheeks were white and rosy, and her small mouth was smiling like a crescent moon, as if she had dreamed of something happy. After feeling the warmth of the lovely girl around him for a while, Luo Guang waited until his body was fully awake, then tiptoed out of bed, covered Jill with a quilt, put on his clothes, and left the bedroom. Luo Guang came to the living room and listened to the movement in Barry's room. At this time, Barry, who came back later, had not gotten up yet, and his snoring was still clearly heard.
Luo Guang turned on the water heater first. After a simple breakfast, the water was hot.
If Jill needed to take a shower after getting up, she didn't have to wait for the water to heat up. After breakfast and a short rest, Luo Guang put on the clothes in Raccoon City and started a new morning exercise. Under normal circumstances, Luo Guang would choose to start exercising after 8:30 or in the evening, but today Luo Guang didn't want to wake Jill up like last time, so he could only use exercise to vent the desire that Jill had just aroused. Luo Guang first stretched various parts of his body, and after doing warm-up exercises, he put on the backpack he had been using since the crossing and left the safe house. He first ran 5 kilometers outside facing the sun, and then walked back slowly while doing some upper body exercises. When they returned to the safe house, Jill and Barry had already gotten up. After heating up the breakfast prepared by Luo Guang, the two chatted and ate breakfast slowly.
Back?
This was not the first time Luo Guang went out for morning exercise, so Jill was not surprised.
Yeah.
Luo Guang walked to the dining table and handed the newspaper in his hand to Barry.
This was the newspaper Barry ordered temporarily. Because it was a trial subscription, the price was very cheap.
After Luo Guang went to drink a sip of water, he returned to the dining table and pulled out a chair beside him to sit down. When Jill saw Luo Guang sitting down, he said, "I just told Barry about what I mentioned last night." Jill and Barry were familiar with each other, so Jill helped Luo Guang tell Barry about the stranger.
Thank you.
Luo Guang and Barry's relationship can only be said to be average, and Jill's words are more convincing.
Didn't the other party give you an undercover mission target? Stealing data, collecting information, and subverting personnel?
Barry swallowed the sandwich and licked the frosting on his lips and said, "No, and the other party seemed to be sure that I would agree to him. Everything is ready and placed in the safe at the town train station.
I just went to pick it up while running."
Luo Guang carried a backpack to run because of this.
"What did the other party give you?" Jill asked curiously.
"Identity, money, a phone and a piece of paper with contact information and address written on it."
"Let me contact that person." Luo Guang did not hide anything and took out the things he got one by one. "I see that the phone has the contact information of this mobile phone. I will write it down for you later. When you go to Europe in the future, we can also contact each other." Luo Guang knew that the phone given by the other party might have positioning or monitoring functions, but Luo Guang could only use this phone for the time being. As Luo Guang spoke, he wrote down the possibility of mobile phone monitoring on the paper. Jill and Barry nodded when they saw what Luo Guang wrote. Jill took the new certificate that Luo Guang got. It was a driver's license, which looked no different from his previous driver's license. It's actually a driver's license in the special zone? Is the information on it true? Jill wrote down Luo Guang's birthday. The information is true.
Luo Guang added in his heart, "It's just the information of another Luo Guang. Except for the appearance, The information on it has little in common with Luo Guang before he crossed over. Luo Guang didn't want to bother about age and birthday, and said, in their eyes, the information of Umbrella's intelligence officers is transparent, and they have specially prepared a driver's license for the special zone.
Yes, this is a demonstration to you.
Jill threw the driver's license back on the table and said.
But the other party is really generous.
Barry looked at the rolls of big bills that Luo Guang took out, a little envious.
It's just a handful of candy after a stick. Jill, do you want to take some?
Luo Guang heard Barry's words and thought of Jill going to Europe, so he said.
Then I won't be polite, this roll is enough for Barry and me.
Jill only took one roll and didn't touch the rest, saying, you also need various funds to do things, just take the rest, don't let others rob you.
Understood. Luo Guang thanked Jill for his thoughtfulness.
Alas, you two are really considerate, at least be considerate of the uncle who was away from his wife. Barry looked at the two people looking at each other and said with his forehead.
Ha ha.
Luo Guang said with a smile, Barry, you said so. But I remember that the waitress in the bar you often went to at night seemed to like you very much and even flirted with you.
Wait. Luo, where did you hear the rumor? Rachel and I have a pure friendship. Barry was caught off guard by Luo Guang's sudden attack.
Of course, Barry did not do anything to let his family down, but the other party's enthusiasm was enough to make Barry feel troubled. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Jill also laughed when she heard Luo Guang's counterattack. Suddenly thinking of something, Jill stopped laughing and looked at Luo Guang and asked, wait, Luo Guang, why do you know so much?
Yes, Luo, how did you know? This time it was Barry's turn to laugh.
As usual, the three cherished their peaceful life now. The days passed quickly, and after 3 days, they finally welcomed the day of separation.
Luo Guang contacted the person on the paper left by the mysterious man 3 days ago in the afternoon.
A little unexpectedly, the contact person was a lady with a low voice that seemed to have been processed. The lady who called herself Miss Emma Greenwell said that she still had a mission, and asked Luo Guang to take the train to the lighthouse country on time 3 days later, which was 4:36 this afternoon.
Someone on the train would meet Luo Guang. I'm leaving.
Luo Guang and Jill hugged each other and said. In the distance, Luo Guang had already seen the train coming, on time.
Take care. Jill nodded. The two had done everything they wanted to do in the past few days and had been intimate enough.
Luo Guang wanted to say something, but Jill shook her head and said, if this continues, we won't be able to leave. At this time, besides Luo Guang and Jill, there was only an old couple on the platform. Barry was very sensible and didn't come to see Luo Guang off, leaving time for the two who were parting. Seeing that the train was about to arrive, the old couple slowly stood up, took their suitcases, and walked to the safety line of the platform. Luo Guang glanced at the old couple, then at Jill, and said, I know, take care of yourself too. The train stopped at the station, and after Luo Guang and Jill kissed goodbye, they looked back every few steps and boarded the train. There were only 3 people in the carriage, including Luo Guang. Luo Guang sorted out his mood, found an empty seat by the aisle, and sat down. Sitting opposite the aisle was the old couple.
Young man, are you going out to work?
The old lady asked kindly in a hoarse voice.
I guess so, what about you?
What kind of job is so dangerous that you carry a gun when you go out?
Luo Guang glanced at the old man and said, Gun?
The old lady seemed very surprised, looking at her lover, or the teammates beside her, and soon found the weapon under his armpit.
You might as well choose a suitcase to carry your luggage.
Luo Guang noticed that the old man's arm was unnaturally bent when he took the luggage, as if there was something under his armpit.
Jack, didn't I say that the other party was also in the intelligence business? Why are you still carrying a gun? I should have let you follow me.
Old lady, no, the other party's voice changed, becoming crisp and clean. I'm worried that you're in danger, and I hid the gun under my armpit because the other party is an intelligence agent. The man with silver hair took off his wig, revealing a head of brown hair, and then tore off the simulated mask on his face with one hand to reveal his handsome face under the mask, looking at the woman with a wronged look. The old woman saw that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she also took off her uncomfortable disguise, revealing her golden wavy hair hidden inside.
I'm Emma Greenwell, and he's my partner Jack Jones.
Emma introduced herself as if the previous test had never happened.
Hello.
Jones narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking very friendly.
The contact person was younger than Luo Guang imagined.
It seemed that the other party used a voice changer or other means to make his voice sound much older during the previous mobile phone call.
Let's stop with the boring test. Let's get back to the point. What do you want me to do?
The other party knew Luo Guang's name, so Luo Guang didn't introduce himself, and directly asked the other party about the task he wanted to give him.
Luo Guang, are you a man of action?
Emma thought for a while, took out a stack of papers from her handbag, and passed it to Luo Guang directly over Jack. So casual, Luo Guang thought to himself, took the paper, which contained some information about the Chicago branch of Umbrella Corporation, including information about the biological and chemical weapons researched by the company, the list of personnel, the latest dynamics, etc., which were very detailed. You can call the department or organization we belong to X organization, and we are just pawns in the organization. Jack looked frivolous, but he didn't think it was a shame for him to have little experience. He continued, your umbrella company, not to mention a small American branch, even the entire umbrella company is not as powerful as a hair of our organization. And the reason why our organization came to you is that we want you to help us find out about the Chicago branch of Umbrella Corporation.
Although Emma's tone was very disgusted with Jack before, she immediately took over Joan's words.
The tacit understanding between the two was better than Luo Guang had imagined. The other party's skills were unknown, which made Luo Guang choose to use conversation to understand the situation.
I understand.
Luo Guang summarized, it means that I will return to the Chicago branch of Umbrella Corporation, and then find an opportunity to steal the company's information and do something similar to corporate espionage.
Bingo!
Jones snapped his fingers and said, it's such a simple thing. I don't understand why we sent our liaison team to contact you.
Because we need information from Raccoon City.
Greenwell sighed, and the organization does not want this information to be monitored through means such as phone calls, so it is for us, or to be precise, me to contact them.
Also, don't listen to Jack's nonsense.
This mission was originally assigned to me alone, so Jack, shut up first. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Yes, Jack replied nonchalantly, and then leaned back on the chair comfortably.
What do you want to know?
Luo Guang continued to look at the information in his hand, trying to remember the information about the Chicago branch. The more he looked at it, the more surprised Luo Guang was. The information collected by the other party was too detailed, and even such insignificant things as who had kept many mistresses were clearly investigated.
In other words, what is the thing you want to know most?
Luo Guang didn't want to tell the other party about a day's adventure in Raccoon City, so he added while looking at the information.
Two things, the first is about the Nemesis, especially the battle information, the second thing is do you know how the Delta State Special Forces lost contact?
Although the train had been reserved by her own organization, Emma habitually made sure there was no one else around before asking.
Luo Guang was very happy to hear what Emma asked about.
He straightened up his fight with the goddess of revenge and told the other party. Luo Guang also specifically gave all the credit for killing the Nemesis to Carlos, a handsome young man. According to Luo Guang, Carlos and Tyrell of UBCS were very brave and brought heavy weapons to help him kill the entangled UBCS Nemesis. It seems that if it can be mass-produced, it will be an ideal super soldier. Emma quickly analyzed the most outstanding advantages of the Furies, which are resistance to beatings and the ability to use human firearms. As for UBCS, the two of them took out the Nemesis, and Emma attributed it to the two's luck in holding heavy weapons such as 4-pack individual rocket launchers. And Emma herself is confident that she can deal with the Nemesis together with Jack under the same conditions. As for the Delta State Special Forces, I have never seen it. Luo Guangxi told the other party the answer to another question regardless of the other party's evaluation of the Nemesis.
Really? Emma doubted Luo Guang. I have never been to any umbrella company's research institutes in Raccoon City. Those places are too dangerous for an intelligence officer. Luo Guang explained.
It seems that Mr. Luo, you know the missions of the Special Forces in Delta State very well. Emma said with a smile.
William Birkin. Luo Guang answered with a name. I see. And Emma also understood what Luo Guang meant.
Luo Guang was from Umbrella, so he must have known about William Birkin's intention to betray the company with the G-virus and the improved T-virus. But as a researcher, if William Birkin wanted to continue his research, he would have to find a powerful backer. When he asked about the Delta State Special Forces, Luo Guang thought that the mission of that force was to rescue. William Birkin was also normal. However, Emma did not really say that Luo Guang guessed correctly.
Special plan.
Luo Guang finally found out the real thing that Emma wanted Luo Guang to see, and why Organization X wanted Luo Guang to obtain information from Umbrella Company. Luo Guangjing wanted to read out the contents of the information in a low voice, but found that this special project only had such a name, without any other information.
This is what our organization needs you to do, Emma said after hearing what Luo Guang whispered and seeing Luo Guang flipping the paper back and forth.
Understood, you don't know the contents of this special plan, so let me get it.
Do you have any plans? Or is it that the information is in the Chicago branch?
Luo Guang guessed it when he thought about the detailed information the other party had given him about the Chicago branch. Yes, after you arrive in Chicago, someone from our Chicago branch of Umbrella will contact you,
Emma said. Wait a minute, you already have an arranger in the Chicago branch, why are you still looking for me?
Normally, the fewer people who should know about this kind of thing, the better.
There is no need to add another one when the other organization already has an undercover agent. Just find someone to do it. Because even though that person has entered the institute, a receptionist cannot have access to such confidential matters.
Jones, who had been keeping silent, couldn't help it and laughed. The organization spent a lot of money to train that person, and the result is he was a waste, but after the organization spent money on running it, he was still only a receptionist with no hope of promotion. That's the case anyway, that's why we need you, Luo Guang, a senior intelligence officer at Umbrella's Chicago branch. We will also help you cover up your mingling with SARS people, so you don't have to worry about the Chicago branch finding out about your betrayal. Emma Greenwell knows a lot more than Jack Jones, and Luo Guang can get more information from what she says.
Ha, Luo Guanpi looked at Emma with a smile. Emma was hinting that their organization had been targeting Luo Guang and others since Luo Guang left Raccoon City, and they had evidence of Luo Guang's collusion with former SARS personnel. It's good that you understand. Do you have any questions or needs? It's almost time to transfer. You go to Chicago. We have other tasks. Emma Greenwell looked at the time and asked. Questions, forget it.
Luo Guang saw that the other party only revealed a code name of the organization from beginning to end, and he had no intention of asking the other party about the situation of the X organization.
I need money, Luo Guang said. Money, didn't I give you a lot before? Emma frowned and asked.
Although the organization was rich, people's greed was unlimited.
But you didn't give me change, all $100 bills, I can't even give a tip.
Luo Guang looked at the other party speechlessly, and the contempt in his eyes was very obvious.
I understand, but we don't have any cash on us, so you can figure it out yourself.
Emma understood that Luo Guang was not greedy or wanted to bargain with Organization X, and although she had some change on her, she didn't want to spoil Luo Guang. If she gave the money to Luo Guang, her status would be lowered.
Okay.
Luo Guang was just trying it out, anyway, he wouldn't suffer if he didn't succeed. The matter was almost settled, and the train also began to slow down and stop at the station.
In the future, for names like Emma Greenwell, except for dialogue, I will choose Emma in the first half as the name, but in the dialogue, I will still use the name Greenwell in the back according to the relationship, and occasionally use the whole process. If the name doesn't match, meow, tentative, there will be another chapter later, meow. Asterisk? Chapter 41 Minister Guslin, Jack, what do you think? Emma Greenwell asked Jack Jones as she watched him board the train to Chicago.
It doesn't look like much overall, but when you mentioned that he was with SRS, I felt a chill coming from him. Jack was not as careless as he seemed, with all the playful smile on his face.
He put it away and answered his partner Emma's question seriously. I have a hunch, Emma, if you threaten him with things about SRS again, we will definitely suffer. The reason why Jack sat between the two of them was to prevent Luo Guang from sudden violence.
Although Luo Guang said that he was an intelligence agent, this did not conflict with being able to fight.
You said we can't beat him even if we work together? Emma is still confident in her own skills.
I think his gun was on the inside of that black jacket. I saw that when he was looking through information, his right hand kept moving around his waist, Jack said.
That's true.
And Luo Guang consciously used those materials to block the movements of his right hand. Emma agreed with Jack's statement, but was not willing to be outdone and pointed out Jack's mistake, and if you think the other person doesn't look good, it proves that you also fell into the opponent's scheme. Jack Jones also understood, and was even surprised that he didn't realize that Luo Guang's poor evaluation was contradictory to his strong combat power.
He lowered his head in thought, and said, showing weakness to the enemy? How can a senior intelligence officer of Umbrella Company be weak? Emma Greenwell analyzed, and do you think the organization will specially find a weak person to do business? And the treatment of Luo Guang is not bad. Are you saying that the organization plans to recruit the other party and cultivate them intentionally? Jack was a little surprised. It's very possible. Otherwise, why would the organization send us on an observation mission? Emma made a comeback, snorted, and said.
Emma Greenwell and Jack Jones are indeed new intelligence agents of Organization X, but they grew up in the organization, and their qualifications and loyalty are higher than many senior intelligence agents in the organization. That's why Organization X arranged for them to perform the task of observing Luo Guang's ability, which can also be called an interview. So Jack, put away your contempt. People who are valued by the organization are not easy to mess with.
Emma concluded and said, "It's time to go, we have other tasks."
After saying that, Emma Greenwell left the current platform without even turning her head, while Jack Jones didn't say anything and directly followed the person he admired. Luo Guang on the other side had a safe journey and got off at a train station in the suburbs of Chicago.
The train station here is much more lively than the small town.
This is the first time Luo Guang has experienced the bustling and lively side of this world since he traveled to this world.
After leaving the train station, Luo Guang saw the contact person Emma Greenwell mentioned at a glance. Wearing a black coat, he held a sign with Luo Guang's name crookedly written on it. "Hello, Marcos."
Luo Guang smiled broadly and walked up to say hello, still smiling.
"Get in the car."
The other party replied expressionlessly, and then walked directly to the driver's seat to prepare to drive.
Luo Guangra put his face against Line's ass, but his expression didn't change much, but he didn't say anything more. "The minister can't wait to see you."
Marcos glanced at the rearview mirror in the middle of the car and met Luo Guang's gaze. Marcos looked away and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to inquire about something.
"I'm tired from the ride. Call me when you get there."
Luo Guang felt that Marcos was a little strange. It didn't seem like the two people were talking about undercover agents arranged by the X organization. This kind of cold-faced person wants to obtain information at the front desk, a place where he often interacts with people. It can only be said that he is extremely sad.
Is it a test for himself?
Luo Guang thought so and turned his attention to the scenery of Chicago in 1998 outside the car. Marcos shut his mouth, knowing that his previous cold behavior was annoying, but the reception requirements for him at the research institute were different from what Luo Guang imagined. Talking less was the recruitment standard, and in order to keep my job, I got used to putting on a cold face. There was no words all the way. Under the leadership of Marcos, Luo Guang arrived at the building set up by Umbrella in Chicago. The first floor was a commercial area focusing on business operations, and what Luo Guang was going to was underground in the same building.
Graduate school.
The border color of the employee card that Marcos took out was different from that of Luo Guang's ID card. His was black, while the other's was white, and there was no profile picture on either card. Marcos used his employee's card to scan it on a scanner before pressing down on the elevator to -8. Arriving at the -8 floor, Luo Guang followed him, past a disinfection room, and then entered a security room.
Luo Guang had his Umbrella Intelligence employee certificate tucked between his chest and back. The security guards who were about to step forward to check if Luo Guang was carrying any contraband took one look at the color of Luo Guang's ID, and were stunned for a moment before looking at Luo Guang again. Luo Guang looked like he suddenly realized what he was doing, and then the security guards all retreated, and no one spoke to Luo Guang. After 2 levels of inspection, Marcos contacted the minister who had previously spoken to Luo Guang through the internal phone at the front desk. Luo Guang, led by Marcos, came to the door of the Biological and Chemical Weapons Research Department of the Chicago Branch Underground Research Institute. Marcos stood still at the door, and then Luo Guang could only go there alone.
Luo Guang swiped his card to enter. After entering the door, there was still a corridor to walk.
After another disinfection and static electricity elimination, Luo Guang finally arrived at the Biochemical Weapons Research Department.
This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Although Luo Guang wanted to take a walk to see what this department was currently researching, he finally suppressed his curiosity. According to the sign in the corridor, Luo Guang pressed the doorbell of the director's office of the Biochemical Weapons Research Department.
"Come in." A voice came from inside. Luo Guang pushed the door open and went in.
The minister's room was smaller than Luo Guang imagined, and there were documents and sundries scattered on the huge desk and on the floor, making the minister's room even more crowded.
"Oh, you are finally back.
I was worried that you were disinfected in Raccoon City."
A middle-aged bald man wearing small glasses behind the desk looked up at Luo Guang and said happily, "Excuse me, does Minister DuPont have anything to do with me?"
Luo Guang felt that he had been tricked. He had no idea what the other party wanted to do with him, so he could only knock on him from the side. Fortunately, the intelligence given by Emma Greenwell included information about the other party, Luc DuPont, director of the Biological and Chemical Weapons Research Department of Umbrella's Chicago branch.
Oh, yes.
The dark circles under Minister Luc's eyes were serious, as if he hadn't slept for a long time. I'm looking for you because I want to see the information you collected about the goddess of vengeance.
Luo Guang was stunned.
He didn't expect that the confidential mission he had talked about in front of Captain Victor and Nikolai before was actually such a thing.
What's wrong? Didn't you meet the Nemesis? The tyrant's target is a member of STARS. You are responsible for monitoring one of them, so you should meet him. Minister Luke asked when Luo Guang didn't answer immediately.
Luo Guang pulled the chair in front of Minister Luke's desk, sat down, and then said, I met him.
I'm just wondering how to say it and where to start.
Oh, yes, it is true that your intelligence officers see things from a different perspective than our researchers.
Minister Luke nodded, understanding the reason for Luo Guang's hesitation, and said, why don't we just leave it like this? I'll ask you and answer it, okay? Luo Guang could only bite the bullet. How is the mission of Nemesis completed? Minister Luke began to play Q&A with Luo Guang.
A total of 3 former SCRS members appeared in Raccoon City, so the main mission completion rate is 33.33%.
Luo Guang also included Uncle Barry to lower the performance of the Nemesis. Only 33.33%?
However, there are not many mission objectives, and it is not easy to draw conclusions about the actual ability to complete the mission.
After Minister Luke muttered to himself, he continued to ask Luo Guang, how is the combat performance?
It would be best to give a score. Let's take a 5-point scale.
Luo Guang shook his head and said, I think it is stronger than the T-103 mass-produced tyrant.
If the Hunter Beta is used to fight the tyrant, I think there is no chance of winning, and it cannot be solved by relying on numbers.
Are you saying that the Beta Predator developed by our Chicago branch is not good? Minister Luke looked a little unhappy,
because the Beta Predator is the flagship product of the Chicago Branch Research Institute. Intellectually, I think the Beta-type hunters are more capable than the Nemesis, but the problem is that with the clothes worn by the Nemesis and various weapons, no matter how many Beta Predators there are, they will be eliminated.
Not the goddess of revenge. Luo Guang explained the reason. I understand what you mean.
Minister Luke heard Luo Guang's explanation, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind.
After sorting out the thoughts in his mind, Minister Luke asked the last question, how was the goddess of vengeance defeated?
The first form was blown up by rockets, and then the oil tanker was exploded. Then the second form was directly blown up with a large amount of explosives, and the third form was destroyed by a heavy machine gun. In order to belittle the goddess of revenge, Luo Guang added, what I'm talking about was all caused by a small soldier from UBCS.
What?
Minister Luke, who seemed unable to open his eyes before, opened his eyes wide for the first time. You can kill the goddess of revenge by yourself.
Is this true? Minister Luke's 3 consecutive questions were rewarded by Luo Guang's nod. Luo Guang gave Minister Luke an answer, although there is only one person, the firepower is not low. The first and second forms are equally uncomfortable facing heavy firepower. In the third form, the intelligence of the goddess of revenge is basically gone, directly sent into the muzzle of the heavy machine gun. So although Nemesis is very strong, the T-103 Tyrant, which can be mass-produced now, is enough. It should be defeated when faced with heavy firepower. I understand. After hearing Luo Guang's words, Minister Luke finally understood that biological modification alone was not enough.
It must be combined with modern technology to become more powerful. This reminded Minister Luke of the Super Soldier project once led by the military, which enhanced people with advanced weapons and equipment.
Ah, that's it. I don't have any other questions.
Minister Luke easily fell into his own world, and for a moment he forgot about Luo Guang, who was still waiting for his words. You can go back. I have asked the secretary to pay you. Your card is on.
Then I won't bother you.
Luo Guang actually wanted to ask what his bank card number was, but this was too strange, and he didn't know the password, so Luo Guang could only say goodbye with tears. Unexpectedly, as soon as Luo Guang went out, he saw a beautiful woman standing opposite the door of Minister Luke's office. She wore a hip-covering short skirt and black stockings, and her tolerant breasts seemed ready to invite you into the urn at any time.
Is he Secretary Luke's secretary?
Luo Guang thought so, and the other party took action. Hello, I am the secretary to the director of the Virology Research Department.
Our director would like to ask you to come over.
The beauty walked up to Luo Guang with a smile on her face, shook her chest and said, This chapter is not over, Please click on the next page to continue reading.
I have a wife.
After Luo Guang thought about Jill's fist, he calmed down and motioned for the other party to lead the way.
Speaking of which, those research-mad ministers who do research every day actually find beautiful women as their secretaries. Can your body bear it?
Minister Luke also called his secretary a female name, so Luo Guang had such an evil guess.
There is close cooperation between the two departments, so the Virology Research Department is built next to the Biological and Chemical Weapons Research Department. Minister, I've brought you here.
The beautiful secretary pressed the doorbell of the minister's room.
Come in. Please come in.
The beautiful secretary opened the door and invited Luo Guang in.
Wendy, come in and make 2 cups of coffee. Luo's taste is the same as mine.
The director of the Virology Research Department is an elegant and easygoing old man named Guslan Dennis.
Okay.
Wendy, the beautiful secretary, walked in front of Luo Guang.
Does it look good? Minister Guslan saw Luo Guang lowering his head and glanced at his secretary's buttocks. Not bad.
Although Minister Guslan was over 60 years old, he was still a man after all, so Luo Guang did not shy away and replied honestly. Yes, but Luo, you'd better not hit her.
She's sent from above. Minister Guslan looked very familiar with Luo Guang. Because of William Birkin? Minister Guslan took the initiative to talk about the secretary.
There is a high probability that the beautiful secretary is new here.
Luo Guang, who is familiar with Minister Guslan, does not know him. Thinking about what Minister Guslan said, Luo Guang immediately understood the above.
The reason for this. Umbrella Company arranges a beautiful secretary for these senior researchers or high-level personnel, which is not only for surveillance, but also a beauty trap prepared by Umbrella Company for those bachelors. No wonder it smells like a fox. Jill is better, unlike those coquettish bitches outside.
Luo Guang thought as he sat opposite Minister Guslan.
Luo, you seem to have become a little different. Minister Guslan did not immediately explain why he called Luo Guang Lai, but instead talked about family matters.
What's different? Luo Guang asked.
According to the Peeping Diary, Luo Guang could only confirm that Luo Guang from Umbrella Company was a sullen pervert.
Well, if it were before, you would probably just nod your head and not say what you were thinking. Minister Guslan just said it based on his feelings.
I have experienced too much in Raccoon City. The environment will change a person, especially after experiencing life and death difficulties. Luo Guang's acting skills were on the line, a haze flashed in his eyes, and his thoughts seemed to have returned to Raccoon City. I'm sorry, I also heard about what happened in Raccoon City, so I can understand why you didn't come back immediately after completing the mission, but went on vacation.
Minister Guslan pulled Luo Guang back from his thoughts.
Then a black work ID card popped out from the desk drawer and was thrown in front of Luo Guang, and he continued, just throw away your work ID card, the one from the Raccoon City branch. Anyway, the research institute in Raccoon City was destroyed, and the branch it's also disbanded, so there's no need for you to be undercover there.
Luo Guang did it and replaced it with a new work permit.
As for the old one, Luo Guang planned to find a place to dispose of it separately.
Ding dong. The doorbell rings. Minister, the coffee is ready. Secretary Wendy said outside the door. Bring it in. Minister Guslan replied.
After Wendy placed the coffee in front of the two of them, she exited the office obediently.
Luo Guang picked up the coffee and took a sip. It was bitter and not sour.
It tasted surprisingly similar to the refreshing coffee Luo Guang drank before traveling through time.
You can tell why you called me here, right?
Luo Guang put down his coffee cup and asked.
Danforth City, do you know this place?
Minister Guslan took a sip of hot coffee and slowly said a city name that Luo Guang had never heard of in the Resident Evil game.
Thank you all for your support, meow. Asterisk?
C1 belated remarks on the listing. This is my first time to publish, so I am not very familiar with how to write a comment and where to post it. If I posted in the wrong place, please let me know. Because I have no experience and I don't know that this comment is required, so I am really sorry for giving you a surprise attack. I also received the notification of the publication early in the morning.
Sorry people. Next, let's talk about the plot after this book.
This book starts with the Resident Evil game series, but there will also be other zombie games, movies and other plots interspersed in it. Of course, I know that most people read this book because of Resident Evil, so the plot and timeline of the Resident Evil game will still be the main line, and some game protagonists that the protagonist missed in Raccoon City will also get to know each other later. The biggest difference between the world of the Resident Evil game and the movie is that the world in the game is not destroyed, and biochemical attacks and antibiochemicals have become the trend of this world, so this book is not a doomsday article. Soon after that, the protagonist Luo Guang will enter a new dungeon, gain new abilities, and learn more about things.
Please support us. Finally, thank you again for your support. Thank you all, Meow. Asterisk?
I'm really sorry for the sudden attack, Meow.
Chapter 42 Blood Plague Virus Danforth City. Do you know this place? Minister Guslin asked. This place does not exist in Luo Guang's memory of the Resident Evil game.
However, since the other party asked him if he knew it, it shouldn't be a location that he must know, so Luo Guang shook his head and waited for the other party's next words. Danforth is a city in Colorado, with the famous tourist attraction Trumbull Valley nearby. Half a month ago, these two places were included in military management areas by the military. In fact, they are military-controlled areas.
The country's virus research and testing site.
Minister Guslin's words contained a lot of information.
Is the virus being studied a new type of virus? Luo Guang guessed, is it the same series of viruses developed by our company?
It is a virus developed by the military on its own. We at Umbrella spent a lot of money to bribe high-level officials and consumed many lurking intelligence agents, and finally obtained specific information about the military's biochemical virus research plan. I can tell you clearly that the situation in Danforth City is worse than Raccoon City. It is a real no man's land. The things that are still moving in the city are monsters infected by viruses studied by the military.
Minister Guslin said firmly. No one survives anymore. Why isn't it disinfected like Raccoon City?
Since it is called a city, the population should not be much smaller.
Luo Guang asked in surprise, is it to raise goo?
Yes.
Minister Guslin confirmed Luo Guang's guess and continued, according to the intelligence, the new virus is more contagious than the T-virus. Danforth City would have fallen very quickly.
If it weren't for the official wall built enough, quick, I'm afraid this virus leak will affect most of Colorado. The military caused a disaster that affected nearly 600,000 people.
Do you think the military would take the initiative to report the scandal to the Hexagon and apply for disinfection?
But as long as we change the description and put it under military management, the military has the final say on what happens in Danforth City. It can not only cover up the scandal, but also provide space for its own research projects, killing two birds with one stone. In the same biochemical virus leak incident, Raccoon City chose to directly destroy the entire city, while Danforth City, through high-level operations in the Hexagon, included both Danforth City and Trumbull Valley as biochemical viruses.
Test area. Secretary Guslin is unhappy with the military's double standards. Let's get back to your mission.
We need you to go to a military research base near Danforth City to obtain the information inside.
Minister Guslin brought the topic back. The military didn't destroy the laboratory evidence?
Luo Guan was most surprised by this. Even if he bombed it directly, it would be fine. It's his own territory anyway, and no one would know what he did. Minister Guslin handed a document to Luo Guang and continued, that research institute is not registered, and the insider was visiting the research institute on the day the biochemical crisis broke out.
The company knows so much,
Luo Guang said, taking the document and looking through it.
The intelligence agent went to the hospital to look for medicine because of his injury, and found this institute.
Although he left alive, he was already disabled and had to be scrapped in the end, Minister Guslin said.
Blood plague virus?
Luo Guang saw the name of the virus developed by the military in the document. Minister Guslin continued to explain to Luo Guang, now we only know that this blood plague virus can turn people into zombies similar to Raccoon City, but one thing that is very different is that this virus can cause benign mutations in humans. Among them, the observation A mutant that is extremely fast and powerful. The people at the institute call it the Velociraptor.
A virus that can produce benign mutations in humans without human intervention. I understand why you are concerned about this matter.
Luo Guang is also very interested in this blood plague virus.
It can make people faster.
It seems to be a good virus that can make up for Luo Guang's shortcomings in flexibility. However, you have to communicate with the system about the specific situation. Yes, I know that this matter is very dangerous, but now the American branch is busy dealing with matters in Raccoon City, so I can only ask you.
Once the matter is completed, the reward will definitely satisfy you.
After Minister Guslin finished speaking, he waited for Luo Guang's reply. He could use his status as Director of Virology at Umbrella's Chicago Branch Research Institute to force Luo Guang to go to the dangerous city of Danforth, but the Luo Guang that Minister Guslin was familiar with was a soft-spoken person, so he would use a consultative tone to ask the current Luo Guang for help.
The intelligence agent being processed is a senior intelligence agent. Are you sure that I alone can complete the task? Luo Guang was hinting at the need for manpower. The American branch is just busy. What about the Chicago branch? If you don't mind taking the junior intelligence officer here on a mission? Minister Guslin said with a smile. Forget it.
When Luo Guang heard what Minister Guslin said, he could only shake his head helplessly. If he went on a mission with his pig teammates, it would be better to go alone. Luo Guang turned his attention back to the content of the file, seemingly continuing to confirm what Umbrella had collected about the blood plague virus, but in fact Luo Guang was taking this time to ask the system in his mind, this virus looks like available? Without a sample, the system is temporarily unable to analyze the situation of the blood plague virus. Although the T-virus in the adapter's body has been mildly adjusted, it cannot be ruled out that the blood plague virus will have a violent antagonistic reaction against the T-virus. As long as the adapter does not wait for a short period of time, if infected by a large amount of blood plague virus, this system believes that the T-virus in the adapter's body can phagocytose the fused blood plague virus, so it is recommended that the adapter try to inject a small amount of blood plague virus for analysis. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The above situation is only the prediction of the system, and the actual situation will not be known until the adapters obtain samples of the blood plague virus. It feels similar to an allergy test, Luo Guang thought, and he had the answer in his mind. Luo Guang turned his attention to Minister Guslin, wanting to know more information that was not in the document, and said, "Didn't those intelligence agents come back with samples of the blood plague virus? And how could they leave when the military blocked it?" When Minister Guslin heard Luo Guang's words, he thought that Luo Guang was interested in doing this mission, so he knew everything and said, "The intelligence agents obtained the blood plague virus, but it lost activity during the return process, so we need Luo Guang, go to the laboratory to obtain virus samples. There should be special storage equipment in it. Also, we need the research data inside for evaluation. Remember to bring a memory copy of the data, but there may be a power outage there, so I won't force you. As for how to leave, let me start with how to get in." Minister Guslin took a sip of coffee and continued, "Now all public roads and railways entering Danforth City are blocked, and the sky above is also a no-fly zone. Parachute, so we chose the road in and out of Trumbull Valley. Although it is also a military test site, it is a large natural area with many ravines and few public roads, so the military blocked it there. It's a lot simpler than Danforth City. Mountain trail?" Luo Guang understood Minister Guslin's plan. "Yes, a local aboriginal trail. We have sent people to investigate. Through the trail, you will reach a summer camp on the mountainside in the Trumbull Valley. After that, you will go down the mountain to the small town of Trumbull. Perimeter. The maps over there are in the file, you can take them." "I saw it." Luo Guang turned to the page and pulled out the map. Trumbull town is different from ordinary towns. The relatively flat area in the center of the town is filled with farms. Instead, residential areas, commercial areas and other areas are built around the farms. At the same time, there are dams in the valley to generate electricity. It is completely a self-sufficient town. This town has a mountain tunnel that connects to the outside world and can reach Danforth City directly. "Are there any survivors in the Trumbull Valley?" Luo Guang asked after discovering that the existence of survivors was mentioned in the document. "Yes, the initial virus leak was in Danforth City, and then people in the city fled to Trumbull Valley, bringing the blood plague virus with them. In fact, the virus outbreak occurred about half a month later in the valley than in Danforth. Maybe it was because there wasn't a large population in the valley, or for other reasons, that some people survived. These survivors formed various small groups, but they could only survive in the Trumbull Valley. Military researchers would not let these survivors escape. Even when there are fewer zombies in the valley, the military will capture zombies from Danforth, a city with a population of at least 600,000, and send them to the Trumbull Valley." Minister Guslin's expression did not change, as if he was saying an ordinary thing. "Ha!" Luo Guang's expression also showed no change. "It's really a bad idea. How can we promote the evolution of viruses without the contradiction of survival?" As a virus researcher, Minister Guslin naturally understands the thoughts of those who study blood plague viruses. Luo Guang read it one by one and memorized the contents, and turned to the last page. A flash of shock flashed in Luo Guang's eyes, and he looked at Minister Guslin who was drinking coffee calmly. The information on the last page of the document is not about the mission that Minister Guslin gave him, but about the special plan that Organization X needs to obtain on its own.
Yu Luoguan was about to ask something. My secretary's coffee is okay. Minister Guslin interrupted Luo Guang and winked. Yes, it is indeed good. After a brief shock, Luo Guang also reacted. He did not expect that the minister in front of him was the real contact person of Organization X, and because Umbrella Company arranged a secretary responsible for surveillance, Minister Guslin only in this way can information be conveyed. It's a bad habit for people from Organization X to always put important information last, Luo Guang thought. According to the intelligence obtained by Minister Guslin, this special plan is to mobilize all intelligence personnel of Umbrella's American branch to obtain the military or government's R&D plans and virus samples, and use the military's virus to fuse with the company's virus. Use this to develop more powerful biological and chemical weapons. However, due to the Raccoon City incident, the Americas division had too much to take care of at this time, and the execution of the special plan was delegated to the Chicago division. And this is exactly what Minister Guslin wants to do. Does Organization X intend to use Umbrella's R&D capabilities to research viruses for itself? It just so happens that Minister Guslin's identity is destined for Organization X to have access to the latest research data. As Luo Guang thought about it, he became more and more curious about the true face of Organization X. At the same time, Luo Guang had other thoughts. He thought that this organization, the reason why the other party is familiar with his information is because the recommender is likely to be Minister Guslin in front of him. Minister Guslin looked like a coward and said, "Don't take this document away. There will be trouble with the things I mentioned." Understood. Luo Guang put the intelligence documents back on Minister Guslin's desk. Also, in this matter, you just need to bring back what we need while ensuring your survival. As for the struggle between various forces inside, and the political confrontation between the upper levels, you don't need to worry about it, and don't be too curious. If you are really discovered and arrested by the military, we have ways to rescue you. Minister Guslin said this with confidence. I won't be caught. Then without further delay, shall we set off immediately? Luo Guang replied confidently, stood up and prepared to leave. No rush, you are tired from the journey today. Go and rest first. Someone will call your new mobile phone later and ask you to get the equipment list to help you buy equipment. After that, they will go to a place near the Trumbull Mountains. I'll leave the town to you, I've prepared everything for you anyway, do your best, I'll keep an eye on you. Minister Guslin shook his head, drank the coffee, and continued with a smile, Luo, now you should solve the important things first. And rest is also very important. Luo Guan nodded. The first half and the second half of what Minister Guslin said were two sentences. The important things should be resolved first, which meant passing on the information about the special plan. Since you said so, let me finish my coffee here first. Luo Guang sat back, looking like I won't leave even if you drive me away now. Minister Guslin saw Luo Guang's attitude and shook his head, thinking that the Luo Guang in front of him had really changed after what happened in Raccoon City. Hey, is this Greenwell? Lying on the velvet bed in the hotel, Luo Guang called his contact person, Emma Greenwell, using the phone number given by the X organization. I am, is it about a special plan? Emma asked about this immediately. Yes, is the phone safe? Luo Guang rolled around on the big bed and asked lying on the bed. Safety, tell me. Emma heard the movement from Luo Guang's side. To put it simply, the American branch of Umbrella Corporation feels that it has reached a bottleneck in developing biochemical weapons by relying only on the T-virus or G-virus developed from the ancestor virus. So in order to seek a breakthrough, they want to find other viruses for research, and it just so happens that they discovered the military's biochemical virus research plan, so they will use various means to obtain the military's research data and viruses, and then combine the two viruses to develop stronger biochemical weapons. Luo Guang said in one breath the specially planned weapons. The content is summarized in a simple and easy to understand way. Well done, just leave the rest of the matter to the organization. You can lurk in Umbrella Company and work hard. We will notify you of new tasks. Emma Greenwell finished speaking, just hung up the phone. Luo Guang failed to tell him what Minister Guslin arranged for him, so the other party hung up the phone directly, so he didn't want to ask for trouble and call again. Throwing his phone aside, Luo Guang lay on the bed, sorting out the information he obtained today. On the other side, after receiving information about the special plan from Luo Guang, Emma Greenwell made a call on her mobile phone. Meow, a lot of people in the office have been having sex lately. Now I have to do the work of 3 people by myself. Meow. Asterisk? Chapter 43 Trumbull Valley,
a scenic area with a vast area and few people, is a tourist attraction around Danforth City.
Many people go to Trumbull Valley for vacation every holiday.
At this time, Luo Guang looked like a mountaineering tourist, carrying a mountaineering bag filled with various equipment and supplies prepared by Luo Guang for this mission, and followed the trail indicated by the tour guide into the forest of Trumbull Mountain area. There were direction tables left by predecessors along the trail, and Luo Guang also had the latest beta positioning equipment developed by Umbrella Company, so Luo Guang did not get lost when he passed the trail. He set off at 7 o'clock in the morning, stopped and walked along the way, and arrived safely in Trumbull Valley at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Leaving the trail, the terrain suddenly opened up, and the lake not far away was shimmering, and the scenery was beautiful.
There was a small island in Luo Guang Lake with a wooden house on it.
It felt like a good place for vacation, but it was a pity that this place was no longer a paradise. Retracting his thoughts, he was not far from the summer camp in the Trumbull Mountains. Luo Guang planned to find a place to spend the night while there was still time, as he would have to travel a long distance tomorrow morning. This summer camp in the Trumbull Valley was originally where the loggers of the town of Trumbull lived. Later, in response to environmental protection policies and to improve and optimize the industrial structure, the logging camp here was closed and transformed into a summer camp for the town's children and a camp for the Boy Scouts.
Hey, the two in front.
Luo Guang walked around the lake towards the summer camp for a while, and saw two figures carrying mountaineering bags in front of him. Their steps were relatively steady, so Luo Guang called out to them. The two heard a shout from behind, turned around, and saw Luo Guang walking towards them with a backpack on his back.
Thinking that he was a fellow traveler, they asked, "Hey, are you here camping too?"
"No, I'm going to climb the mountain, and the canvas on my body is just for rain and warmth." Luo Guang knew that the other party had misunderstood because of the yellow canvas hanging next to the backpack, so he explained and ran to catch up with him.
"Have you been camping for a long time? Looking at the bags on your back, it seems that you are well prepared." Luo Guang chatted with the other party. "Yes, about a month."
The black-skinned young girl among the two said, "Marcus said he prepared an unforgettable date for me, but I didn't expect it to be a month-long camping trip in the mountains." The girl was just teasing the black boy next to her, and there was no annoyance in her tone.
Luo Guang looked around at the two people. The muscles on their arms were very tight. They looked like they were usually active athletes. He asked, "Are you a couple?" "It's obvious, isn't it?" Marcus said, "This is my girlfriend Maya." "Hello, Maya." "Hello, Marcus." Luo Guang greeted them and introduced himself to them. "My name is Luo Guang." "Hello, Luo." Marcus invited, "Luo, are you going down the mountain? Let's go together." "Okay." Luo Guang didn't mind being a light bulb for the two people, so he agreed to their invitation. The three of them didn't talk much along the way, and soon came to the main house of the summer camp. Marcus and Maya planned to say hello to the people guarding the camp and tell them that they had returned safely. But when Marcus opened the door, he saw that the main house was in a mess and no one was there. "Is this a thief?" Maya, who was standing behind Marcus, looked out and saw the chaos in front of her, raised the hiking stick in her hand, and said a little nervously, "Maya, hide behind me, be careful." Marcus protected Maya behind him and walked in first. Since Marcus wanted to show his bravery in front of his girlfriend, Luo Guang naturally didn't need to show off at this time. "Has there been a fight? And several people have slept here." Luo Guang observed the situation in the house and said, "Are there any signs of theft at the cash register?" Various mountaineering equipment are sold in the main house, so Luo Guang asked about the cash register. "No, it's locked well." Marcus pulled the cash register's cash box, but couldn't open it. He went to check the sleeping bag on the ground and said confusedly, "What happened here? Why are there so many used sleeping bags on the ground? And there is blood on this sleeping bag? I don't know, but it is very likely that something urgent happened here, and it seems that the people who left were in a hurry." Luo Guang walked over, and the surface of the sleeping bag that Marcus pointed at was covered with a red and black liquid. Maya's sixth sense told her that it was not safe here. Maya pulled the corner of Marcus's clothes and said, "Let's go back to the town quickly. I always feel that it is not safe here." "Well, wait, I'll use the radio here to contact the people down the mountain." Marcus turned on the radio next to the cashier and started to contact the forest safety officer down the mountain through the rescue channel. After confirming that there was nothing he wanted here, Luo Guang prepared to leave the main house and looked at the entire camp. "Hey, where are you going?" Maya saw Luo Guang about to leave the main house, so she stopped Luo Guang. "I'll go outside to see the situation, you stay here and call the people down the mountain."
Luo Guang left the wooden house after seeing Marcus nodded to him. The location of the main house of the camp is 2 meters higher than the terrain of other wooden houses, which allows the entire camp to be seen at a glance. Luo Guang's eyesight had improved, and he found that there were human figures swaying in the wooden house and the surrounding woods. In the center of the camp, there were large patches of black and red marks on the land where the bonfire was usually lit. Luo Guang didn't know whether some of the people lying on the ground motionless were corpses or blood-plagued zombies. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Those swaying figures walked similarly to the zombies Luo Guang had seen in Raccoon City, so Luo Guang didn't speak rashly, holding a mountaineering pick and touching one of the wooden houses. Although it seems that these blood-plagued zombies and the zombies encountered in Raccoon City are the same type of slow-moving ones, who knows if it is a countermeasure to save energy because they don't see prey, so Luo Guang plans to try the quality of those blood-plagued zombies first. The door was blocked by a wooden board, and Luo Guang directly moved the obstacle away and opened the door. Because the obstacles made noise when they were moved, Luo Guang was prepared and opened a hole in the head of the blood-plagued zombie that rushed in front of him. Luo Guang only dealt with the blood-plagued zombie closest to him, and then immediately ran to the main house of the camp, shouting as he ran, "Marcus, there are man-eating monsters here." The sound of Luo Guang's series of actions directly alarmed the blood-plagued zombies wandering around. Marcus and Maya did not respond to Luo Guang, but the blood-plagued zombies responded to Luo Guang first, accompanied by a low roar from the mouth of the blood-plagued zombies, and then 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and the zombies in the surrounding woods began to gather in the summer camp. These blood-plagued zombies, are they communicating? Luo Guang looked at the blood-plagued zombies that were gathering together with a little surprise. Luo, something bad is going to happen. Marcus rushed out of the main house. As soon as he said something to Luo Guang, he saw the blood-plagued zombies gathering in the camp below. Are these the zombies mentioned in the radio? Marcus said as he looked at the zombies staggering below, and Maya, who was following Marcus, was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Radio? Zombies? Luo Guang was curious about what Marcus learned through the radio, so that he could infer the survivors' understanding of the disaster. Actually, the other party contacted us. She was contacting her father. After hearing that we had been camping in the mountains for a month, she told us what happened in Trumbull Valley during this month. Marcus looked at the increasing number of blood-plagued zombies and made a long story short. The unknown virus infected people, and then those infected people became very aggressive, and they also told us that those were no longer human, but a kind of monster called zombies. Marcus, Maya pointed to the mountaineering pick in Luo Guang's hand that was still stained with blood. I saw a figure in the house, so I went to knock on the door, and as a result, I met the zombies you mentioned, and I was forced to defend myself. Luo Guang said with a tone as if he was still in shock. Marcus saw that Luo Guang's hand holding the mountaineering pick was shaking slightly. Luo, calm down, we have to leave quickly. The people on the radio said that these zombies will become very aggressive at night. Marcus was calmer than he thought. Looking at the increasing number of zombies, he took his girlfriend's hand and ran down the mountain. Luo Guang fell behind the two of them, put away the frightened expression on his face, and observed the situation of the blood-plagued zombies. Perhaps because they saw that Luo Guang and the other two were about to escape, the roar of the blood-plagued zombies changed slightly, and then those blood-plagued zombies attacked the location where Luo Guang and the other two were. It moves faster than the zombies in Raccoon City. Luo Guang judged. The zombies in Raccoon City all looked weak and walked like old people, but the blood-plagued zombies in front of them were not like that. Although they still didn't run, they walked at least like a normal person, but the stride was not large, so ordinary humans could still maintain a normal advantage. Marcus and Maya were both native Trumbo people, so Luo Guang asked them to lead the way down the mountain. After the initial fear, Maya finally calmed down and asked Marcus to throw away the heavy objects on the backpack. Marcus followed Maya's words and quickly threw aside the tent support poles, pots and pans, sleeping bags, etc. on his back. With less weight, Marcus and Maya ran faster. Marcus took the time to look back at Luo Guang. Luo Guang did not throw away the things on his body, but still followed him closely. The three of them ran nearly 200 meters quickly, but Luo Guang still looked at ease, without a drop of sweat on his head, which made Marcus surprised in his heart that Luo Guang was amazing. Where are we going? Luo Guang said anxiously behind him, we can't keep running all the way like this. Ascension Cathedral, the people in the radio station set up a shelter there. Marcus, as the leader, explained, and turned back to confirm the location of the blood-plagued zombies. After they were far away from him, he slowed down his running speed. What's the matter with being more aggressive at night? Taking advantage of the fact that the three of them finally didn't have to run fast, Luo Guang asked about what Marcus had mentioned before.
I don't know.
The other party only mentioned that we should pay special attention to a kind of reed zombie.
Marcus glanced at his watch.
There was less than an hour left before sunset, and there was still a long way to go back to the town. The three of them ran across a wooden bridge.
But we may not be able to catch up,
Luo Guang said worriedly.
We can only pray that we find a house to spend the night.
Marcus had no other choice but to say this to comfort his girlfriend, who felt uneasy after hearing Luo Guang's words.
I hope so. That was all Maya could say.
On the other side, after Luo Guang heard Marcus's words, he thought about the reed zombies for a while. The person on the radio specifically mentioned reed zombies, so maybe the blood plague virus had undergone some kind of change in these reed zombies. It seems that there is a high probability that a positive change has occurred.
This is the information that Minister Guslin likes to see, and I don't know if I can use this to ask Minister Guslin for more money.
This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Luo Guang's backpack contains a syringe specifically for drawing blood. Although the viruses in the zombies have probably changed a lot, they are generally not so delicate that they can be preserved. However, the reverse analysis of such viruses will be difficult.
Become very large.
The sunset came sooner than Marcus imagined. It was already dark, there were no lights on the road, and with the woods blocking both sides, the view was worse than Marcus imagined. Marcus turned on the flashlight, walked a little further, and found a car crashed into a tree stump not far away. Marcus's first reaction was to step forward to check if anyone was in the car and whether he was injured or unconscious, and then ran over first. Maya followed immediately, took the flashlight that Marcus handed to her at the side of the car, and followed Marcus to shine light on her boyfriend. There was no one in the car, but the entire car was covered with bloodstains. There was no body or limb missing. In addition, there was a bloodstain starting from the car door and going all the way into the depths of the forest. Marcus saw Luo Guang, who had followed him to check, and said, I didn't see any injured people, but there was a trail of blood going all the way into the forest. I think if this person encountered a zombie, he probably ran away into the forest. After speaking, Marcus glanced at Maya and said, I want to find this injured person and rescue him.
Marcus, are you crazy?
We can't protect ourselves now, and look at the situation in this car. Maya knew that Marcus was a kind-hearted person and a good person with a reputation in the community, but she felt in the current situation, there is no time to rescue others. A cold wind blew by, and the trees rustled, seeming to respond to Maya's words. I know, but someone needs help. Marcus knew that he shouldn't be kind at this time, but he didn't want to ignore it.
Marcus, do you want to leave me? Or do you want me to follow you into the forest? The zombies are very dangerous at night.
Maya grabbed Marcus' hand and persuaded her. Okay, I get it. Marcus finally lost to his girlfriend's plea and chose to continue going down the mountain.
I'll go find him. Luo Guang on the side volunteered, startling Marcus and Maya.
Luo Guang raised his hand to stop Marcus's persuasion and said, I brought a pistol to deal with wild beasts.
Those zombies can't do anything to me. Besides, I just took a look, so I can give myself an explanation. Luo Guang's words hit Marcus's heart.
Besides, Marcus, you have to protect your girlfriend.
Luo Guang advised Marcus considerately.
Yes, Marcus, just let Luo do this. Let's go down the mountain or find a safe place first.
Don't waste Luo's thoughts.
Maya also persuaded, but these words made Luo Guang feel uncomfortable. This reminded Luo Guang of those people who are accustomed to moral kidnapping. It's just that Luo Guang planned to get rid of the two of them, so he didn't point it out.
He just frowned and glanced at Maya silently.
But Maya was looking at her boyfriend, so she didn't notice Luo Guang's displeasure. Okay, pay attention to safety. Marcus still couldn't defeat his girlfriend, and Luo Guang also had a gun to protect himself, so Marcus blessed Luo Guang, said goodbye to Luo Guang, and continued to set off along the road, while his girlfriend Maya. Without saying a word, he just followed Marcus down the mountain. Because the game State of Decay is mainly about group characters, except for some NPCs, most of the characters are not necessary, so part of the plot has been changed. Also, although there are actually cities and towns in the valley, looking at the game map and playing experience, the city is too small and there are not many buildings, so it was unified into a town, and the divisions were described.
Chapter 44 The bastard is trying to trick me again. Luo Guang took out the Beretta M92F pistol hidden inside his clothes.
This gun was the one that Luo Guang had used to fight his way out of Raccoon City. In the Chicago branch, Luo Guang found the equipment department to upgrade his pistol. First,
The magazine was lengthened from the original 15 rounds to 20 rounds. The mechanical sights were painted with fluorescent paint. A rail was added under the barrel, and a tactical flashlight was installed. This time, Luo Guang finally didn't have to hang the flashlight on his waist. However, Luo Guang didn't throw away Marvin's special flashlight, but put it on the new tactical belt as a backup light source just in case. In addition, Luo Guang also carried a G19 pistol as his backup weapon, and an M4S90 semi-automatic shotgun wrapped in a yellow canvas. Because it looked like a tent kit, Marcus asked Luo Guang if he was going hiking and camping. At this time, Luo Guang walked carefully into the depths of the forest along the blood trail with a mountaineering pick in his left hand and a Beretta M9SF pistol in his right hand. According to the map provided by Umbrella, he was now nearly halfway to the east district of Trumbauer town, and there was only a road and a few ranger huts between the summer camp on the mountainside and Trumbauer town. If Marcus and his team were looking for a place to rest and hide from the red-eyed zombies, those places should be their targets. However, since he was unfamiliar with the place, he did not plan to spend the night in the ranger's cabin, but went down the mountain directly. Anyway, there were few people on this road, and there should not be many blood-plagued zombies. At this time, Luo Guang looked at the traces of dragging on the ground, thinking that the thing that attacked the people in the car might be some carnivorous animals. If it was an ordinary blood-plagued zombie, the people in the car would have been eaten dry. Luo Guang walked more than 50 meters following the blood trail, but he still hadn't seen the body of the injured person. Yes, Luo Guang had already sentenced the injured person to death in his heart. Just as Luo Guang was looking at a large piece of fallen leaves soaked in blood on the ground, several pairs of blood-red eyes appeared around him, staring at Luo Guang, who was checking the blood. Luo Guang felt something strange, and this quiet forest was hiding murderous intent. The first sound came from the right, which was the sound of fallen leaves being trampled. Bang! Luo Guang pointed the gun in his right hand at the direction where the sound came from, aimed and fired in one go, hitting the middle of the pair of red eyes. With a whine, the owner of the blood-red eyes wailed, as if telling Luo Guang his true identity. The tranquility was broken, and the other red-eyed creatures were not afraid of the deadly gun in Luo Guang's hand, and vowed to tear Luo Guang apart with their hands. With Luo Guang as the center, there was one at 10 o'clock and 8 o'clock on the left, one in front, and 3 behind, and they were scattered relatively far away. Based on the footsteps of running, Luo Guang quickly determined the number of enemies. Luo Guang didn't know how high the IQ of these enemies was, whether they would deliberately set a trap that looked like a way to survive but was actually a dead end, so Luo Guang didn't plan to run to the clear right side. Without thinking about when the enemy behind him would cut off his retreat, Luo Guang rushed directly to the enemy in front of him, quickly shortening the distance, holding a mountaineering pick and skimming across the ground, swinging from bottom to top. The sharp pick head directly pierced through the chin of the creature in front of him, and pierced out from the top of his head. Luo Guang saw the enemy's appearance clearly. He was facing a wolf pack, but were the eyes of this kind of wolf blood red? Luo Guang dealt with the red-eyed wolf in front of him, and following the upward momentum, Luo Guang half-turned and threw the red-eyed wolf in front of the 3 red-eyed wolves behind him. But the 3 red-eyed wolves, except for a pause when the body fell to the ground, quickly picked up their speed again, without looking at their dead comrades, and continued to rush to where Luo Guang was. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots. The 2 red-eyed wolves on the left that rushed straight towards him were also killed by Luo Guang with 1 shot. After experiencing the battle in Raccoon City and Jill's teaching in Maple Leaf Country, Luo Guang's hit rate can be said to be 100% when facing this kind of straight-line moving target that does not run in a zaped pattern. The remaining 3 red-eyed wolves behind him, the one in the middle is bigger than the 2 on the sides. It seems to be the wolf king of this wolf pack. The red-eyed wolf king was faster than the other 2. When the distance between him and Luo Guang was only 3 meters, the other 2 red-eyed wolves were still some distance away from Luo Guang. The wolf pack suffered huge losses, and the red-eyed wolf king had to take down Luo Guang to stabilize his position in the wolf pack. The red-eyed wolf king stared at the black object in Luo Guang's right hand. He saw that every time the object pointed to a certain place, the red-eyed wolf there would fall down with a loud bang. Luo Guang moved his right hand and pointed at the red-eyed wolf king in front of him. The red-eyed wolf king was well prepared. He jumped to the left and then jumped forward, aiming for Luo Guang's head. Don't jump around if you have nothing to do, Luo Guang thought, and took a bow step forward, half bent over, holding a mountaineering pick in his left hand, and swinging the axe-shaped pick in the other hand at the red-eyed wolf king in the air, aiming at the red-eyed wolf king's soft belly. Both sides were moving very fast, but the red-eyed wolf king had no chance to adjust in midair. Luo Guang turned his head to avoid the sharp claws and used the mountaineering pick in his hand to directly cut open the red-eyed wolf king's stomach. All kinds of stinky internal organs fell to the ground, and the red-eyed Wolf King could not stand steadily after landing and fell to the ground. It makes sense to capture the leader first. As soon as the reed-eyed Wolf King fell, the other two reed-eyed wolves, who were already very close to Luo Guang, turned around and ran to both sides. After they were a distance away from Luo Guang, they turned around and looked at the fallen Wolf King. The reed-eyed Wolf King did not stand up. After confirming the death of the Wolf King, the two reed-eyed wolves left here. Without the Wolf King, they all had the opportunity to become the king, so they had to rush back to fight for those female wolves. The forest returned to tranquility again. Luo Guang switched his pistol and mountaineering pick and walked slowly towards the fallen reed-eyed Wolf King. He walked around in a circle, without breathing, and his eyes were closed. Luo Guang came to the front of the reed-eyed Wolf King and stopped. Now! The reed-eyed Wolf King suddenly jumped up and pounced on Luo Guang in front of him. Unfortunately, what the reed-eyed Wolf King saw in his open eyes was not Luo Guang's panic, but the mountaineering pick that Luo Guang was chopping down. Faster than the reed-eyed Wolf King, who suddenly jumped up, the mountaineering pick directly smashed through the reed-eyed Wolf King's head. This dog wants to trick me again. When Luo Guang saw these reed-eyed wolves, he remembered that he was tricked by zombie dogs in Raccoon City, so he was ready for the enemy's counterattack at any time. As for the reed-eyed Wolf King, although his internal organs fell all over the floor, his head was not opened after all, so Luo Guang treated it with caution. Luo Guang originally wanted to use a gun to deal with it, but Luo Guang didn't want to make a loud noise to attract other animals in the forest. After dealing with the reed-eyed Wolf King, he counted the bodies of the reed-eyed wolves present and confirmed that there were no missing ones. Luo Guang looked around again. The injured person was dragged away by the wolves and taken back to the den to eat? Luo Guang looked around and didn't see the body of the injured person. This is the territory of the wolf pack, so Luo Guang didn't plan to stay for long, and followed the blood trail back to the scrapped car. He searched the cabinets and trunk on the car, but didn't find anything useful. This time was different from the time in Raccoon City. Luo Guang came to Trumbull Valley fully armed, so he just searched out of habit when there was no shortage of supplies and equipment. Finding nothing, Luo Guang kicked something when he was about to continue moving down the mountain. He picked it up. It was a children's watch, probably dropped by someone in the car. Luo Guang put the children's watch on the crashed car and started to go down the mountain. As he expected, Luo Guang only encountered a few blood-plagued zombies on the road, and then he arrived safely in the East District of Trumbull Town. There is the only church in the entire Trumbull Valley, standing on the outskirts of the East District. Luo Guang did not rush into this area, but climbed up a water tower on the side of the road, picked up a telescope, and observed the situation in the East District. That's the church. At 10 o'clock, Luo Guang saw a building decorated with a cross on the top. It was most likely the church. There was a yellow light on there. Luo Guang planned to go there next to see if there were any survivors and learn about the outbreak of the blood plague virus. However, he was not in a hurry to do so for the time being. Luo Guang observed the situation on the street. The houses here were mainly bungalows or two-story houses. Normally, the population was not large, but at this time, Luo Guang could see that the blood plague zombies on the street could form at least a dozen families. They were probably transported by the military. This blood plague virus is really strange. Some zombies have red eyes like they have red eyes, but some zombies do not have this change. The ratio of reed-eyed to non-reed-eyed blood plague zombies is about 1 to 10. Luo Guang recorded this situation and thought that the blood plague zombies infected by the blood plague virus were very different from the zombies infected by the T-virus. It gave people a feeling that this blood plague virus was developed specifically for humans. No, the wolf I met before also had red eyes, so this blood plague virus targets creatures? Luo Guang had no experience fighting ordinary wolves, so he didn't know whether those reed-eyed wolves had been strengthened by the virus. As for the system, it only had theoretical knowledge on paper, so it couldn't be used as a reference. I hope the adapter can obtain the original sample of the virus. The system did not respond to Luo Guang's ridicule, but suggested that Luo Guang obtain the blood plague virus. Yeah, I think so too. Luo Guang nodded silently in his heart. After confirming that there were no zombies ambushing him under the water tower, Luo Guang put away the telescope and slid down the stairs, and then immediately took out his weapons. Next, he had to test the combat effectiveness of those reed-eyed zombies. While these blood-plagued zombies were relatively scattered, Luo Guang walked in the middle of the street. The red eyes of those zombies were indeed not blind. After seeing Luo Guang's figure, these reed-eyed zombies roared and ran towards Luo Guang's place.
The ordinary blood-plague zombies behind him were still walking slowly, but no matter whether they saw Luo Guang or not, after the reedied zombie roared, they all looked at where Luo Guang was, instead of looking at the reedied zombie that made the sound.
Sure enough, these zombies are communicating. Luo Guang's face was solemn. Zombies that could run could also communicate.
The mission in Danforth City seemed to be very difficult. At this time, there was only one reedied zombie running towards Luo Guang. It broke away from the crowd behind and came to Luo Guang alone. Then it was tripped by Luo Guang, who dodged the attack sideways and stretched out his foot. The reedied zombie on the ground was killed by Luo Guang with a mountaineering pick before he got up. Fortunately, the intelligence is still so low, and there is no awareness of commanding the zombie group to fight.
Luo Guang thought so.
But this is normal, otherwise Luo Guang does not think that the military will allow the existence of this test site. Luo Guang has a gun and enough physical strength. He is still confident that he can deal with the zombies in front of him, but it is not necessary, so Luo Guang made a circle to get rid of the blood-plague zombies behind him, and then ran towards the church. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content.
Hey, I'm a living person, Luo Guang shouted while running towards the church.
Then he was blocked by a wall. There is no place here, go somewhere else. A white man in a khaki police uniform poked his head out from behind the wall and said to Luo Guang, "Get out quickly, don't attract zombies, otherwise don't blame me for shooting."
No, please. Luo Guang lowered his voice and begged.
Luo Guang saw the M1 Garand rifle in the other party's hand. Although it was not pointed at him, his eyes were staring at Luo Guang fiercely.
Get out!
The other party was about to raise his gun.
Luo Guang was startled and ran away quickly, walking into the forest.
They are all policemen, but there is a big difference. Luo Guang hid in the woods around the church and observed the situation inside the church.
Inside the church. The door of the church was pushed open, and a man in pastor's clothes came out, holding a Bible, and asked the police officer, "Alan, did someone come to ask for help just now?"
"I think I heard someone asking for help.
We are already full here, and we can't let anyone in, so I drove him away,"
Alan said to the pastor forcefully. "It has been more than a month, and the military has not come to rescue.
There is not much food and medicine left. We can't let more people come in to eat for free."
"But the Lord's place should not be," the pastor argued.
"Shut up, William,"
Officer Allen scolded, "unless your almighty God appears in Trumbull now to purify the monster zombies here, otherwise don't mention your God all the time."
"Alan, William is a devout believer."
Hearing Alan's insults about his beliefs, he couldn't help but refute him.
"Shut up, there are zombies, call everyone over."
Alan noticed that a group of zombies appeared in the direction where the survivor just came from. Damn, that guy attracted all the zombies. Alan scolded Luo Guang, who was not here, raised his weapon, and shot at the blood-plagued zombies that were slowly approaching.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people?
Luo Guang saw that there were 2 people in the church besides Alan and William, 1 man and 2 women.
Luo Guang thought to himself, "Didn't I get rid of those blood-plagued zombies by myself? Why did they follow so quickly?"
These survivors put a lot of wooden boxes behind the wall outside the church, so that the people inside can stand on them and shoot outside through the wall.
They can also use melee weapons to deal with the zombies near the wall while ensuring safety.
Luo Guang observed for a while and confirmed that the church could deal with these ordinary blood-plagued zombies.
After that, he did not need to help.
Then he left the periphery of the church and prepared to find an empty house to rest.
Wish them good luck. I have a fever. Chapter 45. The Swift Dot. This family's bed is pretty good. Luo Guang found a 2-story house in the East District to sleep.
The owner of the house was wandering in the yard and had been infected with the blood plague virus, so the owner of the house, who had turned into a blood plague zombie, was freed by Luo Guang, who climbed over the wall later. The owner of the house killed by Luo Guang seemed to be summoned by the roar of the blood plague zombies over the church. Before he was alive, he had been slapping the iron fence in the direction of the church, wanting to support the brothers who were attacking the church. The noise made Luo Guang locate him directly and solve it in one draft. After greeting the owner of the house, Luo Guang was not polite. He developed such a bad habit in Raccoon City. Luo Guang directly chose the double bed in the master bedroom as the place to sleep tonight. In addition to considering comfort, the master bedroom is located on the 2nd floor of the room. The window in the room faces the road, allowing Luo Guang to observe the situation at the main entrance of the house. This house is a little distance from the church, so when Luo Guang left the room, there were only 3 or 2 blood-plague zombies outside the room, so Luo Guang solved them easily.
Luo Guang confirmed his position.
At this time, he was at a shaped intersection in the eastern part of Trumbore town. As long as he followed the road and crossed a bridge, he could reach the northern part of Trumbore town, which was mainly a commercial service area. Starting to set off, Luo Guang passed a veterinary hospital and walked another 500 or 600 meters. He found a blood plague monster in the distance that he had seen for the first time. This monster was called a swifter by the military. In the research report stolen by the Umbrella Company intelligence officer, it was mentioned that these swifters can only be directly mutated by humans infected with the blood plague virus, and ordinary blood plague zombies cannot mutate into swifters. Therefore, the intelligence officer speculated that the military may have conducted human experiments to obtain this information. The swift in front of Luo Guang was lurking outside the railing on the roadside. Because this was a downhill road, Luo Guang found its position when the monster looked up and observed the surroundings. The swift had a deformed appearance, with bulging muscles on the back, well-developed limbs, and a blue-gray skin color. The gray-white hair was sparsely attached to the scalp. The slightly open mouth was full of jagged teeth, and yellow-green saliva dripped on the ground from time to time. If it was a unknown fight, with the shotgun in his hand, he should be able to fight. After getting up, Luo Guang removed the canvas that wrapped the shotgun. At this time, Luo Guang took down the M4S90 shotgun hanging on his back and removed the duckbill muzzle of the gun head first. This duckbill muzzle is a detachable muzzle that Luo Guang installed for people to deal with large groups of zombies. The muzzle can adjust the direction of the bullets in the shotgun to a horizontal line, so that Luo Guang can smash the heads of a row of zombies with one shot. But facing the fast swift, Luo Guang believes that the coverage of the bullets is more important. As long as the swift can be hit, it will naturally make the swift lose the most important speed, which will provide convenience for subsequent supplementary shooting. The terrain here is long and narrow, with hillsides on both sides, but there are not many obstacles. It not only plays the speed advantage of the swift, but also makes the swift lose the protection of the bunker when facing Luo Guang's shotgun. There are no other blood plague zombies around, so even if it attracts other zombies as backup by howling, there are no soldiers available here. Luo Guang held the shotgun in his hand. While judging the situation, he walked carefully in the middle of the road. The swift, who looked up to check the situation, caught Luo Guang's figure at once, but did not charge at the first time. Instead, he stayed close to the ground and tried to hide himself under the shadow of the roadside railing. "Brother Swift, is it funny that you are ambushing in my field of vision?" Luo Guang looked down from above, taking in the swift's movements, and evaluated in his heart, this swift has intelligence but no IQ, and some common sense knowledge he had before his death has not been preserved. From a certain perspective, this swift is also an enhanced version of the red-eyed wolf. Luo Guang continued to go downhill and stopped about 15 meters away from the swift. In order to deal with various situations, Luo Guang did not load the bullets in the feed tube. After confirming that the swift still did not move at this distance, Luo Guang directly took out a single-headed bullet and stuffed it into the ejection port on the right. Aiming at the swift, pulling the trigger, the single-headed bullet flew straight to the ambushing swift. Perhaps because Luo Guang's gunshot alarmed the swift, almost at the same time, the swift quickly moved and leaned on the railings on the roadside to rush towards Luo Guang. The single-headed bullet still hit the swift, and it went straight through the swift's buttocks. The swift was very fast, and Luo Guang did not choose to shoot on the spot, but ran directly to the other side of the road, trying to stay away from the swift. The swift also saw the opportunity when Luo Guang was away and quickly climbed over the railing and rushed towards Luo Guang. Luo Guang reacted quickly, raised his gun and aimed at the swift and fired, this time firing a 12-gauge shotgun. With a bang, the swift was no longer in the original position. As if recognizing the weapon in Luo Guang's hand, Luo Guang jumped to the left the moment he aimed at it. A bullet fortunately shot into the swift's right shoulder, but this did not affect the swift's speed. The swift seemed to have a ferocious smile on his face, and the opponent's only chance to counterattack was gone. Unlike the lickers, the Swifties don't like to jump into the air to take the enemy's head directly. Instead, they plan to put a claw on Luo Guang's side when running past Luo Guang to directly weaken the enemy's combat ability. Ability is the purpose. Unfortunately, Luo Guang had already anticipated this when he saw that the swift man did not rush straight towards him. The moment the swift man crossed his right arm, Luo Guang kicked out his left foot, aiming directly at the joint of the swift man's right hand. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The military shoes equipped with iron toes were like bullets under the explosion of Luo Guang's power. This kick directly broke the swift man's right paw, and the swift man did not even feel the force of the kick. Still sprinting forward as always. Luo Guang relied on the force that erupted when he retracted his legs to turn sideways and avoid the non-threatening claws on the swift man's right hand. The swift man failed to hit a single blow and had no intention of escaping. The three claws stopped the momentum of the charge and immediately turned around to charge Luo Guang again. There was a small click, and the new shotgun was loaded. The swift man was only 2 meters away from his enemy, so he had no choice but to rush over and push the enemy to the ground. Bang! Luo Guang was still leaning sideways, and because the distance was too close, he didn't even need to raise his gun to aim. He held the shotgun at his waist, and the muzzle of the gun was directly locked on the space where the swift man was. This number 12 shot directly shattered the swiftman's imagination of the future. When the distance was close enough, the flying projectiles had not had time to disperse before they all hit the swift man's head and body, stopping the swift man's attack with one shot. There was another click, and Luo Guang pulled the movable holster under the barrel of the shotgun again to load the gun. Bang! Luo Guang shot the velociraptor in the head again as he was still struggling to get up to ensure that the velociraptor could lie down obediently. This move to attack the enemy's joints was taught to him by Gil. When he received training from the Delta Force, the imaginary enemies that Gil faced were living humans, not the slow zombies in Raccoon City. Therefore, when the two were sparring, Luo Guang's method of dealing with zombies was full of loopholes in Gil's opinion, and the attack routes were not varied enough and easy to be seen through, so they were not suitable for dealing with humans. This forced Gil to seize the time to give Luo Guang cramming lessons and correct some of Luo Guang's mistakes in time to prevent Luo Guang from directly using the same tactics used to deal with zombies to deal with human enemies. Originally, Luo Guang had a move that he could use to knock down 10 levels of strength with one move, but he was immediately taught how to attack the joints by Gil, who specializes in exerting force, and was often hit hard by Gil's move, which was so powerful that he couldn't use it. It was frustrating, so Luo Guang could only find his place at night. At this time, Luo Guang used the trick taught by Gil to deal with the swift ones, and it was considered to have achieved certain results. It seemed that he had previously thought that the combat skills he had mastered should be marked with a zombie-only mark. After the battle, the soaring adrenaline began to subside. Taking advantage of the temporary safety, Luo Guang took out a small notebook and began to record the information of the swift man. First of all, the speed of climbing over the railing is extremely fast, and this method is safer and more flexible than jumping over the railing. Although it was a pity that Luo Guang's first shot did not hit the swift man and eliminated the enemy, it showed that the swift man was familiar with the sound of gunshots. Later, when he climbed over the railing and approached Luo Guang, he also avoided the shot. In this way, Luo Guang I can't help but wonder for what reason the swift man judged that he would shoot the moment he aimed at it, or did the swift man instinctively avoid the direction in which the gun was aimed? Luo Guang put a question mark on this issue in his notebook. After recording what he discovered during the battle, Luo Guang came to the side of the swift man and observed. The arms of the swift man seemed to be much longer than those of normal humans, almost as long as the legs. Luo Guang gestured at the length of the swift man's hands and legs and recorded, although the swift man can only be judged by humans or directly mutated, but their bodies have changed to adapt to the way they move on 4 legs. It feels like this person has evolved towards a 4-legged beast after being infected with the blood plague virus. Luo Guang compared the speedster to the reed wolf he encountered before. It was indeed faster. The swift ones show signs of evolution. It seemed that Luo Guang's mention of the word evolution made the system react, and he interjected, but because of the excessive indulgence of the blood plague virus during the evolution process, the brain suffered irreversible damage. So this is considered a failure of evolution? Luo Guang was very curious about the system's standards. The system had not made similar statements about any virus-infected organisms or biochemical weapons in Raccoon City before. The system sensed Luo Guang's thoughts and explained, those biochemical weapons are just weapons, so no matter how strong they are just human weapons, and there is no evolution. And the T-virus infections seen by the adapters did not show breakthroughs changes, the ability to adapt to the environment, the compensation of weaknesses, etc. did not appear. When Luo Guang heard the system's explanation, he thought of the giant leech hidden in the hospital sewer system in the Resident Evil game. Although it became huge and infinitely powerful, it still retained its original weakness of being afraid of high temperatures. In order to hunt better, this swift creature directly evolved from a bipedal creature to a quadrupedal creature. It abandoned its original way of walking and running on 2 legs and evolved into a quadrupedal form that is more conducive to hunting. Compared with those blood-plague zombies, it has a greater chance of filling your stomach and surviving, the system explains simply. That is to say, evolution has nothing to do with form.
It depends more on evolution or mutation. Does the new form comply with the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest?
Luo Guang felt that the evolution the system was talking about was not something lofty like mechanical ascension or psychic ascension, but something closer to the rules of nature.
Yes, adapters can understand it this way. The system said that Luo Guang's idea was not wrong. I understand, let's continue on the road. Luo Guang recalled the previous evolution and fell into a coma. The evolution operations were basically completed by system selection.
If he obtained the blood plague virus this time, there would be a T-virus to fight. At the end of the day, he shouldn't faint again. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content.
Luo Guan walked a few hundred meters more and finally saw the bridge to the North District.
However, in addition to the bridge across the river valley, there was an iron wall on the other side of the bridge.
What's going on?
After Luo Guan confirmed that the surroundings were safe, he took out his binoculars and looked in the direction of the bridge. A tall iron wall was erected, which was not marked on the map Luo Guang got, so Luo Guang did not carry any explosives other than fragmentation grenades. Luo Guang frowned, thinking that this was going to be a big trouble. The town of Trumbull is divided into two sides by a river valley. In order to communicate with the two sides, two bridges across the river valley were built. If the bridge on this side is blocked, the same situation will most likely occur on the bridge on the other side. That is to say, the road to Danforth was blocked. The river valley was very deep, and the water flowed through it very fast. Luo Guang did not want to test the power of nature without equipment such as hooks and claws. There were many cars parked on the bridge in front of the Iron Curtain, as well as a large group of blood-plagued zombies carrying large and small bags.
Luo Guang only took one look and knew what had happened there.
But Luo Guang was even more curious as to why the military would build an iron wall here.
Aren't Danforth City and Trumbull Valley both virus testing sites for the military?
Unable to enter the North District, Luo Guang has no good solution for the time being.
However, there are still survivors in this town.
If someone knows how to make explosives, he can directly blow up the iron wall. After all, this is just it's a temporary iron wall, so it probably won't be particularly heavy. There are also methods for making explosives in the system's information database, but Luo Guang was afraid of blowing himself up while preparing the explosives. Luo Guang had a plan in mind, and was going to try his luck in the southern part of Trumbull town, which has a larger population. Luo Guang put away the binoculars, refilled the shotgun with bullets, and was about to set off when he heard the roar of a car engine behind him.
Thank you all for your concern and support. Asterisk?
Chapter 46 Church survivors. Luo Guang did not continue walking forward, but walked outside the fence on the roadside, holding a shotgun, waiting for the car to appear. In less than a minute, a dark green Jeep and a white car appeared in Luo Guang's field of vision one after another. The leading Jeep driver was Marcus, whom Luo Guang met at the summer camp before. Luo Guang didn't reach out and give a thumbs up to indicate that he wanted to hitchhike. Instead, Marcus saw Luo Guang on the side of the road, slowly braked and stopped next to Luo Guang, and the car behind him also stopped.
Luo? Marcus asked, we are planning to escape to the North District. Do you want to come with us? Luo Guang looked into the car.
Sitting in the passenger seat was Maya, whom she had met before, and sitting in the back seat was a boy wearing a baseball cap.
Okay.
Luo Guang opened the rear door, got in the car, and sat behind the driver's seat, while Marcus immediately put down the handbrake and continued to set off.
My name is Luo Guang.
Luo Guang looked at the man in the baseball cap next to him and introduced himself.
Hey, hello, I'm Marcus's good buddy Ed. Ed introduced himself. Seeing sweat on Ed's face and blood on the bandage on his shoulder, Luo Guang asked, Ed, how did you get this injury?
Ed was speechless for a moment. He knew that those who were bitten would also turn into those blood-plagued zombies.
He was bitten. Maya turned to Luo Guang and said, I don't know when he will turn into one of those monsters. Luo Guang should be careful.
Hey, he's my good brother.
And the one who bit Ed wasn't a zombie, it was a wolf. Marcus said dissatisfied. I'm just telling the truth, why are you trying to hurt me? Maya pouted and said dissatisfied, and the eyes of those wolves are as red as those of the zombies. Lily also said that Ed's condition is the same as after being bitten by a zombie.
But he's not one of those monsters yet. Marcus felt that his girlfriend didn't respect his good brother, so he didn't soften his words because of Maya's aggrieved expression.
Okay, Marcus.
What Maya said is the truth. Although Lily said that antiviral drugs can slow down the signs, it still depends on me whether I can survive it in the end. Ed didn't want his brother's love affair to be ruined because of him. Disillusioned, he came out to smooth things over.
Ed, how did you get bitten? Luo Guang was a little curious about what happened between them. Marcus became tougher than before, especially he was not so indulgent towards his girlfriend and felt more assertive.
Maya was angry with Marcus, and Ed was injured again, so it was Marcus who took up what Luo Guang said.
Ed was bitten when he went up the mountain to pick us up. Marcus explained.
Since the crisis broke out in the Trumbull Valley, Ed, one of the survivors, has also joined a team of survivors, and this team is exactly the team Luo Guang met at the Ascension Church. Lily, the radio station administrator, had heard Ed talk about her brother Marcus, so soon after she contacted Marcus, she told Ed the information that Marcus was still alive.
Ed and Marcus have been friends since childhood.
When he heard about this, he took a double-barreled shotgun, drove a jeep and went up the mountain to look for Marcus. As a result, Ed was attacked by a red-eyed wolf while searching the ranger cabin in the woods. The red-eyed wolf was not afraid of the gun in Ed's hand.
After Ed killed one red-eyed wolf with a shotgun, the other red-eyed wolf was already there. He pounced on Ed, and finally Ed used all his strength to kill the remaining red-eyed wolf. In the end, it was Marcus and the two who heard the gunshots who found Ed. Maya joined the conversation at this time and told how the three of them drove back to the church and saved the people in the church who were being besieged. I see, you are so powerful.
You have turned the situation against such a headwind. Luo Guang directly ignored Maya's boast about how he protected Ed in the car, and emphatically noted that Marcus was holding a double barrel.
Shotguns take down powerful monsters. So the people in the car behind are all survivors of the church? Luo Guang glanced at the car behind. The two people in the front row were both women. Yes, it's a pity that we went back too late.
Officer Allen ran away when he saw that he couldn't hold on, and Pastor William and Christian Sam both died. Only Lily and Tanya survived.
Marcus was disappointed that he could not save everyone. People feel sorry. You've tried your best. Luo Guang could only comfort the kind-hearted Marcus.
Marcus didn't answer, and the car fell into silence.
In order to change the atmosphere, Luo Guang began to ask, speaking of which, do you have a destination? Where are you going in the southern district? Ed's aunt had a big bungalow on the south side that we were going to turn into our base.
It was Marcus who actually proposed moving out of the church. Marcus slowed down, went around the two cars that collided, and then speeded up again, saying, that place is surrounded by stone walls. Except for the front entrance and the back door, the walls are decorated with spikes. The main ones are there is a big tree in the yard, and there is a treehouse on the tree, which can be used as a lookout and sniper tower. Yes, Marcus and I loved going to that secret base when we were kids. We used to hide in the treehouse to sleep and then got bitten all over our bodies by bugs. Ed seemed to recall the past, his face turned red and his eyes were blurred.
Get up and say with a smile.
Hey, Ed, don't fall asleep. Luo Guang noticed something was wrong with Ed, he seemed to be in a fever. Ed, we're almost there, hold on. Marcus glanced at the rearview mirror nervously, and without caring about anything else, he stepped on the accelerator to accelerate. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading.
Marcus, be careful.
Maya grabbed the handle above the car window. Marcus concentrated on driving and did not answer Maya's words. Luo Guang, who got in the car, could only fasten his seatbelt, feel the strong push on his back, and pray that Marcus had good driving skills. With a bang, Marcus drove the jeep and directly hit a blood-plagued zombie that was blocking the road, then drifted and braked, and stopped steadily in a parking space on the side of the road.
It's really exciting. Ed, are you okay? Luo Guang looked at Ed who was vomiting on the side and asked. No. It's okay, just a little nauseous. Ed seemed to feel very excited and looked a little more energetic. I'll open the door. Marcus, you go help Ed.
Luo Guang said immediately when the car stopped. He didn't want to help Ed who had vomited all over himself. After opening the car door, Luo Guang used a pickaxe to kill the blood-plagued zombie next to him, and then ran to the big house next to him. There was a treehouse in the yard, which was easy to confirm. There was an iron door at the main entrance, and there was no spiked decoration on it, so Luo Guang quickly flipped over and immediately confirmed whether the yard was safe after landing.
No one in the yard, but there are figures in the house.
After Luo Guang confirmed, he opened the door of the wall to let Marcus and others in, and at this time the car behind was late.
Come in.
Luo Guang saw the blood-plagued zombies in the distance coming here because of the sound of the car, and hurriedly greeted the two people in the car. These two people should be Lily and Tanya. One of them was wearing a green short-sleeved military uniform, brown short hair, carrying an M16 assault rifle behind him, holding a luggage bag in one hand, and running towards Luo Guang with steady steps. The other person was wearing a shirt and jeans, and he was not seen carrying any weapons, but was carrying a backpack.
Luo Guang saw that the unarmed person was not walking fast, so he took the backpack for him. "Thank you."
After all the people entered the compound, the unarmed girl thanked Luo Guang and introduced herself. "I am Lily Ritter."
"I am Tanya Adams."
The woman in military uniform also introduced herself.
"I am Luo Guang." Luo Guang handed the backpack to Lily and asked, "What's in it?"
Luo Guang was curious why the other party was holding on when she was obviously a little bit unable to carry it. "It's the radio station my dad gave me,"
Lily said. "Hey, Ed, your aunt seems to be in the house."
Marcus helped Ed to enter the house, but found a figure shaking inside.
"Ahem."
Ed coughed a few times and shouted, "Aunt, I am your baby Ed." The figure inside heard Ed's words, but did not respond, but turned around and walked towards Marcus and the others. "Aunt," Ed saw his aunt's pale and terrifying face. His aunt had turned into those zombies. Ed, who was still able to stand, was hit so hard that he fainted. Ed and Marcus quickly supported Ed, who was about to fall.
"Marcus, I'll go." Tanya put the bag on the ground, pulled out the dagger from her waist, and said,
"Sorry to bother you." Ed's aunt was also very kind to Marcus, so Marcus didn't want to do it himself.
Tanya nodded and knocked the door of the big house open.
Luo Guang saw that Tanya had been in for only 5 seconds, so he came out. "Help Ed go in and lie down first, I'll find a shovel."
Marcus nodded and called Maya to carry Ed in together. After a busy time, Luo Guang and Tanya buried Ed's aunt in a corner of the yard.
Because of limited materials, Luo Guang finally used 2 branches to build a cross for her. Luo Guang patted the dust on his hands and talked to Tanya. "I heard from Marcus that your previous base was breached by those zombies. To be precise, it is a monster with 4 legs on the ground, which is different from ordinary zombies." Tanya shook her head and reached for her trouser pocket, but it was empty.
"Do you have a cigarette?" Tanya asked. No, Luo Guang continued to ask, "Is it a monster with a fast speed?"
"I saw one before I met you. I called it a swifter."
"Yes." "Wait, you encountered and solved that kind of monster? Or alone?"
Tanya suddenly remembered the monster corpse she passed by when she was driving.
"Yes, luckily I have a shotgun, otherwise I don't know what to do." Luo Guang changed the subject and said, "So you chose this place with a treehouse as a sniper tower to deal with the swifts?"
"That's right, those swifts will not be stopped by the wall at all, so we can only use this method to deal with them, and kill them before they climb over the wall." Tanya glanced at the shotgun behind Luo Guang and nodded in her heart. It is indeed easier to deal with the monster with a shotgun than with her own M16, or the swifts.
This name really fits the impression given by the monster.
Tanya continued, "Although we escaped, the current situation is still not optimistic. We are too short of things, and the most important food can't last long. Those damn guys."
"Those guys?"
Luo Guang was about to ask about the iron wall, and heard Tanya's muttering, so he asked.
"You should have seen the iron wall across the bridge, right?" Tanya confirmed.
"Yes, is the guy you are talking about military personnel?"
Luo Guang asked.
Not long after the disaster broke out, the iron wall suddenly stood up on the bridge that communicated with the outside world, and there was not even a door on the iron wall.
Tanya had also been on that bridge and talked about what happened that day.
"My 2 friends and I arrived at the bridge and found the iron wall. Like everyone else, we protested to the military personnel on it, but the people standing on the iron wall did not respond to us at all." Tanya talked about the previous events, her tone full of anger. "Later, an officer appeared on the iron curtain and told us that it was to prevent infection, so it was blocked out of necessity, and then the military would send professional troops to rescue us survivors. As a result, the people they sent out were not here for rescue, and we are still in this hellhole." When Luo Guang was about to say something, he saw Lily coming out of the big house calling them, so he put the problem aside for the time being. Luo Guang and Tanya walked into the house and saw Marcus and Maya sitting in the living room waiting for Luo Guang and them. "Without antiviral drugs, Ed will not be able to hold on, and we need a doctor." Marcus called everyone together to discuss countermeasures in order to save Ed. Lily said, "The day before yesterday, someone saw Dr. Hans from Trumbulltown Hospital being taken away by the Wilkerson family." "Speaking of antiviral drugs, have you been to the veterinary hospital in the East District?" Luo Guang remembered a veterinary hospital he passed by when he went to the bridge. "Veterinary drugs should also be used by humans." "I have seen it. There are drugs but only antiviral drugs.
Marcus answered and said, "Why did the Wilkerson family take Dr. Hans away?"
The specific situation is unclear, but it is probably the same as Ed. Someone in their family was bitten. Now it seems that if we want to save Ed, we must confront the Wilkerson family and rescue Dr. Hans. Lily said that she didn't know the specific situation either. The information she obtained was basically obtained from the radio station.
Even under Lily's suggestion, those who had radio stations were exchanging various information. It seems that this is the only way.
Marcus did not hesitate at all and made up his mind to go for his brother.
Meow, the update time is not stable. Now my head feels like a mess.
Chapter 47. Ed is rescued without further delay. I'll leave now.
Ed will trouble you.
Marcus said so as it was still early. On the other side, Maya did not speak from beginning to end, and kept her head down to prevent others from seeing her expression.
Hey, Marcus, here you go.
Tanya handed Marcus a pistol and a magazine, and said, "Be careful.
I've heard of the Wilkerson family. They are not good people, and they are not easy to mess with. It's best not to conflict with them easily." I understand.
Marcus also knew the Wilkerson family, but he knew that Tanya was worried that he would get hot-headed and do bad things impulsively. Marcus took the weapon given by Tanya and got up and left the big house. Next, I plan to set up the radio station.
Lily planned to tell others in the radio station about her move. Well, Tanya stood up and said, "Then I'll check the house." Wait a minute, Tanya.
Luo Guang stopped Tanya and said, "I want to ask, what did you mean when you said that the military was not here to rescue?" Lily received a message from her radio friend. Her friend said that she must not trust the military. The military does not care about the lives of us survivors. Some people wearing biochemical suits are measuring his physical condition, etc.
Tanya explained.
Well, it seems that the military wants to study this disaster more than rescuing us survivors.
Luo Guang thought and said, "Could it be that the military actually knows how this disaster occurred?" Tanya speculated, "Indeed, biochemical suits are not bite-proof.
Do they wear these clothes because they know what caused this disaster, or just for safety reasons?"
Alas, I don't know.
But it's none of our business. We should try not to get involved with those people.
I don't want to be dragged into experiments. Now let's go check the situation in the house. Luo Guang suggested.
Okay. Tanya told Maya casually, and then went out with Luo Guang, starting with the outer wall of the house.
Luo, is there anything you can't say in front of others?
Tanya felt that if Luo Guang really thought it was important to check the house, he shouldn't have stopped her to chat at the beginning, and it was a bit sudden to change the topic just now. I'm not familiar with Maya, and she gave people a strange feeling after coming to this house.
Maya seemed to talk more before. Tanya looked like a straightforward person, so Luo Guang didn't beat around the bush. I understand what you mean.
Tanya raised her eyebrows.
Luo Guang's unfamiliarity actually meant distrust. However, the main thing is that what I want to do is not suitable for publicity for the time being. Because Tanya, you are a veteran, so I want to ask you, you have observed the iron wall up close, do you think you can blow it up?
Luo Guang judged that Tanya should hate this iron wall that blocked him and others from escaping, and asked directly.
Luo, your idea is very dangerous.
Although the army does not do human work, if the iron wall is blown up, the disaster here will spread.
Tanya is a retired soldier and does not want the disaster to spread. Tanya, don't you think it's strange?
If you want to limit the spread of the disaster, why don't you just block the tunnel connecting Danforth City, but spend so much effort to build 2 iron walls? And Tanya, you said before that there are soldiers stationed on the iron wall, but I used a telescope to observe before I met you, and there is no one stationed on the iron wall. Luo Guang explained, I am worried about the North District now. The back of the iron wall has actually fallen, and the personnel there have been evacuated.
So you think we have been abandoned and there is only a dead end if we stay in the town?
Tanya heard that there was no one stationed on the iron wall, and she also felt strange. No matter how urgent the manpower is, one person will be arranged to stay. Not to mention ordinary zombies, those reed zombies and those swift ones are a great threat to us.
We are not so lucky every time. Luo Guang persuaded. Let me think about it.
Tanya recalled the experience of last night. If Marcus had not joined the battle in time with a shotgun, the next target of the swift who bit Sam to death would be herself.
Luo Guang nodded.
There was no need to persuade Tanya, a person with a strong opinion. She would naturally choose the best option for her survival. The two patrolled a circle and returned to the house to check again. After confirming that it was safe, Tanya went to the treehouse to start alerting the situation, while Luo Guang searched for useful things in the house. Hey, Luo. Lily stuck her head out of a small utility room and called Luo Guang, who was heading to the kitchen. What's wrong, Lily? Luo Guang walked towards Lily and looked at the utility room, which had been converted into her own radio room by Lily. It's like this, I heard from Marcus that you went down the mountain with them and then separated, so I want to ask if you met anyone else? Lily asked. No, what's wrong? Luo Guang tilted his head. After the disaster, my father had been surviving in the summer camp on the mountainside with the summer camp students, but later we lost contact, and Marcus said that the people in the camp had left. Lily asked, later, Marcus said that you went to find the injured who left the scrapped car, so what was the result? No injured or bodies were found. Luo Guang answered truthfully. That's good. Maybe there was little hope, but if there was no body, there was a chance that my father would survive, so Luo Guang's words made Lily feel a little relieved. Is there anything else? Luo Guang asked. One more thing, if you, Luo Guang, go out to do errands and see a middle-aged uncle wearing a children's watch, that's probably my father. Lily said quickly. Children's watch? Luo Guang thought of the children's watch he found next to a scrapped car. That was given to my father when I was a child. Lily said sheepishly. The children's watch I saw is indeed more suitable for girls, can it be such a coincidence? Luo Guang thought. In the end, Luo Guang still didn't tell Lily about the children's watch he saw. After saying goodbye to Lily, Luo Guang walked to the kitchen. It was still early when the disaster occurred, and the power and water supply systems were still functioning normally, so Luo Guang placed his target in the refrigerator. After several people had a late lunch, they went to rest. Tanya is taking care of Ed in Ed's room. If Ed mutates, Tanya will ensure that Ed returns to peace as soon as possible. Lily was staying in her radio room, while Luo Guang temporarily took over Tanya's duty to guard the treehouse. By the way, Luo Guang could take this opportunity to note the surrounding environment and add some marks to his map. As for Maya, she ran directly into the master room after eating. Luo Guang observed the surroundings with a telescope. There were many more public service facilities in the southern district. The town's courts, police stations, fire stations, hospitals, etc. were basically concentrated in the southern district, with a river across the southern district as the center. The few 3- and 4-story townhouses on the other side of the dividing line were concentrated on the other side, so Luo Guang's field of vision was quite broad. That house. Luo Guang found that a house across the street was crowded with blood-plagued zombies, and the number of red eyes was basically equal to the normal ratio. Moreover, he always felt that the air around the room had something strange. A feeling of redness. Luo Guang decided to observe the situation of the house for a few more days. Just when he was about to record the incident, Lily ran out. Luo, I received a radio broadcast from the military. When Luo Guang heard the military's broadcast, he naturally would not miss the opportunity to learn about the military's dynamics. He put his notebook and pen back inside his clothes and got out of the treehouse in a hurry. We will set up a rescue point here at the Snyder Freight Warehouse. At the same time, we also hope that people with lofty ideals will cooperate with us to fight this disaster. This is Sergeant Tan, over. This paragraph had just finished playing on the radio, and within a few seconds it started playing again. Do you know this Sergeant Tan, Lily? Luo Guang asked. I know him. Tanya, who was in Ed's room, came out because she heard the broadcast. She happened to hear Luo Guang's question and replied. Do you think it's credible? You seem to have said before that people from the military showed up with people in biochemical suits. This time they didn't trick us into doing experiments, right? Luo Guang asked Tanya what she thought. I find Sergeant Tan's words credible. He is flexible and listens to advice. Previously, 2 survivors were caught by him breaking into someone else's house and were about to be shot. After my persuasion, he relented and let them go. A way out. Tanya thought about it and said, I think Sergeant Tan may have made the decision privately. Decided privately? Luo Guang asked curiously. Before you mentioned that the people in the North District may have evacuated, then if the military superiors did not give him an order and did not say that rescue could not be done, I think Sergeant Tan would privately decide to save the civilians. Tanya guessed, wait until Maku after C comes back, I'll go to Sergeant Tan's place to find out the situation. How about I try to contact Sergeant Tan via the radio first? Lily suggested. No, it's better to go and see him directly. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Tanya shook her head, that's it, I'll go back and check on Ed first. Okay.
Luo Guang nodded.
Tanya returned to the room where Ed was, while Lily continued to fiddle with her radio, and Luo Guang also returned to the treehouse. In this way, 2.5 hours passed. Back. Luo Guang saw the jeep speeding towards him. There was a man in a white coat sitting in the passenger seat, probably Dr. Hans. Luo Guang immediately went down to open the door for Marcus and the others.
How is Ed? Marcus' first sentence was to ask about Ed's situation.
Luo Guang didn't hear gunshots from inside the house during this period, so he said, "You can still hold on, hurry in."
"Doctor, let's go this way." Marcus pulled Dr. Hans towards Ed's direction without waiting for Dr. Hans to answer.
Luo Guang was also curious about what method Dr. Hans would use to treat Ed's blood plague infection, so after confirming the safety of the surrounding area, he got down from the treehouse and walked to Ed's room.
"Doctor, how is Ed doing?" When Luo Guang entered, Dr. Hans was diagnosing Ed with a stethoscope. Hearing Marcus' inquiry, he replied, "Well, the situation is not bad. Although the temperature is very high, this proves that his immune system is still intact. If things are running smoothly, things will turn around."
After confirming, Dr. Hans hung the stethoscope around his neck, opened the medical box he carried with him, took out a box of medicine, poured 2 pills out, handed it to Marcus, and told him, "Give him the antipyretic medicine first.
Keep feeding him. His body temperature is too high now.
Before the infection kills him, his own immune system will burn him to death first."
"Okay."
Marcus took out the water bottle in his backpack and fed Ed the medicine. Next, when the patient's temperature drops slightly, give him the antiviral drug, 1 pill at a time, once a day, or twice a day if the situation is not right, but unless it is an emergency, the interval should be 6 hours. Dr. Hans gave Marcus another small plastic bag with 6 pills in it. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading.
"Okay." Marcus asked again, "If Ed's condition has not improved or he has not fully recovered after taking this medicine, what should we do? I think you have a radio station in this room?"
Dr. Hans asked this question when he was pulled into the room by Marcus and happened to pass by Lily's radio room.
"Yes." Marcus nodded. "In that case, I won't stay here.
I plan to stay at the survivor base near the court.
There are many guards there.
Otherwise, it would be bad if I was kidnapped and put under house arrest again.
I think it's very close to here. If you have any problems, just go to me directly."
Dr. Hans might have been kidnapped by the Wilkerson family shortly after the judge called him to the court on the radio. Dr. Hans stood up and said to Marcus, "Marcus, to be honest, the medical conditions in the town are not good now. If the antiviral drugs don't work, you have to be mentally prepared."
"I understand, doctor, I'll take you to the court."
Marcus understood what Dr. Hans had to do mentally.
"I'll take you." Luo Guang suggested, "Marcus, you've been busy all afternoon, take a break now." "Thank you."
Marcus really felt tired. Luo Guang suggested so that he couldn't refuse, so he threw the jeep key to Luo Guang. Luo Guang took the key and took Dr. Hans out of the house. After dealing with the blood-plagued zombies beside the car, Luo Guang and Dr. Hans got in the car. Starting the engine, Luo Guang fastened his seatbelt and asked, "My name is Luo Guang, Dr. Hans.
Is the antiviral drug effective for people like Ed who were bitten by wolves? Is it also effective for those who were bitten by zombies?"
"If you are bitten by a wolf, it would be better to use antibiotics and rabies vaccines, but when I examined Ed, I found that his symptoms were more like viral infection, and they were exactly the same as those of people bitten by zombies. I once used the hospital's instruments to analyze the blood of patients and found that there was an unknown virus in their blood. I speculated that it was this virus that turned people into those monsters called zombies."
Dr. Hans said. "I see."
The court was next to the river across the South District, so Luo Guang drove across the bridge and turned a corner and soon arrived at the court. The people at the court base set up a defensive position at the entrance. The bodies around the position seemed to have been cleaned up, with only bloodstains and bullet shells, but no piles of blood-plagued zombies.
2 policemen were guarding the defensive position.
When they saw Luo Guang's car, they directed Luo Guang to pull the car to the side. At first, Luo Guang only planned to ask Dr. Hans about the treatment of the blood plague virus when he took him back, but after seeing the court base, Luo Guang suddenly wanted to go in and take a look. "Recently, I have been lying in bed and typing on my phone when I am awake, and I can't muster the energy to do the examination."
Chapter 48 Theft Stop.
One of the policemen guarding the door reached out to stop Luo Guang, and then said to Dr. Hans next to Luo Guang, "Dr. Hans, Judge Heller has been waiting for you for a long time." Dr. Hans is one of the few doctors in the town, and many people know him. When such a disaster occurs in the town, most people will not offend a doctor. The different treatment by the police at the door made Luo Guang feel like he was attending some party with Dr. Hans and was turned away because he couldn't brush his face like Dr. Hans.
He came with me. Dr. Hans had a good impression of Luo Guang.
When he got out of the car, he heard Luo Guang said he wanted to go in and take a look, so he came forward and said to the policeman who stopped Luo Guang,
"I'm sorry, doctor.
The judge has ordered that all survivors who want to join here must hand in their weapons, and the weapons include firearms or close-range attack weapons such as knives. Because the judge thinks that there is no need for more soldiers here.
So the survivors who join just need to become law-abiding residents," the policeman said helplessly, shrugging.
In this situation outside, you have confiscated all the weapons of the survivors. If this place is breached, the people inside will have no power to fight back.
Hans had seen the zombie swarm composed of blood-plagued zombies outside. How to attack the survivor base?
If the Wilkerson family hadn't stored a large amount of weapons and ammunition to block the incoming zombie army, I might not have been able to leave that place alive. There's no way, that's the rule here, and we have repelled several waves of zombie attacks without any injuries.
The policeman shook his head, indicating that he could not be accommodating. Wait a minute, Judge Heller said you can't join here unless you hand in your weapons, right?
Luo Guang stopped Dr. Hans, who wanted to refute the other party, seized the loophole in the other party's words, and asked.
"That's right." The policeman nodded. "But I'm not here to join you, I'm just here to visit."
Luo Guang directly used the word visit. This policeman encountered this situation for the first time and was speechless.
"Stephen, since the other person didn't join here, it's okay." Another policeman persuaded.
Luo Guang could see that the policeman who persuaded him did not seem to agree with the rules announced by the judge.
"Okay, listen, Corolla." Policeman Stephen turned sideways and asked Luo Guang to follow Dr. Hans into the court door. What on earth is that judge thinking? Does she really think the defense here is impenetrable?
Dr. Hans lowered his voice and said to Luo Guang. Dr. Hans, who had experienced the Wilkerson family defense war, had seen a giant zombie that was huge and could keep moving forward even if it was shot in the head. It was like a bulldozer. Coupled with that kind of extremely fast zombie, Dr. Hans didn't believe that the small number of policemen in the small town could survive without any injuries. After all, she is not the one who has to fight the zombies. So far, this place has been well protected. She will only receive reports from the police about how many zombie attacks they have defended today.
Luo Guang didn't know the residents here.
What did he think of the judge, so he lowered his voice.
"Luo, can you accompany me to see the judge?"
Dr. Hans hesitated for a while and said, "I think it's not a good idea to stay here.
Let's say hello to the judge and leave."
With Dr. Hans' ability, he is an honored guest in any survivor group, so Dr. Hans does not want to stay in this place with great hidden dangers, even if it is protected by most of the police in the town.
Understood.
Luo Guang nodded, naturally welcoming Dr. Hans to fill the missing medical role in the team. Since Dr. Hans wanted to follow Luo Guang back, Luo Guang stopped visiting and followed Dr. Hans to Judge Heller's office.
"Ah, Dr. Hans, it's so nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a few days and I thought you had an accident."
Judge Heller, who had finished signing a document, was very happy to see Hans and continued. "I once sent people out to look for you, but they couldn't find you because there are still many civilians here, so I had to let them all come back." Fortunately, Judge Heller added the following sentence in time, otherwise Dr. Hans's face would definitely not look good. "I was taken away by members of the Wilkerson family." Although the Wilkerson family did this to save their own family members, this did not mean that Dr. Hans would forgive them for placing him under house arrest.
"What?" Judge Heller asked in surprise. "I know that the people in their family are indeed not good people, but they actually broke the law so blatantly. There is nothing surprising."
Dr. Hans told Judge Heller the facts outside the court. "Judge Heller, there is no law outside now, as long as you can survive. By the way, this is Luo Guang, a member of the survivor team who rescued me. I am very grateful to Judge Heller for deploying the protection force here to find me, but Luo Guang and the others only used one radio and only said I was rescued by just one person." Dr. Hans did not give Judge Heller time to reply, and while introducing Luo Guang, he told how he was rescued. Marcus told Dr. Hans how he was discovered to have been kidnapped, and based on this comparison, Dr. Hans felt that it would be good to follow Luo Guang and his team of survivors. After hearing Dr. Hans' introduction, Judge Heller set her sights on Luo Guang for the first time. She had previously thought that he was just a bodyguard hired by Dr. Hans. At this time, Judge Heller took a look at the shotgun on Luo Guang's back and then greeted Luo Guang. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. At this time, one of Luo Guang's team was seriously injured, so I can't stay here. Dr. Hans brought up the real topic of this meeting with Judge Heller.
Doctor, are you just coming here to say hello this time?
Judge Heller thought of what Dr. Hans had said before and finally understood what Dr. Hans meant.
Is it because we didn't save you, Dr. Hans? I apologize to you for this.
We have always been short of doctors here, and we really need you, Dr. Hans, to take charge of the medical room here. Judge Heller's tone was a little anxious, and she still hoped that Dr. Hans could stay, so that her planned unbreakable fortress would be basically completed. No, Dr. Hans shook his head and said, as I said before, someone in Luo Guang's team was seriously injured. They need my help, and this is to repay their kindness.
Okay.
Judge Heller saw that the other party was determined to leave, and since the disaster, he had not received any reports of guards being injured in the process of fighting zombies, so he did not try to keep him.
Then Luo Guang, where is your base?
Judge Heller decided to settle for the second best, as long as he could find a doctor to treat him when necessary. There is a big house with a tree house after crossing the bridge.
Luo Guang's description was simple and easy to understand.
Judge Heller, who was born and raised in the area, nodded to indicate that he knew where it was. The topic had come to this point, and both sides had nothing else to say, so Dr. Hans left with Luo Guang. Dr. Hans put his hand on the door of the judge's office, turned his head and said to the judge, Judge Heller, I have one last piece of advice for you.
Don't underestimate those zombies. With their fighting power, you need more fighters. Judge Heller was stunned, and then took another look at the weapon on Luo Guang's back. He immediately understood what Dr. Hans was going to say. After a relaxed smile, Judge Heller said, It's okay, doctor. The police here are all great guys. Those zombies are nothing to be afraid of. They also said that they were target practice. Well, it's better to be careful. Goodbye, Judge Heller.
After Dr. Hans finished speaking, he opened the door forcefully and left the judge's office with Luo Guang.
Doctor, are you leaving? Stephen, the policeman at the door, was surprised.
Yes, I won't be here for the time being. Someone in his team was seriously injured and the situation is quite serious.
I need to keep an eye on the injured.
Dr. Hans repeated what he said to Judge Heller.
Okay.
Policeman Stephen, who was speaking, saw Luo Guang staring at him. After watching Luo Guang and Dr. Hans leave, the police officer Corolla who persuaded Stephen to let the people in left a message for Stephen to watch the door, and immediately ran into the court to find his boss, the sheriff of Trumbull Town. Not to mention the old sheriff who went to Judge Heller to argue after learning that Judge Heller let the doctor go. Luo Guang and Dr. Hans quickly returned to the treehouse base. After Luo Guang knocked the blood-plagued zombies that appeared from nowhere around him to death again, he returned to the big house with Dr. Hans.
Hey! Doctor, why are you back?
Marcus was surprised to see Dr. Hans who turned back. I came to join you, I hope you don't mind having more mouths. Dr. Hans looked at Marcus, who was loyal to him, and joked.
How is Ed?
Luo Guang wanted to know the effect of Dr. Hans' treatment of Ed, so he took the initiative to ask. Very good, the body temperature has dropped, and Ed woke up once in the middle. Marcus saw that his friend's condition had improved, and he couldn't help but tell Luo Guang with a smile. The situation is good, just continue to take the medicine on time.
Dr. Hans nodded and prepared to diagnose Ed again, while Luo Guang left the room and went to the kitchen to confirm the food inventory. After boiling a pot of hot water, Luo Guang prepared to check the food reserves. After all, Dr. Hans came, and there were really one more mouth to feed. As a result, Luo Guang opened the cupboard and found that there seemed to be some canned food missing. Luo Guang used the ingredients in the refrigerator first for lunch. Lily was still collecting intelligence in the radio room. Luo Guang asked Lily what Maya was doing. Lily replied that she didn't know, maybe Maya was still in the master room and didn't come out.
Luo Guang then went to the treehouse to find Tanya and told her some information from the court.
She actually confiscated weapons.
She is confiscating the right of civilians to resist zombies. Tanya was disdainful of Judge Heller's actions.
Well, so Dr. Hans followed me back.
Luo Guang finished speaking and immediately said what he wanted to ask. I saw that the canned food in the cupboard seemed to have decreased.
Did someone take it?
What? That's not right. I put away the canned food I brought from the church before I went to the treehouse for alert. Tanya finished speaking, and she looked at Luo Guang, and the two immediately returned to the kitchen of the big house.
Look! Luo Guang pointed to Tanya.
Tanya felt that she was going to explode, and her tone contained anger, and she said, Luo Guang, most of the canned food is missing, and the empty luggage bag I put here is also missing.
Are we robbed? Luo Guang's first reaction was that someone came to steal things, and he was instantly furious. Not necessarily. Where's Maya?
Lily had been in the radio room and was not in good physical condition, while Marcus had been staying with Ed in the room. When Luo Guang went out, he had not yet packed his food bag, so Tanya immediately looked suspiciously at Maya, who had been out of sight for a long time.
Let's go find Marcus and ask him first, Luo Guang suggested.
This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content below.
Okay.
Tanya didn't want to wrongly accuse a good person, so she agreed to Luo Guang's suggestion. However, Marcus' answer made Luo Guang and Tanya's faces change.
What's wrong?
Marcus asked when he saw that Luo Guang and Tanya's faces were not good.
You said Maya asked you to borrow a gun a few minutes ago, right? Luo Guang asked.
Yes,
did something happen to Maya?
Although Marcus' relationship with Maya became a little stiff because of various things, he still cared about his girlfriend in his heart.
Wait a minute, Tanya, please check if Maya is still there. Luo Guang asked Tanya, who was also a woman, to find Maya.
Got it. Tanya did not refuse, and took action immediately, and returned soon. I have checked the master bedroom, toilet, and backyard. Maya is not there, and there are traces of people walking on the lawn in the backyard, leading directly to the back door. Tanya directly told the information she had collected. Marcus, we found that a large number of canned food and a luggage bag were missing. Luo Guang explained the situation to Marcus. This shows that the person who took the canned food did not prepare the container to steal the cans in advance, and we just moved in today, so it can basically be ruled out that it was an outsider who committed the crime.
Luo Guang's words of ruling out outsiders made Marcus instantly understand why Luo Guang asked Maya before. Wait, is there any misunderstanding here? Marcus did not think his girlfriend would do such a thing.
Marcus, I plan to catch the thief based on the other party's traces, you come with me.
Tanya directly suggested, you can also confirm with your own eyes whether it is Maya.
Okay. Marcus did not refuse, and got up directly and followed Tanya out of the room.
Doctor, we still won't despise you. There are still a lot of food in the refrigerator.
Luo Guang remembered that he checked the food reserves because of a joke from the doctor, so he said to Dr. Hans beside him.
Dr. Hans smiled bitterly and finally asked a practical question, how long can the food last?
3 to 4 days. Luo Guang was very honest, but he also added, but now there are so many empty houses, it is still relatively convenient to find food at this stage.
That's good.
Dr. Hans is still optimistic about this small team and doesn't want it to break up like this.
I keep coughing and it's so annoying. What medicine do you take? Chapter 49 Base Defense Battle. Marcus and Tanya were tracking Maya's footsteps. It's all my fault.
The food and Maya disappeared at the same time. Marcus found it hard to believe that Maya was innocent, but he first blamed himself for not considering Maya's mood. He only cared about Ed's condition along the way, and had a dispute with Maya. In the previous month, he had taken meticulous care of Maya and loved her, but on the first day after returning, he was so cold and impolite to Maya. Perhaps this was a day when Maya fell from heaven to hell, causing Maya to do such a thing. Marcus thought so, and then he said the self-blame just now. Now is not the time to talk about this, we are outside, Marcus. After all, Marcus saved himself in the church, so Tanya couldn't say anything, so she could only remind Marcus to concentrate. The two crouched and moved forward carefully, solving or avoiding the blood-plagued zombies they encountered. As a result, after a few steps, they found an unopened can of food on a trail. Looking around, there were several canned foods on the trail, as if to leave clues. Tanya didn't understand the situation at this time, but Marcus probably understood what was going on, so he said to Tanya, Tanya, I'll go find Maya first, you collect the canned foods on the road, thank you. Marcus didn't wait for Tanya to reply, and stopped stealth, got up and ran along the canned foods on the road. Tanya didn't bring any containers with her this time, so she couldn't do anything about the canned foods on the ground. After taking a look at the canned foods on the ground, Tanya made up her mind and didn't care about the canned foods, and ran directly after Marcus. Not long after running, Tanya heard a gunshot, which was the sound of the pistol she gave to Marcus and Marcus gave to Maya. Tanya quickened her pace and finally came to a house, and Tanya's quick steps stopped there, and she didn't rush in. The house was half surrounded by a 2.5 meter high wooden wall. On the side facing the road, there was a gap large enough for cars to enter. A cement road was paved leading directly to the garage, and there was no door installed in this gap. On the other side of the house, Maya was aiming and shooting with a gun, while Marcus picked up the one-handed axe that he had been carrying on his waist since camping and swung it. They were not killing each other, but were caught in the attack of blood-plague zombies. There were still blood-plague zombies coming out of the house, and when Tanya saw this, her first reaction was to help. "Be careful." Marcus pulled Maya with his left hand, and the one-handed axe in his right hand chopped forward, and the axe chopped into the head of the blood-plague zombie in front of him. Marcus kicked over and pulled out the one-handed axe, allowing the blood-plague zombie he had solved to knock down the blood-plague zombie coming out behind him like a domino. Taking this opportunity, Marcus and Maya wanted to escape from the house, but at this time, a zombie with both hands lost and chin and jaw starting to split from the middle to both sides suddenly walked out from the left side of the yard. Dark red blood flowed from the split chin to the clothes on the chest and solidified. This special blood plague virus monster, in the intelligence that Luo Guang had seen, was named the Screamer by the military, and it was also the monster that Luo Guang would choose to kill with one shot after meeting. However, the three people here did not know this information, and did not kill the Screamer immediately. The Screamer who found Marcus and Maya did not rush towards the two, but bent down and screamed directly to the sky. Just like the screams of humans, Marcus and Maya, who were running out of the house, chose to cover their ears immediately, and when they covered their hands, their feet stopped unconsciously, and their expressions seemed very painful. It seems that because of the screaming, the zombies around became more active and began to gather at the location where Marcus and the other two were. Tanya, who was far away from the Screamer, was less affected. Enduring the huge scream, Tanya used her M16 assault rifle to kill the Screamer with one shot. Although the screaming stopped, Marcus and the others still couldn't walk well at this time, and could only stagger towards Tanya. Since Tanya had already fired, she didn't hesitate to use the precious 5.56 bullets, and directly killed the reedied zombies rushing towards Marcus and Maya one by one with precise point shooting. Fortunately, Marcus and Maya finally recovered about 2 seconds after the screaming stopped. Marcus brought Maya and Tanya together, and Tanya suddenly heard a pistol shot beside her. It was Maya who found that there were zombies with glowing red eyes on the road rushing towards the three people, so she raised her gun and shot to cover Tanya's back. "Hurry up!" Tanya saw the number of blood-plague zombies on the field and knew that the bullets she brought with her this time would definitely not be enough, so she shouted to Marcus and the others, and stopped shooting and ran along the path she came in. On the other side, Luo Guang, who was on guard in the treehouse at the base, also heard the screams of the screamers, but Luo Guang did not go out rashly. Instead, he turned off the lights in the house and asked Dr. Hans and Lily to stay in the same room with Ed, while he sat in the living room, guarding the main door that had not been repaired after being damaged by Tanya. Not long after, there was a sound from the back door. "We are back," Tanya said in a low voice. "What's the situation?" Luo Guang appeared from behind the pillar and turned on the special flashlight. "There are zombies following us, Marcus and Maya are preparing to stop them." Tanya quickly explained the situation. "Maya seems to have stolen the canned food for other reasons. We will deal with this later." "What about Lily and the others?" This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I heard a huge scream, just in case I gathered them all in Ed's room. If Ed was not unable to walk now, Luo Guang would let Lily and the others hide directly in the treehouse. "That's good. What about the front door?" Tanya did not stand to chat. She went into the house to find the bag of ammunition and weapons in Danforth City. "I am the only combat force, I can only guard here." Luo Guang took the box of number 12 shotgun shells handed to him by Tanya. Then Luo Guang, "Go and confirm the situation of the main gate first, I will go to support Marcus and Maya." Tanya stuffed herself with bullets and said to Luo Guang, "Understood." Luo Guang didn't say much. After opening the box of shotgun, he stuffed the bullets into his pockets, and then ran to the front door with the M4S90 shotgun. Luo Guang chose to go directly to the treehouse to observe the situation. He couldn't see the direction of the back door, but Luo Guang heard the roar of the blood-plague zombies from there. It has become very clear. There is another problem. The sun has set. Luo Guang looked at the gathering point of blood-plague zombies across the street, or the infection point. The large number of reedied blood-plague zombies there did not react to the roar at the back door, which made Luo Guang slightly relieved. After confirming that the front door was temporarily safe, Luo Guang returned to the house and found Lily. He asked her to monitor the situation of the front door in the house and notify him if there was anything. Luo Guang also joined the battle at the back door. The back door, which was less than 1.5 meters wide, seemed to be an insurmountable barrier for the blood plague zombies. As long as they approached the back door, they would be killed one by Marcus holding a one-handed axe. On the other side, Maya also held a shovel in the backyard utility room to help Marcus fight the zombies at the back door, just like playing whack-a-mole.
Looks like the situation is good?
Luo Guang came to Tanya and asked when he saw that the other party did not aim and shoot. At this time, Tanya did not have a chance to attack. She was holding an M16 assault rifle and standing behind the two of them, just in case. The situation has stabilized for the time being, so I will not intervene, so as not to attract more zombies.
Tanya explained.
Indeed, it is easy to attract more zombies after dark. Luo Guang looked at the back door worriedly and said, "Let me see if there are any more handy weapons in the utility room." Luo Guang was about to walk to the utility room in the backyard, and looked at the back door again. His face changed. "Marcus, Maya, stay away from the back door."
What?
Although Marcus didn't know why Luo Guang suddenly asked him to leave, he also stepped back while questioning. Marcus had just moved about 5 meters away from the back door when he heard a bang like a balloon exploding behind him. A burst of thick smoke suddenly appeared at the back door, covering the entire back door. Maya, who followed Marcus steps away from the back door, was startled by the sudden appearance of the thick smoke and asked quickly, "What is that?"
"I have encountered it before. I call it a swollen corpse. It has slender limbs and a big belly.
It is full of these poisonous gases, and these poisonous gases can be ignited."
Luo Guang explains simply. "So can we just watch like this now?"
Marcus saw that there were more and more zombies piled up at the back door, and the back door looked shaky. "I don't want to inhale the gas produced by those zombies into my lungs," Luo Guang said, "otherwise, I can only use a gun, but the timing is really too bad now." Luo Guang actually didn't know what night was for the blood plague zombies, whether it was the time or the setting sun, and why these blood plague zombies would become very active at night regardless of whether they had red eyes or not. The military was still studying this issue, so Luo Guang didn't know, but what was certain was that the strength of the zombies knocking on the back door suddenly increased just now, and the eyes of the reedied blood plague zombies began to glow.
The zombies are rushing in.
Tanya put her M16 assault rifle on her back side and took out a dagger. "Cover each other and block them within a certain range."
Luo Guang also took out his mountaineering pick. "Got it. In order to survive, everyone must unite this time."
With a bang, the back door was knocked open.
The blood plague zombie that rushed out of the poison gas was hit on the head by Maya with a shovel. The blood plague zombie lowered his body and half squatted down.
Then Maya used the shovel as a spear and stabbed the front of the shovel into the middle of the half-crouching zombie's eyes with the front part of the shovel, killing him with one blow.
Other blood plague zombies gradually ran in.
Just when Maya killed a blood plague zombie, Tanya and Marcus also intercepted the blood plague zombies on both sides. Although these blood plague zombies are faster than during the day, and there are also reedied blood plague zombies with red eyes that can run. But Tanya knows how to play to their strengths and avoid weaknesses. Facing the blood plague zombies rushing over, she directly inserted the dagger into the zombie's chin, and then pushed the blood plague zombie that had been solved to the blood plague zombie at the back door to slow down the speed of the blood plague zombies coming in.
On the other side, Marcus looked like the god of war.
At this time, he was swinging a one-handed axe constantly. The sharp axe could attack the blood plague zombie faster than the blood plague zombie that wanted to attack him. As for Luo Guang, he can only say that he is used to this kind of scene, especially now that the mountaineering pickaxe that Luo Guang holds is much lighter than the fire axe. In addition, the skulls of the blood plague zombies in front of him are different from those of the zombies in Raccoon City. He became even softer after being infected, which made Luo Guang the fastest person on the scene to eliminate the blood plague zombies.
The second one is Marcus, the third one is Tanya, and the last one is naturally Maya.
Although Maya can be regarded as someone who exercises regularly, she is not a light shovel. After a while, Maya retreated from the battle and stood at the back door to catch her breath. At this time, the battle line can basically be said to have been broken through, and everyone can only fight on their own in the small backyard. The poisonous gas gradually dissipated, and a huge roar suddenly appeared that was different from before. Tanya was the first to react and shouted, "It's the swift one." Tanya and the other three had all heard the roar of the velociraptor, but Luo Guang had not heard the roar, and his reaction was half a beat too slow. The sound of fighting here was already loud. Tanya finally decided to use firearms to fight quickly. She kicked away the blood plague zombies that were close to her. She picked up her M16 assault rifle and said, Marcus, the double-barreled shotgun is reserved for dealing with the swift ones. Luo Guangqin's shotgun is used to clean up the zombies. Since Tanya had given herself a lot of number 12 shotguns before, Luo Guang was not stingy with the bullets. He took out the shotgun he was carrying and started shooting at the back door. Bang, click, click, click. Luo Guang fired 2 shotguns to stop the blood-plagued zombies pouring in from the back door. Then Luo Guang quickly installed the duckbill muzzle on the shotgun. Bang! Aiming at the height of the blood-plagued zombie's head, Luo Guang fired another shot, directly killing 3 or 4 blood-plagued zombies in a horizontal line. With Luo Guang suppressing the back door, Tanya could focus on the swift one who only roared but was nowhere to be seen. But the direction chosen by the velociraptor to attack was not the back door and the wall on that side. Instead, it climbed over directly from the side wall. As soon as it landed, it rushed towards Maya, who was hiding behind Marcus with a pistol after hearing the roar. Although there was no time to stop the swift man from climbing over the wall, everyone heard the noise caused by the swiftman's landing. Marcus took 2 shots with a double-barreled shotgun. He didn't hold anything back, but he couldn't make any gains. Both shots were empty. But Tanya on the other side would not miss this opportunity. First, she fired 3 consecutive shots directly into the waist and abdomen of the swift man, which stunned the swift man who had just jumped away, and allowed Luo Guang, who followed up, to finish off the swift man with a shotgun. With the biggest threat solved, Luo Guang fired nearly a dozen rounds at the blood-plagued zombies at the back door. After a wave of satisfaction, he finally managed to count the blood-plagued zombies that were still moving at the back door. The 4 of them worked hard and finally solved them. This siege. Just looking at the mess in front of them, the 4 of them looked at each other. Probably they were going to move again. I have to go to work again, and I am so afraid of exchanging virus strains with others. Chapter 50 Join. It seems like we can't live here for a long time. Marcus scratched his head in distress and said. There were corpses lying on the ground in front and behind the back door. The carotid arteries of several blood-plagued zombies were hit by the shotgun pellets fired by Luo Guang. A large amount of black and red blood spurted out and smeared all over the floor. Can't we clean it up? Luo Guang asked. I think there have been several sieges and battles over the courthouse, but they have been cleaned up and the zombie bodies at the door have been moved away. It's possible, but the workload is too big. We don't have the corresponding protective clothing. Even if we wear gloves and masks to move those zombies, it's not hygienic. Besides, the entrance to the courthouse has a cement floor, while our side has mainly lawn and mud floors, so we can't even wipe them. Tanya shook her head and said, it's so troublesome to go back and forth, it's better to just change places to live. Anyway, there are still a lot of vacant rooms in the South District. But Ed's condition has just improved now. Will it get worse again if we run around again? Marcus said worriedly. You have to ask Dr. Hans to know this. Luo Guang said that Marcus should ask professionals about his questions. Maya on the side suddenly apologized. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, which led to a series of things and troubles later. So what's wrong with you? There are only 2 big houses between the house where Maya is just hiding and the treehouse base, and she deliberately left tracking clues, so Tanya can't understand why Maya does such a harming thing. Self-interested things. I just want Marcus to care about me a little more. Maya's answer made Tanya and Luo Guang think that they shouldn't have stopped the swift man from rushing towards Maya just now. Do you think it's time to play house? Did you just come out of the mountains? Didn't you see how serious the situation in the valley was when you were in the church? Tanya was furious. She didn't expect that it had been a month since the disaster occurred and that such a willful person was still alive. On the other hand, Luo Guang also wanted to curse in retrospect, but was reconciled. Luo Guang suddenly thought of something and said, Tanya, Marcus, Maya and I did just come out of the mountains, so it's understandable that Maya doesn't have a sense of crisis now. Then Luo Guang told Tanya about Marcus and the 2 camping outside for a month. But I did make a mistake. Even if I didn't cover my head in salt to talk to Marcus, I wouldn't have attracted so many zombies. Fortunately, there was only one swift man, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Maya shook her head. He shook his head, not wanting to make excuses for his mistakes, and memorizing his mistakes. Tanya, Luo Guang, I know it's useless to apologize verbally. We will be responsible for getting the lost food back, even if it is at night. We will get it back later. Marcus suggested, also for the sake of my girlfriend spends a lot of time. Marcus? I can go alone. Maya felt that Marcus was the one who was involved. And we can go during the day tomorrow, right? Hey, you're my girlfriend,
How could I let you go to such a dangerous place alone?
Marcus said that Maya had taken the blame himself, and explained at the same time, the cans of food are always taken away when they are placed there.
It's a risk, and if we don't get the canned food back as soon as possible, how can we show our sincerity in apologizing? Don't worry, I will protect you. Marcus, thank you.
Maya had tears in her eyes, and the two looked at each other affectionately.
That's enough. What kind of show of affection are you doing?
Luo Guan was speechless and quickly asked the two of them to stop. Anyway, Marcus, take Maya to get the food back, and bring me double the food, and bring some bottled water. Luo Guan saw that Tanya looked unhappy because the two started to show affection, so he directly assigned punishment tasks to Marcus and the other two.
Now that the zombies have been cleared around, the base is temporarily safe.
Tanya, you and I will go to Sergeant Tan's place now.
Then, Luo Guang said to Tanya. Luo Guang, do you want to join Sergeant Tan and the others directly? Tanya thought that Luo Guang wanted to take this opportunity to join Sergeant Tan because he was moving. I'm not making suggestions for this.
As for what you said about joining Sergeant Tan, I don't care. And if you don't join, we can still take the cooperation route. However, we need to see and understand the situation in person before making a decision. Luo Guang he explained that the two of them were just going to investigate the situation this time, but after speaking, Luo Guang made an English ba mouth shape where Marcus and Maya didn't see it. Well, indeed we should confirm the situation first and then come back to discuss it with everyone.
Tanya nodded and said after seeing Luo Guang's signal.
After the decision was made, Marcus used a shovel to temporarily block the back door, and then went to look for food with Maya.
Luo Guang and Tanya also told Lily and Dr. Hans their plans.
Lily said it didn't matter, and Dr. Hans seemed to be interested in Ed's resumption of treatment, so he didn't plan to change teams for the time being, so he just followed Lily's team. After making arrangements for the treehouse base, Luo Guang and Tanya drove the jeep to the Snyder freight warehouse where Sergeant Tan was located. Although it was night, the two of them finally arrived at the Snyder freight warehouse safely, and helped Marcus and the others attract many blood-plagued zombies. The two parked the car on the road opposite the warehouse and used melee weapons to clear the way to the main entrance. The reason why he did not drive the car far away but drove directly to the main entrance of the Snyder freight warehouse was because zombies could not drive.
Luo Guang could avoid the possibility of being accidentally shot by warehouse soldiers to the greatest extent.
If the people in the warehouse had bad intentions, Luo Guang can also run away with just one step of the accelerator. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. The Snyder freight warehouse has personnel patrolling the steel guardrails along the perimeter. Seeing Luo Guang and Tanya, the soldiers guarding the main entrance asked Luo Guang and Tanya about their identities and purposes, then led them to where Sergeant Tan was, and then exited the room. This room, which was originally the warehouse manager's office, was turned into Sergeant Tan's office and command room.
A map of the entire Trumbull town was posted on a whiteboard. Tanya, it's you.
Sergeant Tan heard that the person he wanted to meet was a civilian. He thought he wanted to join after hearing his broadcast, but he didn't expect that he would be an acquaintance of his. Sergeant Tan, long time no see, your position seems to have remained the same. Tanya knew Sergeant Tan before she was discharged from the army, and they had a good relationship.
Ha, I have no connections or backers. This position has come to an end. Didn't you leave the army because you knew these things?
Sergeant Tan said with a wry smile, then brought the topic back to the topic. You didn't come here just to ridicule me.
Yes, what's the matter? Tan, are you unable to contact your superior?
Since the other party said so, Tanya asked directly.
How do you know?
Sergeant Tan asked, and answered Tanya's question. Yes, we lost contact with our superiors 3 days ago, and our superiors did not see helicopters sent to provide support and pull us away.
So you decided on your own to save civilians? Tanya asked to confirm Sergeant Tan's views on civilians. That's right. The only mission given to us by our superiors is to protect those wearing biochemical suits.
After Sergeant Tan finished speaking, he said another sentence, but this time there was a little anger in his tone. Those wearing biohazard suits were picked up directly by helicopters, and we were given the task of staying on standby. Later, we lost contact with our superiors.
Do you think you have been abandoned? Or maybe something happened to your superiors? Luo Guang interjected and asked. Who is this? Sergeant Tan did not answer immediately and asked Tanya about Luo Guang's identity. He is Luo Guang. He is on the same team as me and can be trusted. Tanya said.
Luo, I think there is something wrong with the superiors. After all, there is no need for them to abandon us.
Sergeant Tan expressed his thoughts. Well, are your superiors stationed in the north area of the town? Luo Guang asked another question.
Yes, that's where we boarded the helicopter and headed to other areas of the town. Although Sergeant Tan didn't know that Luo Guang had nothing to ask, he still answered.
There is no one guarding the iron wall of the bridge. Is this normal? Sergeant Tan was stunned by what Luo Guang said. Sergeant Tan thought for a while and then said, under normal circumstances, it should not be left unattended.
Although the iron wall does not have a door, it has an elevator-like structure that can take people over from the bridge, and the iron wall does not if it is too hard, it can be easily exploded by explosives.
Luo, you asked me if I think our superiors abandoned us because of this, right?
That's right, and not only the superiors, but also the helicopters and brother units have not been contacted, right?
Luo Guang nodded and said.
Yes, so now we are just like you civilians, we are all survivors of this disaster.
Sergeant Tan said helplessly.
Tanya seemed a little impatient with Luo Guang's step-by-step chatting method, and interrupted, Tan, we want to blow up the iron wall directly.
What did you say? Sergeant Tan stood up in shock at Tanya's words.
Give me the iron wall. When Tanya was about to repeat it again, Sergeant Tan interrupted, I heard what you just said.
What I want to know is why you think so. Aren't you afraid that this disaster will spread to Danforth City?
If Danforth City Fourth City is infected, the whole world will be in danger. When Luo Guang heard what Sergeant Tan said, he thought that Sergeant Tan really didn't know what was happening in Danforth City, so he was directly pulled over from the army barracks to work.
But Sergeant Tan is right about one thing.
After Danforth City is infected, the city's cargo throughput is likely to lead to the destruction of the whole world. This must be commended to the military for its quick response, which was probably done long ago.
Emergency plan. Sergeant Tan. Luo Guang took over the persuasion work and said, do you think the iron wall is really to prevent zombies from spreading this disaster to Danforth City?
What do you mean?
Sergeant Tan frowned. Since we want to prevent the spread to Danforth City, why not directly block the tunnel road from Trumbull Valley to Danforth City? Is it necessary to put in so much effort to build 2 iron walls?
Luo Guang continued to bombard Sergeant Tan with questions, said, and Sergeant Tan, don't you think it's strange? Why is the task given to you by your superiors to protect a group of people wearing biochemical suits?
What do they know before they put on biochemical suits? Why didn't you remind Sergeant Tan that you also are prepared?
Although Luo Guang bombarded him with questions, Sergeant Tan did not get confused because of this. Instead, he was seriously thinking about the questions Luo Guang said.
Finally came to a conclusion. You mean, the military built those 2 iron walls and set up an operational base in the North District for other purposes? For example, to study the cause of this disaster?
Luo Guang smiled and said, how do I know what they think? I just asked Tanya in the car, and she discovered a strange thing, that is, the population in the East District is not large, and they have been in the church one after another this month. We have also eliminated many zombies, but as of last night, there are still too many zombies in the East District.
Tanya nodded and said, Tan, didn't you feel this way when you were performing tasks in the East District?
This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Well, when you say that, I remember that there was indeed one time when we were escorting the biochemical suit personnel to collect information at night and encountered a large number of zombie attacks.
That time was the first time that the team I led suffered losses.
Sergeant Tan also discovered the disharmony, there are too many zombies, and as Tanya said, it has been more than a month since the disaster broke out. The survivors in the East District and the troops led by me have eliminated many zombies, but the East District the number of zombies is still quite high. The distance between the several districts is not close, which can basically rule out the natural migration of zombies.
Luo Guang hinted to Sergeant Tan. You mean the military sent people to do good things? Why? Is there any evidence? Sergeant Tan frowned, suspecting that Luo Guang was engaging in conspiracy theories.
I didn't say that, but apart from the military, which other force in the valley has such strength? Luo Guang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, as for the evidence, this is why we have to blow up the iron wall. As mentioned before, yes, blowing up the iron wall will not affect the spread of the disaster to Danforth City, and the small number of people in the North District should also be evacuated.
Okay, I finally understand what you mean. As for the people in the North District, I have never seen them.
Basically, I worked non-stop. I received the escort mission as soon as I got off the plane and set off immediately.
Sergeant Tan was a little moved by Luo Guang, but he still had one last point to confirm. What is your real purpose? Sergeant Tan didn't believe that civilians did so many things and spent so much money on themselves just to let themselves know the truth. I want to live. Luo Guang gave Sergeant Tan a realistic answer, looking directly into Sergeant Tan's eyes without any dodge. Where is Tanya? Sergeant Tan asked Tanya after confirming the will of civilian Luo Guang. You know me.
Tanya also looked directly into Sergeant Tan's eyes and said, back then, I foolishly thought that I lost the competition for the position of company commander because of my lack of ability, but it turned out that it was because I couldn't open my arms.
Legs to please the person above. Tan, I don't want to live in such confusion anymore.
I want to live, but I also want to know the truth of the matter.
Sergeant Tan is confirming Luo Guang and Tanya's determination, and at the same time confirming his own determination. I understand, I'm joining your plan. Sergeant Tan said seriously.
Meow, I feel like I need to make some adjustments recently, the situation is not right. Chapter 51 Wall Bombing Plan. After the three of them reached an agreement, Luo Guang and Tanya did not leave immediately, but Sergeant Tan temporarily left the office because he wanted to ask other people's opinions.
How many people do you think Sergeant Tan can convince?
Tanya felt it would be a bit awkward for the two of them to stay here without talking, so she asked Luo Guang.
I should ask you this question.
Although chatting in someone else's office made Luo Guang, a former social worker, feel a little weird, he didn't mind chatting for a while and replied with a smile, based on your understanding of Sergeant Tan, how many people will follow him? If it were a war, I think everyone would follow, but this time we have to face monsters who are not afraid of bullets and fearless, and we are still thinking about digging out the truth behind this disaster. Tanya would say, it's because she encountered a situation in her service experience.
Some people join the army just to find a job.
They don't think about such nonsense as justice and truth.
Isn't this disaster a war?
Luo Guan leaned on the back of his chair, tilted his head and looked at Tanya and said, Luo, you're right, this is indeed a war, I'm just a little nervous.
Tanya, who seemed fearless, touched her hair and actually said she was nervous. In order to relax, Tanya also leaned back on the chair.
Why?
Luo Guan was surprised by Tanya's reaction.
Seeing Sergeant Tan, an old acquaintance from the army, and thinking that I want to find out the truth behind the matter, it reminded me of my previous service in the army.
Tanya was not as brave as she is now.
She was even a little naive, thinking that as long as she worked hard, he could reverse the prejudice against female soldiers in the army, so he did not join a dedicated female soldier unit, but stayed with those rough guys. As a result, he was not elected as company commander because he did not open his legs when his boss suggested it. He tried to report but was hit by obstacles. In the end, during the resistance, he gave his boss a hard blow on the crotch that wanted to force him. Because this was already considered a military scandal, in the end the matter was suppressed before it had time to ferment, and Tanya was not punished. However, Tanya no longer wanted to stay in the army and quickly submitted her discharge application.
The situation at this time was similar to before.
The man behind the truth of what he was facing might be the behemoth of the military, so that sense of powerlessness made Tanya feel nervous.
Sometimes I wonder, what can I do if I know the truth? I can't change anything.
Tanya just wanted to find someone to talk to about her troubles, and didn't really expect to get an answer. It's better to know the truth than to be kept in the dark. And you can't change things, but people can still change. Luo Guang is not the other party's psychiatrist or life coach, so he said it a bit carelessly and continued, No.
Once upon a time,
there is a man who loves to fight for justice with two guns. What he likes to say to his most vicious enemies is, how can a person like you change? You won't change, only death, and then he always shoots him coolly. Eliminate the enemy, leaving only a handsome figure behind. Luo Guang also acted when he said the lines. Although he couldn't express the coolness and righteousness of the two-gun god of war, he grasped the anger of the enemy very well.
Is this a character from some heroic comic book?
He was obviously talking about something very serious, but Luo Guang made Tanya laugh, making Tanya couldn't help but complain.
It's not important, Tanya.
What's important is that the world needs heroes. This has nothing to do with superpowers or money abilities, but the choice you make when you know the truth.
Luo Guang just mentioned his relationship with Tanya on a whim.
The story of the god of guns. Luo Guang himself was just talking big words and talking about some empty truths, but Tanya, who was listening, planted a tiny seed in her heart, waiting for the day it would sprout.
Not long after the two chatted, Sergeant Tan came back.
After taking a look at the desktop and confirming that Luo Guang and the others did not look through the files on his desktop, Sergeant Tan said, they all agreed.
Do you have a specific plan?
Luo Guang said, as for the plan, it must be confirmed by the manpower before it can be formulated. The problem now is the lack of explosives and blasters. We have explosives and we also have blasters. Sergeant Tan happened to have a professional blaster in his team, and he nodded and replied. That's good, but someone on our side is seriously injured. Tanya said, so we won't be able to provide too many people here, and the plan will have to be delayed for a few days before it can start. It's okay. We can use this time to carry out preliminary reconnaissance and material preparation. Sergeant Tan felt that he could complete the task with his own people, but the suggestion to blow up the iron wall was put forward by Tanya and 2 people. More people can share more responsibilities and risks for themselves, so Sergeant Tan feels that civilians should be included. Of course, another point is that more soldiers can make operations safer. Sergeant Tan deeply understands that one more gun brings more hope in the battle. The 3 chatted in some more details, and after confirming the radio contact method, Luo Guang and Tanya drove out of the Snyder freight warehouse. Sergeant, do we really want to blow up that iron wall? After watching Luo Guang and the 2 leave, a soldier knocked on the door and entered. He was Sergeant Tan's adjutant and asked. That's right, Jamie. Sergeant Tan replied as he flipped through a report. For the truth? Deputy Jamie asked. To keep you alive. Sergeant Tan's purpose was actually very simple, which was also the real reason why Sergeant Tan approved Luo Guang and the others to blow up the iron wall. Adjutant Jamie was not against Sergeant Tan's actions, but just wanted to ask clearly, so that he could move forward more firmly. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Jamie, we have been here for so long, have we received any other support except the supplies before departure? Sergeant Tan said, why do we have to stay here after those people in biochemical suits left? And Jamie, you mentioned in your report to me before that we don't have much supplies anymore. Sergeant Tan threw the document in his hand on the table. We have seen the situation in the North District. Before getting on the helicopter, I saw a large amount of supplies piled up near the temporary command center. Those supplies can keep us going for a long time, and even completely clear all the zombies in this valley. Got it. I understand. Adjutant Jamie's doubts were answered by his superior, which made Jamie more convinced of Sergeant Tan. After asking what he wanted to know, Adjutant Jamie withdrew to continue working, leaving Sergeant Tan alone. Sergeant Tan lit a cigarette, looked at the map of Trumbull in the office, and fell into deep thought. Sergeant Tan's troops had actually completed their mission in the East District. At that time, Sergeant Tan considered that his troops were already very familiar with the East District and had cleared a large number of zombies, so he initially planned to directly establish a base in the East District to perform standby tasks. However, on the night when the biochemical suits left, Sergeant Tan's troops were suddenly attacked by a large group of blood plague zombies, and these were not just ordinary blood plague zombies, but also various blood plague virus monsters mixed in. Finally, after more than half of Sergeant Tan's troops were killed, they broke out and led the remaining troops to escape from the East District. Not long after Sergeant Tan escaped from the East District, Luo Guang came to Trumbull Valley, and the church was also attacked by a group of blood plague zombies. Luo Guang and Tanya returned to the treehouse base and came to the living room. Except for Ed, everyone else gathered in the living room, waiting for Luo Guang and the others to come back. Ed's fever has subsided, and he's doing well. When Luo Guang and the others just came back, Dr. Hans also came out of Ed's room. Because Ed's fever had subsided, Dr. Hans didn't have to keep an eye on Ed. Thank you, Doctor. Marcus said, and Maya was sitting next to Marcus at this time, holding Marcus' hand tightly. You're welcome. Is the food you found on the table? Dr. Hans was considerate and praised. With so much food, it seems that there is no problem with one more mouth for me. The luggage bag on the low table in front of the sofa was full of canned food, which was much more than what Maya had taken away without permission before. Where did you find it from? Luo Guang picked up a can of herring and looked at the production date and asked. I found it in the house where Maya left the luggage bag. There are also many canned food in the kitchen of that house. Marcus explained. Maya didn't speak at this time, and was still secretly observing the expressions and attitudes of everyone. Because the treehouse base was besieged before, Tanya and Luo Guang did not express any opinions on what Maya did. Now that the situation is stable, Maya is worried that others will start to make trouble and drive her away. When the two went to retrieve food, Marcus said that Ed's condition has improved, so he will definitely choose to leave together for Maya. But Maya didn't want to do this, and Maya heard that Lily exchanged intelligence with others through the radio, which made Maya even more worried that her reputation would be ruined and she would have a hard time after being driven away. Tanya, Luo, we gathered together to wait for you to come back, and we want to make a decision together. Lily regarded everyone present as part of the team, so she wanted to vote to make a decision.
The first thing is, do we want to forgive Maya for what she did? Note, Maya has already made compensation.
Lily said the first thing that needed to be voted on, please raise your hands if you have forgiven Maya. Luo Guang was not sure what others thought, so he did not express his opinion at the first time. After Lily said please raise your hands, she was the first to raise her hand, followed by Marcus. Maya was the one being voted, so she didn't express her opinion or raise her hand. She just looked at the people who were still thinking nervously. Dr. Hans thought for a while and raised his hand. He could understand the young man's impulsiveness, especially after knowing that Maya had just returned from camping in the mountains. Dr. Hans knew that Maya didn't have a clear understanding of the disaster in the town of Trumbull, so he thought it was forgivable. 3-2, then the minority obeys the majority. The first thing is, before Lily finished speaking, Tanya interrupted, Lily, Marcus is Maya's boyfriend. Under normal circumstances, he should avoid it, so it's still 2-2.
Tanya.
Lily wanted to persuade Tanya, and Maya on the other side was also worried.
But Tanya didn't give Lily a chance, raised her hand, and said, now is the minority obeying the majority.
You should raise your hand and say it, you make me look unsociable. Luo Guang raised his hand helplessly.
Ha ha ha. Tanya laughed, devilish and domineering.
Then the first thing has been successfully completed.
Lily happily hugged Tanya and continued, the second thing will be left to Marcus. That's right. Marcus put away his happy expression because of the first thing and said, when we went to collect the luggage bags, didn't we have to go back to the house?
There we found a container.
Container? Was it converted into a room or what?
Dr. Hans was puzzled.
The container looked new and was thrown in the backyard.
Although I don't understand design, the container is not beautiful, and it also blocked the road from the house to the back door and cut off the stone road on the ground. Marcus explained why he mentioned this matter and continued, at the same time, there was nothing else in the container except zombies, and those zombies were wearing patient clothes. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Tanya thought of what she and Luo Guang said to Sergeant Tan.
If it was just speculation before, now there is new evidence to prove that someone moved the zombies around artificially. Dr. Hans said, does the zombie in the hospital gown have any indication on the clothes of which hospital it is from? There are 2 hospitals in Trumbull.
The one in the south is the clinic opened by Dr. Hans, and the one in the north is a newly built general hospital.
Although Dr. Hans' clinic is not as good as the general hospital in the north, it is still relatively complete in function. People in the town are used to going directly to Dr. Hans when they are sick. As for serious diseases, they usually go directly to the hospital in Danforth for treatment.
It was only later that many people died in an accident due to untimely treatment, so the new general hospital was built. When the disaster happened, there was no need for hospitalization in Dr. Hans' clinic, so he asked this question.
I didn't notice it. Marcus said, looking at Maya. Maya shook her head, indicating that she didn't notice it either. Really? But those people shouldn't be my patients, so where did they come from? And who moved them here?
Tanya and Luo Guan looked at each other, and after Luo Guan nodded, Tanya told everyone present some of the things he and Luo Guan discussed.
You actually want to make a big thing secretly. Lily took a long time to digest what Tanya said.
The other people were the same, looking at Tanya in surprise.
Otherwise, do we really plan to stay here for the rest of our lives? It's not the end of the world. Tanya was surprised by other people's thoughts and said, anyway, this won't spread the disaster to Danforth City.
It's not this problem, it's just that you told us to destroy the iron wall for a while, which surprised us. After knowing about the iron wall, Dr. Hans and others really never thought of blowing up the iron wall, so they were so surprised. Although everyone was surprised, because Tanya and Luo Guang explained it very clearly, and they answered some related questions one by one, no one jumped out to object. With Tanya as a guarantor, everyone was not too opposed to cooperating with the military. After discussing the details, it was getting late, so they started to keep watch in shifts. Luo Guang's watch was in the second half, so after eating something to fill his stomach, he took the time to sleep and spent this busy day.
I recently read the comments and wanted to ask everyone a question. Is my system a chatterbox? I just found out that the monthly tickets will be doubled starting today, so I'll ask for the monthly tickets by the way. Asterisk?
Chapter 52 Fierce Fighting 200 meters 2 days later, Tanya led the group and Sergeant Tan to meet at the Snyder Freight Warehouse.
Is that the injured person? He looks in good spirits.
Sergeant Tan noticed Ed slowly getting off the jeep. Although his face was still a little pale, he seemed to be in good spirits. He opened his eyes wide and observed the surrounding environment. Yes. It all depends on Dr. Hans. Tanya said. Also, we have prepared a batch of medicine and put it in the back of the jeep. You can find someone to take it. Okay. Sergeant Tan nodded and waved for the soldiers behind him to help. Dr. Hans took people to get this batch of medicines from the tightly secured medicine warehouse in his clinic. In the past 2 days, both sides have been in contact via radio and are actively preparing for war. It is worth mentioning that Luo Guang took advantage of this period of time to sneak out, clean up the red mist-emitting house across the street, and remove the throat of one of the reedied blood-plague zombies. A special piece of hyperplastic tissue was extracted. But, Tan, your manpower is actually smaller than ours. When Tanya met Sergeant Tan for the first time, Sergeant Tan had at least 16 people under his command, but now at a glance, there are only 5 people including Sergeant Tan. Originally we planned to recruit survivors based on the military's prestige, but in the end you were the only ones who came to us, and you only came to discuss cooperation. Sergeant Tan shrugged and said helplessly. That was because someone said on the radio that the military was not trustworthy and that people were arrested for experiments. Luo Guang thought so, but did not speak out about it. In addition, the two parties are indeed in a cooperative relationship at this time, and have decided to use the Snyder Freight Warehouse as the base of operations. At the same time, the division of labor issues between the two parties will be handled through a rotation mechanism. However, this is what happened after the failure of the wall-breaking plan. According to Sergeant Tan's analysis, if everything goes well, they will find a better alternative base in the North District. There is also a large shopping mall there. If Sergeant Tan doesn't mind, everyone will still you can have a grand $0 shopping there. Our side is Luo Guang and I. Tanya said. Are you only going to send out 2 people? Adjutant Jamie felt that Tanya should send out a few more people since there were so many people. Dr. Hans, radio operator Lily, they don't have much combat effectiveness. Plus the injured Ed, we actually only have 4 combatants that can be used. We have already sent half of them. Tanya and Luo Guang has fought together several times, and Luo Guang has also done a good job of defeating a swift man by himself, so he still has a lot of trust in Luo Guang's fighting ability. Marcus and Maya, I also want to bring them on board, but we need manpower for defense here, and they are lovers. I'm worried that when one of them is in danger, the other one will do something to disrupt the plan. Tanya said directly tell Lieutenant Janey the reason for your casting choice. Adjutant, Tanya is not a selfish person. She only brought one person to cooperate with us after careful consideration. Sergeant Tan said this to his adjutant after hearing Tanya's explanation, and also to help him clarify his doubts. Adjutant 1 step. I understand, I'm sorry. Adjutant Jamie apologized directly. It's okay. It's better to explain it clearly than anything else. Tanya thought it was okay. If the other party didn't have any doubts, Tanya was worried that there was something wrong with it. On our side, I, Corporal Michael Coton, and Private Thoreau Smith are in charge of this mission, and the adjutant will lead the rest of the people to cooperate with you to protect this place. Sergeant Tan introduced the people behind him. Corporal Michael is an expert demolitionist who carries a larger backpack than other soldiers. The weapons used by the 3 soldiers were the same M16 assault rifles as Tanya, but the specific models seemed to be different. Luo Guang looked at the weapons of the 4 people, and then looked at the M4S90 semi-automatic shotgun in his hand, and felt that his own weapon was more suitable for fighting blood-plague zombies. The 5 members of the action team came to the town map to confirm the action route. The iron wall that Luo Guang chose to break this time was not the one that Luo Guang saw at first, but the one on another bridge. Because the one over there is relatively close, start from the Snyder Freight Warehouse, past the gas station, cross the bridge, and then walk all the way north to reach the mission goal. The 5 of them were ready for battle, and Sergeant Tan generously replenished the weapons of Tanya, who was no longer a soldier, and Luo Guang, a civilian, with enough ammunition. Luo Guang was naturally not polite, because he had high strength and endurance, so Luo Guang brought hundreds of rounds of number 12 shotguns and stuffed his pockets full. After preparations were completed, Luo Guang and the other 5 drove to the mission target. We have investigated the situation there before. Someone used containers to release zombies, so there are a lot of zombies there, and there are a lot of abandoned cars blocking the road, so there is a distance of about 200 meters that we need to walk on. The driver was Private Solo, and Sergeant Tan, who was sitting in the co-pilot, was explaining the mission. Because Tanya told Sergeant Tan about the containers Marcus found, Sergeant Tan also paid special attention during the investigation,
and Sergeant Tan actually discovered these suspicious containers.
Of this distance of about 200 meters, about 124 meters are roads and the remaining 78 meters are bridges. Considering that Luo Guang is a civilian, Sergeant Tan explained to Luo Guang, "Luo, you are a civilian, so I don't ask you to do well, but you must obey orders."
"I understand." Luo Guang did not mention his cooperation with Jill, a former Delta Force reserve, and simply answered, "This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading." "Very good." Sergeant Tan explained, Private Solo and Tanya will form a triangle formation to form the arrowhead of the assault.
Luo Guang, you will go last and be responsible for protecting our rear. At the same time, I need you to take the lead and quickly suppress and shoot fast zombies such as the Swifts when necessary, and Corporal Michael will be in the middle of our team and will also need to join the battle when necessary.
"I understand." Everyone replied.
"Michael, please pay more attention to Luo Guang's situation."
Sergeant Tan added. "I understand." Michael nodded, patted Luo Guang's shoulder beside him, and said, "Then I will protect you." "Thank you."
Luo Guang naturally wanted someone to protect him. He did not think he was invincible, so he did not express any opinions on this mission.
He was a good boy that Sergeant Tan was happy to see. There are quite a few containers.
Luo Guang, who was sitting in the middle, looked at the situation in the distance and said, "It seems that someone doesn't want us to leave."
"No time to express your feelings, Rookie." Sergeant Tan said, "Stop there." Rookie is the temporary code name Luo Guang got.
Sergeant Tan's code name is Big Brother, Corporal Michael is Bomb, and Private Solo is Rabbit.
Tanya thinks her name is good, so she doesn't have a code name.
Break, everyone gets off the car quickly forms a team, and starts to head towards the iron wall under the leadership of Sergeant Tan. Because of the sound of the Jeep engine, the blood-plagued zombies have noticed the arrival of Luo Guang and his party, but it is daytime now.
The crowd originally did not plan to sneak over, and the ammunition they brought was enough for a big battle.
The three people led by Sergeant Tan started to fire rhythmically with M16 assault rifles, and the 5 people began to move forward. The situation was good at the beginning, because there were not many zombies following behind, but as the 5-man team inserted into the zombie group like a sharp knife, Luo Guang began to feel busy. At this time, Luo Guang's goal was only to delay the zombies and protect Corporal Michael, so Luo Guang did not fire all the bullets at once. While controlling the shooting speed, Luo Guang occasionally pulled the lower holster back after shooting a shotgun shell, and directly inserted a new number 12 shotgun shell from the ejection port after ejecting the shell. When he was free, Luo Guang would naturally choose to fill the barrel directly to ensure the firepower of the shotgun.
"Rookie, you shot well."
Corporal Michael stared at Luo Guang according to Sergeant Tan's instructions. Seeing that Luo Guang was not panicked when being gradually approached by a large number of zombies, every shot hit the blood-plagued zombie, and the action of reloading the bullet was also very stable and smooth.
"Thank you."
Luo Guang thanked him, and shot at the 2 zombies that entered the range, killing them with 1 shot. Sergeant Tan heard the praise from Corporal Michael behind him, and naturally understood that the situation behind was good, so he focused more on facing the situation in front.
Screamer!
Tanya saw a screamer and was about to shoot it, but the screamer suddenly bent down and luckily dodged Tanya's bullet.
However, this was not a lucky thing for the 5-man team.
Although Tanya had shot the screamer with the fastest speed, the screamer still made a short scream. However, at this time, the gunshots were already everywhere, so the problem was not big. The 5 people still had to face the blood-plagued zombies coming from all directions, but after hearing the screamers scream, the blood-plagued zombies moved faster. As the number of shots increased, Private Solo, who had not had enough rest, felt sore in his shoulders and had problems with his accuracy. The decline in his hit rate made the zombies get closer and closer to him. A Swift jumped onto the roof of the car and roared. Corporal Michael immediately raised his gun and shot the Swift. Compared with the Swifts acting alone, these Swifts acting in teams always roared for some reason, like the horn before the charge. The screams of the screamers who were hiding somewhere also rang out again, and the roars of the blood-plagued zombies were also lingering in their ears. The 5 people had only advanced about 50 meters at this time, and the psychological pressure was not small. Speed up, and use grenades to clear the way if necessary. Sergeant Tan adjusted his strategy. Everyone nodded, but except for Private Solo, no one else took out the grenade. After Private Solo shouted "Be careful with the grenade," he threw the grenade with the safety pin pulled out, and then immediately found a car for cover. When the others heard the warning of being careful with the grenade, they also stopped and looked for cover on the spot. Luo Guang found a car with broken windows and used it as a cover. He squatted slightly, and continued to shoot at the zombies behind him with a gun at the window.
With a bang, the grenade exploded, but there were too many cars on the bridge.
A large number of abandoned cars blocked a lot of fragments for the blood-plagued zombies, so Private Solo's grenade did not achieve much results.
However, the shockwave generated by the grenade explosion successfully slowed down the pace of the blood-plagued zombies.
Sergeant Tan also noticed this situation, but he had no good solution at this time, so he could only bite the bullet and lead everyone to continue moving forward. The roar of the Swift sounded again, and Sergeant Tan was not paying attention because the car blocked his view, and he blew up a swollen zombie in front of the road.
A black smoke instantly covered the road ahead. Damn it!
Tanya cursed when she saw the road ahead was blocked. At this time, there was still 70 meters away from the iron wall. The road ahead was temporarily blocked, and everyone had to fight a short positional battle, but everyone had already got on the bridge, so after clearing the blood-plagued zombies on both sides, everyone only needed to focus on defense in the front and back. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Corporal Michael also turned around and came to Luo Guang, set up his M16 assault rifle to help Luo Guang block the enemies behind. Sergeant Tan and Tanya were in charge of the front, but Private Solo asked Sergeant Tan to arrange a rest. Sergeant Tan actually wanted to bring his adjutant instead of Private Solo to perform the mission, but he also needed a trustworthy person to sit in the base, so Sergeant Tan could only pick the taller of the two dwarfs and choose Private Solo, who had relatively good shooting and physical fitness scores. The Swift appeared in sight, but because the poisonous fog blocked his sight, when the Swift rushed out of the poisonous fog, he was not far away from Sergeant Tan and others. The M16 assault rifle in Tanya's hand only has single-shot and three-shot shooting modes, while the ones in other people's hands have full automatic mode. The M16 assault rifle in Sergeant Tan's hand uses full automatic mode. Previously, he relied on his precise control of the trigger to achieve the effect of single-shot bursts. Seeing that the Swift was so close, he directly pulled the trigger and fired a burst of bullets at the Swift. No matter how fast and dodgeable the Swift was, it was difficult to avoid the dense bullets. One of the three that rushed out was knocked down in an instant, and the other was also knocked down by Tanya. The remaining one was shot in the left arm and shot directly through the arm, but it finally passed through the shooting net of Sergeant Tan and Tanya. At this time, the assault rifles in the hands of Sergeant Tan and Tanya were all out of bullets. The Swift jumped towards the car that Sergeant Tan and Tanya used as a cover. Sergeant Tan and Tanya bent down and lowered their heads to avoid the claws of the Swift. The Swift didn't want to lose its speed advantage. Its target was Private Solo, who was temporarily protected by everyone in the middle. After missing the first shot, the Swift didn't stop and rushed directly to Private Solo's position. There was a gunshot behind him. It was Sergeant Tan who pulled out his pistol and fired. But the people in front and behind the formation were likely to accidentally injure friendly forces, so Sergeant Tan and Tanya had to stop shooting after firing a few shots. Although Private Solo was relaxing his shoulders and didn't have to participate in the battle for the time being, he was not really doing nothing and resting. In fact, he replaced the reserve and guard role of Corporal Michael. But because Sergeant Tan and Tanya were in front of him, he didn't raise his gun to shoot, but just aimed and waited for the opportunity. When Sergeant Tan and Tanya bent down to avoid the attack, it was his chance to shoot. However, after the Swift judged that the distance was enough, he directly exerted force on his hind legs, and the roof of the car was directly stepped out by the Swift, and he jumped high and pounced on Private Solo. Solo was caught off guard. It was the first time for him to see the Swift jump and attack after surviving the zombie siege that day. The Swift knew that he would lose the ability to change direction after jumping, so he jumped with the determination to kill. Private Solo was horrified, pulled the trigger, raised his assault rifle upwards, and wanted to shoot the Swift. Unfortunately, the Swift won the bet this time. Asterisk? Thank you all for your monthly tickets and other support. Chapter 53 The Giant Overlord. Private Solo was directly thrown to the ground by the Swift, and the M16 assault rifle in his hand became the only barrier between him and the Swift. Although Private Solo had undergone relatively scientific military training, the army was not a place to train strongmen. No matter how Solo pushed or hit, he could not push the Swift away. The Swift did not make any extra moves. After throwing Private Solo to the ground, he used both hands to attack the enemy under him frantically. Sergeant Tan felt bad when he saw Solo being thrown to the ground, but there were two cars between the two. Sergeant Tan was worried that he would hit Private Solo if he jumped on the car and attacked from a high position, so he chose to go around. Private Solo did not last long under the attack of the Swift. The M16 assault rifle protecting his body was knocked away by the Swift's claw, and then his neck was wiped by the Swift. Blood was gushing out. Private Solo opened his eyes wide, and a gurgling sound came out of his throat. Sergeant Tan raised his M16 assault rifle with the bullets replaced and fired. With 3 shots, he solved the Swift, who was about to feast. The Swift fell down and pressed on Private Solo again. Sergeant Tan rushed over to push the Swift away. Just as he was about to take out the tourniquet, he saw that Private Solo's eyes were blurry and his breath was coming in and out. Sergeant Tan couldn't bear Private Solo to continue suffering. He gritted his teeth, reached for the tourniquet and touched the M1911 pistol next door, giving Solo a quick death. So everyone noticed what Sergeant Tan did, but no one cried or made a fuss. They just worked harder to eliminate the enemy in front of them. The poisonous fog was about to dissipate. Sergeant Tan, who suppressed his anger on his face, held the weapon in his hand tightly and returned to Tanya's side, commanding everyone to regroup and continue to move towards the iron wall. The containers dropped were basically on both sides of the road, so at this time, there would be fewer and fewer blood-plagued zombies on the bridge, and the speed of advancement would be faster. After the 4 of them advanced a distance, there were not many zombies between them and the iron wall. Sergeant Tan asked Tanya and Corporal Michael to change positions, and then Sergeant Tan led Corporal Michael to advance quickly to the iron wall, while Tanya and Luo Guang were responsible for setting up a defense line to block the blood-plagued zombies. Seeing this, Tanya pulled Luo Guang, who was in high spirits, and turned around and ran directly to the iron wall. They were nearly 20 meters away from the iron wall at this time, and the defense line only needed to be set up about 5 meters away from the iron wall. The continuous and uninterrupted shooting made the shotgun a little hot. Luo Guang temporarily hung the shotgun back to the side of the backpack and took out his beautiful Beretta M92F pistol. Luo Guang had just found a new position to set up the gun when he heard Sergeant Tan not far away asking Corporal Michael, "What's the situation?" "I have enough explosives, so I should be able to blow it up." Corporal Michael knocked on the iron wall and said after listening to the sound coming back, "It shouldn't collapse directly, right?" Sergeant Tan asked, worried about this. "No, I'm doing directional blasting." Corporal Michael explained, "Then there will only be a big hole. Of course, if it really collapses, it's because of the structure of the iron wall, not me." Corporal Michael paused, and under the gaze of Sergeant Tan, added, "So the range of directional blasting is not large, but I suggest you stay away from it." "Well, we've been fighting for so long, and no one has appeared on this iron wall. I think the camp behind this iron wall is either empty or occupied by zombies." Sergeant Tan said, "When directional blasting, is there a way to complete the damage to the possible enemies behind the iron wall?" "Sure, leave it to me," Corporal Michael said confidently. Sergeant Tan nodded and directed Luo Guang and others to advance the direction of the defense line. "Timed for 3 minutes." Corporal Michael suddenly shouted, and began to come to Luo Guang's side, saying as he ran, "Advance a little further." Everyone obeyed the order, opened fire, and pushed forward about 5 meters. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Corporal Michael kept staring at his watch and started counting down. Before Corporal Michael said 0, there was an explosion behind him. Luo Guang looked at the iron wall and saw a big hole in it. "Go in," Sergeant Tan ordered immediately. Everyone obeyed the order and did not continue to shoot to stop the blood-plagued zombies walking from the road to the bridge. Instead, they ran directly through the hole in the iron wall. After passing through the hole, what was waiting in front of Luo Guang and the other 4 was a pile of blood-plagued zombies that were blown up. Behind the iron wall was a small camp, in which there were many blood-plagued zombies in military uniforms. Sergeant Tan frowned and said, "Did we lose contact because of the zombie attack?" "I don't know, but I know we are in big trouble now." Tanya stared at a huge zombie in the middle of the camp. Before joining the church survivor team, Tanya and her friend who was also a veteran formed a survivor team, but the team was destroyed by the huge zombie in front of them. The teammates were all wiped out, and Tanya joined the church team. The zombie was an extremely huge zombie, over 6 feet tall and very fat, with thick and powerful arms on its huge and round body, gray skin with a disproportionately small head, and clothes on its body that had been broken by its swollen body, and its glowing red eyes that were very obvious even in the daytime showed that it was extraordinary. Giant Overlord, Luo Guang's expression became solemn. He was not worried about not being able to defeat the Giant Overlord, but about one of the Giant Overlord's abilities. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It is the master of this area. A deep and loud roar came from the mouth of the giant master. Unlike the Screamer who mainly attracts other zombies, Luo Guang and his friends instantly felt that the atmosphere around them was different. The Screamer is like a human resources recruiter, while the Giant Master is a martial general. At the command of the Giant Master, he personally rushed to the front line and walked towards Luo Guang and his friends with heavy and slow steps. The blood-plagued zombies in other camps, although it was still daytime, all took steps and began to charge as if it was night.
Break out from the right. Michael will cover the rear.
Sergeant Tan immediately judged that he could not fight hard, aimed at the open door on the right and started to break out, walking in the first place, clearing the enemies blocking the way in front of him.
Damn it!
Tanya fired and kept moving at the same time, following Sergeant Tan, consciously aiming at the blood-plagued zombies on both sides.
Corporal Michael would not just run away like that.
He was carrying too many things on his back, and he could not outrun the other three. He directly took out various explosives from his big backpack and threw them around like a fairy scattering flowers. Seeing this, Luo Guang temporarily stayed behind to provide shooting cover for Corporal Michael. Compared with the M4S90 semi-automatic shotgun, which needs to be loaded one by one, the Beretta M92F pistol is more suitable for the current situation.
Pa.
Luo Guang needed to ensure that every bullet was accurately delivered to the head of the blood-plagued zombie. The shooting method used was the isosceles triangle shooting method that Luo Guang first learned, which caused huge losses to the enemies in the small camp stably and quickly.
However, the Giant Master did not get Luo Guang's bullets.
It was not stimulated and was still slowly approaching Luo Guang and Corporal Michael, who stayed temporarily.
Clang!
Luo Guang heard a sound coming from the iron wall behind him that was blown open. It was the sound of the blood-plagued zombies hitting the broken iron wall. I don't know if the blood-plagued zombies on the bridge are not under the control of the Giant Master, so those zombies did not run. However, Luo Guang has bought enough time for Corporal Michael, and Corporal Michael began to throw out his treasured explosives.
Thanks for the cover, now it's my turn.
Corporal Michael held the grenade with both hands, handed it to his mouth, bit off the safety pins of the two grenades, and then threw them one after another into the camp and the iron wall hole behind him. There is no cover of the car here, so Corporal Michael threw it a lot farther. Two loud bangs. This is just Corporal Michael's opening ceremony. More grenades are thrown at the enemy to stop the blood-plagued zombies from charging, and Luo Guang has already changed to the second magazine to deal with the enemies that Corporal Michael did not blow up.
Luo Guang, it's okay, you go quickly, I'll cover you.
Michael shouted to Luo Guang, holding a brick-like thing in one hand. Luo Guang did not hesitate and immediately ran to the right door. Although there was no need to shoot, Luo Guang still helped Corporal Michael clear the way to break out to the right again. The grenade exploded around the Giant Overlord, blowing the Giant Overlord to the ground, but it did not cause much actual damage.
The fragments of the grenade shot into the body of the Giant Overlord and were instantly blocked by the thick fat.
The Giant Overlord was angered by Corporal Michael's grenade attack, and finally stopped walking leisurely, and made a standing start posture. Then with a howl, the Giant Overlord quickly charged, but the target was directly aimed at Luo Guang, who was breaking out. Luo Guang noticed the movements of the Overlord when he howled. Seeing him charging, Luo Guang stepped hard, as if he had kicked the ground, and relied on his own powerful strength to rush forward like a bullet. The Overlord missed the attack, but still waved his right hand to attack, making himself stop quickly. Corporal Michael, who was about to break out, was blocked by the Overlord at this time, and a word of fuck burst out instantly.
Don't pay attention to me,
Michael shouted to Luo Guang, who had not yet left. The induction mine in his hand could not be wasted. In order to free his hands as soon as possible, Michael directly turned on the switch of the mine and threw it in front of him. The small camp actually had doors on three sides, so Corporal Michael had not given up hope of survival at this time, and ran to the door in the opposite direction with the M16 assault rifle. However, when Michael came to the door, he pulled the iron door and found that the door was locked.
He was shocked and couldn't help but regret asking Luo Guang to ignore him and break out first. The Giant Overlord charged again.
Corporal Michael heard the sound and vibration of the explosion behind him, and rolled over to avoid the attack of the Giant Overlord, who rushed through the mine explosion. The mine cut off the flesh on the Giant Overlord's leg, but it seemed to be only a minor injury to the Giant Overlord, and did not affect its mobility.
Day.
Corporal Michael fired two short bursts and killed the blood-plagued zombies approaching him.
However, the Giant Overlord took this opportunity to approach Corporal Michael, clasped his hands tightly, raised them above his head, and hit Corporal Michael with a heavy blow. Corporal Michael had not stood up after rolling before, and he had no choice but to roll to the side again in a half squat. This time, Corporal Michael learned his lesson.
After rolling over, he immediately stood up and used his shoulder to knock away a plague zombie that was rushing towards him. Then he used the thick handle of the M16 assault rifle to hit another plague zombie behind him, knocking out the front teeth of the plague zombie. The situation was urgent, and Corporal Michael had no choice. Taking advantage of this brief gap, Corporal Michael rushed to the open door on the right side of the camp. However, after a few steps, Corporal Michael was stopped by the plague zombie. Corporal Michael raised his gun and shot, just like Sergeant Tan before, but there were already many zombies in the camp at this time, and most of them could run. This forced Corporal Michael to constantly shake off and avoid the attacks of the plague zombies by turning, stopping suddenly, etc., but this made Corporal Michael even further away from the door on the right. The Overlord once again closed the distance between himself and Corporal Michael, swinging his sturdy right hand forward. Corporal Michael had no time to dodge and could only hold his M16 assault rifle horizontally to try to withstand the heavy blow. The Overlord's right fist was not blocked, and the M16 assault rifle was instantly knocked off course by the Overlord, and then it and the fist smashed into Corporal Michael's chest. Corporal Michael spat out a mouthful of blood, and was hit in the lungs, making him unable to breathe for a while. Looking at the blood-plagued zombies rushing towards him and the Overlord who was about to hit him with gravity, Corporal Michael could only force himself to pull out his pistol, aiming at his head, and pulling the trigger directly. On the other side, Luo Guang ran out of the small camp. Looking around, Sergeant Tan and Maya were nowhere to be seen. He only heard the sound of M16 assault rifles coming from the woods on the side, and many blood-plagued zombies were running from the road into the woods. Since Sergeant Tan and Tanya didn't wait for him and were forced into the woods by the blood-plagued zombies, Luo Guang could only continue to break out by himself. After looking at the number of blood-plagued zombies on the road, Luo Guang took out a mountaineering pick, one hand holding a mountaineering pick and the other hand holding a pistol, and ran towards the North District. After running about 300 meters, Luo Guang was now hanging behind a group of blood-plagued zombies who were also tireless. Although Luo Guang could run a marathon without breathing, the open terrain at this time allowed Luo Guang to confirm that there were no fast enemies like the Swift, so Luo Guang decided to kill the tails running behind him first. At this time, it was naturally time for the shotgun to appear. After all, Luo Guang had only used up the number 12 shotgun shells in his 2 pockets. After directly clearing out nearly 20 blood-plagued zombies that could run and jump behind him, Luo Guang was finally able to slow down and continue to move towards the North District. According to the original plan, after breaking through the wall, the 5-man team should directly find a car, short-circuit the ignition, and then go directly north along the road to the North District. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Who would have thought that a giant overlord would appear in a small camp? The appearance rate of mutant zombies is not high. But this is just right for me to act alone. Luo Guang thought so, put his mood in order, and walked towards the North District. He wanted to find the base of operations set up by the military there. The last day, please give me a monthly ticket recommendation ticket meow? Asterisk? Chapter 54 Fusion of Blood Plague Virus. Walking along the road, the iron wall of the bridge is actually not far from the North District, only a few kilometers away. Luo Guang originally wanted to try the short-circuit starting method of a car engine taught by Jill, pick up a car from the road and go to the North District, but failed. Short-circuiting the car's engine failed, but Luo Guang did not give up and continued trying. Instead, he chose to continue on the road and finally arrived in the North District at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. On the way to the North District, neither Sergeant Tan nor Tanya caught up with them. Luo Guang didn't know what happened to them, but he had no idea of going back to look for them, because Luo Guang had to get to the military station set up in the north before others. Search the area's base of operations in the hope of obtaining some useful information. The operations base was not difficult to find. Luo Guang quickly found it in a large parking lot of a park on the outskirts of the North District. The operational base was built using something called HESCO, and the cars originally parked in the parking lot were pushed aside by the military. This ASCO explosion-proof wall is a box made of mesh galvanized steel and polypropylene inside. It can be folded into the size of a board during transportation. When in use, you only need to open it and pour various materials into it. After planting local sand, mud or stones, it becomes an explosion-proof and bulletproof cube more than 1 meter thick. The North Area Operations Base was built using these cubes. The wall is about 2 meters high. It is thick and solid and can withstand attacks from even the giants. However, the operational base must leave several entrances and exits, and for these entrances and exits, the military uses iron gates. Luo Guang cautiously came to the main entrance of the operations base. Two M60s with no bullets fired were quietly placed on the defensive positions on the left and right sides of the main entrance, but the owner of the machine guns was no longer alive. After dealing with the blood-plagued zombies that were roaring in his direction one by one, Luo Guang walked into the unclosed door. Hell on earth. Luo Guang chose one word to describe the scene in front of him. A large number of mutilated limbs and corpses came into his eyes. The black and red blood on the ground made Luo Guang feel like he was in Raccoon City again. Frowning, Luo Guang walked around the operation base, but discovered something strange. Most of the blood-plagued zombies in the operation base are military personnel, and a small number of civilian zombies only appear in the outer parts of the operation base. This made Luo Guang suspect that the operation base was breached from the inside out. Luo Guang walked through the soldiers' residential camp one after another and came to the weapons depot next door. At least nearly half of the weapons in the arsenal were neatly arranged on weapon racks. This further proves that when the operations base fell, not all combatants were equipped with weapons. It further proves that the operations base was breached from the inside out. Now that he has arrived at the weapons depot, Luo Guang is not polite. A mountaineering pickaxe knocked the administrator in the weapons depot to death. Luo Guang observed the various weapons on the weapons rack as if he were going shopping. The main weapon here is still the M16 assault rifle used by Sergeant Tan and the others. There are A1 and A2 models. However, Luo Guang is not interested in this. As for the assault rifle, he prefers the M4A1 assault rifle used in Raccoon City, or the AK series. Their weapon. In addition to M16 assault rifles, there are also many M1911 pistols, but these pistols only have 7+1 rounds of ammunition, and the .45-inch Colt pistol bullets used are different from the 9mm pistol bullets used by Luo Guang at this time. Considering that the current pistols are powerful enough, Luo Guang did not change to the classic-style pistol M1911. After a brief look around, Luo Guang finally found a good thing, the weapon he had seen in Gil's hand before, an M79 grenade launcher. Luo Guang picked up the M79 grenade launcher, touched the thick barrel, then turned his head and continued looking for ammunition for this weapon. 5 high-explosive rounds, 1 close-range shotgun round and 1 smoke grenade. Luo Guang searched around and found only grenade ammunition and a special ammunition belt in a small box. Luo Guang stuffed the grenade into the special ammunition belt and tied the ammunition belt diagonally to his chest. After replenishing some No. 12 shotgun shells, Luo Guang continued to explore the North Area operations base. In the command room, all the documents and materials inside have not been destroyed. Luo Guang saw burnt ashes in the brazier nearby, but there were still a large number of documents on the table. However, most of those documents were reports on missions in the North District. Luo Guang did not find many useful documents, except for a notification document and a report. There is a logo in the upper right corner of the document. Judging from the content of the document, this should be the emblem of an organization called the Future of Humanity Foundation. This is the name of an organization that Luo Guang has never heard of before and after his time travel. The notice they sent to the military stated that they asked the military to assist them in completing the research and investigation of the blood plague virus. This is probably the source of Sergeant Tan's mission. The report was about the contamination of a reservoir in the Trumbull Valley by a large number of corpses carrying the blood plague virus. Military investigators said that the corpses had even a piece of clothing on them, and their faces were damaged. Therefore, it is impossible to investigate where these bodies came from. Although it is unclear who these corpses are, investigators have put forward a speculation that the fall of Danforth City may not only be as simple as the blood plague virus leaking from the laboratory, but also a third-party organization adding insult to injury. Next, Luo Guang came to the medical station in the operations base, or the research room. The other places were built with tents, but the medical laboratory was built in the middle of the camp and was made of containers. It also had special defense lines around it and was heavily protected by the military. But by the time Luo Guang arrived at the medical laboratory, the researchers inside had basically become their experimental subjects. The mountaineering pick without mercy appeared again. After cleaning the medical laboratory, Luo Guang pulled the door of the container and locked it from the inside. Luo Guang came to the running refrigerator room of the medical laboratory and took out a red test tube from the refrigerator. The test tube had a small note taped to it with the word original written on it. Luo Guang originally thought that what was stored here would be some blood plague virus samples studied by those in biochemical suits. Unexpectedly, in addition to collecting and researching blood plague viruses, he actually obtained a sample of the original virus. It can be said to be an accident of joy. Looking at the original blood plague virus sample in his hand, Luo Guang thought about what to do with it. While thinking about it, Luo Guang left the refrigerator room and started looking for blood plague virus storage tools and a syringe outside. However, in the end Luo Guang only found a syringe. After obtaining this original blood plague virus sample, Luo Guang could say that he had completed his mission, but now that he had not found a usable storage container, Luo Guang could only forced to helplessly accept this tube of original blood plague virus. Under the guidance of the system, Luo Guang first gave himself a subcutaneous test injection and waited for the system to analyze the blood plague virus. Analyzing, matching database, after matching, similar virus data was found, with a matching degree of 56.99%, which can be used for adapter evolution. When he evolved before, Luo Guang was in a coma. But this time, Luo Guang stayed awake. After hearing what the system said, he sat on a chair and asked, "Where does the data in this database come from?" Like other knowledge, it comes with the system. The system answered Luo Guang's question, but Luo Guang felt that he did not get any substantial information from it. However, he and the system share weal and woe, so Luo Guang doesn't worry about it. There is no conflict between the T virus and the blood plague virus. Adapters can continue to be injected with the original blood plague virus. The system reminded. Luo Guang did not inject immediately, but after making sure that he did not feel any discomfort in his body, he injected the remaining original blood plague virus into his body. Please adapt to choose the evolution mode. The system continued to report. Under the systematic explanation, one of the two modes allows the T virus and the modified blood plague virus to coexist, while the other is to use the T virus as the basis to absorb the modified blood plague virus. Absorption and fusion. Luo Guang chose the second one. T virus is an excellent virus that Umbrella Company likes because of its strong tolerance and potential, so Luo Guang must take advantage of this advantage of T virus, and he will continue to encounter various viruses in the future, and Luo Guang does not want the viruses in his body to suddenly collapse and fight one day. The blood plague virus analysis progress is 100%, please adapt to choose the blood plague virus ability to absorb. A lot of words appeared in Luo Guang's field of vision. The first option is to increase speed and further strengthen the body's muscle groups, which can ensure that the adapter can withstand and exert more force without significant changes in body shape. This direction seemed to be the ability of a speedster. Luo Guang asked a lot, and made sure that his hands would not be elongated, let alone lose hair and baldness, and then listed this as an option. The second option is to allow the adapter's throat to generate a venom sac, which can generate corrosive and flammable liquid inside, and can shoot out the venom like a poisonous snake. The second direction was given priority to Luo Guang. He didn't want to have any accidents when practicing tongue flexibility with Jill mouth-to-mouth. The third option is to grow in size, increase muscle strength and make fat stronger, and even allow the adapter to withstand attacks from small bullets. Luo Guang thought about the appearance of the giant lord, and it would be difficult to live in human society like that, so this third option was also eliminated for Luo Guang. Thinking about one thing, Luo Guang continued to look at the next options. The fourth option is modifications to the throat and hearing systems that would allow the adapter to produce and hear specific bands of sound that humans cannot produce. The fifth option is pheromone manufacturing, where the adapter can emit a variety of pheromones. Luo Guang felt a little unclear about the fifth choice, so he asked about the situation in detail. Blood plague zombies can communicate with each other, and I believe adapters are aware of it, but in addition to emitting specific bands of sound, blood plague zombies also use a special pheromone to communicate and judge friends and foes. Based on the results of blood plague virus analysis, it can be inferred that the pheromone content that can be emitted by various blood plague zombie monsters is also different. The system explained. Luo Guang recalled the observations of the blood plague zombies in the past few days and said, "I understand. The swifts, screamers, and giant overlords can all attract the surrounding zombies through sound, but the pheromone content of these blood plague monsters is different. So on the night when Maya stole things, although the screamers screamed, the zombies at the blood plague zombie gathering point across the street did not react. That's because in addition to hearing sounds of a specific wavelength, the blood plague zombies also need to feel specific pheromones to complete the communication. In addition to the screamer, the giant overlord just now was the same. Its roar did not affect the blood plague zombies outside the iron wall and make them run. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Luo Guang's analysis is actually not complete. The giant overlord cannot affect the blood plague zombies outside the iron wall. Another reason is that those blood plague zombies are not considered soldiers led by the giant overlord,
so they will not be affected too much by the giant overlord. There are 5 options in total. Luo Guan thought about it and asked, will the 4th and 5th options have any side effects on me? Because the system can read the thoughts of the adapter, it understands what side effects Luo Guang is referring to, and replied, there will be no side effects. The 4th option allows the adapter to emit and hear certain sound waves that humans cannot emit. The pheromone can be produced and released by the adapter on its own, and it is not a permanent ability. Then based on the first option, add the ability to emit and hear specific sound waves in pheromone production. Except for the first and third options, which are in conflict, the other 5 options can coexist, so Luo Guang wants the others. Received. After confirming the feasibility of this plan, the system began to work. Start to remove unnecessary gene fragments of the blood plague virus. Readjust and reconstruct the blood plague virus. Removal is complete. Reconstruction is complete. Start to command the T-virus to absorb and fuse the blood plague virus. Progress 1.99%. Progress 49.32%. Fusion is complete. Inspection is complete. Please confirm the situation with the adapter. After hearing that the fusion was complete, Luo Guang called up the attribute table. Adapter name, Luo Guang strength, 13 flexibility, 12 endurance, 16 intelligence, 8 willpower, 11 it doesn't seem to have improved much, and willpower has actually increased by 1 point? Luo Guang usually doesn't look at the attribute table, so he only found out that willpower has increased a little now. Spiritual attributes such as willpower cannot be updated in real time. We can only confirm the willpower improvement brought to the adapter by the Raccoon City incident during this operation in Trumbull Valley. The system explained, the attribute improvement is not big because the blood plague virus is not more advanced than the T-virus. This fusion is more about perfecting and strengthening the T-virus and increasing the functionality of the T-virus. No wonder you didn't congratulate me on my successful evolution this time. Luo Guang finally reacted. Standing up, Luo Guang moved his hands and feet and felt that his body became more flexible. This was probably the change brought about by the improvement in flexibility. Luo Guang took out an energy bar and ate it to replenish the energy used during the fusion. While searching the documents on the desktop, he packed up all the research reports and research data files and took them away. After confirming that nothing was missed, Luo Guang left the medical laboratory and prepared to test his new ability. Meow, I can't find the invention date of the ESCO explosion-proof wall, so I'll assume it's already been invented. After thinking about it, I'll tentatively set the update time to around 12 noon to 1 p.m. Chapter 55 I am also the master. After the fusion is completed, Luo Guang can produce blood plague pheromones, which is the ability of the blood plague virus. Because Luo Guang is not skilled, he wasted a lot of energy. Finally, after consuming 2 energy bars, Luo Guang finally let himself be wrapped in a layer of blood plague pheromones and attached to his clothes. That should be enough. After absorbing the blood plague virus, Luo Guang could clearly feel the existence of these blood plague pheromones. Opening the door of the medical research room, Luo Guang walked out. At this time, he could feel the existence of every blood plague zombie around him, and Luo Guang felt that those blood plague zombies could also feel his existence, because when he walked in front of them, those blood plague zombies looked at him. Luo Guang held the mountaineering pick tightly and went to those blood plague zombies, staring at the blood plague zombies who were also looking at him, thinking that if there was anything wrong, he would take the initiative. These blood plague zombies have no problem with hearing and vision. They half tilted their heads and slightly opened their mouths, looking at Luo Guang, as if they were curious about Luo Guang, the newcomer. The blood plague zombie in front of him exhaled and let out a low roar. He is greeting the adapter. The system reminded. Well, I can indeed feel that the other party's blood plague pheromones have become active, as if they are very happy, but how did you hear this roar? Luo Guang adjusted the blood plague pheromones around his body to make his pheromones as close to the other party's pheromones as possible. Adapter, listen to those special bands that normal humans cannot hear. After the system reminded him, Luo Guang noticed the information given to him by the special bands hidden under the roar. Newcomer. Hello. Luo Guang was stunned when he heard the words of the blood plague zombie. Originally thought that the communication between blood plague zombies was similar to the calls between animals, but he didn't expect to hear human language from this special band, just like the blood plague zombies were speaking English with the sound of the special band. Newcomer. Dumb? Because Luo Guang had adjusted the blood plague pheromones, the other blood plague zombies did not think that Luo Guang was an enemy. Another blood plague zombie joined the conversation and said, "Okay." Luo Guang tried to send out sound waves of a specific frequency band.
Unlike other blood plague zombies, Luo Guang did not roar when he spoke.
Newcomer. Speak. I didn't find any food today. Let's take a rest.
After the blood plague zombie said this, the other blood plague zombies also cheered for a while, and then the blood plague zombies stopped roaring, and the blood plague pheromones returned to calm. The things that the blood plague zombies usually discussed seemed very harmonious, but Luo Guang understood that the food they were talking about was living humans. After confirming the effect of the skills he had just learned on the blood plague zombies, Luo Guang felt that he could speed up the completion of this mission.
The time reached 3 p.m.
Now he was rushing to Danforth City. It would be night when he arrived there, so Luo Guang decided to find a place to rest before dawn, and by the way, he could also take a good look at the situation he got from the medical research laboratory. He did it right away. Luo Guang left the base of operations and prepared to find a place to rest. Walking out of the gate, Luo Guang focused his eyes on the M60 heavy machine guns on the defensive positions on both sides of the gate. He clenched his fists and felt his own strength. Luo Guang took away one of the M60 heavy machine guns and a box with a belt. It didn't take Luo Guang too much time to find a place to sleep, because the northern part of the town was mainly a commercial service area, and there were not many residential areas, so Luo Guang finally chose a furniture store and found a soft big bed as his place to stay tonight. After closing the doors and windows, Luo Guang sat on the bed and looked through the research reports and research data in the medical laboratory to confirm whether the latest intelligence studied by the researchers was different from the intelligence he obtained from Minister Guslin. Basically there is no difference, except for these documents. Luo Guang muttered to himself, and quickly selected the useful documents. In less than a month, the blood plague virus has undergone earth-shaking changes. First, a new organ appeared in the throat of the blood plague zombie, which allows the blood plague zombie to emit specific bands of sound that humans cannot emit while listening to specific bands of sound.
Luo Guang read the information on the report and touched his throat. The adapter has no new organs. The system knew what Luo Guang was worried about and said.
Normally, he would not be dissected or have a CT scan taken, but Luo Guang had to be on guard against whether Umbrella would suddenly go crazy and find his own people to do human experiments. It's good to not have multiple organs, Luo Guang thought so and continued to read the reports. The facts prove that the Overlord, the Swift, the Swollen Corpse and the Screamer can only be directly mutated by infected humans. Zombies that have become blood plague zombies cannot mutate and evolve into the above-mentioned blood plague monsters again. According to research and observation, it is speculated that the blood plague zombies have formed a new social structure, among which the giant Overlord is at the top of the new social structure. It is confirmed that it can command blood plague zombies including other blood plague monsters, but the Overlord can only command those blood plague monsters that are willing to accept the command, because there are military eyewitness reports that saw a battle between the Swift and the Overlord.
Luo Guang recalled the battle with the giant Overlord in the Iron Wall small camp.
He was very lucky that the giant Overlord he met did not have a tough character like the Swift among its younger brothers. In the city of Danforth, there are variants named Heart of Plague and Wall of Plague. The Heart of Plague looks like a pile of human remains or corpses made of plague zombies themselves, while Wall of Plague is a super variant of Heart of Plague. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. These two strange variants of plague virus can release a unique pheromone that only plague creatures can emit to attract plague zombies to gather around them. At the same time, other pheromones produced by these plague virus bodies will interfere with radio communications to a certain extent. According to high-altitude surveys, the Wall of Plague in Danforth has occupied after absorbing most of the city. They tried to attack with ground-to-ground missiles and found that these plague walls have extremely high self-repair capabilities.
Extremely high self-repair capabilities? Luo Guang asked the system, after absorbing the plague virus, has my self-healing ability been improved?
No, the system immediately replied, saying, the plague virus does not carry genes that can improve self-healing ability, so it has no effect on the self-healing ability of the T-virus itself. It is speculated that the extremely high self-healing ability of the plague wall comes from its huge size. Okay, I understand, I don't want to become a fat man like the Overmind.
Luo Guang interrupted the system.
The document compares the development of the plague virus in Danforth City and the development of the plague virus in Trumbull Valley, and finds that the more the plague virus gathers, the faster it changes. For comparison, the researchers suggested that the plague zombies captured from Danforth City be released in the town of Trumbull to confirm the impact of a more relaxed environment on the plague zombies in Danforth City.
Research results. No. Luo Guang didn't have any relevant research reports in the materials in his hand. Was it because it hadn't been completed yet? But if that was the case, why did those people in biochemical suits withdraw from the eastern part of the town?
Luo Guang felt that he was still missing a piece of debris, which prevented him from making any inferences.
Forget it, I don't understand.
Luo Guang didn't want to guess randomly, which would make him fall into fixed thinking. He stuffed the report back into his backpack, and then took out some instant food from the backpack and ate it. The next morning, Luo Guang woke up and stretched, took a look at the surrounding situation, and confirmed that it was safe. Last night, Luo Guang heard the sound of M16 assault rifles coming from outside, but Luo Guang ignored it.
He was going to act alone now.
After doing a simple morning exercise, Luo Guang finished his breakfast, put his luggage on his back, held the M60 machine gun in one hand, and carried the ammunition belt box connected to the M60 machine gun in the other hand, and walked out of the furniture store. The sun was not strong, and the weather was warm.
Luo Guang continued to move north.
Along the way, Luo Guang exuded friendly blood plague pheromones while listening to what these blood plague zombies were talking about. As a result, the words of those blood plague zombies made Luo Guang very speechless. He always felt that he had broken into some elderly group. They were either talking about food or where to hide and rest.
When he came to the mountain tunnel connecting Danforth City, it was blocked as expected.
However, it was not an iron wall, but the ESCO explosion-proof wall mentioned earlier, and abandoned cars and other things piled up. The spacious road with 6 lanes in both directions now only had 1 lane left, allowing Luo Guang to pass through directly, so that Luo Guang didn't have to go back to find the explosives on Corporal Michael.
However, not long after Luo Guang left the camp that blocked the tunnel, he met the local snake in the tunnel, a blood-red giant master.
"Which place are you from?" The blood-red giant master spoke much more fluently than other ordinary blood plague zombies.
"Everything outside is my territory."
Luo Guang pointed to the direction he came from with an M60 heavy machine gun and said,
"You lied. The food there is very strong." The blood-red giant overlord roared, trying to spit saliva all over Luo Guang.
Luo Guang flexibly dodged the opponent's saliva attack and said, "But I just walked over there."
"Ha ha ha, why did you come here?"
The blood-red giant overlord said, and continued, "Interesting little guy, let me try your ability." The blood-red giant overlord seemed to want to take Luo Guang into his pocket and challenged him.
"My overlord."
A Swift on the other side suddenly jumped onto the roof of an abandoned car and suggested to the blood-red giant overlord, "Let me."
"Come."
"Okay." As soon as the blood-red giant overlord finished speaking, the M60 machine gun in Luo Guang's hand immediately roared. Luo Guang's position was premeditated, so all the blood plague creatures were within a 160-degree range in front of him. Therefore, Luo Guang only needed to move the muzzle slightly to aim at the arrogant Swift, letting it feel what a real bullet storm was. The 9mm and 5.5 bullets instantly tore the Swift that Luo Guang suddenly attacked into pieces. After the Swift was dealt with, Luo Guang stopped and said, "What do you mean? You actually used the weapons in the hands of those food." The blood-red giant overlord did not think there was anything wrong with Luo Guang's sudden attack. Instead, he was stunned for a moment and said, The blood-red giant overlord only then understood what the black thing in Luo Guang's hand that made a loud noise and sprayed out flames was, but the M60 machine gun was basically installed on a sandbag, so the blood-red giant overlord did not recognize the weapon in Luo Guang's hand just now. "You, kneel down and submit to me." Luo Guang wanted to try whether he could become the overlord. "Impossible." The blood-red giant overlord refused. "There can only be one overlord in each place, and you are too weak to be qualified." Alas. Luo Guang sighed without using the language of the blood-plagued zombies, thinking that he would like to try riding a giant overlord as a means of transportation. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Luo Guang's eyes became sharp, and he took the initiative. The M60 machine gun roared again. This time Luo Guang wanted to tear the obstacles in front of him into pieces. The blood-red giant overlord did not expect Luo Guang to start fighting directly after a disagreement. He was a beat slower, and he had been hit by countless bullets. The better penetration of 7.62mm bullets also made the fat on the blood-red giant overlord unable to effectively resist the damage of bullets. He could not even roar to launch an attack. The blood-red giant overlord could only use his hands to desperately protect his head, and was beaten back by Luo Guang's M60 machine gun. "Enough, I surrender to you." The blood-red giant overlord shouted and wanted to beg for mercy. Luo Guang took a look at the bullets in the ammunition box in his hand. There were not many bullets left, so he did not listen to the blood-red giant overlord and directly poured the remaining bullets on the blood-red overlord. The barrel of the M60 machine gun was red and steaming.
It had completed its task excellently.
Luo Guang threw the M60 machine gun directly to the ground and looked at the blood-red giant overlord. When he was about to say that he agreed to the other party's surrender, Luo Guang found that the blood-red giant overlord's arms had been broken by Luo Guang, and the small head protecting behind was naturally not spared and was blown up by two 7.62mm bullets.
With a bang, the blood-red giant overlord fell to the ground.
Seeing this situation, the blood-plagued zombies around him directly said that they wanted to do big things with Luo Guang.
Are you all fence-sitters?
Luo Guang thought in his heart without speech.
Although it was not quite what Luo Guang expected, he still decided to take this group of brothers and continue to move forward to Danforth City. This mountain tunnel seemed to be the territory dominated by the blood-red giant. The brothers that Luo Guang brought sent messages to other blood-plagued zombies along the way, telling them about Luo Guang's heroic deeds.
Listening to how the blood-plagued zombie boasted about his own strength, Luo Guang always felt awkward, but Luo Guang did not shut up the blood-plagued zombie. He kept those blood-plagued zombies who believed in his strength, and those who did not believe were all killed by Luo Guang. Luo Guang continued to move forward with more blood-plagued zombies. The Swift seemed difficult to subdue.
Luo Guang walked to the exit of the tunnel and did not meet other Swifts along the way.
Instead, there were 5 more screamers and 3 swollen zombies in the team behind him.
Danforth City has appeared in Luo Guang's vision.
The whole city is shrouded in a red blood mist.
The red and black blood plague wall spreads to the high-rise buildings in the city.
The whole city is like a fell-hostile city, full of unspeakable weirdness.
Master! Master!
The cry of the blood-plagued zombie came from behind. Luo Guang did not realize that the master he was referring to was himself.
After a while, he turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" In front. Another. Master. Territory. Fight?
The blood-plagued zombie spoke fluently, and Luo Guang could only guess what it meant. In short, there are other masters in front, and it is obvious that the relationship between the two sides is not harmonious. Swelling Corpse and Screamer go back to the tunnel and wait, and the remaining blood-plagued zombies follow me. Luo Guang directly called the nameless blood-plague monsters behind him according to the military's naming, and those monsters also magically understood. The swollen zombies and the screamers followed the order and left the team. The other blood-plagued zombies heard Luo Guang's order and had no intention of disobeying it.
They continued to follow Luo Guang and walked towards the territory dominated by another giant. Meow meow meow? Asterisk? I have to go to work again tomorrow. It's uncomfortable. Chapter 56 Blood Plague Virus Research Institute. Then you will be responsible for holding back the other blood plague zombies, and I will deal with their overlords. As Luo Guang said this, one of the blood plague zombies behind him suggested, "Overlord." Against Overlord.
Luo Guang turned around and felt that the blood plague zombie who was talking was the same one that had been boasting about his strength before.
Luo Guang thought for a while and asked, "Do you mean that I should fight against the opponent's overlord?" Initiate. Challenge.
The blood plague zombie continued to answer.
Okay.
The social structure of the blood plague creatures seemed to be very primitive, Luo Guang replied while thinking.
Not long after, Luo Guang soon met the blood plague zombies controlled by other overlords and asked about his purpose.
Luo Guang told the other party his purpose, "Looking for your master, I want to kill it." Luo Guang felt that he had overestimated the intelligence of the blood plague creatures before. Although they were not stupid, their current social structure was still in a state of strength. Human words might not be as effective as fists and bullets to the blood plague creatures. Therefore, Luo Guang was straightforward when talking to the blood plague creatures, and was not polite at all. The other party did not expect that Luo Guang, who looked like an ordinary blood plague zombie, would challenge his master. With a roar, he led other blood plague zombies to attack Luo Guang. Luo Guang stopped the blood plague zombies behind him who wanted to protect his master, and with a mountaineering pick in hand, he killed more than half of them in a few strokes. The remaining blood plague zombies saw that the situation was not right, and immediately some blood plague zombies staggered and ran to find their masters. Luo Guang originally thought that only the blood plague zombies in the tunnel were special, but the blood plague zombies fighting with him at this time were the same as those in the tunnel, basically those blood plague zombies with red eyes. Moreover, the attack methods of these blood plague zombies are richer and more diverse than those in Trumbull Valley, where only the blood plague zombies can bite. Their hands with the blood plague virus have learned how to swing, so their overall strength is a level higher.
Dong, dong, dong.
Just when Luo Guang dealt with the remaining 2 reedied blood plague zombies, the heavy footsteps of the giant master sounded.
Luo Guang looked in the direction of the sound and immediately locked onto the giant master with red eyes. He then took out his M4S90 shotgun and stuffed a single-headed bullet into the chamber from the ejection port. Is this the guy who wants to challenge me? The blood-red giant Master Number 2, referred to as Master Number 2, roared at Luo Guang. Yes, surrender, or die. Luo Guang's blood plague pheromones became high as Luo Guang spoke, but there was no anger implied in it, only the confidence to win. At the Iron Wall camp, in addition to the giant overlord, there were other blood plague zombies and Sergeant Tan and others present, so Luo Guang did not take action to deal with the giant overlord. At this time, in a face-to-face duel, although there was no M60 machine gun, Luo Guang was not afraid, and even looked eager to try. Ah, you, bang! Luo Guang had no intention of talking to the other party. He quickly raised his gun and aimed, and a single bullet directly opened a hole in the head of the unprepared Overlord Number 2. At this time, Overlord Number 2 seemed to be a stepping stone for the protagonist to show off his fashion value. He stood for a while before slowly falling back. This, not only the blood plague zombies that Overlord Number 2 had once dominated, but also those blood plague zombies following Luo Guang were also stunned, especially the blood plague zombies that did not see how Luo Guang defeated the blood-red giant Overlord Number 1. At this time, they finally believed what the blood plague zombies at the scene said. You talk too much nonsense. So the other guys, do you want to stay with me or die? Luo Guang didn't expect the power of the single-shot bullet to be so great. He killed Lord Number 2 with one shot. He suddenly remembered that when he used a mountaineering pick to hit the blood plague zombies, he felt that the zombies' skulls were relatively soft. The other blood plague zombies originally controlled by Lord Number 2 looked at each other. As expected, they were all fence-sitters and directly joined Luo Guang's control. Let the new brothers follow behind him. Luo Guang opened the folded map in the notebook and confirmed the location of the military research laboratory in Danforth City. Then Luo Guang continued to set off, and soon he defeated Lord Number 3 in a duel, and collected a new batch of blood plague zombie brothers. Lord Number 3 was not killed instantly like Number 2 this time, and it was Lord Number 3 who took the lead in attacking without martial ethics, but Luo Guang used flexible positioning and the shotgun in his hand to play with Lord Number 3 like a monkey and then solved the opponent. Looking back at the mighty army of blood plague zombies behind him, Luo Guang finally understood why the military named the fat man the Lord, but now he also deserves the title of Lord. Luo Guang did not get lost and came to the large hospital outside Danforth City's Zimengfu General Hospital, which is the location of the secret Blood Plague Research Institute. The outer wall of this general hospital is covered by the Blood Plague Wall, and the red fog has seriously blocked Luo Guang's vision. Fortunately, Luo Guang is now completely immune to the invasion of the blood plague virus, so Luo Guang can breathe the air here without obstacles, otherwise he will be infected with the blood plague virus and become a blood plague zombie if he stays in this place Danforth City for a long time. You stay here and don't let food in. Luo Guang asked the cheap labor behind him to do security work. After that, Luo Guang walked into the Zimengfu General Hospital without waiting for the response of other blood plague zombies. According to the information from the intelligence agents who had been here, Luo Guang found the bodies of some of the intelligence agents sent by Umbrella Corporation and the entrance to the secret Blood Plague Research Institute. Miraculously, there was electricity supply in this research institute, so Luo Guang successfully opened the hidden door of the research institute using the ID card obtained by the intelligence agent before. Luo Guang walked inside with a shotgun and soon passed the disinfection area. After the disinfection, Luo Guang found that the blood plague pheromones around him were gone, and he couldn't help but praise himself for having the foresight to arrange his younger brother outside the hospital, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Luo Guang continued to walk inside, and there was a different world inside, as if he had come directly to a science fiction world, but it was a world of horror science fiction movies like Alien and Ishimura. Unlike the Research Institute of the Chicago branch, the overall color here is mainly gray and white, not bright white. The corridor is square, and there is a light tube emitting soft white light on the four corners. Unfortunately, this gray and white is stained with a layer of blood. After the light tube is stained with blood, the light emitted is also stained with bright red, making the whole corridor look full of horror. The plague zombies in this Plague Research Institute killed most of the intelligence agents who came before, so the only injured intelligence agent who survived in the end failed to find the storage device here and take the plague virus out of Danforth City. Luo Guang walked all the way in, and soon there was no trace of the fight between the intelligence agent and the plague zombies. At this time, Luo Guang thought that the plague heart and the plague wall would affect the information of radio communications,
which was probably the reason why the surviving intelligence agent chose to take the information of the secret research institute out first. Luo Guang first came to the director's office of the institute, but because of the bloodstains, most of the paper materials inside could not be viewed, so Luo Guang took out a camera and took a few photos of the entire office and those paper materials. The computer in the office can still be used, but Luo Guang did not find the password, so the information in the computer naturally could not be extracted and transferred to the electronic storage device. As for finding the password in this institute, Luo Guang felt that normal people would not write important passwords everywhere, so he gave up this unrealistic approach. Luo Guang also didn't know how to crack the computer, and the Chicago branch's equipment department didn't have that kind of foolproof cracking tool. Praying that the electronic storage device had a built-in cracking function, Luo Guang connected the electronic storage device to the computer, but there was no prompt about the cracking, so Luo Guang had to give up this technical job and chose to remove the computer's hard drive directly. After dealing with the blood plague zombies that could still move one by one along the way, Luo Guang came to the outside of the storage room and successfully found a special blood plague virus storage device in the room outside the storage room. The storage device is an equilateral octagonal long column. After twisting the switch on it, a cylindrical container can be pulled out from the long column. There are 5 grooves in it. Then just put the test tube containing the original blood plague virus into it. Considering that the blood plague virus may have leaked from the storage room, Luo Guang did not relax. He chose to hold a pistol in one hand and a storage device in the other hand and walked into the storage room. Seeing the situation in the storage room, Luo Guang frowned. There was a big hole in the wall of the storage room of the underground blood plague research institute, and there was a huge blood plague heart growing in the center of the storage room. The flesh and blood that trembled as if breathing grew out from the back of the blood plague heart and extended all the way into the hole in the wall. Luo Guang found that there were many 9mm shells falling on the ground at the door, but he did not see the enemies that were eliminated. Instead, he saw a researcher's body lying in the storage room and a Glock pistol that fell beside the researcher's body. From the scars on the researcher's body, it can be seen that the researcher committed suicide, and Luo Guang found a notebook on him. However, the current situation did not allow Luo Guang to check carefully, so Luo Guang put the notebook inside his jacket first. Like the research report, the blood plague heart in front of him did not seem to have any attack ability, and at the same time, for some reason, it did not show any reaction to Luo Guang's appearance, even though Luo Guang's blood plague pheromones were gone at this time. Looking around, Luo Guang saw a test tube of the original blood plague virus in a refrigerator that was still in operation, so he walked over and put the 4 original blood plague virus samples into a dedicated storage device. At this point, his mission was mostly completed. On the other side, the blood plague heart in the storage room was still beating like a heart, constantly releasing blood plague pheromones. Luo Guang could feel from the blood plague pheromones that the blood plague heart seemed to be calling other blood plague creatures to come. Luo Guang thought about it and decided to do an experiment, so he picked up the body of a blood plague zombie from the ground outside, grabbed it by the feet and dragged it directly to the storage room, and then threw the blood plague zombie onto the blood plague heart. Then Luo Guang took out his camera and began to shoot the situation in the storage room, especially the blood plague heart. What surprised Luo Guang was that when he came back from taking a round of photos, the body of the blood plague zombie really merged into the blood plague star, and nearly half of its body had been submerged in the blood plague heart. When Luo Guang stood in front of the blood plague heart and was about to take a photo, a voice came out of the mouth of the blood plague zombie that Luo Guang had dragged over. Hello! This sentence was not spoken through a special band of sound. What Luo Guang heard was the normal human voice. Hello! Luo Guang jumped back, his scalp felt a little numb, but he still replied to the other party and asked, "Who are you? I didn't have a name originally, but the person next to you who gave up his life seemed to call me the Heart of Plague." The Heart of Plague said. Luo Guang saw that there was no light in the eyes of the plague zombie, but the mouth kept moving. He wondered if it was the part that was attached to the Heart of Plague that allowed the Heart of Plague to control the plague zombie to speak. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. You suddenly spoke, do you have something to say to me? Luo Guang was unsure of the Heart of Plague's intention. According to the research report, the Heart of Plague was very fragile without the protection of the plague zombie, but he took the initiative to find Luo Guang. Wasn't he worried that he would plot against it? Thinking of this, Luo Guang suspected that the Heart of Plague had attack methods that those researchers didn't know about. I have a question. Why did the human who fell beside you attack me? The Heart of Plague explained where the bullets of the 9mm shells on the ground went. Because you attacked humans.
Luo Guang did not hide his hostility and said directly and clearly. But we are just defending ourselves. But because Luo Guang did not emit plague pheromones, Plague Heart did not seem to feel Luo Guang's hostility, but just felt confused. Luo Guang pointed to the corpse of the plague zombie and said, he was originally a human. Plague Heart was speechless for a moment. It seemed to be thinking, and finally said slowly, so there is no possibility of coexistence between us? Luo Guang shook his head, impossible. Do you see any living people in Danforth now? In fact, Luo Guang can coexist with plague creatures at this time, but Luo Guang does not intend to say it. So, are you going to use the weapon in your hand to get rid of me? Plague Heart continued to ask, like a child who had just been born. Luo Guang was holding a camera and a pistol in his hands at this time. Because the pistols looked similar, Plague Heart asked this question. No, it's too difficult, and you have already escaped from this research institute through the hole in the wall. Luo Guang did not say it for sure, and tried to test it at the same time. Yes, this is only a small part of me. The Heart of Plague said, at this moment, I am this city, and I am the first Heart of Plague produced in this city. Perhaps you humans should call me the City of Plague, or the King of Plague. So you just want to ask me if humans and you can coexist? Luo Guang ignored the other party's boasting and asked. Yes. After the Heart of Plague finished speaking, there was a rumble, and a huge tentacle broke through the wall, drilled out, and waved in front of Luo Guang's eyes as if in protest. Human, although there is a life and death struggle between our two species, as a reward for answering my question, you can leave here safely. The Heart of Plague tore off its weak disguise at this time, but Luo Guang did not react in fear, and took a photo with his backhand. Luo Guang was not idle when talking with the Blood Plague Heart. He also took a few photos. Seeing that the half-meter thick wall was easily pierced by the other party, Luo Guang decided not to fight with the other party in this narrow place. Thank you. Luo Guang said politely. And left the storage room. This thing can't be capped. After leaving the Blood Plague Heart, Luo Guang breathed a sigh of relief. The first thought in his mind was that the Blood Plague organism that claimed to be the king of Blood Plague would become a great threat to mankind in the future, but he did not have enough power to deal with the other party at this time, and there was no special medicine for the Blood Plague virus like the Sunlight vaccine, so Luo Guang could only hope that the X organization was really as powerful as they implied, and could mobilize enough fierce firepower to deal with the Blood Plague King. It is said that there is software that can automatically correct wrong characters. I plan to find it and try it. By the way, the plot of the State of Decay is about to come to an end, and what happened here will also have an impact on the whole world in the future. Chapter 57. Leaving the valley in new mission. Luo Guang looked worried. He put the storage container full of original Blood Plague virus into his backpack and took a new storage container outside the storage room. He was going to collect the Blood Plague virus from other Blood Plague creatures. After confirming that there was nothing missing, Luo Guang was about to leave the secret Blood Plague Virus Research Institute. With the experience from last time, this time when Luo Guang let the Blood Plague pheromone cover himself again after leaving the disinfection area, he did not spend much energy to successfully cover his whole body with Blood Plague pheromones. After leaving the hospital, Luo Guang led his brothers back the same way. At this time, the Blood Plague monsters under Luo Guang's control were only swollen corpses and screamers, but the blood of the corpse of the Overlord number 3 that Luo Guang solved should not have been drained, so Luo Guang quickly collected the blood of 3 Blood Plague monsters. Finally, Luo Guang looked back at the city of Danforth shrouded in blood mist, and after letting the Blood Plague zombies following him stay in the tunnel on standby, he returned to the northern part of Trumbull Town. Luo Guang stretched himself. His mission had been completed and he could withdraw the same way. But before that, he needed to make a phone call. Hello, Greenwell? This is Luo Guang. After leaving Danforth City, his cell phone had a signal. Luo Guang returned to the furniture store where he stayed last night and called Emma Greenwell using the phone number given to him by Organization X. What's the matter? Aren't you going to carry out the mission given to you by the minister? Luo Guang had naturally reported to Organization X when he went to Trumbull Valley to do business. At the same time, Luo Guang also confirmed that Minister Guslin was indeed a member of Organization X, and Minister Guslin had been a member of Organization X from beginning to end. He was an undercover sent into the Chicago Branch Institute at the beginning of its establishment. That mission was about the new virus. I told you about it, right? In order to show that he had not concealed anything from the organization, Luo Guang naturally told the other party about Guslin's mission. Yes, the minister will bring the company's research data and results of the new virus to the organization through you, so do you have any questions?
Although the communication is encrypted, please keep it short.
Emma still didn't understand why Luo Guang found her during the mission.
At the same time, because of the trust in her organization's technology, the two sides only omitted the subject's name in the communication and did not further encrypt it with code words. That kind of new virus has intelligence, can communicate with humans, and understands that it cannot coexist with humans. At this time, a new virus life form the size of a city is still growing, and ordinary ground-to-ground missiles cannot solve this thing.
Luo Guang told Emma this information. I understand what you mean, I will report your important information to the organization.
Emma finally understood what Luo Guang meant, that is, Luo Guang discovered an organism that may threaten the status of mankind on the earth, so he wanted to prevent it before it happens, so he came to her to explain the situation. Emma also understood the importance of this information, but she herself was just a useful tool under the organization and had no decision-making power, so she could only report Luo Guang's information to the top and let the big man above make the decision.
That's it. I have completed the minister's mission and will withdraw from the valley.
Luo Guang was just doing his part as a human being. He could not decide other things.
Got it. Emma said and hung up Luo Guang's phone.
A second later, Emma's phone rang again.
Anything else?
Emma was also on a mission at this time, so her tone was a little impatient.
How many original samples of the new virus do I have? Does the organization need it?
Luo Guang still believed that gunfire was stronger than biological weapons, and he did not want to put all his chips on Umbrella's research, so he asked this question.
Okay, I will contact someone to wait for you in the town. I will give you the contact number when the time comes, and you can go directly to him.
That's it, goodbye.
Emma said and hung up the phone again.
Jack Jones asked, Luo Guang calls you when he has something to do.
He doesn't want to pick you up, does he?
Emma glanced at him and said, don't talk nonsense.
This is called keeping in touch.
Although it is annoying sometimes, it is better than those who are self-righteous or self-willed. Otherwise, his fate will be like the people here, who will be directly cleared out by the organization.
Ha ha.
Jack shot the seriously injured man at his feet and smiled. Yes, these guys are abandoned by the organization because they are self-righteous. At this time, Emma and Jack were in a warehouse, cleaning up the battlefield.
People are always so greedy. Emma sneered, opened a suitcase, and said, we found the G-virus.
Emma took out a test tube containing the G-virus and confirmed that it was the mission target, then put it back, closed the suitcase, and said, you've already made a lot of money, but you still want to raise the price.
Do you really think that rich people are all mentally retarded? Speaking of which, according to the investigation report, Luo Guang seems to be a greedy person, right?
Jack thought of this and felt that Luo Guang called him when he had something to do, which looked more like asking for credit, so he no longer worried that Luo Guang would snatch Emma Greenwell, whom he admired. But he knows more about what it means to advance and retreat in moderation, and he also understands a simple truth. The talents that the organization intends to absorb will have professionals responsible for personal intelligence collection and related personality and psychological analysis, so Emma said so confidently, in Luo Guang's view, no matter how much money you have to live to spend it.
Yes, but it's a pity that people here don't understand this truth.
Jack shrugged, looked at the black electronic watch in his hand, and said, now that we have found the G-virus that the organization wants us to recover, let's evacuate it quickly and clean it up.
The dolphins are coming, and I don't want to face those people.
This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content.
Emma understood that the reason why Jack didn't want to face the scavengers was not because of how scary the scavengers were.
It was just that those scavengers who were used to cleaning up the bloody scene would look like they were seeing monsters when they saw the scene created by the two of them. To both of them, which made Jack feel uncomfortable.
Let's go. Emma picked up the suitcase and left the warehouse with broken limbs on the floor.
On the other side, Luo Guang did not encounter Tanya and the others when he moved from the North District to the East District.
The Big Mac Overlord in the Iron Wall camp was solved by Luo Guang and the blood of Overlord number 3 was replaced.
At the same time, Luo Guang also it was considered revenge for Corporal Michael. Because there were no communication tools such as walkie-talkies between him and Tanya, Luo Guang had no choice but to leave without saying goodbye. In fact, Luo Guang hadn't thought of a reason to say goodbye, so he didn't really want to meet the other person. Because the weapons on his body were a bit too scary, Luo Guang wrapped the unused grenade gun and the shotgun on his body with canvas, and then buried them together with the matching grenades and shotguns in a tree hole on a hidden trail in the valley.
Inside.
In the end, the rest of the things could be said to fall into place. Luo Guang successfully arrived at the small town outside the Trumbull Valley through the Valley Trail and handed over a tube of original blood plague virus samples together with the blood samples of other blood plague monsters.
Become the liaison officer of Organization X.
A few days later, Luo Guang returned to the Chicago branch safely.
As soon as he got off the car, Luo Guang saw Emma and Jack. "Why are you here?" Luo Guang did not tell the town's organization liaison officer when he was leaving and which train he was going to take. "Follow me." Emma didn't answer and motioned for Luo Guang to follow.
Afterwards, several people came to a cubicle in a coffee shop near the station. This cafe is opened by people from our organization, and it adopts a membership system, so we usually talk about some more important things here.
Emma explained, "You only need to bring your driver's license when you come here."
The main reason is that the coffee here is also good.
Jack also explained why he chose to talk here. "What do you want to say to me?" Luo Guang asked after ordering a cup of Blue Mountain black coffee. "The first thing is about the blood plague virus organism you said." Emma told Luo Guang the organization's views. "The organization has already started to verify what you said. If the situation in Danforth City, if it's really that bad, I think Danforth City might just get cleaned up like Raccoon City." When Emma said this, she paid attention to Luo Guang's reaction. But there was no strange expression on Luo Guang's face. He didn't seem surprised. He just nodded and asked, "The right choice, what about the second thing?" "Aren't you surprised?" Emma asked strangely. "It's not surprising.
Although I don't know what kind of organization we have to consider whether the ship of Organization X is stable."
"Okay, the second thing is that there are new tasks." Emma agreed with Luo Guang's view of the organization and answered Luo Guang's question.
Hearing that he had just come back and had to go on a business trip again reminded Luo Guang of some unforgivable days during his time as a social worker. He frowned and said, looking like he didn't want to work, "I asked for a holiday."
This time it was Emma and Jack's turn to be stunned.
Neither of them expected Luo Guang to reply like this, and the way the two looked at each other made Luo Guang feel a little funny. "Unfortunately, our job has no holidays, unstable working hours, and no overtime pay, but the salary is high." Jack came back to his senses and felt that Luo Guang's words were a bit to his liking, and said with a smile, "Okay, but let's talk about the remuneration later." Luo Guang didn't have to take a vacation, but he had to speak out his needs.
"Only children who can shout will get milk. The second task is not for you to do immediately.
We also need to do some operations here, so you have about 10 days to rest. Of course, this is the case where Umbrella Company has not arranged a task for you."
AI Ma explained, "Afterwards, you will be transferred to Umbrella's Paris Research Institute. We need you to obtain the parasite Nemesis used to create the Nemesis Tyrant, codenamed Alpha Parasite. Are there any of our people in the Paris Research Institute?" Luo Guan wanted to confirm the difficulty of the task. No, Emma answered directly, saying, "Although betrayal is Umbrella's corporate culture, the European branch also takes a very close look at it.
For a long time, we could only instigate one person from Umbrella to rebel. A small researcher, I bought a lot of Umbrella Company research information from him, but after all, his position is low, and that's just peripheral information. And that guy was so careless that people from Umbrella discovered that he was selling company intelligence." Jack said about the information collected by Organization X. According to the intelligence, the researcher's wife was directly dealt with, and he and his son were probably arrested for experiments.
"You said it so horribly, doesn't it dampen my enthusiasm for the mission?"
Luo Guang said speechlessly.
"But aren't you betraying the company now?"
Jack said with a smile.
"Okay, Jack." Emma interrupted the conversation between the two and said, "Anyway, the specific content of the mission is like this. Do you have any questions about the details? What identity am I transferred to the European branch in?" Luo Guang started a question and answer game.
"A survivor of Raccoon City and a collector of combat intelligence for the goddess of vengeance."
Emma drank a sip of Spanish milk coffee, moistened her throat, and answered,
"This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later."
"Just assisting in research?"
"There may be other intelligence tasks, the specific situation depends on the arrangements over there."
"How to evacuate?" "It depends on the situation. I am still your contact person. You can tell me after you complete the task. The organization will send someone to collect you. After that, you will evacuate directly to the American branch or something else. It depends on whether you have been discovered. Where is the parasite and in which department?" "The Nemesis project is carried out at the Paris Institute No. 6.
According to intelligence, The embryos of the parasite are stored in the virus storage room of the Paris Institute, and some parasites are being cultivated in nutrient solution. For the organization, it doesn't matter whether it is an embryo or an adult.
Emma continued to answer.
I need intelligence from the various personnel in the European branch. Luo Guang plans to spend some time analyzing the personalities and hobbies of the ministers in the European branch. The junior employees are still unreliable, so it is better to go the upper-level route.
Okay, I will send it to you later, and the relevant operation expenses can also be reimbursed directly. Emma said that the organization is rich and powerful, and as long as it is to complete the task, the organization will not be stingy with money.
What about the reward? He felt that the X organization didn't have much intelligence on Europe, and didn't give him any documents to read this time, so Luo Guang didn't ask more about the mission content and turned to more practical things. Complete the mission, $500,000 for each parasite, paid in full directly.
I'm going to change a new account later and send it to you then. Luo Guang didn't know Luo Guang's bank account at Umbrella before, so he could only open a new bank account, which happened to prevent Umbrella from checking his previous bank account and finding that other organizations gave him a lot of money. Understood. Is there anything else? Emma wrote this down and said, the reward for the blood plague virus mission will also be paid to you after you have a new bank account. Understood, and I need a passport, otherwise I can't go to Europe. Luo Guang took a sip of coffee, thought about the passport, and said, okay, we'll have someone contact you when we're ready. After Emma finished speaking, both sides fell into a brief silence. If there's nothing else, then that's it?
Jack had finished his coffee a long time ago, and sitting in one place to chat was not suitable for his personality.
He looked at Luo Guang a little impatiently and said, okay, I'll contact you if you have anything.
Luo Guang naturally noticed Jack's impatience, drank the rest of the coffee in one gulp, and said.
Luo Guang put down the coffee cup and stood up, thank you for the coffee.
As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Guang ran away, leaving the two of them in a mess in the coffee shop cubicle. Meow Chapter 58 I just want to change the sheets and pillows. After leaving the coffee shop, Luo Guang went to different banks to open 2 bank accounts, and told Emma Greenwell one of the bank accounts so that the other party could transfer the money as soon as possible. Luo Guang then returned all the way to the Chicago branch's research institute and handed the original blood plague virus sample in his backpack to Director Guslin of the Virology Research Department.
The two met, and when Minister Guslin asked how Luo Guang obtained the original blood plague virus sample in the secret research institute, Luo Guang made up a story about sneaking all the way to Minister Guslin in order to conceal his ability. Thank you.
Minister Guslin opened the blood plague virus storage container and confirmed the number and type of samples inside. According to the intelligence, no blood samples of blood plague creatures such as screamers have been collected? No. Luo Guang shook his head and said, sneaking into the secret research institute is enough. But you still plan to let me fight all the way there.
Moreover, the velociraptors are fast and attack well, the screamers will attract terrifying zombie swarms, the bloated zombies will explode at a moment's notice, and the Big Mac Lord can break the wall with one punch.
These blood plague monsters are difficult to deal with. Ha, thank you for your hard work, but you actually discovered the extra organs on the blood plague zombies, and then thought of hanging the blood of the blood plague zombies with these organs on your body to cover up your own smell. You are worthy of being a survivor of Raccoon City. Guslin picked up the blood plague zombie organ that Luo Guang brought back in a plastic bag, looked at it, and said, knowing that this organ exists, with a little research, we can avoid a lot of detours. Luo Guang gave the blood samples of the screamer and other blood plague creatures as well as a tube of the original blood plague virus sample to Organization X, so Luo Guang from Umbrella Company submitted this special organ. Because this special organ is found in many blood plague zombies and does not seem to be particularly rare, Luo Guang used it to silence Umbrella Company. The most important thing is that it is important evidence for the stealth story he made up. As long as Umbrella conducts research on special organs, it will naturally discover the existence and role of blood epidemic pheromones, and then it will believe its own stealth story. Because there was a possibility that surveillance equipment would be installed in Minister Guslin's office, Luo Guang's story only covered how he obtained the original blood plague virus sample. As for the blood plague king, Luo Guang did not say anything. By the way, speaking of which, I would like to ask, what happened to the company while I was away? I see there seem to be a lot of protesters outside the building. When Luo Guang came back, he happened to see the security guards blocking the door. Someone from outside, so Luo Guang entered the Chicago branch through the back door. The negotiations between our company and the Hexagon have broken down.
This is related to the existence of Umbrella, and Luo Guang's confidentiality level is high enough, so Minister Guslin said without concealment. Then, the hexagon he used his killing move to push out the survivors of Raccoon City. Guslin continued to explain the situation. Those survivors approached the news media funded by the hexagon. With the permission of the hexagon, those news media unscrupulously polished the truth about the Raccoon City disaster and published it. What's the truth about the disaster? What's the truth about the destruction? Luo Guang grasped the key point of Minister Guslin's words. The truth about the destruction of Raccoon City was naturally not broadcast. Minister Guslin was not surprised by this situation. The military used weapons of mass destruction on its own territory to destroy evidence, causing a fire in the Aclay Mountains. Isn't the hexagon afraid that the company will expose this? Luo Guang wanted to know Umbrella's countermeasures. Don't be afraid. First, the military has been rescuing survivors before the sterilization plan. Second, before the sterilization plan was implemented, Raccoon City was declared a no man's land. Minister Guslin still takes this matter relatively seriously. Thorough said, as for the fire in the Akiri Mountains, only environmental organizations will care. But I was still in Raccoon City at that time, and I was not rescued. I even contacted the rescue helicopter, and the military also knew about it. Luo Guang doubted that those people would really believe that Raccoon City was a no man's land at that time. But you are still alive. Minister Guslin answered Luo Guang's question in one sentence. He and those who survived Raccoon City are the humanoid propaganda GG of the results of the Lighthouse country's military rescue. I see. Luo Guang lowered his head in thought. However, the information released by the Hexagon building to the news media only mentioned the biochemical leak caused by the company, and did not mention the biochemical crisis or biochemical weapons. Minister Guslin looked at Luo Guang and said, "What about threatening to announce the biohazard incident?" No, it will only make the company's situation worse, and it will definitely attract more people to add insult to injury. Luo Guang rejected his idea and said, "That hexagon'll tell us about the collusion between the building and Umbrella Company?" But the current situation seems more like the company is biting people and trying to drag others into trouble. That's right, so the company's public relations people haven't come up with an effective plan yet. Guslin feels that Umbrella is really about to be pushed to the end. He still has to keep a low profile now, as long as he spends this period of time safely, and then you can return to the organization to enjoy the benefits. Well, we can only look at the public relations side. Luo Guang said this, looking worried about Umbrella Company, but he was snickering in his heart, saying that the situation of Umbrella Company deserved it. Minister Guslin thought of something and said, "By the way, about your compensation. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Speaking of which, please transfer the compensation to my new bank account." Luo Guang then told Minister Guslin about opening a new bank card and the new bank account. "Oh, I understand. I'll tell my secretary to transfer the money later. But why do you want to change your bank account so suddenly?" Minister Guslin looked at Luo Guang with a puzzled look. "In my hometown, there is an old saying, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Luo Guang explained the meaning of the cunning rabbit's 3 burrows. "I see, this is similar to my strategy of buying financial products. Do you want me to recommend a few funds or stocks to you?" Minister Guslin also bought a lot of financial products for his retirement fund. "That's not necessary, and Minister, aren't you afraid of the financial crisis?" Luo Guang vaguely remembered that the world before crossing over was the Asian financial crisis that broke out in 1998. Of course I'm afraid, but the funds I bought are all internal funds, and the stocks are basically medical and the like, so the impact is not too big. Minister Guslin laughed. "I see, but I'd better skip the financial products. I'm alone now, and my job is very dangerous. I may die at any time, so it's better to use the money for enjoyment." Luo Guang shook his head and instinctively refused to buy financial products, especially since a small person like him with a low status is just a leak in the eyes of financial crocodiles. That's right. Minister Guslin felt that there were still many differences between him and young people in their concepts of money, so he didn't force himself to be optimistic about fund stocks. "It's getting late, I'll leave first, and it's a bit tiring to rush back all the way." Luo Guang saw that Minister Guslin started chatting with him, which meant that there was not much work to talk about, so he planned to go back to the hotel to rest. "Okay, take the time to rest well. The company seems to have new actions recently, and you may be named to do it." Minister Guslin has his own channels to obtain the trends of the company's senior management, and reminded Luo Guang. "Understood."
Luo Guang said goodbye and then left the Chicago branch. When Luo Guang finished dinner and returned to the hotel room he rented in Chicago before going to Trumbull Valley, it was already 7:12 p.m. This hotel was recommended by Emma Greenwell after Luo Guang asked her. According to Jack, when the two of them came to Chicago to do business, they would basically choose to stay in this hotel and rent a double room as their residence. Because the X organization has a stake in this 20-story hotel, under the leadership of Emma, Luo Guang rented a luxury suite here for a long term at a discount price of nearly half the price as his residence. Although the price after a 50% discount is still much more expensive than the monthly rent outside, staying in the hotel includes breakfast and lunch, and there is also a very important advantage, that is, there are hotel security guards, and basically no thieves will break into the house, which has a good guarantee in terms of safety. Taking the express delivery at the front desk, Luo Guang returned to his room. Because Luo Guang specifically asked not to clean the room every day and not to allow others to come in when he was not there, the items in the room were not messy, just covered with a layer of dust, just like before Luo Guang left. Then Luo Guang called the front desk and asked them to find someone to change the sheets and pillows and arrange for someone to clean the room at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. While waiting for the person who changed the sheets to come, Luo Guang did not take advantage of this time to do anything, but just sat on the chair on the balcony, looking at the prosperity outside and thinking about life. Ding dong. Soon, the bell rang at the door, interrupting Luo Guang's time to think about life. Luo Guang returned to the house, closed the balcony door, drew the curtains, and then walked to the door slowly. Through the cat's eye, he could see a beautiful woman wearing a short skirt-made outfit with fishnet stockings standing at the door. Luo Guang recognized that this maid outfit was the uniform of the waiter in the hotel cafe, and he couldn't help but wonder. "I'm here to clean." The person behind the door said so. The cleaner seemed to know that Luo Guang was observing him through the cat's eye. After saying that, he took a few steps back, turned sideways, and revealed his charming figure with a round front and a curved back. Luo Guang thought that the hotel in which this X organization participated should be more formal, and there would not be so many messy things, such as small cards, door-to-door services, etc. But on second thought, this kind of thing does not seem to be surprising in the West. It was just that the other party's answer made Luo Guang suspect that the person outside the door might have other purposes for appearing here. The key is that Luo Guang himself did not call for cleaning, but just asked the waiter to come and change the sheets and pillows. At the same time, the person outside the door did not seem to bring any related cleaning tools, and there was no cleaner's badge on his chest. This showed that he was not a serious cleaner. "No, I just asked someone to change the sheets. The cleaner will come tomorrow." Luo Guang did not open the door, and directly refused behind the door. It's not that Luo Guang didn't want to relieve Jill's loneliness after not seeing him for many days, but he was suspicious at the moment, so he was more worried that this uninvited person might be a trap, or someone sent by other organizations to do something bad to him. "Guest, you are such a joker." The person outside the door turned around, facing the door, half squatting slightly, his snow-white hands slid up from both sides of the plump thighs, across the slender waist, and stroked her round breasts again. With a little blush on his face, he said seductively, "The meaning of changing the sheets is to ask for that service, right? After all, the sheets will be dirty. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading." "So you have never thought that I really need someone to change the sheets?" Luo Guang was really speechless, and suddenly understood why the other party appeared at his door. In short, it is because doing that kind of thing will dirty the sheets and pillows, so the front desk of this hotel will use changing the sheets as a signal for special services. What? The other party was also stunned when he heard Luo Guang's words, and the hand that had just touched the small belly button that was not covered by the maid outfit and was about to slide into the valley also stopped. "I rented this room for a long time. I haven't been back for a while because of work, so I need to change the sheets and pillows. Your front desk knows that I rented the room for a long time. Why did you make a mistake and not confirm it?" Luo Guang opened his eyes wide to watch the other party's hand movements. The other party suddenly stopped, which made Luo Guang feel a little disappointed, and there was a resentment in his tone. Hearing Luo Guang's words, the other party also felt a little embarrassed, and complained in his heart that the front desk staff did not confirm whether special services were really needed. However, this was Luo Guang and the maid-dressed beauty who misunderstood the front desk. After all, in the eyes of the front desk, this kind of thing is really hard to confirm, especially Luo Guang has an Asian appearance, which is considered to be a more traditional type by the front desk. The maid-dressed beauty quickly regained her professional smile and asked in a very professional manner, "Do you need my service, sir? You are a VIP customer of the hotel, so there is a discount." This delicate words made Luo Guang a little impulsive, but Luo Guang finally refused the other party's service and said, "No, I am too tired today." "Okay, sir." Although the service failed and he would lose a sum of income tonight, the maid-dressed beauty outside the door still keenly noticed Luo Guang's hesitation behind the door. Thinking that the other party did not look like a person who was short of money, she planned to take the initiative and get this customer before her sister. The maid-dressed beauty thought so, and gave herself a GG, saying, "If the guest needs it in the future, you can also contact the front desk and directly say that you need the service of number 522. I look forward to serving the guests."
"Okay, I will definitely find you next time if I need it. Don't hit the smiling person."
Since the other party said so, Luo Guang also politely replied that he would definitely do it next time.
"Sorry to bother you, guest."
The maid-dressed beauty had worked in the service industry before, so she responded very appropriately, saying, "I will inform the front desk later that you need to change the sheets and pillows."
"Thank you."
It seems that this kind of service is related to the hotel. Luo Guang thought so, and confirmed through the cat's eye that the other party had left the door. After such an incident, Luo Guang no longer had the idea of going to the balcony to blow the wind, and turned on the TV to watch it, especially the news channel. Luo Guang wanted to see if he could confirm who the Raccoon City survivors were who contacted the news media. However, the pictures and sounds of the Raccoon City survivors had been processed, so Luo Guang did not recognize anyone he knew. Just as he felt sorry, someone rang the doorbell outside the door. Luo Guang looked outside the door again through the cat's eye and confirmed that this time he really came to change the sheets and pillows. After changing the sheets and pillows, the waiter left the room. No one disturbed him, so Luo Guang took out the hard drive removed from the Secret Research Institute and the research documents of the North District Operations Base, sorted them out, and then packed them up again, preparing to find an opportunity to give these things to Jill and others. After packing up, Luo Guang took a shower, watched TV, and fell asleep while thinking about how to spend this short vacation.
Meow meow meow. I tried a few proofreading software recently, and they seem to be pretty good. In this chapter, I will carefully test it out. Asterisk.
See when the latest chapter has been reviewed. Taiwanese novel website. As the title says, it may need to be revised, so if it doesn't pass the review, it may not be updated until tonight.
Meow. Asterisk.
It seems that my skills are not enough. Chapter 59 Senior Intelligence Agent of the European Division. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Circled M. Early the next morning, Luo Guang ran to a large shopping mall and relied on his strong body to snap up a newly launched Nokia Brick 5110 mobile phone and 2 matching mobile phone batteries. This Nokia Brick 5110 mobile phone has a black outer casing and is a straight phone with an external antenna. The phone has a minimum standby time of 120 hours and uses a replaceable battery.
The phone also has a built-in snake game full of childhood memories.
Then Luo Guang bought a SIM card from ATT company and put it in it. After returning to the hotel to charge his mobile phone, Luo Guang turned on the power of his mobile phone and dialed Barry's mobile phone number.
"Hello, Uncle Barry? I'm Luo Guang."
Because Jill didn't have a mobile phone number, Luo Guang could only contact Uncle Barry first.
"Oh, it's Luo. Hello, have you settled down?"
A child's voice could be heard faintly from Barry's side, saying, "Wait a minute, I'll change places."
Without keeping Luo Guang waiting, Barry walked out of the room and said, "That's it. Is there something wrong?"
"Where's Jill?" Luo Guang missed Jill, so he first asked about Jill. "She has already set off to Europe to find her former STRS teammate Chris,"
Uncle Barry replied.
Really, Luo Guang was a little disappointed when he heard that Jill was no longer in the Americas. He originally planned to take the opportunity to meet Jill when he was given research information on the blood plague virus, and the two of them would have a good relationship.
But Luo Guang recovered quickly and teased Barry, "So is this why you are lazy at home right now?"
"No, I just went back to say goodbye to my family."
Uncle Barry shook his head and said, "By the way, is there something serious? Barry, you are in Maple Leaf Country, right?"
Luo Guang also brought the topic on track and said, "I have some virus research materials on hand that I want to give to you."
"From Umbrella?" Barry thought for a moment and asked, "It's useless for us to ask for research data, right? We don't have researchers. It's not Umbrella's. There are more than one company in the world that studies biological weapons."
Luo Guang explained why he gave this information to Barry. It is also very important to understand the data and intelligence of those biological and chemical weapons.
And when necessary, these research information can also be used as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the other party. "I understand. Where are you now? I'll come to you to get those materials." Barry understood what Luo Guang meant. Chicago. Copy that. I'll be there tomorrow. Barry nodded. After the two of them finished chatting, Luo Guang hung up the phone and played with the film in his hand. Luo Guang was thinking about how to deal with the film. The photos inside are basically photos of the secret blood plague research institute in Danforth City. Because the cameras at that time could only take pictures, not audio or video, the conversation between Luo Guang and the blood plague king was not recorded. And if it's just a photo, then the blood plague king looks like an ordinary blood plague heart. After thinking about it again and again, Luo Guang decided to give the film to Barry and let him worry about it. The vacation days passed by in the blink of an eye. Apart from handing things over to Barry, Luo Guang was like an ordinary vacationer, eating, drinking, and having fun everywhere. Finally, on the 10th day after returning to Chicago, Luke, the director of the Biological and Chemical Weapons Department of the Chicago Research Institute, approached Luo Guang. Luo, the blood plague virus you brought back is very good. Minister Luc Dupont looked very happy when he saw Luo Guang. What do you mean? Does it inspire the development of biological and chemical weapons? Luo Guang was a little curious about what the other party developed using the blood plague virus. The blood plague virus samples are of great help to our research on new biochemical weapons. So thank you very much. If it weren't for the fact that the desk is a bit big, Minister Luke would have wanted to hold Luo Guang's hand and thank him. Fan. After research, the blood plague virus can cause the infected body to produce a biological pheromone named blood plague pheromone. Minister Luke's eyes lit up and he told Luo Guang his thoughts. Through the test, it was found that those blood plague pheromone plague zombies and other creatures use this pheromone to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. Without waiting for Luo Guang's response, Minister Luke couldn't wait to continue. Our department has begun to study how to produce this pheromone and how to use it to control blood epidemic organisms. If it proves feasible, we will let the T-virus and this blood epidemic, the epidemic viruses, are fused to produce biochemical weapons that can be controlled with pheromones. But the range of influence of pheromones shouldn't be very large, right? Luo Guang asked curiously. If this is the case, it means that the person responsible for control must be on the front line of the battle. It was because of these considerations that Luo Guang chose to hand over the original sample of the blood plague virus to Umbrella. But it is obvious that Luo Guang is not a professional researcher of biological and chemical weapons, and his considerations are not comprehensive. This problem is easy to solve. Minister Luke seemed to like this feeling of exchanging interests and hobbies, and explained to Luo Guang, we can put an electronic device into the body of the blood plague creature and remotely control the electronic device through electronic signals. The blood epidemic pheromones stored in the device are released according to our ideas, thereby achieving the purpose of controlling blood epidemic organisms. If every blood plague zombie installed this, the cost would be much higher, so Minister Luke only targeted blood plague creatures such as Swifties. So that's it. Luo Guang showed a surprised expression at the right time and flattered him with an admiring tone. If the people in the European branch see your final product, Minister Luke, they will definitely feel inferior and feel ashamed. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Luo Guang changed the two idioms into simple English and spoke them. It's not that powerful, and it hasn't been done yet. Minister Luke was obviously very helpful, especially when he thought of the possibility of the European branch surrendering to him from Luo Guang's words. By the way, Luo. Minister Luke remembered the reason why he called Luo Guang over and said, the people from the European branch have contacted me. Coming. Luo Guang understood that this was the result of the operation of Organization X. Do you have anything to do with the minister from the European branch? Luo Guang's puzzled look was just right. Minister Luke nodded and said, to be precise, I have something to do with you. The other party is the director of the Biological and Chemical Weapons Department of the 6th Research Institute of the European branch. He wants you, Luo Guang, a survivor of Raccoon City, to come over and help develop the latest type of tyrant. Why do we, the people from the American branch, need to help with matters in the European branch? Luo Guang asked dissatisfied. I thought so too, but the big shots in the Americas division have all spoken, and the Chicago division minister did not protest or refuse. Although Minister Luke said this, there was no trace of anger on his face. Minister Luke, you asked me to come. It seems you were convinced? According to the intelligence, Minister Luke has always regarded the research institutes under the European division as his main opponent. Normally, Minister Luke's facial expression cannot be like this. Calm, so Luo Guang asked. Yes, Luo Guang,
although you are going to assist the other party in developing a new tyrant, this is also an opportunity to learn. Minister Luke was persuaded by such words.
I understand. What fun stuff is there in the European branch? Luo Guang confirmed.
Yes, but Nemesis, the parasite that controls the tyrant-type biochemical weapon we most want, will be sent to you on the day you arrive in Europe as a reward for your past assistance.
When Luo Guang heard the name of the parasite Nemesis, he raised his eyebrows and said, the other party is willing to give up such an important thing? That was originally the thing that was first discovered by the Arkley Research Institute.
It's just that the European branch found the correct way to use it. The main reason is that the company's situation has changed.
It's different from the past. Minister Luke sighed and said, during Luo Guanyo's vacation, the company suffered a huge blow in drug sales, so shareholders will require us to share the unique technologies of our research institutes around the world. Then you want me to go over and change the parasite Nemesis?
Because the other party is not willing to share its technology like this.
In fact, despite the shareholder meeting's request, the following research institutes have a tacit understanding and have not asked other research institutes to use each other's unique technology.
Minister Luke said angrily, after all, you can ask others to get it, and others can also ask you to get it.
In the end, everyone will not bother to study it.
It is better to wait for others to study it before getting it.
And it is precisely because we are obediently and secretly violating the orders from above. Requirements, so the two major divisions, the American division and the European division, were taken over.
This is different from showing off, Luo Guang thought, and said to Luke, oh, I actually want the researcher to share his hard work with others. But there seems to be nothing the higher-ups can do, because the hexagon made the biochemical leak we completed in Raccoon City public. As a result, many drug dealers are now clamoring for returns, saying that our company has a bad reputation, so no one wants to buy the drugs. Lu Minister Ko actually had no choice but to accept the steps given to him by his superiors. Because drug sales account for a large portion of our company's profits.
Luo Guang read Umbrella's previous financial statements.
Yes. Minister Luke said helplessly.
So how should we do the specific task? After he had finished complaining, Luo Guang planned to ask about the details of the task.
If there are specific arrangements, someone from the European branch will come and she will tell you personally.
Minister Luke's words made Luo Guang a little confused. Let the people from the European branch come to the office. Minister Luke pressed a switch in the office, approached the microphone and said. Not long after, Minister Luke's secretary led a person into the office. Who are you?
Luo Guang felt that the face and figure of the beauty in front of him looked familiar.
Ha, it seems that you still remember me, guest.
The other person's words explained why Luo Guang felt familiar.
I didn't expect that we had met so many days ago. Luo Guang was surprised.
The woman in front of him was the beautiful woman dressed as a maid who had knocked on Luo Guang's door before and was flirting outside the door. However, the woman in front of her now had her blonde wavy hair changed to short black hair, and her exposed midriff-bearing maid outfit was replaced by a white high-end shirt and a black hip-hugging skirt.
I thought of it. The other party said. Dean, please go out first. Minister Luke asked his secretary to go out first. After the secretary left, Minister Luke asked, have you two met?
Luo Guang directly told Minister Luke what happened that night, and solemnly stated that he stuck to his heart and did not fall into the other party's honey trap. That's right, so Minister Luke, you can rest assured to leave Luo Guang to me. The beauty remembered that she hadn't introduced herself yet, and said, by the way.
My name is Wang Wei, and I'm a senior intelligence officer of the Paris Institute under the European branch. Hello, you know my name.
Luo Guang seemed to be upset about being deceived.
I thought Miss Wang, you just arrived in Chicago today.
Minister Luke only received the information that the other party had arrived in Chicago today. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It's a rare trip to the Lighthouse Country, so I'll take this opportunity to go shopping, visit the scenery of Chicago, eat, drink and have fun.
Wang Wei lied with his eyes open, and Luo Guang and Minister Luke were suspicious.
Luo Guang thought that he gave the research data to Uncle Barry after the other party appeared. When he was thinking about whether to kill the other party before he exploded, he heard the other party say in a pinched throat, Luo, don't look at me so fiercely.
What have you been doing during this time?
What Luo Guang said was also what Minister Luke wanted to know. Luo Guang was worried that his connection with Barry would be exposed to Umbrella, while Minister Luke was worried that the other party secretly stole the research data of the Chicago branch.
Don't be so nervous. The other party sat on the armrest of Luo Guang's chair very familiarly and whispered in Luo Guang's ear, "We are not enemies." Wang Wei blew a breath in Luo Guang's ear and left Luo Guang. Luo Guang was confused in his heart, but he said firmly, "Don't try to seduce me with your beautiful skin." "Whatever you think." Wang Wei heard that the hostility in Luo Guang's firm tone was not as strong as before. "Let's talk about the mission." Luo Guang's tone was still heavy, and he looked sulky. "Well, in short, we will take a flight to Gaul together at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport tomorrow morning. I have already bought the tickets, and then I will take you all the way to the 6th Institute. Under normal circumstances, the assistance research of the new tyrant should be completed that night," Wang Wei explained. "The 6th Institute is the Paris Institute. Dinner included? And I'll listen to you. There should be other things to do later, right?" Luo Guang saw that the matter of assisting the development of Tyrant could be solved in just one day, so he thought that there would be new things to do later. In other words, he only had half a day to be welcomed into the Paris Institute by the other party, which undoubtedly made Luo Guang's previous plan go bankrupt. Dinner included, candlelight dinner with me. There are indeed other things, but this is the business of our European branch, so it is inconvenient to say it now. Wang Wei raised his right hand and shook his index finger. "I understand." Minister Luke understood what Wang Wei meant and said, "But you have to remember that Luo Guang is an intelligence officer of our Chicago branch." Minister Luke didn't want the only senior intelligence officer of his branch to be fooled by the European branch. "Understood, those are not dangerous tasks later." Wang Wei expressed an attitude on behalf of the European branch. "The current situation of the company is not optimistic. Every talent is crucial, and we will protect Luo Guang." "That's good, Luo Guang. I can only help you here." Minister Luke said this before for Luo Guang's safety. "Thank you." Luo Guang understood what the other party meant and nodded. The three of them talked about some details, and then Luo Guang and Wang Wei left the Chicago branch together. Nokia 5110 was launched in November 1998, and the launch time was slightly advanced by half a month. Chapter 60 The Apocalypse. Aren't you also staying in my hotel? After Luo Guang left the Chicago branch, he thought of Wang Wei who appeared in front of his door that day, so he asked in Chinese. "You guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. But it is just a coincidence that you and I stay in the same hotel. Among the hotels around the Chicago branch, that hotel is the only one with a high enough floor that you can observe the surrounding situation. Is that why you chose that hotel?" Wang Wei also answered in Chinese, nodded, and then began to express her goodwill and took the initiative to tell Luo Guang what she was concerned about. "Luo Guang, regarding your contact with former SARS Barry, I will keep it secret for you." The other party was talking about Barry from SARS, but did not mention Jill. Luo Guang noticed the difference and understood that he had been careless during his vacation these days. Although it took less than 2 minutes for him to give the research information to Barry, it was still seen by Wang Wei, who had been following him. Shopping, seeing the scenery of Chicago, eating, drinking, and having fun that Wang Wei mentioned to Minister Luke are actually what Luo Guang has been doing during his vacation these days. Since Wang Wei only recently learned about Luo Guang's connection with SRS, it means that Wang Wei is at least not a member of organization. There is another level of identity, and that identity is probably not compatible with Umbrella Company. This inference made Luo Guang feel a little more at ease. If Wang Wei reported on Luo Guang, he would lose his identity as an undercover umbrella company. Then organization will abandon oneself, and this abandonment often represents death. So, what's the price for keeping this secret for me? Luo Guang and Wang Wei walked side by side and asked in a low voice. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it when we get back. Although the people around me may not understand Chinese, who knows? Wang Wei gave up here, but Luo Guang thought that there were indeed others following and monitoring him outside. Maybe, so he nodded in agreement with Wang Wei's words. The two returned to the hotel. At the invitation of the other party, Luo Guang came to Wang Wei's room, and the other party's room was actually opposite Luo Guang's room. He also happened to live in the same hotel as me, and your room is across from mine. Luo Guang followed the other person into the room. The layout here is basically the same as Luo Guang's luxury suite. Luo Guang found a chair with a backrest, sat sideways and said, "You can talk now." Wait a minute. Wang Wei took out a small instrument from his handbag and scanned the room before sitting on the bed and facing Luo Guang. Actually there is no price for keeping your secret. Wang Wei chuckled and spread her hands. I don't believe that free lunches will fall from the sky. Luo Guang's black jacket contained his Beretta M92F pistol.
At this time, most of his body was blocked by the back of the chair, and Luo Guang's hand was already on the gun.
Because your association with the former SCRS meets the needs of the camp I belong to. My camp does not want the excessive development of biological and chemical weapons.
Wang Wei saw the fierce light flashing in Luo Guang's eyes, but did not make any move no matter what reaction. His hands were not hidden, they were just placed openly in Luo Guang's sight.
Overdevelopment? Luo Guang didn't understand what the other party meant and confirmed, neutral faction? You can say that.
Wang Wei said, we don't want Umbrella to be the only company in the research of biological and chemical weapons, but our camp also feels that viruses like the T-virus can make us humans go further and are the key to our human evolution. Wang Wei grew up in the camp, so she also believes in the purpose of her camp's actions.
Is it immortal?
Luo Guang thought of Oswell Edward Spencer, one of the founders of Umbrella, a character who was obsessed with eugenics theory and believed that modern humans needed to further evolve.
What magic are you talking about?
Although some viruses do have the effect of delaying aging, if you are not careful, they can lead to excessive metabolism and uncontrollable mutations in the body.
Wang Wei complained.
So we don't want to act for some people's dream of immortality, we just want to make progress for human beings whose evolution has stalled.
Wang Wei shook her head and said, human beings are now too dependent on technological development.
Luo Guang believed the other party's words for the time being and said, then what is the name of your camp?
I can't tell you the specific name yet.
I need to confirm it with the higher-ups first, so you can call us the Apocalypse for the time being.
Wang Wei, like Emma, gave their camp a code name.
Okay. Luo Guang could only believe that the other party was not hostile. Although Luo Guang was confident of solving the other party in the room, committing crimes in the hotel was not a wise choice, especially since he was not yet a member of organization. I feel that the X organization will protect me.
If I am wanted by then, I will be in trouble.
Of course, this is because Luo Guang didn't know that Organization X wanted to absorb him, so he had such an idea.
So you can put down the weapon in your hand. Wang Wei pointed at Luo Guang's abdomen, which was covered by the back of the chair, and said, do you think I can kill you? Luo Guang could only ask bluntly in order to test the opponent's fighting ability. I'm not that good at force, disguise is my weapon. It's just okay. I think you're being modest.
Luo Guang pointed to the other person's crossed legs and the black high heels hanging from the small feet. There was a flash of cold light at the edge of the high heels. Throwing these high heels over will act as a distraction.
Wang Wei shook his head.
Luo Guang sat on a chair after entering the room and took an early advantage. He was exactly the same as the person in his impression. So if I can't interfere with your movements, Luo Guang, then I'm doomed. And because you hide the movements of your hands, my only countermeasure is to strike first.
Since you said I hid my hand movements, how do you know what my hidden hand movements were?
The TV screen, metal objects on the table mirrors and other objects can all allow me to notice your hidden movements. Wang Wei did not hide it at all, but explained to Luo Guang with a trace of doubt in her eyes.
Sigh. It seems that my kung fu is still not good enough.
Luo Guang said this, but he was originally a monk who took the position of senior intelligence officer Luo Guang, so he only felt annoyed in his heart. Instead, he was glad that the other party did not do anything malicious.
Teach this to yourself.
As a result, Luo Guang relaxed his vigilance a little, turned his chair over, sat down again, and put his hands in the other person's field of vision.
What does the European branch want from me?
Luo Guang decided to start the conversation again.
The first step is to assist in the development of the new nemesis. They need you to provide the details of the nemesis's defeat, Wang Wei said.
In this way, the information I told Minister Luke was not shared with researchers in the European branch.
Luo Guang thought about this and asked, how did the European branch know about this?
Both sides are infiltrating each other, and there are people from the other side in the institute. Wang Wei said as she unbuttoned the top button of her shirt, pulled her clothes and fanned herself.
Luo Guang was thinking about the problem at this time, not paying attention to the other party's harmless actions, and said, okay, what about the next thing? Go to an unknown island with the USS for secret training.
What secret training? Luo Guang was surprised, feeling that there were suddenly more things going on.
It seems to be anti-biochemical weapons training.
Umbrella Company is currently short of manpower and has lost a large number of combatants in Raccoon City, so I want you to conduct combat training. Wang Wei paused and put forward his guess, there may be other tasks to be assigned to you later, but I don't know the specific circumstances.
Luo Guang couldn't figure out the meaning behind this second task. Be careful yourself anyway. Wang Wei said with concern.
Luo Guang glanced at the other party and always felt that the other party's attitude towards him was strange.
It was not bad, but too good. So, back to what I asked you before, what is the price of keeping a secret? Luo Guang didn't believe what the other party said and asked again. Really, I've been showing good intentions, but you're still so suspicious. But this time Wang Wei pouted and said dissatisfied. Is it still like that? Wang Wei's words made Luo Guang suddenly confused. Did Wang Wei know Luo Guang from Umbrella Company before?
But considering that he had no previous memories, Luo Guang did not mention the problem in the other party's words and said, "Okay, anyway, you said there was no price, and I won't suffer."
I regretted it. Wang Wei said, "Since you always feel that there is a price, then I can satisfy you."
Luo Guang felt that he had shot himself in the foot. Without any hesitation, he immediately begged for mercy, "Please let me go."
He.
Wang Wei saw Luo Guang folding his hands to admit his mistake, covering his mouth and smiling, very charming.
While the other person was laughing, Luo Guang immediately changed the subject and said, "Speaking of which, what kind of organization is the Apocalypse?"
"I don't know how to describe it specifically, but one thing is for sure, we and Umbrella are now in a hostile relationship."
Now? Luo Guang asked. If Umbrella Company cannot develop any powerful biochemical weapons, then Umbrella Company will no longer be our enemy.
Wang Wei considered the words and continued, "Balance the ability of all parties to cause biochemical crises and ensure the world will not be destroyed. This is probably the purpose of our organization."
Before, you mentioned that you hope that things like the T-virus will bring humanity a step further, so you will curb the spread, but not completely destroy it?
Luo Guang probably understands the purpose of the establishment of the apocalypse, and feels that it suits him quite well.
Yes, but the problem is that there are too few anti-biochemical organizations in the world now. Wang Wei sighed, Umbrella's manufacturing of biochemical weapons in Raccoon City is still blocked, and the world is more aware of the harm of biochemical crises.
There is no clear understanding, so it would be good for our organization for former SARS members to develop into an anti-biochemical organization.
I understand.
Luo Guang finally felt relieved, but at this moment Luo Guang couldn't help but complain in his heart, another undercover agent in Umbrella Company. After Luo Guang and Wang Wei finished talking, he returned to his room, went to the shower room, turned on the shower, and then turned the water volume to the maximum. Opening the door of the shower room, Luo Guang stood outside the door and called Emma Greenwell. "What do you mean by calling me while taking a shower?" Emma Greenwell heard the noise from Luo Guang and felt a little speechless, wondering how Luo Guang, the person favored by the organization, could occasionally go crazy. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading.
Anti-eavesdropping.
Luo Guang also felt speechless, feeling that the other party seemed to have a little too much self-awareness.
In fact, Emma's first thought was wrong because Jack Jones had been instilling in Emma that Luo Guang wanted to pick up Emma recently.
So what's the matter?"
Emma said.
"The American branch and the European branch of Umbrella Corporation have made a deal. The European branch borrowed me to go to Europe for business, and then the American branch will get the parasite Nemesis as a reward."
Luo Guang wanted to take this opportunity to push out the task of obtaining the parasite Nemesis from the Paris Research Institute. Is the intelligence accurate? Luo Guang's intelligence is very critical.
Compared with stealing from the Paris Research Institute, it is easier and more successful to intercept halfway, so Emma immediately entered the working mode. Minister Luke said that, probably because the alpha parasite is not a virus, Minister Guslin doesn't know about it.
Luo Guang touched his chin and said, "It is indeed possible. As the key to controlling the tyrant-type biological weapon, the alpha parasite is the one that the Biological Weapons Department will pay more attention to,"
Emma said, and she had a plan in her mind. "Your plan remains unchanged. As for the alpha parasites and the transaction, I will contact the organization to collect intelligence." Emma walked to the bed, sat down, crossed her long legs, and continued, "If we succeed here, I will notify you directly by text message, and then you can do whatever you want."
Okay.
Luo Guang thought this was already a good result, so he didn't say anything more.
That's it.
After Emma finished speaking, she hung up the phone, looking like she didn't want to have any other contact with Luo Guang except work. After Luo Guang finished the call, he took his important items into the bathroom, took a shower, and tried to make his mind work better.
But at this time, Luo Guang had too many things to pay attention to.
The warm water fell on Luo Guang's head, accelerating the blood circulation in his brain. Although a new organization appeared, Luo Guang's goal did not change. The first goal was to defeat Umbrella Corporation, and the second goal was to infiltrate the X organization and formally whitewash his identity as an Umbrella Corporation intelligence agent in the form of an undercover agent. However, at this time, another Apocalypse organization that he had no impression of appeared, disrupting his rhythm, so Luo Guang needed to regroup and sort out clues like now.
However, Wang Wei's attitude towards Luo Guang and some of his words are worth studying.
Luo Guang suspected that he and Wang Wei knew each other before, and even had some connection with the Apocalypse organization.
Today is the last day of double monthly tickets, please ask for monthly tickets.
Chapter 61 The identity of Luo Guang. Luo Guang didn't like the feeling of uncertainty that he couldn't control, so after sorting out the clues, he put on his clothes again and went to find Wang Wei to ask for clarification. Before Luo Guang's hand touched the door handle, the doorbell rang first.
Through the peephole, Luo Guang saw that the person who came was Wang Wei in a bathrobe. Is there something? Luo Guang opened the door, wondering why the other party came to him again. Go in and talk.
Wang Wei, with a faint fragrance on his body, walked directly past Luo Guang and walked straight into Luo Guang's room. He took out the small scanner from the pocket of his bathrobe and checked whether there was any monitoring equipment such as a bug in Luo Guang's room. Luo Guang closed the door, locked it, and then returned to the room.
Looking at the busy Wang Wei, he asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Wei's expression was very solemn, without the previous playfulness.
Wang Wei scanned it once, confirmed that there was no listening device, put the scanner back in his pocket, sat on Luo Guang's bed, and said to Luo Guang, who was sitting on the chair, "I just contacted the Apocalypse organization."
Yeah.
Luo Guang nodded, waiting for the other party to say next.
Do you know Greg Mueller? Wang Wei asked this question first, which seemed to be related to the following words. Greg Mueller, the umbrella researcher in Raccoon City? Luo Guang was curious why the other party mentioned this person and confirmed.
Speaking of which, at that time, he had the idea of looking for researcher Greg, but in the end the two of them still couldn't meet, and Greg had been shot by USS personnel. That's right, this Greg Mueller, he has a technology that can suppress or even modify human memory. According to our organization's investigation, he has conducted this experiment on at least 3 people.
Wang Wei looked into Luo Guang's eyes and said seriously, "You mean I am one of the people who was subjected to memory suppression surgery by Greg?"
Luo Guang said his guess. We, the Apocalypse, have found one of the people who had a memory suppression operation performed by Greg Mueller. She is also a survivor of Raccoon City.
She once worked under NES led by Dr. William of the Raccoon City Research Institute. Her name is Suzuki Yoko. Do you have any impression of this person? Wang Wei seemed to want to draw out Luo Guang's suppressed memory bit by bit.
Her tone was very gentle and there was a wisp of fragrance on her body. With the blowing of the air conditioner, it drifted towards Luo Guang, making people want to relax their vigilance. Luo Guang began to recall the past unconsciously, but what flashed through his mind were those not-so-good memories before the time travel.
Suddenly there was a sharp pain in his head.
Luo Guang pressed his head with one hand, showing a trace of pain on his face.
He soon woke up and said, "Are you hypnotizing me? This is to help you recover your memory." Wang Wei sighed, and his tone returned to normal.
He said helplessly, "If I told you in advance, I couldn't hypnotize you as long as you wanted to, then there would be no point in helping you recover your memory. And you will feel a headache, which further proves that you have undergone memory suppression surgery and have such a reaction." If it weren't for the system explaining to him that the tingling came from the system, Luo Guang really believed the other party's statement and began to doubt his identity as a time traveler.
I don't know Yoko Suzuki, but I know there is such a person in the institute. It is said that she once donated tissue cells for T-virus research. Luo Guang accepted Wang Wei's explanation and stopped worrying about the other party hypnotizing him. Of course, this is because Wang Wei has never done anything malicious to him, otherwise Luo Guang would not let him go so easily.
According to the information given by Yoko Suzuki, Luo Guang, you have also undergone memory suppression and modification surgery, and it was not long ago that you were transferred from the Chicago branch to the Raccoon City branch. Wang Wei felt relieved when he saw that the other party did not insist on his hypnosis.
He smiled and continued to tell Luo Guang the information from the organization.
So Luo Guang of Umbrella was sent to the Raccoon City Research Institute by the Chicago branch a long time ago to conduct an undercover operation, but he had his memory modified not long after he went there. However, in the following time, Luo Guang, the undercover, was not activated by the Chicago branch until the Goddess of Vengeance was transported to Raccoon City by the European branch for combat testing. Minister Luke, who obtained this information, activated Luo Guang to perform the mission. Thinking of this, Luo Guang shook his head, thinking that there were such coincidences in the world, and the fact that he did not inherit the memory of Luo Guang just matched Wang Wei's statement. I know this may be hard to believe, but Luo Guang, you are actually a member of our Apocalypse organization. Wang Wei's words were full of expectations, as if he was praying that Luo Guang would believe his words and return to the Apocalypse organization. Because Luo Guang had made such a guess before, he did not show any surprise when he heard Wang Wei's words at this time.
Luo Guang, you don't seem to be very surprised?
Wang Wei was best at disguise, so he could grasp the details of other people's facial expressions very well.
Well,
because you treated me so well, it was as if you and I had known each other for a long time, so I had some guesses, and what you said about me being a member of your organization was one of them.
Luo Guang then continued, so, what is the relationship between me and you, Wang Wei? I think even if we are from the same organization, we won't be so nice to me. Because we are all orphans adopted by the Apocalypse organization, we grew up together in the organization's training center.
Wang Wei's words were gentle, and there was a mist in his eyes, as if he was recalling the past.
This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading.
Luo Guang didn't know whether Wang Wei was acting, so he was not too touched, but felt a little overwhelmed. The other party's behavior made Luo Guang vaguely feel that the relationship between Luo Guang and Wang Wei of the Umbrella Company was not simple.
So what is the real name of the organization? Luo Guang wanted to know the real name of the Apocalypse organization.
We also call our organization the Apocalypse, and there is actually another organization above us that is responsible for leading us to carry out our missions. We, the Apocalypse, don't know the real name of the upper organization, but that organization asked us to call it Organization X. Wang Wei shook his head and continued, and you and I are both Apocalypse, and we have also sworn to suppress biochemical disasters and inspire human evolution.
In fact, the history of our Apocalypse is longer than that of Umbrella.
When Umbrella emerged, we began to pay attention to this biomedical company, and we found out that this company had obtained the sacred object of the African Dubaya Empire a long time ago, the Sun Staircase flower, which is the source of the progenitor virus mentioned by Umbrella.
Luo Guang is relatively clear about the history of Umbrella. After all, in the Resident Evil game, each series will mention the Umbrella Company. This company can be said to be an indispensable part of the history of Resident Evil. Mainly because Wang Wei mentioned that the upper organization of the Apocalypse is also called Organization X, which surprised Luo Guang. He just doesn't know if this Organization X is the same organization as Emma's Organization X. Luo Guang frowned and thought.
I have no memory of living in the Apocalypse organization, nor do I have any memory of growing up and training with you. Luo Guang told the truth, carefully choosing his words, and said, I don't know whether I should believe you now.
I understand.
According to Suzuki Yoko, she seemed to have recovered her memory after being stimulated by something, such as some familiar scenes and so on.
Wang Wei understood Luo Guang's caution, and he also knew that he could not convince the other party with words alone. Now the Apocalypse organization is collecting your traces in the organization over the years.
Although you are going to be an undercover and umbrella company, the organization has cleared your traces once, but there is still some information proving your identity. However, because the headquarters is in Europe, you can only see the evidence there.
Wang Wei said that she would provide evidence to convince Luo Guang. I understand. When I go to Europe, everything will be clear.
Originally, he didn't care much about Luo Guang of Umbrella Company, or the past of Luo Guang the Apocalypse, but at this time, the identity information of Luo Guang the Apocalypse and the people related to him had been confronted with him, so Luo Guang had to face it.
Yeah. Wang Wei responded in a low voice, and after a little hesitation, a resolute look appeared on his face.
He said, I said before that through stimulation or some familiar things in the past, people with suppressed memories can break through the shackles of suppression and restore their memories. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he stood up, held the belt of the bathrobe at his waist and pulled it. The originally loose bathrobe instantly slid to both sides, revealing the beautiful body inside.
Wait, Wei, what are you doing?
Luo Guang was stunned by this sudden attack.
He really didn't expect that Wang Wei was not wearing anything in the bathrobe. Wei, you used to call my name like this, and then hugged me tightly.
Wang Wei's words were not long, but Luo Guang felt that there was a lot of information in it. As soon as Wang Wei finished speaking, the bathrobe slid to the ground as the other party walked forward.
At noon the next day, Luo Guang and Wang Wei took a plane to beautiful Paris, and through the channels of the Apocalypse organization, Luo Guang's weapons and equipment were also successfully transported to Paris. The two did not go to the Paris Institute immediately,
but went to a safe house of the Apocalypse organization. The decoration inside the house was plain and looked like an ordinary house. Wang Wei found the secret compartment hidden in the floor according to the information sent by the Apocalypse organization. After prying it open, he pulled out a document from it. Take a look. Wang Wei handed the document to Luo Guang with infinite tenderness in her eyes. She had made up her mind yesterday that she would restore Luo Guang's memory no matter what. If Luo Guang did not remember her, she had enough confidence to renew her relationship with Luo Guang. Luo Guang took the document and opened it to check. There was not much content inside, just an A4 paper and a photo. Luo Guang, the Apocalypse, was born in 1975. His exact birthday was unknown. Luo Guang calculated that he was a little younger than Jill. In 1982, Luo Guang, the Apocalypse who lived in the Hawthorne Flower Orphanage, and Wang Wei were adopted by the Apocalypse organization, and began long-term knowledge learning and combat training in the same year. In 1994, Luo Guang, the Apocalypse, graduated from the Apocalypse Training Institute. Because his performance in disguise and intelligence analysis was the best among his classmates, he was sent to the emerging company Umbrella to work undercover. He then provided the Apocalypse organization with the progress and results of Umbrella's virus research. In 1997, Luo Guang, the Apocalypse, was sent to Umbrella's Research Institute in Raccoon City to monitor William Birkin, and then lost contact. During the period when Raccoon City lost contact, the organization sent local members to send a contact signal to Luo Guang who appeared in Raccoon City, but the other party did not respond, so it was decided to temporarily silence Luo Guang and conduct further investigation to confirm what happened. The above is most of the content of the file, and the photo in the file is an ID photo. The person in the photo looks exactly like Luo Guang. In addition to Luo Guang, there is another person next to him, who is Wang Wei. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Is this my previous information? Luo Guang showed a puzzled look, frowning, as if trying to recall the previous things. That's right. Wang Wei sat next to Luo Guang and also looked at the contents of the file and said, "In my memory, I grew up and was trained in an orphanage funded by Umbrella since I was a child, and my age is only 22 years old this year, not 23 years old." Luo Guang cooperated with the information of the Apocalypse Luo Guang and wrote his own past. "I lost a year of memory, and the things that happened in my childhood are exactly the same as what you experienced when you were in Apocalypse." Wang Wei listened carefully to Luo Guang's words, and soon found the differences, which seemed to be consistent with the situation where Luo Guang's memory was modified. "Well." Luo Guang looked very depressed at this time, and said in a low tone, "But that is in the past. The Apocalypse Luo Guang you knew is no longer here, and I also have a girlfriend, and I am planning to get married." Luo Guang knew that Wang Wei had a special liking for the Apocalypse Luo Guang, so he didn't want to delay him. Wang Wei looked at Luo Guang, staring at him without flinching, touched his left arm with his right hand, and then said slowly, "I understand, but you have a girlfriend doesn't mean I can't pursue my happiness. You are quibbling." Luo Guang closed the file, walked to the brazier on the side, and said, "These materials can't be kept, right?" "Wait a minute." Wang Wei rushed over, took the file from Luo Guang's hand, took out the photos inside and put them in the inner pocket of his clothes, and then threw the file back into the brazier. Luo Guang watched the other person's actions but did not stop him, because at this moment, Luo Guang did not know how to deal with this sudden relationship. Taking out a lighter, Luo Guang bent down and lit the document. "What if I can't recover my memory in this life? What if I never separate from my current girlfriend? Are you going to wait for me forever?" Luo Guang did not use any particularly strong tone when he said this, and asked very casually, as if to confirm the other person's determination. Hearing Luo Guang's words, Wang Wei's eyes were very determined, and he looked into Luo Guang's eyes, and then answered seriously, "But I have fallen in love with you, Luo Guang, a long time ago. Meow, after thinking about it, it is better to finish this plot at once, so there will be 2 updates today. But there may be an update tomorrow night." Chapter 62 Assisting in Development and Meeting the God of Death. Compared to the Chicago branch, this Paris branch is so short. Luo Guang said, looking at the 3-story house full of classical style in front of him. After all, the Research Institute here is disguised as a private collection. The Paris Research Institute here only does research, and the production of biological and chemical weapons is in the suburbs of Paris, but the 2 sides are connected by underground trains. Standing next to Luo Guang, Wang Wei explained in detail to Luo Guang. Before going to the Paris Research Institute, Luo Guang and Wang Wei reached a consensus in the safe house of the Apocalypse organization, letting everything take its course and letting time make the decision. The two spent a few days together in Paris, which finally made the relationship between the two less awkward. Then Wang Wei contacted the Paris Institute and informed them that they had arrived in Paris. It is worth mentioning that in the relationship between the two, Luo Guang felt more unilaterally embarrassed.
I see, let's go in. By the way, can I use the ID card from the Chicago branch? Luo Guang nodded and asked. Okay, your information should have been entered into the database here. Wang Wei nodded, indicating that the European branch has prepared everything for Luo Guang.
Luo Guang nodded, and under the leadership of Wang Wei, he successfully skipped the security check in the lobby and took the elevator directly into the research institute through the secret door inside. After passing the disinfection area, the two finally entered the real Paris Institute. The overall decoration style here was almost the same as that of the Chicago Institute, monotonous and tidy. You are here. The person who received Wang Wei and Luo Guang was Blaise Matuidi, a researcher at the Biochemical Weapons Department of the Paris Institute. The minister has been away recently, so I am in charge here now. Blaise said, walked to a computer and said to the staff on the computer chair, please record the situation.
Copy that.
The staff member in charge of the computer replied.
Blaise turned back, looked at Luo Guang, looked up and down, and said, I originally thought that the man who survived Raccoon City would be the image of a muscular man, but I didn't expect that he would be like this. Although he has muscles, he looks. I don't look very strong, I don't look like I have any fighting ability. Luo Guang looks like this on the surface, but in fact he is quite powerful and has very good endurance. Wang Wei said that people should not be judged by their appearance. Oh, is he that kind of thin muscular man?
After Blaise finished speaking, he didn't worry about it anymore.
Blaise continued, Luo Guang, right? Can you tell us about the battle situation of Nemesis?
Nikolai, who we sent to collect actual combat data of Nemesis, lost contact with us.
I think the dark guy is probably here. Raccoon City is in pieces. Ah, by the way. What I want to know is how was the Nemesis defeated? Blaise then added. Start from the first form? Luo Guang asked. First form? Did the Nemesis mutate during the mission?
Blaise asked. Yes, especially after the bondage coat was damaged, the situation became more serious. Luo Guang said slowly while thinking about what to say, the first form is the appearance of the goddess of revenge when she leaves the factory.
The rockets were knocked down. Ha!
But our straitjackets are specifically designed to be fireproof, explosion-proof, and bulletproof for this point, but it still failed to prevent it?
Blaise was imagining the scene at that time. It's not that serious. The defensive effect of the straitjacket is still very good.
Coupled with the various modern weapons you have prepared, the combat effectiveness of the goddess of revenge will be directly improved by several levels. Luo Guang is in a Paris research institute, so he naturally wants to brag about the power of the goddess of revenge, especially about the straitjacket. Otherwise, Luo Guang is worried that an invulnerable and terrifying biochemical weapon will appear in the future. Luo Guang took this as a guideline and continued, rather than being blown away by a rocket, I think it is more like the goddess of revenge. She suffered a lot of damage in a short period of time, causing parts of the body to undergo high-speed metabolism, causing cells to, according to my observation, except for one arm, the overall body remains intact.
I see, what about the sudden mutation in the arm? Blaise continued to ask, wanting to confirm the impact of this mutation on the Nemesis.
It turned into a group of tentacles, and it can smash the concrete floor with one blow. Luo Guang did not say anything about the goddess of revenge controlling the tentacles to form a huge fist. But she has also lost the ability to use weapons, but the Fury Goddess should still be faithfully performing her mission at this time, right? Yes, I have been chasing the members of SARS from beginning to end, and after one hand turned into a tentacle, it gave people a more powerful feeling. The attacks carried out by the flexible tentacles were hard to guard against. Luo Guang recalled the revenge he saw the second form of the goddess confirmed.
That means the situation is not bad. Blaise seemed to be satisfied with the situation of the first and second forms of Nemesis. One more thing.
The second form was knocked down again because it withstood the close-range explosion of the oil tanker, but the form did not change much after that. Luo Guang didn't know what happened at that time, so at this time it is talking about the plot in the Resident Evil game, and has been adapted to a certain extent.
What happened next? Blaise said after confirming that the computer typist recorded it verbatim.
The second form of Nemesis was burned by a huge fire and exploded with a large amount of explosives, and then the straitjacket fell off completely.
Luo Guang told Blaise according to Jill's statement.
This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading.
It seems that high-temperature flames are still a difficult problem that cannot be avoided in the study of biological and chemical weapons. Blaze thought and whispered to himself.
Luo Guang heard the other party's words and hurriedly said, "But under normal circumstances, we don't have to worry about this problem, right?
Especially the tyrant-type biological and chemical weapons."
That's right, our straitjacket itself has taken this situation into consideration, so it didn't suffer too much damage when it was involved in the tanker explosion for the first time, and it also maintained its form.
Blaze nodded after hearing Luo Guang's words and agreed with Luo Guang's point of view. Next, the straitjacket exploded, and the nemesis should be out of control, start to grow huge, and then lose its human form, right?
Blaze speculated. That's right, but the third form has become weaker.
Although it is still executing the orders you gave it, its intelligence has dropped significantly. It is easy to solve. It's just a matter of a heavy machine gun.
Luo Guang said that the third form is garbage.
I understand. It seems that the nemesis is not good enough now. Blaze concluded. I think it is good enough. Luo Guang expressed a different opinion.
Luo, you are not a professional in the biological and chemical weapons department, so you have this idea.
In our opinion, the nemesis is still far from perfect.
Blaze said, with confidence and unquestionable tone.
Matuity, the nemesis is enough. Luo Guang didn't want a more powerful tyrant to appear.
Regardless of the other party's tone, he said directly, indeed, in the eyes of your biological and chemical weapons research department, it is not perfect enough, but have you considered the positioning of the Tyrant series of products? Of course, it can be mass-produced, cost-controlled, and able to obey orders. Our nemesis can do all this, and it is even stronger than the mass-produced T-103 Tyrant.
Blaze said in a bad tone, dissatisfied with Luo Guang's questioning of his professionalism. In that case, isn't Nemesis a successful biochemical weapon product? Luo Guang would not choose to confront Blaze Heaton in the other party's professional field.
He is better at finding words that are beneficial to him from the other party's words and using them as a breakthrough. Matuity, the company's current situation is not very good, and it can be foreseen that the situation will only get worse in the future. Luo Guang directly raised the company's flag and said, at this time, as the main force of the company's biochemical weapons research and development, you don't mass-produce and sell Nemesis, but instead have to go back to the furnace and continue to consume a lot of company funds.
Is this really good? You must know that our company's drug sales are now experiencing a huge blow.
Blaze was dragged into an unknown area by Luo Guang, especially about drug sales, which he, who is focused on research, has no idea at all. So, instead of continuing to study how to improve and strengthen Nemesis, it is better to quickly find ways to reduce costs, expand production and communicate with the sales department to find buyers. In addition to developing biochemical weapons, the biochemical weapons department also has the responsibility of producing biochemical weapons, so Luo Guang said so.
You are right.
Our goddess of vengeance should indeed speed up mass production and sales to help the company overcome difficulties, instead of focusing on the pursuit of his own researchers. Blaze understood that his research was based on the huge funds and advanced technology of Umbrella Corporation, so he was not like some fanatical researchers who only cared about their own research. After thinking for a while, he agreed with Luo Guang's statement. As for job hopping, he had no channels for other companies to organize himself as he stayed in the research institute all year round, and because of William Birkin's matter, the company was also very strict at this time, but Luo Guang in front of him should have contact information.
Blaze Matuity looked at Luo Guang and began to think about his own way out.
Next, Blaze asked Luo Guang a few more questions, and Luo Guang naturally answered him half-truthfully. From Luo Guang's answer, Blaze found that although Luo Guang was not a professional biological and chemical weapons researcher, he could think about problems from different angles, which broadened Blaze's thinking. He couldn't help but propose to recruit Luo Guang into his department, but Luo Guang politely rejected the other party's kindness. Blaze didn't feel sorry, but took this opportunity to exchange contact information with Luo Guang, intending to contact Luo Guang to seek a way out in the future.
When Luo Guang and Blaze were discussing the matter of the goddess of vengeance, Wang Wei received a call in the middle and left the biological and chemical weapons department. After Luo Guang finished talking, Wang Wei came back and said to Luo Guang, Guang, the plan is changed. I have a task to take over later. Someone else will be responsible for contacting you and taking you to the USS. Blaze didn't seem to be interested in this matter. When he heard the conversation between Luo Guang and the two, he didn't react. After Wang Wei finished speaking,
he reluctantly took out a hotel key card from his pocket, handed it to Luo Guang and said, "Take care. Well, you should also pay attention to safety." Luo Guang also replied, "Well." Wang Wei smiled when he heard Luo Guang's caring words and responded. Luo Guang returned to the hotel room and took out the small scanner that Wang Wei had put in his pocket. Luo Guang checked the room and removed a listening device and a monitor. Then Luo Guang took out the X organization's mobile phone that had vibrated once when he was chatting with Blaze and checked it. Successful interception. Luo Guang was relieved when he saw the content of the message. Emma succeeded in snatching the alpha parasite halfway, so he was relieved. He just didn't know how angry Minister Luke would be. However, he had to be prepared. After all, not many people knew that the alpha parasite was sent to the Chicago branch, so he had to be a little low-key and cautious during this period. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. However, Luo Guang wanted to be low-key, but things did not seem to go as Luo Guang wished. At night, when Luo Guang was sleeping, with a bang, the door of the hotel room was kicked open, and a smoke bomb was thrown directly into the room. Luo Guang was awakened by the sound of the door being kicked. Because he did not change into pajamas when he slept, Luo Guang directly picked up the black jacket and backpack on the side and rolled to the side away from the door, relying on the bed as a cover, and picked up his special pistol with a silencer in his hand. Listening to the footsteps, the other party's position was probably stopped near the corridor from the entrance of the room to the door of the toilet, and did not rush in. It was strange that Luo Guang thought of this problem at the first time. Normally, the opponent should have used flash bombs or something like that to launch a surprise attack on Luo Guang. And if the opponent wanted to assassinate him, he could just throw in a few more grenades. Luo Guang was not sure whether the opponent was an enemy or a friend. Suddenly, he heard a sound from the direction of the balcony behind him. He immediately turned around and shot. Almost at the same time as Luo Guang, the balcony glass shattered, and a figure passed through the curtains and stretched out one hand to block Luo Guang's pistol. A gunshot was heard. The gunshot treated by the silencer was still very obvious in the room, and Luo Guang's shooting did not hit the target. There was wind blowing in from the hole in the balcony window. Luo Guang, who was half squatting, exerted force to stand up, and at the same time, his left hand was a palm, and he directly slapped the chin of the black-clothed enemy in front of him. The black-clothed enemy shouted to others not to move, and at the same time grabbed Luo Guang's wrist with his right hand. But Luo Guang's speed was faster than the opponent expected. When he hit the opponent's chin with a palm, the opponent's right hand finally grabbed Luo Guang's hand, which was considered to be successful in blocking Luo Guang's attack. Unfortunately, Luo Guang's strength was different from that of ordinary people. Facing the opponent's sudden attack, Luo Guang did not intend to save his physical strength. He directly knocked the opponent down with a palm and fainted backwards. Seeing that the enemy fell down with one blow, Luo Guang's plan to use his palm to turn into a claw to directly break the opponent's throat was no longer necessary. Instead, he took advantage of the opponent's fall and grabbed the opponent's collar and blocked the direction of the room door. "Stop! Intelligence Officer Luo. I am Hank from the USS. The person standing in the corridor suddenly reported his name. Death God Hank? Although the other party did not mention his title, Luo Guang's first reaction was this. Do you know me? The other party seemed to have no clear understanding of his popularity in Umbrella Corporation, and only thought that he was more famous in the USS troops. Luo Guang said, "Who doesn't know the famous Grim Reaper?" Okay. Hank actually didn't like the title of Grim Reaper, because this title not only refers to Hank bringing death to the enemy, but also because every mission he led ended with him surviving alone, so this Grim Reaper title actually refers more to Hank bringing death to his teammates. "Can you let go of my men now?" Hank asked, looking at his teammates blocked by Luo Guang. "Wait a minute." Luo Guang opened the balcony door and hid behind the wall inside the house to prevent possible snipers outside, and then waited for the smoke in the room to dissipate. Until Luo Guang saw that the image of the other party Hank was very similar to that in the game, he let go of the USS personnel in his hand. "You should take him to see a doctor quickly, otherwise there will be sequelae." Luo Guang didn't know what sequelae there were. He just learned from watching movies that hitting someone's chin hard would cause severe pain or even faint directly, so Luo Guang, who was half squatting, chose this attack method. The main reason was that the opponent seemed to have room for maneuver when attacking, so Luo Guang's attack was not aimed at the enemy's crotch. Hank stretched out his hand to let the person behind him take over the fallen USS, and then said to Luo Guang, "He is not well trained, and I don't blame you if there are sequelae, but now we have made a lot of noise, and the helicopter is ready. Let's set off to Lot Ford Island."
Meow, I often go to Starbucks to drink water and write, and the waiter remembers me. Chapter 63 Lotford Island. Luo Guang took his things and followed Hank, the god of death, onto a pitch-black helicopter and flew away from Paris. Luo Guang asked Hank next to him, "How did this helicopter enter Paris?" "And the sound of this helicopter is too quiet. I didn't hear the helicopter's movement before you broke the door. It came through formal procedures. And the hotel you are staying in is also one of the company's assets." Hank briefly explained, "As for this helicopter, it was newly developed by the equipment department. I don't know the specific principle, but this kind of silent the ability requires the helicopter to fly at a relatively slow speed to take effect. No wonder it's so loud now." The scenery outside the helicopter door receded faster and faster, and the noise of the helicopter became louder and louder. "Speaking of which, it's too rude of you to break in like this," Luo Guang said, dissatisfied. "I'm sorry." Death Hank apologized straightforwardly, "This is part of our combat training, and it is also a test for you." Hank, the god of death, paused and said, "According to our intelligence, Luo Guang, you should not be good at fighting. That's why we can confidently conduct raid training without fear of you hitting us with your gun. After all, you have the right time, place, and people." Luo Guang understood that if his speed hadn't far exceeded the prediction of the person who came in from the balcony, he might not have been able to deal with the enemies coming in from the balcony in the first time, and would have been trapped in a two-sided attack. But what Hank expected most was that the smoke bomb did not restrict Luo Guang's movements at all. Even such thick smoke did not cause Luo Guang to cough that exposed his position. At this time, Hank thought about the actions he led and seemed to always encounter such unexpected situations, including William, who was injected with the G-virus and turned into a monster, and Luo Guang, who would not be coughed by the smoke. "Where is Lotford Island?" Luo Guang asked curiously. After Hank recalled Luo Guang's intelligence level, he said, "It's on a certain ocean in the southern hemisphere. But I don't know the specific location. We all take the plane at the airport and then drive automatically through the set route. Going to." "Then what is the mission this time?" Although Wang Wei said at once, Luo Guang wanted to know more precise information. "Conduct anti-biochemical weapons training with us, and then we need you to go on a confidential mission with us. The specific content of the mission will only be told to us on the day the mission starts, so you don't need to ask us about this issue." Hank thought Luo Guang was vaccinated in advance because of his identity as an intelligence agent. "By the way, this time we go to Lotford Island, we also have another mission, which is to transport a biological and chemical weapon to the island, so Luo Guang, don't go to the aircraft cargo area." Hank made it clear to avoid conflicts in the future. "The most important thing is that if the cargo accidentally escapes due to a conflict between the two parties in the sky, it will be in big trouble." "Understood." Luo Guang nodded, indicating that he would not look for trouble. Soon, Luo Guang, Hank and other USS arrived at a small airport in the suburbs. It looked deserted. Only a plane with the umbrella logo was parked quietly on the runway. There were a few airports next to the plane. Employees of Brera Company are directing the loading of goods. The helicopter landed, and after Luo Guang and others boarded the plane, Hank directed his men to supervise the loading of the goods. "What does U.S.S. anti-biochemical training include?" In fact, what Luo Guang wanted to learn more was the skills to fight humans, and he was wondering if he could learn some moves from Hank, a big boss. "Luo Guang, you are a survivor of Raccoon City, so the specific situation needs to be tested. Because this anti-biochemical training will not last long, Death Hank decided to conduct targeted training for Luo Guang." "Speaking of which, Hank, are you also a survivor of Raccoon City?" Luo Guang's words shocked Hank. Only a few senior people at Umbrella Company knew about the task of snatching the G-virus, and this was obviously not something Luo Guang should know. "How do you know?" Hank's tone was very solemn, which made Luo Guang understand that there was something wrong with what he just said. Luo Guang explained, "Because I met people from the USS in Raccoon City, and I also heard something from others. A lone USS killed an Umbrella researcher at Raccoon City University. That's why I say this based on your title, Hank. Greg Mueller, he is a traitor to the company. I received this task to deal with the traitor, so I went to Raccoon City University." Hank was originally going to evacuate from the Raccoon City Police Department, but he was temporarily assigned to this task. New mission, so the evacuation of Raccoon City was postponed. After Luo Guang mentioned this, Hank recalled the Umbrella Company mentioned by Greg Mueller. When Hank, the god of death, is performing a mission, he is a heavy and calm person, but this does not mean that he has no emotions. He is a robot that only knows how to perform missions or a loyal hound of Umbrella Company. Before eavesdropping on Greg Mueller, Death Hank had no idea that Umbrella had done so many dirty things.
During the mission to eliminate Greg Mueller, Hank, the god of death, experienced psychological fluctuations for the first time during the mission.
In the end, as if to maintain Umbrella's image in his mind, Hank shot and killed Greg Mueller, then fled Raccoon City University.
This is also the reason why Luo Guang and others did not see the USS later, and Carlos and others who were present were not attacked by it. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later.
So that's the reason. Hank also understood why Luo Guang speculated that he was in Raccoon City.
To be honest, when I was in Raccoon City, I felt that those zombies were not difficult to deal with as long as they did not surround me.
On the contrary, those zombie dogs and lickers with faster speeds were more difficult to deal with. Luo Guang discussed anti-biochemical issues with Hank while waiting for the plane to take off.
The other USSs who were still in the cabin pricked up their ears. They had not experienced a large-scale biochemical crisis like Raccoon City, so they also wanted to hear the experience of the two Raccoon City survivors.
Yes, those zombies are easy to deal with.
In order to escape from the sewer quickly, I often push and pull the zombies blocking the road to the side, and then pass quickly, so as not to waste bullets and save time.
Hank is like those speedrunners, and he avoids the zombies that are not blocking the road.
I'm not in a hurry, but I was blocked by zombies in a dead end once, and I was forced to use a knife and a pistol to clear the way.
Luo Guang was talking about what happened in the Raccoon City Police Department. Because Luo Guang mentioned the pistol, others, including Hank, were not surprised that Luo Guang escaped unscathed.
Then Luo Guang, your psychological quality is still very good. In Hank's view, psychological quality also played a big role in his ability to break out of the siege in that situation. After all, unlike himself who entered Raccoon City fully armed, Luo Guang's number of bullets should not be too sufficient at that time, and any waste of a bullet may cause Luo Guang to be unable to break out of the siege in the end. While the few people were chatting, the cargo had been loaded, and the USS that went to check also came back to report the situation and confirmed that everything was fine. After the preparations were completed, the Umbrella Company's plane began to take off for Rothford Island. It took nearly half a day for the plane to finally land on Rothford Island. Luo Guang followed Hank and handed the cargo in the warehouse, that is, a frozen capsule, to the person in charge of Rothford Island.
This is the receipt and report.
Because the flight time was very long, Hank used the time on the plane to write the report, and only needed to fill in the handover time when handing over. Because the content of the report was not confidential, and Luo Guang's confidentiality level was high enough, Hank did not stop Luo Guang when he looked at the report. Luo Guang even saw Hank's complaints about Alfred, the director of the Rothford Island Research Institute, and Hank's training on this island in the report. After the handover, Luo Guang said to Hank, "So you were trained in the military training center on this island before?" Yes, at that time, it was still managed by Alexander Ashford, the son of Edward Ashford, one of the founders of the company. In fact, it was he who first proposed to form anti-biochemical forces such as the USS. Hank recalled the past days, but the teammates who had accompanied him were no longer around.
There is no time to lose, let's start training quickly.
The delivery mission has been completed, so Hank immediately called everyone to the military training center on the island to start a 10-day anti-biochemical exercise. There are a small number of zombies on the island, but they are good opponents for the USS newcomers who have not experienced the biochemical crisis. At least they can help the newcomers overcome their fear of these terrifying creatures that are not afraid of bullets as soon as possible. Luo Guang has never cooperated with the USS, so in order to prevent accidental injuries, Luo Guang and Hank stood on the high platform at this time, watching the USS newcomers advancing in the big house built below. I think it's still feasible to use the tactics used against humans to deal with zombies. Luo Guang saw that the USS below was advancing very quickly. Although they were a little confused at first when they saw those zombies who were fine after being shot several times, they were not real recruits after all, but veterans promoted from the UBCS, so they quickly adjusted their mentality and aimed at the zombies' heads and shot. Yes, the only difficulty is to ensure the hit rate on the head.
Hank nodded and said, so this anti-biochemical training is more about letting his men overcome the fear of various biochemical weapons as soon as possible.
As for Luo Guang, he was quickly recognized by Hank when he entered the field for training before the new recruits of the USS. Because there were no other BOWS on Rothford Island at this time, Luo Guang did not need to continue to participate in this training. However, Luo Guang took the initiative to mention that he still lacked in tactics and combat skills, especially that he sometimes habitually treated flexible humans as zombies, so Hank, who heard this, planned to conduct special training for Luo Guang in the next few days. In a blink of an eye, it was already the third day since Luo Guang came to the island. On this day, Hank and Luo Guang received a message in a new mission. Paris Research Institute was attacked. This Paris Research Institute was not the one Luo Guang went to, but a trap set by the European branch to attract Chris Redfield, a former SRS member who had been tracking him. However, according to intelligence, the person who was attracted was not Chris Redfield, but his sister Claire Redfield. This Claire sneaked into the fake Paris Institute alone to find her brother's trace, which was equivalent to stepping into the trap prepared by Umbrella. Because the opponent was only one person, the European branch gave the mercenaries in the fake institute in order to capture Claire alive, in order to lure Chris to show up. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. However, Claire's fighting ability surprised the people in the European branch. Because according to Umbrella's investigation report on Claire, the opponent was just a college student with certain fighting ability, but she fought her way out of the siege of mercenaries, and was finally subdued because the bullets in her pistol were exhausted. Along with this information, there was also a new task. The senior management of Umbrella specifically asked Hank to go back in advance and escort Claire to Lotford Island a few days later. Didn't they say it was used to lure Chris to show up? Why did they let Hank transport people here? Did they deliberately lure Chris to this island? Luo Guang had many questions in his mind. Luo, you also have a mission, come back with me. You are responsible for investigating Claire and getting the whereabouts of other SARS members from that woman, while I will set traps at the interrogation site. Hank continued to look down and found that there was also a mission for Luo Guang. I'm going to investigate? Luo Guang asked curiously, there are also senior intelligence officers in the European branch, right? I don't know, but I think since you are asked to investigate, the other intelligence officers probably have something to do. Hearing Hank's words, Luo Guang thought of Wang Wei, who also separated from him because of a temporary mission. I understand. Luo Guang nodded and said, do the others have to follow? They just need to continue training, and the other party only pointed out you and me. Hank shook his head and said, they still have to hurry up to train. I have a bad feeling about the confidential mission later. I understand. It's a troubled time, let them be careful. According to the plot of the game, this isolated island will be attacked by biological and chemical weapons and air raids by the troops led by Weskier, so Luo Guang will remind them. Luo Guang, have you received any information? Hank knew that Luo Guang brought a communication device to the island, so he asked this question. By the way, Luo Guang's mobile phone was the only one with a signal from the X organization on Rothford Island. There is no exact information, but it seems that someone is planning to launch an attack here. According to the plot of the game, the Sunglasses Man Weskier will launch a sneak attack on Rothford Island, so Luo Guang reminded him to let the people here bring some trouble to Weskier. Well, I will tell the newcomers and the security captain here. Hank nodded. Although Luo Guang's information was very vague, it was better to be cautious, rather than thinking that the enemy could not find this place because the location of the island was secret. After Luo Guang waited for Hank to explain the matter, he followed Hank and boarded the plane back to Paris. Meow, I plan to make a character chapter recently, after all, there will be more and more characters appearing. First Redfield because Hank the Grim Reaper had to go to the U.S.'s equipment department, Luo Guang separated from Hank the Grim Reaper shortly after returning to Paris. Then Luo Guang got on the car of the European branch and went to the place where Claire Redfield was imprisoned. This place of imprisonment was in a forest in the suburbs, and it was very quiet and sparsely populated. Hello, Senior Intelligence Officer. The people in the European branch were very happy to see Luo Guang coming, and said, that woman is really stubborn. She either keeps her mouth shut or swears. It's really annoying. It's a pity that the higher-ups don't allow us to torture her. They said that this woman has other uses, otherwise she would definitely be severely tortured. You don't have a girlfriend, do you? Luo Guang saw that the other party was so unsympathetic, and said directly. This has nothing to do with the interrogation of that woman, right? The other party was hit by Luo Guang's words. Yes, it means you don't know how to coax women. Sometimes they are particularly stubborn. At this time, no matter how you force them, it will be useless. Instead, it will arouse their resistance. Luo Guang said the knowledge he learned from street literature. I see, no wonder no matter how we use words to stimulate the other party is unwilling to cooperate obediently.
But the other party looked at Luo Guang with admiration as if he suddenly realized something. This is it. The other party took Luo Guang to the interrogation room and said, "I'll wait for your good news in the next room." Yeah. Although Luo Guang looked calm, he was actually unsure in his heart. To be honest, at this time, he wanted to rescue Claire more and let Chris, the god of war in the biochemical crisis, owe him a favor. Luo Guang pushed the door in. There were 2 chairs in the interrogation room. Claire sat on one of the iron chairs fixed to the ground, with her limbs and neck locked on the chair. Claire looked a little mentally exhausted because of the endless interrogation for days, but her clothes were neatly dressed, there were no urinals around her, and her pants were not wet. It seemed that the previous interrogators did not touch her. Claire saw Luo Guang, a man she had never seen before, come in. Claire looked up and glared at Luo Guang. "Hey, that coward dare not come again? Or is Umbrella finally going to torture me?" Luo Guang did not answer immediately, but sat on another wooden chair in the interrogation room, and then slowly said, "The coward you are talking about is watching next door now. I think he should be very excited when he hears your screams. You Umbrella people are all mentally abnormal." Claire cursed angrily, not knowing what she thought of. Luo Guang deliberately used misleading words and said, "It's just a joke. The company is not going to torture you for the time being. After all, your body will be used for other purposes in the future. We will clean you up in a few days and then offer you to the top management of Umbrella." You. Claire was so angry that her face turned red. 3 times is the limit. Luo Guang shrugged his shoulders, put away the smile on his face, and said, "I'm just joking." "Okay, no more joking. Claire, you sneaked into the Paris Institute to find your brother, right?" Claire said that she didn't want to talk and wanted to exercise her right to remain silent. "It doesn't matter if you don't respond, which means that you don't know the whereabouts of other SARS members." Luo Guang's words were firm. "Since you all know, why do you keep asking me about their whereabouts?" "I've said I don't know where they are," Claire said angrily after hearing Luo Guang's words. The European branch staff in the next room couldn't help but applaud Luo Guang. Claire's words were the longest words he had ever said. More importantly, he saw that Claire had the intention to talk to Luo Guang. "Because they don't know, only I know this," Luo Guang said, "and you know that interrogations are like this. If you reveal it too quickly, they won't believe it, especially if you are not tortured. So what are you going to do by arresting me?" Claire wanted to get some information from Luo Guang. Luo Guang also understood Claire's idea, but he didn't mind telling her, so he said, "Leak the information about your arrest and attract your brother." "You bastards!" Claire cursed when she heard that Luo Guang was going to deal with her brother. "Calm down, Claire." Luo Guang felt that Claire was very tired because of the continuous interrogation for days, so she became irritable, and continued, "I know you are very tired now, but your anger will not help the current situation." When Luo Guang said this, his tone was very calm, and a drowsy pheromone was also stimulated by Luo Guang. This was a new skill that Luo Guang learned in the Chicago Institute when he was on vacation in Chicago. Now Luo Guang can produce more than just blood plague pheromones. Because it was the first time to use it, Luo Guang didn't control the amount of this pheromone very well. Claire didn't even reply, and her eyelids began to close uncontrollably. After a while, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Luo Guang left the interrogation room. At this stage, all he could do was to let Claire fall asleep and recover her spirit and physical strength as soon as possible. As for whether she would have cervical pain tomorrow if she slept sitting up, that was not within Luo Guang's consideration. "Agent Luo, is your ability to make people sleep hypnotic?" The people in the European branch were surprised by Luo Guang's skill, and then asked in confusion, "But why do you want this woman to rest and recover her spirit? This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading." How do you communicate with a person who gets angry easily and explodes at the slightest moment when you can't use torture? Luo Guang naturally did this when he was ready to speak. He ignored the other party's first question and said mysteriously, "Now because she is tired, this woman is too irritable. She can only stay calm after the other party has slept enough. At this time, she will choose to lie instead, and other methods intended to deceive us. Then we can discover problems from the conversation, and even do the opposite to get the other party's real information." The people in the European branch successfully figured out the reason why Luo Guang did this. Yes, as long as the other party starts talking, we can get information whether it is true or false. Yes. Seeing that the other party was so polite, Luo Guang quickly nodded in agreement with the other party's statement, and then asked, "How long will this woman stay here?" "Well, I think it should be about 2 or 3 days. The people from the European branch thought for a while and said, actually, the higher authorities are not asking us to find out anything from the interrogation. They are just putting a bait here to do nothing. It just seems a bit wasteful. Is this the place to ambush the STARS who came to rescue? This place is located in the suburbs, just right for a big battle, so Luo Guang asked one more question. That's right, there are already UBCS professionals guarding this place, and they have specially invited elite USS personnel to come here. The other party told Luo Guang some things he knew, and then said, Agent Luo, about your arrival. The security team also knows and enters your ID card information in advance, so you don't have to worry about being shot in the dark. Understood. Luo Guang nodded, and then led him to the room where he would stay tonight. The next morning, Luo Guang had enough to eat and drink, and went to visit Claire with 2 butter buns. Luo Guang handed the butter bread and water to Claire's mouth. What do you mean? Claire finally regained her energy after getting enough sleep, and looked at Luo Guang with contempt. Eat, you're hungry too. Luo Guang's words were concise and clear. I won't eat from you lackeys. You have such a tough mouth, but your body is still very honest. Luo Guang heard Claire trying to cover up the sound of her stomach drumming with her voice. Damn it! But Claire was so hungry that she bit into the brioche bread in front of her as if it were a piece of cake. After giving Claire a few bites, Luo Guang handed over the water again. Drink some water, your lips are dry. Thank you. After Claire had finished eating and drinking, she reluctantly thanked Luo Guang. Now that we've eaten and drank enough, let's have a good talk. Luo Guang sat back on the wooden chair and asked, do you and your brother have contact information? Or do you have a secret code or something like that? No, if there were, I wouldn't have to sneak into the Paris Research Institute to look for clues about my brother. This time Claire's words were not as rushed as before. Why do you think the Paris Institute has information about your brother? Luo Guang asked. Claire glanced at Luo Guang and said, you ask me? I received intelligence that my brother discovered your Paris Research Institute, so he went there. Luo Guang asked people from the European branch to understand the situation last night, so he knew these things, but he wanted Claire to tell him now. First of all, this is not important information. Luo Guang also knows that Claire will most likely not obtain any substantive information after going to the fake research institute, so he interrogates it seriously. Even before entering the interrogation room, Luo Guang told the people in the European branch that he would let Claire explain clearly about going to the fake institute. Things started to develop as expected, and Luo Guang continued to ask, that's why I asked you why you think your brother will go to the Paris Institute, and why do you think that information is correct? Who would have thought you could be so cunning? Claire shouted unyieldingly, but she was already reflecting on her own stupidity. Tell us about what happened after you entered the institute. You caused so many casualties to us. Even attack helicopters were used. In the end, we almost couldn't catch you. Luo Guang gave a sweet date with a stick, and Luo Guang said unobtrusively he praised the opponent's fighting ability. There aren't many people in your research institute at all, so I found an opportunity to sneak in with others, and then I could find a place inside to stay until night before starting to act. Claire felt that the other party also knew these things, and there was nothing to hide, so he confessed directly. Then I had a fight with you combatants, detonated the gas tanks in your warehouse, and killed the mercenaries who were ambushing in the warehouse. But in the end, because there were no bullets in the pistol you just captured. Claire stared at Luo Guang with a look of unwillingness to admit defeat. Well, it's exactly the same as the information I got. Luo Guang nodded and said, it's not in vain that I brought you food and water. Since you have handed over everything, there will be no need to interrogate anymore. Cherish the present moment. Have some free time. Claire didn't speak, just looked at Luo Guang. Seeing Luo Guang getting up to leave, Claire stopped Luo Guang and asked, can you tell me what is waiting for me in the future? Luo Guang looked at the other side of the mirror, which was the room next door, and then slowly said the truth, I'll probably be dragged into doing experiments. After speaking, Luo Guang left the interrogation room. 3 days passed, and Chris did not show up, so Claire changed into ally shackles as planned, and was taken by Hank and Luo Guang on a plane to Rotherford Island. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. During these 3 days, Luo Guang had considered rescuing Claire, but after observing for these days, Luo Guang found that the security here was loose on the outside and tight on the inside, and because there were various communication equipment here, he had no way to deceive the people in the European branch that he had received a secret order to take Claire away. In addition, with the existence of Hank, Luo Guang finally gave up the idea of rescuing Claire now. Hey, Hank! Luo Guang saw Hank's figure.
Although the USS people were equipped the same and habitually wore a mask to prevent virus infection, Luo Guang still recognized Hank.
How did you recognize me?
Hank had not spoken before, so he felt strange.
And didn't you say before that you had received an order to take this woman to Rutherford Island?
Luo Guang deliberately said the name of the island. That's called Rockford Island.
Hank glanced at Claire behind Luo Guang and corrected him. Ah, yes, I always get the name wrong.
Luo Guang scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and said with sudden realization.
Okay, stop being silly. Hank asked, is that the cargo behind you this time?
Yes, her brother hasn't come for so many days, it seems that she has been abandoned.
Don't talk so much nonsense, let's hand it over.
Hank was in a hurry and interrupted the conversation to hand it over with the people in the European branch. Then Luo Guang and Hank took a plane back to Rockford Island together.
Luo Guang threw the stunned Claire into the prison on Rockford Island, and then he and Hank returned to the military training center.
Hello, Captain. After a series of training, Luo Guang felt that the temperament of the new USS in front of him had changed a lot, at least his mentality had changed a lot.
At ease, we will have the last round of combat training next.
Hank said, then turned to Luo Guang and said, sorry, only our USS people will participate in this training, so Luo Guang, you should stay here for a few days.
Okay.
Since the other party did not clearly state what combat training it was probably a secret of the USS, so Luo Guang did not ask, and Luo Guang felt that it was not safe to go on a mission with Hank, because Hank's teammates were as capable as Chris. After Hank and Luo Guang said goodbye, they took the USS, which was ready to go, and got on the plane again. They came and went in a hurry and soon flew away from Rockford Island. At night, Hank was not there at this time, and no one taught him combat skills. Luo Guang was bored staying alone, and the snake game on his mobile phone had reached the highest score, so he planned to go and see if Claire woke up. However, what Luo Guang did not expect was that as soon as he arrived at the prison where Claire was imprisoned, this quiet island was attacked by air.
Meow.
Chapter 65 Claire and the Brat. Although there was an air raid, Luo Guang did not move rashly, because the underground prison on Rockford Island was built with thick reinforced concrete, and according to the vibration, it was not taken care of by the air raid. The attack in the game plot has begun, and I don't know how likely I am to win against the sunglasses man Weskier now. Luo Guang thought to himself, sitting in the guard position, there was no liquid such as water around, so Luo Guang decided to wait for Claire, who was still in a coma, to wake up.
The effect of the medicine was stronger than Luo Guang imagined.
The bombing had stopped for a long time before Claire slowly woke up. When Claire was about to speak, Luo Guang raised his hand to signal the other party to be quiet. He turned his head and looked at the entrance of the underground prison. He heard footsteps coming down from above.
Luo? The person who came down was Rockford Island's security captain Rodrigo. He was originally an aboriginal on the island.
In order to protect the last remains on the island, he could only choose to submit to Umbrella Corporation and become a security captain. Seeing the pistol held by Luo Guang, Rodrigo did not act rashly.
He covered his bleeding waist and said, "We are one of us."
Luo Guang saw that the other party was not carrying any weapons, so he put down his gun and asked, "The island was attacked.
Why did you come here instead of dealing with the enemy? And you brought the key to the cell door with you?"
Rodriguez's hand, which was not covering the wound, held a bottle of medicine and a key on his finger.
"The enemy is all planes, how can we fight?" Rodrigo was bombed before and injured in the abdomen.
He was also angry, but he continued, "And the enemy has deployed biological and chemical weapons. Our security team has no experience in dealing with those monsters.
Many people have died."
After saying that, Rodrigo, who knew that he might not live long, ignored Luo Guang and turned around to open the door of the cell for Claire, who looked at a loss.
Claire did not come out immediately, but looked at Luo Guang. "Come here."
Luo Guang sighed, took out the key to Claire's bracelet and anklet, and motioned Claire to come over. Because of the shackles on her feet, Claire could only walk over slowly, and then Luo Guang opened the shackles on her body one by one. After moving her hands and feet and rubbing her wrists, Claire looked at Luo Guang and Rodrigo and asked, "Why did you let me go?" Rodrigo, who was sitting against the wall, threw away the empty medicine bottle in his hand and said, "Anyway, I was just forced to help Umbrella Company.
Now I'm almost dead, why should I care about so many things?"
Claire saw the place where Rodrigo was injured, picked up the medicine, and after confirming what medicine it was, asked Luo Guang, "What about you?"
"I need someone to help me escape."
Luo Guang did not tell Claire that he knew Jill at this time, because he didn't know whether the surveillance equipment here would record his words. As for helping Claire escape, Luo Guang felt that Claire, who would be used as an experimental material, was not of much value anyway, so Umbrella Company should not hold him responsible too much.
You want me to cooperate with you?
Claire was surprised that Luo Guang had such an idea. Luo Guang stood up, took the dagger from the guard's desk, handed it to Claire, and said, "You are a survivor of the Raccoon City incident.
You just heard that the enemy has released biological weapons. I think you should have a lot of experience in surviving in a biochemical crisis, right? How do I know if it's worth it to give my back to you?"
Claire did not rashly take the dagger handed over by the other party, and looked at Luo Guang vigilantly. "First, you are not valuable, otherwise you would not be thrown here as experimental material. Second, the enemy attacking here has a higher priority than you." Luo Guang thought about it, and continued to make up the 3 points. "Third, when you were exhausted and interrogated, I got you sleep time, food and water. Otherwise, how could you be so energetic at this time when you were interrogated all the time?" Luo Guang said, "Here, a little bit of fatigue will cost you your life."
"Okay, I believe you for now." Claire took the dagger from Luo Guang's hand, held it in her hand, and asked, "What should I do next?"
"I plan to go to the airport on the island first to see if there are any planes that can be used." Although Luo Guang thought that the airport might be the focus of the bombing, he decided to take a look.
Okay.
Claire didn't know where to go at this time, so she agreed with Luo Guang's opinion. Luo Guang walked in front, and Claire, who was a few steps behind Luo Guang, turned around and asked Rodrigo, who had captured him, "What are you going to do?"
"Don't worry about me, run away quickly."
Rodrigo shook his head and waved Claire to leave quickly.
"Thank you."
Claire nodded to thank the other party for letting her out, turned around, and followed Luo Guang. The Lotford Island prison was built in an underground area, so it was necessary to walk a long staircase back to the ground.
Outside the prison was a cemetery.
The wreckage of a helicopter was stuck in the center of the cemetery, knocking down the fence of the cemetery, and was burning fiercely. Just as Luo Guang and Claire walked a few steps away from the helicopter behind them suddenly made a clanging sound. Luo Guang looked back and saw the burning pilot falling from the helicopter to the ground, hitting the helicopter door on the ground, and then slowly climbed up and staggered towards Luo Guang and the others. "Zombies!" Claire was stunned when she saw the face of the helicopter pilot, and muttered. The unbearable memories came flooding back, reminding Claire of her experience in Raccoon City. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content.
A gunshot interrupted Claire's thoughts, and Luo Guang took the Beretta M92F pistol and shot the driver zombie back to hell.
Suddenly, Claire heard a sound at her feet, and a pale hand came out of the ground and grabbed Claire, who was retreating. Claire stumbled and fell to the ground on her buttocks. Luo Guang was looking at a silver box on the ground on the other side of the helicopter. Hearing the sound behind him, he looked back. Claire looked a little embarrassed at this time, and hurriedly kicked the head of the white zombie that came out of the ground, and then successfully broke free from the restraints.
Alas!
Although Luo Guang had been mentally prepared when he knew the name of the island, he still felt depressed when he saw the experimenters infected with the T-virus buried shallowly in the ground, wondering why the pit was not dug deeper. Luo Guang's shoes were irontoed, so Luo Guang took advantage of the fact that the zombies were still half buried in the soil and the thing under his crotch had not yet appeared to pollute his eyes, and rushed up and kicked the zombies in the head. Under Claire's surprised eyes, Luo Guang solved the zombies in the cemetery one by one in the blink of an eye.
"Are you okay?"
Luo Guang came to Claire, who fell to the ground and stretched out his hand.
"I'm fine." Claire slapped Luo Guang's hand away and stood up on her own.
Luo Guang nodded and walked out of the iron gate on the other side of the cemetery with Claire. As soon as the two passed through the iron gate, a strong light shone in front of them. Luo Guang was startled, hugged Claire and flew to the side of the overturned truck. A series of machine gun bullets accompanied by the light of the searchlight began to sweep the position where Luo Guang and the other person had just been. Luo Guang did not stop. He immediately stood up, stepped back a few steps, crossed the truck, and fired 2 shots at the searchlight on the high prison sentry tower.
The enemy was startled by Luo Guang's counterattack.
When he was about to aim the M60 machine gun on the sentry tower at Luo Guang, there were several more gunshots. Claire used a Beretta M93R pistol she picked up to fight back against the people on the prison sentry tower. The M93R pistol, also developed by Beretta, has a speed selector on the upper left of the slide, allowing it to use 3 bursts for shooting. At the same time, in order to cope with the recoil of 3 bursts, the front end of the barrel of the M93R pistol has an opening to suppress the muzzle from rising during firing, and a small grip is built in front of the trigger guard. After Claire fired a few shots, the people on the sentry tower actually raised their hands in surrender, poked their heads out and shouted, "Don't shoot!" Claire looked sideways at the prison sentry tower and saw that there were no more ammunition belts at the positions of the M60 machine gun and the ammunition belt box. Then he stood up, used the truck as a cover, and shouted to the people upstairs, "Come down." The people upstairs saw that Claire did not continue to shoot, so they slid down the emergency escape rope on the sentry tower, turned around and saw the pistol in Claire's hand pointing at them, and quickly raised their hands again. Luo Guang walked behind Claire and noticed that the man, or the boy's clothes were the prisoner clothes he had seen on the island. Originally, Claire would change into such a set of clothes after waking up, but she didn't expect Weskier's attack to come so quickly. "I'm not trying to escape. I shot you before just because I thought you were those undead people," the boy said nervously. "It looks like you are not in the same group as Umbrella? My name is Claire Redfield, and I was captured." Claire heard the other person's words and knew that he was not from Umbrella Company. She relaxed a little and put down the gun. "My name is Steve Burnside, be careful." Steve suddenly pointed his finger behind Claire and shouted. Claire remembered Luo Guang's existence, holding the M93 air pistol in her hand, and was about to aim behind her. Luo Guang saw that Steve started to run towards another iron door next to him the moment Claire turned around, but Luo Guang chose to deal with Claire's aggressive movements first. The distance between the two was very close, and Claire did not realize that she had to retract the pistol to aim. When she swung her arm from front to back and was about to draw a semicircle, Luo Guang's right hand holding the gun blocked the path of her right hand. Then Luo Guang took a step forward, and his left hand holding the knife had already put the blade against Claire's neck. Claire's head had just turned halfway, and she felt the cold blade on her neck, so she did not dare to act rashly at this time. "You are from Umbrella, don't try to fool me." Steve left a last word after pushing open the iron gate and leaving. "It seems that the other party misunderstood your identity." Luo Guang understood why Steve's pupils shrank slightly when he saw him. He must have seen him before. Claire was wearing private clothes like himself, but Claire said that she was captured, so there was this misunderstanding. I'm sorry. How could Claire not understand that she was fooled by Steve at this time? Luo Guang looked at the wall of the small courtyard and saw the broken camera. He sighed and said, "Do you know Leon?" "What?" Claire was very surprised that Luo Guang suddenly said Leon's name. Luo Guang saw the other person's expression and realized that he knew Leon. He then moved the retractable dagger away, thinking that Jill should have reported her affairs to Chris, and then continued, "Your brother and I are in the same group." Claire was so shocked that she couldn't speak. "Do you have any evidence?" Claire had been through so many things since she came to Europe, not to mention that she had just been fooled by a little kid, so Claire didn't dare to believe Luo Guang easily at this time. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. My name is Luo Guang, and I'm also a survivor of Raccoon City. I know Officer Marvin and the others. Luo Guang continued, "Marvin and I contacted the rescue helicopter at the Raccoon City Police Department, but Leon wanted to wait for you to meet up at the police station to escape together, so Marvin and I left first and gave Leon a red heart key in Brad's notebook." I did hear Leon say this, but we couldn't contact the helicopter after that. After hearing Luo Guang say something that only Leon and Marvin knew, combined with Luo Guang's previous attitude towards her, Claire finally believed Luo Guang's words. Because the helicopter crashed halfway, the pilot unfortunately died. Luo Guang told Claire why he could not contact the rescue helicopter afterwards, and continued, "But Marvin and I have successfully escaped from Raccoon City." "That's good." Claire nodded. Knowing that Luo Guang was one of her own, Claire's restless heart finally calmed down, and then she said to Luo Guang, "I want to go to Steve to make things clear." "Okay, but it's not convenient to tell others about my identity." Although Luo Guang did not explicitly say that he was an undercover, Claire understood what Luo Guang meant. "I understand. In this case, we will separate temporarily. Luo Guang, you go to find the evacuation plane, and I will go to Steve to make things clear with him. He seems to know you, so it would be better for me to explain it alone." Claire considered that Steve was a little irritable, and was worried that the other party would immediately run away or shoot after seeing Luo Guang, so she made such a proposal. Luo Guang also understood why Claire proposed to separate, but this was not a horror movie set. The most important thing was that Luo Guang wanted to take this opportunity to contact the X organization to see if there was any intelligence or rescue methods he needed there. So Luo Guang nodded in agreement with Claire's suggestion, and handed Claire 2 bullet magazines for the Beretta M92F pistol. As the M92F pistol is also produced by Beretta,
It can also use a 15-round double-row magazine. Claire took Luo Guang's magazine, replaced the weapon in her hand with a brand new full magazine, and turned to find the owner of the pistol, who was an umbrella personnel lying next to the truck. Luo Guang watched Claire skillfully search for various supplies on the body lying in a pool of blood, and nodded. Since a biochemical crisis has occurred here, Claire has entered her home court. After Claire was ready, the two confirmed Luo Guang's identity again, and then said goodbye to each other and officially started this escape journey. Meow, the name of the island seems to be translated as Lotford Island, and the family name of Yassi Ford is also used, so I changed it to this. The previous chapters can also be re-downloaded. Meow. Because we couldn't find the height of the watchtower, but no matter how we thought about it, it was a bit outrageous for an ordinary person for Steve to just jump down without rolling to relieve the force, so the plot was slightly modified. Chapter 66. Sending for help. After parting with Luo Guang, Claire immediately ran in the direction Steve left. Because she had a weapon in her hand and a lot of ammunition, Claire felt relieved. Just like in Raccoon City, Claire fought through the thorns and soon came to the prisoner cell area. The cells here are the kind of cement houses built in the air. Maybe for drainage, there are many drainage holes under the shelters here, separated by iron fences, and the size can accommodate one person to crawl in. Claire didn't see Steve or hear his movement, so she randomly chose the cell on her right to check. Just as Claire walked towards the door, the body of an umbrella employee was dragged into the drainage hole next to the door by an unknown creature. Startled by this horror movie-like scene, Claire quickly raised her weapon, aimed at the drainage hole, ready to shoot at any time, and carefully walked around it. The sound of gnawing and chewing coming from the drain made Claire shudder, but she didn't dare to check rashly without any lighting tools, fearing that she would disturb the sumptuous dinner of the unknown creature inside. Finally arriving at the cell, Claire pushed open the iron door and walked in. Inside were two long dining tables, with dining chairs and tables connected together and fixed to the ground. There were also two vending machines and a TV hanging on the wall near the dining table. A large part of the left side of the restaurant was surrounded by wire mesh, and there were several computers inside, which seemed to be where the cell managers were stationed. And this restaurant was also where the managers had their meals. Looking around, Claire didn't see Steve or hear any other movement. Claire, who was about to leave the cell, suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the iron door room on the right side of the restaurant, like the sound of a trash can falling to the ground. "Steve?" Claire shouted through the door, but there was no response, because considering that Steve didn't trust her and might not answer her, Claire still carefully pushed open the rusty iron door in front of her. The iron door made a harsh sound. Claire looked inside. There were three-person beds on both sides of the room, and Umbrella Company was very considerate to put a moldy and worn-out mattress on these beds, making the people in the middle and lower positions feel like they were lying in a morgue. Someone also put a dinner plate on the bed, attracting dense cockroaches to crawl on it. It seems that this is the prison cell for those prisoners, Claire thought so. At this time, most of the prisoners in the cell had already fallen on the bed, with their mouths slightly open, and there were traces of blood flowing around their mouths, looking like they had died of poison. These fallen prisoners did not wake up when Claire shouted and opened the door, which made Claire relax her vigilance a little, and she couldn't help but feel fortunate that no one inside had turned into a zombie. Claire walked to the end of the cell and carefully looked around the shaped intersection. It seemed that she could go deeper on the left, while on the right was a glass window, a trash can and a pile of toilet paper. Because the prison was heavily guarded, the windows here were not equipped with anti-theft nets or anything like that, and the overall guarding was loose inside and tight outside. When Claire looked to the right, she saw the source of the sound, a white mouse gnawing on the food scraps in the dumped trash can. Seeing Claire, the white mouse did not eat, immediately threw down the food in his hand, and ran towards a hole under the wall to escape. Claire breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that since she had come here anyway, she would explore the area on the left. Going further in was a multi-person shower and toilet, but Claire still did not see Steve. At the end of the shower, Claire saw the body of a prison guard, with the magazine of his Beretta M93 air pistol and a keychain stuck on his waist. For safety reasons, Claire first stabbed the head of the corpse with a dagger, and then took away all the useful things on the corpse. Leaving the shower, Claire was about to leave the cell, but at the moment of turning, she saw the zombie on the glass window. There were no zombies lying outside the window before. The zombie seemed to have seen Claire and knocked on the window like crazy. Before Claire ran a few steps to the door, the window was smashed by the zombie. As if receiving a signal for dinner, the corpses in the cell that had not been awakened before also woke up. In fact, it was just Claire's bad luck. These prisoners who had been infected with the T-virus for a short time and died had just officially turned into zombies.
Claire noticed two strange-shaped weapons on the waist of the zombie coming in from the window. They looked like pistols, but there was a cylindrical thing above the grip of the gun. Standing at the junction, Claire was about to be surrounded by zombies, so she made a quick decision. Before the zombie coming in from the window stood up, she used the M93R pistol in her hand to shoot 3 times in a row, and the bullets accurately hit the zombie's head.
There were 3 zombies awakened in the corridor.
Claire calculated that the bullets in her pistol were just enough, so she didn't rush to pick up the strange weapon. Instead, she held the gun handle with her right hand and the small grip in front of the trigger circle with her left hand, killing the zombies that were slowly approaching one by one. Click, 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 the last 3 bullets were fired, and Claire finally eliminated the zombies in the cell. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. In order to prevent being surrounded again, Claire changed the magazine, put away the M93R pistol, picked up the 2 strange weapons, and immediately left the cell. Claire, holding a strange weapon in each hand, left the cell and happened to bump into Steve, who broke in. Steve had just closed the door to block the barking zombie dog outside, and when he turned around, he saw Claire.
"Hey, I'm not from Umbrella,"
Claire shouted directly, successfully convincing Steve, who was about to rush out the door. Of course, there may be something to do with Claire's beauty, which makes Steve unable to move.
"You said you're not from Umbrella?"
Since Claire didn't look malicious and didn't aim her gun at herself at this time, Steve didn't make any other escape moves. After all, he didn't want to escape and get into trouble with those zombie dogs.
Fight.
Yes, although the person I was with just now is from Umbrella, he doesn't know the dirty things Umbrella has done, and he was only recently deployed to the island. Claire said he gave the explanation discussed with Luo Guang.
Steve said with suspicion in his eyes, "Then why did you come together?"
"Because our goal is to escape from this island. See if your plan is successful, it means that he and I are not the same people."
Claire continued to explain.
Perhaps it was Claire's experience taking care of Shirley in Raccoon City that made Claire full of patience when talking to Steve, a boy who looked younger than herself.
"All right."
After saying that, Steve looked at the room on the left that was surrounded by barbed wire, walked over, held the railing on the door, and pulled it back without pulling. "Hey, try these keys." Claire threw the keychain she got from the shower room to Steve. After all, Steve had been here for a long time, and he could tell at a glance that this was the key that only the guard captain had. He quickly found the key to the prison management room and successfully opened the iron door. Claire and Steve walked in, and Claire was surprised to find that Chris' information was displayed on the computer in the prison management room. Although she didn't know why the people in the prison management room wanted to see this information, Claire couldn't care less. She walked over to check it out. At the same time, she was talking about her own experience and said to Steve, "I'm looking for my brother was caught by Umbrella during his descent."
"What does your brother do? Why is he being followed by Umbrella?"
Steve stared at Claire's raised hips as she bent over the keyboard, and couldn't help but hold his chin with his left hand, like a taster watching it all the same, the corners of his mouth raised slightly unconsciously.
"I don't know. He disappeared 3 months ago. I once broke into Umbrella's research institute in Paris to look for him, but I was caught red-handed."
Claire, who was concentrating on using the computer, did not realize that she was behind him. With his eyes open, he quickly found useful information from the computer. It turns out that Umbrella has been trying to monitor people in SARS.
There was also intelligence information to monitor Claire.
Only then did Claire realize that she had been monitored by Umbrella people from the first step she set foot on European soil. Thinking of this, Claire felt that using this computer to contact other SARS members to rescue herself was not a good strategy. Instead, it would expose the location of others. Fortunately, apart from confirming the general location of Chris and Jill, the Umbrella company has no clues about Barry's location yet.
Therefore, the meeting between Luo Guang and Barry was not discovered by Umbrella.
As she spoke, Claire seemed to notice the increasingly fiery gaze behind her, and turned back to look at Steve. When Steve saw Claire turning back, he quickly put down his left hand that was touching his chin, turned his head, looked at the Groupie 08 in his right hand, and played with the pistol. Claire tilted her head, thinking it was her imagination, and then looked back at the computer, trying to use the computer to contact Leon, who was undergoing official job training in the Lighthouse country. In the end, Claire successfully sent an email to Leon's mailbox, mentioning in the email that she hoped Leon could find a way to contact Chris and find a way to save herself while notifying Chris to be careful. "Then you were sent here."
Steve understood after hearing Claire's experience. After sending the email, Claire controlled the computer again, trying to find out the location of the island. Without stopping, she asked, "What about you? What did you commit to get caught? My things are very boring, you don't want to know.
Steve stopped turning the gun in his hand, and his tone was slightly lower, not wanting to say anything.
Just tell me.
Although it was the beauty's request, Steve did not answer immediately. He sneered and thought for a moment before saying, I didn't do anything because a troll messed up the matter and implicated me. Steve then turned around, his bangs slightly blocking the haze in his eyes, and said, then we met here. While chatting, the computer beeped, and Claire finally searched the location of the island from the computer's database.
This island is in the southern hemisphere. Yes, it seems that you don't know much about this place?
In order to change the topic of how he came here, Steve introduced the island to Claire and said, this is actually a place owned by a noble family.
The family name is Ashford.
Steve said, turned his head, looked at the portrait hanging high on the wall, and said, the person in the painting is Alfred Ashford.
He is the only survivor of the family.
The people in the prison said that this person went crazy because of loneliness, so he captured the prisoners in the prison and tortured them inhumanely in his mansion. After Claire sent the location of the island to Leon again by email, she looked back at the painting that Steve pointed to. The person in the painting has golden hair, wearing a red and white noble suit, and 3 golden medals on his right chest that show the honor of the family.
Do you know which side is the one that bombed the island? Claire asked, noting the appearance of the person in the painting. Judging from Luo Guang's reaction, Claire guessed that it was a hostile organization that was not on good terms with Umbrella.
However, Claire didn't think that Steve, who had been imprisoned here, would know, so she continued, no matter what, I have contacted Leon.
He is my friend and he will come to save us.
Impossible, no one will come to save us except ourselves. Claire's words were obviously very ordinary, but Steve's reaction was unexpectedly large, and he said it decisively. After that, Steve didn't know why, but ran out of the other door of the prison management room angrily.
FK.
As soon as he went out, Steve ran into 2 zombies directly, cursed, and used the GRU P08 in his hand to hit the chin of the zombie closest to him and shot twice. Then he threw the zombie he had solved to another zombie, causing the zombie to be knocked to the ground and pressed under the zombie with a hole in his head.
Woof woof.
Claire, who was about to follow out, heard 2 dog barks and felt bad. He picked up the 2 strange weapons on the table because of the computer control and immediately chased after it. Claire ignored the zombie struggling to get up and ran towards the direction of the dog barking.
Steve.
Claire quickly caught up with Steve, who was entangled by 2 zombie dogs. Steve was being attacked from both sides by the zombie dogs, so he gave up running and decided to fight to the death. Bang bang bang, he emptied all the bullets in GRU's P08 pistol, but because Steve was very nervous at the time, his hit rate was not high, and he only killed 1 zombie dog after firing all the bullets. Another zombie dog had already approached Steve, leaped up, and bit Steve's neck with its sharp teeth. Steve was thrown to the ground directly, and the zombie dog was taking the opportunity to bite Steve's neck frantically. The situation was urgent, and Claire could only bite the bullet and aim the gun. With a bang, the zombie dog, who was in high spirits, softened and fell on Steve. Asterisk? I also want to update twice a week, but I can't do it. I had something to do this morning, so I updated late.
The big boss Luo Guang?
Claire looked towards the iron gate from the sentry tower, where the gunshot came from. The shot that was fired before was not from Claire, but from Luo Guang, who happened to arrive. At this time, the fully armed Luo Guang did not reply immediately, but walked straight to Steve to confirm the other party's injuries.
Steve survived the disaster, pushed away the zombie dog on his body, sat on the ground, and kept groping his neck.
He felt a wet but cold feeling from his hands. He was surprised to find that it was the prisoner's induction collar that blocked the zombie dog's sharp teeth for him. Then Steve touched his body again, and after confirming that he was not scratched by the zombie dog's claws in the chaos, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As a result, when he turned around, Steve saw Luo Guang aiming a gun at him, and Steve was so scared that he shouted, "Don't shoot!
I wasn't bitten." While shouting, Steve pointed at the iron ring on his neck.
Because Claire told him about her cooperation with Luo Guang, Steve's first reaction was to say that he was not bitten and would not become like his cellmate, instead of thinking that Luo Guang was going to take him back to the cell.
That's good, luckily I arrived in time.
Seeing that the other party was not bitten, Luo Guang put down his gun and said that he was just trying to prevent the other party from becoming a zombie.
Luo, how is the situation?
Because Claire didn't know where the airport was, she didn't feel strange to see Luo Guang coming back so quickly, and hurriedly asked about the plane. Luo Guang shook his head and said, I saw from the surveillance outside the airport that all the planes at the airport were destroyed, and the port was on the other side of the island. There seemed to be a ship there that was not sunk, but because of the fire, it was not clear, and I didn't know if we could leave in the ocean. The resolution of the camera in this era was not high, and the high temperature of the flame caused the light to be slightly distorted. Luo Guang could only see that there was still a ship floating on the water. As he said that, Luo Guang took out 2 walkie-talkies and handed them to Claire and Steve respectively. The channel has been adjusted and can be used directly. Luo Guang knew that Claire and Steve were walking together, so he had prepared 3 walkie-talkies. Claire was also curious about this and asked, "How do you know I can find Steve?" "When you were operating the computer in the prison management room, I saw it from the surveillance on the other side." Luo Guang's umbrella company account was higher than the prison guard's level, so he could view more surveillance on the island on the computer in the old military training center, and Luo Guang didn't have to go to the airport to check the situation in person. It was for this reason that Luo Guang took the weapons and equipment from the training center so quickly and found Claire and the others. Luo Guang said this and looked at Steve meaningfully, and Steve instantly realized that Luo Guang had seen him secretly admiring Claire's buttocks. Steve turned his head a little embarrassedly, pretending to check if there were any injuries on other parts of his body. Luo Guang did not expose the fact that Steve had checked himself once before, but handed one of the 2 shotguns hanging on the backpack behind him and a tactical belt to Claire. Claire was holding the 2 strange weapons in her hands, so Luo Guang helped Claire put on the tactical belt. Hanging the 2 strange weapons on her waist, Claire took the Remington M870 shotgun and a dozen No. 12 shotgun shells handed to her by Luo Guang. Because there were limited mounting points on his backpack, Luo Guang could only bring 2 shotguns from the equipment warehouse of the Military Training Institute. The one he gave Claire was a Remington M870 shotgun, a classic shotgun of the lighthouse country. The shotgun that Luo Guang left behind was a SPAS 12 shotgun. This shotgun did not have a folding stock installed. Like the Beretta M92F, it was a weapon from the Italian company and was also a classic. Steve curled her lips when she saw that Luo Guang only gave Claire a shotgun, and then she looked at the shotgun in Claire's hand with envy. Remembering that his Group P08 only had 1 full magazine left, Steve sighed slightly. Claire noticed Steve's expression and his gaze towards the weapon in his hand. After thinking about it, because this shotgun was brought by Luo Guang, she said to Luo Guang, "Let Steve use this shotgun. I have 2 powerful weapons here." "Oh, it's a Calico M100P pistol." Luo Guang found the data of the 2 strange weapons on Claire's waist from the system's database and said, "Although this gun has a lot of ammunition, I think those 0.22 LR pistol bullets are not easy to replenish here. The owners of these 2 weapons bought them with their own money, so the bullet models used are not easy to find on this island where 9mm pistol bullets are commonly used." Claire nodded, indicating that she understood Luo Guang was hinting that she should not give the shotgun to others, but Claire finally decided to give the Remington M870 shotgun in her hand to Steve. "Eh? Give it to me?" Steve was a little surprised. He didn't understand why Claire was so nice to him. This shotgun could play a huge role in this disaster and even save the owner's life. "You probably don't have many bullets left in your weapon." Claire could see that the other party didn't carry many magazines, so she said. Luo Guang did not stop Claire's behavior, but after some hesitation, Steve finally chose to accept Claire's kindness. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. If you're ready, let's go. Luo Guang saw that the zombies in this area were surrounding them, but they were still relatively far away, so everyone was relatively safe. Claire and Steve looked around and understood that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, so they followed Luo Guang and left the prison area. Not long after, the 3 of them came to a connecting bridge. Luo Guang looked forward and saw several cars colliding with each other on the bridge, but the sidewalks on both sides seemed to be passable. At the end, there is a cliff. There is a large, closed iron gate on the cliff. This iron gate is obviously not something Luo Guang and the others can open, so Luo Guang and the others need to take the stairs on the edge of the cliff to the area above. There were no zombies around, so Claire finally had a chance to tell Luo Guang about the email she sent to Leon. "But I don't know when Leon will come over. It's not an option for us to wait." Luo Guang didn't say that Leon or Chris wouldn't come over. Steve on the other side still looked like he didn't believe anyone would come to save him. "I understand, but I still have something to ask Luo Guangqi." Claire wanted to test Luo Guang's position again, and she did have questions about many things. "What's up? Why did a biochemical crisis break out on this island? Didn't Rodrigo say that the enemy only dropped biochemical weapons?" Claire asked. Luo Guang told Claire what he saw during the surveillance without any concealment. In addition to the biological and chemical weapons attack that caused some people to be infected with the virus, someone poisoned the meals of some prisoners and guards one day in advance, and then there were human bites.
Man, then there's the recreation of Raccoon City.
Through surveillance, the undercover poisoner should be the cook of this prison.
That means this attack must be premeditated.
Claire, who had not eaten because she was in a coma, thought and said. Steve, who heard Luo Guang's words, was thankful that he had been in solitary confinement without food. Not long after he was released, he encountered this crisis, and it was during the internal chaos that he successfully escaped from the guards
of imprisonment.
But thinking about it, Steve touched his belly. At this time, he felt a little hungry, but he didn't know whether the food contained viruses at this time, which made Steve very confused. As for Luo Guang, what he ate on the island was basically canned food and boiling hot water. But even if Luo Guang did eat food and water containing the T-virus, it would have no impact on Luo Guang at this time. After the three people finished talking and were about to leave for the opposite side, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared on a protrusion above the opposite side of the bridge. Her purple-blue flowing dress and beautiful shoulder-length blonde hair, coupled with her delicate face, immediately caught everyone's attention. Steve was surprised, while Luo Guang showed a solemn expression. Claire's first reaction was also to worry about the safety of the beauty. Just when she was about to call out to the beauty opposite, the blonde beauty suddenly opened her mouth and sang a touching song, which immediately blocked Claire's words back in her throat. The song was filled with longing for someone, and it was obviously sung a cappella, but Claire felt that the sound of the wind blowing around her and the sound of the burning thunderbolt were accompaniment to the singing of the woman in front of her. Less than a minute later, the blonde woman stopped singing, looked at Luo Guang and the others with sad eyes, and then turned around and left.
Wait a minute!
Claire shouted quickly, trying to stop the other party.
Wait a minute, Claire!
Luo Guang and Steve stopped Claire in unison.
What are you doing? It's too dangerous for her to be alone on this island as a woman.
But it's too weird for her to live alone on the island until now.
Steve immediately pointed out what was strange about the woman.
Claire was stopped by the two people, and she could only stop when she heard Steve's words. When Steve saw Luo Guang also stopping Claire, in order to find support to persuade Claire, he turned around and asked Luo Guang, "Who is this woman?"
"It's him, Alfred Ashford."
Luo Guang naturally had an impression of this cross-dressing boss in the game, which greatly shocked Luo Guang when he was a child.
What?
It was still 1998, so both Claire and Steve were very surprised by this breaking news. Claire quickly recalled what Steve said and said, "I heard Steve say that the owner of Loford Island, Alfred Ashford, is crazy.
Is this rumor true?"
Luo Guang nodded, indicating that Claire's words were correct. Steve lowered his head and said, "I saw such a thing from the prisoner's diary in the asylum. The prisoners will be taken to the mansion-like building where Alfred Ashford is, and then terrifying laughter and prisoners' whines will begin to come from the building.
That's why there is such a rumor.
But looking back now, I realized that those prisoners who were taken away and never came back were probably all tortured by him and then executed." Claire looked at the two of them, temporarily listened to their opinions, and backed down, "But since he is the boss here, we can't let him go. Anyway, there is always a chance, so don't rush for a while, let's go first." Luo Guang felt that the first priority was to escape from the place of right and wrong, so he comforted Claire and walked towards the other side of the bridge. The two followed Luo Guang around the collided vehicle and walked to the middle of the bridge. Suddenly, a large group of bats infected with the T-virus emerged from the bottom of the bridge because they felt the footsteps on the bridge, flew into the air, and searched for their prey. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The bats' bright red eyes instantly stared at Luo Guang and the other two, and the groups of bats merged into a black storm and attacked the three. "Be careful!" Claire shouted, holding two Calico M100 PS and began to shoot at the black storm. Steve also followed up and attacked with a shotgun. But Luo Guang did not attack immediately, and took a shotgun and ran behind the collided vehicle and then raised the gun to shoot. The three of them fired in various ways, and gunshots rang out for a while. It happened that the weapons in the hands of the three were suitable for dealing with such small and large enemies. After being hit by a few shotgun shells, the leading bats were frightened and suddenly scattered around, each taking a team of bats with them.
"Let's go up now!" Luo Guang shouted, leaving the bats' territory while the bats were running away. Claire and Steve followed Luo Guang's order and ran to the iron stairs across the bridge.
On the way, the bats also tried to regroup and charge at Luo Guang and his friends again, but they were all dispersed one by Luo Guang and his friends. In the end, it seemed that because of the fierce firepower of Luo Guang and his friends, these bats finally gave up the idea of treating Luo Guang and his friends as dinner. The three of them came to the upper area and did not see Alfred Ashford. Instead, the zombies everywhere attacked Luo Guang with their fangs and claws after seeing Luo Guang and his friends. Although he didn't know how Alfred Ashford got through these zombies, Luo Guang didn't have time to think about this problem at this time. He held the retractable dagger in his hand and let the zombies he faced follow the footsteps of his predecessors in Raccoon City. Only a few seconds slower than Claire and his friends who used guns, Luo Guang cleared out the enemies on his side. After walking to the upper area, Luo Guang saw the mansion that Steve mentioned. When he was about to invite the two to go together, two hunters attracted by the gunshot jumped out from behind the wall and landed right between Claire and Steve, isolating Steve at once. As mentioned before, Steve believed in himself more, and ran in another direction after a curse. Before Claire and Luo Guang had time to talk, the two hunters split into two groups, one chasing Steve and the other attacking Claire. At this time, Claire still had the two Calico M100P guns in her hands. In order to save Steve, she didn't care about saving bullets. She shot the blind hunter into a sieve with full automatic shooting. After solving the enemy in front of her, Claire was ready to chase Steve, but Luo Guang grabbed her arm and stopped her. "Don't chase him, it's dangerous over there." Luo Guang checked the surveillance and knew that there were more biological and chemical weapons on the island. No, Claire tried to shake off Luo Guang's hand, but Luo Guang's strength was much greater than Claire's, so Claire didn't break free, but hurt her arm instead. Seeing this, Claire stared at Luo Guang without saying anything. "Meow, I just realized that not all bats are highly myopic. By the way, I changed the map layout a little bit. Because I went out for work, I checked the update late. There is also the matter of double update, let's do it on Sunday." Chapter 68, Fighting the Sunglasses Man. In the end, Luo Guang still couldn't twist Claire, and let go of her hand to let Claire chase Steve. He saw the shining points in Claire that were similar to Jill. They were both full of justice. As long as they decided something that they thought was right, they would do their best to complete it. Speaking of which, he had been separated from Jill for a while. Luo Guang thought about going back alive this time. When Luo Guang thought of this, he quickly interrupted the flag that he was about to raise and drew his attention back to the present. However, Luo Guang let Claire go for more than just that reason, because he had his own plan to implement. Thinking of this, Luo Guang concentrated his mind and walked alone to Alfred Ashford's magnificent mansion. Diamond Suit. This mansion is right in the middle of Lotford Island, but this is not the only way to the port. But Luo Guang chose this road just to get the T. Veronica virus from Alfred. T. Veronica virus, this is the virus created by the genius girl Alexia after fusing the ancestral virus and the ancient Queen Ant gene. This fused modified virus can greatly enhance the various abilities of the T virus. In simple terms, this virus can further enhance Luo Guang's physical ability after being transformed by the T virus. Although the T. Veronica virus has weaknesses such as fear of low temperatures and strong invasiveness to biological cells, the T. Veronica virus also has the characteristics of highly activated cells, accelerated reactions, increased body hardness, etc. Therefore, Luo Guang was determined to obtain the T. Veronica virus, and the plan to obtain the virus began as early as Luo Guang arrived on the island. So Luo Guang used the identity of a senior intelligence agent of Umbrella to wander around the island and chat with Alfred's secretary to get information. But someone's arrival was faster than Luo Guang expected. When he arrived at the mansion, the man was already standing in the garden in front of the mansion. Albert Weskier. Luo Guang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the majestic man in black windbreaker and sunglasses. Luo Guang and Weskier have no grudges now, but Luo Guang clearly remembers that in the game of Resident Evil 5, Jill was captured by Weskier for virus experiments, and finally an automatic drug injector was installed for Jill to control Jill. Thinking of this, Luo Guang himself and Weskier also have a blood feud. Weskier, who arrived in the garden only one step faster than Luo Guang, had already heard the footsteps behind him. He noticed Luo Guang's arrival and turned to look at Luo Guang, who walked into the garden. Because the other party had been prepared, Luo Guang did not sneak attack the other party at the first time. If the sneak attack failed, Luo Guang had to try to get some information from the other party. "Do you know me?" Weskier looked at Luo Guang, as if thinking about where he had seen him before. Even if the other party was wearing sunglasses, Luo Guang could feel the fierce eyes behind the sunglasses. Luo Guang said tit for tat, "Who doesn't know the famous Umbrella traitor Weskier? Are you from Umbrella? Umbrella knows about my fake death?" Hearing Luo Guang's words, Weskier's first reaction was that Luo Guang was from the company. Although Umbrella began to decline, the intelligence network that Umbrella had been building was still very powerful at this time,
so Luo Guang raised the banner of umbrella and asked with a smile, "Do you think you can deceive the company?" "Hee hee, it seems that there are still smart people in the company. I thought that after Alexia and William died, there were only idiots left in the company." Although Weskier said so, he would not underestimate Umbrella. At this moment, he wanted to know more about how Umbrella discovered that he was faking his death, so he said that to try to anger Luo Guang. However, Luo Guang was not strictly speaking an Umbrella man, so he did not react when he heard Weskier scolding Umbrella people as idiots. Weskier, who was very tired of being monitored by Umbrella, looked at Luo Guang like a hunter staring at his prey. He thought of someone who could ask how the company discovered that he was faking his death, and that was Luo Guang in front of him. There are many smart people, for example, they know that it was you who commanded the troops to attack here. Yes, it was me who launched the attack. Weskier generously admitted that he launched the attack, but did not mention the forces behind him and his purpose. Luo Guang could have said all of Weskier's current forces and goals in the previous sentence, but if so, it would be easy for the two of them to develop into a situation of no end to life. Let's not talk about how his evolution compared to Weskier's. In terms of combat experience, he was no match for Weskier, the former STRS captain who received elite education, so Luo Guang chose a more stable countermeasure. As a eugenicist, Weskier looked at Luo Guang holding a shotgun so calmly and said so many words because he had absolute confidence in his future god self. Having said that, Luo Guang did not think he could get more out of Weskier, so he did not say hello and directly raised his gun to shoot, using the semi-automatic shooting function of the SPAS 12 shotgun to shoot quickly. Out of respect for the weapon in Luo Guang's hand, Weskier instantly raised his right hand to protect his head, and did not stop his footwork, and immediately dodged, taking a few steps and hiding behind the stone pillar at the entrance of the mansion. Although Luo Guang had expected Weskier to be faster than ordinary people, he had already made preparations in advance and aimed not at Weskier's body, but at his sides and the route he would take when dodging. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. In Luo Guang's opinion, the shotgun should have hit, but he did not see any delay in Weskier's movements. Click, Luo Guang had used up all the bullets in the shotgun. Weskier, who had keen hearing, rushed out from behind the stone pillar immediately before the slight empty sound appeared. Weskier knew the number of rounds in the SPAS 12 shotgun very well. After hearing Luo Guang fire the SPAS 12 shotgun with the maximum amount of rounds, he knew that Luo Guang had used up all the ammunition and rushed out without hesitation. Because of Weskier's previous performance against the shotgun, Luo Guang did not do the operation of stuffing bullets into the ejection port, but directly threw the SPAS 12 shotgun in his hand into the flower bed beside him. After that, Luo Guang did not take out his pistol, but stood ready with both hands to welcome Weskier's attack. Weskier did not carry any knives or guns as weapons, because his own body was his most trusted and powerful weapon. At this time, he wanted to use his own hands to tear the man in front of him who made him dodge in two halves. Weskier rushed in front of Luo Guang and directly punched Luo Guang in the stomach with a straight punch that broke through the air. However, Luo Guang followed Weskier's movements to Weskier's surprise. He dodged with his left body and grabbed Weskier's right wrist with his right hand and twisted it. Luo Guang also used his strongest strength for the first time, which directly made Weskier's idea of striving to break free from Luo Guang fail. At the same time, in order to protect his arm from being twisted off, Weskier's body was one step ahead of Weskier's personal will and was forced to tilt to the side in the direction of Luo Guang's twisting hand. Of course, Luo Guang's round was not over yet. He punched Weskier's right arm from bottom to top with his clenched left fist. With a slight click, Weskier's right arm was dislocated. For the virus in his body, this was different from a fracture and was not considered physical damage, so he did not repair himself. And there were more urgent things to deal with at this time, so Weskier had no time to control his body muscles to reset. Although Weskier's arm hurt, his lower body was still stable. He kicked Luo Guang with a sweeping kick, intending to force him away. Luo Guang saw that he had just achieved his goal and no longer entangled with Weskier, the former captain of SARS. He loosened his right hand and stepped back. Weskier's right arm could not exert its full strength at this time. As soon as his left leg landed, he turned around and kicked Luo Guang with his right foot. Through the previous power confrontation, Luo Guang found that his strength was even higher than that of the opponent, so he chose to use his hands to resist Weskier's heavy kick, and successfully held the opponent's right heel, then lifted it slightly upward, and at the same time, Luo Guang bent over and punched, hitting Weskier's raised right thigh with another heavy punch. Unlike holding Weskier's hand before, Luo Guang, who held the heel at this time, could control the distance between him and Weskier at any time, so that Weskier's punches could not hit Luo Guang. But after all,
the person in front of Luo Guang was Weskier. Before Luo Guang had time to recover his posture and distance himself, Weskier kicked forward with his left leg, pressed his body forward, and performed a split. Then Weskier used his left hand to hit Luo Guang's wrist, holding the heel with a side hook. Luo Guang stopped when he saw that he was ahead, and did not want to gamble that Weskier would hurt his wrist this time, so he chose to let go of his hand directly, distance himself, and barely avoided Weskier's kick because he let go of his hand. The two finally separated a little. Weskier opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he saw Luo Guang rushing towards him, who had just landed on his legs. At this time, the heavy blow to Weskier's right thigh had been completely repaired, so his lower body was still stable, but Luo Guang did the opposite and decided to use his strength advantage to attack the opponent's lower body. Luo Guang rushed to Weskier and threw a punch with his left hand to lure Weskier to block, but Weskier used his dislocated right shoulder to meet Luo Guang's fist at a weird angle. Luo Guang immediately understood Weskier's idea of taking the opportunity to solve his dislocation first, so he changed his fist into a grab, grabbed Weskier's right upper arm, kicked out with his right leg to sweep Weskier's leg, and then put his right hand on Weskier's collar and directly threw Weskier over his shoulder. Luo Guang wanted to go up and throw a set of Wangba's chain punches, but was forced back by Weskier's whirlwind kick. However, Luo Guang would not just watch it, and directly took out his pistol and shot at Weskier. However, Weskier was still unscathed, and Luo Guang finally discovered that the black windbreaker on Weskier might be made of the same material as the tyrant's straitjacket, which made it impossible for weapons with weaker penetration to cause damage to him. Weskier used this time to successfully stand up and restore his dislocated right arm. He twisted his neck and looked at Luo Guang, who was no longer chasing him. Among the people I know, there are only a handful of people who are as strong as or stronger than me, but you are not one of them. Weskier seemed to be beaten badly by Luo Guang, but in fact, he did not cause much damage. Basically, he was perfectly repaired by the virus in his body in a short while. Luo Guang was not a villain. He did not talk to Weskier. He was just preparing to attack again, but Luo Guang was not sure at this time. Weskier saw this and didn't force it. He took off his sunglasses. The eyes inside changed. In the blink of an eye, they looked like snake eyes, with golden red pupils standing upright. Faster than before, Weskier dodged and came in front of Luo Guang, kicking Luo Guang with a whip kick. Luo Guang was a step slower. At this time, he couldn't get Luo Guang out of the attack range of Weskier's sweep kick even if he evaded backwards. So he made up his mind and raised his left knee to hit Weskier's right sweep kick. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Humph! Weskier was not afraid at all. At this time, he was the strongest self, facing Luo Guang's temporary knee kick. Luo Guang, who only had one leg standing on the ground, was kicked out directly. However, this was not because Luo Guang was weak. It was just that Luo Guang had only one leg standing on the ground when he blocked with his knee, and his strength was not as good as Weskier's whip kick, so he was kicked out directly. However, it was in Luo Guang's plan, thinking that he could keep a distance. However, Weskier, who was suppressed by Luo Guang before, also wanted to let Luo Guang feel his situation just now. As soon as Luo Guang landed, Weskier followed him and punched him again. This time, Luo Guang had not yet stood firm. He could not avoid it and could only choose to raise his arms to block again. Then Luo Guang's legs did not leave the ground and was directly knocked back several meters by Weskier's punch. Luo Guang needed to find an opportunity to counterattack. Through these two confrontations, the system had sorted out the comparison between Weskier's ability and his own. He had an absolute advantage in strength, but he was much inferior in flexibility. As for other attributes, the system could not analyze them through existing intelligence. Since he knew the comparison between himself and the opponent, Luo Guang did not take the initiative to attack. He recalled the fighting skills taught to him by Jill and Hank, thought about strategies, and waited for Weskier's attack. Weskier understood Luo Guang's plan when he saw Luo Guang's posture, but he just smiled evilly and rushed towards Luo Guang. A series of punches hit Luo Guang's head, abdomen, chest, and other parts. Luo Guang responded calmly, using both hands, either directly blocking or pushing Weskier's fists to the left and right. Although Luo Guang was still hit by several punches, it did not cause much damage to Luo Guang. The two exchanged 5 or 6 moves in a row, and finally Luo Guang seized the opportunity to counterattack. Weskier's hands were pushed to the sides. Because of Luo Guang's strength advantage, Weskier's hands that were pushed away could not be retracted for a while. At this time, the door was opened, which was the opportunity that Luo Guang wanted to seize. Using all his strength, Luo Guang punched Weskier directly in the chest.
With a bang, Luo Guang's punch that could break the skull hit Weskier and directly knocked Weskier out. But Luo Guang frowned. He felt that he did not cause much damage to Weskier's organs. It seemed that Weskier was knocked out, but in fact it was more that Weskier took the initiative to jump back to relieve Luo Guang's strength. However, Weskier, who was knocked away by Luo Guang, stopped and did not continue to attack. Luo Guang, who was using static breaking, did not attack rashly. Although he had a spare G19 pistol on him, it could only play a role of interference when used against Weskier, and it was just a waste of bullets in the end. In addition, this pistol might become a tool for a Jedi counterattack in the subsequent confrontation, so Luo Guang would not easily use this weapon that Weskier did not know. Weskier pressed the communicator beside his ear with his right hand, whispered a few words, and said to Luo Guang, who was still wary of his attack, "You were very good, let's leave our victory to next time." After that, Weskier jumped directly, climbed over the wall, left Luo Guang, and left the mansion garden. Luo Guang was slightly relieved when he saw Weskier leave. He felt that he could fight Weskier on equal terms, but Weskier's combat experience was much higher than his. If Weskier did not know him and thought he was just an ordinary person, he would not have been able to take advantage of him at the beginning. Since then, he has been on the defensive, and can only rely on the advantage of defense to slightly narrow the gap between the two sides, and finally he got back a point. Since the other party left, Luo Guang did not want to continue to fight with Weskier. After picking up the Beretta M92F pistol he threw on the ground, he walked to the flower bed and picked up the SPAS 12 shotgun that was also thrown away. The SPAS 12 shotgun is much more delicate than other Remington M870 shotguns, so Luo Guang deliberately threw it on the flower bed with flowers and soil as a buffer. After checking the weapons, Luo Guang found no problems, so he loaded the bullets of the shotgun and pistol one by one. After that, he was about to enter the mansion when he heard footsteps behind him. "Claire? Where's Steve?" Although Luo Guang saw that Steve was not with Claire, he still asked. "I didn't find anyone." Claire shook her head and said worriedly. Seeing that Claire had nothing to say next, Luo Guang realized that no body was found, so he comforted her. No body was found, which means Steve must have successfully escaped the hunter's pursuit. He is so smart, he must be fine. Claire nodded, cheered up, and asked, "By the way, I heard a lot of gunfire coming from this side. Luo Guang, did you encounter anything?" If it was just gunfire, Claire would not ask these questions, but Claire did not see the enemy's body in the garden at this time, so she asked such a question. Luo Guang did not hide anything and directly told Claire about Weskier. However, Luo Guang concealed the details of his fight with Weskier. He only said that the other party left on their own after receiving the message. The two did not decide the winner. In the end, he also told Claire to stay away from the man in sunglasses and windbreaker. Although Claire had never seen Weskier, she had seen this name in the SARS office in Raccoon City. After hearing Luo Guang's description, she guessed that Weskier might be the captain of her brother in the past, and naturally understood how dangerous the other party was. Meow, this chapter was stuck for a long time. I searched a lot of information and reviewed Weskier's performance in Veronica, but Weskier at that time faced ordinary people like Claire, and it was basically an animation plot, so it was difficult to confirm Weskier's ability at that time. Although I can't update twice, I will increase the amount today, proud face. Chapter 69 Mansion Exploration. After talking about Weskier, the two came to the door of the mansion. Luo Guang first introduced the situation here to Claire, saying, "This mansion was newly built after Alfred came to this Lotford Island. This island seems to be the territory of the Asiford family, so there is an ancient Asiford family castle on the high platform behind this mansion. I haven't been to the mansion, so I am not familiar with many places, but I heard that there are many traps installed inside the mansion, so Claire, you should be careful not to touch anything here after you go in." When Luo Guang was on the island, he had talked with Robert Duzin, Alfred's secretary stationed here, several times, so he knew a lot about this place. Claire nodded to show that she understood, but she thought of the Raccoon City Police Department and couldn't help wondering if those dignitaries like to install traps in various places to decrypt or something. The door of the mansion was not locked. Luo Guang and the others walked in and saw a front desk. That was where the secretary handled daily affairs on the island and conveyed Alfred's orders during the day. As for the secretary at night, he would rest in his office and be ready to be dispatched by Alfred at any time. For most of the umbrella staff on the island, Alfred was rarely seen in the past. For them, Secretary Robert was more familiar, so some people secretly called the front desk here the command desk for everyone. The white tile floor in the mansion was covered with a red carpet with gold edges, but the black and red bloodstains had eroded the luxury here.
There was a staircase on the right-hand side of the door leading directly to the second floor. The hall was designed with hollows, connecting the upper and lower floors. There was an aisle after going up the stairs. There was a huge art painting on the wall. Everyone who entered the mansion would be attracted by the painting and look up. The image of the person in the painting was exactly the same as the blonde woman Claire saw on the connecting bridge. In addition to these, there are many soldiers here who were transferred by the secretary to guard the mansion. However, they didn't know what attacked them and fell to the ground, waiting for the next batch of victims to come in. Luo Guang and Claire had just finished observing the situation in the hall of the mansion, and the soldier zombies awakened by the sound of the door closing stood up with a roar and walked towards Luo Guang and the others. Luo Guang and Claire looked at each other, and the man on the left and the woman on the right, one on each side, solved the soldier zombies one by one. There are still many weapons on the bodies or on the ground of these zombies, basically all models of M16 assault rifles. But Luo Guang considered that he was now in the mansion, the combat distance was short, and the assault rifle did not seem to have a particularly big advantage over his shotgun, so he did not pick up the weapons on the ground. However, Claire picked up an M16 rifle and took a relatively clean tactical vest from one of the soldier zombies to hold the M16 bullet magazine. Seeing this, Luo Guang felt a little pity that the scar on Claire's chest could not be seen like this. Then, when the two were about to walk to the door behind the desk on the first floor, a footstep sounded, and it sounded like it was above them. The two were startled, facing the footsteps that they didn't know whether they were enemies or friends. They raised their weapons, leaned on the stone pillars, and aimed at the corridor on the second floor. But the footsteps did not get closer, but gradually moved away, and disappeared completely with the sound of the door opening and closing. "Let's go check it out first, it might be Steve," Claire said worriedly. Luo Guang nodded, and went to the corridor on the second floor with Claire, but didn't see anyone else. Claire, who was attracted by the huge painting, walked to the front of the painting, looked at the introduction below the painting, and said, "Alexia Ashford, the woman we saw before, she is also from the Ashford family, but Luo Guang, you said that the man we saw was Alfred's man. Keep looking down." Luo Guang didn't rush to explain, but asked Claire to continue looking. "Died in 1983. Isn't that 15 years ago?" Claire was shocked. Only then did she truly believe that the woman she saw was actually a man. Luo Guang knew that Alexia was not actually dead, but took a similar approach to Weskier, faking her death to escape from the surveillance of Umbrella Corporation and provide herself with enough time to integrate the T. Veronica virus. However, Luo Guang did not intend to tell Claire or others about these things, because the information was very confidential and terrifying, and Luo Guang could not explain his source of information. Just when Claire wanted to say something, a sharp female laugh sounded on the right. Luo Guang immediately raised his gun and aimed, but still did not see anyone. There were other doors in his sight, but Luo Guang did not want to pass by at this time. Luo Guang, who has watched countless horror movies, has grasped the essence of them. The most common one is to attract victims through sound, so Luo Guang said to Claire, "This should be a trap." Claire nodded, and had the same hunch in her heart, and said, "When I was searching for the soldiers on the first floor just now, I also tried to open the door behind the office on the first floor, but it was locked. It's a small matter, let's go back to the first floor first. This is not a game, it's just a door, and most of the doors can be opened with a kick by Luo Guang." After hearing Luo Guang's words, Claire thought that Luo Guang, as an employee of Umbrella Company, would have the key, so she said it was a trivial matter. But what he didn't expect was that when Luo Guang came to the door on the first floor, he kicked the handmade door lock made of gold, silver, and bronze on the expensive solid black walnut door and kicked it open. Luo Guang's movement immediately shocked Claire's jaw. He pointed at the computer on the desk and the card machine next to it, and said, "Can't we just use this to unlock it?" Luo Guang looked back and saw the Umbrella Company's security system page displayed on the computer screen. He understood what Claire meant and said, "I have just been transferred here, and the intelligence level is one level higher than those of the guards. It's basically the security system cannot unlock all the doors. However, Luo Guang's purpose is to minimize the traces he leaves behind." "Who has it?" "Alfred and his secretary." Luo Guang continued, "But I don't know where these two people have gone, so we can only do this. Let's leave quickly." Claire nodded, followed Luo Guang, and entered the door behind the desk on the first floor. Because he had only been to the lobby of the mansion, Luo Guang was not familiar with the mansion at this time. The fact that he could go to the port through here was only mentioned by his secretary while chatting with him. The two walked around and came to a large living room. Seeing various ant-shaped artworks and gemstones, Luo Guang and Claire were about to leave. However, before they could leave, a projector in the large living room appeared.
Suddenly it opened and illuminated the white wall.
Claire wanted to know what the projector projected, so she pulled Luo Guang to watch it together. A warm song that came from nowhere appeared along with the screen of the projector. On the screen where a beautiful face appeared first, the beautiful girl lowered her head slightly and looked up at the camera. She seemed to have traveled through time and space, and Claire looked at each other. Claire felt the pressure from the eyes of the person in the video and took a step back slightly. Then, the scene changed, and a boy with the same blonde hair and blue eyes appeared, with a face very similar to the girl before. If Steve were here, he would recognize the boy as Alfred, having seen the grown-up Alfred. The scene turned again, and the boy and the girl were sitting on a sofa, smiling, and each of them pulled out the wings of the struggling dragonfly in his hands. Then the scene changed again. The boy and the girl were looking at each other and smiling, while the dragonfly was already lying on the ant nest, being torn apart by the ants, struggling feebly. Then, the scene suddenly stopped, the projection turned off, and the background music disappeared. Claire didn't know how to evaluate the content of the video at this time, and stamped her feet a little anxiously. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time.
Let's leave quickly, Luo Guang suggested.
Luo Guang had no reaction after reading it. He just felt that the content was similar to the plot of the game animation, but there were some differences. For example, Alfred did the whole process of tearing off the wings.
Claire nodded and left the room first.
The two continued to move forward, cleaning up many zombies and searching many rooms along the way. Alfred was not found, but the projector that suddenly played proved that Alfred, who was most familiar with the mansion, might be there.
Hiding in the dark, watching the enemies entering his mansion. Help me.
Suddenly, Steve's voice came from a room. Luo Guang quickly kicked him away and walked into the room, but Steve was nowhere to be seen. Claire also followed in, and immediately saw a strange console in the room, and Steve's figure was displayed on the screen next to it.
Luo Guang also noticed this and walked over.
Steve's voice came from the speaker on the side of the screen. On the screen, the picture was red and the red light was flashing, and Steve was banging on the door constantly, shouting for help. There is a plaque on the console that reads, "My anger will only subside when opposites come together."
What does this mean?
Claire said anxiously, worried about Steve's safety. Luo Guang still remembered how to crack this mechanism in the game, so he stood in front of the console and after a few attempts, he confirmed which 6 buttons corresponded to the 6 small screens above the nameplate. After confirming the corresponding buttons and the content displayed on the screen after pressing the buttons, Luo Guang pressed the 2 buttons that caused the screen to display a pistol pattern. The mechanism stopped, the door opened, and Steve successfully ran out of the next room. Steve, who escaped, held 2 golden Groupie 08s in his hands, held his knees, and gasped, "What bad luck!" Only then did Steve realize that it was Claire and Luo Guang who rescued him.
Then Steve looked at Luo Guang and the two and said, "What a coincidence. Thanks to you, I got these 2 guns. Thank you."
Steve was like a child who got his favorite toy, happily showing it off to Luo Guang and the others.
Claire didn't care about the boy's new toy.
She cared about Steve and asked, "I went to look for you later and couldn't find you. Where did you go?" "I just ran all the way, trying to escape from the monster." Steve didn't get the appreciation he wanted, and was a little disappointed, but the other person had just saved him, so he still responded to Claire's words honestly. "The monster didn't know then. I was attracted by something, and then I didn't know when I came to the side entrance of the mansion."
"Then you walked into this trap?" Luo Guang confirmed.
Steve scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "I got lost after entering the mansion. Then I found these 2 golden legends in a room, so I took them down from the display room. As a result, I was locked in as soon as I took them down, and the temperature kept rising. I was almost dying of heat. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading."
"Forget it, Steve, I'm glad you're okay."
Claire comforted her. She didn't find Steve before, and now she saw that he was safe and sound, and she finally put down her heart. The 3 of them reunited and went around, but unexpectedly returned to the hall. However, at this time, on the 2nd floor, someone was holding a shotgun and aiming at Claire, who was walking in the middle of the team. "Be careful." Steve, who was walking at the end of the team, saw the fatal red dot on the back of Claire's head, and rushed over without hesitation. With a bang, the bullet of the shotgun flew past Steve's back. Luo Guang also reacted immediately and took out his gun to shoot at the location where the gunshot sounded. A shotgun shell hit the wall next to the enemy, and the enemy also shrank behind the wall because of Luo Guang's counterattack, and could not continue to shoot at the fallen enemy. "Why did you come to disturb us?" Although the other party could not continue to shoot, he began to complain, and his tone was very strange, sounding crazy, and continued, "Are you the ones who spread those hateful viruses on my island?" Luo Guang's purpose of covering the two people who fell to the ground was achieved, and he chased after the other party with a gun. Luo, Claire and Steve, who got up while Luo Guang was covering, quickly hid behind the stone pillar and wanted to stop Luo Guang, who rushed over, but Luo Guang did not reply, but gestured to stay here. After speaking, Luo Guang stepped on the stair railing and the protruding relief on the wall and climbed to the second floor. Bang! The enemy did not expect Luo Guang to go to the second floor in this way, and the hastily aimed and shot did not hit Luo Guang. At this time, the two were very close, which made the other party panic. He turned around and ran away. He didn't want to fight with fools. Luo Guang saw clearly that the person who shot coldly was Alfred Yassiford, and then Luo Guang immediately fired back, but did not hit Alfred. Alfred Yassiford was not a fool. When he found that Luo Guang's shotgun bullets all hit the wall, he immediately understood that Luo Guang was deliberately letting him go, just like a hunter who was determined to win and playing with his prey. But unfortunately, Alfred Yassiford was a little crazy at this time. In his opinion, Luo Guang's letting him go was an insult to him, an excellent hunter. "Are you looking down on me, Alfred Yassiford?" Alfred turned his head while running and shouted at Luo Guang. Hearing Alfred Yassiford's words, Luo Guang, who rushed into the secret passage with him, understood that the other party had misunderstood his meaning, but from the fact that Steve's shouting for help could be heard by himself outside the door, the sound insulation here was not good, so Luo Guang did not immediately explain his intention. So Luo Guang followed him all the way into the mansion. Meow, I overslept, so the update is late. Chapter 70 Pie in the sky. After going several hundred meters deep, Luo Guang followed Alfred a few meters behind him. He felt that the time and distance were almost right, so he shouted, "Sir Alfred, your sister is in danger now. She is being targeted." Luo Guang almost shouted, "Sir, don't run away. You don't want your sister to meet with an accident." But in the end, he thought that the other party was a man, so he didn't shout it out. "What?" Alfred stopped running when he heard Luo Guang mention his beloved, turned around and looked at Luo Guang, with anger in his eyes, and shouted at Luo Guang, "What are you going to do to my beloved sister?" In a hurry, Alfred Yassiford also forgot to hide the fact that his sister faked her death from outsiders. Although he was very angry, Alfred did not rashly raise his gun to shoot Luo Guang, because he didn't know whether Alexia had fallen into the hands of the other party at this time. For Luo Guang, Alfred's words directly confirmed the fact that Alexia was not dead. After confirming that Alexia's experience in this world has not changed, Luo Guang is about to start his performance. "It is those who attack the island who want to harm your sister. And I am an employee of this island, sir." Since he was assigned here by Umbrella, he can naturally call himself an employee here. In addition, Alfred is actually not familiar with most of the staff on the island, so Luo Guang said so. The reason why Luo Guang did not mention that he was from Umbrella was to prevent the other party from treating him as Spencer's lackey. After all, the current Ashford family and the old man Spencer do not get along well. Because of this, Alfred was exiled to this Lotford Island, away from the two centers of Umbrella in America and Europe. As for whether he can deceive Alfred, Luo Guang thinks that his mental state at this time and his love for his sister will be a good breakthrough. Alfred heard Luo Guang's words, but he didn't raise his gun. At close range, Luo Guang's shotgun was more powerful, and his own shotgun was not superior. Moreover, he wanted to know more about his sister's situation at this time, so he asked, "Aren't you the one who attacked the island?" "No, the two people in the hall just now were just prisoners here. You should have noticed that the person walking at the end was wearing the clothes of the prisoners here." Luo Guang said so. The original plan was to say that both himself and Claire were employees of the island, but it was difficult to explain the scene of Steve saving Claire in prison clothes. "Then why did you walk with those two-legged pigs?" Alfred thought about it for a while and did see the prisoners' clothes. For Alfred Ashford, the staff on the island were his slaves, and those prisoners were just a trivial part of his property. Luo Guang had a simulated conversation like this in his plan, and he answered without hesitation, "I am using their desire to escape to deal with the biological and chemical weapons dropped by the enemies attacking the island. Just before coming in, we had cleared the zombies outside the main gate of your mansion." "Humph, using those two-legged pigs? So you brought those two-legged pigs into my mansion? And kicked the door of my mansion?" "Because I lied to them and said that I was also a prisoner imprisoned on the island, and it was the female prisoner who instigated me to kick the door, and these prisoners are your property, I can't just deal with them casually. I hope that the generous Alfred can forgive my offense." Luo Guang directly pushed the blame to Claire. After all, Alfred would not confront Claire. Yes, that is our family's property, you are not qualified to deal with it, but you have destroyed the lock of the mansion, which is damaging the family property, Alfred paced back and forth.
No, you are using them. In order not to be exposed, the woman instigated you and you had no choice but to do it. So the woman is wrong.
I built this place for Alexia, so this debt should be counted on that woman. Alfred suddenly covered his head and denied his previous thoughts. He lost his previous calmness most of the time due to mental problems. In addition, Luo Guang mentioned the things about Alexia that he had been hiding, which further affected his mental stability. Suddenly, Alfred's constantly distorted face became feminine, making Luo Guang think that the person in front of him was a woman dressed as a man. This was a performance of Alfred playing his sister. He lowered his head and thought, but this method in name only would not make him as smart as his sister. Luo Guang just shot at himself, but he didn't hit himself when he used a shotgun, and the muzzle was also facing the wall next to him. This is a good thing for him, which is indeed consistent with what Luo Guang said before, so Luo Guang should be credible, but there are also many doubts in Luo Guang's words, so I should be more careful, I can only use him, not trust him. Alfred Ashford, who was thinking, looked up at the flattering expression on Luo Guang's face at this time. Alfred switched to the brother state in an instant, and his face was completely feminine, and turned into a face of enjoying arrogance. Luo Guang felt that his expression must be disgusting now, and Jill would definitely punch his handsome face directly when he saw it. However, Luo Guang realized that his current expression made the declining nobleman in front of him look very useful, so he increased his efforts. Seeing Alfred switch back to his brother's state, Luo Guang brought the topic back to the beginning and said, I overheard the conversation of the person who launched the attack. He confirmed the mission in the radio communication and mentioned your sister's death. Your name is Alexia, and another name was also mentioned, it seems to be Veronica, but I remember your sister. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Luo Guang's words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Alfred's heart directly. Alfred naturally knew that his sister was just faking her death, but was actually injected with the T Veronica virus and put into cryosleep for 15 years in order to fuse with the virus. After hearing Luo Guang's words, Alfred felt that the safety of his sister was more important at this time than whether Luo Guang could be trusted, and a plan to kill two birds with one stone gradually formed in his mind. At this time, Alfred can be said to be alone, and the only secretary loyal to him is also missing at this time, so he is in urgent need of a helper to help him. Alfred did not answer Luo Guang's question, nor did he ask Luo Guang why he initially said that his sister was in danger since he knew that Alexia was no longer alive. He just kept mumbling something, looking a little distracted. Turn around and leave. Follow me. Suddenly, Alfred, who was thinking about the plan, remembered that Luo Guang was still waiting for his order, so he turned to give orders to Luo Guang, but ignored Luo Guang after speaking and walked forward on his own. Luo Guang didn't know where the nervous Alfred was taking him, but he was confident that he would shoot before the other person fired, so he cautiously stepped on where the other person walked and followed him. Along the way, Alfred muttered to himself in a low voice as if chatting with someone else. Luo Guang, who had a keen hearing, could not get any useful information from it. If he insisted on extracting information from those words, it would be impossible for Luo Guang to understand how much Alfred missed and loved his sister. After a while, Luo Guang followed the other party through the secret passage of the mansion to the private research room below the mansion. This surprised Luo Guang, because places like the research room often mean that the T Veronica virus may be stored here. The research room below the mansion is hidden in the Rockford Island underground research base. It was used by Alexia in the past and is now Alfred's private research room. The overall area is not large. Luo Guang began to think about how to confirm whether there was the virus he needed here, and if the virus was here, whether he still needed to keep Alfred alive. While Luo Guang was thinking, Alfred made an action that was beyond Luo Guang's expectation. He took out a test tube from a small freezer and put it into a syringe, and handed it to Luo Guang. Light said, "Rejoice, fool. This is the only T Veronica virus on the island." Luo Guang showed an expression of disbelief on his face, and then a look of joy on his face. He quickly hung the shotgun on his backpack and respectfully stretched out his hands to receive the vaccine. He really didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Someone handed it to him when he was dozing off. "Pillow, I actually got the T Veronica virus I wanted so easily. Veronica, I remember she was the greatest figure in the history of your family. I didn't expect it to be the name of the virus." Luo Guang said, "Could it be that the Veronica that the people who attacked the island were talking about was the virus?"
Alfred's face showed excitement when he heard the first half of Luo Guang's words. He ignored the second half of Luo Guang's words and said happily, "Yes, but soon, this will become history. In a few days, family history will be revealed. The greatest person in the world will always be my beautiful sister. When she wakes up, she will become the god of this world and create a new era." When Luo Guang heard this, he understood a little bit what his next plan was to do. After Alfred finished speaking, he turned around and controlled the console, released the dormant mode of the longhand monsters in the petri dishes at the Lotford Island research base, and released them onto the ground of Lotford Island and the entire research base. These longhand monsters were developed based on the Tyrant's production technology. However, in order to control production costs and the difficulty of mass production, the comprehensive capabilities of these longhand monsters are far inferior to that of the Tyrant. They did not even win the title of Tyrant and were only replaced by Ambry. The company uses it as a mass-produced replacement for Tyrant. Therefore, these longhand monsters do not have bulletproof straitjackets and are still degraded versions, so the longhand monsters can be easily eliminated by firearms. But it is enough to deal with the biological crisis on Lotford Island. This longhand monster is the product of Alfred to cover up why he needs a large number of death row prisoners for experiments, and at the same time hide the Veronica plan and push it to the table for Umbrella Company to see, so Alfred is trying to figure out after this thing. He was obsessed with playing his sister and did not make any subsequent improvements to it. In order to ensure that research funds are used for the Veronica project, these longhand monsters that were launched on the table paid too much attention to cost control, and the quality of the bodies used in mass-produced longhand monsters was not good, so these longhand monsters were cultivated during the process. Physical deformities occur, and the lower limbs degenerate and become unable to run. The original arms also turned into a huge one arm due to lack of energy in the body and other reasons, so the movement and attack of this longhand monster mainly relied on the unusually strong right arm. At this time, Luo Guang actually saw the figures of Claire and Steve on those monitors. He didn't know how these two people suddenly broke into the research base of Lotford Island. In the end, it depends on you. Alfred turned around, holding a very beautiful, carved Colt Python revolver in his hand, aiming at Luo Guang, who had put away the shotgun because he took over the T. Veronica virus. Luo Guang didn't have any special reaction to this. He looked like he could sacrifice his life for Alfred Yassaford and asked, "Do you want me to inject this virus?" "Yes, this is the virus named after Veronica, the founder of our family. It is an honor for you, a fool, to be able to use this virus." Alfred seemed to have his mind back to normal at this time, but as a noble, he still looked arrogant to the common people. Luo Guan looked embarrassed and said, "I am willing to sacrifice my life for you, but if I inject it here, when I find the mutation, won't you be in danger?" Don't worry, there is a freezer here, you stay in the freezer before injecting the virus, and I will let you out to complete the mutation when we reach Antarctica." In Alfred's plan, he needed Luo Guang to mutate into a powerful monster and then guard the Antarctic base where Alexia was sleeping. When Luo Guang heard the other party mention Antarctica, he finally understood Alfred's plan. The Colt Python revolver in his hand was prepared to make Luo Guang surrender. "I understand." Since the other party's plan was just what he wanted, Luo Guang didn't say much. He lay in the freezer designated by Alfred, and then gave himself a shot directly, slowly injecting the T. Veronica virus, which was still at a low temperature and low activity, into his body. Seeing Luo Guang so sensible, Alfred laughed and pressed the start button of the cryostat, saying, "You are very good, and there will be a place for you in the new world in the future." The T. Veronica virus combines the DNA sequence of the ancient queen ant, which allows the infected bodies infected with the same virus to build a social structure like ants, and the class division is based on the physical condition of the infected body itself, the result of the virus infection and the degree of virus fusion. The emperor at the top can control all infected organisms, and the superior can convey orders to the subordinate through supersensory perception, so Alfred is so confident that his sister can easily subdue the mutated Luo Guang in the future. Looking at Luo Guang, who has fallen into a deep sleep and been cryogenically frozen, Alfred began to operate the computer to transport the cryostat to the underground airport. Afterwards, Alfred Yassaford seized the time and ran to the underground hangar. "Maybe there will be another update tonight, maybe meow." Chapter 71 Fusion of T. Veronica virus. Although he was imprisoned in a freezer, Luo Guang's body had been modified by the blood plague virus. Luo Guang, who was in great shape, was much more resistant to cold and heat than the beautiful woman Alexia back then. Therefore, if Alfred froze Luo Guang according to Alexia's standards, Luo Guang would not be frozen. While sleeping,
Feeling the vibration and tilt coming from outside the freezer, Luo Guang understood that this was the cargo plane he was on taking off. Luo Guang did not rush to fuse the T. Veronica virus injected into his body immediately. Instead, he waited for the aircraft to enter autopilot mode completely and smoothly before letting the system start working. It has been detected that the adapter is in a relatively safe environment, and the T. Veronica virus that entered the adapter's body is still within the controllable range.
The analysis of the T. Veronica virus is beginning.
Database matching, fitness verification medal. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain named. The system that has been controlling the stability of the T. Veronica virus injected into the body immediately started pre-fusion analysis after receiving the instructions from the adapter. Analysis progressed 69.99%, because the basis of the T. Veronica virus is the same ancestor virus as the virus. The system analysis was very fast this time, and it was more than half done in a short time.
After the analysis, there are traces of 2 viruses in the T. Veronica virus. 2 matching viruses were found in the database. The matching degrees are 83.22% and 16.78% respectively.
The predicted fitness is 100%. It is speculated that it is suitable for evolution. After the transformation of the T virus and the fusion of the blood plague virus, Luo Guang found that the matching and verification speed of this evolution were much faster than before. The analysis was just completed here, and the matching and verification was completed in the blink of an eye. Luo Guang was about to check the evolution direction selection table, but found a new prompt from the system, saying, it was discovered that the T. Veronica virus was artificially synthesized from 2 viruses.
Is it necessary to conduct reverse engineering analysis?
This was the first time Luo Guang had encountered this situation, but the T virus seemed to be a combination of the ancestor virus and leech gene fragments, but no such prompt appeared in the system that time.
No, I seem to have fallen into a coma at that time.
Luo Guang suddenly thought that the evolutionary fusion procedures were different between the first and subsequent ones, so he asked the system, at that time, was there any reverse analysis of the T virus? No, the system explained. The system discovered the leech gene fragment that exists in the T virus, but according to analysis, the function of this part of the gene fragment is mainly to reduce the side effects of the ancestor virus and improve adaptability, but for adapters, it itself the adaptability level is high enough.
Strange, isn't the T. Veronica virus also a fusion of the ancestor virus and ancient ant gene fragments?
Although they are also gene fragments, analysis shows that the ancient ant genes in the T. Veronica virus contain part of the virus's gene fragments. After comparison with the ancestor virus, it is speculated that the source of the ancestor virus is that the sunstep flower was swallowed by ancient ants.
The resulting variants.
I see, then those leech gene fragments are actually the reason why my initial fitness level changed from STOS.
Luo Guang understood.
At that time, he had little experience in evolving for the first time. At that time, he really did not expect that in addition to viruses, some of the biological gene fragments he had processed could also be used by him, and he did not let himself use it.
Transformed into a leech-like monster.
In fact, if Luo Guang had not fallen into a coma at that time and had not chosen to maintain human form in the system settings, one of the choices Luo Guang could have made when he evolved for the first time was to become a leech. It seems that when choosing viruses to absorb in the future, the biological gene fragments fused to the viruses can also provide great reference value, Luo Guang thought. Bringing the topic back to reverse analysis, according to the system manual, Luo Guang knows that the system has the function of reverse analysis of viruses, and this reverse analysis will not affect the evolutionary choices before analysis, but will broaden the direction of the overall evolution.
So Luo Guang's natural selection requires reverse analysis.
Start reverse analysis, 4.53%, 9.51%, the system immediately started analyzing. This reverse analysis was much slower than the previous ordinary analysis, but Luo Guang did not feel any discomfort in his body at this time, but his body temperature dropped slightly. While the system was being reverse engineered, Luo Guang began to recall some things about the T. Veronica virus in the Resident Evil game. Although it was a game before time travel, the characteristics of the viruses that Luo Guang had absorbed so far were basically matching. The characteristics of the T. Veronica virus in the game are 1. Very strong invasiveness to biological cells, 2. Great changes in the body after mutation, 3. Special social structure among infected people, 4. Powerful ecological transformation ability, 5. High degree of tissue assimilation of viruses.
Luo Guang fought back and tried to analyze the possible evolutionary directions of the T. Veronica virus.
The first point of invasiveness actually means that the T. Veronica virus will enter the cell and cause cell differentiation, causing the individual organism to undergo severe mutation in a short period of time.
Moreover, this invasion is extremely destructive and normal. It's too much for humans to bear.
After all, Luo Guang was not a professional, so he could not see what benefits this invasiveness or cell differentiation would bring to him.
The second point is the great changes in the body. According to the research report, the T. veronica virus can greatly improve the vitality, strength, rapid repair of body cells, reaction speed, and other attributes of the infected person.
It also includes increased body hardness, highly activated cells, faster reactions, enhanced vitality, and enhanced repairability. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content.
This point simply and clearly tells Luo Guang a direction to choose.
He thought that after absorbing the T. veronica virus, he should be able to defeat Weskier with 1 force and 10 skills.
Luo Guang actually felt resentful about being suppressed in the battle with Weskier.
It seemed to be a 5050 fight, but Luo Guang was sure that if he continued to fight, he would only fall further into disadvantage.
It was just that his high endurance attribute could keep him invincible.
The system can engrave combat skills into the virus so that he can quickly master it, but combat experience can only be made up by himself, and this requires a lot of time and practice.
Therefore, if Luo Guang wants to defeat Weskier, absorbing the T. veronica virus is a shortcut.
As for the third, fourth, and fifth points, Luo Guang did not analyze them, because these characteristics require a large number of T. veronica virus-infected organisms to play an important role, so Luo Guang felt that these characteristics were useless to him. If he had not been with Jill, he might have been lost on the road of evolution. Luo Guang thought so.
In fact, Luo Guang also understood that some claws, spitting venom and other alienations would not necessarily make him a monster, but they could also improve his combat effectiveness.
According to the evolution predictions made by the system, excluding the fact that he fell into a coma due to his physical condition when he absorbed the T-virus for the first time, so the evolution was relatively conservative. When he absorbed the blood plague virus for the second time, if Luo Guang chose the direction of all fusion, the combat effectiveness after the fusion was completed could at least be increased by about 15%. The simplest example, if he had the ability to generate venom sacs in the blood plague virus, then in the close combat with Weskier, he could directly spray Weskier with poison when he was beaten like a sandbag by Weskier. Luo Guang and Jill have not been together for a long time since they met, but their relationship quickly warmed up during the Raccoon City disaster, and their relationship settled during the rest in a small town in Canada. Jill has unknowingly occupied an important position in Luo Guang's heart, so Luo Guang does not want to take in all the abilities of the virus for the sake of combat effectiveness, and finally make himself look like a ghost.
98.22%. Reverse analysis is completed. The ancestor virus and the ancient unknown virus are reversely analyzed in the T. veronica virus.
Because both are incomplete, the system completes them according to the virus data matched by the database.
All have been completed.
A secondary analysis is conducted based on the ability of the blood plague virus in the body of the adapter.
The evolutionary direction analysis is confirmed. Please select the evolution mode for the adapter. Just as Luo Guang was thinking, the reverse analysis was completed.
Absorb and merge. Luo Guang felt that the foundation of the T-virus was still the best, and the T. veronica virus itself was related to the T-virus, that is, both viruses were improved based on the ancestor virus. Please choose the ability of the T. veronica virus, including the ancestral virus and the ancient unknown virus, to be absorbed by the adapter. A large number of words appeared in Luo Guang's vision. First, highly activate 71.68% of the cells in the adapter's body, accelerate reaction, strengthen vitality, and enhance repairability, which can greatly improve most of the attributes of the adapter, and at the same time increase the body hardness, predicted to resist 0.22 LR pistol bullets. The system integrates the first and second characteristics of the T. veronica virus, just in time to improve its own abilities, especially the skin bulletproof function, which can block 0.22 LR pistol bullets, which means that it can also have a certain degree of protection against 9mm bullets. Second, improve the adapter's ability to withstand low and high temperatures. This point was unexpected to Luo Guang, who thought that the T. veronica virus would reduce its activity when it encounters low temperatures. The system answered this question for Luo Guang, and this was the credit of the blood plague virus. Although the blood plague virus has been integrated into the T-virus, some of the characteristics and gene fragments of the blood plague virus are still retained, and it unexpectedly reacts well with the T. veronica virus, which makes up for the low temperature weakness of the T. veronica virus and turns it into a new advantage.
Seeing the system's explanation, Luo Guang couldn't help but feel scared.
Fortunately, Alexia fell asleep early, otherwise if she had obtained the blood plague virus developed by the military in recent years, the world might have been hers long ago. Third, merge with the pheromone ability of the adapter. The pheromone of the adapter can command various biochemical virus-infected organisms based on the ancestral virus. Note, most of the T. veronica virus-infected organisms can only be controlled by suprasensory perception, and the control and command objects of pheromones do not include biochemical weapons or infected organisms with a certain intelligence.
If he can't command biochemical weapons and infected organisms with a certain intelligence, then will he be the king of zombies after getting this ability?
Luo Guang saw the third point and thought that this skill could be used in many places. The most important thing is that in the subsequent biochemical crisis events, he can also be considered a person to use.
4. Adapters gain the ability to transform ecology.
Adapters can decide independently whether to release viruses in their bodies to infect surrounding areas and command infected plants to fight for themselves.
Wait a minute, so I am actually a mobile source of the virus now? Luo Guan thought of this question.
No, the virus in the adapter's body is exclusive to the adapter and cannot be matched by others. It cannot survive in the air for a long time. It can only infect organisms such as plants for the time being, and depending on the energy in the infected plant, it can only remain 110 after about a few minutes. The infected plants that have exhausted their energy will completely wither.
The system gave Luo Guang a good answer. Note, the adapted cells will not contain the adapter's virus.
This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content.
Luo Guan nodded and continued reading. 5. Adapters gain the ability to assimilate similar tissues.
Adapters can recover by absorbing the flesh and blood of ancestor virus, T-virus, blood plague virus and T. veronica virus infected bodies. 6. Adapters can obtain burning blood, and the blood can be ignited when it comes into contact with the air. These two directions were put on the non-selectable list the moment Luo Guang read it. He did not want to eat the flesh and blood of those infected, and the ability to burn blood after it comes into contact with the air was too restrictive.
He might also be injured when he was injured,
because the blood he shed burned himself. Just as Luo Guang was thinking this, the system prompted, the ability to assimilate similar tissues does not mean that adapters need to eat flesh and blood, as long as there is skin contact.
Oh, that's it. It scared me.
Luo Guang said this, thinking about the reason why the system issued a prompt. After final thought, Luo Guang saw that this ability had no side effects, unlike burning blood that would cause accidental burning, so he included the fifth point in his choice. In the end, Luo Guang chose all 5 directions except the 6th point.
Received.
After the system checked again to confirm the feasibility of this solution, it started working. Starting to eliminate non-essential gene fragments of T. veronica virus, readjusting and reconstructing T. veronica virus, deletion completed, reconstruction completed. Start commanding the virus to absorb and fuse the T. veronica virus, progress 10.99%, progress 69.33%, the integration is completed and the final inspection is completed. Please confirm the situation with the adapters. When Luo Guang heard that the fusion was completed, he called up his attribute table. Strength, 1315 flexible, 1215 stamina, 1621 intelligence, 89 willpower, 11 Luo Guang looked at his current attributes and compared them with before, and said, the introduction shows a significant improvement, but looking at the values, it seems that it is only a small improvement, except for endurance. Because that is relative to ordinary people. At the same time, the higher the value, the more difficult it is to improve. The system explained. But now the strength and agility values are the same, Luo Guang asked, now facing Weskier, I should not be inferior in speed. Based on the analysis of previous combat situations, yes.
The system replied rigorously.
Hearing the system's answer, Luo Guang smiled ferociously in his heart, thinking that the next time he saw Weskier, he would make him look good, and it wouldn't be too far away, at least before Weskier came up with the Ouroboros virus. Luo Guang used the only T. veronica virus on Lotford Island, so Weskier's search for the T. veronica virus on the island will definitely be in vain. At this time, the cargo plane he was riding on was one of the important clues for Weskier to find the T. veronica virus, so Weskier would definitely follow the cargo plane and follow his footsteps to the Antarctic base. We must give Weskier some color when the time comes. Luo Guang made up his mind and waited for himself to arrive at the Antarctic base.
Double update, meow, please vote. Chapter 72 Monster Nosferatu. The cargo plane landed safely on the runway outside the Antarctic Research Institute base.
Alfred Yassiford then opened the hangar door of the Antarctic Research Institute base through the remote control system on the cargo plane, and drove the cargo plane in. Because the freezer requires a lot of power to keep frozen, and the freezer where Luo Guang was locked up was not connected to any power supply at this time, it only relied on its own battery for power supply, so the battery power was already at the bottom. Knowing this, Alfred must hurry to transport Luo Guang, who was injected with the virus, to the designated location, otherwise Luo Guang, who lost his freezing, would mutate and rush out of the freezer to attack himself. Thinking so, the slightly crazy Alfred came to the cargo hold at the rear of the plane. What? Alfred was surprised to find that the special bulletproof glass of the freezer had a big hole, the power indicator light of the freezer did not light up, and Luo Guang inside had disappeared. Are you looking for me? Luo Guang, who did not play hide and seek with the other party, lost his previous flattery on his face, holding his Beretta M92F in his hand and walked out from behind the container behind Alfred. In fact, Luo Guang had escaped from the freezer half an hour ago. At that time, the plane had not landed yet, so Luo Guang took this opportunity to find a hidden place to check the condition of his weapon. After all, it had just been frozen by low temperature, and it became wet because of the heating of the cargo plane after being taken out, so Luo Guang spent a lot of time checking and cleaning the weapon. As for the SPAS 12 shotgun, it may not be a customized version like the Beretta M92F pistol in his hand, and it was not stored close to the body, so Luo Guang found that there were some problems with the parts of the shotgun. In addition, those 12-gauge shotguns were wrapped in plastic shells, and the moisture-proof and waterproof capabilities were not as good as the 9mm metal shells, so Luo Guang finally decided to abandon the shotgun. Luo Guang's appearance did not change at all, and there was no trace of flattery on his face. At the same time, Luo Guang did not look for him after waking up, so Alfred understood a lot of things at once. After all, Alfred was just crazy, not stupid. He noticed Luo Guang's hostility and understood that Luo Guang's flattery might be fake, but he had something more worthy of attention at this time. Why didn't you, a pariah, become a monster? I saw you inject the T. Veronica virus into your body with my own eyes. This is impossible. Alfred said angrily, even my perfect sister can't do it. No one in the world can adapt to and integrate the T. Veronica virus so quickly. Alfred thought that Luo Guang perfectly integrated the T. Veronica virus in those few hours of freezing. Why can you complete the integration so quickly after injecting the virus? Even my perfect sister needs 15 years to integrate. Alfred recalled the days when his sister was not around and he was alone, opened his eyes wide, and yelled at Luo Guang. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for giving me the opportunity to inject the T. Veronica virus. Luo Guang sincerely felt so. Then, in order to pave the way for a line from a movie that he wanted to say, Luo Guang abruptly changed the subject. I don't know why I didn't mutate, and my body didn't feel any difference, but I figured out one thing after injecting the virus. Understand what? Alfred thought that Luo Guang would become rebellious after injecting the T. Veronica virus, and when he heard Luo Guang say that his body had not changed, he wondered what Luo Guang had understood. However, Luo Guang was not a talkative villain. Seeing that the other party had taken up the conversation, he pulled the trigger directly and shot Alfred Yassiford in the left chest. In Alfred's unbelievable eyes, Luo Guang took advantage of the other party's consciousness and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I want to be a good person. As soon as Luo Guang finished speaking, Alfred seemed to be angry with Luo Guang, staggered left and right, and fell to the ground. Luo Guang fired a few more shots at Alfred's body from a distance of several meters, and then walked over to shoot him in the head again, ensuring that the opponent who died with his eyes open would withdraw from the stage of history from now on. Although it was a bit awkward to deal with Alfred Ashford, he also said the line he wanted to say, which made Luo Guang feel good. Without further ado, Luo Guang forced Alfred's eyelids to close, and then began to search Alfred's body for things. In addition to the revolver, Luo Guang also found a top-level ID card. After Luo Guang found the ID card, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had considered this when he shot again, so he avoided hitting Alfred's palm and eyeball. After all, if the Antarctic Research Institute base wants to use eye masks, finger masks, etc. to open the door, he may have to do something that is not suitable to be said in the book, and he has to open Alfred's eyelids again, which is so disrespectful to the dead. Because he didn't know how to start the plane, Luo Guang directly opened the cargo plane's hatch through the emergency escape device, then left the cargo plane and walked from the aircraft parking area to the depths of the Antarctic Research Institute base, ready to find the place where Alexia was frozen. The center of the Antarctic Research Institute base is a hollow cylinder with spiral stairs built inside the cylinder. There is a door to enter on each floor. The shape of the entire Antarctic Research Institute base gave Luo Guang the feeling that it was a bit like a wooden man used for martial arts training.
It wasn't all uneventful along the way.
The original staff here were all killed by Alfred and turned into T-virus zombies, becoming the security guards of the base, and have been silently guarding this place. Luo Guang tested his newly acquired ability to command zombies, and the effect was pretty good, but he didn't need those zombies to help him at this time, so he let them climb over the stairs and jump down. Every time he walked down a spiral staircase, Luo Guang would go in to confirm what the room inside was, to ensure that he would not miss where Alexia was. After all, no one stipulated that the most important place must be at the bottom of the base. It was just that the process was a little troublesome, which made Luo Guang regret that he had taken action to solve Alfred in advance.
However, there was no way around it.
The reason why Luo Guang chose to solve Alfred in advance was that when he was in the cargo hold of the cargo plane, he found that the power of the freezer had been used up in advance. I don't know if the freezer has not been used for too long, and the battery power is much shorter than Luo Guang and Alfred expected. If Alfred saw that the freezer had no power and Luo Guang had not mutated and was lying quietly inside, then Alfred would definitely notice something was wrong and would most likely not bring Luo Guang to Alexia. So Luo Guang could only take action in advance to solve Alfred's hidden danger. Fortunately, Alfred had no other remote means to wake up his sister, nor did he have the mechanism that would automatically start after sensing death, so Alexia was still in a deep sleep. But at the moment of Alfred's death, Alexander Yassiford, who had already transformed into the monster Nosferatu deep in the Antarctic Research Institute base, seemed to sense the death of his offspring and suddenly went crazy. In a short time, he completely broke free from the shackles that had trapped him for 15 years. Luo Guang, who didn't know this, was still exploring the Antarctic Research Institute when he suddenly heard a huge roar. The roar echoed in the hollow cylindrical building, making it impossible for Luo Guang to determine the source of the sound. However, Luo Guang immediately realized that this was not something that a zombie could make, which meant that there was an infected monster in the Antarctic Research Institute base itself.
Luo Guang continued to search floor by floor without any weapons.
He just used his new ability to command the zombies to make way for him, and then walked to the stairs and jumped down. While searching the negative third floor, Luo Guang saw the roaring monster after turning a corner. The chest of the monster in front of him was cracked like a flower, revealing the beating and abnormally swollen heart inside. There were several huge claws stretched out from behind, and his hands were tightly holding a huge long-handled axe. The monster with its eyes covered by bandages and the huge long-handled axe, Luo Guang had a slight impression of this, but in the game, the monster's hands were tied behind his back.
Alexander Yassiford Luo Guang said the name of the monster in front of him.
The monster also responded to Luo Guang's words, and the tentacles and claws behind him stabbed directly in the direction of Luo Guang, but all missed. At this time, Luo Guang thought that the opponent's attack speed was too slow, which made Luo Guang feel that he had entered bullet time. Therefore, Luo Guang could dodge left and right with ease and avoid the opponent's attack comfortably. The monster took advantage of Luo Guang's dodging and rushed towards Luo Guang, holding the long-handled axe and chopped at Luo Guang, trying to chop Luo Guang into two halves. Luo Guang quickly stepped back to avoid the axe, and did not rush to attack. Instead, he used the opponent to test and practice his enhanced flexibility, and practiced his dodging skills. While dodging, Luo Guang looked at the monster with a sad expression on his face. As a genetics expert, Alexander Ashford personally extracted the genes of the founder of the family, Veronica Ashford, the first generation of the Ashford family, and created Alfred and Alexia through artificial insemination. So in a sense, Alfred and Alexia are clones without parents. By chance, Alfred learned about his and his sister's life experience in the family secret room of the Antarctic Research Institute. From then on, he began to hate his nominal father Alexander. After Alexia developed the T. Veronica virus, the two captured Alexander and conducted the first human experiment to implant the T. Veronica virus. Unfortunately, the experiment failed. Alexander had a serious rejection reaction, and finally turned into a monster Nosferatu. Did Alexander, who cloned the brother and sister for the glory of the family, really have no feelings for the two brothers and sisters? Luo Guang didn't think so. The attribute of growth was almost familiar, and Luo Guang felt that it was time to send the other party to the road, and took the initiative to attack, directly passing through the opponent's claws and giant axe attacks, and slapped the huge heart on the opponent's chest with one palm. The huge heart was directly smashed by Luo Guang's palm, and Nosferatu, who lost the energy provided by the huge heart, softened his body and knelt on the ground with his knees, and the claw tentacles behind him also fell to the ground. With a clang, the long-handled giant axe fell to the ground.
Luo Guang picked up the long-handled axe, controlled the distance, raised it high and chopped at the monster Nosferatu. With the blessing of Luo Guang's power, the long-handled axe was as smooth as a hot knife cutting butter, directly cutting the monster Nosferatu in half, freeing Alexander Axiford, who was imprisoned in this body. As Luo Guang pulled out the long-handled axe, the monster Nosferatu slowly split into two halves, each falling to the sides. With Luo Guang's current strength, it was very easy to swing the long-handled axe, but because the corridor was not spacious, Luo Guang did not take the weapon in the end, but placed it next to Nosferatu. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Since this is the location of the monster Nosferatu, Alexia should not be on this floor. Luo Guang thought that the two people who hated his father would not let Alexander and himself be on the same floor, so he turned and left. Just after taking a few steps, Luo Guang found a little light coming from behind the trace of the wall chopped by the monster Nosferatu with a long-handled axe. Luo Guang thought that it might be that the wall was chopped through, revealing the room behind, but after Luo Guang looked around, he found that there was no door on the wall of this corridor. Out of curiosity, Luo Guang broke the wall with a long-handled axe and walked in. As if it had its own induction, as soon as Luo Guang entered, the room, which was originally only slightly bright, suddenly became brighter. In the center of the room wall, a large screen hanging on the wall suddenly started up, and a handsome man appeared on the screen, with stubble and golden hair, with the charm of a mature man. Luo Guang noticed that the date December 25, 1983 was written on the lower right corner of the screen, which meant that the content on the screen should be a video prepared in advance. I am Alexander Axiford. If anyone sees this message, it means that my codename, Veronica Project, has completely failed, and my daughter's own Veronica Virus Project has probably reached the final stage. I am afraid that my only daughter will continue to be obsessed with the research of the Veronica virus and lose herself, and I have a hunch that she is ready to cross the bottom line of a researcher who experiments on her own body. Because I know my daughter, her dream is to release something into this world, but this is wrong. Anyone who sees this message, I don't care if you are on the side of Umbrella, please help her. This room has the only thing I have prepared to help her. There was a noisy sound in the picture, and Luo Guang could see the tangled and bitter expression on the other party's face. Alexander stood up and said, "My daughter and son are coming to catch me. I wish good luck to those who see the message." After that, Alexander reached out to turn off the video, and the darkroom returned to silence. Then appeared on the screen was the introduction of a weapon, the anti-B.O.W linear particle blaster. Speaking of which, the plot of Veronica, especially the Antarctic part, is really confusing, and there are bugs and book violations in many places. For example, in the game setting of Code Veronica, Alexander was captured by the brother and sister for virus experiments around March 1983, but in the Dark Chronicles game, the time in the video left by Alexander is December 25, 1983, which is really a Christmas gift for his daughter. Anyway, the Antarctic plot of Code Veronica has many problems, so I just changed it. Chapter 73: The Growing Steve. While Luo Guang was researching the anti-B.O.W linear particle impact cannon, Claire and Steve on the island were still trying to survive. A few hours ago, seeing Luo Guang running to chase Alfred Ashford, Claire and Steve hurried to chase him, but in the end they were still a step too late, and the door to the secret passage closed automatically. Shit! Steve almost rushed into the secret passage, but the secret door moved sideways and closed directly. Steve couldn't stop his feet and bumped into it, and couldn't help cursing. Seeing this, Claire came to Steve, lifted his bangs, raised her head slightly, checked carefully for a while, and said, "It's okay, it doesn't look like there's any skin broken, just a little bruise." The two were very close, which made Steve, the innocent little boy, a little at a loss, and he didn't pay attention to what Claire said. After Claire moved away from him a little, Steve embarrassedly turned his face aside, looked at the secret passage door, and asked, "What should we do now?" "Claire?" Steve paused slightly before calling Claire's name. However, Claire did not notice that Steve was a little strange. She took out the walkie-talkie and tried to contact Luo Guang, but there was no response. She didn't know whether the radio signal could not be received in the secret passage. Unable to contact Luo Guang, who was familiar with Lotford Island, Claire could only think seriously about what to do next. She said, "Although I don't know why Luo Guang chose to chase him alone, I think he must have his reasons. It's just that the situation was urgent at the time, so he didn't say it. Let's not wait here blindly, and continue to explore this ghost place to find a way to escape." Perhaps he had an inexplicable hostility towards the other men who appeared around Claire. Steve, who was saved by Luo Guang, said, "But there is no reason for him not to respond to our radio call? And Luo Guang's shooting skills are not bad.
He saved me from the zombie dog's mouth with one shot before, but you see that the shotgun he just shot to cover us, the bullets all hit the wall.
Steve actually disliked Luo Guan a little and didn't trust him.
He always felt that Luo Guan was hiding a lot of secrets and spoke half-truthfully. But Luo Guang had saved him after all, and Claire seemed to trust him very much, so he didn't show it. Claire was thinking about whether to tell Steve about Luo Guang, but in the end, Claire decided not to tell Steve for the time being. After all, if she did this without discussing it with Luo Guang, it would be like betraying Luo Guang's trust. So after thinking about it, Claire persuaded, maybe Luo Guang is busy chasing the enemy so it is inconvenient to respond to us, or maybe this secret passage can block the radio signal? Steve, I ran to find you who was chased by the monster before, and Luo Guang was alone at that time. If he really colluded with Alfred or others secretly, wouldn't Luo Guang just go to them at that time? And when you saved me just now, we all fell to the ground. At that time, he could have solved us directly with a shotgun. Was it necessary to do so many tricks? Or is there any value in us that is worth Luo Guang's acting for so long? That's right, although Steve was still unconvinced, he had to admit that Claire's analysis was correct one by one. After all, although Luo seemed to be hiding some secrets, he didn't do anything bad along the way. Claire was relieved to see that the other party had figured it out. It was the best of both worlds to convince Steve without revealing Luo Guang's true identity. After talking about Luo Guang, the two could only continue to explore the mansion and find a way to the port through the mansion. However, Claire missed one thing at this time, that is, Weskier was still on Rothford Island. Not long after Claire and Steve set out to explore, Weskier controlled the mechanism and led the two into the research institute under the mansion, and then sat in front of the monitoring table to watch the Hunter 2 airdropped by his organization attack Claire and the others. In fact, before Claire went to the prison management room, someone had already been there, and that was Weskier. Weskier's previous Umbrella ID card had been cancelled, so he logged into the Umbrella system on the computer through the ID card of the deputy captain of the prison guard and checked the information inside. Starting from the latest information, Weskier saw at a glance that Claire had been captured and sent to this island. In fact, Claire was sent to Lotford Island because the organization behind Weskier had put Claire on the list of people who needed to be transported to the island. This time, the intelligence check confirmed that Claire had been transported to the island before he launched the attack. It was also Weskier's selfish desire. He wanted to use Claire to hook Chris out here. Thinking of this, Weskier retrieved Chris's information and wanted to send an anonymous email to Chris, but was interrupted by the organization's emergency contact. After finishing his work and going back to send an email, Weskier found that the computer had been touched by someone, and found the record of sending emails in the mailbox, so he knew that Claire had been here and sent a letter for help to her friends. Looking at Claire and the two people surrounded by hunters in the surveillance, Weskier imagined Chris's angry expression when he saw his sister's body, and smiled. Claire and Steve, who were blocked in the corridor of the Institute by the Hunter 2, stood back to back, each holding the strongest weapon in their hands and started shooting. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. After completing the encirclement, the Earth-Green Hunter 2s immediately charged in the direction of the two, and were knocked down one by the bullets of the two without surprise. The intelligence of the hunters allowed them to know how to block the enemy in the corridor, but they could not let them understand that this narrow corridor also limited their advantage of agility. This distance of less than 20 meters became an insurmountable chasm for these hunters. The two breathed a sigh of relief, and the shotgun in Steve's hand also completed its mission. All the 12-gauge shotgun shells given by Luo Guan were used up. Suddenly, some sounds came from the ceiling vent a few meters in front of Steve. Then a smaller Hunter 2 fell from the vent, without any pause, and rushed straight to Steve in front of him. Steve was startled, stepped back, and leaned on Claire's back. Claire, who had just dealt with the hunter in front of him and was changing the magazine of her M16 assault rifle, heard the sound and quickly threw down the gun and magazine. She turned around and pushed Steve away with one hand, and picked up the Calico M100P pistol on her waist with the other hand, and pulled the trigger at the hunter who rushed over. The storm of bullets instantly submerged the hunter at close range. Although it was only 0.22 LR pistol bullets, the quantity was large enough to stop the hunter's momentum directly. Steve, who was pushed aside by Claire, finally reacted, took out his golden double guns, and emptied the magazine at the hunter. The sneak-attacking hunter fell to the ground with a bang, but the two did not relax immediately, and fled directly into a room. Who Steve panted heavily and relaxed a little. He wanted to change the bullets for his pistol, but found that his hands were shaking and he couldn't successfully put the magazine into the gun grip. Unlike the previous attack by the zombie dog, this time no one interrupted Steve's fear of death, which made Steve feel scared after the adrenaline subsided. On the other side, Claire, who picked up the M16 assault rifle and the magazine, changed the bullets. Seeing this, she walked over, held Steve's trembling hands, and helped him finish loading the bullets. Claire? Steve was startled by Claire's action, pulled his hand out, and jumped away quickly. Claire thought that it was her sudden action that scared Steve, who was still in a state of shock, and asked, "Are you feeling better?"
"No, it's okay," Steve said in a panic.
Seeing this, Claire didn't say much. She was worried that excessive concern would stimulate the other party's self-esteem. After a short rest, the two continued to set off, and this time, watching the surveillance Weskier through the door, leading a longhand monster to Claire and the others. Then, Weskier took the data storage device used to move data from the computer and prepared to set off for the Antarctic base whose coordinates had been discovered. But before that, Weskier looked back at the figures of Chris and Jill who appeared in the surveillance, and then left the monitoring room. Just as Weskier planned, Claire and Steve met the longhand monster in a place with a freight elevator.
Hand monster.
A rolling door suddenly opened without warning, and a longhand monster nearly 2 people tall walked out from inside, stretched out its arms to hook the wall, and flashed in front of Claire, and directly grabbed Claire's head with its huge right arm. Claire failed to dodge the opponent's attack and was directly grabbed by the head. In a hurry, Claire, whose eyes were blocked by the palm of the hand, didn't care so much, and directly took the M16 assault rifle and kept pulling the trigger at the position of the longhand monster in his memory. Although there is only a 3-shot mode, Claire gave people the feeling of firing in full automatic mode, and in a few seconds, he directly emptied the last 5.56mm bullet magazine. The long-armed monster felt pain and instinctively let go of Claire. Claire, who fell to the ground, didn't care how painful her hips were now. She picked up the Calico M100P pistol with both hands and shot at the monster in front of her. At this time, Steve also reacted. Claire in front of him was put down by the other party, and he could finally shoot back. After all, the long-armed monster didn't have a bulletproof straitjacket, and it was a degraded version. His self-repair ability was not as strong as other Tyrant-type biochemical weapons. He was beaten back by the joint attack of Claire and Steve. With a click, the bullets of the Calico M100P pistol in Claire's right hand were used up, and the long-armed monster was accompanied by with a wail, he fell to the ground. Claire touched her head and felt a little pain, but there were no other symptoms. She couldn't help but feel lucky that she had just shot the monster in time to let her go. After dealing with the long-armed monster, Claire pulled Steve away quickly. She was worried that this monster, which was somewhat similar to the Tyrant, would also be resurrected and mutated to be more powerful. After escaping from the freight elevator, the two followed the instructions of the emergency escape device and walked forward. When they passed a corridor, the floor under their feet suddenly collapsed and fell to the lower floor. Claire wanted to get up, but found that her legs were pressed down and she couldn't move for a while. On the other side, Steve was very lucky. He fell far away and was not hit by the falling floor. Standing up, Steve was about to go up to rescue when he heard the howling of a zombie from the other side. Claire also saw the zombie, but she had thrown away her M16 assault rifle because she had no bullets, and the Calico M100P pistol on her waist was lost during the fall, so Claire could only pick up the Beretta M93 or pistol to aim and shoot. However, just as Claire was about to raise her gun to shoot, Steve suddenly blocked in front of Claire.
"What are you doing?"
Claire had a weapon in her hand, so she couldn't understand why the other party blocked her gun.
Steve didn't speak, and his hands holding the weapon were shaking slightly. "Steve."
No matter how Claire called him, Steve was indifferent, just staring at the zombie in front of him. The zombies were approaching slowly, and Steve was also slowly backing away, with a complicated expression on his face, saying, "Father, what?" Claire finally understood why Steve had such a reaction, but the zombie was only a few meters away from Steve.
Bang!
Clang! It was Claire who fired the gun, which directly hit the road roller beside him. Steve, who was a little stunned, was awakened. As if he wanted to get courage from Claire, he looked back at Claire, and then fired several shots to deal with the zombies that had already pounced in front of him. Steve looked at the fallen zombie, turned his head, held back his tears, and helped Claire move the floorboard that was pressing on his legs.
"Steve, thank you for saving me."
Claire sat on the ground and did not stand up rashly. She knew how difficult it was to shoot her relatives. Steve, who rescued Claire, also sat on the ground, turned his head, hiding his current expression, and then seemed to want to release his emotions. Steve slowly told his experience. It turns out that the burden Steve mentioned in the prison management room before was his father.
As a small employee of Umbrella, his father was arrested by Umbrella for betraying the company's information, and Steve's mother was brutally killed during the arrest. Claire felt sympathy when she learned about Steve's tragic experience. When she was about to comfort Steve, Steve suddenly stood up, found a piece of linen, and covered his father. Claire found that the boy in front of her had grown up when he stood up. Steve gently stroked his father's body. At this time, he finally untied the knot that had been buried in his heart. Then he wiped his tears and turned to Claire, who had checked her feet and was standing up carefully, and said, "I should thank you, Claire." Claire tilted her head. She didn't know why Steve thanked her. Seeing Claire, who had always been heroic, rarely showed her lovely side, Steve smiled and secretly vowed to protect Claire and take her out of this hell. Why are there so many new jobs appearing near the holiday meow? More, go to eat meow. Oh, equals intersection omega intersection smiley face M. Chapter 74. Four people gather together and target the Antarctic base when Claire and Claire were about to face the longhand monster. The bombed airport on Lotford Island welcomed two uninvited guests. Chris and Jill arrived on Lotford Island via a plane. Although Gil kept running around and fighting during the Raccoon City incident, he didn't suffer any serious injuries, just scratches and the like. What makes Jill strange the most is that on the night of leaving Raccoon City, after doing that for the first time with Luo Guang, when he got up the next day, he found that his body did not feel any fatigue after strenuous exercise. The fatigue was gone, and the bruised front wounds were all healed. I even felt that my physical condition had improved a lot, and the skin problems caused by long-term insomnia were completely resolved. The problem of physical fatigue was resolved, and the nourishment of love allowed Jill to successfully get rid of the shadow of the mansion incident mentally. Therefore, Jill had to leave for Europe more than half a month earlier than in the biochemical game, just in time to leave Chris from safe house. Therefore, after receiving a letter from a man named Leon, Jill was added to the team that set out to rescue Claire. Gil also used his previous relationship with the Delta Force to rent a passenger plane and set up the autopilot based on the coordinates in Lion's email. This way, Chris finally didn't have to go around and switch to various means of transportation, and in the end had to climb rocks. Island. As for why the two of them landed at the island airport so openly, it was because all the fighter planes that attacked the island had already left, and the island was in such a mess that it seemed that no one would jump out to hinder their landing. Where do you think your sister would go in this situation? Jill first asked Chris if he had any suggestions. Jill didn't want to use the stupid method of searching all the places. I don't know. Chris shook his head. He was not familiar with this place, so he couldn't give an answer. However, he already had an idea when he came to Lotford Island, so he suggested, "We have two kinds of choose and find a radio station that can call the whole island and broadcast directly." Where's the other one? Gil nodded. It was better to let the other person find him than to look around aimlessly. Chris pointed to the obvious castle in the center of the island and said, "Most other places on the island have traces of being bombed. I think that place is relatively strong. If Claire wants to avoid the attack, she may flee there." Jill nodded and agreed to Chris' plan, so the two of them held weapons and headed towards the castle. However, when the two were passing by the gate of the USS military training ground, they were stopped by a man. "Weskier, you are indeed alive." Seeing that Wix, who was killed by the tyrant's claw in the mansion incident, was still alive, Chris didn't feel surprised at all, but he didn't expect that he would meet him here. "Go to your old captain." Weskier smiled when he saw the man in front of him who worried him more and more. On the other side, when Jill saw Weskier in front of her, she couldn't help but think of what happened in the mansion a few months ago, and felt angry. Just when Gil was about to take a shot at Weskier, Wex took the lead. Weskier's first target was still Chris. A flying shot over his shoulder sent Chris flying directly, and he hit the giant worm corpse behind him that Luo Guang had dealt with before when he went to the monitoring room. Although there was a soft object behind him, Weskier still knocked Chris hard. At this time, Chris felt as if his body was about to fall apart. Jill quickly moved the pistol sideways, aimed at Weskier and fired, but Weskier continued to ignore Jill, dodged the first bullet, and rushed directly towards Chris. However, Gil's eyes and body reaction soon caught up with Weskier's speed, and he predicted the opponent's charging direction and fired. Several bullets hit Weskier who was charging. But because of Weskier's bulletproof black trench coat, the 9mm bullet that hit did not cause any damage to Weskier. However, Weskier stopped because of these bullets and looked at Jill curiously. "Jill didn't expect that your marksmanship and reflexes have improved so much." Weskier was familiar with Jill, so he said this. On the other side, Chris struggled to get up, but before he could figure out where Weskier's superhuman strength came from, Weskier, who charged again,
grabbed his neck and lifted him up. On the way, Weskier was shot several more times by Jill. Although it did no harm to him, it was as annoying as a fly, so after Weskier lifted Chris, he turned around and used Chris as his shield. Chris's neck was stuck and he was unable to resist. He struggled desperately and slapped Weskier's sunglasses off, revealing his beast-like eyes. "Let go of Chris," Jill yelled. Weskier smiled and replied, "Jill, why are you saying such things? Do you think I will be obedient? I should have just said that, right? You are too kind. What do you want to do?" Gil looked around, hoping to find a way to break the situation. Weskier liked the feeling of having this kind of thing in his own hands. It made him feel excited about becoming a god. He said, "I don't want to do anything. I just think about how to send you to hell." Just when Weskier was enjoying the pleasure of strangling Chris to death at any time, Chris held his breath, took out the pistol from his waist, and fired 3 shots at Weskier, who was right in front of him. However, Weskier remained unmoved. The bullets could not penetrate the black trench coat on his body, and the opponent's body could withstand the subsequent blow. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Suddenly, another communication came from the communicator in Weskier's ear. It seemed that the person on the other side of the communicator was urging Weskier very angrily. Weskier looked unhappy, frowned, and turned off the communicator, muttering something about replacing you sooner or later. Just when Jill and the two didn't know what to do, the wall behind Weskier was directly smashed by some kind of monster, and the fragments of the wall directly hit Weskier's back. However, Weskier remained motionless. Just as he turned to look at the monster behind him, he was knocked away by a heavy punch from the monster. "Ha, I didn't expect that besides those low-quality goods, there are such things here." Weskier threw Chris away casually while being knocked away, then adjusted his body, landed safely, and said, "Chris, I want to go. The Umbrella Base in Antarctica acquires a new virus. Come and stop me, if you haven't been eliminated by this tyrant." Weskier even thoughtfully told the two of them the coordinates of the Antarctic base. The reason why Weskier is so considerate in hopes that Chris will follow him is because Weskier enjoys the sense of accomplishment of Chris chasing after him and being one step behind him every time. He knew that when Chris knew that he was going to get the new virus, he would definitely chase him to the Antarctic. Once he got to the Antarctic, he would have plenty of time to deal with Chris, so he decided to let go of this interesting toy in front of him. After saying that, before Chris and Jill could speak, Weskier left directly and handed the two of them to the tyrant with the production number T-078 that Hank sent to the island. This T-078 tyrant was originally shipped from the Tyrant factory on Sheena Island to serve as a training partner for the newly recruited USS troops on Lotford Island. This T-078 tyrant is a reduced version of the tyrant that Umbrella cultivated through cloning after the development of the T-103 tyrant. Researchers on Sheena Island even used it to develop the sleeping tyrant in order to save money. These T-078 tyrants are not even equipped with bondage coats, so that they have some characteristics of super tyrants, such as growing claws. However, the tyrant's claws that were transported to Lotford Island to serve as a training partner for the USS troops were specially treated, and his hands became like meat hammers, and his corresponding combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Tyrant Chris was still on the ground at this time, gasping for air, so Jill could only temporarily lure the tyrant away. But this time is no different than when in Raccoon City. Gil, who was fully armed, came well prepared. Gil didn't know that the black windbreaker on Weskier was bulletproof, so in order to hide his attack intention, he didn't take out the AKM assault rifle behind him when he attacked Weskier before. Facing the tyrant at this time, it happened to be the occasion to use 7.62mm bullets. Gil was about to shoot, but someone beat him to it. "Brother!" Claire ran out from the military training center nearby. When she saw the situation in front of her, she didn't care about it and just shot the tyrant directly. "Elder brother?" Steve, who was following Claire, saw the man lying on the ground in the field and thought to himself, "Is the man lying on the ground my future brother-in-law? Why does he look so frustrated?" That's the biochemical weapons tyrant from Umbrella. Be careful not to get hit. Jill didn't know that Claire was also in Raccoon City at the time, so she reminded him. Claire naturally understood what the monster in front of her was and had been waiting for it for a long time. Only Steve beside him still looked confused. But seeing everyone's serious looks, Steve still understood that the monster in front of him was difficult to deal with, and he started shooting. However, to the surprise of the 4 people present, this tyrant turned out to be a tough target. The 4 of them cooperated in pairs and kept pulling. Finally, they only spent a few bullets and knocked down the T-078 tyrant. Then everyone changed places to exchange information. Steve met the tyrant for the first time and said, "It feels like it only consumes more bullets than the longhand monster that caught you, Claire, before." Claire was also surprised. She scratched her head and said, "When I was in Raccoon City, the tyrant I met was very powerful, and I chased him from beginning to end." Jill also had this experience and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Steve was about to reply, but was interrupted by Chris, who had his hands on his hips.
"Wait, Claire, you went to Raccoon City?"
"Yes, I called, sent emails, and contacted you in various ways, but you didn't respond, so I went to the city where you work to find you." Although Chris looked nervous, Claire was calm. Replied. Looking at her nervous brother, Claire smiled and said, "I'm fine, don't be so nervous." "And brother, you're fine, that's great." After speaking, Claire took the initiative to greet her brother and gave her brother a big hug. "Okay, let's get out of here quickly. First, take Claire and Claire's friend to a safe place." Although the meeting between the brother and sister was touching, Jill still felt that since she had saved someone, she should run away as soon as possible.
"My name is Steve Burnside. I'm a prisoner here.
I was rescued several times by Claire."
Steve squirmed sheepishly, as if meeting his parents.
Chris stared at Steve, seeming to confirm something, but Claire was unhappy and stood in front of Steve and said, "Brother, why are you staring at my friend?"
"Nothing." Chris scratched his head and said, "The prisoner means he was captured by Umbrella Company and trapped here?"
This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Steve, who was embarrassed to be stared at, realized that Chris had been staring at him because he said the word prisoner, and he quickly said, "Yes, because what my dad did harmed the interests of Umbrella Company."
"I see, I misunderstood, I'm sorry."
Chris thought for a while, thinking that the other party's father was also an anti-biochemistry type of person, and said apologetically, "Okay, let's leave quickly." Jill urged, "There will be plenty of time later." "Yes, Jill, please take them away as soon as possible,"
Chris said quickly.
Claire heard what Chris said and said anxiously, "Wait, brother, where are you?"
"There should be other means of transportation here. I'm going to chase Weskier,"
Chris said after confirming that his body could move normally.
Jill didn't try to persuade Chris.
She understood that Chris' decision could not be reversed even with 3 cows. But Claire quit and said, "No, I want to go too."
"I'll go too."
Steve quickly followed Claire's words. Chris quickly said, "No, Weskier is too dangerous. Your brother is no match for him."
"Didn't you see my miserable state when you came? That's Weskier's good deeds."
After hearing what Chris said, Claire thought about it and said, "But a man I met on the island was not injured after fighting Weskier. By the way, although he is an employee of Umbrella, he is a good person." It was because Luo Guang seemed so relaxed at that time that even though the other party warned him that Weskier was dangerous, he didn't take it seriously, and later he forgot that there was such a dangerous person on the island.
"His name isn't Luo Guang, is it?"
Jill had a premonition in her heart.
Claire was surprised. "Jill, do you know Luo Guang?"
Jill said a little embarrassedly, "He is my boyfriend."
"What?"
It was Chris who made a surprised sound, because after the two met in Europe, Jill didn't tell him that she had a boyfriend.
Jill glared at Chris. "What do you mean by this reaction? Is it weird that I have a boyfriend?"
After speaking, Jill brought the topic back to business and asked, "Where did Luo Guang go?" Claire first briefly explained what happened before, and then said, "We don't know where Luo Guang went after that, and the radio intercom didn't contact him." After listening to this, Gil felt that he had also encountered this kind of situation when he was operating with Luo Guang in Raccoon City. Luo Guang would occasionally leave the team and act alone, without saying anything in advance, which kept him worried. Then Gil wanted to call the number on Luo Guangnoji's mobile phone, but his mobile phone showed no signal at this time.
"Why don't we divide our troops into several groups?"
Steve, who had been listening to everyone talking, suggested when he saw this. Before Steve could reveal his plan, Claire hurriedly said, "I'm going to the Antarctic with Chris to stop Umbrella's conspiracy. Then I'll go too, and I'll avenge them for killing my parents."
Steve quickly expressed his intention to go too. Jill thought for a while and then said, "I will go to Antarctica too."
"Jill?" Claire asked, but Luo Guangyam. Gil shook his head and said, "I believe him."
Chris nodded on the side and said, "Then let's set off to Antarctica quickly. Claire, follow me then."
"Okay." Claire was obedient, and Steve on the side actively raised his hand to express that he would help Chris protect Claire. The few people returned to the plane that Jill and the two took when they came over. The pilot was naturally Chris, who had served in the Lighthouse Air Force. Jill sat in the passenger seat, while Claire and Steve sat in the passenger compartment behind the cab.
"Really? Are you not looking for your boyfriend on the island?" Chris asked Jill while confirming whether there was enough fuel for a round trip to Antarctica. Jill, who was checking other conditions on the plane, stopped when she heard Chris' words. Taking a deep breath, Jill glanced at the burning building outside the plane, and then said slowly, Luo Guang's life is very lucky. When he was in Raccoon City, he would disappear occasionally, and then he would disappear when I fell into it. Show up in times of trouble. So again, I believe Luo Guang. Surrounded by zombie dogs, attacked by the giant furies, the death tyrant, etc., when he gets into trouble, Luo Guang will always appear in front of him and solve the problem with him, Jill thought. I understand. Chris nodded, understanding Jill's determination. Chris was not familiar with relationships. When he asked this, he didn't really see that Jill was worried about Luo Guang. It was just that he needed a determined comrade to help him fight Weskier, so he reconfirmed Gil's determination. Not long after, the plane successfully took off and headed for Antarctica. At this time, there were only Claire and Steve in the back seat. Looking at Claire, who was about to fall asleep due to exhaustion, Steve slowly approached Claire's face. Asterisk? Chapter 75 Why sleep so long when you are alive? You will sleep forever after you die. Back to Luo Guang. After waiting for the anti-B.O.W linear particle blaster to finish charging, Luo Guang immediately set out to trouble Alexia. This secret room is accessed by an elevator, and the elevator can be used directly from the darkroom, so Luo Guang doesn't need to do any decryption. The elevator moved all the way down, and after it stopped, Luo Guang walked out of the elevator. The decoration style here is very similar to that of the mansion on La Ford Island. Luo Guang looked around and thought so. Unexpectedly, he got the anti-B.O.W linear particle blaster, which is also one of the most powerful weapons in the game series. Luo Guang decided to speed up and shoot Alexia before she woke up. Alexia is very smart, but her brother is not so good, and perhaps because he is a clone, Alfred's mental state has a big problem, which allows him to seize the opportunity. One wrong step, then another. Alexia placed her safety on Alfred, which led to today's situation. Luo Guang's luck was surprisingly good today. He soon found Alfred's office in the Antarctic family mansion and saw the crystal ball that could wake up Alexia. Luo Guang was worried that he would accidentally break the crystal ball and trigger the mechanism, so the first thing he did was to put the crystal ball in a drawer, then turned around and swiped his card to unlock the computer on the desk, and soon found the map of the Antarctic Research Institute base. The 2 floors below the mansion are where Alexia is. Luo Guang confirmed the route. There is an elevator in the mansion that can go directly to the door there. It's near the hidden elevator in the secret room. Seeing this, Luo Guang realized that he had taken a lot of detours. But it's true, after all, this anti-B.O.W linear particle impact cannon is aimed at Alexia. And when the other party escapes from this icy and snowy place, this anti-B.O.W linear particle impact cannon may not be able to deal with Alexia, so it will be set near Alexia. Luo Guang thought, after packing the data on Alfred's computer with the data copier given by Organization X, he cleaned up the data on the computer and set off for Alexia's location. The mansion was very quiet, without even a single infected zombie, as if Alfred had intentionally kept those dirty virus-infected creatures out. Using the highest level ID card on Alfred's body to successfully open the door, Luo Guang walked into the place where Alexia was sleeping. As soon as Luo Guang entered, the originally dark room suddenly became bright, and Luo Guang quickly raised the anti-B.O.W linear particle impact cannon in his hand to guard against sneak attacks. As the lights came on, all the electronic equipment surrounding the freezer in the center of the room also lit up. Thinking that he had fallen into Alexia's backhand set up to prevent his stupid brother from being unable to protect himself, Luo Guang aimed at the freezer. However, nothing happened, which made Luo Guang relieved. He really didn't expect that Alexia, like in the game, didn't leave any backhands for him. Luo Guang walked straight over and wiped the dust off the freezer glass with his hand. So beautiful. Luo Guang, who had seen countless movies, couldn't help but admire Alexia in the freezer. Her flawless white skin and beautiful facial features, although she was naked, gave people a sacred and inviolable feeling, which made people have no evil thoughts. Like Sleeping Beauty, her eyes were closed and her expression was very calm. Unfortunately, the two of them had different positions, and Alexia's high IQ made Luo Guang very afraid. In addition, although the other party was not perfectly integrated at this time, she was also highly integrated with the T. Veronica virus. Alexia had reached the same emperor level as himself, so Luo Guang didn't dare to use his ability to take her in as a younger brother, unless he had a way to turn her into an absolutely loyal tool. Of course, there was another small reason. What if Jill got jealous after seeing Alexia following him?
Thinking so, Luo Guang took out the camera he had used in the secret research institute in Danforth City before, and took pictures. After taking the portrait of Alexia, Luo Guang took Alfred's ID card and walked to the computer to unlock it. Alexia still has 4 to 5 days left before she can be perfectly integrated.
Luo Guang's first thing was to confirm Alexia's awakening time.
There were still about 5 days left, so he had plenty of time now. Luo Guang glanced at the 2 fully charged anti-B.O.W linear particle impact cannons placed beside him, plugged in the data copier, and continued to operate the computer to selectively copy the data inside, and then called up the monitoring page. The first one he looked at was the monitor of the Antarctic base. It seems that Weskier and his organization have also discovered this place. Luo Guang saw that the upper floors of the Antarctic Research Institute base had biological and chemical weapons that he had not seen when he came here. Most importantly, Luo Guang saw that those biological and chemical weapons were all moving to the lower floors under the leadership of a small 4-legged robot. Weskier should still be on the way, because Luo Guang did not see Weskier in the monitoring, so he judged so. Switching to the surveillance footage of Lotford Island, Luo Guang wanted to look for Claire and the others, but unfortunately no trace of them was detected in any of the surveillance footage on the entire island.
Did they escape?
Luo Guang's first reaction was that Claire and Steve had successfully escaped from Rothford Island, just like the plot in the game.
This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading.
But Luo Guang didn't know whether what happened on the island would affect Claire and Steve. For example, they left by ship at the port. Thinking of this, Luo Guang switched the surveillance to the port on the island again, but found that the ship was still there. Luo Guang recalled the plot of Codename Veronica, and thought that they would not follow to the Antarctic base. At this time, Luo Guang didn't know that because Jill arrived in Europe in advance, Chris arrived at Rothford Island earlier than in the game, so that the protagonists met directly on the island. After confirming that Weskier and Claire had not arrived, while waiting for the data to be copied, Luo Guang was not idle. The first thing he did was to use the permissions of the computer here to delete and close all the surveillance videos on Rothford Island. The second thing was to delete all the surveillance videos of the Antarctic base, then turn off the video retention function of the surveillance, and then use the camera to monitor the biological and chemical weapons while operating the doors and mechanisms of the Antarctic base to start causing trouble for the biological and chemical weapons that were transported. Although this would let Weskier, who came later, know that there were other people in the Antarctic base, Luo Guang was not afraid of Weskier at this time, and was eager to fight with him again. So the main purpose of Luo Guang's doing this was to delay time as much as possible so that he could deal with Alexia before Weskier arrived. After all, his goal was not as simple as dealing with Alexia.
Ding!
The data copier sent a prompt that the data copying had been completed. Luo Guang put away the data copier, and after getting ready, he picked up the anti-B.O.W linear particle blaster and walked to the door of this room. In the introduction of the anti-B.O.W linear particle blaster, it was mentioned that this weapon would spread a spherical electric light circle after hitting an enemy that could not be penetrated, so Luo Guang needed to stay away from it. This was also the reason why he copied the data before taking action, and it could also prevent the electric light from damaging his electronic equipment. He carried the weapon on his shoulder, used the electronic sight on it to lock onto the Sleeping Beauty Alexia, and pulled the trigger without hesitation.
The anti-B.O.W linear particle impact cannon began to emit a blue light in front of the muzzle.
Luo Guang did not feel any recoil. A blue light rushed out of the muzzle and shot directly at the freezer. Slightly more exaggerated than the performance in the game, this blue particle beam went directly through the freezer, hit the electronic equipment behind it, and then punched a hole in the wall. Affected by the particle beam, all the electronic equipment around the wall with a hole in it was paralyzed, but the monitoring computer that Luo Guang had used before on the other side was still usable. This anti-B.O.W linear particle impact cannon can choose multiple firepower levels after charging. After charging once, it can fire 1 to 3 rounds respectively, and Luo Guang naturally chose the one with the highest firepower. Luo Guang threw away the anti-B.O.W linear particle impact cannon that had no energy, ran to the freezer, and picked up Alexia, who was left above the shoulders. Just as Luo Guang expected, the cannon aimed at the opponent's abdomen left Alexia with the most important brain, and the other naked parts were all harmonized.
Even so, Alexia did not die.
The T. Veronica virus began to repair her body the moment she was severely injured. However, this world is not a game, so Alexia still has to respect the law of energy conservation.
Her body did not undergo a giant mutation.
The T. Veronica virus simply sealed the injured area and generated a small heart and breathing ability with skin breathing. The high temperature of the particle beam directly released Alexia from the frozen sleep state, but Alexia, who had just woken up, was shocked by the current situation.
No wonder Alexia was like this.
As soon as she woke up and opened her eyes, she found that most of her body was gone, and she was hugged by a strange man with a strong chest.
Who are you?
Because her lungs were directly destroyed, Alexia could only ask in horror after the T. Veronica virus repaired Alexia's speaking function. Alexia, ever since you disappeared from college, I have been looking for you, my goddess. Luo Guang hugged Alexia tightly, so she could not see Luo Guang's expression, but she could hear the sadness and excitement in Luo Guang's tone. However, as the child psychology researchers invited by Alexander have studied, the genius Alexia was too early to bear the knowledge beyond her age when her three views were not formed, and the people around her had excessive expectations of her, which made Alexia have a great gap in indifference to everything around her, and showed arrogance and paranoia. Only Alfred, who was born as a clone like herself, could give Alexia a little comfort. So Alexia did not understand what Luo Guang said at all, and struggled to get out of Luo Guang's arms. Luo Guang continued, "The man named Alfred actually wanted to stop me from seeing you, so I got rid of him."
What?
If there is anything else in the world that Alexia thinks is more important, it is that only her stupid brother is left.
After hearing what Luo Guang said, Alexia was furious.
She wanted to mobilize the T. Veronica virus in her body to obtain weapons such as claws to directly disembowel the man in front of her, but she found that the virus in her body did not obey her instructions. Even when she used her supersensory perception ability to call the T. Veronica infected creature prepared in advance, that is, the monster Nosferatu that her father turned into, she did not get a response.
Why? Why can't I use my ability?
The angry Alexia even used her teeth, but she couldn't bite through Luo Guang's skin, and she felt that the more she struggled, the weaker her body became.
Even if you are a genius child, you still don't know what you don't know.
Luo Guang no longer teased Alexia. He had been talking nonsense and angering the other party before, just to try to make the other party notice his little movements later, so that he could prepare to completely control the other party. At this time, Luo Guang was activating his own ability to assimilate similar tissues, constantly absorbing Alexia's flesh and blood, of course, including the T. Veronica virus in the other party's body. After all, Alexia has not yet completely integrated the T. Veronica virus, so Luo Guang found after testing that there is a gap between emperors.
Although he cannot control the other party, he can suppress the other party's virus ability.
Of course, the instinct of survival allows the T. Veronica virus to repair Alexia's body uncontrollably and keep her alive, but it will not work if it wants to change the body structure or use burning blood.
I am a god who is about to descend into this world. How can I fall here? Alexia was very scared.
She herself did not learn much about fighting. After losing her virus ability, she could not stop the bullets no matter how smart she was, not to mention the attack of Luo Guang who was close at hand. Anyway, it would take some time to absorb the other party with the skin alone, so Luo Guang started chatting with the other party, a god who has been sleeping for 15 years?
Alexia, I don't understand why you think this is a good plan. You have such a high IQ.
With your means and the size of Umbrella, it is only a matter of time for you to dominate the world.
Are you talking about dominating this boring and twisted world?
Alexia saw that she couldn't resist, so she could only speak quickly. You boring idiots only look at me, a genius, with colored eyes. In addition to the flash of the media when I was in college, there were also the eyes of those around me who looked at me like a monster. Even my father only used me as a tool to revitalize the family. Although Alexia was very angry, her tone gradually weakened. It doesn't matter if this world doesn't exist. I want to create my own world and become the god who dominates the new world.
God?
Luo Guang didn't believe in ghosts and gods. Hearing Alexia's words, he couldn't help but think that this genius was just a willful child who hadn't grown up.
It's just that unlike other ordinary children's fantasies, Alexia has the ability to turn her fantasies into reality.
Alexia, it's almost time, your dream should end. Luo Guang realized that the T. Veronica virus in the other party's body had been basically absorbed. Without the support of the virus, the little heart could not supply enough blood and oxygen to Alexia's brain.
Alexia did not answer Luo Guang's words.
After 15 years of sleep, she woke up for less than half an hour and fell into a long sleep this time. I feel that it is more in line with the identity of a time traveler to get the particle impact cannon and kill Alexia before she wakes up.
Meow? Asterisk?
C1 A letter to book friends in the new year. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so I'd like to say Happy New Year in advance. I heard someone chatting today and heard that there was a master who would be unhappy when others wished him good health, thinking that the other party wished him good health because they thought he was in poor health. So I wish you all a happy new year and all the best.
I started writing this book in November 2022.
At first, I just wanted to find a novel about the Resident Evil game series. As a result, most of them were the movie version, so I wrote it myself. In addition, I have seen comments about adding more chapters and urging for more chapters.
I also understand that this is because everyone likes to read and wants to know what's next.
But I have a job during the day and I really can't spare enough time, and I don't want to break my promise, so I will still update at my own pace in the future, and update twice when I can.
Finally, meow? Asterisk?
This is a welfare activity of the platform, so this chapter should become an Easter egg chapter, and everyone can comment and win a prize meow.
Meow.
Chapter 76, Fight Wesker Again. The absorption of the T. Veronica virus, mutated version of Alexia, has been completed, and the analysis has begun.
After the absorption is completed, the system begins to report.
The T. Veronica virus in Alexia's body has undergone a unique mutation in her body. Because of the high degree of fusion, the virus will automatically choose the evolutionary direction suitable for the host, so Alexia's evolutionary direction is different from Luo Guang's, which makes it possible for Luo Guang to learn new abilities.
Therefore, Luo Guang chose to leave part of Alexia's torso.
In addition to allowing the energy in Alexia's body, which had just awakened, to be directly used to repair the body, it was for the T. Veronica virus in her body.
This was something Luo Guang wanted to test after obtaining the ability to assimilate tissues.
However, for Luo Guang, only people, organisms, whose degree of fusion with the T. Veronica virus and the host has reached a high degree of fusion or above, and whose hosts can independently control the virus, have the value of absorption and fusion, otherwise they can only be used as energy cans. Although it is called energy cans, Luo Guang does not want to eat the flesh and blood of those monsters, and the efficiency of skin absorption is not high, so it is more convenient to eat energy bars directly.
Alexia in Luo Guang's arms has turned into ashes, which is useless matter that Luo Guang cannot absorb. A new mutation direction has been selected.
Luo Guang had just put on his clothes when the system finished analyzing and displayed the mutation direction content in front of Luo Guang. Hardened armor. The adapter can create a set of armor outside the body that can withstand small bullets. The form of the armor can be chosen by the adapter. After the manufacture is completed, it can be integrated and hidden in the bottom layer of the skin. The first manufacture of hardened armor requires a lot of energy, so the adapter should prepare energy reserves in advance.
At the same time, the hardened armor is very easy to ignite. Although it has an automatic shedding function, the adapter should pay attention to the timing of use.
Because the virus in Alexia's body is the same as the virus that Alfred gave Luo Guang before, the basis is T. Veronica virus, so the mutation direction given this time is more developed by the virus according to Alexia's own characteristics and needs. From the introduction of this hardened armor, the system speculated that this might be the ability that Alexia had subconsciously commanded the evolution of the virus in her body when she woke up without clothes.
Luo Guang clicked on a folded page, which contained the mutation directions that were pre-screened according to Luo Guang's system settings.
Among them, there was the ability to become a giant queen ant, which allowed the adapter to give birth to various virus-fighting creatures, and the ability to grow 2 pairs of membranous wings behind the adapter, which allowed the adapter to fly. Luo Guang still wanted the ability to fly, but considering the existence of firearms, Luo Guang felt that the use of this flying ability was not as great as he imagined, and the durability of the membranous wings was not good, and he had no defense measures when falling from the air. So even if this pair of membranous wings could be hidden in the body, he would not choose this ability. After all, he did not want to try the terrifying power of gravity. It was a pity that this hardened armor was not fireproof, otherwise Luo Guang would have considered wearing it directly as clothes. Luo Guang sorted out his clothes, ate some high-energy chocolate that was always available in his backpack, and then began to try to make hardened armor. Luo Guang had no idea about the style of hardened armor for the time being, so he made a bulletproof vest that could protect the torso between the clothes and the body according to the appearance of the lining.
Next is the armor on the palm part.
Luo Guang made it in the form of fingerless gloves to ensure the feel of pulling the trigger of the gun. Although this ability is called hardened armor, it does not mean that Luo Guang cannot add some materials to the hardened armor, such as adding some quadrangular pyramid spikes to the phalanges between the metacarpophalangeal joint and the proximal interphalangeal joint to enhance the power of boxing, and even directly make weapons such as daggers. In order to ensure the flexibility of his actions, Luo Guang made the armor on other parts of his body into individual pieces. After eating several chocolate bars, Luo Guang finally made the armor while ensuring sufficient energy, and integrated most of the armor into his body. Although it was only integrated into the bottom layer of the skin, it did not seem to affect the bulletproof ability of the hardened armor. After doing all this, Luo Guang came to the electronic equipment by the door, where there was also a fully charged anti-B.O.W linear particle impact cannon. Luo Guang found the design drawings of the anti-B.O.W linear particle blaster and the matching charging equipment design drawings in the secret room left by Alexander Yassiford, but Luo Guang did not copy them, but relied on his memory and the system's recording ability to copy them into his brain. Compared with the virus, Luo Guang attaches more importance to the technical confidentiality and preservation of this weapon, so he will not hand over this weapon to the X organization. Thinking of this in his heart, Luo Guang released the energy of the anti-B.O.W linear particle blaster, dismantled the weapon with his bare hands, destroyed all the parts by hand, and then threw them into the freezer and paralyzed electronic equipment respectively. This Antarctic base has a self-destruct system, but Luo Guang is worried that Claire and others will fly into the Antarctic base by plane as soon as he turns on the self-destruct system, so he decided to be safe and let the Antarctic base receive all its destined guests before starting the self-destruct program. Then Luo Guang searched the nearby rooms again and successfully found a built-in refrigerator, and found 3 samples of the T. Veronica virus in it. Luo Guang happened to think of the ability of the T. Veronica virus to control the class, so he confirmed the feasibility of a plan with the system. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. With the help of the system, Luo Guang created the special version of the T. Veronica virus he wanted, and then drew some blood from himself and put the samples in the protective layer of his backpack. After a long rest, Luo Guang looked at the surveillance of various places in the Antarctic base displayed on the screen beside him. Finally, he waited for the person he was waiting for, so he immediately got up and set off. Weskier, who arrived at the Antarctic base earlier than Claire and others, had received a report that there were other people in the Antarctic base and blocked the advance of the biological and chemical weapons troops. The intelligence analyst of the mysterious organization to which Weskier belonged believed that it was controlled by people from Umbrella Company, and it was very likely Alfred who left Lotford Island. Weskier didn't care much about this. The only things he cared about now were Chris and the Umbrella employee he met in the garden in front of the mansion. "Did you find out the information about the person I met on the island who could fight me?" Weskier asked. Because Weskier didn't like the feeling of being monitored, he didn't carry the video recorder of his organization, so the intelligence analyst could only look for clues based on Weskier's description. However, Luo Guang's Asian face allowed the organization's intelligence analysts to narrow the search scope, so the intelligence analyst replied, "There are several people who fit your appearance. Some of them are guards on the island, and one is Luo Guang, a senior intelligence officer of Umbrella's Chicago branch in America. He was recently transferred to work in the European branch, and then sent to Lotford Island to receive anti-biological and chemical weapons training with the USS personnel. It seems to be in preparation for the next mission, but we haven't collected any information about that mission yet." "From your tone, it may be the latter?" Weskier saw that the other party described the latter's information in such detail, and he understood what the other party meant. "I understand. Is there anything strange about his resume?" "Nothing strange, but he is a survivor of Raccoon City," the intelligence analyst replied. Weskier wondered if Luo Guang was also an adapter who could coexist with the T-virus, and said, "I understand, keep an eye on it." "Wait, someone is destroying our biological weapons." Weskier was about to cut off the communication when he heard the intelligence analyst exclaim, "The enemy is very fast, and all of them are one-shot kills." "Where is the enemy?" "I'll go meet him," Weskier asked with a smile on his face. "The enemy is advancing upwards, and is already the same as you." The intelligence analyst's anxious words had not yet been finished, and Weskier had already seen the enemy. Luo Guang saw Weskier and stopped. At this time, he was wearing a black mask made of hardened armor to cover his appearance. However, although Luo Guang covered his appearance, he still did not change his clothes, so Weskier also made a judgment in his heart and understood who the other party was. "I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon, Luo Guang." Although Weskier felt that it was more likely that senior intelligence officer Luo Guang was the enemy he had met before, he still tried to test it. Hearing Weskier calling his name, Luo Guang did not react. Instead, he tilted his head, emphasized the word act, and asked, "Who are you?" But Weskier did not follow Luo Guang's words. After muttering a trick, Weskier rushed directly towards Luo Guang and threw a collapsing fist. However, Luo Guang at this time was different from the day before. He directly grabbed Weskier's fist. What? Luo Guang had avoided the attack before and chose to grab his wrist, but this time he directly grabbed his fist, which surprised Weskier. The finger bones of Weskier who was held made a cracking sound. Luo Guang pulled Weskier to his side, and tried a half-step collapsing fist with his other hand. Of course, Luo Guang's half-step collapsing fist was just for show. He learned it from movies and videos. Luo Guang did not know how to exert force and coordinate the muscles in his body, but fortunately, he had the assistance of the system, which made this collapsing fist have a good effect. Weskier saw that the opponent's strength had become so strong that he could directly grab his hand, so he did not dare to treat Luo Guang with the same standard as last time. He resisted the opponent's attack and turned his palm to block Luo Guang's punch to protect his liver. It was stronger than Weskier expected, but Weskier's blocking and pushing could only buy some time for himself to dodge sideways, which made Luo Guang's punch just pass his body. However, the gloves on Luo Guang's hands were spiked, which directly pierced Weskier's palm, and blood flowed onto Luo Guang's fist. Weskier felt bad after just one round of fighting. It was not good for his situation, but he would not sit and wait for death. After the two of them got close, Weskier looked at the mask on Luo Guang's head and gave up the headbutt attack directly. He chose to raise his foot to give Luo Guang a knee. Luo Guang chose to ignore it, holding Weskier's hand and throwing it aside, which directly prevented Weskier's knee from hitting, and the following front kick also kicked crooked. Because the two were fighting in the corridor, Luo Guang's swing directly knocked Weskier into the wall of the corridor, leaving a human figure on the wall. Luo Guang took the initiative to let go and punched Weskier who was stuck in the wall, and kept shouting "Ola Ola" and other words that Weskier couldn't understand. Weskier, who received Luo Guang's punch, understood that his internal organs, which had been transformed by the experimental progenitor virus and the G-virus, modified, recovered from William's body, could not withstand Luo Guang's punch, so Weskier could only protect himself with his arms and try to protect the important parts of his body. After suffering from several consecutive punches and breaking his arms, Weskier seized the opportunity, attacked the middle, and kicked Luo Guang in the head. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Luo Guang stepped back habitually to avoid Weskier's kick. And Weskier wanted to take the opportunity to pull himself out of the wall, but his back had just left the wall and was hammered into the wall again by Luo Guang. After dozens of punches in a row, Weskier relied on the self-repair ability of the virus to barely support himself, and his heart was full of shock. It was only a day, and the gap between the two became so big, and the most important thing was that his previous advantage in agility against Luo Guang was gone. Weskier, who was lagging behind, put aside his pride and had to admit that he could not deal with Luo Guang at the moment. He began to think about how to get out of the current predicament. However, before Weskier could figure it out, the reinforcements from the organization behind him arrived first. The camera of the small quadruped robot moving along the wall saw the suppressed Weskier, and the operator behind it quickly changed a guide beam from blue to red and pointed it at Luo Guang. The Hunter 2 behind the quadruped robot received a specific signal and began to cross the quadruped robot and rush towards Luo Guang. Luo Guang licked the blood on the armor on his fist, punched Weskier again, and pulled out Weskier, who was about to be turned into a meat pie, and threw him directly at the Hunters. Because Weskier was not irradiated by the red guide beam, the Hunters directly avoided the thrown Weskier and rushed straight to Luo Guang. Luo Guang went up to meet him. He was not afraid of those monsters. He bent down to avoid the claws and threw an uppercut to directly raise the protruding head of the hunter who attacked him first. Not to mention how surprised the mysterious organization operator was at this moment, Weskier knew that Luo Guang would soon attack him again and beat him up. Although Weskier did not have enough information to analyze why Luo Guang did not smash his head like those hunters in the previous flurry of punches, he knew that if he beat Luo Guang again, the energy in his body would not be enough to support him to escape at a high speed, and then he would not be able to escape anymore. With the decision, Weskier immediately repaired his body quickly and turned to escape. Luo Guang solved the hunter with one punch, and those biological weapons could not stop Luo Guang's pursuit at all, rushing straight towards Weskier. Weskier, who looked back at the situation, also understood that his current speed was a little slower than Luo Guang. If he did not have other means, he would be caught up sooner or later. Weskier thought to himself, shook his sunglasses and threw them back, and threw his sunglasses directly in the direction of Luo Guang. Right in front of Luo Guang, the sunglasses suddenly exploded with a flash of light. Shit! Luo Guang cursed, his cornea was stimulated by the strong light, and he couldn't see clearly in front of him for a moment. But in a few seconds, the virus in Luo Guang's body was repaired, and Weskier was gone. Seeing this, Luo Guang didn't plan to chase him anymore. After all, Luo Guang deliberately didn't attack Weskier's head before, just to give him a chance to survive.
Meow, there is another update tonight, but I have to go out for dinner tonight, so it may be updated later.
Chapter 77 ending. Although Weskier did not get the T. Veronica virus sample in this operation, Luo Guang believed that the humiliation he gave to the other party would make him work hard, and study various powerful viruses to strengthen Weskier himself, so Luo Guang temporarily spared Weskier's life. In the Resident Evil game, Luo Guang believed that if he was there, Weskier would not let the plot of capturing Jill for experiments happen.
After all, Weskier is also a virology talent who has studied the Ouroboros virus.
Although Luo Guang can fuse or compile various viruses, it can only be done in his own body, which is the credit of the system. If he is separated from the system and researched and developed outside, then Luo Guang can be said to know nothing. Of course, Luo Guang has also taken time to learn relevant virology knowledge recently, but compared with doing research and development by himself, compiling and improving directly in his own body is much more cost-effective. Luo Guang has a plan to establish his own power, but for the time being, there are too many forces in the world, and the cake and talents have been divided up almost, so Luo Guang doesn't know when he can establish it. As for the threat of Weskier becoming stronger in the future, Luo Guang said that he would not stand still and wait for Weskier to catch up. A long time ago, there was a saying that success requires friends and enemies. Luo Guang needed an enemy chasing him from behind to keep himself in a sense of urgency. Luo Guang did not chase Weskier, but it did not mean that Luo Guang would just stand there blindly. While thinking about the future, Luo Guang was also taking pictures of the Hunter 2 and the small quadruped robots. At the same time, he extracted the blood of the Hunter and took the important parts of the small quadruped robots, such as the guidance beam emitter and electronic chips. The organization behind Weskier, that is, the HCF organization, is said to be funded by the Tri-Union Company, but in the game, there is too little information about this organization. The biological weapons and robots developed by the HCF organization, together with the specially made T. Veronica virus samples, Luo Guang planned to use these things as a token of his loyalty and proposed to officially join the X organization instead of being an outsider.
This can be regarded as an advanced preparation and accumulation for his future power building. Although there is not much information about the X organization, Luo Guang believes that the T. Veronica virus will knock on their door.
After all, becoming a god and delaying aging are quite tempting to those high-ranking people.
After all, who doesn't want to be able to hold huge power all the time?
And those T. Veronica viruses have been added with ingredients. As long as those high-ranking people use these virus samples, Luo Guang can control them to serve him unknowingly.
Thinking of this, Luo Guang laughed alone.
As for Umbrella, although Luo Guang deleted the videos of Rothford Island and the Antarctic base, he didn't know whether the videos of Rothford Island would be uploaded to Umbrella's network in real time. Therefore, he planned to disappear for a while before making plans. It would be best if the X organization could help him get intelligence directly. After Luo Guang cleaned up the scene, the biological weapons of the HCF organization appeared again, which made Luo Guang feel like his cat ran out to step on the plum blossom print after cleaning and mopping the floor. Of course, those biological weapons were not cute, so Luo Guang solved them like cutting melons and vegetables. After this battle, Luo Guang found that those Hunter 2s were all equipped with a combat recorder. In this way, Luo Guang had to think about his behavior after encountering these hunters, and whether the recorded things would have any impact on him. On Rothford Island, he had only encountered a hunter once, which was the first time Luo Guang and Claire separated. That time, there should be a video of him and Claire and others acting together, but Luo Guang also had a corresponding statement, just like what he said to Alfred before, just using them, so Luo Guang was not worried that the HCF organization would use this to threaten him. Since Weskier sneaked into Rothford Island, he should have a mission to steal the data on the island, so the other party should have a data storage device copied from Rothford Island. Luo Guang thought to himself and began to recall whether there was any different feeling when he beat Weskier before, as if there was a sound of a data hard drive or something being broken. Although it is not confirmed, it should not be a big problem. For the HCF organization, Weskier should not go to the island to copy those videos that are not known for what use, and now it is too late even if they go back to Rothford Island to copy the videos. After returning to the room where Alexia fell below the Antarctic base, Luo Guang continued to use surveillance to confirm the situation of the Antarctic base. Before waiting for Claire to come, Luo Guang also needed to make sure that Weskier had escaped from the base, not hiding somewhere. The method is very simple, that is, to use the pheromones attached to Weskier to track Weskier's escape path. The result is not bad. Weskier fled all the way to the airport of the Antarctic base, and then the pheromones broke the trace.
Luo Guang nodded.
Since the other party has admitted his weakness, he doesn't need to kill them all. If the other party still doesn't give up, Luo Guang will kill them. Temporarily safe, Luo Guang took off the hardened armor mask he was wearing and returned to the room below where Alexia fell to continue to use surveillance to confirm the situation of the Antarctic base at this time. Unexpectedly, the two sides just staggered. After Luo Guang returned to the monitoring room from the airport, he saw from the monitor that 4 people were carefully groping forward at the stairs in the cylindrical building. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Jill, Chris, Claire, and the brat Steve? Luo Guang did not expect that the lineup at the Antarctic research base was so luxurious, especially that Jill was there, which was beyond Luo Guang's expectations. Through the microphone next to the monitoring computer, Luo Guang broadcasted, "Hello, this is Luo Guang." Luo Guang saw from the monitoring that Jill and the others were startled by his sudden broadcast, and then Jill looked around, came to a surveillance camera and waved. Luo Guang controlled the surveillance camera to swing up and down, and confirmed the surveillance screen of the airport, and then said, "You came here by plane, right?" Jill nodded. "Great, I can't fly a plane, I don't know what to do if I'm trapped here." Luo Guang breathed a sigh of relief. Jill and his friends could fly a plane, so he didn't need to contact the X organization. Then Luo Guang continued, "The self-destruct system of this base has just been automatically turned on. It will self-destruct in about 10 minutes. You should prepare to take off quickly. I will come to meet you immediately." As Luo Guang spoke, the piercing alarm sounded. Hearing Luo Guang's words, Jill and Chris, especially, seemed to be stimulated by the word self-destruct system, and their faces changed. Jill nodded to the camera, and then immediately returned the same way, while Chris also stared at his sister, urging them to leave. After confirming that Jill and his friends had returned the same way, Luo Guang immediately ran away and joined Jill and his friends. After getting on the plane and taking off smoothly, Luo Guang smiled slightly and waved to Jill. Jill good as Luo Guang greeted, Jill directly gave Luo Guang a small punch, and the Antarctic base behind the plane, which was getting smaller and smaller, also exploded violently at this time, burying everything. At this time, the 5 people gathered in the cockpit, and the atmosphere was a bit restrained and serious. When he came to Jill, Luo Guang gave Jill a loving hug directly, which made Chris and his sister, who were full of questions to ask Luo Guang, swallow their words. Steve, why did one of your eyes become a panda eye?" Luo Guang turned his head to look at Chris and the other two, and immediately found the dark circles under Steve's left eye. "Don't mention it." Steve looked embarrassed, indicating that he didn't want to mention that matter, and Chris and Claire didn't say anything, looking around, and didn't seem to want to mention it. "I don't know what happened to them, and they won't tell me when I ask them." Jill was in the cockpit of the plane, watching the plane fly automatically, so she didn't know what happened when Chris went to talk to her sister. "Is it Steve that you wanted to do something bad to Claire, and then Claire beat you up?" Luo Guang thought of the plot in the game and guessed. Steve's face turned red, and Claire looked a little embarrassed and coughed. As for Chris, he clenched his fist again and raised it. When Steve saw Chris's posture, he immediately hid behind Luo Guang. "Ha, I understand what's going on." Luo Guang laughed. The serious atmosphere was swept away by Luo Guang's interruption. Chris sighed and stood up, saying, "Hello, Luo Guang. I am Chris Redfield, Claire's brother. Thank you for taking care of my sister." Before coming to the Antarctic base, Chris talked to his sister about what happened to Claire during this period, so he knew that Luo Guang cared about his sister. So Chris looked at Luo Guang, first introduced himself and expressed his gratitude to Luo Guang, and then started to talk about the topic and asked, "Are there only you, Luo Guang, and those monsters lying on the ground in the Antarctic base? Have you seen a man with sunglasses and a black windbreaker?" Because Luo Guang only told Claire that Weskier was on the island before, Claire did not see it with her own eyes, so in order to prevent people with the same name, Chris did not mention Weskier's name, but mentioned Weskier's iconic appearance and asked tentatively. Of course, this test was mainly because Chris couldn't figure out how Luo Guang could remain unscathed after fighting with Weskier. "You mean Albert Weskier? He ran away." Luo Guang directly said Weskier's full name. Luo Guang even said Weskier's full name, so Chris had to believe that Luo Guang had met Weskier. "Run away? How did you do it?" Chris wanted to know how to defeat Weskier, and asked anxiously. After thinking for a while, Luo Guang asked Chris to come to the cabin with him, and then said, "Hit me with all your strength, don't hit me in the face." Chris looked at Luo Guang, who looked a little thinner than himself, and looked back at Jill. Jill shrugged her shoulders. She also wanted to know how Luo Guang defeated the opponent, so she said, Chris, just try it.
If there is any problem, it is Luo Guang's fault. Okay.
Since Jill, Luo Guang's girlfriend, said so, Chris didn't hesitate to punch Luo Guang directly, and then his hand hurt so much, while Luo Guang, with his hands behind his back, looked calm.
Your strength and resistance to fighting are too weak.
Luo Guang explained, Weskier moves very fast, so at least your reaction must keep up with the opponent's speed, and then you must not let Weskier knock him down with one punch, and finally give the opponent a fatal punch at the right time.
Luo, you don't look like a muscular man. Steve complained at the side. Luo Guang looked around.
He didn't dare to practice on the wall of the plane, so he had to punch through the chair next to him that was stuffed with various soft materials. Then he looked at Steve and said, I'm called Sperm.
Thin type.
Chris and Steve both tried it, but the seats weren't fully fixed and adjustable, so they both failed.
This punch requires 10 years of skill. Luo Guang blew into his fist and said slowly.
Chris looked at the chair that Luo Guang had penetrated and nodded thoughtfully. After Chris finished asking what he wanted to ask, he went to Claire's side.
Luo Guang, did you activate the self-destruction system in that Antarctic base?
I think it was you who said the alarm started playing after the self-destruction system was activated,
Claire said.
Jill and Chris, who had experienced several biohazard incidents, both raised their hands in favor of blowing up the research base, so they did not raise any questions.
Luo Guang also nodded frankly and admitted, because I want to destroy that ghost place. But wouldn't it be better if we made it public? This is evidence that exposes the dark side of Umbrella.
Claire put forward a different opinion.
Luo Guang smiled bitterly and said, everything about Umbrella here has been destroyed long ago.
Even if those reporters or others come here, they will only find evidence of the Asifo family, but that family has been extinct. In the end, all the family members were taken care of by me.
But the ancestor of the Asifo family is one of the founders of Umbrella.
The most important thing is that this can attract the attention of various countries, especially those biological and chemical weapons.
Claire argued with reason.
Claire didn't want the truth about the biological and chemical weapons in Raccoon City to be covered up, so she tried to use the evidence in the Antarctic base to get everyone to investigate Umbrella, and finally reveal the truth about Raccoon City.
What does the family's affairs have to do with Umbrella? Moreover, a biochemical leak occurred here. When you came here, you also saw the zombies and hunters that I killed, right? If you bring those reporters here, can their safety be guaranteed? Are you sure that none of the people who came to verify the truth came here to obtain the virus? Are you not worried that someone will get the virus from here and spread it to the whole world? Luo Guang kept asking Claire, and finally added the last question, also, Claire, do you think the Lighthouse government really doesn't know the truth about Raccoon City? Why do you want to expose the conspiracy here? Hearing Luo Guang's words, Claire was in a dilemma.
At this time, Chris came out to smooth things over and said, Claire, I understand what you think, but we don't have the ability to deal with those things now, so it is better to clean up these biochemical viruses first. We cannot afford a virus leak. Jill also agreed with Chris, and she felt that she alone could not stop the officials from various countries who came after hearing the news. It was indeed very possible that Umbrella had not been defeated, but the virus technology had spread to the whole world first.
World. Okay.
Claire was unwilling, but the base was bombed, and after thinking about it, she found that she could not solve the problem raised by Luo Guang, so she could only sit on the chair in the cabin and sulk. As the youngest person here, Steve felt that he could not participate in this kind of thing. He had experienced how complicated and dark the adult world was, so at this time he played the role of a living treasure to accompany Claire. After Chris and Claire's problems were solved, everyone temporarily dispersed and rested. After 3 hours, everyone arrived at a country in Africa called Africa South.
Meow? Asterisk? Double update. Chapter 78 Leniency for Confession. Africa is barely considered a relatively wealthy country in Africa.
Internet payment is not well developed in this era, and cross-border payment by credit card is also troublesome, so Luo Guang habitually prepares a lot of money in his backpack. Originally, Luo Guang did not intend to let everyone down. Of course, the most important person was Jill, and the others were just incidental. So Luo Guang wanted to find a hotel in a relatively wealthy urban area, but Jill stopped Luo Guang later, and then led by Jill to a nearby hotel. The hotel was opened by a friend of Jill's former teammate, and the plane to Lotford Island was also rented to Jill by a friend of that friend, so Jill planned to repay a favor. By the way, everyone's pistols were successfully brought into the country, of course, with money to pave the way. As for the weapons bought by Jill and Chris, they were directly placed on the plane. At night, Luo Guang and Jill were in the same hotel room.
The first thing was to use the scanner given by Wang Wei to confirm whether there were any surveillance and listening devices in the room.
After confirming that it was safe, Luo Guang was not polite and pushed the door directly into the bathroom to play with water with Jill, who was taking a shower. After taking a shower, Jill and Luo Guang lay on the same bed. Jill leaned on Luo Guang's shoulder, and one hand slid restlessly on Luo Guang's body. "Jill, I feel that your skin has improved, and it has not become dry after taking a shower.
It is still so moist."
Luo Guang looked at Jill's jade hands and said, "And the calluses from your previous training are gone."
"Well, I think so too, and I didn't use those cosmetics, so I don't know what's going on."
Luo Guang remembered that when he first met Jill, his skin was definitely not as good as it is now, but Jill didn't know, so Luo Guang didn't go into it any further.
The two fell into a brief silence, silently feeling each other's warmth.
But the silence did not last long.
Jill stopped what she was doing, put her hand on Luo Guang's heart, and said slowly, "Can you tell me what happened when you and I separated?" Luo Guang felt that the current atmosphere seemed not suitable for talking about these things. Now? Is this a honey trap?
Don't play tricks, I've paid, and I'm serious. Jill pinched Luo Guang's waist and said with a pout. When Jill and himself were alone, she would occasionally show this kind of little girl's expression in action, which made Luo Guang feel novel and couldn't help laughing. Okay. Luo Guang began to tell Jill about what he had done since Lotford Island.
Jill did not interrupt Luo Guang on the way.
If there was any question, he just kept it in his heart for the time being and listened to Luo Guang's words quietly.
"So, Luo Guang, why did you chase that guy named Alfred?"
"You should be able to kill him with one shot." Because Luo Guang said that he deliberately let the water and shot the side, Jill asked this question. Jill chose her words a little before saying, "You are doing this as if you knew some special information in advance and concealed it." "I do know some special information, and I didn't tell Claire and the others." Luo Guang admitted it directly, saying, "I know the existence of the Antarctic base, but I don't know the specific coordinates, so I have to keep Alfred alive. As for why I didn't tell Claire and the others, and didn't contact them later, it's because..." Luo Guang lowered his head slightly and looked at Jill, who looked up at him, thinking that Jill's eyes were really beautiful and her eyelashes were quite long. Jill didn't urge Luo Guang, but waited quietly for Luo Guang's answer, and didn't realize that Luo Guang was actually thinking about other things in his heart. "I hid the Antarctic base because the Antarctic base is more dangerous than Lotford Island.
Alfred's sister Alexia is sleeping there."
After Luo Guang finished speaking, he explained to Jill about Alexia and why she fell into a deep sleep, and how he happened to solve the problem of Alexia, who was about to become a god.
"I understand.
You are worried that the guy who wants to become a god will wake up early, so you choose to face it alone."
Jill hugged Luo Guang tightly and whispered, "But isn't it too dangerous for you to do this alone?"
Jill muttered that Luo Guang always did this, carrying too many things on him alone. Luo Guang heard Jill's muttering and realized that the other party misunderstood him, but Luo Guang did not correct him. After all, objectively speaking, he did take the risk alone.
On the other hand, Jill didn't ask these questions because she doubted Luo Guang's position.
It's just that the two haven't seen each other for several months, so she really wants to know what Luo Guang has been doing during this period, and wants to know some things that happened when Luo Guang was alone. In this way, the two can find a topic between them, instead of suddenly running out of topics and falling into silence like just now. The separation experience of about 2 months made Jill, who was in love for the first time, understand one thing, that is, things like distance, as well as common topics and circles, will have a great impact on the development of the relationship between two people. Jill, who cherished this relationship, couldn't help but worry when she was alone with Luo Guang that when Luo Guang was not around, he would be noticed by other women or would be in danger, etc. That's why Jill wanted to understand what happened during the time when Luo Guang and she were separated, learn about Luo Guang's circle, and find common topics, even if the topic was about biohazard, something that was not like ordinary couples talking about. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Luo Guang didn't understand Jill's little thoughts, but he felt that it didn't matter if he told Jill. There was just one thing that Luo Guang had been struggling with in his heart whether to tell it or not, and that was Luo Guang's past and Wang Wei's matter.
"Jill, there is something I want to tell you."
Luo Guang suddenly spoke, causing Jill, who was about to share what happened to him in the past few months, to swallow his words.
She heard the anxiety in Luo Guang's tone and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "I seem to have lost my memory." Luo Guang changed to a more accurate statement, "Well, to be precise, my memory in the past has been deleted."
When Gil heard Luo Guang's words, he sat up with his back exposed, turned to look at Luo Guang, and asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" "When I was working in Raccoon City, I seem to have been subjected to an amnestic and modification surgery by an umbrella researcher named Greg Mueller. Then when I was sent to the European branch, my previous relationship came to my door, told me that I was actually a spy sent to Umbrella Company by their organization." Luo Guang briefly summarized it and told Jill about the organization Apocalypse. Of course, in the end, Luo Guang also specifically told Gil to keep his words tonight, especially the affairs of the Apocalypse organization, secret, not even to Chris and the others. "So from what they said, what kind of person were you before?" Jill nodded and said that she would keep it secret, and then asked a little curiously. Luo Guang replied, "I don't know, they didn't say much about those things. They just said that I was taken away from the orphanage by them, and then I continued to undergo various intelligence training in that organization until I reached adulthood, and then I was thrown to Ambra, the Latin American branch, as undercover." "Really? Then why are you so confused when you say this?" Gil felt that Luo Guang still had something to say, such as the fact that Luo Guang's personality before amnesia was not very good. After Luo Guang sighed, he said, "The problem lies with the person who came to the door. She and I graduated from the same training camp of the Apocalypse organization, and were also from the same orphanage." "She? Female? From the same orphanage, graduating from the same class?" Jill suddenly understood and her voice became louder. "The sound insulation here is not good, Jill." Luo Guang did not say anything like calm down, but reminded Jill of the sound insulation problem here. Gil directly stepped over Luo Guang and sat on Luo Guang's waist. He lowered his voice and asked, "Then what? Are you guys and girls friends or husband and wife?" "She didn't say it, but I saw that she didn't have a ring on her hand, so she probably wasn't married. But after all, she was also on an undercover mission, so it's normal not to wear a ring, right?" Jill disagreed with Luo Guang's speculation. Luo Guang thought for a while and said, "But the other party has always wanted to awaken my memory. If it is really a relationship between husband and wife, the wedding ring should be a good medium, right? And I looked at the records of the Apocalypse, and there is no mention of it. To my record of being married. Awakening memories?" Gil wanted to know if Luo Guang had recovered his previous memories. "It failed. She said there was a successful case. The person in Raccoon City recovered his memory after being stimulated. That's why it was said that the memory surgery can be restored through stimulation." Luo Guang didn't dare to say what the other party even wanted to do with love. To stimulate yourself. Although he successfully resisted the temptation, Luo Guang felt that if he said it, Gil would lose whatever sanity he had left. But Gil didn't give Luo Guang this chance. Jill kept staring at Luo Guang's eyes, and then said slowly, "You just said you recovered through stimulation, but the exciting situation in Raccoon City didn't allow you to recover your memory. What else can she use to stimulate you?" After all, Jill was a woman and she observed very carefully. She saw that Luo Guang's eyes wavered slightly when he talked about the recovery of stimulation, and he did not look directly at her for a moment. "She came to my room and wanted to do that kind of activity with me, but I couldn't bear to refuse." Seeing that he couldn't keep it secret, Luo Guang briefly explained the situation, and then explained that he rejected the other party. Jill asked, "In that case, why did you waver?" "Men, we were separated for a long time at that time. During this time, I had not released myself. So when the other party proposed this plan to restore memory, I wanted to agree for a moment." Luo Guang he had no experience, so he could only explain it honestly. Luo Guang glanced at Jill's expression, which seemed calmer than expected. After hearing Luo Guang's confession, Gil realized that the worry after the separation was not an illusion. That premonition actually came true here, and the situation became more serious. "I understand that men are lustful. It's already good that you can hold back, so I don't have anything to say on this matter." Gil first said that he believed what Luo Guang said, because it was easier for Luo Guang to make up any reason than to say that the other party wanted to do that with him, but Luo Guang still told the truth. Through spending time with Luo Guang, Jill discovered that Luo Guang rarely lied. Especially when talking to him, Luo Guang would either deliberately hide it or not, but would not lie if he did. Jill is now more entangled in one thing: is she considered a third party? "Thank you for your trust." Luo Guang was grateful to Jill for trusting him in this matter, but he didn't expect Jill to turn around and give Luo Guang a trump card. "Luo Guang, then am I considered a third party?" Luo Guang didn't dare to hesitate for such a life-threatening question, and directly denied Jill's statement, saying, "I told the other party that I already have a girlfriend now." This chapter is not over, Please click on the next page to continue reading.
Luo Guang's words made Jill feel a little relieved, and Jill asked, "What did the other party say?"
She said she had fallen in love with me a long time ago. Luo Guang continued cautiously, and she doesn't mind whether I have a girlfriend now. Jill found something from Luo Guang's retelling, such as the relationship between the other party and Luo Guang in the past may not be a boyfriend and girlfriend or a husband and wife relationship, but a relationship of unrequited love and secret love. As a woman, although Jill is only in love for the first time, from Luo Guang's words, the other party is likely to be in love for the first time, so Jill can understand the other party's thoughts a little bit.
Put yourself in the other person's role.
If you hear what Luo Guang said, you will probably say that you are Luo Guang's first girlfriend and they have not broken up. Jill thought so. Luo Guang saw Jill's thoughtful expression, which proved that Jill calmed down, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
What do you mean by your relieved expression? I'm so annoyed now.
Jill was furious when he saw Luo Guang's expression. Luo Guang hugged Jill, and the two of them pressed together, feeling each other's heartbeat.
No matter what, for me, my current girlfriend is Jill Valentine.
Luo Guang said seriously, I don't have any feelings of love for her now. Then you may also recover your memory, then you. Jill didn't finish her words, Luo Guang kissed her, interrupting Jill's wild thoughts. After a while, Luo Guang reluctantly left Jill's moist lips and looked at Jill, who was slightly panting in front of him.
I still say the same thing.
My girlfriend now is you, Jill. Restoring memory does not mean that the memories between you and me have disappeared, and that will not change my love for you now. Luo Guang said this firmly. After all, he knew that the Luo Guang that Wang Wei knew was no longer there, and there was no memory to restore. Jill did not reply, but took the initiative to kiss him, and Luo Guang could no longer hold back and started the second round of battle.
Meow, I asked an experienced person to write this chapter.
If there is a coincidence, it is none of my business.
Chapter 79. Going their separate ways. Early the next morning, Gil rarely got up late. He looked at Luo Guang, who had woken up early, and looked at him, and asked, "What time is it now?"
"About 10 o'clock in the morning. Chris came here before and sent me away." Chris came to knock on the door early this morning, intending to gather everyone to discuss the next plan, and then Luo Guang told Chris straightforwardly that the two of them had been doing things for too long last night, and Jill hasn't gotten up yet. Then, Luo Guang looked at Chris, who looked confused at first and then flushed, said sorry to Luo Guang, and ran away quickly. Jill nodded, turned over, and stretched again, highlighting the beauty of her chest, and then said softly, "Is it my imagination? It feels like you last longer, and you did it too intensely last night. Come on. After all, I have been working out in the past few months, and we have been apart for a long time, so we have accumulated a lot." Luo Guang also found that the increase in endurance in his attributes seemed to also improve his endurance in that area. But what Luo Guang is more curious about is that Gil's physical strength can now keep up with his own pace. It was clear that Gil was still a little reluctant in the Maple Leaf Kingdom. Although it took a long time to do things, Jill did not feel any accumulation of fatigue after a late sleep. Instead, she became refreshed, so she did not stay in bed, got up, and started to wash up. However, in less than 7 minutes, Luo Guang and Jill finished washing and eating something, and then went to find Chris and the others. At this time, Claire was facing the sun, lying on a beach chair nearby, basking in the sun and enjoying the leisurely atmosphere. And Chris was exercising with a bucket in each hand, holding it horizontally. After all, Chris is a retired soldier of the Lighthouse Air Force, so his physical fitness and arm strength are still good, and his hand holding the bucket is very stable. Chris's training method at this time was not that he stole it from the Shaolin Temple or that Luo Guang taught him. After Chris heard Luo Guang's words on the plane yesterday, he thought about it for a long time before going to bed, especially when he thought about the scene where he lost his fighting ability after being hit by Weskier. Regardless of whether Luo Guang really relied on the strength and resistance to blows mentioned before to defeat Weskier, there is always Luo Guang's reason. It seems that Weskier's running speed is not that of a normal person. Chris himself feels that he can't reach that level, so the only two things he can catch up with are the two mentioned by Luo Guang. He must continue to exercise and enhance his running speed. Physical fitness is what matters. So seeing that Jill hadn't gotten up yet, Chris took advantage of this time to start exercising. However, there was no fitness equipment like gym and dumbbells in the hotel, so Chris had to make do with 2 buckets. "Where's Steve? Where did he go?" Luo Guang asked without seeing the living treasure Steve surrounding Claire. Claire took off her sunglasses and said, "He went out for a run and said he was getting ready for the days of being on the run." Jill asked strangely, "Why do you want to flee to the end of the world? And I have cleaned up the computer data on Rotford Island and the Antarctic base."
Luo Guang added, in addition, Umbrella is no better than before. They are being suppressed by various forces. Now I don't have time to pay attention to a small character like Steve. Who are you calling a minor character? Steve appeared out of nowhere and said angrily. Luo Guang ignored Steve's anger and asked directly, so what are you going to do next, Steve? Go home? I have no home. Steve was depressed, but only for a few seconds. He quickly cheered up and said, I plan to join Claire and the others in resisting Umbrella, and devoting ourselves to the fight against the biohazard. I don't want what happened to me to happen again. My father was captured by Umbrella for human experimentation, and then I want to do it myself. Steve clenched his fists, his eyes were firm, and hatred for Umbrella Company flashed in his eyes. At this time, Luo Guang realized that the current Steve was much more mature than the middle school boy he first met. He nodded and said, it seems that Steve has grown up. He. Steve, who was praised, smiled and looked secretly at Claire. Luo Guang didn't give a damn and asked, Chris, how much longer do you want? Any time. Chris knelt down, gently placed the bucket on the ground, and walked over. Seeing this, Luo Guang asked, Chris, don't you need to stretch your muscles? Yeah, I almost forgot. Chris nodded and answered after hearing Luo Guang's words. Chris hasn't had time to exercise since he came to Europe, so Chris, who didn't want others to wait, forgot about it for a while. Stretch the muscles? Is it better if the muscles are not stiff? Curious baby Steve raised his hand and asked. The benefits of stretching include relaxing muscles and ligaments, reducing muscle compression, preventing muscle sprains, increasing the flexibility of muscles and ligaments, and improving human body coordination and balance. It promotes blood circulation, accelerates the excretion of the metabolite creatine, and relieves pain. Muscle soreness symptoms. When muscles are stretched, it can improve the overall synergy of muscle groups, accelerate muscle synthesis, increase muscle mass, etc. If you plan to train for a long time, you must do stretching exercises. After all, Luo Guang had been exercising before time travel, so he answered Steve, which also corresponded to what he told Jill before that he had been exercising recently. Chris, who was stretching his arm muscles, nodded, and Steve looked suddenly enlightened and quickly followed Chris in stretching his shoulder blades. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. After doing it a few times, Luo Guang stopped him, and then Luo Guang taught Steve a few leg stretching movements. After they finished stretching, Luo Guang and everyone came to Chris's room. After Luo Guang finished checking with the scanner, Chris and Claire sat on the bed. Luo Guang and Jill occupied the only 2 chairs in the room, and Steve didn't mind getting dirty and sat directly on the floor. Who's going to start? Luo Guang asked. We should make trouble for Umbrella Company as before. Luo Guang, what are you going to do? Gil took over and said. Jill, Chris, Claire, Steve and others have gathered together, and naturally they have to carry out operations together. The main purpose is to carry out activities against Umbrella Company just like Chris. Luo Guang had a plan in mind, and said, I have to see how Umbrella reacts to what happened on Lotford Island and the Antarctic base. Claire and I got a little close on the island, although Claire I wasn't the one who opened the cell door, but I was the one who opened her shackles. But in the near future, I want to go back to the lighthouse country and find people I know there to collect information. Luo Guang didn't mention anything about Organization X and the Apocalypse Organization, and when Gil saw this, he didn't say much. I understand. By the way, Luo Guang, if you work for Umbrella Company, do you know where their research institute is? Chris thought that he could get the information he had always wanted to know from Luo Guang. Luo Guang did not answer immediately, but just asked, what are you going to do? Destroy it. Chris's answer was simple and crude. Then it's useless for me to tell you. Luo Guang shook his head, and without waiting for Chris to question, he said, the Chicago Branch Research Institute and the Paris Branch Research Institute that I know are both built in bustling cities. When you fight in those places, aren't you afraid of causing biochemical leaks? Luo Guang then added, the biochemical crisis that broke out in Raccoon City was partly caused by an accident caused by USS during its mission at the Raccoon City Research Institute. Chris and Claire didn't speak, they were both thinking. If Chris only thought of using violence to solve problems before, now he realizes that he seemed to have thought too simply before. I didn't expect this. I thought Umbrella's research institutes were all in the suburbs like the underground research institutes in foreign mansions. Chris could only laugh dryly and replied. Claire next to her said, indeed, Umbrella Company will build a research institute under the city. Leon and I have visited Umbrella Company's Raccoon City Research Institute. When Jill heard what a few people said,
she thought that her time following Chris everywhere seemed to be in vain. However, although the Paris Research Institute is in the city, there seems to be a biological and chemical weapons production factory on the outskirts of Paris. But I only know that there are underground trains connecting the research institute and the factory.
As for the entrance to the suburbs, I don't know.
Luo Guang has also checked the locations of most of the research institutes in the American branch, but after all, he only checked the locations of the Chicago branch's internal computers before leaving for Europe. Therefore, Luo Guang cannot tell Chris this information for the time being. He is worried that Chris I couldn't help but ran to find trouble with Umbrella's American branch. Otherwise, a large number of Umbrella research institutes will be destroyed, and Umbrella Company will definitely suspect that there is an insider in the company, and Luo Guang, who has only recently checked the locations of research institutes in various places in the Americas, is the first suspect.
Thank you, Luo Guang. Chris said gratefully, and couldn't help but be glad that he didn't say anything impulsive when he was rejected by Luo Guang.
Luo Guang felt that it was not possible for them to fight alone. Without their own manpower and no way to make money, they would not be able to go far in their anti-biochemical journey. Thinking of this, Luo Guang said, Chris, have you ever thought about forming your own power organization? Even if it is a non-governmental organization. Yes, but Umbrella's production of biological and chemical weapons has been covered up, and the whereabouts of the survivors in Raccoon City are not known.
People in the world now don't pay attention to or even know the existence of biological and chemical weapons.
The difficulties Chris has encountered in the past few months have indeed given him the idea of establishing an anti-biochemical organization, but he feels that the time has not come yet.
It's Raccoon City again, Claire whispered. I think the first thing is to make Umbrella's development of biochemical weapons public. Is it really okay?
The people who covered up the truth are also the officials of the Lighthouse Country.
Luo Guang asked.
Claire looked around at everyone and said, then don't mention the matter of the Lighthouse Country and focus on describing the biological and chemical weapons. Thinking about it, Claire revealed the blueprint she had constructed. Brother, I plan to return to the Lighthouse Country to find the survivors of Raccoon City. If there is evidence of biological and chemical weapons, we will go to the media in other countries to expose Umbrella.
Corporate sin.
But you are alone. Chris had just rescued Claire from the Umbrella Company's island not long ago, so he was very worried about Claire's safety after going to the Lighthouse Country.
I'll go back with Claire.
Steve, who had been listening to everyone silently, finally found a chance to speak and said quickly. Chris looked at the young boy sitting on the ground and felt that he was not stable enough. Thinking of Luo Guang saying that he wanted to go back to the Lighthouse Country, he said to Luo Guang, please take care of Claire and Steve when the time comes. Steve scratched his head and did not jump up to refute Chris like before, and used his mouth to show his bravery to Claire.
That means Luo Guang, Claire and Steve will go back to the Lighthouse Country, and Chris and I will continue to work in Europe?
Jill confirmed. No, Claire and Steve, you continue to follow Jill and Chris and learn around first. And Luo Guang felt that if Chris and his team found the biological and chemical weapons production factory outside Paris, they would need more manpower.
Learn?
Claire and Steve looked at each other. Luo Guang pointed at Steve and said, he is a civilian and has not received professional training. Then he pointed at Claire and said, he is also a civilian. Although Chris taught him self-defense and shooting, he is just an amateur, so he was caught. After saying that, Luo Guang pointed at himself in his heart. He also planned to find an opportunity to improve his combat skills after joining the X organization. After hearing these two words from Luo Guang, Chris and Jill understood what Claire and the others were going to learn from him. It happened that he knew someone in South Africa and could find a training ground, so Jill said, then let's rest and exercise here first. Luo Guang, you go back to the Lighthouse Country to understand the situation and collect intelligence. Luo Guang nodded, exchanged mobile phone numbers with everyone, and said, but Umbrella also has its own intelligence network in Africa, especially West Africa, which is the focus of Umbrella, so you should be cautious and don't go there stupidly.
The progenitor virus is extracted from a flower called Stairs of the Sun that grows in the ruins of the Dubaya tribe in West Africa.
Although the virus substances in the flowers of the Stairs of the Sun are not as important as before with the development of the T-virus, it is still the birthplace of Umbrella Corporation, so there are still special people guarding it closely.
I understand. Jill replied, and the others nodded.
Luo Guang spent a pleasant time with Jill and Feinan on the pretext of accompanying Jill. During this period, Luo Guang was surprised that neither Umbrella Corporation nor Organization X contacted him, but this was exactly what Luo Guang wanted, so he didn't care. During this period, he didn't always wander in Jill's gentle place. When Luo Guang was with Jill, he also paid attention to whether there were enemies following him and others to ensure that Jill and others were not monitored by various organizations. There was also an interesting thing in the middle. After Luo Guang personally demonstrated to Chris and Steve that a punch could break a concrete wall, it seemed to stimulate Chris and made Chris determined to become a muscular man. Until the end of January 1999, Luo Guang said goodbye to everyone and began his journey back to the lighthouse country. Meow, I'm so busy, so if I don't update at noon, I will update at night.
Chapter 80 Air Ticket Money. I am Luo Guang. Luo Guang didn't have much luggage, just a backpack.
After dealing with some things, he walked on the streets of the capital of Africa and called his ex-organization contact person, Emma Greenwell. Luo Guang tried to call Emma using the phone number given by organization. However, it was not Emma who answered the phone, but Jack Jones, who was inseparable from Emma.
Luo Guang? Emma has no time now. Something happened to her.
It was the first time Luo Guang heard the tone of Jack, who was more alive than Steve, become so low. He thought that Emma's condition was not optimistic, and she might have been injured and comatose so that she could not answer the call.
What happened to Emma? Did Organization X arrange any other contacts for me?
Luo Guang's words reminded Jack of what happened to Emma.
Jack punched the wall next to him and replied, "We were tricked by Umbrella's bastard. Emma was trying to protect me, so otherwise, how could the strongest of us children be injured?"
Luo Guang did not urge the other party or ask the other party what children meant.
He guessed the meaning of children while waiting for the other party to calm down.
Luo Guang, your contact person is temporarily replaced by me, but my authority is not as high as Emma's, so I can only help you convey the matter to the organization, and the reply may not be as fast as Emma's. In the combination of Jack and Emma, Emma has a better overall view than Jack and is the leader of the group, so Jack, as a temporary contact, can only act as a microphone. I want to join organization. I understand, I will convey it to the higher-ups.
By the way, where are you now? Not the capital of Southland. Wait a minute.
Jack used his phone to search for the X-organization's stronghold in Africa, and then directly reported the address of the first one on the list and the name and apparent identity of the person in charge to Luo Guang.
Received. Luo Guang wrote down the address and the person in charge of the stronghold. That's it, goodbye. Like Emma, Jack hung up the phone immediately after talking. Luo Guang put away his mobile phone, found a convenience store and bought a local map, and then went to the address given by Jack.
When he arrived at that place, Luo Guang could only say that organization. The place in front of him was the most luxurious hotel in South Africa, and it was also the hotel Luo Guang originally wanted to choose. Fortunately, Jill had a chance to avoid this hotel, otherwise he and others would be stared at when they appeared around the hotel. After walking in, Luo Guang directly asked the front desk clerk to contact the general manager of the hotel. It was also the first time for the front desk clerk to meet a guest like Luo Guang. He was stunned for a moment and confirmed, "Did you say you want to see our general manager?"
That's right. Luo Guang didn't know if the receptionist was from Organization X.
Since he didn't join Organization Yes, but Luo Guang didn't dare to use this thing indiscriminately. The front desk clerk assessed the situation, then nodded and said, "Okay, I'll contact you first." After saying that, the front desk clerk said a few words to the colleagues around him and left his post.
After a while, the front desk clerk came over with a manager. "Hello, sir, I am the lobby manager of John Durban Hotel."
"Do you have anything to do with our general manager?" the lobby manager asked with a professional smile.
"Well, I don't know if your level is high enough. It's hard to answer. Can you change the place?" Luo Guang said.
The lobby manager's eyes became sharp, and he felt suspicious when he looked at the harmless Luo Guang in front of him.
Luo Guang walked to the lobby manager and whispered an English letter, X. After hearing the letter, the lobby manager's face instantly returned to normal. He nodded to Luo Guang and said, "Follow me."
After wandering around the hotel, the lobby manager came to an old-fashioned elevator, took out a silver card and swiped it on the card machine next to the elevator, and then the elevator door opened. The lobby manager was always in Luo Guang's sight, and he didn't see him contact the general manager.
After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Luo Guang and the other party walked in.
After getting out of the elevator, they walked a while and came to a huge and gorgeous double-leaf door. The strange thing is that the lobby manager did not do any security work, such as searching Luo Guang's body. He just knocked on the door and waited for the owner of the room to respond before taking Luo Guang in.
"Call us Birmingham?" Behind the huge golden sandalwood desk is a black man wearing small round glasses and a dark blue suit.
He should be Kenya, the person in charge of this intelligence base.
Botswa Ora.
It seems that the name of the lobby manager is Collis Birmingham, Luo Guang thought.
Manager Collis stood upright in front of General Manager Kenya and reported Luo Guang to the other party.
At this time, the general manager of Kenya turned his attention to Luo Guang, as if he wanted to see through Luo Guang's true identity.
Luo Guang looked back without fear.
Very good, who are you? Kenya smiled lightly, but it gave people the feeling of a hyena staring at its prey.
I am a peripheral member of the X organization. My name is Luo Guang. Luo Guang said.
I know, after all, only peripheral members will call our organization the X organization, so what are you here for?
And you are looking for me, the head of the African branch of the organization. Kenya typed in Luo Guang's name, glanced at the computer screen beside him, and asked.
Hearing the other party's words, Luo Guang had already known the other party's identity and his face was expressionless, but he had already scolded Jack in his heart for giving him the location of the head of the African branch of the X organization.
I want to join the X organization.
Luo Guang's words made Kenya laugh, as if he was amused by Luo Guang's presumption. Before crossing, Luo Guang encountered many such things that were looked down upon in his business work, and his heart had long been trained, and he looked at the other party calmly.
However, Luo Guang is no longer the inconspicuous little clerk now.
Even if he trained his heart, Luo Guang still had a little anger in his heart at this time. But the lobby manager, who was standing less than 3 meters away from Luo Guang, seemed to sense that Luo Guang's heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. His right hand, which was not in Luo Guang's sight, reached for his waist. Collis, the lobby manager, had a very dull life recently. He did not do security work because he was the first killer and was confident in himself and in his ability to judge people. In his opinion, a young man like Luo Guang did not look like a battle-hardened warrior. On the other hand, the front desk clerk that Luo Guang found was indeed not a member of the organization, but her colleague next to her was a member of the organization. Therefore, the front desk of the X organization had already entered Luo Guang's face into the database of the X organization for comparison, and informed the lobby manager Collis that the other party was an intelligence agent of the umbrella company, so Collis had absolute confidence to subdue Luo Guang before Luo Guang reached for the gun.
Collis, don't be nervous, and don't think of Luo Guang as a reckless young man who doesn't care about the consequences. Kenya stopped laughing and raised his hand to press down on the lobby manager.
Yes. The lobby manager let his hands drop naturally, holding his right wrist with his left hand and placing it in front of him. Kenya nodded with satisfaction, turned to Luo Guang and said, Luo Guang, the organization does have a high opinion of you. The recent tasks have been completed very well, especially the matter in Danforth City. You did a good job, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with if the matter got out of hand.
But do you think this is enough?
Kenya asked Luo Guang in a serious tone. Luo Guang, your current peripheral identity is already very good, at least you have enough money, why do you still want to join our organization?
Because I don't want to be a tool all the time. What's the use of more money? Whether I have money or not is just a matter of your words.
Luo Guang understood this too well, and the X organization could take back what he gave him at any time.
Kenya's general manager raised his chin proudly, agreed with Luo Guang's statement, and asked again, so do you have enough chips?
Under the watchful eyes of the lobby manager, Luo Guang took out the small 4-legged robot parts of the HCF organization and the blood sample of the Hunter 2, and placed them on the low square table in front of the desk.
What are these?
Kenya pushed his eye sockets and asked. These things are all obtained from my recent mission. Since the other party can check his information, Luo Guang doesn't need to say it again from the beginning, and directly tells the source of these two things, but Luo Guang hides the name of the HCF organization.
Can it be controlled and commanded biological weapons?
After all, Africa is also a place that Umbrella Company attaches great importance to, so Kenya, as the head of the X organization in Africa, naturally knows a lot about biological weapons.
However, those biological weapons are not ready for use now, right? Don't you see the current predicament of Umbrella Corporation?
But if we don't start research and development now, when biological weapons can be put on the table, it will be too late for Organization X to develop them. Of course, I'm not worried that Organization X can catch up with others, but this will consume a lot of resources. The fact that the organization is not short of money is not a reason to waste money casually.
Mr. Luo, are you so sure that biological weapons can be put on the table in the future?
The matter of Umbrella Corporation can only be concealed for a while. Luo Guang's words made Kenya see that Luo Guang had a look that was not mentioned in the intelligence, and continued to ask, why? The Lighthouse country also took action to cover up the truth.
The Lighthouse Country also has enemies, and who knows whether Umbrella Corporation will fight to the death and break the jar in the future?
I see, but we have people in every branch of Umbrella Corporation, especially the American branch. They can't make trouble.
Kenya refuted Luo Guang's point of view. Since the X organization is so powerful, may I ask if the X organization knows the location of Oswell Edward Spencer, the founder of Umbrella Corporation? Luo Guang's words made Kenya feel that his organization was underestimated by the other party, and he couldn't help but frown. After typing on the keyboard to check the information of the organization, Kenya said, "I really don't know." Or do you mean that our organization has not infiltrated all departments of Umbrella Corporation? Luo Guang nodded. It seems that our organization's evaluation of you should be improved a little bit. Kenya asked, "So do you know where Spencer is?" Luo Guang shook his head, indicating that he didn't know.
Kenya thought about the value of what Luo Guang brought, nodded, shook his head, made up his mind, and said, "What you brought can indeed bring huge benefits to the organization, but it is not enough. But I can give you a huge bonus, and even if you want something special, I can get women like celebrities." This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The other party's answer was within Luo Guang's psychological expectations, but Luo Guang still showed a little regretful expression and said, "No need for women. In addition to money, can you trouble the organization to send me back to Chicago, the Lighthouse Country?" Kenya nodded and said, "Okay, a special plane will pick you up, and the things on the table will be left. Collis, see you off." Luo Guang showed a trace of reluctance on his face, gritted his teeth and nodded, and got up to leave. Kenya showed a victorious smile. In his opinion, the value of the samples and electronic chips on the table was much higher than what Luo Guang imagined. Perhaps he could get a share of the new cake of the biological and chemical weapons department that the organization was going to set up. Happy cooperation, Collis. You are responsible for arranging Mr. Luo's return to the Lighthouse Country. Received. Collis, the lobby manager, took the order and left with Luo Guang. Sitting in the VIP cabin of the special plane to Chicago, Luo Guang closed his eyes and recalled the previous conversation with the head of the African branch of the X organization. This is the sadness of the peripheral personnel, and it also made Luo Guang understand that Emma's position in the X organization may not be that simple, and provided Luo Guang with various help. At first, Luo Guang just wanted to ask for help so that he could take all kinds of items that could not be put on the plane back to the Lighthouse Country. But the first time Luo Guang saw Kenya, he knew that the person in front of him was a greedy person, just like that smile, a hyena. If he simply asked for help without letting the other party bite off a piece of meat, the other party would definitely refuse the request of Luo Guang, a peripheral member. Therefore, Luo Guang had to change his plan and put the things of the HCF organization on the table as his bargaining chip, or the money for the return ticket. Luo Guang could tell from the other party's final smile of victory that the value of the HCF organization stuff was higher than he thought, but he just didn't have enough information. As mentioned before, peripheral personnel are just tools, and one sentence can make him fall from heaven to hell. However, he still had the T. Veronica virus, so he still had enough bargaining chips, but Luo Guang felt that he still needed Emma Greenwell's help. Meow, powerless meow. Chapter 81 Rebirth Number 1 Luo Guang, who returned to Chicago, planned to find Jack again. If Jack's route failed, Luo Guang would have no choice but to risk going back to the Chicago branch to find Minister Guslin. This risk is not just for Luo Guang, but also for Minister Guslin. Alas, Luo Guang returned to the hotel in Chicago, finished checking, sighed, and then dialed Jack Jones's number. "Jack, is Emma's condition better?" Luo Guang first said a word of concern. "Still in a coma, but her life is no longer in danger." "It's just Emma." Jack was not in a high mood, but he felt much better than at the beginning. "What's wrong?" Luo Guang was puzzled, praying in his heart that Emma wouldn't be unconscious. Jack didn't answer immediately. After thinking about Luo Guang's identity, he made up his mind and chose what to say. "Emma's arm is gone because of a serious injury." Although Jack usually looks carefree, it doesn't mean that he doesn't understand anything. What he is resisting at this time is not Luo Guang, nor the people of Umbrella who are on passive defense, but the organization to which he belongs. Although Emma is out of danger, is Emma, who has lost an arm, still valuable to the organization? In addition, Emma knows a lot of things about the organization. Although it is not a core secret, it is not something that can be put on the table. Jack has seen too many people and has dealt with too many people who are of no use to the organization, whether within or outside the organization. Therefore, during the time when Emma was injured, Jack and his best brother stayed by Emma's side, and the hospital they chose to treat Emma was not owned by X organization or had a background in X organization.
What about adding a robotic arm or something? If Emma's injury affects her combat effectiveness, and it's worthless, the organization probably won't save Emma until now, right? Luo Guan thought Emma was treated in the organization's hospital, that's why it is said. Jack did not tell Luo Guan that Emma was not treating this matter in the organization's medical institution.
He just said, the military's mechanical prosthetic technology is not mature yet, and the neural connection technology is still under development, and it is very difficult for Emma and me.
The machine is definitely not as good as the original one.
Luo Guan only casually mentioned the robotic arm as a prosthetic arm, but the robotic arm Jack mentioned seemed to be a cyberpunk prosthetic body, and he specifically mentioned the military.
Does Organization X have an official background? Wait a minute, Jack, I may have a solution here. Luo Guangxian took the opportunity to sell Emma and Jack a favor, just as he wanted to try using viruses and systems to create potions that could be used for medical purposes.
So Luo Guang first asked Jack to wait, then asked the system a question and got a feasible reply from the system. As for why Luo Guang wants to help Emma, in addition to selling favors and testing the abilities he recently thought of, Luo Guang also wants to expand the relationship in the X organization in advance and ensure that Emma provides a communication bridge for him to join the X organization. Luo Guang just asked the system that his body can generate a time-sensitive self-healing virus fragment. After careful adjustment, Luo Guang's blood has the ability to regenerate severed limbs.
The only question is whether others can bear it.
As for the source of the virus agent tentatively named Rebirth Number 1, just say that it was obtained from the Antarctic base. However, the computer data Luo Guang obtained at the Antarctic base did not contain any information about this stuff. It seems that in the future, Antarctica the base data cannot be handed over, and a reasonable explanation must be found.
Wrong.
Luo Guang suddenly thought of a problem. After he assisted in completing the organization's task of acquiring the parasite Nemesis, Organization X did not give him a new task, so there was no need for him to give those data to Organization X.
The organization doesn't know either. And he has a better candidate to take the blame, and that is Weskier's HCF organization.
Jack on the other side of the phone heard that Luo Guang might have a solution, but he didn't dare to hang up the phone. It was rare for him to calm down and wait for Luo Guang. Although Luo Guang is only a peripheral member of the organization, Jack knows that viruses such as the T-virus have the characteristics of self-healing and regeneration, so Jack believes that Luo Guang, an undercover agent of Umbrella, may have that information.
Jack, I recently obtained a potion. I grabbed this potion from the enemy.
Judging from the effect of the enemy's use, it seems that it can regenerate people's severed limbs. Luo Guang's words made Jack's eyes light up, but then Luo Guang's words put Jack in a dilemma.
But this is the enemy's medicine after all.
I don't know if it requires a specific constitution or auxiliary medicine.
It may even be just an activator to stimulate the enemy to inject substances into the body in advance. So can Emma use it? Is there any rejection?
I don't know about the reaction, so before using it, you'd better ask Emma what she thinks and decide whether to try it.
Luo Guang didn't dare to say so harshly. After all, it was a thing he had just created.
Even if the system said it had passed the simulation test, it had never passed the actual test.
Luo Guang, where are you? Jack and Emma have been together for so long. Naturally, he understands Emma's character.
Emma, who thinks she is stronger, will definitely choose to try Luo Guang's potion after learning that she has lost her arm. If that potion could really regenerate a person's severed limbs, it would be of immeasurable value. Jack didn't expect Luo Guang to take out such an important thing. However, no matter what purpose or trap Luo Guang had, Jack felt that he had no other choice, everything was for Emma. It's just that Jack still remembers that the phones the two of them were using at this time were both organized by X, so he must first get the potion, Luo Guang, in his hands. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading.
It's the hotel you introduced to me. Luo Guang replied. What?
Luo Guangqi, first go to the cafe across the road from the hotel and wait for me.
I'll have someone pick you up right away. The person who picks you up is Mark N.
Jack's words made Luo Guang feel a little confused, thinking that he was obviously in a place with X organization background. Why was Jack acting so nervous?
Luo Guang was shocked and had an idea. Is Jack wary of Organization X?
After suffering the loss of Wang Wei following him, Luo Guang repeatedly confirmed that no one was following him while waiting for someone in the cafe. After sitting in the car smoothly, Mark N., the brother sent by Jack, said to Luo Guang, "Where did that magical potion come from?"
Sure enough, Jack and the others can't hide their affairs from Organization X.
Luo Guang didn't think Jack would tell such an important thing about rebirth number 1 potion, even if the other person was the brother Jack mentioned, so he tried it out.
Did I reveal my secret?
Or did you guess it?
Markin seemed to have no ill intentions towards Luo Guang and asked like a friend.
I'll just try to ask. Luo Guang looked at the scenery outside the car, thinking how could it be possible that with the energy of Organization maybe Organization X was secretly amused when they saw that Jack was treating Emma at his own expense.
It's just that Jack sent Markin over. Luo Guang didn't know whether Jack did it intentionally, or whether Jack ignored the surrounding problems because he was focusing on Emma. Ha ha.
Markin said with a smile, yes, it was because of Organization help. After hearing what the other party said, the only thing Luo Guang thought of was that no matter what the relationship between Markin and Jack was, Jack's brothers could not be trusted.
Aren't you afraid that I will tell Jack these things directly? Luo Guang asked. I heard that you want to join the organization? Markin did not directly answer Luo Guang's words, but asked another thing.
It seems that the person in charge of Africa reported that he wanted to join Organization. Luo Guang thought about it and said, yes, Umbrella is going to fall. I have to find a towering tree to protect myself. Wise choice.
In that case, why not donate the medicine that can regenerate severed limbs to the organization?
Markin continued, I can take you to the head of the organization in Chicago right now and donate the medicine.
Oh? I thought you were on your way to the local person in charge now?
As for why you don't offer it, as I said on the phone before, I only have one of that thing, and I don't know if there are any other conditions for use.
Conditions, whether the limb can be reborn is still unknown.
If it fails, it will not be possible. As Luo Guang spoke, he was thinking about whether to hint to the other party that he had a better elixir of immortality. The other party accepted Luo Guang's statement and said, it is precisely because of this concern that we and the leaders above ordered me to take you to the hospital in accordance with Jack's instructions. It's just right to use Emma, a guy who may be turned into waste, for experiments. Although the above instructions are so, in Mark's opinion, there is only one magic medicine that needs to be analyzed and analyzed more, rather than saving a useless person who may be abandoned. On the other side, Luo Guang heard Mark's gritted tone when talking about Emma, and couldn't help but wonder if Emma and Jack were very disliked in the organization.
Luo Guang, Emma is awake. Jack said to Luo Guang anxiously. Markin just kindly withdrew, leaving space for Luo Guang, Jack and Emma.
There was no blood on Emma's face, her lips were pale, the right-hand part of her hospital gown was empty, and her entire right arm had disappeared, but the look in her eyes was as cold as before. Not long after she was out of danger, Emma woke up. She just slept most of the time because she was in urgent need of rest.
Luo Guang, I have told Emma what you said. Emma wants to try it.
Regardless of whether it succeeds or loses her life, we will not blame you. After Jack finished speaking, Emma nodded slightly. The other party doesn't blame himself, just listen to what he said, Luo Guang thought, and took out the light red rebirth number 1. It was filled with the syringe used by Umbrella Company to collect the blood of biochemical infectious agents.
Umbrella's medicine? Jack asked.
Luo Guang shook his head and said, those enemies are not, but I think they may be related to Umbrella Company. That Weskier is the best evidence that the enemy is connected with Umbrella Company, Luo Guang added in his heart.
Jack nodded, looked at Emma with a worried look, and asked, what should we do in advance?
Luo Guang had already inquired about the system and said, I think they injected it directly, but the wounds on their severed limbs were not healed at that time.
I think nutrition also needs to keep up.
That's good, but as for nutrition, although I have been given infusions during this period, but, Jack said, the wound on Emma's right arm has not completely healed after the bleeding stopped, so Emma does not need to be stabbed again. She was just out of danger and consumed a lot of energy, so Jack said very worriedly, how many more days? But those enemies insist on using it immediately after being injured, even in battle, and it will be very troublesome for Emma's wound to heal in a few days.
Are you sure you want to wait?
Luo Guang wanted to record Emma's condition after using it, but he didn't want to wait here. Besides, Jack wouldn't let Luo Guang leave directly before Emma injected rebirth number 1. Jack, Emma on the bed didn't want to see her empty right arm when she opened her eyes, and said, I can hold on, okay, Emma.
Jack didn't argue, respecting Emma's will.
After getting ready, Jack helped Emma take off half of her shirt and unwrap the gauze on her right arm.
Luo Guang stood on Emma's left side, injecting rebirth number 1 into Emma's white arm. The medicine made this time is called Rebirth Number 1, so Emma is naturally White Mouse Number 1. In Rebirth Number 1, Luo Guang used the system to intercept the self-healing genes in the virus, and then added gene fragments created by the system to limit the time limit and limit excessive growth, ensuring that these self-healing genes would not remain in the body for a long time or grow uncontrollably. Mutations. It was better than Luo Guang imagined. The wound on Emma's right arm began to close, and a small pink hand grew out visibly to the naked eye. Luo Guang glanced at Emma, who fell into coma immediately after being injected with Rebirth Number 1. He increased the dripping speed of the nutrient solution and said, "She needs a lot of energy." The little hand continued to grow, like a thriving sapling. Luo Guang kept staring at Emma's right arm, recording the situation. In less than 5 minutes, Emma's right arm was almost the same as her left arm, except that Emma had lost a lot of weight and lost a lot of chest fat, which made Jack very distressed. Luo Guang nodded. 5 minutes was a long time on the ever-changing battlefield, but it was acceptable in terms of effect. This was more in line with his statement about the source of Rebirth Number 1. This actually grew. Jack looked at Emma's grown hand in surprise. He didn't have much hope in Luo Guang's potion. He actually didn't have much hope in his heart. Luo Guang glanced at Jack and said, "Okay, remember to supplement your nutrition later. I'll leave first." Jack quickly stepped forward, held Luo Guang's hand, and said, Thank you, I will be there wherever I am needed in the future." Luo Guang nodded, walked out of the ward, and immediately saw Mark N and Jack's other brothers standing next to him. However, Luo Guang saw their eyes looking at him and smiled bitterly. The positions and sightlines of the 4 people in front of them have changed from when they came. Rather than guarding against external attackers, they are more likely to monitor the situation in the room. Mark N, who brought Luo Guang to the hospital, whispered a few words through the communicator, then walked straight to Luo Guang and said, "Our team leader wants to see you." Meow. Chapter 82. Joining the family. Luo Guang felt that he could still defeat the 4 people in front of him, but Luo Guang did not act rashly. Instead, he asked about the situation first to see if he could collect information. "Captain? The leader of Organization X?" Luo Guang asked. "We are a combat department belonging to Organization X, and the regiment leader is the code name of the leader of our combat department." Mark N felt that it was difficult for Luo Guang to fly, so he revealed some information to Luo Guang, but it was just a sentence without much substance. Luo Guang nodded and looked at the other people who stood up and gathered around him, wondering if this was the Hongmen banquet. However, Luo Guang did not resist. Being able to meet with higher-level people seemed to be a good choice for him to promote his homemade T. Veronica virus. Of course, the most important thing was that Luo Guang's combat ability at this time gave Luo Guang confidence. After walking out of the hospital, Luo Guang sat in the car he came in before, put on the hood the other party gave him, and after walking around for several times, he arrived outside a villa in the suburbs. After getting out of the car, Luo Guang took off his hood and began to check the surrounding environment. The villa in front of him occupied a large area. The wall that Luo Guang saw was at least 200 to 300 meters wide. After following Markin in, Luo Guang was taken to a study room. "Captain, Luo Guang is here." Markin knocked on the door softly and respectfully. After being allowed in, he brought Luo Guang in and saluted the person sitting behind the desk with a Lighthouse National Military salute. "You go out and guard. Don't come in without my order, no matter what the noise is," the regiment leader ordered. Markin did not hesitate at all because he was worried that Luo Guang would be disadvantageous to the group leader. He directly followed the order and left, closing the door behind him. The leader looked to be an old man in his 50s or 60s, but he looked energetic. He was wearing a camouflage shirt, which outlined his unexpectedly strong muscles. However, his expression was very amiable. When I think of it, I think of Mark N. With his behavior just now, Luo Guang felt that the old man in front of him was not weak in fighting ability. "Sit down." The leader stood up, pointed to the 2 sofas on the other side, and invited. Luo Guang nodded and sat face to face with the group leader on the sofa, waiting for the other party to speak. "You can call me Captain Xie, Luo Guang." "Hello, Captain Sheffield." Luo Guang looked very reserved and did not let down his guard because of the amiable appearance of the other party. Captain Sheffield also noticed Luo Guang's vigilance, but he didn't say much and went straight to the topic. "Luo Guang, where did you get the potion that can regenerate severed limbs?" Hearing that Captain Sheffield didn't ask about the effect of the medicine, Luo Guang speculated that the other party would have a monitor in the ward, so when he came out, the 4 people guarding the door would take their positions and not be afraid to come out.
There is also Jack Jones, who has been kept in the dark. Luo Guang had already prepared his words, so he immediately replied, when I was doing the mission for Umbrella Company, the enemies I encountered carried them with them.
Because the battle was fierce, I only harvested one. What is that organization? Does it have a name? I don't know. Their biochemical weapons research and development is no worse than Umbrella's. The biochemical weapons they use can already perform certain tasks under the guidance of robots.
Luo Guang pretended to remember, moved his eyes to the upper left, paused, and then said, the only clue is a man named Albert Weskier. He was originally from Umbrella Company. Suspended death and left the organization during an incident. Luo Guang didn't know whether Umbrella had received any information about Weskier after the incident at Rotford Island in the Antarctic base, and he didn't know Weskier's characterization, so he didn't say anything about betrayal. Albert Weskier, Captain Sheffield secretly wrote down the name and repeated it in a low voice. Commander Siefayer, do you have any questions? Luo Guang asked after Commander Siefayer finished thinking and looked at himself. Captain Sheffield did not beat around the bush and said directly, I have received information.
Do you want to join our organization?
Yes. After Luo Guang confirmed the other party's speaking style, he was ready to speak bluntly.
So how much do you know about our organization?
If you are rich and powerful, your power is overwhelming.
Luo Guang switched to English and said.
It's very suitable, but very superficial. Captain Sheffield said with a smile, but if you peripheral members really understand the purpose of our organization, I will doubt your purpose.
Luo Guang didn't answer, waiting for the other party's next words.
Our organization, you could call it the family.
Family? Isn't that the organization led by Derek C. Simmons?
Luo Guang was a little surprised.
Ha! Captain Siefayer stared at Luo Guang. He seemed to see something from Luo Guang's reaction.
If Luo Guang knew nothing about the family, he shouldn't have shown a trace of surprise, but should have been calmer, so Captain Sheffield immediately asked, do you know about the family?
I seem to have heard the name of this organization somewhere.
The other person sounded like the mastermind behind a conspiracy theory, so I just took it as a joke. From the words of Captain Sheffield, Luo Guang knew that it was his expression was revealing, and he didn't dare to hesitate at all in his answer. After speaking, he quickly thought about how to remedy it.
Where?
Captain Sheffield asked, and he also had a suspicion in his mind.
Considering that Luo Guang worked for Umbrella Company, he suspected that Luo Guang had heard about it from Umbrella Company.
This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Luo Guang, considering his identity and recent experience, pretended to recall the past and said, if I remember correctly, it was someone from Umbrella's European branch who said this during a break, I just took it as a joke and turned around and forgot about it. Luo Guang's words were exactly in line with Captain Sheffield's conjecture.
Are you chatting about conspiracy theories? Captain Sheffield thought. There are so many aristocratic families in Europe and the United States.
Hiding the family name and only calling his organization a family is indeed in line with the tone of the mysterious organization and conspiracy theories.
But Luo Guang, you seemed a little surprised just now?
Luo Guang's words could not explain why he was surprised, and just now Luo Guang said that he only took it as a joke and turned around and forgot about it.
Luo Guang did not deny it and said, yes.
When you just said that, leader, I remembered that I had heard such a story. I didn't expect that the mysterious organization they were joking about was actually true.
This explanation is acceptable to Captain Sheffield.
After all, the conspiracy theory was promoted by his family organization. In the future, whenever someone suggests that there is some mastermind behind the scenes, the person in charge of the media department can label the other person as a conspiracy theorist, thereby suppressing the other person's momentum.
Okay, let's continue the previous topic.
The family is an ancient organization founded by the British Simons family before the Lighthouse Countries' War of Independence. Its internal round table members are all of noble descent, so you must treat them with caution when you meet them, and the current family leader is Derek C. Simmons. This time, Luo Guang's expression management was normal and Captain Sheffield didn't notice the problem. This family organization, if Luo Guang remembers correctly, the members of the Round Table have used their bloodline advantages to gradually penetrate into the upper echelons of European and American countries all year round, and even control the lifeblood of some countries.
There are several purposes for establishing this organization.
One is naturally to safeguard the interests of our organization on a global scale, and the second is to maintain the social stability and world status of the lighthouse country. In order to let Luo Guang know from which angle he should think about problems in future actions, Captain Sheffield told Luo Guang the purpose of the organization.
But Luo Guang was a little strange, thinking, shouldn't the purpose of this organization called family be to conquer the world?
So you did a good job reporting about the Blood Plague King in Danforth City before. The military did not discover the existence of that thing. If the Blood Plague virus is leaked outside the Trumbull Valley blockade, then the entire lighthouse country and even the entire world will be in big trouble. Then put the Blood Plague virus into other countries, Luo Guang said tentatively. Captain Sheffield shook his head and said, the other party that has obtained the Blood Plague virus sample will also release it back, and there may be other viruses developed by other countries that will be released into our country. Luo Guang, although it is not a nuclear weapon, it still poses a great threat to the country, especially the civilians responsible for production. Later, Captain Sheffield said earnestly, Luo Guang, we do not pray for the destruction of the world. It is not good for us to destroy modern civilization and modern society, so recently the family mentioned that we should form an army, to curb the development of biochemical crises.
I understand.
As long as this organization doesn't want to destroy the world, then anything can be said, Luo Guang thought. As for you joining the family, I can make the decision for you to join, but you can only join my department. Leader Sheffield would agree to join him. Luo Guang had a hunch when the other party introduced the family organization, otherwise there would be no need for the other party to tell him so much.
Captain, your department, I heard it's the combat department? Luo Guang confirmed. Commander Sheffield did not answer directly, but asked, do you know about the military super soldier plan? I've heard of it, but didn't it say that the plan failed? Luo Guang concluded.
The reason why Luo Guang believes that the plan failed is because the international situation has not changed much and there is no publicity from the military. It failed, but it also left some results. Captain Sheffield told Luo Guangdao, the plan to create super soldiers through mechanical prostheses in Plan A has reached a deadlock because the problem of neural connections cannot be solved, but it is still after accumulating experience. We turned from cost and other aspects to developing individual soldier exoskeletons and even power armor. Plan B for the super soldiers is to start directly from humans and strengthen the soldiers into omnipotent super soldiers through genetic engineering or other means. Later, those researchers discovered that due to age, adults' bodies had basically been fixed, and they had a violent rejection reaction to those strengthening methods. Then a serious accident occurred during an experiment, and the entire experiment was directly abandoned. Since you are older, find someone younger, Luo Guang thought, and suddenly thought of a word that Emma and the others mentioned. School? Luo Guang asked. Captain Sheffield raised his eyebrows. Oh? Do you know about the school? It is said that Jack was born in the school. Yes, both Emma and Jack are children chosen in the Super Soldier program. The Super Soldier plan is not something that needs to be kept secret within the family organization, so Captain Sheffield, who intends to recruit Luo Guang, paused, showed a kind expression on his face, and said to Luo Guang, actually, Emma Greenwell is my daughter, and I was a member of the Lighthouse Army. You used your daughter for experiments? Luo Guang had a normal relationship with Emma, so he would not yell at Captain Sheffield for her, but he just asked slightly in surprise. Captain Sheffield sighed and said, Emma had a strange disease before. She tried all kinds of methods and doctors but couldn't cure it. Then I learned that this experiment can strengthen the human body. The project researchers are evaluating it. Later, he also expressed that there was a chance to suppress Emma's condition, so, at this time, Captain Sheffield said as a father, so I am very grateful to you for saving my daughter's hand and allowing her to retain the opportunity to take over my position in the future. After hearing what Captain Sheffield said, Luo Guang felt that Emma's life would not be in any danger regardless of whether he could save Emma's arm. This is why Mark and the others would stay outside the room as Jack wished. I see. Luo Guang said, so if I join the family, I can only join your department. Captain Sheffield shook his head and said that he did not let Luo Guang join because he saved his daughter, and said, I didn't let you join because you saved my daughter. Then, Luo Guang said strangely. Apart from his status as a senior intelligence officer of Umbrella Company, Luo Guang has always been curious about what Organization X values in him. Captain Sheffield gave the answer to Luo Guang's question. Actually, after what happened in Raccoon City, the family wanted to expand its combat team to deal with possible biochemical crises in the future. The original plan is that after you complete anti-biochemical training and perform missions with the USS recruits, we will contact you and formally invite you to join our newly formed troops for anti-biochemical military operations. Are those USS recruits yours? Then Death Hank. Luo Guang couldn't help but doubt Death Hank's position. Captain Sheffield shook his head and said, those recruits are, but Death Hank is not. We just asked USS to help us train a group of teams, and then they will perform a mysterious mission with you.
And during the mission, we will leave Umbrella as MIA.
In fact, we will directly transfer to the combat force of the family organization.
Luo Guang figured out the organization's plan.
Yes, so we are actually interested in your identity as a survivor of Raccoon City. In addition, you are a senior intelligence agent of Umbrella Company, so you are a good choice for us to form an anti-biological and chemical force. Commander Sheffield paused and said, "It's a pity that the plan couldn't keep up with the changes."
The newly trained USS recruits were sent by Umbrella to complete a mission just after completing basic training, and that mission was not arranged by us. Although I have experience in biohazards in Raccoon City and Trumbull Valley, it seems that there is no need to find an intelligence person to join the combat force, right?
Luo Guang still had questions.
There are not many intelligence agents with biohazard experience.
In addition, you have contact with the people of SARS, which allows us to use your relationship with them to carry out anti-biohazard activities, and even break into the circle of anti-biohazard forces that will appear later.
But that's all for the future.
Now your first task in joining the Red Claws is not to fight, but to monitor them and find talents that the organization can use.
Aren't those recruits completely loyal to the family? Luo Guan thought to himself, wouldn't he become a monitor like Nikolai?
Sheffield shook his head in unity and said, "You are loyal, but your new force needs to come to the table and join a force called the Red Claws, and the Red Claws will recruit people from all over the world."
Red Claws? Luo Guan wondered where this army came from.
The current Red Claw personnel are adapted from the private security army of Weston Consolidated Construction Company. In fact, that construction company is owned by a round table member of the family, and that company is in Danforth. There is a large warehouse in the city, so our family knows the good things the military is doing there.
Could it be Umbrella's intelligence source? Luo Guang suddenly thought of a possibility.
No, it was revealed by us. Captain Sheffield explained, after all, it is related to the military, so it is best to do that kind of thing in the name of Umbrella Company.
Then what do I want to do?
Luo Guang needed to determine what he wanted to do, and by the way, he wanted to think about whether he could use the Red Claw troops to do something. Commander Sheffield chuckled and said, "It's very simple, fight against the biochemical crisis, and then collect intelligence. I will arrange for you to lead a special operations team to carry out operations around the world, and you will collect intelligence from those places, just summarize it and give it to the organization."
I changed the content again, so it's a lot late.
Chapter 83 Recovering One's Own Property. Google search for TWKN. After saying goodbye to Captain Sheffield, Luo Guang took a small box given to him by Markin and returned to the hotel room. The plan to join the X organization this time was really full of twists and turns. Although he was not physically tired, Luo Guang felt mentally exhausted. But the result was good after all, so Luo Guang cheered up and sat on the bed to open the blind box. By the way, because Captain Sheffield told him that he could refer to the X organization both inside and outside in the future, Luo Guang still habitually called the family organization the X organization. There were not many things in the box Markin gave him. First of all, it was an X organization identity card, but the appearance was disguised as a bank card, with account number, bank name, etc. on the card.
In fact, the family organization did not have an identity card with the organization name family written on it.
Instead, they all used fake bank cards with an X background pattern as identity verification cards for family organization members, which was also a measure taken by the family organization to cover up its real organization name. However, according to Captain Sheffield, the family emblems of the nobles at the top of the organization have a certain identity recognition function, so Luo Guang was asked to find time to memorize the styles and meanings of those emblems in order to avoid accidentally bumping into the round table members of the family. After putting away this important ID card, Luo Guang took out a machine from the box. In addition to these two things, there was only the charging cable of the machine and an A4 paper in the box. The machine was just the size of a touchscreen smartphone, with only a screen and a few buttons, and no camera. It looked like a smartphone that Luo Guang used before he traveled through time.
Smartphone?
Luo Guang was surprised to see this thing in this era. Thinking of this, Luo Guang pressed the power button to turn on the power. After clicking on the panel a few times, he realized that this was a pad machine, similar to a tablet computer, and to use this machine, you need the account on your ID card and your fingerprint to unlock it. After unlocking, Luo Guang set a password for himself to strengthen confidentiality. The program system used in the machine in his hand was something Luo Guang had never seen before.
It was probably an internal system developed by the family organization. It didn't have many functions. It was basically used by the members of the family organization to query information, accept tasks, etc. After getting the machine, Luo Guang didn't care about the other things in the box and immediately looked for his information in the organization. Well, it seems that the information on the Apocalypse organization was very clear. Luo Guang found that his experience in the organization's information database was very different from what the Apocalypse said. Mainly in the database of the X organization, when he lived in an orphanage, he was taken away by Umbrella Company for training before he came of age, and then he had been working for Umbrella Company. The information in the database was different from the experience told by the Apocalypse, and the information on the Apocalypse was only a few sentences in the database, and there was no useful information. However, Luo Guang didn't plan to care who was true or false for the time being. He continued to look through his own information and finally found the information he wanted: the property obtained by the Apocalypse Luo Guang before he crossed over. Of course, the most important thing was the bank card opened by the Apocalypse Luo Guang, which Luo Guang also found, and there was still a lot of money in the account. While looking at the screen, Luo Guang was grinning. After all, seeing so much money, Luo Guang, as a former office worker, was naturally very happy. The bank password was not shown in the intelligence. It was not known whether it was not found or hidden. However, Luo Guang only needed to apply for a new bank card and change the password to use it. His savings were enough for him and Jill to live a worry-free life. Luo Guang looked at the nearly 3 million yuan on the screen and had a thought of retiring directly. Ha ha! Luo Guang laughed dryly in the room. It seemed that he was really a little mentally exhausted. Thinking of this, Luo Guang lay on the bed and checked with the pad machine. Thinking of the red claws mentioned by Captain Sheffield today, Luo Guang operated the pad machine to check the data of the red claws. It was almost the same as what Captain Sheffield said, but Luo Guang found that the red claws had already had an experience of encountering a biochemical crisis. When the blood plague virus first broke out in Danforth, the private security army of Weston United Construction Company, the predecessor of Red Claw, was stationed in the company warehouse in the suburbs of the city. In order to survive, the private security army immediately responded, established a defense line, and prevented the further spread of the blood plague virus before the military arrived. The private security army was responsible for blocking a section of the tunnel connecting Danforth and Trumbull. However, when the military took over, the security team had suffered heavy losses, with less than 4 people left alive, and these people, together with Luo Guang and the new recruits from the USS, became the basic personnel of Red Claw. Next, Luo Guang used the database of Organization X to confirm the situation on the Umbrella side. The latest intelligence is that Lotford Island was attacked by the enemy. Umbrella has already known about it, but it seems that the investigation results have not yet come out, so Organization X has not obtained any other information. Luo Guang also checked his benefits in Organization X and the bases of Organization X in various places, such as where to buy weapons and where to entrust intelligence collection. In terms of the organization's authority, Luo Guang is a Klevel, which is slightly better than Blevel. Basically, some of the organization's resources can be used freely and for free, and he can also accept some tasks issued by the round table members of the family. He took a look at the tasks posted. There are not many of them. They are all small pleasures for the rich, but there is a task to find the elixir of life. Luo Guang has some ideas about this. After reading the information he needed on the pad machine, Luo Guang reorganized his belongings. First, he had the Beretta M92F pistol, Umbrella custom version, and the spare G19 pistol that had been with him since he crossed over, and the matching magazines and 9mm bullets. Maybe it's not worth it, but when Luo Guang used the blood samples and machine parts of the HCF organization's hunters in exchange for the special plane of the X organization, he also had the idea of being able to carry a pistol on the plane. Maybe Luo Guang can apply for cargo transportation, but Luo Guang always feels insecure without a gun. In a way, Luo Guang, who crossed over to the lighthouse country, quickly integrated into the local culture in terms of guns. The only other weapon he had was the telescopic dagger. He had used it many times, but the blade had not become blunt or rolled, so Luo Guang had no plans to change it to other close-range weapons for the time being. He also had the ability to harden his armor and could directly manufacture blades, daggers, and other weapons. In the safety compartment of the backpack, there was also the T. Veronica virus that he had modified, the memory of the digital camera, and some paper materials that had not been handed over to Umbrella or Organization X. In addition, the backpack only contained his usual high-energy food, bottled water, a small roll of rope,
a roll of tape and a small medicine box. As for clothes and shoes, Luo Guang temporarily put them in a suitcase he bought when he bought clothes to change. Luo Guang carried his backpack and the belt with the gun with him, because the backpack was waterproof, and he even put it in a place where he could easily take it when he took a shower.
After sorting out and taking a hot bath, Luo Guang lay on the bed, thinking about the next action.
On the Red Claw side, the anti-biochemical combatants trained by Umbrella 4 Organization X had not returned to the team, so the action had not yet been officially launched. However, when thinking about this, Luo Guang remembered that those people who were planned to disappear during the mission were acting with Hank, the god of death, and he had an inexplicable premonition that those people might die directly during the mission. Considering this possibility, the anti-biochemical instructors of the Red Claw Combat Force originally planned might not be enough, but that was also something that the Red Claw commander had to worry about. In the following period of time, Luo Guang had free time again, and it was time to deal with the affairs of the Umbrella Company, so Luo Guang planned to go directly to the Chicago Research Institute branch. Luo Guang disappeared while executing the European branch, but he went directly back to the American branch to report the situation, which might make the people in the European branch feel unhappy, but it didn't matter. He joined the X organization, so even if something happened, he had a way out on his side.
In addition, Weskier, who was weaker than him, was not afraid of the Umbrella Company.
Luo Guang, who felt that he was stronger than Weskier, was even less worried about not being able to escape when the relationship turned against each other. Although the plot was very different from the Resident Evil game he had played before crossing because of his appearance, the direction of the world development in the game could still be referenced with the database of the X organization. At this time, the Raccoon City incident was still in the process of fermentation, and the public reaction was the most direct and rapid. However, the Global Pharmaceutical Federation, which is composed of many large pharmaceutical companies around the world, seemed very quiet at this time. The stock price of Umbrella Corporation has declined, but it seems that the downward trend has weakened in recent times. The main reason is that the sales of the 3 healthcare products that Umbrella Corporation focuses on are still strong. These 3 products are aspirin-based drugs for treating various common diseases, an ointment suitable for open wounds, and a skin beauty product that can make users look younger. Lying on the bed, thinking about various things, Luo Guang slowly fell into sleep without knowing it. Early the next morning, Luo Guang came to the Chicago Branch Research Institute.
The process of entering the institute was smooth.
His ID card could be used, and no security personnel rushed out to pounce on Luo Guang, so Luo Guang found Minister Luke's secretary smoothly all the way. Because he wanted to make a surprise attack, Luo Guang did not make an appointment with Minister Luke, and went to find Minister Luke's secretary to try to confirm the situation from the secretary's expression. The secretary was a little surprised to see Luo Guang suddenly appear, and asked, "Intelligence officer, didn't you go to Europe?" After all, the secretary had handled Luo Guang's visit to the European branch, so it was not surprising that the other party knew that he had gone to Europe.
"Something happened and I came back. Is Minister Luke here?" Luo Guang asked. The secretary nodded and said, "The minister is here."
"I'll tell the minister, and you can go directly to the minister."
"Thank you, I'll treat you to dinner when I have time in the future."
Luo Guang blew a kiss to the secretary, as if he didn't know that the other party was a surveillance officer.
"Okay."
The secretary shook his chest and replied with a smile.
Luo Guang left the secretary's office and then went to Minister Luke's office.
The reason why he didn't find Minister Guslin but Minister Luke was because Minister Luke was not someone who could hide his thoughts. He only needed to go there to confirm the latest news, so he didn't need to trouble Minister Guslin. However, judging from the reactions of the people he met along the way, his betrayal of the company should not have been discovered.
"Hello, Luke."
After Luo Guang knocked on the door and entered, he greeted Minister Luke, who had serious dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Luo Guang come in, Minister Luke yawned, stopped what he was doing, and said, Luo Guangchi is back so soon.
"Weren't you sent to a small island to stay for a while?"
"The island was attacked, so I came back." Luo Guang found a chair without documents and sat on it.
"Who attacked?" "I don't know." Luo Guang did not tell Luke the information that the enemy had launched a controllable Hunter-Slayer too. What an eventful time it has been. Minister Luke could only sigh with emotion. Then he glanced at the clock on the table and said in surprise, "It turns out it's already so late." Minister Luke took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes and then said, "I have been working for 18 hours straight, and I should take a rest." "So busy with work now?"
Luo Guang took advantage of the other party's confusion and planned to learn about the research and development of the blood plague virus after the biochemical weapons department obtained it. Minister Luke sighed, took out a folded camp bed from the side, and said, "Oh, it's still about the blood plague virus. Didn't I say before that we started to fuse the T virus and the blood plague virus to produce new biochemical weapons? Failed? Yes, the two cannot coexist in the body of the experimental subject. Later, Guslin and I tried to splice them together through technical means, or to let a large number of T viruses engulf the blood plague virus to allow the T virus to mutate on its own, but all failed." After speaking, Minister Luke pointed to the documents on the table. "So I have been studying the previous reports since yesterday, analyzing and finding out the reasons. Did the blood plague virus destroy itself? Or did the characteristics of the blood plague virus not show up after forced splicing or fusion?" Luo Guang had read some virology books before, so he could pick up the topic of virology a little more than before. Minister Luke replied, "For the former, the genetic structure of those blood plague viruses is too stable and will collapse as long as there is a slight change, and our technology cannot seamlessly replace gene segments. So it seems we don't know how long it will take to break through this difficulty?" After hearing Minister Luke's words, Luo Guan clearly understood how superb the system's operation was. Minister Luke put a pillow and quilt on the camp bed and said, "Yes, the superiors have given us a deadline. If it still doesn't work, we will first develop controllable biochemical weapons made only with T virus or blood plague virus. It is said that the company is going to the black market and is preparing to start selling biological and chemical weapons to those in war areas. But hasn't the company's stock price stabilized recently? And isn't it afraid that someone will find out that the company is behind the seller? So it's just preparation. If the Raccoon City incident cannot be concealed about biohazards and biochemical weapons, then we will start planning to turn the Raccoon City incident into a propaganda GG for our biochemical weapons." Minister Luke's information was from a high-level meeting. I heard it when Luo Guang lowered his head and thought, and said, "It seems that the company can still persist. In a while, I'm going to rest." But Minister Luke wasn't too optimistic about it, yawned, and started to catch up with the guests. "Okay, you should have a good rest." Since the other party said that, Luo Guang said nothing more. After all, the other party is in the position of a minister. It is not his responsibility to know whether the other party has a way out or to recruit him. After looking for Minister Luke, Luo Guan went to see Minister Guslin, but he didn't plan to talk too much about serious matters. He mainly wanted to show his face to let the other party know that he was back. However, Luo Guan was rejected. Minister Guslin and his secretary were not here. Thinking that they might leave temporarily, Luo Guan was stopped when he was about to walk to the research area of the virus department. Asterisk? Don't want to go to work. Chapter 84 Review. Hello, Agent Luo. The director of the branch is looking for you. Please come with us. The two people who came over had no abnormal expressions on their faces, their hands were vertical normally, and they did not show any alert movements. Luo Guang nodded, thinking that they should not know what the director of the branch wanted to see him for, so he did not ask, and directly said, "Lead the way." The other party did not react in particular, and walked in front of Luo Guang on the left and right to lead the way, which made Luo Guang confirm that it was not his betrayal of the company that was exposed. It's no wonder that Luo Guang was afraid. When he just looked for Minister Guslin, the other party was not there, which made Luo Guang wonder if Minister Guslin was arrested and then gave himself up. Not long after, Luo Guang came to a small meeting room in the institute, where there were not many people. A middle-aged man in a suit sat in front of the door. Luo Guang saw the serious expression of the other party as soon as he entered. In addition, there were two bodyguard-like characters nearly 2 meters tall behind the middle-aged man, both with poker faces, holding pistols in their hands, and maintaining the highest level of alert. Luo Guang sat in the chair facing the other person and looked at him. The two people who brought him here reported that they had brought the person here, then retreated and stood guard at the door. The branch director was observing Luo Guang and did not speak immediately. Luo Guang took advantage of this gap to observe the two bodyguards. The two bodyguards in front of him were using the P229 pistol developed by SIG. This pistol has 3 calibers, namely 9mm pistol bullet, 0.375 SIG pistol bullet and 0.40-inch SNW pistol bullet. However, because the muzzle was not facing Luo Guang could not judge. In addition to the pistol, Luo Guang also saw a large bulge in the bodyguard's suit. Judging from the size, it might be a submachine gun such as Uzi. "Hello, Intelligence Officer Luo." The other party did not introduce himself, but Luo Guang had checked the intelligence of the Chicago branch, so he knew the other party's identity and said, "Hello, Minister Saul." Minister Saul Charon, the current minister of the Chicago branch, was born in the Lighthouse Country. He studied in Europe in his early years and later directly joined the Paris branch of the European branch of Umbrella Corporation. Later, Minister Saul was transferred to the American branch when the company expanded the American market. After working for a year, he was assigned to the Chicago branch and has been working in this position ever since. Luo Guang thought of the other party's resume, so it was not surprising that Minister Saul had his own connections in Europe. Thinking of recent events, Luo Guang speculated that this time he might be looking for him about the loss of the parasite nemesis, or what happened on Lotford Island.
Minister Saul observed Luo Guang's reaction again and asked, "Do you know why I asked you to come here?" Luo Guang shook his head and said, "I just came back not long ago. Today is my first day back to the Branch Research Institute." Minister Saul nodded and said, "We investigated the plane that brought you back. It seems that the departure point is the South Africa. Umbrella Company investigated the background of the operating company of the plane carrying Luo Guang and found no problems. They just wondered why Luo Guang appeared in the South Africa. Yes. Luo Guang's plane stopped once for refueling."
After hearing what Minister Saul said, he didn't say much.
In this case, it is better to answer what others ask.
There is no need to say more, so as not to say more mistakes.
Why are you in the South Africa?
That place is not close to Lotford Island. Minister Saul's authority allows him to know the existence of Lotford Island.
Luo Guang replied calmly, "Lotford Island was attacked.
Continuous large-scale airstrikes led to the discovery of virus leakage on the island, resulting in a biochemical crisis." Luo Guang's words were consistent with the results of Umbrella's investigation on the island, and also showed that Luo Guang was present when the attack began, so Minister Saul continued to ask, "We found a survivor on the island, named Rodrigo, who was the island's security captain. It was him who opened the prison door according to the report he submitted, and it was you who untied the prisoner Claire Redfield's shackles."
Hearing Minister Saul's words, Luo Guang was speechless about Rodrigo.
He was also involved in letting Claire go, so why did he say such a thing?
Luo Guang didn't know that Umbrella had the handle of the indigenous relics on the island that Rodrigo cherished, so Rodrigo didn't dare to lie at all.
Before Rodrigo rescued Claire, he thought he was doomed, but he didn't expect that he miraculously survived. After Rodrigo killed a zombie guard that wandered into the underground prison, he found the hemostatic drug on the zombie and successfully stopped the bleeding wound on his waist. Finally, in order to avoid the air raid, Rodrigo hid in the ruins of the indigenous people on the island. With the blessing of his ancestors, he survived until he was discovered by the USS troops of Umbrella. Luo Guang did not deny it, and nodded in acknowledgement, "Yes, because I need help to escape together."
"But why did you look for the enemies of Umbrella?" "Because Rodrigo was injured and couldn't help at all. At that time, I couldn't find anyone from other companies."
Luo Guang shrugged his shoulders and continued, "The original purpose of the captured Claire was to lure her former SARS brother into the trap we prepared, but the lure plan failed.
So Claire has been booked to become an experimental material for the Lotford Island Research Institute.
Other than that, she is in a daze and has no information that the company needs. So I judged that the other party is not of much value to the company, and let her go. It will not pose a threat to the company after coming out." This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Minister Saul also learned about Claire's information after learning about this, and knew that what Luo Guang said was correct. Moreover, Minister Saul knew that if Luo Guang kept asking why he let Claire go, Luo Guang would probably say the wrong thing, but this is what happens to normal people. On the contrary, if Luo Guang keeps answering fluently and does not say the wrong thing, Minister Saul they also suspected that Luo Guang had premeditated and prepared his words in advance, so he stopped asking about this matter and didn't get into any more trouble.
Minister Saul continued to ask, "What happened then? Was the company's enemy Claire solved at the end?"
The other party's question made Luo Guang realize that Umbrella Company's surveillance was not simultaneously uploaded to the internet, so Umbrella Company needed to use this simple method to inquire one by one to understand what happened on the island. Later, the other party and I were separated due to the attack of biological and chemical weapons. Because I shot and wanted to kill the other party on the spot, the biological and chemical weapons focused all their attention on me.
Luo Guang looked furious and added, "And that's our company's hunter."
"That is not from our company. We found the corpses of biological and chemical weapons that do not belong to our company on the island.
They are the predators you mentioned."
After analysis by the European branch, they confirmed that they are the improved version of our company's predators. Originally we thought it was a new biological and chemical weapon developed by the Lotford Island Research Institute, but we found electronic cameras that did not belong to our company on those corpses.
There are no data storage cards in those electronic cameras, but there are data transmitters, so Luo Guang is not worried that Umbrella will extract video data that is detrimental to him, and he also asked, is the video inside damaged? That thing doesn't have a video data storage function.
It may be transmitted directly through the internet, so we have to ask the survivors on the island like this.
Minister Sol was biased towards Luo Guang's lack of betrayal, so he provided some information. Then you fled to Africa? Minister Sol continued to ask.
That's right. Luo Guang didn't say how he got to Africa, just to prevent the other party from asking about the plane. After counting the vehicles on the island, Umbrella Company also found that a few planes were missing, so they thought that Luo Guang had flown away. This was also in line with Luo Guang's character, who knew how to fly planes.
Okay, I have one last question. Minister Sol opened a document in front of him and asked, why did you come back directly to the American division instead of returning to the European division? And you didn't immediately after arriving in Chicago. Come and return. Because Luo Guang paid great attention to hiding his whereabouts after being followed by Wang Wei, Minister Sol could only confirm Luo Guang's return to Chicago through the time of the plane's landing.
However, the intelligence agents of the Chicago branch were not there at the time, so he did not know that Luo Guang had returned to Chicago.
Where did the light go after leaving the airport?
Because I'm from the Chicago branch of the Americas branch.
Luo Guang's words made Minister Sol couldn't help but nod in his heart.
As for why I didn't come back immediately, it's because I was followed not long after I got off the plane. Luo Guang directly blurred his specific whereabouts, and instead attracted the other person's attention to other aspects.
Who? Minister Sol thought of the loss of the parasite nemesis sent by the European branch.
The incident of the loss of the parasite nemesis is still under investigation, but everyone who knows the transport route of the alpha parasite has been tested, and no one has any doubts. Luo Guang's words made Minister Sol, who had been in charge of the Chicago branch's internal investigation, think of the possibility that it was not an insider who leaked the secret, but someone who tracked and monitored and knew the path.
I don't know, the other party is very cautious.
As long as I have a little suspicion or try to counter-track the other party will directly disconnect and give up tracking.
Luo Guang said with great pity, the reason why I didn't come back to life as soon as possible was because I was trying to grab this little tail.
What a pity. Since Luo Guang returned to the branch alone, Minister Sol knew that Luo Guang had not caught the person who was following him. After speaking, Minister Sol took out the signature pen he had inserted in his chest and signed the document.
Minister Sol said to Luo Guang, thank you for your cooperation, intelligence agent. There is nothing else to do after that, you can leave.
Okay.
Luo Guang didn't want to continue talking to the other party, so he left directly.
Not long after Luo Guang left, Minister Sol took a small remote control and pressed it, and a darkroom door was opened. Minister Guslin, the confused Minister Luke, and ministers from other departments walked out and took their seats in the conference room.
What do you think of Luo Guang's words?
Although Minister Sol had already made a judgment in his mind, he still sought the opinions of others.
I think it's okay.
As soon as Minister Luke finished speaking, he lay down on the conference table and fell asleep.
Minister Sol was not surprised and ignored it.
He looked around and looked at other people, but most of the ministers basically said that there was nothing wrong with Luo Guang's words.
Guslin, what do you think? Is there something wrong with Luo Guang's words?
Minister Sol asked when he saw that Minister Guslin, who was familiar with Luo Guang, did not answer.
No, I think Luo Guang is fine.
Everyone else said it was fine, so Minister Guslin didn't have to give up his power to avoid suspicion and could choose to follow the crowd. Minister Guslin thought and said, the main thing is that Luo Guang was being followed, which is a more urgent problem. Intelligence officers like Luo still have certain perception and anti-tracking abilities, but we ministers and the researchers under us can't do that.
We can't keep them in the institute all the time, right? This is indeed a problem. The minister of the security department will stay. We will come up with a plan first, and the others will leave first.
Minister Sol understood what Minister Guslin was worried about and planned to solve this problem as soon as possible. After Luo Guang confirmed that Minister Guslin was not in the virus department research area, he left the Chicago branch directly. Looking at the midday sun, so much time had passed without him realizing it. After leaving the Chicago branch, Luo Guang planned to continue his plan and began to strengthen himself.
This enhancement does not mean that Luo Guang will look for new viruses to merge, but to carry out systematic combat skills learning.
The first thing to learn is naturally the use of weapons, not just firearms, but also the use of various melee weapons. However, when it comes to gun shooting, Luo Guang wants to learn not special shooting techniques, but tactical shooting that can be applied to actual combat. The former is traditional static shooting, such as target shooting, etc. The shooting target is set as a target that will not fight back, and you just need to do your best. The latter combines shooting and tactics together, and the shooting target is set as an enemy that can fight back. Therefore, in addition to practicing shooting skills, you also need to learn how to effectively protect yourself behind the bunker, how to move between bunkers, indoor combat, indoor search, etc. Luo Guang found a local shooting training club based on the information in the pad machine, and directly applied to learn the tactical shooting course here. Although Luo Guang came with the identity card of the X organization, the boss did not directly allow Luo Guang to learn the tactical shooting course here, but first let Luo Guang show his skills to confirm Luo Guang's understanding of tactical shooting. Then Luo Guang broke the fastest record of the club purely by physical fitness. However, although Luo Guang is fast, accurate in shooting with a pistol, and has sufficient physical fitness, the boss, as a former Special Forces member, still found many problems in Luo Guang's process, such as unnatural movements when hiding behind a bunker, and occasionally exposing too much body area when leaning forward to shoot. Well, I understand why you chose the tactical shooting course. The boss said, although your shooting skills are very accurate, your movements are really a bit bad. After all, few of the enemies he encountered all the way to now have guns. Luo Guang thought so and listened to the boss's words carefully. However, I think with your profession, there should not be many opportunities to shoot at the shooting range. The boss's authority in the X organization is at the same level as Luo Guang, so he can see some superficial information about Luo Guang. Boss, what do you mean? I see that you have been using guns for a long time, so I won't say too much about the safety rules of the shooting range. Anyway, you just need to pay attention. The boss saw that Luo Guang had the habit of pre-pressing his finger on the trigger of the pistol, so he mentioned it. Oh, I understand. Seeing the other party's eyes on his hand holding the gun, Luo Guang realized that the other party was talking about his golden finger, so he took out his finger and pressed it around the guard ring. It's another matter during the battle, but in this shooting range, it's better to be safe, otherwise it will be troublesome for me if an accident occurs. Seeing that Luo Guang was so easy to talk to, the boss nodded and decided to teach in person, so that Luo Guang, a rough diamond, could learn all the skills he had learned in the army. Meow, let's see if I can update another chapter tonight. Meow, I'll go to work tomorrow. Chapter 85. Red Claws. Luo Guang learned very quickly. He absorbed all the skills and tactical knowledge of the shooting club owner in just 1 month. The owner was very happy to meet a student like Luo Guang who had good learning ability. On the night of Luo Guang's graduation, he called his old comrade who also taught shooting courses to show off. Although Luo Guang absorbed all the skills and knowledge and graduated directly in 1 month, he spent nearly a month on various simulation training. In addition to asking the boss to help set up simulation training with various scenarios, Luo Guang bought a set of airgun competition equipment to participate in the multi-person airgun competition held by the local airgun club. He grew up in the process of playing tricks on others and being tricked by others, and had a lot of fun. Even because of Luo Guang's somewhat excessive behavior, he became a little famous in the local airgun club. In the free time between multi-person airgun competitions, Luo Guang used his identity as an X organization to accelerate the learning of driving various means of transportation, such as airplane and helicopter driver's licenses. In addition, Luo Guang also dealt with one thing in the past 2 months, which was the special T. Veronica virus he carried. Because it was a long time since the previous manufacturing time, Luo Guang could only spend some blood to make it again, and then use one of them to submit the task of the elixir on the pad machine. Of course, Luo Guang did not submit it in the name of elixir, but in the name of T. Veronica virus. At the same time, Luo Guang also attached a shortened version of the research report, mentioning that this virus does have the effect of immortality, but the side effects are a bit big, requiring 15 years of fusion or frequent organ replacement. As for the remaining 2 virus samples, Luo Guang submitted them to Captain Sheffield. As for Captain Sheffield's question about why such a valuable thing was submitted so late, Luo Guang's answer was that the thing was too valuable, which was also a trump card and bargaining chip for himself. According to the records of Umbrella Company, he could fly a plane, but he did not have a license, so Luo Guang passed the test so quickly and did not arouse Umbrella Company's suspicion. Finally, before the latest mission came, Luo Guang finally completed the knowledge course he wanted to learn. Luo Guang lived a stable life in the past 2 months, but the situation has changed a lot. First, Claire and Steve, who had been trained in hell, returned to the lighthouse during this period and found survivors in Raccoon City for them.
That was a reporter, and the camera in her hand had videos and photos of zombies eating people after the Raccoon City biochemical leak. On the TV show, Luo Guang saw Claire and the reporter named Alyssa Ashcroft appear together and tell most of the truth about the Raccoon City incident. Yes, most of the truth. Alyssa, under Claire's persuasion, did not tell what she found about the collusion between the Lighthouse and Umbrella Corporation to develop the virus. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, which makes the Raccoon City incident, which was about to calm down, once again enter the public eye in a high-profile manner. According to the report of Organization X, the background of this news media may not be pure, so it suddenly inserted the clip of the Raccoon City zombies and the subsequent speeches of Alyssa and Claire during prime time, and directed and acted out a hacker invasion drama afterwards. However, after discussion, the Pentagon did not mobilize its forces to cover up the truth or claim that the video was fake, but directly claimed that after investigation, it was found that the content of the video was real. The Lighthouse government, which was deceived by the self-inspection report of Umbrella, will file a new lawsuit against Umbrella and handle it together with the previous biochemical leakage case. In Luo Guang's view, with the appearance of this video, the last layer of paper was broken, and the biochemical crisis was officially in the eyes of the global public, and it was the best time for Red Claw to appear. Therefore, in order to restore its reputation, under the auspices of the Lighthouse, the Red Claw Force dedicated to anti-biochemical crisis was established with funding from NATO member countries. After receiving the news that the anti-biochemical force Red Claw, funded by NATO, was born and began to widely select the first batch of members, the first reaction of Minister Saul of the Chicago branch was to send someone in as an undercover agent. And Minister Saul's first choice was Luo Guang, a senior intelligence officer who had just been investigated. For Luo Guang, this mission was also a preparation for leaving Umbrella Corporation in the future, so he naturally accepted the mission without hesitation. Luo, your mission is to lurk in it, and even if there is anything about Umbrella Corporation, you don't have to pay attention to it. Minister Saul said. Luo Guang thought that this was the result of the operation of the X organization, so that he could concentrate on the affairs of Red Claw, and confirmed, don't pay attention to anything? Yes, lurk in it and wait for my call. Minister Saul thought about it and felt that this statement was not good, so he added, of course, if you are not discovered, you can let go appropriately when performing the mission against Umbrella Corporation, but the first priority is your own lurking safety. Luo Guang nodded. This kind of mission that does not require stealth to transmit intelligence is great for spies. After leaving the Chicago branch, Luo Guang saw that there was not much time left before the start of the first selection, so he went back to the hotel to pack his luggage and started to set off for the Red Claw's selection assembly point. This gathering point was set up on a peninsula in Lake Michigan. It was originally an abandoned Air Force base, but after more than 2 months of renovation, it has now become a dedicated base for the Red Claws. Although the combatants of the Red Claws base are basically not members of the X organization, the logistics personnel and civilian personnel are basically closely related to the X organization. Therefore, Luo Guang, who came to the Red Claws base, wanted to directly contact the personnel planted by the X organization. Just when Luo Guang took out his mobile phone, he saw a person running towards Luo Guang from the base. Then, under the surprised eyes of the guard, the person who came out of the Red Claws base punched Luo Guang directly. Tanya, you are still alive. Because he left without saying goodbye before, Luo Guang was willing to be punched, holding his stomach and showing a painful look before saying it. After Tanya punched Luo Guang, she hugged him and patted him on the back before letting him go. She said, "We just met. Why do you sound like you're cursing me to death?" The appearance of Tanya in front of her changed a little from when she was in the valley. First, her long blonde hair that had been left over her shoulders due to retirement became short brown hair. As for her clothes, Tanya was not afraid of the cold. She wore a coffee-colored belly-bearing vest on top, revealing her six-pack abs, and a pair of black jeans on the bottom. She tied a belt around her waist, and placed an M1911 pistol on each side. "Oh, by the way, come in quickly. I'll take you to the recruit dormitory," Tanya said, and after greeting the guard at the door, she took Luo Guang inside. Seeing this, Luo Guang did not contact the people of the X organization in the Red Claws again. How could he miss such a good opportunity to beat up the novice village? Speaking of which, when I came out of the Iron Wall camp that day, I saw that you and Sergeant Tan were gone. Although I heard gunshots in the woods, there were zombies chasing me, so I ran in other directions. Luo Guang was quite happy to see Tanya still alive, but he was very surprised to meet Tanya here, because in Luo Guang's opinion, Tanya should still be surviving in the town of Turner. Sergeant Tan and I survived with great difficulty that day. Later, we moved to the North District, and I went out to look for you, but I couldn't find you. Tanya then asked, where did you go? How did you escape from the valley? After I got rid of the zombies behind me, I also looked for you, but I couldn't find you.
As a result, I was accidentally forced by those zombies to go to Danforth City, and then walked along the road there, and then secretly crossed the blockade and left after a long journey.
Luo Guang said.
After that, Luo Guang curiously asked Tanya what happened in the town after he left, especially the situation of Marcus and others. Lily and I all survived, but Sergeant Tan was seriously injured and died in a defensive battle while covering us on the evacuation helicopter. Tanya's tone was a little lost, and her left hand unconsciously touched the M1911 pistol on the left, and then, as if to change her mood, she talked about other things. For example, the survivors of the Wilkerson family were all wiped out in the second zombie siege, so Marcus, who had traded supplies in the past, took advantage of the situation and notified everyone to come and empty the Wilkerson family's weapons and ammunition. For example, the survivor base in the court was mutated into zombies because someone concealed his injuries.
Facing unarmed civilians, this zombie killed them all, and finally led to the fall of the entire base, etc. Whose side is the helicopter?
Luo Guang and Tanya asked as they walked in the Red Claw base.
It's the military. Tanya said with a little anger. They said they didn't find any other survivors before, so they evacuated early.
Tanya obviously didn't believe the military's lies, but she was on the military's territory at that time, so she could only nod to show her understanding.
Then why did they come back again?
Luo Guang thought of the Blood Plague King. Tanya recalled and said, it seems that they are going to Danforth City to conduct some investigation activities, so they want to establish an outpost base in the town, and then they found the existence of U.S. survivors. After Luo Guang knew what he wanted to know, he changed the subject and asked, then why are you here, Tanya? I want to prevent the incident in the valley from happening again, so when I knew that anti-biochemical talents were recruited here, I came directly. Although Tanya answered like this, Luo Guang suspected that it was actually the X organization that secretly guided the other party to this place.
What about you? Tanya asked when she saw Luo Guang lowering his head and thinking.
Luo Guang looked up at Tanya, and seeing that Tanya was leading the way so familiarly, he said, about the same. But Tanya, you seem to have come much earlier than me.
I remember that the selection of new recruits didn't start that early, right?
Not early, just a few weeks earlier than you. Besides, the deadline is tomorrow, so you came too late.
Tanya smiled and said, there are also several survivors of Danforth City in Red Claw.
One of them is my good friend in the army, but we were later assigned to different teams. She is in charge of the women's team, and I am hanging out with those bastard men.
So what rank do you have now?
There is also a distinction of ranks in the Red Claws, so Luo Guang asked.
Because I have experience in biohazard and good combat skills, I was temporarily appointed as an instructor.
However, the new recruits have not yet arrived, so the military rank has not been officially assigned.
The new recruits usually call me instructor.
Tanya thought that Luo Guang should also try the position of instructor, and wondered whether she should mention it to Luo Guang when she saw her friends later.
That's not bad.
Luo Guang did not ask the other party to take care of him. After all, his position at that time should be a little higher than that of an instructor. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading.
After a while, Luo Guang and Tanya walked into the recruit dormitory, talking and laughing.
Oh, it's a mixed dormitory. Luo Guang said, looking at the men and women in the big bunk bed. Tanya heard what Luo Guang said and said, yes, Luo Guang, you should be shy and not used to this kind of environment. No, Luo Guang said, it's just that I have seen a lot of military scandals before, and there are quite a few things between men and women.
Tanya understood Luo Guang's concerns and said, we have consulted the people here, and there are also special female dormitories.
It's just that considering that teammates who get along with each other day and night are more likely to trust each other, the people in the special female dormitories may form a separate female army, but if the number of people there is not enough, they may also sneak in here to train together. Luo Guang nodded and looked at the people in front of him who were panicked because the instructor came.
After 3 minutes, the people in the dormitory were dressed and lined up neatly in front of Tanya. At ease.
Tanya's face became serious and said, he is Luo Guang, a newcomer who joined today.
You get along well, and disband.
After Tanya finished speaking, she asked Luo Guang to pay attention to those who showed off their power to the newcomers, and then left first to find her friends. Tanya's words were powerful, and they came as soon as she stepped out of the door. The men surrounded her, while the women stood aside and watched. Luo Guang looked at the muscular man standing in the center of the men, waiting for his provocation, and was eager to try.
New here, do you know the instructor?
The muscular man and the others were angry. After entering the Red Claw base, they were all taught a lesson by Tanya, who was squatting near the door.
So when they saw Luo Guang, who was thinner than himself, and Tanya walked in with a smile, they felt angry for no reason.
Yes. Luo Guang said directly without hiding anything. He was looking forward to the slapping scene. The muscles on the muscular man's body moved up and down, and he said with a grin, "That's good. The instructor is embarrassed to teach someone she knows, so let me make up for this lesson for you." The muscular man stood up, and the others stepped back a few steps to leave space for the two. Luo Guang looked embarrassed, which made the muscular man proudly say, "Of course, if you don't want to get hurt, then go back to your mother. We don't need skinny trash here." Luo Guang shook his head and slowly said in the fierce eyes of the muscular man, "My parents are gone." Luo Guang's words silenced the muscular man and the people around him who were making a fuss. The dormitory was silent. The female recruits who were watching on the side really wanted to speak to break the silence, but they heard Luo Guang say, "Besides, big brother, if you beat someone as thin as me, you will lose your right to mate here." "You!" The muscular man was angry at Luo Guang's words and said angrily, "Then I will crush you, a soft egg first." After saying that, the muscular man rushed up and punched Luo Guang with his right fist. Luo Guang blocked the opponent's straight punch with his left hand, and almost at the same time took a step forward to the position of the muscular man, and slapped the opponent's lungs with his right hand. The muscular man blew out a breath, and felt a pain in his chest and couldn't breathe, so he took a few steps back. Luo Guang shook his head and said, "Alas, I advise you to stop before the situation gets out of control." The muscular man, who was still gasping for breath and holding his chest, wanted to refute Luo Guang, but he couldn't spit out the words when he reached his lips. "By the time you catch your breath, I'll have given you a lot of punches." Luo Guang shook his head, looking at the other party's unconvinced look, and explained helplessly, "That's enough, Ali." The leader of the female recruits stood up and persuaded. But with Luo Guang's previous words about the right to mate as a prelude, the words of the female recruit leader directly ignited the fighting spirit of the muscular man Ali, who roared and rushed towards Luo Guang. The muscular man opened his arms, bent over and sprinted, and dived to attack Luo Guang. "Be careful." As soon as the female soldier leader finished speaking, she saw the muscular man being easily subdued by Luo Guang. Luo Guang took a half step back with his feet to prevent the opponent from grabbing his legs. He did not stop his hands and pressed one hand on Ali's head and pushed down. At the same time, his left hand quickly passed through his arm and lifted it up, turning the sturdy Ali to the right. In order to protect his arm from being broken, the body's instinctive reaction was faster than Ali's thinking. Ali turned to the right uncontrollably under Luo Guang's force, and then sat on the ground. Luo Guang did not give up this opportunity. He pushed hard and pulled his hand out at the same time, making Ali lie on the ground. After knocking Ali to the ground this time, Luo Guang controlled the force and knocked him unconscious. Then he stood up and looked at the people around him. Everyone in the recruit dormitory stared at this scene with wide eyes. If the two were of similar size, perhaps others would not be so surprised, but seeing Luo Guang, who was smaller than Ali, easily defeated Ali, the strong contrast made everyone shudder. The male recruits who were making a fuss met Luo Guang's gaze and couldn't help but look away, while the female recruits on the other side looked at Luo Guang with interest. The company will have a New Year's dinner at noon tomorrow, an update in the evening. Chapter 86 Scenario Training. Luo Guang patted the non-existent dust on his clothes and politely asked the male recruit nearest him, "Is there any free bed in the dormitory?" Although Luo Guang knew where there were empty beds in the dormitory, Luo Guang still asked the people here first. Because the people here all came in simple clothes, Luo Guang could not tell which beds were for female soldiers and which were for male soldiers. Therefore, Luo Guang avoided arriving early and formed some kind of tacit understanding between them, such as separating men and women on separate sides. In this case, I asked one more question. The male recruits are all over there. The male recruit who was looked at by Luo Guang pointed to himself. After being stunned for a moment, he pointed to another place for Luo Guang. There was a double bed there with no signs of being turned over, and the quilt was neatly placed on it, but the empty bed over there was not in a good position, far away from the window and out of direct sunlight. Luo Guang frowned, sighed, and forgot about it, thinking that he probably wouldn't stay here for too long. "Thank you." Luo Guang thanked the person who pointed out the position for him. He ignored Ali, who was still lying on the ground, and walked towards the bed. However, just when Luo Guang was about to put down his backpack and sit on it, the leader of the female recruits suddenly said, "Luo Guang, if you don't mind, we also have space here, and the ventilation and lighting are good."
There are not many female recruits in the dormitory.
They are basically concentrated in the good beds on the window side of the dormitory, and because there are few people, there are still many empty beds there. Since the other party invited him, Luo Guang didn't want to show off his face in front of everyone, so he walked over with the envious eyes of all his male compatriots.
17 men and 8 women?
Luo Guang was confirming that the number of recruits was much less than expected.
Is it because the USS recruits really failed to arrive?
Judging from the appearance and figure of these people, most of them should be over 30, Luo Guang thought, looking at the female recruits who were peeking at him, and suddenly thought of the word wolf-like. Although the female recruits here are not in Luo Guang's strike zone in appearance, their bodies are of different ages, and most of them are as big as they should be and as round as they should be. Luo Guang was wondering if he would be attacked at night tonight. He sat on the bed and looked at his watch. He arrived at the Red Claw base around 10 a.m. and it was already past 11 noon.
It should be time for lunch.
Just as Luo Guang was thinking about what kind of meals a NATA-sponsored force would have, the leader of the female recruits came over and said, "My name is BZ Karen."
"Nice to meet you, Luo Guang."
When BZ said this, before Luo Guang raised his head, he licked his dry lips. "Hello, BZ." Since the other party took the initiative to say hello, Luo Guang replied and shook the other party's extended hand. He wanted to ask who was not asking, so he continued, "I just came here, can you tell me the arrangements for us new recruits?"
"I'm happy to oblige."
After Bai Si finished speaking, she sat next to Luo Guang very naturally. She wore a vest and then a camouflage long-sleeved shirt. Luo Guang, who had keen eyes, immediately noticed that there seemed to be a vacuum above BZ. BZ, who was accustomed to men's gazes, immediately noticed Luo Guang's gaze, puffed out her chest, and said, "The recruit training has not officially started yet. We have actually been doing simple test training under instructor Tanya for the past few days, so we don't know what the training will be like after it officially starts, and the instructor hasn't said anything." Before Luo Guang could ask about the test training, BZ over there asked straight to the point, "By the way, Luo Guang, you know Instructor Tanya, are you guys in a relationship? I see you are talking and laughing. Instructor Tanya seems reluctant to teach you a lesson."
"No, they're just friends."
"As for the lack of lessons, that's because we occasionally spar with each other, so Tanya knows my abilities."
Luo Guang found an excuse to reply, withdrew his gaze, looked at BZ, and said, "What is test training?"
Seeing that Luo Guang kept looking into her eyes after retracting his gaze, BZ couldn't help but give Luo Guang a high look. She rarely met people who could resist the huge charm on her chest.
She explained with a smile, "It's because of our fighting skills. For some tests, you see we don't have many people here.
In fact, it's because many people were screened out by the instructor, and some men couldn't stand being easily solved by Instructor Tanya and ran away in shame."
BZ pointed at herself and said, "I am a former Marine Corps. Mel, the guy in the bed next to you, is a former National Guard.
The others are basically retired soldiers or former mercenaries."
"Where are you, Luo Guang? Where are you? Come out."
The other party asked which army Luo Guang came from, but Luo Guang didn't have that kind of background. First of all, he couldn't say that he was an intelligence agent. Saying that he was an air rifle enthusiast didn't seem to explain why he could easily deal with Ali, and in this case, you will have to suppress your performance in future training. So after thinking for a while, Luo Guangzai said, "The name of the unit needs to be kept secret." BZ heard Luo Guang's words and understood that the opponent was probably from the special forces, but she was still a little dissatisfied as she bumped into Luo Guang shoulder to shoulder. The flesh on her chest was not restrained by underwear.
She directly hit him with the ball and said, "Just say, can you tell me which army he belongs to?"
"Army."
Luo Guang made nonsense.
To be honest, he didn't know much about the composition of the Lighthouse country's troops. Although Luo Guang only said that he was from the army, BZ, who was familiar with various special forces in the Lighthouse country, immediately narrowed the scope of Luo Guang's troops to those special forces that would accept Asians. The male recruits who listened to Luo Guang's chat with their ears pricked up could not help but look sympathetically at the muscular man Ali who was still lying on the ground. None of the people here were from the special forces. They never expected that retired talents from the special forces would come here.
In addition, Luo Guang's youthful appearance aroused their contempt. They couldn't help but secretly curse Luo Guang for pretending to be a pig.
Tiger. Speaking of which, you have all been tested, so you are still testing these days?
Luo Guang changed the subject. Normally, isn't testing once enough? BZ understood why Luo Guang was confused and said, it's said to be a test, but it's also a situation-based training. At the same time, we are also forming teams with different people to find the most suitable partner for us. With that said, BZ put a hand on Luo Guang's thigh, leaned close to Luo Guang and said, of course, this suitability also includes physical suitability. Ahem. Luo Guang held BZ's shoulders, gently pushed them away a little, and said, how many people will be in a group during the test? Although she was pushed away by Luo Guang, BZ felt the gentleness in the other person's movements and thought of the unique shyness of Asians, so she didn't pay too much attention to it. Instead, she thought this was Luo Guang's cuteness and said, 2 to 4 as a team, I have 2 suitable ones here for the time being. I am responsible for heavy firepower, and the other 2 are a sniper and a reconnaissance expert. Speaking of this, Luo Guang, which position are you good at? Me? I'm a bit of a snake oil character and everything, right? Luo Guang really hasn't thought about his position in the team. After all, Luo Guang is more accustomed to acting alone. If he acts in a team with others, he will not be the one to lead the way. Yes, he is responsible for filling the position. To put it bluntly, Luo Guang often puts himself in a supporting position when cooperating with others, just like when he and Tanya were blowing up the iron wall, he would not rely on his own ability to succeed. Disobey instructions and arrangements. Oh? BZ blinked. Although the special forces give people the impression of being omnipotent, she knows that even in the special forces, everyone has their own strengths, and in order to train the team a tacit understanding usually has 1 or 2 fixed positions. But Luo Guang had said so, and BZ didn't dwell too much. She was thinking that during the test training in the afternoon, she might be able to let Luo Guang join her team and try to get 4 people together. I don't know if it was because he defeated Ali, the boss of the male soldiers in the dormitory, so after BZ finished talking to her, other people came over one after another to chat with Luo Guang and introduce themselves and the team members. Condition. While Luo Guang was dealing with the crowd, he was thinking in his mind whether he had gone to the wrong place. There was always the possibility of going to prison by himself, just like being worshipped by those people at the dock. The lunch meal was not bad. After resting for an hour, everyone in the dormitory gathered the equipment they were good at and headed to the training ground. There were only Tanya, Luo Guang, and others in the huge training ground. Luo Guang didn't see anyone in the women's dormitory, but Luo Guang saw someone on the tower in the distance looking at them with a telescope. Luo Guang, why don't you wear the military uniform here? Tanya saw that Luo Guang was dressed the same as when they met in the morning. The only difference was that he had an extra M4S90 shotgun in his hand. That was Luo Guang's in the small town of Tenable. The same weapon used. Looking at Luo Guang's clothes, which were almost the same as those in Trumbull Valley, Tanya thought of the valley for a moment. I'm used to wearing this suit, Luo Guang said, and there are no mandatory provisions in the rules and regulations of the Red Claw Army. Tanya thought that the system here was similar to that in the military, and naturally she had not understood the rules and regulations of Red Claw. However, considering that the rules and regulations could be known to be true or false upon checking, there was no need for Luo Guang to lie to herself, so she nodded. However, some of the people around Luo Guang had tangled expressions on their faces. They also wanted to wear their previous battle clothes, but they were all scolded mercilessly by Tanya without any questioning at all. Tanya glanced around and said, there are 26 recruits in total now. I remember that your team has been basically finalized last time. Then Luo Guang, you can form a team with me first. Luo Guang nodded. Although BZ proposed to join the opponent's team for a try in the afternoon during lunch, since the instructor spoke, Luo Guang did not raise any objection. However, Ali, who had regained consciousness, objected anxiously, report. Tell me. Tanya said. There is still room in our team, let Luo Guang join and give it a try. Ali liked women like Tanya, so he quickly suggested that Luo Guang be added to his team to prevent Luo Guang from having a chance to be alone with Tanya. Report. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ali finished speaking, BZ also reported that she also wanted to invite Luo Guang to join, and she made the reservation at noon. Tanya didn't expect Luo Guang to be so popular, so she looked at Luo Guang and asked Luo Guang to make a decision. Luo Guang also reported, and then said, it is true that I agreed to BZ's invitation at noon. Luo Guang's didn't want to sweat and have a passionate collision with the muscular man. Tanya nodded and asked Luo Guang to join BZ's group. Ali on the other side was not disappointed, but looked relieved. Ali, you start first, others get ready. After Tanya finished speaking, she said to Luo Guang, come here. Luo Guang heard Tanya's words, followed him and walked aside.
Luo, I saw that you also had antibiochemical experience in Trumbull Valley.
Considering that we will expand in the future, I recommended you to join the instructor team.
Tanya felt that Luo Guang had a high probability of being with her.
They are in the same position, so his attitude towards Luo Guang is different from that towards other recruits.
This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading.
Luo Guang pointed to the other side of the tower and said, in other words, the person looking over here with a telescope on the tower may be the person responsible for the review?
Tanya looked over, but because the distance was too far, she could just barely see someone standing by the glass window. The person holding the telescope thought it was an accident when he saw Luo Guang pointing towards him, but after seeing Luo Guang say something, Tanya also looked towards him, which made him praise her.
I'm not sure if that's the person over there. Anyway, pay attention when you train later. I rarely recommend people.
After Tanya said this, she asked Luo Guang to return to the team.
Luo, what did the instructor say to you? Bizi became curious and asked in a low voice.
Others in the group also pricked up their ears and listened.
Tanya said that there are high-level people on the tower observing us.
They seem to be reviewing our recent situation and asking us to perform better. Luo Guang said this, but Bizi, who was more thoughtful, heard something else. Bizi heard from a male employee at the base that the Red Claws had a special operations team that enjoyed many privileges, so she felt that this might not only be a recent review, but also a secret selection.
No matter what, since someone from the top is watching, this must seize the opportunity to show off, and the rest of the team thinks so too.
After a while, Ollie's group ran out, gray-haired and gray-faced, with patches of red and green on their bodies, looking very funny. It seems that this training is very difficult. Icy stayed next to Luo Guang and whispered, although Ollie's group is not satisfied with the people, they are the strongest group in the recent training.
Look at how miserable they are. So, I guess today's training will be hard to deal with.
At the same time, Bizi became more convinced that a secret selection was really going on. Luo Guang nodded and braced himself to avoid capsizing in the gutter later. While waiting, Luo Guang and his team were not idle, but were discussing training later. Bizi saw that Luo Guang was holding a shotgun, so she asked Luo Guang to take the leading position, while the original scouts moved to the rear to cooperate with the snipers. According to Bizi, during the scenario training, different characters will be arranged in various places, including biological and chemical weapons represented by zombies, human enemies with guns and paintballs, and civilians without any weapons, so in the advancement be very careful when doing so. After the training started, everyone knew that the mission of this scenario training was in a building, but at this time the snipers in the team were already carrying an M40A2 sniper rifle as the main weapon and a Scorpion-type assault rifle. Using a gun for self-defense is equivalent to sealing away most of the sniper's strength. Some people made requests to change weapons, but they were all rejected by Tanya, explaining, generally, the places where biohazards occur are mainly in cities, towns and other areas, with complex and diverse environments, so you have to hold the same type of gun.
To face various environments, this is the main content of this training.
Because Luo Guang's team was drawn last, the sun had already started to set by the time Luo Guang and the others arrived. Today's meow, I saw someone talking about groups, I'm studying how to do it, and thinking about what group names would be good for meows. Chapter 87 Sweeping the building. The green light to start the operation came on, and Luo Guang and Hong Yefengzi, who was in charge of reconnaissance, walked quickly to the back door of the building and waited, while the other two hid outside the death funnel at the door, forming crossfire and aiming inside.
This training building is 3 stories high and has a rectangular structure.
There are stairs on both sides and in the middle, and the back door is on the east side of the stairs.
Luo Guang looked at Fengzi, and after confirming that he and the people behind him were ready, he made a flash entry gesture and raised his hand to start the countdown, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown was over, Luo Guang fired a shot to knock down the door lock, and immediately retreated behind the wall without rushing in. Fengzi, who was on the other side of the door, was responsible for gently pushing open a crack in the door after Luo Guang knocked down the door lock, and then a flash stun grenade was thrown in. After a flash and sonic boom, Fengzi pushed the door open, and the 2 people with guns behind Luo Guang and the others nodded to indicate that there was no enemy. Just as Luo Guang and Fengzi were cross-checking the other side of the wall for enemies and preparing to enter, a grenade fell, scaring Luo Guang and Fengzi to retreat quickly. After the fake grenade went off, Luo Guang and Fengzi confirmed again that there was no trap before going in and searching their own side. Safe. As soon as Luo Guang finished searching, he immediately leaned against the wall and aimed his gun at the area above the stairs. Safe. After the scout reported, Bizi and Sniper Ofer followed up one after another,
standing behind Luo Guang and Feng Zi respectively. Women are more careful and prudent, so Bizi asked Luo Guang to bring as many throwing objects as possible, so in addition to Scout Fengzi and Sniper Ofer, Luo Guang and Bizi brought a lot of throwing objects. After everyone entered the back door, there was a staircase, and the mission goal of Luo Guang and others was to simply clean the floor. Luo Guang and his companions came to the second floor, and as soon as the door was opened, there was a zombie-like sign on the ground in front of them, rushing towards the door. There is an arm-length stick on each side of the sign, which simulates the hands of zombies, except that the front of the stick is not a claw, but two red spheres. As long as the target is hit, a red mark will be left on the target. Luo Guang and others were not in front of the door, so Bizi, who was holding a gun on the stairs, shot and smashed the sensor on the head of the zombie sign that missed. The zombie sign is considered a successful kill only if it hits the head sensor, and the light of the flash bomb can directly turn off the sensor camera temporarily, so Luo Guang and others threw flash bombs when they entered the door before. Luo Guang was not scared by the sudden attack this time. After being frightened by the accident at the Raccoon City Police Department, Luo Guang, who reflected on himself, would substitute the scary routines of horror movies into real scenes as long as he entered the combat state. For example, when he just opened the door, Luo Guang thought of the possibility of this kind of door-opening kill in advance. As long as it is spoiled, the horror movie that makes people feel deeply scared will not be scary anymore. After dealing with the zombie card, Luo Guang leaned sideways and peeked out to check the situation in the corridor. Looking around, the doors on both sides were all closed. The apartment-style building was not suitable for close combat with the sniper Orfeer holding the M40A2 sniper rifle, so Bis arranged for Orfeer to cover her back with a Scorpion submachine gun, while she was responsible for the corridor guard. If it was Luo Guang, knowing his own ability, he would definitely let the other three control the corridor and ensure the retreat, while he would clean up the room alone. However, after all, the captain of this team was Bis, and Luo Guang's plan was not in line with common sense, so Luo Guang did not speak and waited for Bis's instructions. Luo, you and Fengzi go to clean up the room together, and Orfeer and I will guard the stairs. As expected, Bis arranged for Fengzi, who used a short submachine gun, to cooperate with her. The scout named Fengzi was of Japanese descent. He was short and held an MP5K submachine gun in his hand. It was a shortened version of the MP5 submachine gun, but it retained the buttstock, equipped with a front grip and a small drum magazine. Luo Guang nodded, and the two walked along the wall on the same side to the first door on the left. After getting in position, Fengzi did not walk to the other side of the door, but half-crouched and aimed sideways at the left side of the corridor. Although Bizi was on guard in the stairwell, because of Luo Guang's position, some of the rays were blocked, so Fengzi could only be on guard temporarily, and at the same time, Fengzi could be slightly prepared for the enemy who might suddenly appear at the opposite door. After all, Fengzi was also worried that Luo Guang would focus all his attention on the left door when attacking the room, and slightly ignore the defense of other directions. Luo Guang reached out and twisted the door handle. After realizing that the door was not locked, Luo Guang gently pushed it in to open a gap. Because there might be civilians in the training building, Luo Guang did not dare to throw a grenade in, but threw a flash-stun grenade. The moment the explosion sounded, Luo Guang started to rush in, and Feng Zi was ready to follow Luo Guang in. However, just as Feng Zi entered the room and turned around to search the room with Luo Guang, the door opposite suddenly opened outwards, and a sign of a gunman appeared. There was a paintball gun in the hand position of the sign, and he kept shooting paintballs at the door on Luo Guang's side. Luo Guang heard the sound of the door opening behind him, and directly used a semi-automatic shotgun in one hand to clear the zombie signs installed on the slide rail in the room, and with the other hand, he directly grabbed Feng Zi's backpack and dragged him behind the wall on his side. "Thank you." Feng Zi, who was close to Luo Guang, did not stop while talking. He avoided the rays of the bandit sign opposite, turned around and half-crouched, and directly fired at the position of the bandit sign. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Thanks to the low recoil of the MP5K submachine gun, Feng Zi successfully hit the fatal point on the bandit sign after a round of shooting, and then the paintball shooting stopped. Because the sound of Luo Guang's shotgun and Feng Zi's submachine gun sounded, Bizi and the others knew that Luo Guang should have escaped and was not eliminated. Reload. Luo Guang asked Feng Zi, who still had half of the bullets, to cover him, and he stepped aside, confirmed safety with a pistol, and reloaded at the door of the bathroom in the room. After Luo Guang finished reloading the bullets, it was Feng Zi's turn to change a 30-round magazine. Because the drum magazine was not light, Feng Zi only brought a spare one. After the two of them changed their bullets, they searched the room again with Feng Zi. After confirming that it was safe, they prepared to leave the room. However, in the house opposite, the sign of the gangster that had been killed before had fallen down, revealing the space behind. Just as Luo Guang raised his gun and went out, half of the gangster sign suddenly popped out diagonally in the space, but Luo Guang had predicted this situation after seeing the first sign on the opposite side fall down, so the half of the gangster sign was shot down by Luo Guang as soon as it popped out. However, this was not the end. At the same time as the half sign, there was also an upside-down Special Forces enemy sign that suddenly appeared at the ceiling exhaust port, and it was a round of strafing at the staircase where BZ and the others were. Fuck! BZ's training these days was also the first time she encountered such an enemy, so the first reaction of BZ, who was on alert, was to roll to the side to save herself, but because she used too much force, she hit the wall directly and cursed angrily. Luo Guang fired a shot before the Special Forces sign retracted. After successfully dealing with the enemy, Luo Guang retreated behind the bunker and heard BZ's angry curse. He didn't know what was going on over there, so he asked, BZ? BZ is checking the situation and will report back later. Sniper Ofer reported, while BZ was checking if she was hit by a paintball. That's good. Since BZ was checking, Luo Guang didn't need to move forward, but waited for BZ to finish checking. In fact, the paintballs can also feel when they hit the body, but it is easy to be ignored in a tense situation, so BZ needs to check carefully. I'm not hit. The inspection was completed quickly. After BZ reported, she judged, it seems that the difficulty of this battle is the various attacks that are hard to defend against. Even the small vents on the ceiling may hide enemies, so everyone should pay attention. Received. Everyone replied, and then continued to clean up the rooms one by one. Just as Luo Guang and the other four gradually began to clean up the rooms on the second floor, Tanya was directing her assistants at the control console next to the training ground to activate various mechanisms to cause trouble for Luo Guang and others. The enemy signs that Luo Guang and others were experiencing suddenly were not all triggered by induction. Some were activated in advance by Tanya's men. After Luo Guang was about to enter the training building, the person who was observing Luo Guang on the tower drove to the training ground control console. The person who was observing Luo Guang was Tanya's friend Samus Allen, the commander-in-chief of the Red Claws. Samus looked at Luo Guang's performance and said, the person you recommended looks very good, very sensitive, and has a fast reaction speed. Yes, you also saw that the moment the door behind him suddenly opened, Luo Guang switched from holding the gun with both hands to holding it with one hand, and then he didn't turn his head and directly saved his teammates, and at the same time solved the zombies that were rushing towards him. Tanya felt that Luo Guang was much more powerful than she thought, but she didn't notice this when she was in the valley. And he was very calm when encountering various sudden attacks, without any panic. So far, his hit rate is still 100%, right? Samus said. That's right, but he used a shotgun and shot at close range, which is normal, right? Tanya looked at the enemy signs that Luo Guang had dealt with, counted them, and said, no, the bullets were all on the target, and this was the result of one-handed shooting? So it seems that Luo Guang must be very strong to withstand the recoil. I heard that he knocked down a giant when he first arrived at the recruit dormitory? Samus continued, and did you see it, Tanya? Although his ability is higher than others, he has always cooperated with the team. Hearing Samus' words, Tanya suddenly understood why she had never noticed how strong Luo Guang was. Because no matter how strong a person's ability is, it is not the time to be heroic in a team. After understanding this, Tanya smiled bitterly and said, that is to say, Luo Guang is just cooperating with BZ and the others. His current performance is not his true strength? No wonder Luo Guang looked so relaxed all the way. But among these new recruits, I don't think anyone can keep up with Luo Guang. Tanya has tested other new recruits, so she knows that judging from the performance of others, those new recruits can't keep up with Luo Guang's pace at all, and letting Luo Guang cooperate with others is a waste. Yes. Samus actually knew that Luo Guang was the captain of the Special Operations Force that was scheduled to be airborne from above, but she didn't like this airdropped connection, so she didn't tell her about Luo Guang after Tanya told her. Instead, she pretended that she didn't know Luo Guang's true identity and left Luo Guang in the recruits' dormitory for closer observation. Tanya and Assam continued to observe Luo Guang's training. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. At this time, the four-person team finally suffered a casualty while searching the sixth room, which was the last room on the second floor. While searching the room, Fingzi was killed by a creature hiding in the darkness under the corner. The zombie who was standing was hit and eliminated directly. BZ and Ophir are still surviving, but they are facing a new trouble, that is, how to distribute work when one person is missing?
One person attacking a room is dozens of times more dangerous than two people.
If Luo Guang is allowed to attack a room alone, Bizi feels it is too dangerous, so she plans to assist Luo Guang herself and let Ophir fight. Stay in the corridor to ensure an escape route. But in this case, Ophir should pay attention to the situation above and below the stairs and in the corridor at the same time.
No, I can do it by myself.
Luo Guang objected after hearing Bizi's instructions, and then explained, I don't have teammates around me, so I can react immediately to attack the enemy that suddenly appears. After all, he and others were using live ammunition, so even for training, Luo Guang still had concerns. What Luo Guang means is that if he acts alone, he can save the process of identifying friends and foes, allowing him to react as quickly as possible. Bizi did not answer immediately, and Luo Guang was also waiting for Bizi's words in the room that was confirmed to be safe. At the training ground console on the other side, Tanya, who was monitoring the training team's communications, also asked Samus the same question.
If it were Samus, would he allow Luo Guang to search the room alone? Samus did not answer immediately.
After a long time, he said, if I knew Luo Guang's ability, I would. If I didn't know it like Bizi, then I would refuse like Bizi. As Samus expected, as soon as the words were spoken, Bizi rejected Luo Guang's suggestion and said, Luo Guang, I know you are from the Special Forces, and it is common to act alone, but we are a team now.
Luo Guang didn't answer immediately. He sighed and then replied, okay.
Tanya saw the helpless expression on Luo Guang's face and said, oh, it seems that Luo Guang feels a little uncomfortable in a team that can't keep up with him.
Isn't that what you said, Tanya, to let them get used to using unsuitable weapons in various situations? Samus pointed at Bizi and Ophir and said, let's not mention Bizi's use of a light machine gun. How can Ophir, a sniper, show off his true abilities in the building? Isn't it a game we play together? I never thought that Luo Guang was so powerful at that time. Let's not talk about marksmanship.
At that time, Luo Guang's tactical quality was not as high as it is now.
Tanya touched her hair and said, it's really hard to come up with a group name.
Chapter 88 Captain of the Special Operations Team Luo Guang was the last group to enter the training. It can be said that whether anyone can pass the training depends on Luo Guang's group, so when the four of them walked out, they were immediately looked at by everyone. After Luo Guang and others entered the training building, others no longer had to keep the training content secret and began to communicate about their training situations.
Luo Guang, Bai Si, and Ophir are not out?
This training was very difficult, so Ali and others were very surprised that 3 people in Bizi's group survived.
Hearing Ali's words, Bis and Ophir turned around, revealing the colorful paintball marks on their backs. Only Luo Guang is not out. Bizi turned back and said,
even if only one person passes, it is enough to surprise the surrounding recruits. Looking at the position of the red seal, Fingzi was probably hit by the zombies lying on the ground and knocked out directly. Judging from the situation of Bizi and Ophir, it seems that they were attacked by gangsters or special forces.
Success?
One of them said when he saw the injured parts of Bizi and the others. That's right, I really didn't expect that we were almost done with the mission, but in the end a few more enemies jumped out and surrounded us, and the places where the enemies appeared were all the places we had cleaned up before. Bizi was a little angry, after working hard for so long, and finally but the success fell short. But thanks to Bizi, you sacrifice yourself to block the gun for me, so I can survive. Luo Guang told Bizi the reason for his survival and comforted Bizi. When Ali heard Luo Guang's words, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he secretly scolded Luo Guang for eating soft food, he heard Bizi's reply to Luo Guang. Luo, don't be humble. It's just because when we were advancing, I happened to be walking behind you and blocked the enemy's attack. Besides, fortunately you reacted and knocked down the enemy in front directly. Otherwise, I would not only be behind you, but also in front of you. Everyone will be shot, and our team will be wiped out. Bizi herself didn't react at the time, and there was no time for her to think about sacrificing for her teammates. She honestly said that it was just a coincidence. Although the training was over, Tanya did not appear immediately. Instead, as usual, the entire team was asked to conduct self-examination together after completing the training, so Tanya and Samus were not in a hurry to appear in front of everyone. Oh, the enemies in this training are all in such tricky and weird positions. It's not just Bizi and you. When we talked before, some people also left like this. After someone mentioned this, someone immediately agreed. That's right. It's just that I feel even more cunning than before. I tense up every step I take, for fear that an enemy will pop out of that corner. And the enemy combination is also very complicated. In the room I searched, there were gun-wielding gangsters and kidnapped bunny girls in the living room. Then the instructor hit a zombie in the toilet and made a cry-like sound. I thought it was a civilian child, but as soon as he entered, he was immediately knocked out by the zombie brand. Forget it, I also encountered a gangster character pretending to be a zombie. I thought it was a room full of zombies, but it turned out that they were all gangsters pretending to be zombies. As a result, my first reaction at that time was to shoot directly instead of avoiding the attack. Some people raised their eyebrows, and others took the opportunity to complain about the insidious aspects of this training. By the way, BZ, have you encountered any particularly dangerous situations? Someone was curious about BZ and the other's difficulty. BZ sighed and said, "Stop talking, we have encountered enemies at almost every step since we cleaned the first room. If it weren't for Luo Guang's help, we would have suffered casualties when we searched the first room. That's right, if Luo Guang hadn't pulled me out, I would have been attacked and killed by the gangsters from the opposite door." After Fingzi was out of the game, he came to the end area to wait for his teammates to finish. There, you can see the situation of his teammates who are still training. It can also be regarded as the spectator area. Therefore, Fingzi, who saw Luo Guang's performance along the way, said this, looked at Luo Guang with admiration. Thinking about it this way, it turns out that Luo Guang wasn't bragging before, someone muttered, not believing that such a young Luo Guang said that he was a special forces member. As a result, Bai Si heard this and slapped the other party on the head, saying, after seeing Luo Guang's ability to easily defeat Ali, do you still think Luo Guang is bragging? The person who was knocked on the head saw that it was BZ who knocked him, so he did not dare to fight back, otherwise the other male recruits would not let him go, and quickly said, Luo Guang knows Chinese Kung Fu, so it is normal for him to be able to easily deal with Ali, and no matter how strong your Kung Fu is, you are still afraid of bullets, which cannot be confused with tactical ability. Hey! Ali appeared behind the opponent and said, it's so simple. I was underestimating the enemy, wasn't I? Yes, because I am thin. That's why Ali didn't try his best. Luo Guang joked, adding an accent to the word thin. Hearing Luo Guang's words, Ali's face darkened, and he rolled up his sleeves to have another men's duel with Luo Guang. Okay, what are you making a fuss about? Tanya's voice suddenly appeared from the side, startling everyone present. Of course, everyone here does not include Luo Guang. Tanya habitually hid her footsteps, but the person next to her did not. Luo Guang looked at the tall blonde woman next to Tanya. There was a scar on her face from her forehead to her lips, which ruined the overall beauty of her face, which made Luo Guang feel pity. Line up. Tanya gave the order, and everyone lined up quickly like a conditioned reflex. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. The team was arranged in the form of team numbers, and there were 2 positions between the teams, so Luo Guang stood with Bis and the others, and the captain was Bis, so Bis, who was slightly shorter than Luo Guang, stood on the far right of the team. Seeing these people line up so quickly, Tanya's friend Samus Allen nodded and said, Tanya, you have trained well. Thank you, commander of the troops. Tanya saluted. Tanya's words were also to point out the other party's identity, suggesting that these new recruits under her command should not embarrass themselves. Well. Samus glanced at everyone and said, these are all the people you have screened, right? Yes, according to your instructions, those who are unqualified have been screened out in advance. These are people with good combat qualities or outstanding in some aspects. Tanya replied. Very good, but I just watched their training, it seems that only one team succeeded, and they were careless because it was close to the end, resulting in only one person passing the level. Samus's words were directed at Bis. Report. Bis stepped forward and reported. Hold it for me first. Samus did not let Bis speak, and continued what he had just said, saying, you have been acting cautiously in the front, but because of the last carelessness, you did not continue to use the front and back guard formation to advance steadily. Do you look down on our simulated training? Speak. No, Bis answered loudly. Then why were you careless? Samus continued to ask. Because there should not be enemies in that place. The place where the enemy appeared behind him was cleaned up by Luo Guang and others, so Bis felt that she had checked that the place behind her was safe, and thus relaxed her vigilance behind her in order to retreat quickly at the last moment. Samus said even more angrily, will there be no enemy walking to the place you searched 5 seconds ago 5 seconds later? Do you think that the enemies you will face in the future will be the kind that won't move by themselves? Bis pursed her lips and said, I understand. Bis heard what Samus said and it made sense. She was also reflecting on herself at this time. She said that she didn't despise it, but she found that she still despised these trainings in her subconscious. After the three-person team of Bis, Fingzi and Ofer was basically formed, their team was also invincible in training, overcoming various difficulties many times and successfully passing the level. This first made Bis start to think that those trainings were just so-so. Then, as the team formed by Ali gradually took shape, Bis's performance was always behind Ali's team, so Bis invited Luo Guang, who could defeat Ali, and was excited about becoming the first team to pass the level, so she relaxed her vigilance and hoped to complete the training quickly.
Bizi, you are mainly concerned about the problem you just mentioned. You must remember that you are the captain now and are responsible for your subordinates. You cannot let your guard down until the mission is over. And Ofer, as a sniper, you are not calm enough under the high pressure of being attacked by surprise. You have become a frightened bird. If Luo Guang had not pressed your submachine gun in time, did you intend to shoot the civilians who just appeared into a sieve? And Fingzi, your combat ability was sufficient in the previous army, and Tanya kept you because she saw your ability to analyze on-site intelligence, but your current combat ability is obviously one level lower than that of other teammates, so you have to continue to work hard to become stronger. After Samus brought up the problems of Bizi's team training at one time, he did not continue to preach to the other team members. He turned to Luo Guang and said, as a new recruit who just came in, you are the only survivor in this enhanced training. What do you think of this training? Samus wanted to ask Luo Guang about his feelings about this training before revealing Luo Guang's identity. After all, this was Samus's careful preparation to test Luo Guang. No opinion. If he were a Lone Ranger, Luo Guang would say that the other party's training was designed by those mentally ill patients with endocrine disorders, or that the training was simple and unreasonable. But he was a new recruit after all. If he said that the training was simple, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of those who didn't survive? Samus didn't care whether Luo Guang's words were true or false. She knew from Luo Guang's expression during the training that this training was not difficult for Luo Guang at all. The only difficulty was about how to protect teammates. The other party smiled but didn't say anything, and Luo Guang didn't say anything again. Tanya, who was standing aside, looked at the two people looking at each other. For a moment, she didn't understand what was going on, and thought that the two had reached some kind of tacit understanding. Okay, this training, this is the situation of your team. I can see that Luo Guang cooperates well with your team. But I'm sorry, Luo Guang can't stay in your team. Samus saw his past shadow in Bis, so compared with the more capable Ali, Samus likes the competitive Bis more, so he apologized to her. What? Commander, Luo Guang is very suitable for our team. With him, we can exert better combat effectiveness. After we run in, it will definitely make you feel bright. Bizi, like Tanya, did not realize when working with Luo Guang that Luo Guang suppressed his true strength in order to match the team's rhythm. For example, if only Luo Guang was left alone in the end and was surrounded, Luo Guang would solve the enemy in front while he had already taken out a pistol in his right hand and started shooting simultaneously at the enemies behind him. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Samus and Tanya both saw on the monitor that Luo Guang was about to draw his pistol when he was surrounded, but Bizi was behind him, causing him to pause in his final movement. The problem is that because he took care of you, he didn't use all his strength. Sam's words were undoubtedly saying that Bizi and others were holding Luo Guang back. What? The other three people couldn't stand still and all looked at Luo Guang, who looked innocent. Luo Guang really didn't feel that his teammates were holding him back. After all, he was not an ordinary person now. Let me just mention one thing, how many times have you been rescued by Luo Guang? Samus said directly without waiting for Bizi and the others to answer, Bizi twice, Ophir once, Fingzi 4 times. Bizi and the others didn't reply, but Ali and the others opened their mouths in surprise when they heard this. Neither Ali nor the others thought that Luo Guang would still be able to save others during such a difficult training. Even Ali couldn't help but regret that he didn't have a good relationship with Luo Guang. After all, it was just training now, but if he went to the battlefield, then he is the Lord who can save lives. But if he is not in our team, will Luo Guang go to Ali's team? Ali and his team already have breakthrough players, so I don't think it will be better than staying in our team. And after Luo Guang joins us, the overall structure of the team is also more reasonable, Bizi argued. Tanya stood up and said, Bis, you misunderstood the commander. You must have been curious why I didn't test Luo Guang before, right? That's because Luo Guang was also a person who survived the biohazard outbreak area. Samus still didn't tell Tanya about Luo Guang's true identity, so Tanya thought Samus meant to take Luo Guang out as an instructor. What? Luo Guang is a survivor of Raccoon City? The recruits were surprised for the first time today. Because the affairs of Trumbull Valley had not been made public, the recruits misunderstood that the area Tanya mentioned was Raccoon City, but Tanya did not correct them. After all, the affairs of the valley were still kept secret. So, I recommended Luo Guang to become a member of our Red Claw troop instructors. Originally, Tanya only planned to let Luo Guang be the instructor in dealing with biological crisis, but after seeing Luo Guang's performance today, she found that Luo Guang should be able to handle teaching in other aspects as well. No, Luo Guang is the appointed captain of the Special Operations Team. Ha! Tanya turned to look at her friend, surprised that the position Samus mentioned seemed different from the position she recommended, and she didn't react for a moment. Luo Guang also expressed his surprise. He had no idea about the official decision. He thought Organization Tanya, BZ and others misunderstood Luo Guang's reaction, thinking that Luo Guang didn't know about it either. So Tanya asked, "Wait a minute, Samus, is there any misunderstanding here? Look at Luo Guang, he looks confused." Samus naturally saw the expression and reaction on Luo Guang's face, and thought that he had also checked his identity and appearance, so there should be no mistake, so he confirmed to Luo Guang, why are you so reacting? Don't you know this? Luo Guang shook his head quickly and said, "No, it's just that I was a little surprised to say this at this time. I also plan to make you and others recognize my default identity through my subsequent training efforts." Naturally, Luo Guang would not say that he did not know what had been decided, because no matter whether he really knew what had been decided, as a vested interest, denying it would only make others feel that he was hypocritical. Hearing Luo Guang's words, Sams nodded in his heart, feeling that the other party was very good at life, so he praised, as expected of a member of the Special Forces. He understands that gaining trust and respect in the army depends not only on position, but also on his position and strength. This is not about Samus helping Luo Guang lie. According to the information she received about Luo Guang was indeed from the Special Forces. To organization. The Special Forces that Luo Guang joined was also the Special Forces that the shooting club owner in Chicago had served in before. Because after being educated by the boss, some of Luo Guang's habits and actions were also colored by the Special Forces. Experts can also see that Luo Guang has the foundation of the Special Forces, and naturally he will give Luo Guang for the X organization. Light provides the best option when creating backgrounds. I'm going out for a run on Thursday, so I don't know if I can update it at noon that day. Chapter 89 release. Without time to say goodbye to BZ and the other two, Luo Guang returned the M4S90 shotgun and left the training ground, following Tanya, who was looking at him curiously, to the single dormitory for senior officers. On the way, Tanya had to take Luo Guang to get his troop pass and some items, so she drove the jeep for a long detour. "You actually kept it from me for so long." Tanya was dissatisfied with Luo Guang's concealment of her identity, which made her look like a fool for recommending Luo Guang as an instructor to Samus. Luo Guang sat in the co-pilot seat next to Tanya, looking at the scenery passing by the window. When he heard Tanya's words, he said with a smile, "I originally planned to climb up to the position of the Special Operations Force through selection, and I planned to tell everyone that I was selected for this position because of my ability, not my relationship." Really? Tanya hated people with connections. If she knew this before seeing Luo Guang's training performance, she would definitely scold Luo Guang regardless of her relationship with him. But after seeing Luo Guang's performance, Tanya would recognize Luo Guang's position as the captain of the Special Operations Team in her heart. So Tanya was quite glad that Sams told her about the appointment after Luo Guang's training. Really? Otherwise, why would I have to live in the recruit dormitory and go through so much trouble to participate in various trainings? Who knows if you are targeting the female recruits in the recruit dormitory? I remember you specifically asked about the issue of male and female soldiers living together. Tanya's eyes shifted from the front to Luo Guang for a second and said, "I have a girlfriend." Luo Guang said. But Tanya disagreed and said, "Tisk, it's not your wife, and you have a wife. Isn't it common for you men to cheat? I think you won't see your girlfriend for a long time. Can you bear it for such a long time? Should be able to?" Luo Guang felt that he was a person who rejected Wang Wei's beautiful body, and felt that his self-control was still very good. Should be able to? Isn't it necessary to be able to? Tanya heard a trace of unconfidence in Luo Guang's words. Luo Guang scratched his head and said, "Who makes me so charming that others always fall in love with me? Why are you so conceited?" Tanya looked at Luo Guang with contempt and said, "Anyway, I'll give you a shot first. Don't force female soldiers to serve you, otherwise I'll shoot you." "I understand." Luo Guang saluted Tanya, then thought of the online essays he saw before crossing, and said, but what if I was framed? At the beginning, we were in love, but I was blackmailed afterwards, wouldn't I be miserable?
Then you should take care of yourself. Tanya said, in her opinion, the probability of such a thing happening is very low. The two chatted while Luo Guang got the Red Claws pass and identity card, as well as 2 sets of Red Claws officer uniforms under Tanya's leadership. The background pattern of the pass is 3 red claw marks, with Luo Guang's own photo, position, and a string of exclusive numbers on it.
The officer uniforms were red and black. They looked good, but they were not meant to be worn in combat. They were a bit restrictive, so Luo Guang didn't plan to wear them for the time being. After getting the pass, Tanya took Luo Guang on a jeep around the Red Claw base, introduced various places to Luo Guang, and then the two said goodbye downstairs in the officers' building. By the way,
Tanya took a few steps, turned back and said to Luo Guang, starting tomorrow, teams from other NATO countries will arrive one after another. Tomorrow's scene will be more grand, so you can take advantage of that time to see if there are any who want to join your team, and remember to wear the Red Claw officer uniform.
Tanya's last words were also a reminder to herself.
After all, it was not the first time that Sama said that her clothes were problematic, but she just felt comfortable wearing them this way.
Thank you for the reminder.
Luo Guang thanked Tanya for her kind reminder, and then said goodbye to Tanya. Tanya was going back to prepare for the next training arrangement, and Luo Guang planned to go back to find Bis and the others to say goodbye formally. There were several jeeps for officers at the entrance of the officers' dormitory, so Luo Guang borrowed one and came to the recruits' dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he attracted the attention of everyone who was busy with their own things.
Luo? Bizi and others did not expect Luo Guang to come at this time. New recruit Ali, do 10 push-ups for me first. Luo Guang directly provoked Ali as soon as he came in. What? Ali was easily provoked, but still did push-ups reluctantly.
Luo Guang nodded. It seemed that Ali still obeyed the order, and said, "This is your punishment for bullying the weak this morning."
Report. Ali's teammates stood up. Go ahead.
Luo Guang said casually. Seeing that Luo Guang did not seem to come to ask for an explanation, Ali's teammates also plucked up the courage to say, "But you are not weak, sir." Others also nodded in agreement.
Do you remember what Ali said at first?
Luo Guang said, he originally wanted to choose me as the target of establishing his authority because I looked thin and weak.
Sir, you misunderstood. When another teammate of Ali was about to explain that Ali challenged Luo Guang and Tanya because they walked in talking and laughing, Ali, who had just finished push-ups, jumped up and said loudly, "I know I was wrong. Sir, I should focus on strengthening my own abilities and make myself a sharp sword to protect civilians and fight against biochemical crises. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading." Luo Guang looked at Ali curiously and said, "It's good that you understand. But I'm just joking, you don't have to take it too seriously."
Luo Guang thought that he had only asked Ali to do 10 push-ups, and the other party should know that he was joking. Just thinking about this, he heard Ali speak again.
"No, sir, I did something wrong.
I will try to work harder in future training." Luo Guang nodded and turned his gaze to Bizi, but Bizi didn't want to pay attention to Luo Guang at this time.
She was still sulking and didn't participate in the previous topic.
After all, Luo Guang did not intend to conceal anything, so he came to Bizi and the other two and repeated the explanation he had given to Tanya.
Alas, Bizi sighed and said, "I'm not angry that you hid something from me."
Luo Guang didn't believe the other party's nonsense, even though he had listened very carefully just now.
Bizi looked at Luo Guang and said, "I'm angry that I clearly held you back, but I'm still complacent."
Not really, after all, the vents on the ceiling can't normally fit an enemy with a gun. Luo Guang shook his head and said, "Excluding those unreasonable situations, I didn't actually save you many times.
But there are still some, right?
But we are a team, so you must help me, I help you, and we will overcome difficulties together." Although Luo Guang sighed because he couldn't act alone at that time, it didn't mean that he felt uncomfortable cooperating with others. Bizi remembered that she seemed to have said something similar, but Fengzi and Ofer didn't reply, but looked at Bizi.
"Luo, your special operations team hasn't recruited anyone yet, right?" Orpheal turned to look at Luo Guang and suddenly asked. Luo Guang nodded.
Hearing Luo Guang's words, Bizi also understood the reason why Orpheal asked this, and hurriedly said, "In this case, I will work hard in the subsequent training and finally join your team."
Bizi set a goal for herself. She was strong and didn't want to be a burden to others. Fengzi and Orpheal also nodded. "Okay, then I'll wait for you to catch up." Luo Guang nodded with a smile. Bizi and the other two finally smiled. After chatting for a while, Luo Guang said goodbye to everyone and prepared to go back to the officers' dormitory to rest. Luo, wait a minute. Luo Guang, who was about to get on the car, turned around and saw Bizi chasing out, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Luo Guang, are you available later? I have something to ask you." Bizi asked. Luo Guang said, "It's convenient. I'm just about to go back to the officers' dormitory to rest." "Is it about today's training?" "I think the commander-in-chief has already commented well. A bystander can see more clearly than me where you have problems." "I know, but I want to hear your opinion. After all, you are close and may have noticed problems that the commander-in-chief didn't notice." Luo Guang reviewed today's training in his mind, shook his head, and said, "I recalled it, and it seems that there are no particularly big problems. I think it's more about the coordination between us."
The 2 times Luo Guang saved Bis, there were more tricky enemies.
Bis didn't react and was rescued.
Compared with the other 2, Bis's combat quality is the best, and she is also full of physical strength. She didn't slow down during the whole training with a light machine gun.
"In order to solve our tacit understanding problem in advance, can I go to your dormitory to talk?"
Bis's words reminded Luo Guang of what he and Tanya said today.
He quickly pressed the recording button on the X organization's mobile phone.
Boys still have to protect themselves when they go out.
Luo Guang noticed that something was wrong and asked one more question, "But if the team cooperates, shouldn't Fengzi and Ofer be called as well?
And I won't be training with you for a long time in the future.
It won't be too late to train with you when you catch up."
This was about the same height as Luo Guang, and was the tallest woman Luo Guang had ever seen.
This put her arms on Luo Guang's shoulders, clasped Luo Guang's neck, and leaned close to him, saying, "Do you really not understand my hints, or are you pretending not to understand?" "I understand, but I have a girlfriend."
Luo Guang said the same thing. This smelled the charming smell on Luo Guang's body and laughed. "Luo Guang, you are so hypocritical.
In this case, why don't you push me away? I'm not rejecting you in a tactful way." Luo Guang didn't know why he didn't resist as much as he imagined. He thought to himself, could he really not control his desire to be bitter? Really?
This played hard to get and left Luo Guang. But Luo Guang breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head to think. Bizi saw that the other party's reaction was not what she expected, and she felt a little angry. Her invincible charm had hit a wall here.
"I feel like my emotions and reason are 2 different people." Luo Guang analyzed his behavior and said, "Maybe I am just a hypocritical person."
Bizi blinked her blue eyes and suddenly realized what Luo Guang said. "It's not that I still have great charm for Luo Guang, but Luo Guang's impulse or emotion is suppressed by reason." So Luo Guang said euphemistic words in order not to hurt his self-esteem, but his body was very honest and did not push me away.
"Have you been suppressing it for too long?"
This was very accurate in judging men, and pointed out the reason directly.
"The suppression here is not astringency."
Luo Guang was not touched after hearing Bis's words. He recalled his life as a social animal before crossing and his experience after crossing, and said, "It should be, but I feel that I have not suppressed myself as much as before recently." This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Just like joking with Ali just now, Luo Guang would not do this kind of thing to someone he had just met for a short time before.
Why not release it more? Try to follow the impulse deep in your heart.
Bis liked the smell of Luo Guang's body very much, and stuck to him again, whispering in Luo Guang's ear. It was already late, and in order to catch up with the curfew, Luo Guang planned to drive Bizi back to the recruit dormitory, but none of the European and American jeeps were there, so Luo Guang could only borrow a jeep made in the Bear Country. He had driven European and American cars before, so Luo Guang was very cautious when he drove a jeep made in the Bear Country for the first time. He was afraid of losing face as a veteran driver. Before getting in the car, Luo Guang first walked around the car, carefully checking the powerful body lines of the jeep in front of him, and wiped the conspicuous headlights in front of the car and the equally conspicuous lights at the back of the car with both hands to ensure that he could see the road in front of him when he got on the road. The sky was a little gloomy, and it seemed that it was going to rain heavily. After a while, a few drops of water fell on the body of the jeep. As a driver, Luo Guang did not rush to get on the road. He carefully checked the body of the car one by one, and only took out his keys after confirming that he was familiar with and in control of the jeep. There was no one around, and it was the first time for Luo Guang to drive such a big jeep, so he first pressed the accelerator lightly to test the tightness of the jeep's throttle. It was a bit tight, so Luo Guang had to step on the accelerator a little harder on this trip. After turning the steering wheel, Luo Guang drove the jeep onto the main road of the Red Claw base. The rain began to get heavier, covering the entire body of the jeep.
The slippery ground did not affect Luo Guang's driving feel.
He sped along the road of the Red Claw base, holding the steering wheel tightly with both hands.
With the continuous roar of the engine, Luo Guang led Busy to the recruit dormitory.
"Luo, I didn't expect you to be more surprising than you look," Busy said happily, and couldn't help but feel lucky that she didn't turn around and leave while Luo Guang was thinking.
Luo Guang nodded.
It was the first time to drive such a wild car, so Luo Guang didn't dare to be distracted at all, and he always held the initiative in his hands. Arriving at a long straight road, not far from the recruit's dormitory, Luo Guang stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and started the final sprint. The roar of the jeep under him made Luo Guang worry about disturbing the people around him. But Busy urged Luo Guang to speed up, and directly staged a speed and collision on the road. Since the other party had spoken, Luo Guang naturally chose to cooperate with the other party, and the two finally arrived at the end together before the curfew time. Luo Guang sent the soft Busy back to the recruit's dormitory, and then carried Busy to her bed under the astonished eyes of the male recruits. After completing all this without blushing or beating his heart, Luo Guang directly blocked the female recruits who teased him, and returned to the car in a flash, and returned to his officer's dormitory as if escaping. Then Luo Guang, who had just arrived at the door of his dormitory, was blocked by someone. "I have to drive out tomorrow to do business across the district TT the first day of February, I ask for a monthly ticket."
Chapter 90. Goodbye Wang Wei, you're back, Luo Guang. The speaker looked at Luo Guang with a smile.
"How did you?" Luo Guang was surprised how the other party suddenly appeared here, which confused Luo Guang, who had just learned European and American one-night culture.
Wang Wei laughed and said, "Are you so nervous because you did something that you can't tell others?"
Before Luo Guang could quibble, Wang Wei continued, "No wonder you held it in and didn't attack me that day. It turns out that's what your taste is now." Luo Guang noticed the vague murderous intent on the other side, and said quickly, "The reason why I held back that day was not because you were not charming enough. It was very difficult for me to hold back at that time."
"Oh? Then I'm all ears to hear your reasons. Are you here? Why don't you come in first?"
Luo Guang said respectfully. But Wang Wei said with a cold face, "Go to my room, your place hasn't been cleaned yet, it smells bad."
Like a docile sheep, Luo Guang obediently followed the angry Wang Wei to Wang Wei's room.
The other party's room, like Luo Guang's, was a single dormitory belonging to an officer. It seemed that it had not been tidied up and the suitcase had not been closed. Luo Guang could see the neatly stacked clothes there, mainly black in color.
"Tell me."
Wang Wei crossed her legs and sat on the bed.
"That woman and I just had a one-night relationship." Luo Guang did not say Busy's name directly to avoid Busy's anger later. "Then why don't you have a one-night relationship with me? How am I inferior to her?"
Wang Wei was really angry, and she blurted out her words without thinking. She thought that she had made such a big decision that time, but Luo Guang actually refused and was so angry. Wang Wei thought that Luo Guang rejected her righteously because of his current relationship, but she didn't expect that she, who came here in advance to meet Luo Guang, would see Luo Guang taking the woman back to the dormitory, and then supporting her the scene of the other party leaving the dormitory.
As for Busy, why doesn't Wang Wei think she is Luo Guang's girlfriend?
That's because after finishing the matter, Luo Guang directly sent the other party away who was unable to stand. If the other party was Luo Guang's girlfriend, then Luo Guang he would definitely not care about things like access control and just leave the other person in his dormitory. If she hadn't wanted to save some face for Luo Guang, Wang Wei would have been furious at that time.
Of course, the time spent waiting for Luo Guang to come back also made Wang Wei accumulate even more anger. But in the final analysis, the fact that she is not Luo Guang's girlfriend or wife is the real reason why Wang Wei cannot accuse her.
Some people may say that they can be criticized in terms of ethics, but you must know that this is a lighthouse country. Luo Guang has a girlfriend but is not married, and people in the military camp have more or less times when they need to solve physical problems with each other, which is considered strange.
No more weird. You are different from her. Do you want to have sex with me for one night? Luo Guang said. Me.
Wang Wei, who was stunned with anger, realized that her previous words were ambiguous and a bit shameless. Luo Guang knew that he was in the wrong, so he would not talk about it. Taking advantage of Wang Wei's temporary escape from his angry state, he struck while the iron was hot and said seriously, "For some reason, I don't remember what happened with you at all. I don't want to do that kind of thing with you in such a way, and I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for someone who doesn't remember you. To be honest, Luo Guang is also very worried about his relationship with Wang Wei. After all, Luo Guang has not lost his memory at all now, but has actually changed into a person with the same name.
He can't tell Wang Wei about this. Under that special situation, Luo Guang couldn't attack Wang Wei even if he wanted to. But this should be the most exciting thing for you. As soon as Wang Wei heard Luo Guang talk about her amnesia, she immediately turned her attention away from Luo Guang and Bizi and said quickly,
Wang Wei, with my status, I often encounter life and death difficulties, and I have also experienced several biochemical crises, but there is no sign of recovering my memory. To put it bluntly, I may never recover my memory, never.
I can't remember the days I spent with you.
Luo Guang really wanted to persuade the other person to give up and stop loving someone who doesn't love him unilaterally. He said, perhaps one day in the future, you will find and fall in love with another person who loves you equally, but if by that time you have already, you will regret it for the rest of your life if you give your first time to me.
Wang Wei is a person with a relatively traditional view of chastity.
She once said that she wanted to give the first time to her destiny, which was Luo Guang. But it was precisely because of this that Luo Guang said, so that day, no matter what, I had no choice but to reject you. Wang Wei did not expect that Luo Guang had considered so many things at that time and thought so much about himself. He lowered his head and whispered, even if you have lost your memory, you are still the same as before. You are obviously a shy ghost and a big boring coquettish person, but you are always the same. It's about putting various restrictions on your own desires. After Luo Guang's interruption, Wang Wei found that she was not so angry anymore, and she didn't know if Luo Guang's mention of these things at this time was deliberate and improvised.
When Luo Guang heard Wang Wei's words, he couldn't help but think of the peeping diary that he threw into the Raccoon City fire. Isn't it just his appearance and body shape that his personality is exactly the same as the apocalypse Luo Guang? As Luo Guang was thinking this, he heard Wang Wei continue to say, but, Luo Guang, you would never accept this kind of thing before. Sure enough, you are a little different after losing your memory.
I refused at first, but I don't know why my body was unexpectedly honest, as if Luo Guang suddenly realized that the feelings that came out when chatting with Bizi might not be bitter feelings, but some kind of instinct from the inside of the body.
As if what?
Wang Wei asked strangely, Luo Guang, you do sometimes do this, but when you were in the training center before, you rejected all the women who came to your door.
And the situation in the training center is not much different from that in the military camp, right? Luo Guang shook his head and did not continue the previous topic. He suddenly thought of something and just needed to confirm it.
Don't want to say it, but does your girlfriend know that you do this? Luo Guang didn't understand why Wang Wei mentioned his girlfriend at this time, and looked at Wang Wei.
Wang Wei saw Luo Guang's performance and understood the answer.
Looking at Luo Guang's expression, he said, what do you think if I tell your girlfriend about this?
Do you know who my girlfriend is? Luo Guang's first reaction was to ask this question. Wang Wei nodded and said Jill's name.
Without waiting for Luo Guang to ask, he told Luo Guang how he knew it. He said, just confirm the women you have contacted after the Raccoon City incident, and then filter them according to your preferences.
After narrowing the scope, you will know. Is it true that falling in love will make a woman's temperament different?
If she meets these conditions, she is the only one around you. No, Jill hasn't been with me for the past few months.
Is it because of the sky? Before Luo Guang finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Wei and said, at the Feinan airport, someone happened to see you hugging Jill Valentine, the former Aceres, but he didn't know your true identity. The report also said that he thought you were an undercover. What do you want? Or what do you want?
Luo Guang told Jill everything about Wang Wei, so he was not very afraid that the other party would threaten him with Biss's affairs, especially since Wang Wei was Jill's rival in love, so he would not be easily stirred up by Wang Wei's words. Wang Wei shook his head and said, no big deal, and you don't look afraid of this being exposed. And I said before that we were originally in the same group.
Even if I have lost my memory now?
Luo Guang was strange, always feeling that he still had some special identity in the Apocalypse organization, otherwise even if Wang Wei had no ill will towards him, the Apocalypse organization could use this incident to threaten him to help them. That's right, because Luo Guang, your existence is very important. When Wang Wei said this, his eyes felt a little ethereal, and his physical temperament also changed for a moment.
When Luo Guang was about to say something, Wang Wei changed the subject first and said, by the way, do you want to know why I'm here?
Luo Guang was a little confused, but the other party didn't seem to want Luo Guang to ask further, so he followed the other party's intention and asked, then why are you here?
I'm still angry, so I won't tell you.
After Luo Guang's words, Wang Wei was not so angry, but when he saw a woman coming out of Luo Guang's room, the possessiveness in his heart still made him feel angry, or it would be more appropriate to say jealous. Luo Guang didn't have much experience in coaxing girls. After hearing what Wang Wei said, he didn't know what to say. For a while, the two fell into silence. Hey, don't you care about what happened after I left Europe? I just said I won't tell you why I'm here. Wang Wei knew that because they had been separated for a long time, the common topics accumulated during the journey from Chicago to Paris had been used up, so she took the initiative to find things that Luo Guang cared about as a topic. Luo Guang said to Wang Wei, I'm interested, but you haven't checked whether there is surveillance in this room since you came back, right? Luo Guang himself didn't intend to hide the matter between himself and BZ, otherwise he wouldn't have personally sent her back to the recruit dormitory, but he should be cautious about the matters of other organizations and undercover matters. You don't have it in your room? No, I'm going to do that kind of thing, how can I not check it? But that doesn't mean you don't have it in your room, right? Luo Guang certainly checked the room before doing that kind of thing. He didn't want a movie with himself as the male protagonist to appear on the internet. I checked when I came here, and I only left the room when I stopped you just now. Although Wang Wei said this, he still honestly took out a new scanner to check the room again. The result was that no surveillance equipment was found. Now you can worry about what task I will do after leaving you. After finishing his work, Wang Wei asked Luo Guang to ask him questions in an imperative tone. Seeing Wang Wei saying this with his hands on his waist, Luo Guang suddenly burst into laughter and laughed. Hey, what do you mean by this? Wang Wei blushed and said angrily. No, I just thought you were pretty cute just now. Luo Guang said honestly. Then do you want to know? Wang Wei looked like he would not say anything if he continued to do this. Yes. Luo Guang asked Wang Wei what task he would complete after leaving him. Wang Wei snorted, but once she saw Luo Guang smile, she let him go and said directly, I went to the Caucasus region to perform a mission. The Caucasus region, the name of this region seems to have appeared in the Resident Evil game, and it seems that there is the last stronghold of Umbrella Company there. What is the mission content? This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Surveying the terrain. Wang Wei was not informed of the purpose of surveying the terrain. She was just asked to conduct surveying operations in a certain area in the Caucasus. The reason why Wang Wei had to tell Luo Guang about this was to exchange information with Luo Guang and see if there were any clues. Luo Guang thought of something and confirmed to Wang Wei, what is your mission here this time? Silent and lurking until the company calls. Wang Wei's mission was similar to Luo Guang's. Combined with the survey mission in the Caucasus, Luo Guang had a guess in his mind and said, the company's situation is not optimistic. It may be that it wants to go underground and wait for a new phase and a comeback in the future. I also thought about this before coming here. Wang Wei nodded in agreement with Luo Guang's words, but what does this have to do with me going to the place where it was freezing that day to survey? Could it be that the company wants to move things? When Wang Wei said this, his eyes lit up. Yes, and there are not many people, and the social situation is not stable, so it is very suitable. Luo Guang said that he thought so too. But how will the company establish a base in that place? In order to ensure research, the scale will definitely not be small, and it will easily attract the attention of others. Wang Wei thought of the Paris Research Institute and said in unison with Luo Guang, underground. Did you survey the terrain and ask you to detect the rock formations? Luo Guang knew that the base in the game was established under an abandoned chemical plant, but Luo Guang had no intention of revealing this to Wang Wei at this time, or rather to Wang Wei, the Apocalypse organization behind her. Although the Apocalypse organization said that they were on the same side, Luo Guang did not believe that this mysterious organization would treat him well for no reason, and must have other motives. Yes, but my area is not very good, and it is difficult to carry out underground engineering construction. Umbrella Company basically sent out all the intelligence agents in Europe, but Wang Wei was not lucky. The area she was responsible for, no suitable place was found. That's a pity. Luo Guang said. Wang Wei said, but it's pretty good to guess Umbrella's intentions there. As expected, multiple people can discuss it together and develop new ideas. Thank you. Well, it should be a message from me thanking you. This is very important. Luo Guang found a reason for his words and continued, otherwise Umbrella Company is hiding. The world is so big and it would be too difficult without clues. Found it. As long as I can help you. By the way, Luo Guang, your goal now is to bring down the company. Luo Guang nodded. What happens next? I haven't thought about it yet. Maybe I can retire with Jill with the money.
Wang Wei heard what Luo Guang said and said quickly, "That won't work. Luo Guang, I think you can join us and try to see if you can restore your memory." When Wang Wei said this, there was a bit of expectation and worry about the future in her eyes. The expectation was because she could see Luo Guang often, and the worry was because she knew that her organization would not let Luo Guang retire so early. If Luo Guang really did this, Wang Wei could already imagine what the organization would do at any cost to force Luo Guang to come out. For example, arranging an accident for Luo Guang's lover and then blaming the blame on other organizations. Meow, I originally planned to publish this chapter on the same day as the previous chapter, but I really couldn't spare the time to type out the words today, so I had to publish them separately in order to keep updating. Chapter 91 Death Video. The next morning, Luo Guang remembered that Tanya mentioned that there would be an event today and that soldiers from various countries would come, so he had no choice but to get up early and change into the officer uniform of the Red Claws. Putting the M92F pistol with the silencer removed into the holster on his waist, Luo Guang packed the important information in the backpack with the ability of hardened armor and attached the tracking pheromones he made. After looking in the mirror and confirming that there was no problem with his appearance, Luo Guang left the officer's dormitory building and happened to meet Wang Wei, who was standing alone at the door of the building. "Good morning," Luo Guang said to Wang Wei. "Good morning." Wang Wei also replied, saying, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. You see, the others have already gathered at the square." Teams from various countries arrived at the Red Claws base one after another since midnight. The sound of the planes was a bit noisy, but Luo Guang still slept soundly. "Just knock on my door." Luo Guang was a little embarrassed when he saw that there was no one else around. Moreover, after the virus transformation, Luo Guang's necessary sleeping time was shortened a lot, so waking up early would not have much impact on Luo Guang. However, Luo Guang still likes the comfort of sleeping and can relax his mood, so Luo Guang will not force himself to use the extra time to study. Wang Wei threw the car keys to Luo Guang and said, "That will wake you up. But if you come out 10 minutes later, I will wake you up to prevent you from being late. Thank you for your consideration." Luo Guang thanked the other party for his consideration and took the car keys to act as a driver. Driving to the main entrance square of the Red Claw base, Luo Guang saw military personnel holding different standard weapons after getting off the car. The Maple Leaf Country, Gaul Country, Prussia Country, In Country, Spain Country, Italy Country and Lighthouse Country, a total of 7 countries' troops came, and judging from their dress and mental outlook, they are definitely not recruits selected temporarily. The most obvious thing is that the soldiers of In Country are not using the L8501 assault rifles that have been officially equipped and put into service in the army, but all August assault rifles, so Luo Guang guessed that these people might be from the special forces of In Country. Probably for safety reasons, the August rifles and the long guns in the hands of soldiers from other countries did not have magazines inserted. Those countries do not intend to rely on the Red Claws, which are forced to be funded by NATO Big Brother, to solve domestic biochemical problems. But according to public official records, only the troops of the Lighthouse Country have experience in dealing with the biochemical crisis in Raccoon City. So Luo Guang guessed that those NATO countries were so active in sending precious elites here, more to learn from others. "By the way, Wei, why are you here?" Luo Guang asked the topic of yesterday again. "Because the Gaul team is the team I lead." After a night, Wang Wei's anger subsided, and he answered Luo Guang. "By the way, Wang Wei did not come with the team, but arrived in advance on a special plane." Surprised, "But you are not." Luo Guang did not say the rest, but Wang Wei understood what Luo Guang meant. "They are actually all." Wang Wei finished speaking, and then added a Chinese lip shape of branch. "Heh, can this be done?" Luo Guang was surprised at the power of umbrella in Gaul at this time. Wang Wei nodded and whispered beside Luo Guang, "After all, the Raccoon City incident did not happen in his own country. Although there were videos leaked recently, those people did not really take it seriously. Besides, the upper echelons of Gaul had long been infiltrated." "I see, but the company's situation is not good now. Don't those senior executives have some little thoughts?" "Yes, but there is no need to expose themselves in such a small matter. The Apocalypse organization has sent people to actively contact those people." Because it has nothing to do with Luo Guang, Wang Wei did not mention this information. "I see, let's say goodbye here first. Can you hurry back to the team?" Wang Wei nodded to indicate that it was true. In order to wait for Luo Guang this morning, she pushed everything to her adjutant, and she didn't know how she would be lectured by the adjutant later. So Wang Wei hurriedly said goodbye to Luo Guang and went to the Gaul team. And Luo Guang found Tanya, who was commanding, and asked about his arrangements. Tanya looked at the idle Luo Guang and said unhappily, "Don't you see I'm busy? Find a place to stay." "Okay." Luo Guang was driven away by Tanya.
It seemed that Tanya had no tasks to give him, so he had to do it himself. Thinking that he had to select people to join his special operations team, Luo Guang directly examined the teams of various countries. Luo Guang first focused on the Gaul team where Wang Wei was. In addition to Wang Wei, there was another officer, who was also a woman. A team led by a woman is in line with the tradition of Gaul. Wang Wei secretly made a face to Luo Guang and stuck out his tongue, while the adjutant who was half a body behind Wang Wei looked at Luo Guang with resentment. Luo Guang quickly ran away to see other teams. Apart from that, the teams of the other 6 countries were all well behaved, nothing special, all consisting of 2 officers and 16 soldiers. After all, they were all soldiers who were quick and decisive, and soon everyone lined up and the whole square became orderly. The opening ceremony of the Red Claws officially began at the scheduled time. Samus walked to the platform at the front of the square, said a few words, and then directly released a video.
"This is Madrid TV. I'm reporter Angela Vidal, and the cameraman Pablo is filming.
This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading." A young and beautiful radio host with golden hair and 2 braids appeared on the screen in the square. At this time, the host was holding a radio microphone and speaking. Looking at the surrounding environment, reporter Angela and cameraman Pablo should be sitting in the radio bus. "Today, we are going to make a program about the daily life of firefighters, but the audience is lucky that the fire department received the alarm information, so we can see how the firefighters work up close today. Now, we are following them to the place where the report was made." After Angela finished speaking, cameraman Pablo moved the camera, crossed the front row, and put the fire truck with red and blue lights flashing in front into the picture. After a period of 10 times acceleration, Angela and Pablo got off the car and followed the firefighters in their fire suits to the place where the report was made.
It was a tube-style apartment building.
The one who called the police was a resident in the building. He found that his neighbor, an old woman, had locked herself in the room and was wailing all the time. Angela, who was standing at the door of the old woman's house, also vaguely heard the very strange wailing sound, and goosebumps appeared. In a flash, Angela, who was interviewing the resident who called the police, suddenly heard a loud noise behind her, which frightened Angela so much that she shrank her neck. Looking back, Angela found that it was the firefighters who pried the door open decisively. But with the loud noise of the prying door, Angela and others found that the wailing sound suddenly stopped. Angela swallowed her saliva and had a bad premonition in her heart, but she followed the firefighters with the cameraman Pablo and a fat policeman and walked into the old woman's house. After entering the door, there was a long corridor, which was very dark, with only the wall lamps on both sides emitting a faint light. Click, click. Footsteps suddenly sounded at the end of the corridor, and Angela found a hunched-over person in red and white pajamas. The flashlights in the firefighters' hands were very bright, so in order to avoid shining directly into the other person's eyes, they shone the light around the other person. But the other person did not respond, and the fat policeman also found that the person in pajamas seemed to be the old woman the caller said. After saying hello to the others, the fat policeman took the initiative to move forward to comfort the old woman. As a result, when the fat policeman's flashlight shone on the old woman's pajamas, the fat policeman suddenly found that the red on the pajamas seemed to be stained with blood, and his footsteps stopped. The old woman who was illuminated also reacted, and suddenly muttered incomprehensible words. The fat policeman, who was slightly startled, took a step back, but soon stabilized his mentality, approached the old woman's position, and asked about the other person's situation, but the old woman still seemed to be unclear and did not respond. Everyone else focused on the old woman's blood-stained pajamas, but Angela noticed the black spots on the old woman's face, the blood around her mouth, and her white eyes that had just been illuminated by the light. But the fat policeman didn't know this, and turned around without any convenience, pressing the intercom near his shoulder, ready to call an ambulance to rescue the old woman. However, before the fat policeman could say a few words, the old woman raised her half-lowered head, ran at the speed of a 16-year-old with her 60-year-old body, rushed straight to the fat policeman who had his back to her, opened her bloody mouth, and bit the fat policeman's neck directly. Then the clip played in the square was paused by Samus at this point. This is what happened in Spain yesterday. It was recorded by a TV cameraman. Sam said, looked at everyone, named the Spanish team, and said, since it is a Spanish matter, let the Spanish people express their feelings first. After Sam said, Tanya in the audience handed a microphone to the Spanish officer. Under normal circumstances, the policeman didn't need to turn around and contact for help, and when he called for an ambulance, He seemed to look at the camera intentionally or unintentionally.
The officer mentioned the problem of the fat policeman, thinking that the policeman deliberately gave his head in order to appear on TV. Sams nodded, praised the other party for his careful observation, and asked the officer of Maple Leaf Country again.
I think the old woman's movements don't look like an old woman in her 60s, and she's biting people like crazy, which looks a bit like the zombies in the Raccoon City video.
Samus nodded again.
She just wanted the people below to find the problem, so after asking 2 questions, Samus didn't ask questions or continue playing the video, but said, yes, it is very similar to the zombies in Raccoon City, but in essence, it is different from the virus infected by the zombies in Raccoon City.
Someone raised his hand and asked, Commander, you just said that the virus is different. Does that mean Red Claw has analyzed the virus in the old woman?
Later, professionals went there and sent the bitten police and others to the medical room on the first floor of the apartment, and extracted their blood samples and took them to a professional research institute for testing. Another point worth noting is that all the bitten people have become zombies, so it is temporarily certain that the virus can be transmitted through saliva. Because only the Lighthouse Nation has samples of the T-virus, the blood sample was tested in a research institute in Spain that was jointly established by the Lighthouse Nation in Spain, and then the researchers discovered a new unknown virus.
Samus played this video for everyone, not to issue tasks, and said, I show this to everyone to tell you something. This chapter is not over yet, please click the next page to continue reading. Since the Raccoon City incident, the biochemical crisis is not far away from you.
If the Spanish government did not contact us immediately for safety reasons and seal off the building, if this virus spreads in the city, I think Raccoon City will be the last example of that city. I know that everyone here is the elite among the elites. Facing this kind of zombies, as long as you have weapons in your hands, you can easily solve it, but how to curb the spread of viruses and how to deal with emergencies that may be biochemical crises is the real purpose of your coming here to learn. Everyone's face was solemn, and they understood what Samus meant. It is easy to eliminate biochemical monsters, but controlling the spread of biochemical crises is the top priority of the Red Claws or the governments of various countries. I know that many of you have the mission of returning to your country to teach more people after completing the knowledge here, but it doesn't matter. This is in line with the purpose of our Red Claws. Samus knew that it was not enough to rely on the people here and the countries behind them to fight against the possible global biochemical crisis. But the Lighthouse Nation only invited NATO countries to come, which had its political considerations, and she could not influence the decision-making of the upper echelons, so she would not say much about the enemy of all mankind, just do what she can. The officers of those countries did not expect Samus to point this out directly, but it did not seem to be a bad thing, so their faces did not change. Instead, they were secretly happy in their hearts, thinking that this tuition might be worth paying. After Samus finished these words, he did not continue to talk about those great principles, but switched the video to real-time monitoring. On the screen, Biss and other Red Claw recruits stood in front of the training building, ready to go, waiting for Samus's order to start.
Samus said, this is a drill.
It's mainly to show you what it's like in a multi-party situation, and to give you some idea of the upcoming training. Then Samus explained the training rules of the training building and the types of enemies inside, and said, everyone present is considered the elite of each country.
Does anyone want to try it? It's a bit late, sorry meow.
Chapter 92 Instinct. Hearing Samus' words and seeing the provocative look in the other party's eyes, the leading officers of each country took a step forward and said they wanted to try. Considering that the video played before took place in Spain, Samus took the lead in choosing the Spanish troops and asked Tanya to take the 4-member team they had selected. In order to let the troops of various countries have fun, Samus also rearranged the previous training building very considerately, cancelled the setting of the back door in the first floor shops, so Spain started from the first floor gate. However, the high-spirited Spanish troops only lasted 2 rooms before they were completely wiped out. The zombie hidden in the closet and the half-beast zombie sign lying on the ground each received a head income, and the remaining 2 were solved by the combination of bandits and zombies. The Spanish soldiers suffered a loss due to unfamiliarity, and they did not carry grenades or other throwing objects to cooperate with the house clearing, so they were not too frustrated. They returned to the square and watched the actions of the Maple Leaf Nation carefully. Because the things behind could not be shown, Samus chose the eager Maple Leaf Nation troops to follow the progress of Spain and continue to clear the training building. With the experience of watching the Spanish actions, the soldiers of the Maple Leaf Nation planned to take action step by step on the way to the training ground. The idea of the Maple Leaf Nation was good, but it was not successful. When passing the door that the Spanish had cleared, they were directly shot by the bandits inside, and one person was instantly reduced. The leader seemed a little angry when he saw this. He had already told his men not to underestimate this training building and to be vigilant at all times. However, the vanguard in the front was lax when he passed the room that the Spanish team had cleaned up in front of him. He did not check again, and the second position who trusted the former was shot out. These people are too careless, right? Didn't they find that after being cleaned up by the Spanish team closed the door when they left, but the door was open just now? Luo Guang thought so in his heart, and then he heard Samus start to speak. Various enemies, civilians, and various biochemical monsters mixed together will be the normal state of the biochemical crisis we will face in the future, so we will simulate the coexistence of various parties in this training building. In the usual training of the armies of various countries, the elites of various countries here basically think in a two-way mindset, and it is rare for such a cleaned place to have enemies again. In actual combat missions, with the support of intelligence, they generally only need to consider one enemy, and rarely encounter situations where multiple forces are present at the same time. Even if there are civilians, most of them are hiding or kidnapped by bandits, and their own intelligence departments have long determined the location of civilians, and they will not run out without any signs like the training building. The purpose of Sam's building this training building is to train soldiers' multidirectional thinking ability and various emergency response. This is a set of training methods she thought out after surviving Danforth City. While explaining, Sam said, "Of course, if you don't take civilians seriously, you can just use grenades and other things to blow down the building. If you can't control it, you can destroy the entire city at most." When Sam said this, in addition to Raccoon City, she also thought of Danforth City, and her tone was a little contempt for the high-level behavior of the lighthouse country who took human lives lightly. Everyone didn't speak, and they understood what Sam's meant by saying this. Although they are soldiers whose duty is to obey orders, this does not mean that they recognize or want to execute the order to directly destroy the city. Because as frontline fighters, they knew that those civilians were not just numbers in the mouths of politicians behind them. It took nearly half an hour for the Maple Leaf team to be defeated. Although they lost a member at the beginning, the subsequent step-by-step strategy worked well and successfully cleared the remaining rooms on the first floor. Unfortunately, the last member of the Maple Leaf team fell at the door of the first room on the second floor. At this time, the two teams of elite soldiers failed in the challenge, and Samus did not let the teams of other countries continue. After all, she was not trying to show off to the elite soldiers of various countries, but just to let the people present have a little understanding of the training difficulty of the newly established Red Claws, and not to underestimate their newly established troops. Samus said, "Now let's let the new recruits who have been training for more than a week come out. They are all temporary teams for less than a week, and their cooperation is far from yours, but they have been doing this kind of training recently, so you can see the effect of this training." While Samus was talking, Tanya brought the Maple Leaf people back from the training ground. The officer of Maple Leaf Country glared at the vanguard of the foreman team and told him to get back to the team. Tanya came to stand next to Luo Guang, giving Luo Guang the opportunity to ask Tanya a question, saying, "Is it my illusion? I feel that they are not as good as BZ and the others in the previous training." Luo Guang did not specify who it was, but Tanya understood what Luo Guang meant and said, "I think according to your standards, they all failed. So I am speaking based on BZ and the others' standards. The Spanish team is understandable, but the Maple Leaf Country team seems not so good." Tanya glanced at Maple Leaf Country and said, "When they set out for the training ground, they laughed at Spain and told me that they had made a perfect plan that could easily deal with the training ground I set up. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading." "Is this the reason why they used the turtle tactics?" Luo Guang finished. Tanya replied, "Those who can survive are good tactics, there is no such thing as turtles or not turtles. Don't think of the special forces as Supermen who can do everything. It's not the same as before. No matter how strong a person is, he can't stop a bullet. Intelligence advantage and equipment weapon advantage are the source of their strength. So when they face an unfamiliar environment and only have a long gun and a short gun, it's already good to have such performance." "But Luo Guang, aren't you also from the special forces? You should know this, right?" Luo Guang had checked the content of his resume compiled by the X organization last night, so he quickly replied, "Maybe the authorities are confused, and I retired after only doing one unequal mission." Tanya nodded, thinking about something and said, "With your ability, if you really deal with those enemies who have no intelligence support and are equipped with backward weapons, you must fight them all the way. So I think this gives you the illusion that the special forces are very strong. By the way, why did you retire so soon?" Luo Guan was also prepared for this question, and said, "It's because I'm too strong. I'm more of a lone wolf when performing tasks and training with others, so the captain thinks I'm not suitable for the special forces that value teamwork. Luo Guang didn't explain the matter more clearly, but made Tanya think that Luo Guang now cooperates with people weaker than himself because of that experience.
But you should have changed, right? The special forces shouldn't let talents like you leave so easily, right? I applied for retirement on impulse. Luo Guang sighed and said, but I don't regret it.
Seeing this, Tanya stopped asking Luo Guang about his past. At this time, on the big screen, BZ and the other three had already ensured the safety of the previous team's room, and then came to the second floor to start cleaning up the room that caused the Maple Leaf Nation to be eliminated. At this time, although BZ and the other two did not carry any throwing objects, they all changed their weapons, unlike when Luo Guang formed a team. BZ replaced the original M249 light machine gun, which weighed 7.5 kilograms when empty, with a 6.85 kilograms paratrooper model. Originally, BZ planned to change to a lighter short-barreled RPK light machine gun, but because the country served by the Red Claws was a NATO member country, there was no RPK weapon in the base, so she finally chose the Minimi 5.56mm light machine gun. Fingzi replaced the MP5 submachine gun as a weapon, and Orpheer also changed from the previous M40A2 sniper rifle to an SR-25 semi-automatic precision marksman rifle. Although they also did not use throwing objects, Biss and the others cleared the room faster, and it did not make people feel that they were moving at a snail's pace. The layout of the room was different in each training session, but Biss and the others, especially Biss who was in position 1, could automatically think of various possible enemy attack directions within a few seconds after seeing the layout. Biss's physical ability has become stronger, and her reaction speed has also become faster. Luo Guang thought to himself as he watched Biss's movements on the screen. Compared with yesterday, it felt very different. This was Luo Guang's first thought, and the second thought was that when Luo Guang and Jill continued to practice fighting skills in the non-southern country, he also noticed that Jill's physical ability had also become stronger, and it was still visible to the naked eye. But under Luo Guang's inquiry, when he and Jill parted, Jill did not have much time to exercise and was always running around. Jill also jokingly told him that Jill had become a lot stronger since she had done it with him. Originally, Luo Guang just thought it was a joke from Jill. After all, how could she have such an ability like the protagonist of a harem in anime? But now seeing that BZ, who had also had a relationship with him, had also undergone such a change, Luo Guang couldn't help but start thinking. And soon he thought of a clue, that is, the G-virus that mutated after the alpha parasite was forcibly implanted under the exposure of the T-virus infected body's genes, and the behavior of William Birkin who had been looking for a mother who could reproduce offspring, that is, Shirley Birkin, after being injected with the G-virus. I have not been infected with the G-virus, but the instinct of the virus to reproduce still exists. Could it be that the reproduction and survival instinct of the T-virus in my body now has influenced me in a subtle way? Luo Guang handed this question to the system. It is the desire of the adapter to reproduce and expand its own group after evolution, and it is also the deep-rooted survival instinct of human beings. Survival instinct? Isn't it the instinct of reproduction? Luo Guang thought to himself and asked. Reproduction is also for the survival of the tribe. In the world today, within the known range, the adapter is the first human to evolve to such a high level. In other words, at this time, the adapter alone is the entire tribe, so it will have a strong desire to reproduce. So in order to expand my tribe, my body did not refuse at that time? It even emitted a pheromone with aphrodisiac effects at that time? Luo Guang thought of BZ's mention of a very strange scent on her body when she was in bed, and asked if she had applied perfume when she went to see her. Yes. Luo Guang was a little speechless and asked, why didn't you tell me about the changes in my body? Natural reproduction is also a way of biological evolution. The adapters allow more humans to evolve through reproduction, which is in line with the purpose of this system, and this behavior will not cause any negative impact or harm to the adapters, so it will not trigger the warning of this system. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. This is the first time that Luo Guang felt that the system was a little dull. Didn't it feel the troubles he was having at that time? Can the system control or suppress this instinct? No, because the adapter has higher authority than this system, so the adapter can only pay attention on its own. But when Jill and I faced the tyrant's tentacle attack for the first time, didn't you help me avoid the fatal blow? Based on the first rule of the adapter system, the adapter's survival instinct has the highest authority. That time, the adapter's body instinct gave the system an unauthorized command, allowing this system to unauthorizedly control the adapter's body for emergency avoidance.
But I didn't seem to notice the dangerous situation at that time?
In fact, the adapter saw the dangerous situation in his peripheral vision, but he was thinking about firing back at the time, so he didn't notice it.
I understand a little bit.
That means that the body's instinct gave the system a command faster than his brain reacted.
Let's go back to the previous matter. In other words, that kind of reproductive instinct can only be solved by me?
Yes.
I understand. After Luo Guang figured out what was happening to him invisibly, he asked another question: why did Jill and Beezy become stronger?
After the T-virus injected into the other party by the adapter merges with the other party, it can enhance the physical ability of the other party, etc.
You mean there is the T-virus in my body in my genetic fluid? But can't it only be used by me?
The T-virus injected into the other party is a half-incomplete version, which is stable and reliable. It will evolve into a version suitable for the host according to the host's situation, but because it is very stable, the improvement is limited and it can't be considered evolution.
Will there be any bad effects if it is injected multiple times?
Luo Guan was worried about Jill's situation. No, but it is speculated that there is a possibility of individual evolution. The system's answer made Luo Guan feel a little relieved. After chatting with the system, just as Luo Guan was rereading that adapter system regulations, an exclamation came from the Red Claw base square. Luo Guan looked up and saw that Biss had successfully cleared a room on the third floor by herself, but was immediately besieged after leaving. Because Fingzi and Ofer had already been defeated in the previous cleanup operation, Biss was left alone to face multiple enemies with guns and was instantly beaten into a honeycomb by paintballs. I updated last night, but it seems that some people didn't see it, so strange. Chapter 93. The first mission of the Special Operations Team, the drill for the new recruits, also ended successfully. Beezy and others did not ask Tanya to pick them up. Instead, they came to the square on their own after organizing the team and stood on the right side of the Seven Nations team. The people from the Seven Nations team nodded slightly to Beezy and others, expressing their respect for their performance just now. Although Beezy and others failed to clear the training building in the end, the soldiers from the Seven Kingdoms have already seen some gaps between themselves and their opponents. For example, the most important point is that Beezy and the others can quickly react whether the enemy is a zombie or a human with a gun. Can see through each other's disguise. Samus waited for Beezy and others to arrive before continuing. Of course, this training building is only part of the preliminary training of our Red Claws. After all, our Red Claws are different from other armies. The primary goal is to fight against biohazards, so there are other specialized trainings after this training is completed. The Korean military officer in the audience raised his hand and said, "I would like to ask, are there any zombies inside the base to train us?" No, Samus understood what the other party meant. Facing zombies, monsters that look like they came out of hell, it was better to overcome the fear of them by seeing them once, so he explained, actually, in the Lighthouse country's military, with great support, we established a training town in an isolated valley, called Turnbull. Luo Guang noticed Tanya's bitter expression when Samus said this, and realized that the town was not a newly established training town, but the real Tenapur town he had been to. Probably after the military evacuated the survivors there, it planned to make it a combat training ground for the Red Claws. It could also become a test platform for combat testing of the military's own biological and chemical weapons after they were developed and used to collect actual combat data on biological and chemical weapons. Samus knew that Tanya grew up in that town, so he would return to that town to work and live after retiring. Therefore, he talked about this matter with Tanya last night, and also brought the Red Claws and the military together. Told Tanya about the deal, saying it was one of the conditions for the formation of the Red Claws. Although organization, the military officer of the Republic of China was shocked by the generosity of the Lighthouse State and quickly asked, "Is this all in that small town?" "Yes, there are biochemical monsters caused by Umbrella's virus inside." According to the military's instructions, Samus blamed Umbrella for all the biochemical problems in the town and said, "However, let me say something in advance here. Although it is a training town, our Red Claws will not provide you with safety insurance. Therefore, training there will be extremely life-threatening. If you want to back down, report it as soon as possible. Don't, it's a waste of time here." After Tanya knew this, there was nothing she could do. Although she had doubts about the idea that Umbrella had leaked the blood plague virus, there was still nothing she could do even if she knew the truth. Tanya clenched her fists, feeling very unwilling. "I understand what you mean, that's where the actual combat begins.
The U officer understood.
Yes, and we have told your superiors about this part of the matter and obtained permission, but it seems that they did not tell you about this particularly important security issue, Sam said. After all, they were elite troops sent by other countries. It was impossible for the lighthouse country to send their troops into actual combat without saying anything. It seemed that soldiers from several countries had not received this information, and their faces were a bit ugly.
But in the end, no one asked to quit. After all, I and others were already here. If I quit, I couldn't afford to lose face. At the same time, if I just went back and waited for others, I wouldn't get any good results. Our commander has mentioned that training is quite dangerous, but he did not mention specific training methods. I have no other questions.
The military officer of the country said this, but his face was very solemn. Although his superiors had mentioned that there would be actual combat exercises, he really never thought that it would be in such a form. He originally thought that the zombies were trapped in cages. Training like shooting directly by yourself and others. In the eyes of the Korean military officers, it was already considered actual combat, not an exercise. After finishing these things, Sam's had one last thing to say. One more thing is that our special operations team of the Red Claws is now recruiting personnel. There is no need to break away from the original military membership, but they must be members of the Red Claws. The mission of this unit is to conduct preliminary reconnaissance to confirm whether a biochemical crisis has occurred, and if necessary, directly contain or resolve small-scale biochemical crisis incidents or provide time for the local military to complete the blockade. To a certain extent, it can be regarded as a special force within the Red Claws. Luo Guang thought, and then heard Samus continue to talk about some of the Special Operations Team's privileges. After all, it is a team jointly funded by NATO countries. It is also considered an official army. Therefore, its authority within the NATO member countries is basically the same as that of the local army. It has the right to reject certain decisions of the local army, which means that it does not need to hand over command.
Gun. This power is not small.
The reason why the NATO member countries agreed to this request is because the Special Operations Team only has 4 people.
The tasks are usually small-scale biological and chemical crises, and the impact is not big. Moreover, after the military completes the blockade, the Special Operations Team will also leave and will not point fingers.
Anyway, after their own troops return from their studies, they will not need the help of the Red Claws. This is the real thought of the upper echelons of most NATO member countries. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The officers of various countries listened to Samus's introduction and weighed the benefits of joining this Special Operations Team. The simplest thing is to collect intelligence information on various biochemical crises or get samples of those viruses. Samus did not wait for those people to absorb the intelligence, he said, and continued, the captain of the Special Operations Team is a member of our Red Claws.
His name is Luo Guang. After that, Samus asked Luo Guang to come to the stage.
Luo Guang walked up to the stage without fear and stood beside Samus. When the personnel of various countries saw that such a young Luo Guang was the captain of the Special Operations Team, although they did not whisper, they kept looking at Luo Guang, and their eyes revealed their suspicion of Luo Guang.
However, Samus did not explain anything.
In her opinion, Luo Guang was fully capable of taming the unruly elites below.
Does anyone have any questions?
After saying everything that needed to be said, Samus did not intend to continue to talk about superficial things at length, so he prepared to disband and let the staff below arrange accommodation for those people and other matters.
The officer of Gaul, Wang Wei, raised his hand and said, I hope to join the Special Operations Team. Samus did not answer and looked at Luo Guang.
Okay. Wang Wei had not told Luo Guang about this before, but Luo Guang agreed directly, thinking that this should be considered nepotism.
The adjutant behind Wang Wei looked at Wang Wei with resentment, and then directed his resentful eyes at Luo Guang.
Luo Guang understood that Wang Wei was going to push other things to his adjutant again, and could not help but apologize to the unknown adjutant in his heart. Not only Samus, but others also saw that Luo Guang and Wang Wei came to the square together, but they did not know Luo Guang's identity at the time. At this time, people from various countries saw that the two of them were talking and answering, and Wang Wei, the female officer, joined Luo Guang's Special Operations Team.
They couldn't help but doubt the relationship between the two, which also made them more uncertain about Luo Guang's team.
They suspected that Luo Guang had private affairs and deliberately pulled the female officer to his team. So when Samus asked again if anyone wanted to join, no one in the square spoke, and those who originally intended to join also backed out. In fact, Tanya also had the idea of joining Luo Guang's team to solve the biochemical crisis, but she also had to help her friend Samus deal with the Red Claws. The main reason was that the large number of professional instructors that had been agreed upon before were not in place, so basically all the teaching matters fell on Tanya. Luo Guang didn't care whether anyone joined his special operations team, so he didn't say anything. He just stood there, smiling slightly, making people unsure of his thoughts. Seeing this, Samus finished his summary and let everyone disperse. "Captain, do you really want to join that person's team?" The adjutant knew that Wang Wei knew the other party, so he said. Wang Wei's adjutant is a mid-level intelligence officer of Umbrella, and the soldiers behind them are elite soldiers selected from the USS troops under the European branch. After all, the other party's special forces can let us know the latest biochemical crisis and collect various viruses and other things. Wang Wei whispered back, and then whispered in the other party's ear, "As for the future action guidelines, forget our previous identities and just be Red Claw soldiers." The adjutant is also a smart person, so Wang Wei doesn't need to remind the other party to leave a way out for himself. The adjutant understood the meaning of Wang Wei's second half of the sentence, nodded, and asked, "Then should I or others try to apply to join that special operations team?" The adjutant meant to undermine the captain of the special operations team and replace him when necessary. Wang Wei shook his head and said, "Don't think that the other party is young and easy to bully. Just like I am younger than you, but you can't beat me. If all of us add up, we may not win if we fight Hedon." The adjutant knew that Wang Wei and Luo Guang knew each other. Although he didn't know the relationship between the two, he still had to listen to Wang Wei's words about Luo Guang's combat effectiveness, so he put away his thoughts. Wang Wei explained some things and then walked towards Luo Guang. On the other side, Luo Guang found Samus and Tanya and confirmed his mission in the Red Claws with them. "Report, Captain, Wang Wei is here to report." Luo Guang had just finished talking to Tanya and the others, and Wang Wei, who was waiting on the side, spoke. "Have you finished explaining?" Luo Guang confirmed. "Well, I've finished the instructions." "That's great. I just got the mission from the Commander-in-Chief. Let's go to my office first." After saying goodbye to Tanya and the others, Luo Guang took Wang Wei to the Special Operations Team office that Tanya, the logistics manager, had just told him about. The office was okay, about 20 square meters, with 4 desks facing each other, and a projector and some office equipment. "Luo Guang, what is the mission you are talking about? Is it to go to the building in the video that was played at the beginning?" Because there were only Luo Guang and Wang Wei in the office, Wang Wei didn't call Luo Guang the captain. Luo Guang, who went back to the officer's dormitory, took out the scanner and checked it before saying, "No, the Red Claw recruits will be in charge there." "Haven't those recruits been training for a while?" "They are retired soldiers from various units, so these few days of training are enough. They still need to go into actual combat." Luo Guang repeated what he heard from Samus and said, "There is a part of the video that tells the story of the reporter and the photographer's escape. The zombies in it are very fast and can fly over the eaves and walls, but other than that, there is nothing special. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content." "Is being able to fly over the eaves and walls nothing special?" Wang Wei asked, not sure if Luo Guang meant flying over the eaves and walls literally. Luo Guang said, "I've also heard that when those guys get up to speed, they will use wall jumps and other methods to attack. That's indeed flying over eaves and walls, but no matter how fast they are, they can't be faster than bullets." Luo Guang agreed with this, which is why Samus chose that as the first mission for the novices, which is somewhat difficult, but there are no biochemical monsters that are difficult to deal with by bullets. "But, those newcomers have not been to that town for actual combat training, is that okay?" "That town is even more dangerous," Luo Guang replied. Luo Guang's words made Wang Wei understand that Luo Guang might be familiar with the situation in that town, but Luo Guang didn't say it, so she didn't plan to ask again. After all, her adjutant and others would go to the town of Tenabura to obtain intelligence later. Thinking of this, Wang Wei asked, "Well, I understand, then what is our mission?" Because there was no document, Luo Guang could only convey it verbally first. "Do you know the country of Papua New Guinea?" Wang Wei shook her head. This name was not common, and she thought it should be a small country. That country is near Australia, just across the Torres Strait, and belongs to the Melanesian Islands, with more than 600 islands in total. But that country is on the other side of Australia, and it is not a member of NATO, so why did we Red Claw send people there? Although he was not familiar with that country, Wang Wei remembered which NATO member countries there were. The Lighthouse country and the Ing country have signed agreements related to national defense with that country, But I think sending us there is probably a test for the red claws.
It means going to other places to try it out before implementing it on your own territory. Wang Wei understood.
Luo Guang nodded and said, anyway, the departure time is probably in the next few days, so we have to run in, and we also have to do a good job of reporting equipment and other work.
I understand, I can help you with those, but do you have any information about the mission? Wang Wei also had the experience of helping Luo Guang get equipment and write reports when he was in the training center, and he couldn't help but miss the old days.
Not yet. We only know that a biochemical crisis has broken out there and a tourist island has fallen. Our mission is to go to that tourist island to investigate the situation and find out the cause of the biochemical crisis.
I understand. Meow, I have to go out to collect some materials today. Chapter 94 Tropical Paradise. A few days passed quickly.
During this period, Luo Guang did not find any outstanding talents after observing the training of various countries, so in the end, only Luo Guang and Wang Wei set out to perform the mission. Unlike the previous Raccoon City incident, Turner Valley operation and Veronica incident, this time Luo Guang can be fully armed and go directly to the place where the biochemical crisis occurred after being well prepared.
Let's talk about Wang Wei first.
At this time, he changed into a set of specially made gray and black tactical tights, outlining the S-curve of Wang Wei's body. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name. This tights was researched by the Apocalypse Organization. It has constant temperature and hemostasis functions, and is warm in winter and cool in summer.
The hemostatic function above comes from the green hemostatic medicine filled with honeycomb-shaped grids inside the clothes.
When the bullet passes through the clothes, these grids will also be penetrated, directly covering the hemostatic medicine to the wound. However, this tights is only used as an inner lining, and Wang Wei still puts on a complete set of Red Claw's combat suits on the outside. As for weapons, Wang Wei is best at pistols. He uses two Beretta M92FS pistols, which are improved versions of Luo Guang's M92F. However, Luo Guang's Beretta M92F pistol is specially customized and modified, so the original M92F pistol sleeve fracture problem has been solved, and there is no performance difference between the two. In addition to the pistol, Wang Wei also selected a G36C rifle as his main weapon and a short dagger as a close combat weapon. Except for the barrel, all important parts of the G36 series, such as the receiver, handguard, buttstock, sling ring and small grip, are made of black engineering plastic, so the weight of the G36C in Wang Wei's hand has been reduced to 2.8 kilograms, which is just suitable for women. After choosing the weapons, Wang Wei did not carry many spare magazines, 8 for the pistol and 4 for the assault rifle. As for the rest of the weight, Wang Wei used it to carry some auxiliary equipment. As for Luo Guang, there was no change in the choice of main and secondary weapons. The pistol was still the Beretta M92F special pistol, and the main weapon was the M4S90 shotgun. In addition, the melee weapons Luo Guang carried were a telescopic dagger and a mountaineering pick, which were both handy weapons when he went to the Tenable Valley.
The backpack he carried was still the one in Raccoon City.
Luo Guang took as much ammunition and throwing objects as possible in the rest of the space on his body. Of course, this was all based on not affecting Luo Guang's actions. The uniform was that of the Red Claws, but he was wearing the black jacket that Raccoon City had on the outside, which could hold a spare gun, so he looked a bit out of place. Luo Guang felt that with the spare ammunition he had now, he was even more exaggerated than the protagonist in a computer game with a mission in its name. After the preparations were completed, Luo Guang and Wang Wei took a plane and a boat, and finally arrived at the tropical island of Benoi where the biochemical crisis occurred. After Luo Guang and Wang Wei landed on the island, they immediately left on the boat that Luo Guang and Wang Wei had taken to the island. After Luo Guang contacted his superiors in the future, the captain who received the order would come to pick them up again. Sunshine, sea, beach, bikini, all the elements of a tropical resort are available.
Luo Guang, although you are wearing a bikini, that is a zombie. Can you stop grinning at that thing?
Wang Wei confirmed that the surroundings were temporarily safe, turned his head to look at Luo Guang, and followed Luo Guang's line of sight to see a female zombie in a black bikini.
Well, it's not because of that reason.
Most of the zombies on the beach were wearing swimsuits, and there were also zombies who supported nudity, so Luo Guang didn't see the bikini zombie for that reason. After Luo Guang saw the zombie, he instantly determined that those zombies were not T-virus zombies. There were no particularly obvious signs of decay on the skin of those zombies, which was one of the characteristics of T-virus zombies. However, it could also be a variant or modified version of the T-virus, or other unknown viruses, but in any case, it was a good tonic for him, so Luo Guang laughed.
What's the reason? Wang Wei looked suspicious.
Luo Guang naturally couldn't tell Wang Wei the real reason, and quickly changed the subject and said, "Okay, those zombies have noticed us and are carrying out their mission." Tisk Wang Wei felt that Luo Guang was just being stubborn, but those zombies did come to him, so he raised the G36C assault rifle in his hand and was about to kill those zombies.
No need.
You are responsible for keeping watch around and making sure there are no enemies with guns.
Leave the zombies to me.
Luo Guang pressed down the weapon in Wang Wei's hand, took out the mountaineering pick and went directly to the zombies. Unlike the Blood Plague zombie group in Tenable Valley, Luo Guang no longer needed to constantly pull the zombie group and gradually eliminate the zombies. At this time, Luo Guang was like Zhao Zilong reborn. He went in and out of the zombie group 7 times, and soon he killed the zombies who found them.
When Luo Guang returned to Wang Wei wiped the blood off Luo Guang's face and said, "Is it necessary? We don't know why these people became zombies, and the infection route is not clear. It's okay. The blood on my face was just an accident."
The blood on Luo Guang's face was not splashed by his own attack, but by the wounds on the zombies. When the zombies ran, some flesh and blood flew out of the wounds and stained Luo Guang's face. Luo Guang continued, "However, if you face those zombies, it is better to use a gun to deal with them.
Your melee weapon is a bit short. The zombies on the island have several characteristics, which Luo Guang just tested in melee combat.
The first is that the normal way of movement after discovering Luo Guang is running, and walking is extremely rare. The second is that the hands of those zombies are not always stretched forward to try to grab Luo Guang, but directly waving their arms to hit Luo Guang. The third point is that the strength and movement speed are a little stronger than ordinary Blood Plague zombies and T-virus zombies."
Wang Wei nodded obediently.
She also saw the situation of those zombies. Several times, those zombies were about to hit Luo Guang with their fists, but Luo Guang just avoided them, which made her sweat for Luo Guang. Luo Guang did not use all his strength and speed. After all, his predecessor and Wang Wei had been separated for so long, so Luo Guang just controlled his physical ability within the range that humans could understand.
What should we do now? Where should we go to get information?
Wang Wei thought that she should first find the outbreak point on the island, but now she was a soldier under Luo Guang, so she naturally had to ask Luo Guang first.
"Go find the survivors and then get information," Luo Guang replied.
Wang Wei said that she had received it, and was about to take out the map to confirm the location of the hospital on the island, when she saw Luo Guang walking directly into the island.
"Where are you going?" Wang Wei hurriedly followed and asked. "Leave the beach first, we are too conspicuous standing there," Luo Guang replied and walked into the resort on Benoi Island.
Luo Guang said so, but in fact he heard the sound of a car engine coming from the island, so he asked Wang Wei to go inside. Of course, the clothes on the two of them did not look like tourists on the island, but Luo Guang had already prepared a set of explanations to convince the other party to cooperate with him. As Luo Guang expected, the driver met Luo Guang.
"Who are you?"
The driver was a local resident, wearing a white vest and an orange shirt, with a white cross on the right chest of the clothes, dark brown skin, and some tattoos on the right eye and arms.
The passenger was a bald uncle wearing a floral shirt. "We are the Red Claws, and we are here to investigate what happened on the island." Luo Guang did not mention the term biochemical crisis. "Red Claws? I haven't heard of it. Get in the car first." The driver looked anxious.
Luo Guang and Wang Wei were not polite, and they directly climbed onto the roofless cargo box behind the pickup truck. Luo Guang almost stepped on the person lying behind the cargo box.
"Wow, there is someone else. Who is she?"
Luo Guang said, but the person in front did not answer, and directly released the foot brake and continued to drive towards the beach. Since the other party did not answer, Luo Guang would not ask again, and turned to look at the person lying in the cargo box. The person inside looked like an Asian, wearing a long white shirt, a red tie around his neck, a split red knee-length skirt, a white belt as a decoration, and black stockings and black high heels on his legs.
When Luo Guang asked the previous question, Wang Wei immediately went to check the person's physical condition. Luo Guang sat by the cargo box and asked, "What's her condition?"
"There are bite marks on her arm. Although she is unconscious, she doesn't have a fever,"
Wang Wei said to Luo Guang, aiming the G36C assault rifle in his hand at the position of the Asian, looking at Luo Guang, asking for Luo Guang's opinion. "No need, you see the bandage on the head is new. I think it should be the person saved by the driver in the front row." Luo Guang meant that this was the person that the man had saved, so even if he knew that the person was threatening to become a zombie, he couldn't act rashly to avoid exacerbating the conflict.
Of course, even if the other party became a zombie, Luo Guang was confident that he could solve it.
Wang Wei nodded to show that he understood, but still did not relax his vigilance.
The place where Luo Guang and Wang Wei got on the car was not far from the beach, so they returned to the beach soon. The pickup turned a corner and drove along the beach to a wooden house and stopped behind the wooden house.
Everyone got off the car.
The driver introduced himself and went to the cargo box to carry the Asian girl on his back, saying, "My name is Sinamoi John, and the man in the flowered shirt over there is John Mocha."
Luo Guang and Wang Wei also introduced themselves and covered Uncle Sinamoi and the other two into the wooden house. There were many people in the wooden house.
In addition to Uncle Sinamoi and John in the flowered shirt whom Luo Guang had seen, there were 3 or 4 girls in bikinis chatting with a guy wearing glasses and swimming trunks named Donnie Jack. They were college friends who came here for vacation together. A black man with a big gold chain with a golden letter B on it and a red headscarf claimed to be a hip-hop singer from the lighthouse country of New Orleans. He was invited to perform on the island. His name was Sam B. A man named Logan, who was carrying a crossbody bag, wearing a brand-name watch and had a mohawk short haircut, was wiping a baseball bat carefully. Finally, there was a woman named Pena wearing a purple dress. The front and back of her dress were connected by a metal ring between her collarbones, and at this time, part of the skirt under the dress was torn off, which seemed to be done deliberately to prevent the dress from hindering her running. Sinamoi put the Asian girl on a bed, then took a baseball bat from the side, handed it to the boy with eyes, and said, "If she mutates, you hit her head."
"What?"
Donnie was a little surprised, shrank his body, and then took the baseball bat under the gaze of the girls on the side.
Sinamoi explained the matter, then turned to look at Luo Guang and the others, and asked, "How did you get here? Can you take us away?" Luo Guang sighed and asked a question first. "Do you know where these zombies came from and how they came? Do you know where the source is?"
Everyone looked at each other, and no one answered Luo Guang's question. Sighing, Luo Guang said with regret, "It's a pity that we can't take you away." Others were a little angry when they heard this, so Luo Guang quickly added, "Because our mission is to investigate the situation here. If we don't investigate it clearly, the superiors will not send people to pick us up, so if you want to escape from here, you can choose to help us find the source, or find another way.
Then we can lie to them and say we have found it, or make up a story?" Sam B quickly suggested.
Wang Wei looked at him like a fool, and Luo Guang explained, "If the superiors find out that it is fake, have you thought about the consequences?
But I am a citizen of the lighthouse country.
The other party can find a place where no one is, and kill you,"
Logan said in a mocking tone. "Fuck!" Sam B cursed angrily. Sinamoi was very calm and confirmed, "If you can't find it, then you will be trapped here, right? 30 days, they gave us a month."
Luo Guang hesitated for a moment before saying, "If the source cannot be confirmed, then all the survivors here may be abandoned, and the entire Benoi Island will be cleaned up."
"What do you mean by clean up?" Pena asked.
"Give the entire island a high-temperature disinfection."
Luo Guang's words made people feel that the temperature here dropped several degrees in an instant. Everyone immediately understood what Luo Guang meant and the seriousness of the matter. "Then can we get on the ship?" "In 30 days. Sambi asked, holding the gold necklace on his chest. "It should be possible." Luo Guang answered and continued, "But the ship is not big. It will be almost full if it can accommodate all the people here plus 2 or 3 more people. Also, after we rescue you, you may be quarantined and inspected. You should be mentally prepared. In other words, we'd better find a way to leave by ourselves? Do you think the military won't block this place?" Luo Guang shook his head and said, "Only after we find the source and confirm the cause of this disaster can we find a way to develop an antidote to solve this crisis." Sinamoi nodded, thought of something, and said quickly, "By the way, someone notified us to rescue the Asian girl on the radio. The person on the radio said that the unconscious girl was his friend and might be immune." Asterisk? A little late, meow. Chapter 95 Death Island Immune? Virus? Luo Guang thought for a moment and said, "Do you know who the man on the radio is?" "I don't know.
He just asked us to call him Colonel, but I don't think his tone of voice is like that of a soldier.
He is not as arrogant and domineering as the ones I met before." Sinamoi replied. "Colonel?" When the commander of the Papua New Guinea army received Luo Guang and the others, he did not mention that there were any troops other than his own coming here, so Luo Guang asked, "As far as I know, no other troops have been sent to perform the mission except us." Sinamoi thought about the surrounding situation of Benoi Island and said, "There is a prison managed by the army nearby, which is full of serious criminals from various countries. Could it be someone from there?"
"Yes.
But if he knows that the virus caused this biochemical crisis, then maybe he knows the origin of this incident?
Wang Wei felt that he could seek a breakthrough from the colonel. That's also a direction, but let's go to the city hospital as planned.
Indeed, if it's not necessary, it's better not to go to the prison. It's not easy to get in there.
Uncle Sinamoi said, the prison is not on this Benoi Island, but on another small island across the bay. In order to prevent the criminals there from escaping, the sea area around the prison island is full of mines. If you don't have an acquaintance to lead the way or a map, you can't get to the prison.
Well, that's no way, but do you believe in the immune people? Luo Guang confirmed. In fact, we met 3 immune people before.
Uncle Sinamoi pointed to the 3 people on the other side of the house. The 3 people were a little far away from Doni and the others, and gathered on the other side of the house. Logan, Painat and Sam B are all immune. They were bitten by zombies before they came here or before I rescued them.
Wang Wei was a little surprised that there were so many immune people here, and said, so many immune people? There seems to be no immune person among the more than 100,000 people in Raccoon City. Logan and the other 2 came to Luo Guang and said, we don't know what's going on. But can we, the immune people, help develop an antidote? In that case, can we leave first?
After Logan finished speaking, he and the other 2 showed the wounds bitten by zombies. Luo Guang nodded and said, although we have the right to command independently, we are not the main person in charge. We can only report to the higher-ups first to see if it works. Then contact them as soon as possible, brother.
Sam B said quickly. Hey, can we get on the ship? Anyway, the ship is here.
Brother Donnie, as the representative pushed out by other female college students, asked quickly with a baseball bat in his hand.
Luo Guang glanced at Donnie and didn't answer.
He first confirmed the time of the wound with Logan and the others, then explained to Wang Wei and walked out.
Hello, Dr. Serper?
Luo Guang found a safe place and took out his mobile phone to contact. The person he contacted was not the captain who brought him here, but a doctor.
Dr. Serper is said to be a researcher at a pharmaceutical company called Will Pharma.
He has connections with some bigwigs in the Lighthouse country, so he was sent here to be responsible for possible biochemical crisis events. It is obvious that he was sent here to collect viruses or other things that cause biochemical crises. At this time, Dr. Serper was in a luxuriously decorated room on a large modified cruise ship, tasting red wine and waiting for Luo Guang's information.
You investigated it so quickly?
The other party's tone was full of arrogance. Luo Guang didn't care for the time being and said, no, we encountered zombies. It seems that there should be a biochemical crisis, and then we found 4 immune people.
Immune people? 4? Dr. Serper was as surprised as Luo Guang and the others, and then asked doubtfully, are there any wounds bitten by zombies? Yes, and the healing speed is normal.
Luo Guang asked Logan and the others when they were injured to confirm this.
Dr. Serper on the ship pondered for a while and said, you want us to take them back with you?
That's what they think, and some civilians also want to take a ride. And we still have to investigate the source and confirm the truth of the matter, so we have to leave later.
Dr. Serper tapped his index finger on the table, thinking of a piece of intelligence he had received before, and said, I need you to obtain the combat data of those immune people and confirm whether the physical abilities of these immune people have changed, so I need you to let them stay on the island to survive. I need a reason to persuade them. Don't worry, I have already thought about it for you. There is a typhoon coming towards you, and the ships cannot come for the time being. As for how to let those people go out to fight, you think about it yourself, that's it, bye. Beep. Luo Guang hung up the phone and made another note of Serper, the annoying guy, in his heart. Luo Guang returned to the beach rescue house, and the people in the house instantly looked at Luo Guang with expectant eyes. There are good news and bad news. Luo Guang's tone seemed to indicate that the situation of contacting his superiors just now was not good. Could it be that we civilians are not allowed to board the ship? Donnie was very pessimistic, and his female friends started cursing when they heard this. No, they didn't say whether it was possible or not. They just said it depends on the situation. Luo Guang said, they said that a typhoon is coming and ships cannot approach the sea area for the time being, so let's find a place to avoid the typhoon now, and then make plans again. You're not lying, are you? Peina used to be a policeman and now a bodyguard, so she was on high alert. Luo Guang shrugged and said, I'm not going with you. Is there any need to lie? Besides, we can't hide the truth about the typhoon from anyone. Sinamoi couldn't contact the man who claimed to be a colonel, so he participated in the conversation and said, Luo Guang didn't lie. I am the leader of the rescue team here.
I did receive information about the formation of a typhoon a few days ago. So the other party, since we have said that we cannot send ships for the time being, we must prepare for the typhoon.
Is there any recommended place?
It's too dangerous to stay here to face the typhoon.
Wang Wei asked.
Yes, and it's very close.
We just passed there. Sinamoi nodded and said, that's a life-saving station.
Since we are going to stay on this island for a while, then it will be a good place there.
There are many accessible ambulances, more equipment, and stronger antenna signals.
It's not far from our place, just walk along the beach to the road opposite the second beach bar, and then walk a short way up to it. It's very conspicuous. After saying that, Sinamoi touched his pocket, his face suddenly changed, and he said, well, I forgot to take the key card there.
I must have left it at home. That place is a bit far away.
You guys should need to take a long detour to my house to get the key card. Uncle Sinamoi took out a map from the drawer, marked the location of his home on the map, and then handed it to Luo Guang naturally.
Luo Guang took it, took a look, and said, okay, let's help you find the key. What is the radio channel here? We will use the radio there to contact you after we clean it up.
Uncle Sinamoi told Luo Guang the channel he was currently using, and Luo Guang asked them to wait here and not wander around, and then left the beach rescue house with Wang Wei.
The typhoon thing is actually true. I thought you were lying to them at first.
Wang Wei and Luo Guang said as they left the beach rescue house and walked along a stone staircase behind the rescue house.
While confirming the surrounding situation, Luo Guang said, it's not necessary. We are the Red Claws now. We must pay attention to the unity of the military and civilians. Wang Wei didn't believe Luo Guang's nonsense and said, do you believe in the Red Claws that much?
My organization has checked and found that the purpose of establishing the Red Claws is not simple.
There is a certain force behind it. Luo Guang remembered that Wang Wei said that there was an X-organization behind the Apocalypse organization.
At first, Luo Guang thought it was the same as his own X-organization, but after this period of communication, it seemed that this was just a coincidence. I don't care about the forces behind the Red Claws. I only care about whether the Red Claws can do practical things and fight against biohazards.
Aren't you worried that they are anti-biochemical and studying biochemical viruses at the same time?
At that time, I will naturally take action.
Luo Guang's tone was very serious and he spoke unambiguously. Sinamoi's home is inside the resort. After walking up the stairs, you will see a sign. Go a little further to the right and you will arrive at the resort consisting of vacation homes and various swimming pools.
The tourists at the resort were very enthusiastic. When they saw Luo Guang and Wang Wei, the food in their hands no longer tasted good. They immediately pounced on Luo Guang and the two, but they were all eliminated one by the flower protector Luo Guang with a mountaineering pickaxe. After a while, the two of them arrived near Uncle Sinamoi's home. A burst of crying came, and Luo Guang followed the crying and saw a man kneeling in the swimming pool in front of Sinamoi's house. Judging from the style of his swimsuit, he should be a man. The water in the swimming pool was not, but blood, soaked into the man's lower abdomen. A short knife 20 to 30 centimeters long was inserted into a corpse in front of the man. Seeing this situation, Luo Guang suddenly thought of the Road to Survival game before time travel, in which there was a special kind of infected person who looked like this. Luo Guang took out his Beretta M92F pistol, walked along the edge of the swimming pool, walked directly in front of the man, and raised his pistol. The man's face was covered in blood, and his body had been stained red for a long time. He noticed Luo Guang's footsteps and looked up at Luo Guang. Luo Guang saw the tears on the man's face, and his eyes were not white, so he slowly put down his pistol and said straight to the point, there are still survivors in the rescue room on the beach below, you can go and join them. The man glanced at the pistol that Luo Guang had put down, then looked at the corpses in front of him and around him, and said to Luo Guang in a hoarse voice, kill me too, the people around me are my relatives. They became monsters and I had to free them myself. Those zombies are still there, and you haven't found out the source of the zombies.
Are you going to seek death? Luo Guang advised.
The man shook his head, pulled out the knife, threw it aside, then hugged his wife's body and said, I'm tired. Seeing that the other party was determined to die, Luo Guang raised his pistol and aimed it at the center of the other party's eyebrows.
Thank you.
As the other party thanked him, Luo Guang shot him to death.
Wang Wei looked at Luo Guang who put the gun away.
She could see that Luo Guang was not in a good mood. She was the same when she saw this scene. She walked to Luo Guang and said, let's go. We will go hunt those zombies later.
Luo Guang nodded, walked into Sinamoi's room, and found the pass. This chapter is not over yet.
Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After walking out of the room, Luo Guang gave the map to Wang Wei and said, "You follow me, I will go first." After saying that, Luo Guang ran away without even taking the mountaineering pick, and Wang Wei did not run to catch up immediately.
She knew that Luo Guang wanted to vent alone. Running away quickly, Luo Guang ran to the rescue station.
Just walk north all the way, then turn right according to the instructions on the road sign and walk towards the beach to see it. Luo Guang has experienced several biochemical crises.
Apart from the one on Lotford Island, there are only 2 in Raccoon City and Turner Valley.
When in Raccoon City, Luo Guang still had all kinds of troubles after just crossing over, and there were not many living people in Raccoon City at that time. Luo Guang only saw the destroyed city, but did not see with his own eyes how heavy the tragedy behind the city was. For Luo Guang, the Tanabo Valley was more like a picnic. He was just a passerby who came and went in a hurry, so he did not have much touch. Both places had experienced the most tragic early outbreaks, and now it has only been a week since the outbreak of Benoi Island. There are still a large number of survivors hiding in various places, trying to survive.
This was the first time that Luo Guang personally felt the significance of anti-biochemical crisis.
On the road, 2 zombies rushed towards Luo Guang side by side. Luo Guang covered his hands with hardened armor, and then hit the head of the zombie in front of him with a right punch, and then hit the head of the zombie on the other side with a back punch.
Without Wang Wei by his side, Luo Guang no longer held back.
There were still zombies rushing over, and Luo Guang kicked the zombie in the waist with a right whip kick, splitting it in 2. After taking a look at the zombie crawling towards Luo Guang stepped on the zombie's head again. With a bang, the main door of the holiday home next to him was knocked open by a zombie and crashed into Luo Guang. Luo Guang reacted quickly, dodged the opponent's arms, and threw the zombie into the swimming pool. Without even looking at the zombie that couldn't swim, Luo Guang shot the zombie that was waving its arms and floating up and down in the swimming pool.
With a gunshot, Luo Guang didn't ring the dinner bell, but the death knell for the zombies here. A female zombie jumped from the high stairs and pounced on Luo Guang.
Luo Guang found the right opportunity, leaned back, hugged the female zombie with both hands, and directly threw her over his shoulder with a German arch bridge, making the zombie's head come into close contact with the floor. Luo Guang stood up with his waist strength, and then immediately chopped down the zombie attacking from the right with his right leg, taking down another head. As soon as his right foot landed on the ground, Luo Guang kicked his legs and kicked sideways in the air, killing the zombies attacking from the left. Zombies came one after another, but Luo Guang was not afraid. He killed 1 zombie with 1 move. Finally, when he killed the 18th zombie, Luo Guang heard footsteps behind him. Wang Wei walked over slowly and saw Luo Guang standing in the middle of a pile of headless corpses. The ground was bloody, which was similar to the scene of the man who wanted to die in the swimming pool.
Meow. Chapter 96 Immune Ones. Hey? Did you hear what I said? Do you understand what I meant?
If you haven't turned into a zombie, just nod your head, nod your head. Logan watched the little brother named Donnie Jack tremblingly raise a baseball bat, and shouted again to the Asian girl who opened her eyes slightly and started to regain consciousness, "I won't ask you again, sorry." When the Asian girl made some noise, Brother Donnie kept asking the other party the same question, but the other party never responded, and he didn't want to ask anymore. There was a bit of sadness and determination in Donnie's tone, and when he was about to smash the baseball bat into the Asian's head, the Asian nodded quickly up and down. But Donnie closed his eyes the moment he swung the baseball bat down, and didn't see the Asian girl nodding. Fortunately, John in the flower-eared shirt next to him stopped him in time and said, "Take it easy.
She didn't turn into a zombie. Thank God."
After Brother Donnie said this, he felt relieved, his body softened, and he sat down on the ground.
"I told you a long time ago that I will be the one to do it. Why are you trying to be so strong?"
Logan helped Donnie up, who was about to show off in front of the girl, and continued, "If you want to practice courage, go directly to the zombies outside to practice." After Logan finished speaking, he ignored Donnie and turned to the Asian girl who was shaking her head and asked, "Hello, I'm Logan.
We have no ill intentions towards you. Donnie just took the baseball bat. I'm just worried that you'll turn into those zombies." "Zombie?"
It seemed that there was no damage after the head injury.
The Asian girl spoke very clearly and replied, "My name is Xian Mei, where am I?"
"I only remember that I was punched in the head by the zombie, and then I passed out." The Raccoon City incident spread widely, so Xian Mei could understand the meaning of the word zombie.
"You are now at the rescue house on the resort beach. You were rescued by Uncle Cinemoy, who was contacting your friend over there using the radio."
Logan replied.
"And me.
John, the flower-shirted man on the side, added. And you're lucky, like us, you didn't turn into one of those zombies after being bitten.
Pena also walked over and said.
Us? You, me, Pena who just spoke, and Sambi over there wearing a gold necklace.
The four of us are immune. Logan explained. I see. By the way, the person contacting you should not be my friend.
Xian Mei recalled that when she was in the elevator, someone saw her in trouble through the monitor and guided her how to escape, so she told Sinamoi and the others about it.
Is he a hacker?
He claimed to be your friend and asked us to call him Colonel.
Sinamoi has been unable to contact the other party, hoping to find some clues from Xian Mei.
I don't know anyone with this code name.
By the way, what should we do now?
We can't just wait here for rescue, right?
Xian Mei got out of bed.
She didn't hesitate about things she couldn't figure out for the time being, and asked about her next plan. Uncle Sinamoi is trying to use the radio here to contact the rescue workers, while the others are resting, waiting for the people who set off to the rescue station to send back messages.
After that, we will move there to spend the typhoon day. Logan took a look.
Xian Mei, wearing high heels under her black stockings, said, also, I suggest you change to a new pair of shoes. Even slippers are better than these high heels.
Xian Mei looked at her shoes and nodded.
She understood that the high heels she was wearing were not suitable for exercise and said, I understand.
Damn it.
Just when Xian Mei was still about to ask something, Uncle Sinamoi suddenly cursed angrily.
What's wrong? Logan walked over and asked. I can't contact the colonel from before. Uncle Sinamoi threw the radio walkie-talkie on the table and said.
Unexpectedly, as soon as Sinamoi finished speaking, the sound came from the radio.
Hey, is there someone over there? Did you hear it? Are you there? The signal was a bit noisy. Sinamoi picked up the walkie-talkie and asked quickly, is it the colonel? Ah, is it you? Have you found my friend?
The other party seemed to adjust, and the radio became much clearer. Listen, your friend in the hotel has woken up, and you are right, she is immune and will not turn into a zombie. Sinamoi first told the other party about Xian Mei, and then continued, we met people from the Red Claws. They are looking for the cause of the disaster.
If we find it, we can follow them and leave. So if you know the cause of the incident, can you tell us?
Red Claws? The colonel had never heard of this name. He typed on the keyboard for a while and asked, there is no army with this name in our country. And I don't know the reason for this disaster. Even if he knew it, the colonel had no intention of telling him. It was our government that contacted foreign countries to request support. After all, we have no experience in dealing with this kind of disaster. When Luo Guan called his superiors, Wang Wei explained some things about the Red Claws to everyone, so Sina Moa was able to answer. Okay, but I received news that the typhoon is coming. You must prepare quickly, and then, in the middle of the colonel's words, the signal was suddenly interrupted. Sinamoi anxiously continued to call the other party's channel, but the other party did not respond.
Fuck this piece of shit. Sinamoi threw the walkie-talkie back.
This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Sinamoi was about to say something to everyone when suddenly there was a knock on the door of the beach rescue house, which was very loud and seemed to be very anxious. John in the floral shirt was about to open the door, but Pena held him down and stopped him. He shouted to the door, who is it? The person outside the door didn't respond, but knocked on the door harder. There are no windows in the rescue house facing the sea, and no one can see what's going on outside. But the other party didn't respond, and Logan and others had already made a judgment in their hearts there were zombies outside the door. There were constant knocks on the door, and there seemed to be more and more people knocking on the door. Logan was holding a baseball bat in his hand, and Sambi was holding a paddle in his hand, looking nervously at the door. Instead of being surprised because we don't know when the other party will break in, why don't we open the door and directly deal with the zombies outside? Pena's words were immediately rejected by a female college student named Jianna, who quickly shouted, we can hold the door and don't let them in. Although Jianna said this, he did not step forward to help, and hid in a corner of the room, holding a fruit knife he didn't know where he got it from. Several other female college students, like Janner, had been frightened when the disaster first started and hid in the same corner, clinging to each other. One of them even grabbed Doni's brother, who was holding a baseball bat, and asked him to stand in front of them. Pena ignored Jianna's opinion and looked at Sinamoi and others. Sinamoi nodded and asked John, the man with the floral shirt who almost caused a disaster to open the door to the zombies, to open the door. After seeing everyone holding various weapons ready, John in the floral shirt walked to the door.
Without hesitation, he reached out and unlocked the door. As a result, the moment the door lock was unlocked, the door was knocked open, and the door opened directly hit John's arm. John felt pain, took a step back, and tripped over a barrel on the ground. Sambi took the lead and hit the zombie's face with an oar, causing the zombie to stumble and blocking the way of the zombie on the other side. And taking advantage of this opportunity, John did not get up, but rolled away from the door. Logan followed, holding the baseball bat high, using his 10 years of experience as a baseball player, and directly hit the bat to kill the staggering zombie. Beautiful. Sinamoi said and joined the battle with an oar. Sam, you and I hold the zombies with oars, and the others are responsible for killing them as soon as possible. John, come over and help hold them up. The zombies are very powerful, and the strong Sambi thinks it's nothing, but Sinamoi, you need someone to help, which is safer. There are about 5 zombies outside the door, but only 2 can come in at the same time, so placing the zombies against the door can prevent zombies from swarming in. After hearing what Sinamoi said, the flower-shirted John quickly found a broom and came over to help. Xian Mei, who was on the side, looked around, then snatched the baseball bat from Donnie's hand. Regardless of the curse words of the female college students, she played knock-em-all with Logan and Pena. After a while, they were solved one by Xian Mei, the 4 of them, Xena Moi and others. The 4 immune people threw the zombie corpses blocking the door onto the beach outside and closed the door again. Fortunately, we opened the door, otherwise we wouldn't be able to close it now. John in the floral shirt threw the broom and said with a breath. The fighting just now was quite loud, and this wooden house doesn't look safe. It seems we can't stay here for long, Xian Mei said. Sinamoi nodded and said, but the people who are going to clean up the rescue station have to contact us through this radio. If we leave and the situation there is not good, it will be troublesome. Luo Guang and the others had walkie-talkies, but Luo Guang didn't tell them. Sambi said, I think those zombies can't beat Luo Guang and the 2 of them, right? After all, they came here fully armed and had guns on them, so there is a high probability that they can take them down at the rescue station. But, I don't think I heard the sound of their shooting. Logan on the side took over, and John, who was sitting on the ground next to him, also nodded, indicating that he didn't hear it either. Sinamoi looked at the people in the house and said, maybe we were far away so we didn't hear it. Besides, there are 10 of us here. Although the pickup truck can carry all of them, if we encounter problems on the road, if so, I might have to throw a few people to the ground. We are all weak women and have to take a bus. When one of the female college students wearing an orange and white bikini heard Sinamoi's words, she felt that he wanted some people to walk over, and then said, them, all 4 of them. They are immune, just let them kill them all the way, they are not afraid of being bitten anyway. Jenny. Although Jenner was afraid of death, he was not brainless. Looking at the twitching veins on the head of the muscular Sam B, he quickly stopped Jenny. Jenny was scolded by the leader of the small team, Jen Na, and felt a little aggrieved, but looking at the Xian Mei people who were staring at her, she did not dare to say anything more. Logan once accidentally killed a young girl. Seeing the cowering Jenny, he felt uncomfortable for a moment. He sighed and said, I'll walk there. Hey, Logan, now that you mention it, shouldn't I walk with you? Pena used to be a senior police officer at the Sydney Police Department. Later, she was dismissed because of a case. In recent years, she became a bodyguard for those rich people she didn't like in order to make a living. But she still had the integrity of her past as a police officer, so Pena's tone was a little relaxed when she said this, indicating that she would walk with Logan. Xian Mei also has police career experience, but she is an active police officer and a member of the first female anti-black team. Unfortunately, no matter how hard their female team works, they have never had the opportunity to perform tasks on the front line, becoming a show-off of their police station to support gender equality. So Xian Mei also took the baseball bat she got from Donnie's little brother and walked to Logan and the others, indicating that she would walk over too. Sambi is not as conscious as the first 3. He is just a person who was addicted to a life of luxury and drug abuse. Now he wants to become a popular hip-hop singer again in order to pick up his life again. But at this time, the other 3 immune people said that they could walk, so Sambi naturally couldn't stay alone, so he regarded it as a test of his rebirth. He sang a sentence while cursing, and said with a paddle, then let's walk together. Logan and the other 4 took their weapons, said goodbye to Sinamoi and John, and then set off for the rescue station first. Along the road by the beach, Sambi was still cursing the people in the rescue house, saying, why did you take the initiative to give up the opportunity to take a car? It's so dangerous to walk all the way. Look, they are still staying in the house, waiting for us to attract the zombies outside. I'm a policeman. Xian Mei's words were enough to answer Sambi's question. I'm a former policeman.
Peina looked at Xian Mei meaningfully. She saw Xian Mei working as a hotel waitress in the hotel, but she didn't expect her to be a policeman. Although she didn't know why Xian Mei dressed up as a hotel waitress, it didn't matter at this moment.
Logan looked like he didn't want to answer.
After everyone looked at him, he said, I was just soft-hearted for personal reasons. My God, 2 of us used to be police officers.
No wonder you have such a strong sense of justice. Sam was shocked.
Although he has now turned over a new leaf and is determined to make a new life, he used to be a person who used to take banned drugs and had dealings with the police several times. After all, Peina has experienced a lot of ups and downs. She said, no matter what, we still have to unite to face this biochemical crisis.
Moreover, we are all immune, so we can be said to be passengers on the same ship.
Alas, I know that this distribution is reasonable, but Jenny's words are too harsh.
Sambi also understood that this distribution was reasonable, but Jenny's words made him angry. I understand.
Logan also felt that he must have been wrong to take the initiative to propose to leave. More importantly, before he left, he saw no gratitude in Jenny's eyes, only fear of himself and other immune people.
Logan patted Sambi's broad back and said, don't be angry. It's not worth it to be angry with that kind of person.
Besides, Uncle Sinamoi saved you and me after all, so don't make things difficult for him. Sambi replied, I know, and took the paddle and ran forward, hitting the zombies in front of him.
Thank you all for your subscriptions and votes. Chapter 97 Rescue Station. Put the time back 10 minutes ago.
Luo Guang took Wang Wei all the way to chop melons and vegetables, and finally arrived at the rescue station. After clearing away the zombies blocking the wall of the rescue station, the iron door at the door was locked, so Luo Guang climbed over the wall and went in to open the iron door for Wang Wei. The two walked in and observed the environment here. In the open space in front of the rescue station, Luo Guang saw no zombies or bloodstains.
It seems safe.
The rescue station has a total of 4 floors. The first and second floors are duplex structures, and the third floor is a rooftop, and there is also a small watchtower. There were no cars in the parking lot outside the rescue station, and Luo Guang didn't see any signs indicating the entrance and exit of the underground parking lot. He thought that the ambulances Sinamoi mentioned might have been driven out. The reason why Luo Guang cares about the car is because the towns and resorts on Banui Island are divided by the mountains in the center of the island. In addition to water transportation, there is also a mountain tunnel connecting the 2 sides. The distance is not close. Although Luo Guang has enough endurance to run all the way, Wang Wei can't, so it is more convenient to drive. Luo Guang did not relax his vigilance because he did not see the zombies. He used Sinamoi's access card to open the rolling shutter door of the rescue station. Luo Guang didn't wait for the rolling shutter door to fully rise. After taking a few steps back, he knelt on his right knee, half-crouched and bent sideways, lowering his body to confirm the situation inside. It was very empty inside, and it looked like it should be a place where cars were repaired or where ambulances were parked. There was a zombie kneeling on its knees, using both hands to dig into the abdomen of a corpse to eat. As the rolling shutter door opened upward, the sound became louder, disturbing the zombie's interest in eating.
The zombie turned his head towards the rolling shutter door and stood up.
Unlike other zombies, the zombie in front of him was 2.5 meters tall when he stood up, with a strong build. His eyes seemed to be able to see Luo Guang, and he kept looking towards Luo Guang's position.
It seems like this is a new variant, Luo Guang said to Wang Wei.
Seeing this change in the other party, Luo Guang felt a little pity in his heart. His strength and flexibility had been modified many times, so integrating the same type of virus would not be of much use. If there was nothing special about the Resident Evil virus this time, Luo Guang would not intend to fuse it. Wang Wei replied, I don't know whether he was that high originally or whether he became high after infection. After saying that, Wang Wei raised the G36C assault rifle in his hand, and when the zombie rushed in front of the 2 of them, he fired half of the magazine. Although Luo Guang felt there was no need to waste bullets, Wang Wei had already fired, so forget it. He could also attract the zombies in the rescue station to make noise. As expected,
Wang Wei looked at the zombies lying on the ground and said. Luo Guang looked at Wang Wei, did you find something?
Why didn't you start? I discovered something by the swimming pool in front of Sinamoi's house. While Wang Wei replaced a full magazine, he continued, the knife inserted into the corpse in front of the man was at the heart of the corpse, not the head.
You mean these zombies are different from the zombies infected with the T-virus, and they can be killed without hitting them on the head? Wang Wei nodded and said, "It seems that the possibility that this disaster is the T-virus is getting smaller and smaller, and there is another point. Luo Guang, you have defeated the enemy with one move before, so you may not have noticed that the blood inside the zombie is flowing." Luo Guang looked at the zombie. Wang Wei had just shot the zombie's artery. It did spurt out a slender column of blood, but the bleeding stopped quickly. "This is good information, let's take a photo." Although the zombie has fallen to the ground, Luo Guang still asked Wang Wei to take photos and records. Wang Wei obeyed the order, took out his camera, approached the zombie, clicked a few times, and took photos of the zombie as a whole and its wounds. Then the two of them went to the second floor through the door on the side. Many things on the second floor of the rescue station were staggered, and it seemed that the people working here left in a hurry. After Luo Guang and the two searched, they didn't see even a single body on the entire second floor. So Luo Guang and the two went to the third floor rooftop again. The rooftop was filled with all kinds of debris. However, Luo Guang did not study the use of those debris for the time being, but walked into the watchtower. This observation tower is a bit like a broadcast station. When you walk in, you can see radio stations, computers, broadcast consoles and other equipment. Luo Guang asked Wang Wei to contact Zina Mai and the others, while he checked the duty records of the radio station to see if he could find any clues in them. A lot of violence, shortage of rescuers. Luo Guang looked at the duty record and said, "It seems that there are no useful clues in it. It just describes the chaotic scene at the beginning of the biological crisis. Speaking of which, I don't know if people here have the habit of keeping diaries." Luo Guang rummaged through the surrounding documents again to see if there were any diary notes or anything like that. Who in the right mind writes a diary? Wang Wei replied casually, and then said after a while, "Agwon." No one from Sinamwa responded. "I don't know what happened." After Wang Wei finished speaking, she came to Luo Guang, handed Luo Guang a piece of paper, and said, "This is a message from the staff here. I am Augustine Dumais, who is on duty tonight. A lot of violence has occurred on the island. I heard that there was even cannibalism. All the rescuers at the rescue station have been sent out, and some people have fled directly. I am the only one left in front of the radio. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. My 7-year-old son, who I once taught how to use the radio, contacted me and asked me to go home quickly. I don't know what happened in the town, but I think it is probably related to the recent violence, so my son asked me to go back and protect them. I haven't received any distress messages here for a while, and the rescuers have not returned, so I plan to leave my post and go home. I left a radio channel and my home address on the back of the paper. You can try to contact me or come to find me if I am still alive at that time. Wish me good luck." After reading the content of the message, Luo Guang said, "The clothes worn by the Nod corpse on the first floor seem to be similar to those of Sinamoi. Are you saying that the corpse belongs to the person who left the message?" Wang Wei asked. Luo Guang shook his head to indicate that he didn't know, and said, "I hope he can see his family alive. What should we do now? Set off for the town?" Sinamoi and the others didn't respond, so Wang Wei didn't want to wait here, so he asked. "Maybe the other party has something to do and can't be contacted for the time being." Luo Guang said, "Why? The mission period is still long? I just have a bad feeling in my heart." Wang Wei thought for a while, lowered his head slightly, and said, "That Dr. Serper doesn't seem trustworthy, but our evacuation method is controlled by him. I feel the same way. But for the retreat, I have other ways, but I need to have enough chips." Luo Guang said cryptically. "Bargain?" Wang Wei said, "Hasn't your communication channel with Umbrella been cut off? The top management of our European branch has changed all the contact methods, completely cutting off the contact channels for those of us who were sent out." Luo Guang did not admit it, and said directly, "Anyway, we just need to investigate this biochemical crisis clearly. As for the evacuation, there are plenty of ways." Although Luo Guang did not say it clearly, Wang Wei trusted Luo Guang, so he did not raise any new questions and brought the topic back to the original question. Luo Guang replied, "Wait here for a while." "Well, if the typhoon is coming, let's stay here until it leaves. I don't want you to be blown away by the typhoon halfway." "What are you talking about?" Wang Wei said, and he straightened the 2 lumps of fat on his chest and said, "I still have some weight. Anyway, let's do this. Although I know you are not tired, after all, we have been traveling all the way here and have not rested. It's better to take a break at this time. Only after a good rest can we perform the task better." After Luo Guang finished speaking, he said, "I will go and throw away the 2 bodies first." "I will go with you." No, you just continue to call Sinamoi and the others. After Luo Guang finished speaking, he waved his hand and walked downstairs. On the first floor, he opened the door of the stairwell. Luo Guang narrowed his eyes and saw that the corpse whose abdomen was eaten out had a thigh with bones gnawed out, which had not been gnawed before. With full vigilance, Luo Guang stood at the door and did not go into the place. After closing the door gently, Luo Guang went up to the second floor, flipped out from the window sill, and returned to the shutter door on the first floor. Swiped the card to open the door again. Luo Guang saw that the zombie who had been knocked down before was hiding by the wall on the right side of the door that Luo Guang had just opened. Hearing the sound of the shutter door opening, the zombie with bullet holes all over his body turned his head with a dazed look. Looks like he has some brains? Luo Guang was a little surprised, but then added, it's a pity that he is mentally retarded. As if understanding what Luo Guang said to scold him, the zombie roared and rushed towards Luo Guang. Bang! Luo Guang didn't want to get entangled with that guy. Worried about being infected by the fool, Luo Guang quickly pulled out the M4S90 shotgun behind him and smashed the opponent's head with one shot. After solving the zombie, Luo Guang did not drag the zombie out immediately, but walked towards the corpse that had been eaten. After searching the trouser pockets of the corpse, a car key and a wallet were found directly in the pockets. In the wallet, in addition to money, there was also a photo of a family of 3. Guan, are you okay? Wang Wei's voice suddenly came from behind. It was Wang Wei who came down to check the situation after hearing the gunshots. Wang Wei went to the first floor and took a glance. She found Luo Guang, who was safe, and the zombie whose head had changed position and was smashed. She immediately understood what happened. I'm fine. It seems that this corpse is indeed the person who left a message on the 3rd floor. Luo Guang held up the open wallet and showed Wang Wei the smiling family photo inside. Well, did the zombie come back to life? Wang Wei just responded and immediately asked about the zombie. Luo Guang told Wang Wei his guess and said, it may have been in a state of suspended animation before, and then it stood up again after gnawing on the corpse's thigh. I'm sorry. It was Wang Wei who tried to solve the zombie by not hitting the head before, so she apologized to Luo Guang. Luo Guang didn't care and said, no need to apologize. After all, we don't have the conditions and time to conduct scientific and rigorous research on these. Just pay attention to this when facing the zombies here in the future. Just as the two were talking, a car sound came. It was Sinamoi and his group. Where are Logan and his group? Luo Guang walked out and opened the iron gate outside. When he saw that the people getting off the car were not immune to Logan and his group, he asked hurriedly. Uncle Sinamoi looked a little unhappy and said in a somewhat aggressive tone, if we carry too many people in the car, it will be difficult to deal with danger, so they are forced to walk here by themselves. Luo Guang didn't know what happened between them, but he felt that Sinamoi's anger was not directed at him. They are immune, and it won't matter if they are bitten. Jenny, who had quarreled with Sinamoi for a few words in the car, heard Sinamoi's words and replied from behind. You know? People may not die if they are shot, but it will definitely hurt. Luo Guang was unhappy with Jenny's words, turned his head, looked past Sinamoi, and said to Jenny with a slight smile. Jenny was speechless for a moment, looked at the gun in Luo Guang's hand, and finally muttered in a low voice, I was telling the truth. I was telling the truth too. Luo Guang had good hearing and replied. Jenny glared at Luo Guang, snorted, and decided not to pay attention to him, and Luo Guang did not intend to play tricks on him. One of the women was comforting Jenny, and Jana, who knew who she could rely on now, did not speak, but apologized to the others with gestures. Donnie Jack also did not speak. After watching the 3 girls enter the rescue station, he said to Luo Guang, sorry, It's okay, I just hate the face of those who benefit. Luo Guang said to Donnie. Okay. But I think it's because everyone is under too much pressure recently, so they speak without restraint. Donnie said, and he was about to say goodbye to Luo Guang. Luo Guang called him and said, Donnie, you are a wise man. I advise you to think more about yourself and not be a licker around them. Although it was the first time that Donnie heard the word licker, he immediately understood what Luo Guang meant. Thank you, but I know my limits. Donnie said, and turned to chase the 3 people. Donnie also understood that he was just a shield found by the 3 people at this time. He has always lived in the shadow of his friend, a tall, rich and handsome man named Wayne. He also invited Donnie and others to this trip. But Wayne was bitten by a zombie on the first day of the outbreak and turned into a zombie. Donnie found an opportunity to show off in front of the girls and solve Wayne, who turned into a zombie. At this time, he remembered the admiring eyes of the girls at that time,
and he couldn't help shuddering and exhaling comfortably. So this is Donnie's choice, and at the same time he also wants to become stronger and bolder to protect his goddess Jane. As for the other two classmates who often laugh at him, he doesn't care.
In this case, Luo Guang did not say anything else.
The other party was also an adult, and he should bear the consequences of his own choice.
Seeing that Sinamoi and others had entered the door, Luo Guang closed the door.
When he was about to continue asking about Logan and others, Luo Guang saw Logan and others running from a distance, but they did not come from the road on the beach.
Logan and others are here,
Luo Guang said, and opened the door again for those precious immunes and stood at the door to welcome them. Meow, the conditions and building structures of most places have been changed.
Chapter 98 Xian Mei's physical changes. After dragging the two bodies on the first floor out of the door, Luo Guang and others gathered on the second floor.
At Sinamoi's suggestion, everyone found a good place to sit down and began to discuss the future plan and confirm the current course of action. Luo, I think you are the ones who know best how to deal with this kind of biochemical crisis among us, so I want to hear your opinion first.
Sinamoi spoke first.
But Luo Guang shook his head and said, the zombies, the head is their weakness, only by destroying it can they stop completely.
Apart from that, the advice I can give is to be cautious again and again.
Sinamoi, I think now we need to rely on your knowledge over the years to see how we can survive this typhoon weather.
Sinamoi nodded. He didn't believe that Luo Guang didn't know how to prepare in advance to deal with the typhoon.
But he felt that Luo Guang and himself and others might have to act separately after the typhoon, so Luo Guang might do this to make him the leader of the survivors here. Sinamoi thought for a while and said, first, we need to confirm the safety of this rescue station, check if there are other zombies here, and check if there are any gaps in the outer fence, etc.
Logan said, Sam and I can do this together? After that, Logan looked at Sam B and asked for his opinion.
Sam B knew that Logan wanted to talk to him about something, so he nodded without objection.
On the other side, Peanut and Xian Mei communicated and said, then let's count and confirm the inventory here? Okay, then the others will be responsible for sorting it out here and see if these beds can be made.
I will continue to sit in the radio communication station on the third floor and collect various information.
Sinamoi also assigned the tasks of the remaining survivors.
As for Luo Guang and the other two, they just helped him and others take down the rescue station, so Sinamoi was embarrassed to ask them to do anything else. Soon, the two who counted the supplies came back and found Sinamoi and Luo Guang in the watchtower. Xian Mei said, there are a lot of medical supplies in the warehouse, but not much food and water. If we eat 1 or 1.5 meals a day, we can last about a week if our number does not increase.
That's not enough.
Sinamoi's goal is to have a 30-day supply reserve, and it's not about saving food. Because they still need enough physical strength to complete various tasks, at least when being chased by zombies, they don't have to be weak because of hunger.
We will set off to the town after the typhoon, and we can loot on the way.
Luo Guang is very familiar with this matter.
When he was in Raccoon City, he had eaten free meals in several homestays. Sinamoi nodded.
In this way, the pressure on supplies will be slightly less. When several people were discussing how to find food, Logan and Sambi also came back and found Sinamoi and others. Sinamoi, there is no problem with the wall, and other places in the rescue station have been checked. Sambi said in his loud voice.
That's good. We were just talking about food reserves. The reserves are not enough. Do you have any good suggestions? Sinamoi asked Logan and the others to join in. Logan said, then we can only go to other places to find food, right? For example, the hotel in the resort?
Xian Mei said the same thing when she was in the warehouse. She said that the hotel had just received food the day before the outbreak and could take us to get it.
Peina nodded. We again? Let Jenny and the others go. Sam B's reaction was a bit exaggerated.
Their journey to the rescue station was very dangerous, so they were forced to take a long detour. This time Logan also nodded and said, don't count me in this time. When the two of them checked safety just now, they decided to form a united front. Xian Mei wanted to say something, but Luo Guang spoke first and said, it's true that you don't owe them anything.
There's no need to take everything on yourself. Sinamoi was a little helpless. He really wanted Logan and the others to go again to get food.
After all, Logan and the others would not become zombies because of a little injury. But he also understood that Logan and his team had no obligation to selflessly contribute to the rest of the team. If he hadn't done a favor to the 4 people, the 4 of them could have gone to other places to start a new business and survive without Jenny, who was a burden who could do nothing and couldn't control her mouth.
Thinking of this, Sinamoi glanced at Luo Guang.
Luo Guang's words just now made Sinamoi understand that in Luo Guang's eyes, the four immune people were the most important, and ordinary people like him were just incidental. If Logan and his team left here, Sinamoi felt that Luo Guang might not take them with him when he took Logan and his team away.
Well, let me talk to the people below first. There were still a few days before the food was finished, and Sinamoi could only say this first to see if he could find a way to balance the interests and risks of both parties, otherwise the team would be disbanded sooner or later.
I'll go.
Xian Mei stood up and said.
Peina noticed that Xian Mei glanced at her before she said this, but after listening to Luo Guang's words, she also felt that she really shouldn't continue to be so selfless and take risks.
And she didn't want to repeat the same mistake.
In the past, she only lost her police job, but now she would lose her life. In addition, after she and others came back, Jian Na and other college students didn't say a word of concern, so Peina didn't follow Xian Mei to stand up this time. Xian Mei was a little disappointed, but she also understood that the other party had his own concerns, so she didn't say anything or accuse the other party. There was no response for a while, but Sinamoi finally stood up and said, "It's too dangerous for you to be alone.
If nothing else, how can you resist the zombies while carrying food? Wang Wei and I will go with her,"
Luo Guang said upon seeing this. It just so happened that Luo Guang could take this opportunity to observe whether the immune person's combat ability had changed differently from ordinary people.
Just do what you said. It was just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the hotel was not far away, so Luo Guang took Wang Wei and Xian Mei and drove away from the rescue station to look for food.
"Thank you,"
Xian Mei said to Luo Guang who was driving.
"You're welcome." Luo Guang had his own purpose, so he didn't find this troublesome. Wang Wei was sitting in the passenger seat and asked, "Speaking of which, Xian Mei, why do you take these risks to do such a thing? To be honest, food shortage is a problem that all of you have to face, and those college students should also contribute a share strength is the right thing." Luo Guang and Wang Wei didn't know that Xian Mei was actually a police officer, so Xian Mei briefly explained to Luo Guang and Wang Wei.
"Is your undercover hotel related to this disaster?"
Luo Guang did not ask the other party about the specific content of the undercover mission. Xian Mei, who knew that Luo Guang was investigating this biological crisis, replied readily, "It doesn't matter. I am a member of the women's anti-gang team, so naturally I am here to fight against gangs and eliminate evil."
Luo Guang nodded and did not ask any more questions about the undercover agent.
He drove around the zombies blocking the road and continued to drive forward. When he encountered a fork in the road, Luo Guang did not turn left, but continued to move forward.
"Luo Guang, you're going the wrong way,"
Xian Mei said quickly when she saw that Luo Guang did not go to the left to enter the area where the hotel was.
Luo Guang did not make a mistake.
He had already memorized the map of Banui Island in his mind. But when he was driving, he noticed that the car's oil light was on, so he planned to go to the gas station first.
"The car is running low on gas. Let's go refuel first. You should also be able to find some food at the gas station," Luo Guang replied.
Xian Mei wanted to say that turning left to the hotel was only a few hundred meters away and didn't use much gas, but Luo Guang was the one driving the car, so she didn't say anything.
Anyway, there wasn't much time left.
Because there were not many abandoned cars along the way and the road was not blocked by those cars, Luo Guang and others arrived at the gas station relatively smoothly.
Wang Wei and Xian Mei got out of the car first and started cleaning up the zombies at the gas station.
After Luo Guang got out of the car, he immediately killed the gas station employee who came forward, searched him, and found several pieces of cash on him. He stood up and looked at Xian Mei.
Different from Luo Guang's imagination, Xian Mei's fighting style was quite fierce.
He was waving a baseball bat with a wide range of moves, but he could always hit the zombie one step ahead.
Zombie head.
"I thought Xian Mei would have a skill-based fighting style,"
Luo Guang said after seeing Xian Mei finish dealing with the enemy. "Well, I am indeed that type."
When Luo Guang said this, Xian Mei hid the bloody baseball bat behind her back a little embarrassed, and then said, "It's just that I found that to deal with those zombies, it's better to kill him with a stick."
"Aguang, your mountaineering pickaxe."
On the other side, Wang Wei also finished cleaning up and returned the mountaineering pickaxe that Luo Guang gave her. After Luo Guang put down the mountaineering pickaxe, he continued, "Xian Mei, your strength is also very good. You don't have much muscles, but you can kill a zombie in one go." After hearing Luo Guang's words, Xian Mei thought for a while and then said, "Actually, I didn't have that much strength before. It was only after I woke up from a coma that my strength became stronger." When Luo Guang and Wang Wei heard Xian Mei's words, they looked at each other and had guesses in their minds.
Seeing the two of them acting like this, Xian Mei seemed to know something, so she asked, "Do you know why this is?" "We just have a guess." Luo Guang did not hide it and told Xian Mei, "We found from the incident in Raccoon City that certain viruses can enhance human body capabilities." "Are you saying that I was infected by the virus spreading on this island, and my body became stronger because of it?" Wang Wei replied, "I don't know, so I call it speculation. But I am sure that your great increase in strength is not because you have awakened some superpower." Xian Mei nodded and said, "As long as it's not a bad thing, it's just right for my current situation." "Apart from you, have others become stronger in this way?" Luo Guan wanted to confirm whether the virus would mutate differently depending on the status of the immune recipients. Xian Mei replied, "I have not discussed this with them, and I don't know if they have the same feelings, so I'm sorry, but I can't answer your question." "Okay." After understanding the matter and collecting some combat data on the immune, Luo Guang returned his attention to the original task. After finding some cash that had not been soaked in blood from several zombies, Luo Guang finally collected enough money to refuel. After putting the cash into the gas pump, Luo Guang picked up the oil gun and filled the car with gas. Then, several people drove their cars full of gas and headed to the hotel. The resort hotel is a huge triangular building. It looks a bit like a pyramid from the front, but it is full of modern atmosphere. The roadsides on both sides are beautifully decorated and full of tropical scenery. The roller shutter door of the underground garage was closed, so Luo Guang parked the car directly near the main entrance. After taking the key and locking the car, he and Wang Wei entered the hotel together. There were no lights on in the hotel, and there were constant sounds of clicking. Through the light outside, Luo Guang saw the zombies who were eating. Luo Guang did not shoot immediately, but whispered to Xian Mei about the location of the light button. Xian Mei half bent over, lowered her footsteps, walked slowly to the light switch, tried to press it, but there was no response. Xian Mei looked around and saw that a safety escape indicator light had lit up in the distance, so she knew that there was a power outage here. "There was no power outage here before I fainted, but I didn't expect it to be out of power now." Xian Mei, who came back, told Luo Guang the situation. Xian Mei glanced at the sky outside while saying this. The sun was setting. "If there is a power outage, we can only hope that the food has not spoiled," Luo Guang said as he took out his shotgun, turned on the flashlight under the barrel, and said, "Darkness is the best cover for zombies. Be careful. Do we need to clean up those zombies too?" Wang Wei pointed to his gun and asked Luo Guang in sign language. Luo Guang shook his head, indicating that they should not shoot unless necessary, because they themselves did not know how many zombies were hiding here. After that, Luo Guang asked Xian Mei to show him the way to the hotel's food storage room. The food was delivered to the food storage room on the first floor through the elevator in the unloading area of the underground garage. The food storage room was on the inside of the first floor of the hotel, below the kitchen of the restaurant on the second floor. Xian Mei suggested going through the side door of the lobby to bypass the zombies in the lobby to go to the food storage room, and Luo Guang nodded in agreement. Luo Guang handed Xian Mei the flashlight that Officer Marvin had customized, so that she would not have any lighting tools if they got separated. The first person to go was Luo Guang, who carefully pushed open the side door point by point, constantly observing the situation behind the door. The side door seemed to have been specially treated, and the sound of opening and closing was very light. After confirming that it was safe, Luo Guang flashed in, followed by Xian Mei and Wang Wei, who was responsible for the rear guard and protection of Xian Mei. After entering the door, the corridor was very dark, with only the faint light of the safety indicator. The zombies, whose heads were green under the light of the escape light, basically stood still and did not wander around. Luo Guang took out the mountaineering pick and asked Wang Wei and Xian Mei to wait behind him. He smiled at the zombies and touched them. "The gas station here is not the one that you pass by on the way to the town. Also, there is a new CG movie of Resident Evil recently, named Resident Evil, Dead Island, which is exactly the same as what I am writing now in a sense. Asterisk?